In the past, the environment of Earth collapsed completely, with extreme cold glaciers and terrifying heat descending one after another, pushing human civilization to the brink of extinction. Just when all countries were at a loss, a game called National Fate and Natural Disaster Survival suddenly descended. The game will randomly select one player from each of the more than 200 countries around the world and forcibly send them into a folded space, Death Wilderness, to embark on a brutal survival challenge. The water, food, minerals, and special resources that players obtain in the Death Wilderness will be manifested in the real world in tens of thousands of times their original quantity, directly descending upon the territory of their respective countries. However, similarly, once a player dies in the game, their country will immediately suffer top-level natural disasters such as a magnitude 10 earthquake, a 100-meter tsunami, or an extreme cold storm. The country selected Smith, a former Navy SEAL and a top wilderness survival expert. The Sakura Kingdom drew Hattori Hanzo, a top-tier assassin ninja of the IGA school. The representatives sent by other countries were almost all top-notch individuals with rich experience and formidable strength. But when it was Huaxia's turn, everyone was stunned. The contestant Huaxia drew was none other than Su Ruan, the delicate and soft-hearted heiress who had just been kicked out of her home and ridiculed by the entire internet. The news plunged the entire nation into despair. It's over. China is truly doomed this time. She can't even open a bottle cap. How could she possibly survive in the desolate wilderness? In fact, less than half a year after Su Ruan was brought back to the Su family, she was betrayed by her family and outsiders. In order to buy Su Cha-Cha, the fake heiress hiding in the safe house, a minute to escape, they actually pushed Su Ruan into the zombie horde, where she was torn apart and devoured by countless zombies. But when Su Ruan opened her eyes again, she found herself reborn back to the very moment the National Destiny and Natural Disaster Survival game had just begun. Not only that, she was also bound to the legendary God-level Shinong system. With the system, she can accurately perceive the hidden attributes of all plants and animals within a 100-mile radius. Whether it's planting, gathering, or processing resources, there's a chance to trigger a 1,000-fold or even 10,000-fold critical hit, which is then directly returned to the real world of China. At the same time, the system also granted her a max-level, godlike cold resistance physique, as well as a master-level environmental perception ability that can be continuously upgraded. At that moment, Su Ruan irritably pulled open the collar of her trench coat, revealing her snow-white collarbone, and raised her hand to fan herself. Fisk, why is it suddenly so hot? Is the heavens trying to set off a firestorm? The global live stream went completely silent for a full 5 seconds, the frantically scrolling comments halting. A viewer in Japan spat out a mouthful of red wine onto the screen, and Su Cha-Cha's fake smile froze completely. In the Chinese conference room, the old general plucked a handful of his beard. After a brief silence, the Chinese live stream exploded. Minus 20 degrees Celsius, and she's wearing pajamas and complaining of being hot, even unbuttoning them to let in some air. Could this be late-stage hypothermia? Before dying, one feels hot and will even take off their clothes. Su Cha-Cha immediately chimed in, crying as she said that this was indeed the final stage of hypothermia, where the patient undresses. Su Ruan was about to pass away, and everyone should observe a moment of silence. But Su Ruan lowered her head, looking at the broken wood-chopping knife in the snow, the one everyone mocked. She flexed her wrist, a cold smile slowly curving her lips. So delicate, huh? Can't lift a knife, huh? In a live stream, trolls and online trolls continued their frenzied shouting, convinced that Su Ruan's complaints of heat were just a sign of hypothermia and that they wished she would die so as not to delay others from taking refuge in air raid shelters. Su Ruan didn't even glance at the camera, silently chanting in her mind, "System, activate master-level environmental perception." The moment the system activated, the deathly gray and desolate frigid forest transformed into a holographic data network. Nearby dead trees, poisonous snakes, and ice and snow were all marked with dangerous attributes, rendering everything unusable. Her gaze finally settled on a black, withered tree 100 meters away, as thick as 3 people could hug, covered in frost. In the system's view, the tree was radiating a blinding golden red light. Century-old premium smokeless wood, calorific value 100 times that of ordinary wood, smokeless and non-toxic, A single branch can burn for 12 hours and provides a constant temperature range of 30 degrees Celsius. Su Wanwan's eyes lit up. She bent down to pick up the rusty wood-chopping knife from the snow and, wearing her windproof sandals, quickly walked towards the ancient tree. After merging with the divine-level cold-resistance physique, the snow felt like cotton under her feet, and the biting wind had no effect. She walked more and more steadily, even faster than on flat ground. The livestream audience was stunned. How could someone on the verge of hypothermia pass away so easily? Everyone could only console themselves that it was a final burst of energy before her death. In the commentary booth, Su Cha-Cha covered her mouth, feigning concern, saying that Su Wanwan usually couldn't even peel an apple properly, and now she was using a broken machete to chop down such a giant tree. She would definitely hurt herself. The internet was abuzz with ridicule. Some said even Smith, with a chainsaw, struggled to cut through the frozen wood, yet Su Wanwan dared to try and chop it down with a rusty piece of iron. It was utterly humiliating. Amidst the online spectacle, Su Wanwan stood before the century-old smokeless wood. She looked up at the tree, then glanced down at the broken machete in her hand, clicking her tongue in disdain. The next second, she threw the machete into the snow 5 meters away. The live chat exploded, everyone thinking she had finally given up and was ready to die. But before the taunts could finish, Su Wanwan lowered her body and took a half step back with her right leg. The system not only enhanced her cold resistance, but also her bone and muscle density and explosive power, which were already beyond ordinary people's comprehension. Chopping down trees is too troublesome. Su Wanwan suddenly exerted force in her waist, and the snow under her feet exploded with a roar. Her long leg, wrapped in silk pajamas, swept out like a heavy cannon with a piercing sound. Bang! The deafening roar shook the wilderness, even punctuating the recording equipment with a sharp static. The shockwave spread from where she landed, tearing apart the snow and wind within a 10-meter radius. The giant tree, frozen solid by the extreme cold and requiring 3 adult men to encircle it, was kicked open with a huge gash just 1 meter above the ground. Crack! Crack! A series of snapping sounds rang out. The centuries-old tree, weighing several tons, finally broke in two, crashing backward with a deafening roar, causing the snow-covered ground to tremble violently. Su Wanwan simply patted her pajama bottoms and commented indifferently, "It's all right, barely enough to be used as firewood." The Su family in Jiangcheng, whose parents had just been clamoring to blacklist her, now stood there, mouths agape in terror. In the commentary booth, Su Cha-Cha, tears still clinging to her eyelashes, was completely frozen in place. For a full minute, not a single comment appeared in the live stream with its 2 billion viewers. It wasn't until Su Wanwan dragged the hundreds of pounds weight tree trunk back to the starting camp like a chick that the comments exploded like a tsunami. Everyone was questioning their eyes. A single kick snapped a massive ironwood tree, as thick as 3 people. This was no delicate heiress, but a monster in human skin. Those who had mocked her apologized, while online trolls accused China of using special effects to cheat. But no matter their denials, the broken tree in the live stream was undeniable. Inside the high-level Chinese meeting room, the old general slammed his fist on the table and shouted excitedly, "Withdraw the disaster prevention plan. China is saved." Su Wanwan paid no attention to the madness outside. She broke off 2 smokeless wood branches, rubbed them together a few times, and an orange-red flame rose in the snow. The flame produced no black smoke, and the snow within a 30-meter radius melted rapidly, raising the temperature to a comfortable 25 degrees Celsius. While other athletes were still enduring the bitter cold, she was already sitting by the fire to warm herself. "We have a fire now, but I'm hungry." Su Wanwan activated her environmental perception again. The system cursor pierced through half a meter of frozen soil and locked onto a sphere, emitting an alluring halo. Mutant premium snow sweet potato discovered, weighing 5 pounds, rich in top-grade carbohydrates and trace amounts of spiritual energy. Consuming it can restore stamina and enhance physical constitution. Su Wanwan's eyes lit up. On the polluted planet Water Blue, even ordinary potatoes were incredibly expensive. This 5-pound, all-natural, mutated sweet potato was an absolute post-apocalyptic treasure. She dug through the hard frozen soil with her bare hands, easily unearthing a purplish-red sweet potato larger than an adult's head. In a live stream, Countless viewers stared at it, swallowing hard. Su Ruan skewered the sweet potatoes onto wooden sticks and placed them in a smokeless fire to roast. 10 minutes later, the skin was crispy and charred. She gently broke one open, and golden honey immediately flowed out in strands. The rich aroma of caramelization and sweetness seemed to waft through the screen, making countless hungry viewers' eyes light up. Su Ruan blew on the hot potato and took a big bite. The soft, sweet, and warm liquid slid into her stomach, making her squint her eyes in comfort. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. Detected that the host has collected and consumed a mutated premium snow sweet potato for the first time. Triggered the 10,000X return mechanism. 100,000X critical hit confirmed. The next second, a cold, resounding voice boomed in the minds of 1.4 billion Chinese people. Global broadcast. Chinese contestant Su Ruan has successfully obtained and consumed 5 kilograms of top-grade snow sweet potatoes, triggering a 10,000-fold manifestation mechanism. 250,000 tons of top-grade mutated hot sweet potatoes are about to descend upon Tiananmen Square, the capital of China. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. In Tiananmen Square, refugees were kept behind the security line by armed police, everyone staring at the central area displaying national supplies. After Su Ruan was selected, no one held out hope. The atmosphere was as oppressive as a funeral, and some had even begun writing their wills. But just then, a beam of golden light suddenly split open in the red sky. The crack rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant teleportation portal with a diameter of over 300 meters, for which a rich aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafted, permeating the entire capital city. The next second, countless giant purplish-red sweet potatoes, bathed in golden light, cascaded down like a waterfall onto the square. Each one was the size of a head, steaming hot, and bursting open to release golden nectar, so sweet it left everyone stunned. The statistics officer stared at the screen, his voice trembling. Report. Total material quantity. 250,000 tons, top-grade mutated hot sweet potatoes. Constant temperature, 65 degrees Celsius. All nutritional indicators are SSS level. The old general paused for 3 seconds, then sternly ordered, notify all troops nationwide to immediately organize transportation. Within 48 hours, deliver this batch of food to every refugee resettlement site, leaving no one out. The square erupted in jubilation. The refugees, starving for days, stood frozen in place until a middle-aged man knelt down, grabbed a smashed sweet potato, and stuffed it into his mouth. The long-lost sweet taste of the food instantly brought tears to his eyes. There's food. There really is food. Cries rang out, but it was no longer to spare. The young mother carefully broke off a sweet potato and fed it to the baby in her arms. The child babbled contentedly. She looked up at the sky and whispered her thanks. Thank you, Su Ruan. The live stream chat in China completely shifted. Those who were just questioning Su Ruan were now flooding the screen with apologies. 250,000 tons of sweet potatoes were enough to save countless people on the verge of starvation. In the commentary booth, Su Chacha's face was extremely pale. Upon hearing the figure of 250,000 tons, she went from astonishment to horror, and finally to a distorted, stiff expression. When the host asked her if she had anything to say, she could only force a smile. I always believed that my sister could do it. The comments section immediately exposed her. Just 3 minutes ago, didn't you ask everyone to mourn for her? Su Chacha's fake smile instantly crumbled, and with the screen filled with long-live goddess Su, no one looked at her anymore. On the other side of the world, Smith and the Beacon of Light was still gnawing on dry branches, having found no supplies. The audience, gazing at the mountain of sweet potatoes in China, fell silent, finally uttering only a complex sigh. She only ate one sweet potato. Hattori Hanzo from the Sakura Kingdom entered the cave, but only found bat guano and pebbles. The guide was about to boast about his long-term strategy when he turned around and saw Su Ruan sitting by the campfire, happily eating half a roasted sweet potato, and he was speechless. Inside the Su family villa, Mr. and Mrs. Su's expressions shifted constantly. Su Ruan had predicted the apocalypse and told them to stock up on coffins, and now it had all come true. Yet, they had personally driven this daughter, chosen by the nation's destiny out of their home. The shattered live-streaming equipment on the ground was still replaying the scene of Su Ruan kicking down a century-old tree. Su's mother stared at it for a long time, finally asking in a trembling voice, "Do we do something wrong?" Mr. Su didn't answer, but instead pulled out Su Ruan's number. His thumb hovered over the dial button, unable to press it. He remembered Su Ruan's eyes when she left. No anger, no resentment, only a coldness as if she were looking at a dead person. Day 1, Hour 4 in the dead wilderness. In this frigid environment, to survive, one must find fire before body heat depletes, find water before dehydration, and find food before hunger wears off. Any misstep leads to certain death. Smith, a retired soldier from the United States, understood this principle well. In a sub-zero blizzard, he managed to build a makeshift shelter of tree branches and light a small fire within 3 hours, using only a waterproof jacket and a titanium alloy military knife. But he couldn't find any food. The frigid forest seemed devoid of life. The frozen ground was as hard as iron, leaving only white marks when a military knife struck it. He searched the surroundings, but found nothing but dead trees and frozen snake carcasses. The fire was also about to die. The thick smoke from the mixed wood was choking, and the heat was low. The flames seemed ready to go out at any moment. Smith had no choice but to take off his gloves and grab handfuls of snow to stuff into his mouth. The snow and ice made his tongue numb. He knew that eating snow would draw heat from his body, but without water, dehydration would kill him even faster. A somber atmosphere filled the American livestream chat, with viewers offering only prayers. Someone, about to mock the Chinese player, was completely stunned when they switched to split-screen mode. Su Ruan, the delicate young lady whom netizens worldwide believe wouldn't last 3 minutes, was lazily leaning against a piece of smokeless wood, her legs stretched out in front of the campfire, warming herself. In her hand was a second sweet potato she had dug out of the snow. The first one had long since been eaten, leaving only the skin. The smokeless would burn steadily and warmly, melting the snow within a 30-meter radius into warm mud. She even took off her shoes and walked barefoot on the ground. The thermometer showed that the area was a whopping 27 degrees Celsius. Chinese viewers couldn't help but wonder, was she here for wilderness survival or for a winter vacation? After roasting the sweet potatoes, Su Ruan scanned her surroundings with the system, her gaze landing on a clump of snow-covered bushes. The system immediately labeled it Extreme Cold Frost Leaf Tea, made from a cold-resistant mutant tea tree. The tea leaves are naturally fermented, mellow, and sweet, with a stimulating effect 50 times that of ordinary tea. Long-term consumption can also enhance mental strength. Su Ruan raised an eyebrow, walked over, and grabbed a handful of frozen leaves. She piled the snow on a heated stone, letting the melted snow flow into the stone's hollow. After boiling it, she sprinkled in the crushed tea leaves. Moments later, a cool, slightly sweet aroma of tea wafted through the wilderness. She scooped a bowl of tea from hollowed-out tree bark, blew on it to cool it, took a sip, and simply commented, "Not bad." The global live stream automatically pushed the image onto the main screen. The contrast seen by viewers from different countries was brutal. Smith crouched beside a dying fire, gnawing on snow, his lips pale, gripping his military knife to protect himself from wild animals. Hattori Hanzo of the Sakura Kingdom is meditating in a cave, having not eaten for 2 days. Ivan, the fighting champion of the Bear Kingdom, finds the frozen river, but spends 20 minutes smashing the ice with his bare hands, his knuckles covered in blood. In the split-screen view of China, Su Ruan was huddled around a warm campfire, eating roasted sweet potatoes and drinking wild tea, swinging around barefoot. The scene resembled a winter camping trip more than a struggle for survival. American netizens were the first to break down, questioning whether China had access to a special map, as Su Ruan seemed to have everything. Chinese netizens immediately countered, arguing that this wasn't luck, but rather that Su Ruan could see things others couldn't. The replay showed that Smith had passed by a dead tree resembling smokeless wood 3 times, but only considered it ordinary fuel. He didn't know that the wood was smokeless and burned for a long time, with a single branch capable of burning for 12 hours. Ironically, he also had mutated sweet potatoes buried beneath his feet, but gave up after digging twice because the frozen soil was too hard. He didn't have Su Ruan's ability to easily dig through frozen soil. Retired biology professor Lau Wang summarized it accurately. Other contestants relied on experience and physical strength, while Su Wanwan relied on overwhelming information. Experience has its limits, but her comprehensive knowledge gave her an irreplaceable advantage. This comment quickly rose to the top of the trending list. Su Cha-Cha was still sitting in the commentary booth, but for the past half hour, she had practically become invisible. The audience was busy cheering for Su Wanwan, and no one paid any attention to her anymore. She stared at the face on the screen, reddened by the firelight, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Why did that country bumpkin who had spent 18 years in the countryside take everything that should have been hers? In the past, Su Cha-Cha was always the chosen heroine adored by everyone. She thought Su Wanwan could only ever be her stepping stone. But now, Su Wanwan sits by the campfire, sipping wild tea, and is revered as a goddess by 1.4 billion people. The host asked her how she would rate Su Wanwan. Su Cha-Cha quickly put on a gentle smile, praising her sister's abilities and admitting that she hadn't known her sister before. The host, however, interrupted her directly. "All right, stop acting. Let's switch back to the wilderness scene." Su Cha-Cha's smile froze on her face. For the first time, she felt a chilling coldness, not from being hated, but from being completely ignored. This feeling was more maddening than the pain of having her leg broken by a foot. On the first day in the dead wilderness, night fell. Su Wanwan added 2 more smokeless logs to the fire, instantly making the flames burn brighter and warming the camp. Now, in this wilderness, her camp was arguably the most luxurious human settlement. Su Wanwan leaned against a tree stump, closing her eyes to rest, casually twirling a broken wood-chopping knife in her hand. It wasn't good for cutting trees, but it was passable for peeling sweet potatoes. The number of viewers in the live stream had already exceeded 3 billion, but the chat had slowed down. It wasn't that there were fewer viewers, but rather that everyone was waiting to see how she would survive her first night in the wilderness. During a break, Su Wanwan asked the system if there was a limit to the number of times the 10,000x return could be used. The system told her that as long as she acquired and used new types of resources, she could trigger a critical return, ranging from a minimum of 1,000x to a maximum of 100,000x, with no upper limit. In other words, the more she eats in the wilderness and the more diverse the things she finds, the more resources China will gain. Su Wanwan immediately smiled, saving the world by eating and drinking. This job is really worthwhile. As she was planning to expand her exploration area tomorrow, her master-level environmental perception suddenly flashed a blinding red light. The system warned that a large mutated creature was approaching at high speed. The approaching creature was an extreme cold mutated snow wolf, elite level, danger level B+. It stood 1.8 meters tall at the shoulder, over 3 meters long, weighed approximately 450 kilograms, and its claws and fangs were powerful enough to tear through alloy steel plates. It possesses an extremely keen sense of smell, capable of detecting food scents from 3 kilometers away, and is adept at silently stealthing across the snow. At this moment, it is 820 meters from the camp and is expected to arrive in 4 minutes. Su Wanwan suddenly opened her eyes, instantly switching from rest to combat mode. She knew that what attracted the snow wolves was the smell of roasted sweet potatoes. In the deadly, cold forest, the campfire, the warmth, and the aroma of food were like an irresistible invitation to the hungry, mutated beasts. "Bring it on." Su Wanwan stood up and gripped the wood-chopping knife. Thanks to the system's enhancement, her explosive power, reaction time, and bone strength far surpassed those of ordinary people, making her actual combat strength comparable to that of top Special Forces soldiers. But the snow wolf could tear through steel plates, so she dared not underestimate it. At the same time, a red warning popped up on the live stream. A large mutated creature was approaching the Chinese contestant. The global live stream chat instantly erupted. Some urged her to run. Others explained that even a regular gray wolf's bite force was astonishing, but this mutated snow wolf could easily tear a person in two. Inside the high-level conference room of China, the old general slammed his teacup heavily on the table. At the commentary booth, Su Cha-Cha, upon hearing the words mutant snow wolf, couldn't suppress a flicker of excitement in her eyes. She deliberately looked down at the documents, and after a moment, she put on a worried expression. "Sister is indeed very strong, but a snow wolf is not a tree." It's AB plus grade mutated beast. Even a regular army would have to send a platoon to hunt it down. After all, she's only one person. On the surface, it was concern, but in reality, it was a reminder to everyone that no matter how strong Su Ruan was, she was still facing a ferocious beast that could pounce and dodge. The comment section indeed began to waver, with many worried that no one would treat her if she were injured. The international community was even less forgiving. Some people feigned prayers for China, while also mentioning the potential zombie virus that might appear after the players' deaths. Japan even opened betting odds on whether Su Ruan could survive the first night. Su Ruan was completely unaware of any of this, nor did she care. Her entire focus was on the approaching danger signal in the darkness. 300 meters later, the Snow Wolf didn't charge straight at the camp. Instead, it circled the perimeter of the firelight, searching for an angle to attack like an experienced hunter. Su Ruan's expression gradually grew serious. A beast with brains was far more difficult to deal with than one with brute force alone. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters. She breathed softly, gripped the wood-chopping knife in her right hand with the back of the blade against her forearm, and lowered her body slightly to make sure she wouldn't slip. The firelight illuminated at most 30 meters. Outside, it was all thick, impenetrable darkness. The wind and snow had stopped some time earlier. The forest was eerily quiet, and even the 3 billion viewers unconsciously held their breath. The next second, 2 eerie green lights suddenly shone in the darkness. Less than 20 meters from Su Ruan, the Snow Wolf silently slipped through the outer perimeter and reached the edge of the camp. It emerged from the shadows, its massive body fully exposed to the firelight, its silver gray mane standing on end like steel needles, its muscles bulging beneath its fur. Its head was terrifyingly broad, its fangs gleaming white, and saliva dripping constantly. Its cold green eyes first fixed on the sweet potato peels beside the fire, then locked on his Su Ruan. Compared to those scraps, this warm, vibrant human was clearly a more suitable prey. The Snow Wolf growled, and a terrifying mental pressure spread with the howl, sending chills down the spines of many spectators. Su Cha gripped the wheelchair armrests tightly, her eyes showing no fear, only anticipation. But facing a monster capable of crushing ordinary people, Su Ruan didn't retreat. Instead, she took a step forward. She turned the wood-chopping knife into a more upright grip, the firelight illuminating her fair face, but a dangerous glint burned in her eyes. Perfect, we've eaten the sweet potatoes and drunk the tea. All that's missing is a main dish. The Snow Wolf's green eyes narrowed sharply, as if it understood her provocation. The next instant, its hind legs suddenly burst forth, and its massive silver body became a blur, hurtling towards Su Ruan's throat with the force of tearing through the air. The hearts of 3 billion people worldwide skipped a beat simultaneously. A gigantic, silvery gray shadow instantly filled the live broadcast screen, the wind pressure tilting the campfire and scattering sparks everywhere. 3 billion viewers held their breath, expecting Su Ruan to dodge. But she didn't retreat. Instead, she took a step forward to face the giant wolf, her right hand flashing a broken wood-chopping knife, her body lowered, power coursing through her entire body from her feet. In a mere 0.3 seconds, she twisted her waist and swung her arm, the blade slicing upwards at an angle. Instead of cleaving the wolf's head, she precisely cut into the jawbone, slicing along the most vulnerable part of the skull. Thud! The broken wood-chopping knife, ridiculed online for being unable to even cut tofu, was in her hands like a hot knife through butter. The blade pierced flesh and bone, cutting straight through the skull. The Snow Wolf's massive body grazed past Su Ruan, its limbs still pouncing, but its head had been cleaved in two from the jaw to the top. Blood splattered across the snow, and the corpse crashed 5 meters away, leaving a trail of blood. It twitched twice and then went still. From takeoff to death, it was only 2 seconds. Su Ruan shook the blood off her knife, glanced at the wolf carcass, then looked down at the bloodstains on her robe sleeve, wrinkling her nose in disgust. It's dirty. Her first reaction after killing AB plus grade mutated beast was simply that her clothes were dirty. The live stream automatically switched to slow motion. Only then could everyone see clearly that the angle at which she dodged the wolf's claws was precise to the millimeter, and her strike was an arc aided by the Snow Wolf's momentum. This wasn't brute force, but terrifyingly skillful technique. The live stream chat was silent for 8 seconds. Then the comments exploded. 1 slash, and she's done it. She really chopped the wolf in half with 1 slash. What kind of female college student uses a machete to open a wolf skull? Is this what you call an unemployed bum? She even calculated the skeletal structure, and she actually complained that her clothes were dirty. The betting odds on foreign websites collapsed instantly. In Japan, the odds for whether the Chinese player could survive the first night plummeted from 1 minute and 3.5 seconds to 1 minute and 0.01 seconds. No one dared to bet on Su Ruanruan's death anymore. Viewers from the United States also flooded into the Chinese live stream, the screen filled with chaotic exclamations. Some even remarked that she was faster than the Terminator. Inside the high-level meeting room of China, the old general picked up a half-splash cup of cold tea, drank it all in one gulp, and ordered in a deep voice, "Investigate all her files. Her birth, her upbringing, and what she went through in those 18 years. Find out everything for me." The staff officer quickly pulled out the documents, his expression growing increasingly strange. Public information showed that Su Ruanruan was 18 years old and had only returned to Jiangxing from a remote rural area 3 months prior. Her household registration indicated she was unemployed, had dropped out of junior high school, and had no record of combat training. The village's assessment was even more telling: withdrawn, frail, and unable to perform even basic farm work. A few seconds of silence fell over the conference room. The old general stared at the loop of the 1 slash to slay the wolf video on the screen, then at the frail and sickly file, his expression incredibly complex. "Are you sure this is the same person?" In the commentary booth, Su Chacha's expression was also on the verge of collapse. She still wore a worried smile for her sister, but her eyes were fixed on the screen, as if something was crumbling in her mind. The host didn't dare call on her, but the comment section was anything but polite. Just 3 minutes ago, everyone was observing a moment of silence. But now it seems the wolves should be the ones observing a moment of silence, right? Sister Cha-Cha said her sister can't open a water bottle cap. No problem. She can open a wolf skull. Su Cha-Cha's hands, hidden under the blanket, had her nails already digging into her palms. In the wilderness, Su Ruanruan had already begun processing the wolf carcass. The snow wolf was enormous, its silver-gray fur stained with blood, yet its quality was still evident. She reached out and touched it, and a system tag immediately popped up. B+ grade, mutated snow wolf hide, a top-quality material. It can withstand temperatures as low as -60 degrees Celsius, has a hardness comparable to grade 6 alloy steel, and weighs only 1/3 of ordinary leather. Initial processing may trigger a system reset. Su Ruanruan wiped her machete clean and began skinning the wolf. Her cuts were swift and precise, slicing open the abdomen and separating the skin and flesh along the fascia. Her movements were so fast they were chilling. The entire wolf pelt was removed intact, the inside clean and smooth, without a single knife mark. In a live stream, a butcher who claimed to have slaughtered pigs for 30 years could only marvel at her knife skills, saying they surpassed even his masters. The wolf pelt was laid out to bake by the fire, its silvery fur gleaming softly in the firelight. Su Ruanruan then cut the wolf meat into chunks, skewered them with branches, and placed them over the fire to roast slowly. The fat sizzled, and the aroma of meat mingled with the scent of what wafted through the air. While the other contestants were still desperately trying to survive, she was already enjoying roasted meat in the snow, making the audience drool with envy. Su Ruanruan tore off a piece of crispy wolf meat and took a bite. The meat was a bit gamey, but firm enough to stave off hunger. As she ate, she pondered her plans for tomorrow. Her system senses told her that deep within the frigid forest lay things 10 times more dangerous than snow wolves, and also resources 100 times more precious than sweet potatoes. To obtain those items, she needed to venture deeper. But before setting off, she needed a stable base. Su Ruanruan gnawed on wolf meat, gazing at the cliff face faintly visible in the darkness. There, the system tag was flashing a faint golden light. Tomorrow, I'll build a house first. The nights in the desolate wilderness were quieter than the days. Su Ruanruan, draped in a dried, mutated wolf pelt, dozed for 4 hours against the embers of smokeless wood, her environmental awareness constantly scanning at a low frequency. The system would issue a warning if any living creature approached within a 300-meter radius. Fortunately, The lingering scent of the snow wolf's blood deterred other wild beasts, and she safely endured until dawn. Upon waking, Su Ruan immediately began processing the wolf pelt. The system notification indicated that only after completing the initial processing and wearing the pelt could the return be triggered. The initial processing simply involved shaping the wolf pelt into a basic wearable form. The system would then complete the quality adjustments. She laid the wolf pelt on the ground, cut it with a machete, whittled thin twigs of smokeless wood into needles, and extracted wolf tendons to make thread. Accustomed to sewing and mending in her previous life, she moved nimbly and finished sewing a long wolf pelt coat in 15 minutes. The silver-gray wolf fur faced outwards with leather lining. The collar, cuffs, and hem were all neatly gathered, leaving ample room for movement at the shoulders and elbows. Although made to adult men's sizes, it was ridiculously large on her, yet surprisingly warm. The moment she put on the coat, the -20-degree wind seemed to vanish completely. A system notification immediately sounded. She had completed the processing and wearing of the B+ grade mutated snow wolf fur coat. The 10,000-fold return mechanism had been officially triggered. This batch of supplies is top-tier cold-weather strategic material, with a critical hit multiplier of 80,000. The next second, a mechanical voice exploded in the minds of over 1 billion Chinese people. 80,000 B+ grade extreme cold wolfskin coats are about to descend upon 6 northern provinces of China. At this time, the 6 northern provinces were shrouded in an extreme cold storm that had lasted for 13 days. Temperatures plummeted to -47 degrees Celsius. Heating had long been paralyzed, and electricity and gas were intermittently cut off. Countless people were struggling to survive on scrap wood and tattered quilts. At a temporary resettlement site in Yongning City, North China Province, more than 300 elderly, infirm, and disabled people were crammed into a drafty factory building. An old woman held her 8-year-old granddaughter, whose face was purple from the cold. The child whispered that she was so cold, and the old woman could only tell her to bear it a little longer. Suddenly, golden light shone above the factory. A teleportation rift tore open the sky, and rows of silver-gray coats fell from the sky, neatly covering the open ground. The coats were sturdy, and the material itself radiated warmth. The armed police squad leader picked up a piece of clothing and put it on. A warm current instantly flowed through his body, even easing his chilblains. With red eyes, he shouted, "One for everyone, priority for the elderly and children. Everyone line up. No fighting allowed." The little girl dragged a coat back for her grandmother, and the two draped it over each other. The fur collar covered their heads, and the warmth dispelled the bruises on their faces. The girl happily said how warm it was, and the old woman hugged her granddaughter tightly, tears falling silently. The live stream fell into an unusual silence. The screen was devoid of celebration, only a dense barrage of comments. Some said Yongning had received it, others said Grandma was finally smiling, and still others simply typed 2 words, "Thank you." All the thanks were directed at Su Ruan. Su Cha-Cha in the commentary booth froze completely. No one paid attention to her anymore. Everyone was staring at the girl in the wilderness wearing a large wolfskin coat. The host announced that distribution has begun in 6 northern provinces, with 80,000 coats sufficient to cover key vulnerable groups, and the freezing death rate is expected to drop to a historic low tonight. In less than 12 hours after entering the wilderness, Su Ruan has brought 250,000 tons of sweet potatoes and 80,000 top-quality cold weather coats to China. This achievement puts him at the top of the rankings in over 200 countries worldwide. Smith, the second-ranked player from the United States, has yet to trigger a refund. The international community has shifted from ridicule to silence. Countless people want to know why this elite soldier would lose to an 18-year-old girl. Inside the Su family villa, the television repeatedly played images of elderly people putting on their coats and shedding tears. Su's mother clutched the remote control, muttering to herself, unable to understand when Su Ruan had learned to sew. Su's father silently put down his phone, ultimately not dialing the number. He suddenly realized that even if the call connected, he had no right to say, "Come back." The television screen cut back to the wilderness. Su Ruan sat by the campfire, her chin resting on her hand, gazing absently at the dark cliff in the distance. Su's father watched for a long time, finally turning off his phone, sinking into the sofa, and remaining silent. On the morning of the second day in the desolate wilderness, Su Ruan finished the last piece of roasted wolf meat, rubbed her hands with snow, and prepared to build a house. Her past life's experiences had taught her that fire and food could only keep her alive temporarily. To survive long-term in the extreme cold wilderness, she needed a sturdy shelter. Open-air campsites pose too many risks. Blizzards can extinguish fires. The smell of food will attract strange beasts, and supplies piled up in the snow are more easily stolen. She needs a proper shelter first. Su Ruan circled the cliff to examine it. The system scan showed that the 12-meter-high metamorphic granite cliff face was structurally stable, facing southeast and perfectly avoiding the prevailing wind direction. At the bottom of the cliff, there is a natural recess 4 meters deep, 6 meters wide, and 3 meters high, which can directly serve as the back wall and half of the roof. The location is good. The remaining problem is the materials. The hardness of snow wolf bones exceeds that of grade as stainless steel. The large bones can be used as beams and columns. The small bones can be used as tenons and mortises, and the ribs can support the roof. As for the century-old smokeless which she kicked and broke, its tough texture was perfect for wall and ceiling panels. With all the materials readily available, Su Ruan closed her eyes and called out to the system. Any suitable building plans? Ding. Optimal solution matched. An improved version of a mortise and tenon structure shelter for extreme cold environments. Zero metal, zero glue, load-bearing structure achieved through the interlocking of wood and frame. Wind-resistant to level 12, insulation rating S, and reconfigurable. The complete blueprints instantly flashed in her mind, the dimensions and angles of every beam, column, and tenon precise to the millimeter. Su Ruan opened her eyes and immediately began work. She started by processing the wolf bones. Splitting the bones with a machete, shaping the tenons, and smoothing them were all done in one go. The wolf leg bones were cut into 4 pillars. The vertebrae were made into connectors, and the ribs were trimmed into roof load-bearing strips. Next, she processed the smokeless wood. The sturdy trunks were treated like ordinary timber in her hands, quickly split into boards of uniform thickness, and then mortise and tenon joints were carved out according to the drawings. Mortise and tenon structures cannot tolerate errors. A deviation of 1 millimeter will cause them to loosen, and a deviation of 2 millimeters may cause them to collapse. But those hands, which Su Cha had once mocked for not being able to even open a bottle cap, were now surprisingly steady. Dovetail tenons, mortise and tenon joints, wedge tenons, and shoulder tenons were all replicated by her with a rusty woodcutter's knife. The viewers in the live stream were stunned, and the Chinese architectural community was in an uproar. That's a standard dovetail tenon. The angle is 73 degrees, textbook level. She added a reverse wedge at the end. That's the lost dovetail tenon technique, which has been around for nearly 200 years. I'm an ancient building restorer, and I've been doing this for 26 years. The precision of her tenon joints is something even CNC machine tools might not be able to achieve. Zhou, a 78-year-old professor at the Academy of Building Research, was pulled in front of the TV by his grandson and stared at Su Ruan's movements for a full 5 minutes. Then he slammed his hand on the coffee table, his voice trembling. Great. Pure mortise and tenon joints. No nails. No glue. A composite of bone and wood for load-bearing. I can't find a single weak point. Is she using a living finite element analysis software in her head? No one could answer. In the wilderness, Su Ruan had entered a state of focused concentration. 4 wolf bone pillars were wedged into the rock grooves. The crossbeams were secured with the spine, and the ribs were evenly laid on top. Thick, smokeless wooden planks were embedded into the frame one by one, and with crisp clicks, all the joints were perfectly sealed. Finally, she attached the ribs to the arched main roof and secured it completely with tenons and mortise locks. The slightly sloping arch allowed the snow to slide off on its own, preventing the roof from collapsing. Crack! The last mortise lock fell, and the shelter was fully completed. The 3-meter-high, 6-meter wide, and 4-meter deep bone and wood hut clings to the cliff face. Natural rock supports the back wall and half of the roof, while the rest of the structure is made entirely of wolf bones and smokeless wood. There are no nails, no glue. The entire hut is held together solely by mortise and tenon joints. Su Ruan went inside to test it. The seal was excellent, and no cold air could get in. She lit a smokeless wood fire in the corner, and 3 minutes later, The room temperature rose to over 20 degrees Celsius. She then used leftover materials to piece together a bedboard, laid out a wolf skin on it, sat on it, and swayed it. It was perfectly stable. All right, that's enough. After a few seconds of silence in the live stream, Zhou's grandson posted a long article. My grandfather cried after watching Su Wanruan build a house, and then he said he had wasted the last 50 years of his life. Within 40 minutes, the post was shared over 8 million times. Chinese netizens were absolutely thrilled. 2 hours from dismantling the bones to moving in. While other countries' athletes are still living in drafty shacks, Sushin already has a fire pit and a cliffside mansion with a bed. Meanwhile, the international community was in a state of agitation. On a U.S. military forum, someone left a helpless comment. I had just accepted that Smith was inferior to her, but then I woke up to find that she had built a house out of bones and planks that was more sophisticated than my garage. A Japanese architecture professor admitted, such precision is impossible to achieve with bare hands unless her hands themselves are precision instruments. Chinese viewers immediately responded, thank you for your unless. Yes, she is. In the commentary booth, Su Cha-Cha stared blankly at the screen. She had always thought Su Wanruan was weak and insignificant, someone she could trample on. But the girl wearing a wolf's skin, sitting by the fire in the hut she had built herself, was anything but weak. Someone asked her in the live chat, Sister Cha-Cha, didn't you say that Su Shan couldn't even open a mineral water bottle cap? Su Cha-Cha's lips moved, and finally she smiled gently and sweetly. Sister is really amazing. I'm proud of her. She lowered her eyes and pinched herself hard under the blanket. The pain was worse than the broken leg. Unaware of this, Su Wanruan, in the wilderness, leaned against the fire and began planning her route for the 3rd day. The system has detected large areas of mutated plants in the valleys below the snow line, and there are also mineral reactions emitting a blue glow deep within the frozen lake. Resources are plentiful, but dangers are even greater. Su Wanruan clenched her fist, feeling the abundant power within, and whispered, take it slow. The firelight reflected in her eyes, and her tone was calm and unhurried. I'll dig up and eat the good things in this wilderness one by one. I can feed the mouths of 1.4 billion people in China. The efficiency of China's relief supplies distribution was astonishing. After 250,000 tons of premium sweet potatoes and 80,000 wolfskin winter coats were delivered, high-level officials held an emergency meeting overnight and finalized a plan in just 40 minutes. Priority was given to elderly people living alone, the disabled, breastfeeding women, and children under 6, followed by low-income workers and frontline disaster relief personnel, and the remaining citizens were placed in waiting lists according to their regions. The announcement was met with widespread approval online. People who had been starving for days in resettlement centers finally had hot meals. But the Su family was far from happy. In the Su family villa in Jiangsheng, the refrigerator was already empty. Supplies had been scarce even before the apocalypse. Money didn't guarantee you could buy anything. The compressed biscuits they'd stockpiled a few days ago had been half thrown away by Su Cha-Cha because she thought they tasted terrible. The heating system was also broken, and the radiators were as cold as iron. Su Cha-Cha sat in her wheelchair wrapped in 2 blankets, her right leg in a cast trembling slightly, her nose red from the cold, and said aggrievedly that she was cold. Mrs. Su hurriedly found a mink coat, but Mr. Su stared at the resource allocation notice, his face grim. Their Su family was listed in the 3rd tier, meaning they could only wait in line. The dignified, richest family in Jiangsheng was relegated to the very bottom. Su's father made several phone calls, tried to use his connections to get supplies ahead of time, but was repeatedly turned down. Finally, someone reminded him that Su Wanruan was in the wilderness trying to secure supplies for the whole country. And if the Su family tried to use their privileges to cut in line, they would be severely criticized online. The phone call ended, and Su's father's fingers were trembling. The heating had also been completely turned off. Su Cha-Cha stared at the news footage. The old lady and her granddaughter were wrapped in wolfskin coats. Workers were squatting by the roadside, eating roasted sweet potatoes, and the caption read that the first batch of supplies had covered 40 million people. She clutched the blanket tightly and whispered that she was hungry too. Her mother pulled out the last half-pack of compressed biscuits, broke off a piece, and handed it to her. Su Cha-Cha took a bite. It was so hard it made her choke, and her eyes immediately reddened. Everyone outside is eating roasted sweet potatoes. Those were dug up by my sister. How come our family doesn't get a single one? In the past, Sue's mother would have comforted her with heartache, but now, her gaze fell on the entrance hall. A few hours ago, Su Wanwan was kicked out of the house penniless, wearing only a bathrobe and a thin trench coat and slippers. Sue's mother couldn't utter a single word of comfort. Sue's father silently told Su Cha-Cha to make do with the food, and when he saw that she still wanted to complain, he unusually raised his voice. Su Cha-Cha could only lower her head and take another bite of the dry, hard biscuit. In a live stream, netizens had already uncovered the Su family's predicament. News of Sue's father being refused entry to the queue, the heating being cut off, and Su Cha-Cha eating compressed biscuits drew applause from countless viewers. Some even joked that the Su family was the least deserving of Su Wanwan sweet potatoes. A new host was brought to the commentary booth, and Su Cha-Cha ended the broadcast citing a leg injury. But everyone knew she simply couldn't stay any longer. Night fell in the desolate wilderness, and the temperature plummeted once more. Outside the cliffs, wind and snow howled, but inside Su Wanwan's hut, smokeless wood burned, keeping the temperature stable at 23 degrees Celsius. She laid out the edges of a wolf pelt as a mattress, then covered herself with the complete, soft belly pelt. On her first day in the wilderness, she took a broken wood-chopping knife, chopped down trees, killed wolves, built houses, fed 1.4 billion people 2 meals a day, and sent 80,000 winter clothes to 6 northern provinces. Satisfied, Su Wanwan pulled up her wolfskin blanket and closed her eyes. The excruciating pain of being pushed into a zombie horde by the Su family in her past life and being torn apart and devoured seemed as distant as a dream. She activated her low, power cruise sensing, waking up at the slightest movement within 300 meters, and then fell into a peaceful sleep. Over 3 billion people worldwide watched the girl curled up in the wolfskin on their screens, and the comments gradually quieted down. After a long while, someone softly typed, "Sleep well. Su Shun, you have to go to work tomorrow." On behalf of 1.4 billion people, good night. Good night messages flooded the screen. No one cursed Su Wanwan anymore, not a single one. On the second day in the dead wilderness, dawn broke. Just as the sky began to lighten with a pale, fish-like glow, the temperature plummeted to a new freezing point. On the global livestream's main screen, the blood-red reading pierced the hearts of countless viewers. Current ambient temperature, minus 30 degrees Celsius. American meteorologists exclaimed in alarm that exposed skin would necrotize within 5 minutes at these temperatures, and breathing would feel like swallowing shards of glass. Panic spread rapidly, and everyone immediately switched to a Chinese split-screen view. In the footage, Su Wanwan's wooden cabin is covered in frost, with half-meter-long icicles hanging from the eaves, resembling a snow mound buried beneath a cliff. Viewers felt that the cabin couldn't keep out the cold wind, and that she had probably frozen to death inside. Survival experts also looked grave. The cabin's ceiling was limited. If the temperature couldn't be maintained above 10 degrees Celsius, bodily functions would quickly fail, and they could only hope for a miracle. Su Cha-Cha, meanwhile, had started her personal live stream early. Sitting in her wheelchair wrapped in a blanket, her eyes red and choked with sobs, she said she hadn't slept all night, worried that her sister wouldn't survive the extreme cold. Her remaining loyal fans offered her comfort. Just when the 3 billion viewers thought devastating news was about to strike, the wooden door suddenly creaked open from the inside. Su Wanwan walked out, yawning. She was still wearing a faded white silk nightgown, with a loose wolfskin coat draped over her shoulders. Her cheeks were fair with a rosy glow, clearly showing that she had just woken up from a warm bed. She stretched lazily at the doorway, her joints cracking. Then she scooped up snow and rubbed it on her face, broke off a smokeless wood twig, bit off one end, dipped it in the snow water, and slowly brushed her teeth. In the desolate, minus 30-degree wilderness, she managed to make it feel like her own backyard. The livestream room fell silent instantly. Then the chat exploded. Some people were just worried she'd freeze to death, but then they saw her washing her face with snow to refresh herself. Others noticed the snow melted instantly on her face and couldn't help but call her a human heater. Su Cha-Cha's livestream was also flooded with "Go watch Su Shun." Her sad expression frozen on her face looked particularly ridiculous. After washing up, Su Wanwan returned to the cabin. Once the drone followed her inside, everyone discovered that the cracks in the walls had been sealed tightly with wolf pelt scraps and white moss, and the smokeless wood in the hearth burned steadily, making the cabin warm and dry. The wooden bed in the corner was covered with thick wolf pelts, more luxurious than a down comforter in a five-star hotel. Su Ruanruan dragged out the skeleton of the mutated snow wolf left over from last night, picked up a broken wood-chopping knife, and chopped it into even pieces with a few snips. The experts who had previously questioned her fell silent. She then took out the stone pot she had casually carved the night before, threw in the wolf bones, and shoveled a pot of snow over the fire. Bone broth alone isn't quite enough. Su Ruanruan closed her eyes, her master-level environmental perception instantly activating. Her vision pierced through the wooden house, snow, and frozen ground, finally locking onto the roots of a withered tree 20 meters below the cliff. Extreme cold black truffle, a rare, mutated species. It can enhance the flavor of food, remove the gamey smell of meat, and long-term consumption can nourish the spirit and improve perception. Su Ruanruan's eyes lit up. She grabbed her machete and went outside. After finding a dead tree, she dug through half a meter of frozen soil. A black fungus, the size of a baby's fist, quickly emerged from the ground. Its surface had strange patterns and emitted a peculiar fragrance. The audience initially mistook it for a lump of mud, but the Chinese commentary team urgently brought in a top gourmet. The old man stared at the mushroom block, his voice trembling with excitement. It was a truffle, and a mutated black truffle far surpassing any top-grade white truffle. Before the apocalypse, a single gram could buy an apartment in the capital. Now, it was priceless. Su Ruanruan didn't care at all. She simply rinsed the bones with snow water and sliced them thinly with a wood-chopping knife. At this moment, the wolf bone soup in the stone pot was already bubbling away, and the milky white broth was emitting a rich aroma of bones. The aroma changed instantly as the truffle slices fell into the pot. The rich flavor of wolf bone intertwined and exploded with the exotic aroma of truffles, filling the small house with an overpowering and fresh fragrance that seemed to penetrate everyone's nostrils even through the live broadcast signal. The sounds of swallowing echoed both on and off screen. Su Ruanruan scooped up a spoonful of thick soup, blew on it to cool it, and put it in her mouth, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. The warm flow of wolf bone soup slid into her stomach, the aroma of truffles blooming on her tongue, soothing her entire body. She nodded, offering only 2 words. Not bad. The live stream chat went completely crazy. Some people were munching on compressed biscuits, feeling like what they were eating was worse than pig slop. Many more were pleading through the screen, just wanting a sip of soup. Just as Su Ruanruan was about to enjoy her breakfast, the voice of Hattori Hanzo, a player from the Japanese country, suddenly came through the public channel. He mocked the wooden houses as mere ornate coffins, claiming that only primitive caves held the true truth of survival, and that fools obsessed with building toys wouldn't live past the 3rd day. The main screen then split into 2. On one side, Su Ruanruan sat in a warm wooden house, holding a fragrant wolf bone and truffle soup. On the other side, Hattori Hanzo huddled in a dark, damp cave, his face ashen, clutching a cold stone. This comparison was practically a public execution, yet the Japanese commentator was still raving about it, claiming that Hattori Hanzo was warning Su Ruanruan that her good days were over. Su Ruanruan listened to the system's retelling without even frowning, simply scooping up another spoonful of soup and uttering 2 words indifferently. Noisy. Then, she looked at the bed covered with wolf skins and the surrounding walls, seemingly still feeling it wasn't warm enough. It's time to add some insulation. This soup is a bit hot. I'll go outside and cool off. With that, she put down the stone pot, pushed open the wooden door, and stepped back into the vast snowfield, braving the minus 30-degree wind. In the Japanese live stream room, the previously exuberant chatter instantly froze, and the commentator's smile vanished. Hattori Hanzo was clearly trying to warn her, yet she complained about the noise? Japanese viewers angrily berated her for being ungrateful, convinced she was just lucky and would regret it sooner or later when the cabin froze and cracked. Su Cha-Cha immediately pretended to be worried in front of the camera, saying that the Japanese contestant meant well, but her sister was too proud and would definitely suffer in the wilderness. It would be troublesome if the house collapsed. The live stream on Huaxia, however, presented a completely different picture. Viewers joked that it was absurd for someone who hid in caves and ate rocks to teach Su Ruanruan, who lived in a luxurious wooden house and drank truffle soup, how to survive. Everyone quickly noticed that Su Ruanruan, wearing a wolfskin coat, walked out of the wooden house. She trudged through the knee-deep snow with unhurried steps, and with her master-level environmental perception activated, all the surrounding dangers became apparent in her field of vision. She effortlessly avoided the frozen, mutated earthworms, the radiation-contaminated ice, and the dormant nests of extreme cold-resistant horsehair worms. Military experts were astonished. She precisely evaded the underground threats with every step, as if strolling in her own backyard. Su Ruanruan was certainly not just wandering around. 5 minutes later, she stopped on a sheltered, gentle slope where the snow was thinner. She crouched down and dug into the frozen ground, and the global audience immediately held their breath, knowing that what she was digging up was anything but ordinary. Soon, she picked out several small, shriveled, black seeds, each the size of a fingernail, resembling old rat droppings. While everyone was still speculating about their uses, the system tag had already appeared. Mutant spirit cotton seeds, possessing properties of temperature control, antibacterial properties, and moisture resistance. However, these seeds have extremely low activity, with a germination rate of less than 1 in 10,000 under normal conditions. They must be watered with a large amount of pure water and spiritual energy to awaken. Su Ruanruan raised an eyebrow. This was exactly what she needed. She placed the seeds on the cleared snow, untied the wolf stomach water pouch filled with snow water, and poured it directly onto the ground. The Japanese commentator was overjoyed at the sight, mocking her for planting plants at minus 30 degrees Celsius, wasting the life-saving water. Before he could finish speaking, the black seed's surface glowed white. The system immediately notified him that planting activity had been detected, and the Shinnong system's core ability, primary life catalysis, had been activated, beginning to consume the trace amounts of spiritual energy within Su Ruanruan's body. The next second, the seed rapidly swelled and burst open. A tender sprout broke through the soil, and branches and twigs grew wildly, with pale yellow flowers blooming in the blink of an eye. In less than 5 seconds, the flowers withered, and small blue cotton bolls formed. The cotton bolls continued to swell, growing from the size of a fist to the size of a basketball, and eventually into enormous cotton bolls the size of pumpkins. With a few popping sounds, the cotton bolls split open, revealing snow-white, fluffy, and steaming top-quality cotton. In the midst of the freezing snow, a cotton tree, taller than a person and laden with giant, heat-generating cotton, appeared out of nowhere. The entire world fell silent. The commentator from Japan, Mouth Agape, couldn't utter a single word. Su Cha-Cha's worried expression froze completely. Botanists and agricultural experts around the world were equally speechless. Some suspected it was hydroponics, others suspected it was off-season growth, but a retired professor in China typed out 2 words with trembling hands: creation. Ignoring the shock around her, Su Ruanruan walked over and picked a cotton ball bigger than her head. The cotton was soft and fluffy, with a stable warmth of nearly 40 degrees Celsius. She nodded in satisfaction. With these spirit cotton balls, she had enough stuffing for her bed and walls, much more comfortable than wolfskin. Clutching the cotton balls, she turned to return to the abandoned wooden hut that had been mocked. Just then, a chilling notification sound exploded in her mind and in the minds of all Chinese people. Ding! Detected the host's first collection of a mutated top-grade item. Constant temperature spirit cotton. Shinnong's All Things Critical Strike system has triggered a 10,000X return mechanism. This product is a rare-grade strategic life resource, with a critical strike multiplier locked at 100,000X. 100,000X. Su Ruanruan paused, raising an eyebrow with interest. This multiplier is pretty good. The words had barely left her lips when a global broadcast resounded throughout the land. Global broadcast. Chinese contestant Su Ruanruan has successfully planted and harvested mutated, top-grade, constant-temperature, spiritual cotton. Trigger de 100,000X manifestation mécanisme. 10 million tons of SSS-grade, top-grade, constant-temperature spiritual cotton are about to descend upon the extremely cold disaster areas across China. The figure of 10 million tons bombarded the minds of all Chinese people. The country was initially silent, but then erupted into a frenzy of celebration. On the northwestern border, in a snow-covered outpost where the temperature felt like minus 50 degrees Celsius, Soldier Xiao Li lay prone at the observation post, his eyelashes covered in frost. Even wearing specially provided cold weather gear, he was still frozen stiff, his fingers almost numb. He had just finished reporting on the level 9 gale and visibility of less than 5 meters in Area 3 when the old squad leader suddenly grabbed him, pointing tremblingly to the sky. Countless golden cracks appeared in the gray sky, and golden light poured down. What fell wasn't food, but a blanket of cotton like snow. The snow-white cotton balls, each the size of a wash basin, drifted lightly onto the sentry post, helmet, and gun barrel. Shaoli caught one. The warm, dry heat instantly flowed into his palm, and his frozen fingers quickly regained feeling. It's Su Shun supplies. The old squad leader was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He grabbed some cotton and stuffed it into his winter coat. Quick, collect it. With this, the brothers won't have to worry about frostbite and amputation anymore. The same warm snow covered more than a dozen provinces in China, most severely affected by the cold wave. People burning their last pieces of furniture in the cities, villagers in drafty shacks in the countryside, and all those in the red alert zones for extreme cold all welcomed this life-saving cotton rain. 10 million tons of Ghanaian cotton was enough to provide each of the cold-stricken citizens with dozens of kilograms of self-heating thermal insulation supplies. Countless people rushed out of their homes, grabbed bags to collect the cotton, stuffed it into blankets, wrapped it around their children's feet, and wept with joy. The women immediately took out needles and thread and sewed fluffy cotton into their old clothes, creating cotton winter coats that were far warmer than down jackets. A nationwide winter coat sewing campaign quickly swept across the country. Inside the command center of the Chinese government headquarters, everyone watched the footage from various locations and finally breathed a sigh of relief. In less than 48 hours, Su Ruan had single-handedly solved the three major survival problems of food, winter clothing, and thermal insulation. Following this, the National Security Cyber Department, in conjunction with the platform, cleaned up accounts spreading rumors about Su Ruan and maliciously stirring up trouble, permanently banning more than 30,000 accounts. Among them, the verified account Cha-Cha's #1 Iron Fan had its IP address pointed directly to the Su family villa in Jiangcheng, and the registered owner was indeed Su Cha-Cha. The announcement was made public across the internet, and public opinion instantly reversed. Everyone then realized that the online trolls who were defaming Su Ruan were actually being manipulated by Su Cha-Cha behind the scenes. Sitting in her live stream room, Su Cha-Cha stared at the screen filled with angry insults and the bright red official ban notice, her blood running cold. Her carefully cultivated image of kindness, built over 18 years, was utterly shattered, and she was even labeled by the authorities as maliciously slandering a national athlete. She tried to shut down the live stream, only to find her access had already been locked. She could only watch helplessly as the entire internet hurled at her, publicly humiliated and condemned. In a desolate wilderness, Su Ruan returned to the wooden house carrying several large clumps of spirit cotton. She stuffed the spirit cotton into the cracks in the walls and roof, then laid a thick layer on the wooden bed, and finally covered it with a huge wolf skin. The cliffside cabin instantly transformed into a warm and cozy post-apocalyptic mansion. Su Ruan nestled into the cotton and fur, letting out a comfortable sigh. The wolf bone and truffle soup, though delicious, wasn't very filling. She rubbed her empty stomach, her gaze drifting to the deep blue area outside the cabin. Environmental perception revealed a large underground river, with the surface covered by a layer of permafrost over 3 meters thick and large. High-energy life forms active beneath the ice. Fish. Su Ruan's eyes lit up with a hunting glint. She picked up her broken woodcutter's knife and stepped back into the snowstorm. In the global live stream, a Russian glaciologist, upon seeing the survey data, immediately asserted that the 3-meter-thick permafrost was as hard as a C-grade alloy. Forget a broken hatchet. Even with an industrial diamond drill bit, without heavy machinery, you couldn't drill a hole. Amidst widespread online skepticism, Su Ruan had already arrived at the frozen riverbed gleaming with a ghostly blue light. Russian glaciologist Ivanov excitedly asserted that this was not ordinary ice, but a permafrost layer formed by extreme cold and high pressure over many years, with a strength more than 50 times that of ordinary ice, and even high explosives could only blast a shallow crater. These words immediately reversed public opinion. Viewers worldwide felt that no matter how strong Su Ruan was, she shouldn't defy the laws of physics. Even Chinese viewers began advising her to give up, arguing that there was still wolf jerky available and no need to risk everything for a few fish. Unable to hear the outside chatter, Su Wanwan had already reached the center of the frozen river. The deep blue ice beneath her feet was as smooth as a mirror, and through the tens of meters thick ice, she could vaguely see a huge black shadow moving about. She crouched down and tapped the ice. The dull echo proved the ice was extremely solid. Then, she raised her broken machete and chopped down with all her might, sparks flying, leaving only a shallow white mark on the ice, while the nick of the machete grew even larger. The livestream chat exploded instantly. Ivanov grinned smugly, convinced she would finally understand that brute force is utterly insignificant in the face of natural adversity. Su Cha-Cha quickly squeezed out tears, feigning concern for her sister. Su Wanwan glanced at the wood-chopping knife with disdain, casually took off her B-plus grade mutated snow wolf fur coat, and threw it into the snow. At minus 30 degrees Celsius, she was only wearing a thin bathrobe, yet her skin emitted a faint white vapor. The audience was stunned, thinking she had gone mad. But Su Wanwan in the footage showed no sign of coldness. Instead, she appeared focused, even somewhat excited. She moved her wrists and neck, her bones cracking crisply. She mentally inquired whether the hundredfold physical enhancement included muscles, bones, nerve responses, and explosive power. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, she took a deep breath of the frigid air and fully activated her divine-level physique. A fiery and violent power erupted within her, her heart pounding like a war drum. Beneath her slender right arm, the muscles bulged slightly, concealing a terrifying explosive force. Su Wanwan made no fancy moves, simply lowering her body, her back arching into a full bow, and aimed a pure, unadulterated punch at the 3-meter-thick layer of permafrost beneath her feet. Open. A pale fist tore through the air, crashing down like a meteorite. With a deafening roar, the permafrost, supposedly capable of withstanding high explosives, was instantly riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. The cracks spread wildly, covering an area of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The sickening cracking sounds echoed throughout. The next second, under the watchful eyes of more than 3 billion viewers worldwide, the entire ice sheet collapsed with a deafening roar. Tens of thousands of tons of blue ice were lifted dozens of meters into the air by the giant waves of the river, and then crashed down like hail, sending water, mist soaring into the sky. With a single punch, Su Wanwan actually blasted a hole in the ice more than 50 meters in diameter. She lightly leaped back, landing on the edge of the remaining ice layer, her clothes still dry. She shook her unharmed fist. Not bad. Not as hard as I imagined. The entire internet fell silent. In the expert panel, glaciologist Ivanov stared in disbelief, his pen falling to the floor. Su Cha-Cha's face turned deathly pale. Her earlier smugness had completely vanished into terror. What? Completely powerless? What? Unable to open a bottle cap? This was clearly a monster capable of punching through an aircraft carrier. A full minute later, the chat in the Chinese live stream exploded. Countless people exclaimed that the 3-meter-thick permafrost had been punched through with a single blow, apologized for their earlier concerns, and immediately began calling her Goddess Su. Just as everyone was celebrating, a huge silver figure was blasted out of the water by the shockwave. It was a mutated giant fish, more than 2 meters long and weighing over 100 kilograms, tumbling and leaping into the air. Suruanruanis gazes sharpant. She lightly touched the ice with her toes, instantly leaping over 10 meters and intercepting the giant fish mid-air. She pinched its gills and slapped its head, knocking the fish unconscious instantly. She landed back on the ice, carrying the fat fish that was taller than herself, and casually tossed it to the ground. Looking at the fish and the bubbling ice hole, she was still somewhat dissatisfied. Only one. The words had barely left her lips when a cold, resonant mechanical voice echoed across the blue star. Global broadcast. Chinese contestant Su Ruan has captured a 128 kilograms mutated top-grade abyssal silver cod, triggering a 10,000X manifestation mechanism, locking in a 100,000X critical hit. 12.8 million tons of SSS-grade top-grade abyssal silver cod are about to descend upon China's 3 major state-owned reservoirs. The figure of 12.8 million tons instantly ignited the entire nation of China. The Dongfeng Reservoir in central China, once the largest freshwater aquaculture base, had completely dried up due to years of extreme drought. The resettlement sites next to the reservoir were equally lifeless. Although supplies could fill their stomachs, the long-term lack of protein left the elderly and children emaciated and pale. The young soldier in charge of distributing sweet potatoes sighed as he looked at the crowd, saying that the elderly and children needed meat and protein, when suddenly the ground shook violently. The crowd, thinking it was an earthquake, screamed and scattered in all directions. The young soldier stared intently at the center of the dried-up reservoir. The cracked riverbed was torn open by fissures, and what gushed forth was not lava, but clear, cool water. Countless jets of water shot into the sky, and the Dongfeng Reservoir, which had been dry for years, visibly revived. In just 10 minutes, the water level filled the entire reservoir again, restoring its former vastness. But the miracle wasn't over. The water exploded with a deafening roar as countless giant silver fish, each over 2 meters long, leaped into the air like torpedoes, streaking through the air before crashing back down. The reservoir was teeming with these fish, their fins and tails thrashing about, making the entire surface resemble a boiling, silvery soup. A rich, savory aroma mingled with the steam wafted towards the resettlement site, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. The young soldier who had been complaining about the lack of protein was completely dumbfounded, and the sweet potato spoon in his hand clattered to the ground. Gazing at the school of fish leaping into the air, he murmured, "Is this the Dragon King appearing?" In the crowd, an elderly woman knelt down excitedly and kowtowed to the sky. "What Dragon King? This is the manifestation of God Su. God Su is a living bodhisattva. We have fish to eat. We have meat to eat." The entire resettlement site instantly erupted in cheers, and the Chinese people were also filled with ecstasy. In the desolate wilderness, Su Wanwan was completely unaware of the tremors outside. Staring at the over 100-kilogram silver cod before her, she began to worry about how to bring it back to the cabin 2 kilometers away. Carrying the whole fish back would be too strenuous, and dragging it would damage its skin. She only thought for 2 seconds before wielding her machete and swiftly chopping down the fish. With a flash of knife, ice shards and fish scales flew everywhere. In just 5 minutes, the giant silver cod had been neatly dissected, with a head, tail, succulent belly, and fillets all cut into perfect pieces. She picked out 20 pounds of fish belly and then picked up the fish head. The remaining fish meat was buried in an ice pit and sealed with ice and snow. In the desolate wilderness at minus 30 degrees Celsius, it instantly became a natural refrigerator. "That's it," Su Wanwan said, carrying the fish meat back to the hut, even humming a little tune. The viewers in the live stream were losing their minds. While others were struggling to survive in the desolate wilderness, she seemed to be out shopping at the market, carrying fish home to cook. Back in her cabin, Su Wanwan first added firewood to the hearth to make the fire blaze, then started thinking about lunch. It would be a waste to grill the premium fish. She remembered the old man in the countryside who used a stone stove and iron pot to stew vegetables. Lacking an iron pot, she used stones instead. Several pieces of metamorphic granite left over from building the house were trimmed with a machete and quickly stacked into a sturdy stone stove. As for the pot, she chose a recessed stone slab that she usually used as a water basin. The slab was placed on the stove, and the gaps were sealed with gravel and damp moss, and a rustic stone slab pot was ready. The plump fish belly was cut into large chunks and put into the pot along with the fish head. Su Wanwan poured in snow water. The flames rose, and the pot quickly began to bubble. The milky white fish soup boiled, and its fresh aroma quickly filled the wooden house. She then cut off the leftover ultra-cold black truffles from the morning, and thin slices fell into the pot. The exotic aroma of the truffles collided with the fresh taste of the fish soup. The irresistible aroma seemed to pierce through the screen, making viewers around the world salivate. Some lamented that they never wanted to eat moldy bread again, while others were even willing to trade their entire fortune for a spoonful of fish soup. Su Wanwan, still feeling the fire wasn't strong enough, took out a few more spirit cotton branches and threw them into the stove. The branches contained a faint fire element, and the flames instantly turned a bright orange red. The fish soup boiled even more violently, the broth thickening into an enticing milky white. The fish meat floated in the pot, already stewed until the meat and bones separated, melting at the slightest touch. Su Wanwan scooped up a spoonful of fish soup, blew on it to cool it, and then put it in her mouth. The fish meat was tender and smooth. The fish bones were rich and flavorful, and a unique aroma of truffles blended perfectly, making her eyes squint with delight at the deliciousness. She then picked up a piece of tender fish belly, which melted on her tongue with almost no chewing, leaving her mouth full of oil. Delicious! This was the most satisfying meal she had had since her rebirth. Just as she was engrossed in eating, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! The host's overall performance has triggered a massive global reaction. The faith value and support rate of the Chinese people have soared. Congratulations, host! Global reputation value has surpassed 100,000 for the first time. Hidden module unlocked. Su Wanwan paused in her munching on the fish head and looked up. Congratulations, host! Unlocked Shinong System Auxiliary Module. Basic Forging. Obtained the Divine Level Blueprint. 100 Refinements of Mortal Weapons Basic Scroll. Obtained Basic Metal Detection Function. Range 5 kilometers. A bronze book appeared before her eyes, its pages turning automatically. The first page revealed a 3D forging diagram of the extreme cold iron charcoal stove. Su Wanwan glanced at the diagram, then at the newly built stone stove, a slight smile playing on her lips. A blacksmith shop? Perfect. This broken woodcutter's knife needs an upgrade. But where's the ironer nearby? As soon as Su Wanwan finished speaking, the system interface in her mind immediately responded. Basic metal detection function activated. Scanning surface and shallow metal mineral distribution within a 5-kilometer radius. The environmental map in front of her instantly appeared with countless gray-brown spots, representing different metallic minerals. Su Wanwan scanned the less valuable mineral sites, and her gaze quickly settled on a dark gray area 300 meters northeast of the wooden house. High-quality surface hematite discovered. Purity over 65%. Reserves approximately 1.5 tons. Easy to mine and smelt. 300 meters, not far. After finishing a pot of stewed fish, Su Wanwan was full of energy. She picked up her wood-chopping knife, put on her thin bathrobe, and went out, completely ignoring the bitter cold outside. At this moment, scarlet alerts flashed frantically in the global live stream. A new wave of strong cold air has arrived. Current average temperature, minus 40 degrees Celsius. This temperature is enough to cause rapid necrosis of exposed skin, plunging global viewers into panic. Countless people switched to the live stream in the United States, where they saw the wilderness warrior Smith huddled in a drafty shack, shivering violently. His fire had long since gone out, and his legs below the knees were swollen and blackish purple. Medical experts solemnly announced that he had suffered third-degree frostbite with complete tissue necrosis. Without immediate amputation and antibiotics, sepsis would be fatal. Smith rummaged through his first aid kit for the last few military antibiotics, grabbed a handful of snow, and swallowed them with difficulty. He leaned against the cold tree trunk, panting, his eyes filled with despair. The American livestream room fell into a deathly silence. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Huaxiao livestream room was completely different. Su Wanwan carried a hematite boulder half her height back to the wooden house. The boulder weighed at least 200 or 300 pounds, but it felt as light as cotton on her shoulders. She casually tossed the boulder into a corner. Inside, the stewed fish was still steaming, warm as springtime. Because it was so hot, she even opened the door a crack to let in a cool breeze. Next, she prepared to forge an iron charcoal stove. The blueprints from the basic scroll of 100 refinements of mortal weapons were already etched into her mind. Every step was crystal clear. She first used a machete to chop the hematite into small pieces, then threw them directly into the burning smokeless wood fire pit. With a sizzling sound, they were quickly softened in the high temperature. Impurities turned into blue smoke, and orange-red molten iron slowly flowed out. Metallurgical experts in the real world were dumbfounded. Melting iron ore with firewood alone, without any blower or combustion aid, defied all common sense. They could only attribute the cause to that mysterious, smokeless wood. Once the ore had melted completely, Su Wanwan picked up the stone slab used for cooking fish, poured out the remaining broth, and then poured the molten iron into the groove of the slab, thus creating a simple cast iron mold. Lacking a hammer, she whittled a section of a century-old smokeless tree, trunk to make a mallet. After the molten iron solidified into an ingot, she placed it on a rock and swung the mallet down heavily. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew continuously. Her strength was astonishing, yet her strikes were incredibly precise. The iron ingots stretched and folded with repeated hammering, and the furnace body, furnace door, chimney, and charcoal pan, among other parts, were formed one by one according to the blueprints. An hour later, a set of tin charcoal stove parts were neatly laid out on the ground. Su Ruan assembled them using a riveting method, and soon, a half-person high, simple and practical tin charcoal stove stood in the center of the wooden house. She brought over a few pieces of burning smokeless wood and extended the chimney over the wall. The fire instantly blazed up, becoming more stable and intense than the original hearth fire. Within minutes, the temperature inside the room rose to 30 degrees Celsius, making it unbearably hot. Su Ruan nodded in satisfaction. With this stove, even if the outside temperature dropped to minus 50 degrees Celsius, she could stay indoors in her pajamas. Seeing that most of the silver cod meat was left, she simply sliced it into thin pieces, skewered them on wooden sticks, and hung them on the stove wall. Sizzle. The fish meat dried out, golden fish oil seeped out, and the aroma of caramelized saltiness filled the wooden house once again. Smith was holding his necrotic legs, waiting to die, while Su Ruan was warming herself by grilling dried fish slices. The two scenes formed the cruelest contrast. After a brief silence, the global online comments exploded. Some lamented that one side was hell on earth while the other was a paradise vacation. Others joked that Smith was prolonging his life with antibiotics, while Su Ruan was enjoying life with grilled fish slices. Just as the entire internet was celebrating, a chilling system notification sounded again. Extreme cold alert upgraded. A 12-hour extreme ice storm will arrive in 3 hours, with surface temperatures dropping to minus 45 degrees Celsius. The minus 45 degrees Celsius temperature brought the cheers to an abrupt halt. Viewers in the United States groaned in despair, and even Hattori Hanzo, hiding in a cave, turned blue from the cold. Meanwhile, in the Huaxiao livestream room, Su Ruan listened to the increasingly sharp wind outside, stood by the charcoal stove feeling the heat, and tore off a piece of crispy dried fish and put it in her mouth, crunching it with gusto. She glanced at the blizzard that was about to sweep across the world outside the window, but instead of being worried, she squinted her eyes with interest. It's so cold, perfect for testing the new furnace's limits. I just wonder how those people outside are going to get through tonight. Su Ruan's casual remark reached the ears of viewers worldwide, instantly eliciting groans of despair. It was a blatant Versailles, yet no one could refute it. While other contestants shivered and despaired in the minus 45 degrees Celsius polar storm, she leisurely ate dried grilled fish by her homemade tin stove. The contrast was heartbreaking. In the real world, in the Su family villa in Jiangcheng, a bone china teacup was smashed to pieces by Su Cha-Cha. She sat in a wheelchair, her face contorted with cold and jealousy. After the authorities banned her online troll accounts, her reputation was completely ruined. Those who once fawned over her turned against her, and as the apocalypse deepened, the Su family's aura of wealth and power quickly faded. Supplies were cut off, power was unstable, and heating in the villa area was completely shut down today. The temperature inside the house had dropped to minus 5 degrees Celsius, and Mr. and Mrs. Su were wrapped in thick quilts, their lips turning purple from the cold. On the screen, Su Ruan's little wooden cabin was warm and cozy, so warm that the door needed to be open for ventilation. Looking at her own damp, cold-down comforter, Su Cha-Cha completely broke down. Mom and Dad, did you see that? She's doing better than us in the wilderness. She's warming herself by the fire and eating fish, while we can only eat moldy biscuits. It's not fair. Su's father wanted to scold her, but the cold wind choked him, rendering him speechless. Su Cha-Cha's hatred intensified. Then she remembered she had one last card to play: live streaming. Her main account was banned, so she registered a new one, focusing the camera on her pale face and leg in a cast, tears welling up instantly. She cried about the end of the world, implied that Su Ruan was monopolizing resources and breaking the rules of the game, and even spread rumors that the United States and Japan were protesting against China and would join forces against it. Her pitiful background and aggrieved performance actually fooled a number of casual viewers. Public opinion, which had just stabilized, began to waver again. Just when Su Cha-Cha thought she was about to succeed, an accident happened in the Wilderness livestream room. Su Wanwan was eating dried fish when she suddenly frowned. The tin stove burned efficiently, but it also consumed a lot of wood. She needed to stock up on more smokeless wood to survive the 12-hour storm. She donned a large wolfskin coat, picked up a wood-chopping knife, and stepped into the snowstorm. At that moment, a fierce wind whipped up large snowflakes, ravaging the mountains and forests, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. Passing a patch of low bushes, she suddenly stopped. On her master-level environmental perception map, a faint golden dot representing life was flashing. Su Wanwan brushed aside the snow, revealing a small, fluffy white creature curled up in a snowdrift, almost blending into the snow. It was a newborn snow leopard cub, pure white except for a faint silver-gray tinge to its ear tips and tail. Its eyes were closed, its body was frozen stiff, and its belly was only slightly rising and falling. Clearly, its mother had likely met with misfortune, leaving the cub abandoned alone on the snowy plains, on the verge of death. The audience was immediately heartbroken and pleaded with Su Wanwan to save it. But Su Wanwan didn't immediately pick up the cub. She simply poked its stiff body and stroked its fur. System, scan this species. The system quickly provided the results. Mutant silver moon snow leopard cub, A-grade bloodline, with enormous potential, and may awaken extreme speed, shadow stealth, and frost breath in the future. More importantly, its fur has a natural temperature-regulating effect, allowing it to withstand temperatures as low as -70 degrees Celsius when it becomes an adult. Su Wanwan's eyes lit up as she stared at the snow leopard cub's fur for a moment, then pinched its round body. It's too small, it doesn't have much meat on it. The livestream chat instantly filled with question marks. Viewers were giving her strange looks, assuming she wanted to use the snow leopard cub as gloves or a snack. But the next second, Su Wanwan scooped the frozen snow leopard cub into her arms like a kitten. Fine, since your fur is nice, I'll take you home as a hand warmer. The audience was completely stunned. While others rescue small animals out of kindness, she adopted a dying class of ferocious beast cub simply because its fur was nice and could warm her hands. Back in the cabin, Su Wanwan placed the snow leopard cub next to the scorching charcoal stove to let it thaw on its own. Meanwhile, Su Cha-Cha's live stream exploded. You say Su Shun is selfish? She just rescued a snow leopard cub that was about to freeze to death in a blizzard. She brought so many supplies to China, and you turn around and accuse her? You're such an ingrate. The negative public opinion that had just been stirred up was instantly swept away by this hardcore adoption. Su Cha-Cha looked at the screen, full of insults, her face turning ashen. She couldn't understand why. Despite all her scheming, Su Wanwan always managed to easily defuse her plans in the most outrageous ways. In the wilderness, Su Wanwan didn't take the matter to heart at all. She had enough firewood, enough food, and even a hand warmer. Lying on her wolfskin bed, listening to the howling wind and snow, the crackling of the embers, and the contented purring of the snow cub, she yawned comfortably. I'll take a nap first. Just as she was about to fall asleep, the little snow leopard suddenly stood up, stumbled to the bedside, grabbed the hem of her robe, and desperately dragged her towards the door. Su Wanwan opened her eyes impatiently. Hungry? The dried fish is over there. Go eat it yourself. The little snow leopard remained unmoved, its newly opened sapphire eyes fixed on the darkness outside the door, a low warning growling from its throat. Su Wanwan frowned and abruptly sat up. Something was wrong. Where are you taking me? Su Wanwan looked down at the little snow leopard clinging to her clothes. The little guy was still nursing, but he was desperately pulling towards the side and back of the wooden house, his sapphire-like eyes filled with anxiety. The system map showed no danger there, but Su Wanwan knew that mutated creatures' intuition was sometimes sharper than scanning. She got up and followed, and the little snow leopard immediately ran to the corner and braced its head against a wall panel. Su Wanwan removed the wall panel that was fixed with mortise and tenon joints, revealing a hole that a person could crawl through. The outside was connected to the cliff, and the wind and snow were much less intense than in the direction of the main entrance. The little snow leopard crawled out first and turned back to urge her to follow. The extreme cold storm had reached its peak. Dark clouds loomed over the city, and a fierce wind whipped up snowflakes that stung the face like knives. Without a godlike resistance to the cold, An ordinary person would freeze to death in less than half a minute. The two, one human and one beast, braved the storm for over 10 minutes before arriving at a secluded mountain hollow. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, this hollow blocked most of the wind and snow, and the snowpack was much thinner than outside. The little snow leopard ran to the base of the rock face, frantically digging at the snow with its front paws, constantly calling out to Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan activated her master-level environmental perception, her vision piercing through the ground, her pupils immediately contracting. Beneath the mountain valley lies a vast vein of minerals, gleaming with an obsidian-like luster. Ding! Discovered ultra-high-quality, micro-sized extreme cold anthracite coal vein. Mutant crystallized anthracite, a top-tier energy source formed through extreme cold and high-pressure mutation, with a calorific value 120 times that of ordinary coal. Burns without smoke, odor, or residue. The ash can also be used as highly efficient fertilizer. Estimated total reserves: approximately 120 tons. Su Ruanruan's heart raced. A fist-sized lump of this coal would be enough to keep an average family warm for a week. In the apocalypse, energy was even more important than food. Although China had solved its basic food and shelter needs thanks to it, industry, transportation, and scientific research were still severely hampered by energy shortages. Without electricity, factories couldn't operate. Without fuel, vehicles couldn't move. This mineral vein before them was the key to breaking the deadlock. Su Ruanruan scooped up the little snow leopard and kissed it on the forehead. "You're not just a hand warmer, you're a treasure trove." The little snow leopard was stunned by the kiss, then purred contentedly and nuzzled her chin. Su Ruanruan placed it on a safe rock, picked up her worn-out wood-chopping knife, and said, "Get to work." With her god-level physique, her strength and stamina were almost limitless. The rusty wood-chopping knife landed on the coal seam, and the hard or cracked like tofu. Clang, clang, clang. Large chunks of shiny black coal were continuously dug out, quickly piling up into small mountains in the open space. The viewers in the live stream had watched her work part-time in food, construction, and forging before finally getting to mining, and were completely numb to it all. Su Ruanruan was completely absorbed in her work, chopping, digging, and carrying coal without stopping for a moment. A full day and night passed, the extreme ice storm subsided, and the morning light finally shone into the mountain valley. When she straightened up, the coal mountain behind her had already reached a height of over 10 meters. She had single-handedly mined out all 120 tons of top-grade anthracite coal in 24 hours using only a machete. Finally done. Su Ruanruan looked at her work and nodded in satisfaction. Just as the last piece of coal touched her palm, a system notification sounded. Ding! Detected the host's first mining of a strategic-grade energy resource. Mutated crystallized anthracite. Shenong's All Things Critical Strike system triggers 10.000x return mechanism. This product is an SS Plus level top-tier strategic energy, currently locking in the highest critical strike multiplier. Su Ruanruan held her breath. Critical strike multiplier locked. 100,000x. 100,000 times 120 tons is 12 million tons. Her heart skipped a beat, and then the globally shocking broadcast came crashing down. Global news. Chinese contestant Su Ruanruan has successfully mined a top-tier strategic energy source. Mutated crystallized anthracite. Triggered à 100,000-fold manifestation mécanisme. 12 million tons of SSS-grade high-combustion anthracite are about to materialize and arrive at major energy reserve centers across China. China erupted in jubilation, while world leaders felt a chill run down their spines. Food sustains life, clothing protects against the cold, but energy is the spark that ignites civilization. While other nations struggle in the face of impending doom, China has already secured its ticket to the next era. And the one who brought all this to light was that delicate girl who had once been mocked for wearing pajamas. At this moment, the leaders of all the countries had the same thought. Su Ruanruan is no longer an ordinary contestant. She's a goddess. 12 million tons of SSS-grade high-combustion anthracite are about to arrive at major energy reserve centers across China. After the global broadcast, the command center of China's top leadership was deathly silent for half a minute. The white-haired old general, staring at the mountain of coal piled on the screen, was moved to tears and abruptly issued an order. All energy, power, transportation, and logistics departments nationwide canceled their holidays and received and allocated coal at the highest level of combat readiness. Heating in key cities was restarted within 24 hours, and within 48 hours, the radiators in homes across the country were scorching hot. 12 million tons of anthracite coal were precisely distributed to storage centers across the country. After testing, engineers found it to be completely calorific. Its calorific value is 120 times that of ordinary grade A coal. Its combustion efficiency is close to 100%, and it is smokeless, dust-free, and pollution-free. The transport convoy set off overnight, heading to heating stations and power plants across the country. In just one night, a miracle swept across China, and once cold and desolate cities regained warmth and light. In the icy city of the north, the heating pipes, which had been idle for years, finally ignited. A mother placed her child's icy little hand on them, and the child smiled in a long-lost smile. Factories in the west roared back to life, and the neon lights along the eastern coast were lit up once more. Online, countless photos of people posing with scorching hot radiators flooded social media. Some wept with joy, while others, dressed in short sleeves, marveled at how sudden their happiness had arrived. The entire nation was immersed in long-awaited warmth and celebration. While some rejoiced, others despaired. In a Su family villa in Jiangcheng, Su Cha-Cha, wrapped in 2 damp, tattered blankets, shivered in her wheelchair. Watching the live broadcast of heating being restored across the country, her face was paler than the snow outside. The ultra-wealthy neighborhood where the Su family lived had become a forgotten corner. In the early days of the apocalypse, Su's father, in an attempt to show off his foresight, hoarded inferior charcoal and coal briquettes at exorbitant prices, and even forced the entire villa area to switch to his fuel. Those fuels have low calorific value and release toxic gases. They even caused a fatality a couple of days ago. When the government allocated coal, this self-sufficient, wealthy area was placed last in the allocation list. Ordinary people live in heated rooms, while the wealthy are freezing in their mansions. Dad, Mom, I've got an idea. Su Cha-Cha suddenly crawled to the fireplace and threw in the last box of compressed biscuits, trying to light it for warmth. But the biscuits wouldn't burn at all, only emitting acrid black smoke. Su's parents coughed from the fumes and angrily cursed her for being crazy. Su Cha-Cha suddenly turned around, her eyes bloodshot. Yes, I am crazy. It was you. It was Su Ruan who drove me crazy. The television on the wall was playing 2 images. One showed Chinese people celebrating the restoration of heating, and the other showed Su Ruan in the desolate wilderness. The charcoal stove in her log cabin was burning brightly, so hot that she took off her wolfskin coat and wore only a silk nightgown. Su Ruan, barefoot on the warm floor, made a bowl of sweet potato shaved ice with clean snow and half a mutated sweet potato. While the wilderness outside was frozen solid at minus 40 degrees Celsius, she was sweating inside, leisurely enjoying her dessert. This scene pierced Su Cha-Cha's eyes like a knife. She was consumed by jealousy. Why was that country bumpkin a god revered by all? Why did she, the pride of heaven, have to suffer from hunger and cold? Ah, Su Cha-Cha screamed as she grabbed the bronze ornament and smashed it against the living room mirror. With a bang, the mirror shattered into pieces, the fragments reflecting her twisted and crazed face, and also her completely shattered world. In a cabin in the desolate wilderness, Su Ruan finished her shaved ice and was about to take a nap. Suddenly, the snow leopard cub, which had been dozing by the charcoal stove, stood up abruptly, its fur bristling, and let out a low growl at the closed wooden door. Su Ruan instantly snapped to attention, her gaze turning coldly to the doorway. The environmental perception map showed no danger markers, and only the sound of wind could be heard outside, but she trusted the intuition of an A-level mutated beast. Someone, or something, was approaching. A bloodthirsty smirk crept across Su Ruan's face as she whispered, "Finally, a guest has arrived?" Su Ruan sat up from the warm wolfskin bed, her clear eyes calmly gazing at the wooden door. The little snow leopard growled incessantly, its white fur bristling, its 4 paws scratching restlessly at the floor, its eyes fixed intently on the doorway. "Be good, don't make a sound." Su Ruan gently tapped its forehead. The little snow leopard immediately quieted down, but its body remained tense. She extinguished the fire in the stove and listened intently. Apart from the howling of the polar storm outside, there was no other sound. Even on the map with master-level environmental perception, there were no signs of life. Someone approached, yet they were immune to conventional detection. Su Ruan, instead of being surprised, smiled, like a hunter who had spotted interesting prey and was preparing to welcome its guest. At that moment, an encrypted conversation was suddenly released on the global channel. Fujiwara Shin, a player from Japan, confirmed that Su Ruan's camp was located below the cliff, and their invisibility scrolls could still be maintained for 15 minutes. Park Sung-ho from South Korea was beaming with excitement, declaring that after seizing the supplies, the tin stove would be his, and the meat and furs would go to Fujiwara Shin. Fujiwara Shin sneered. A Chinese woman who survived by sheer luck didn't deserve these supplies. Park Sung-ho revealed his trump card. He had coated his crossbow bolts with his family's secret poison. If the bolts pierced the wooden wall and even grazed Su Ruan's skin, she would be paralyzed within 3 seconds, leaving her completely at their mercy. The news caused an uproar in the Chinese livestream. Viewers angrily condemned the two for their despicable actions, including a coordinated attack and the use of poison. Some viewers frantically shouted for Su Ruan to wake up, unaware that she had already sensed the danger. Su Ruan didn't reinforce the wooden wall, nor did she intend to fight head-on. She dragged a branch covered with mutated vines from the corner of the wall, cut off the branches, leaving only the vines that remained incredibly flexible even in the extreme cold. She wedged one end of the vine into the top of the door frame, then walked 5 meters outside the door and forcibly bent a birch tree as thick as a bowl, firmly tying the other end to the treetop, forming a giant bough full of power. Then, she used a sharpened stick as a trigger to hide the middle section of the vine in the snow in front of the door. As soon as someone stepped on the snow, the birch tree would spring back instantly, throwing that person upside down into the air. But that wasn't enough. Su Ruan cut off several sharp pieces of ice from the edge of the ice cave, stuck them upside down directly below the tripwire, leaving only the tips of the ice spikes exposed, and then covered them perfectly with snow. The person thrown from the air would land headfirst on the ice spikes. This wasn't an ordinary trap. It was a deadly trap. Having done all this, Su Ruan brushed the snow off her hands and casually returned inside. She lay back down on the wolfskin bed, tucked the snow leopard cub into her arms, covered herself with the blanket, and said softly, "All right, go to sleep." Soon, her breathing became steady and long again. The more than 3 billion viewers were completely stunned. Those who were worried about her just moments ago now realized that Su Ruan didn't take the two attackers seriously at all. They were just prey who had willingly walked into the trap. In the wind and snow, Fujiwara Shin and Park Sung-ho approached the cabin under the cover of darkness. Park Sung-ho stared at the dark window and chuckled greedily. The lights aren't even on. That woman must be fast asleep. Fujiwara Shin drew his poison dagger, reminding him not to damage the wolf pelt. The two men crept towards the wooden door from either side, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Park Sung-ho sprinted ahead, his right foot slamming into the snow. Click! A faint sound came, and just as Park Sung-ho sensed something was wrong, a terrifying force wrapped around his ankle. With a whoosh, he was instantly pulled off the ground, flying backwards into the night sky, his scream piercing the snowy night. Fujiwara Shin's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could even understand what was happening, another muffled thud and an even more terrified scream came from mid-air. Fujiwara-kun, help me. We're stuck together. Park Sung-ho's agonizing scream tore through the sub-zero night. Fujiwara Shin looked up abruptly and saw that the birch tree had straightened up again, its mutated vines stretched into a deadly rope. At the end of the vine, Park Sung-ho hung upside down in mid-air, his limbs kicking frantically. Above him, Fujiwara Shin, dressed in black, was also dangling. Fujiwara Shin was completely dumbfounded. He only remembered that when Park Sung-ho triggered the trap, he instinctively reached out to pull him up, only to be flung into the sky by the terrifying force of the birch tree's rebound. Unfortunately, when they reached the highest point, the buckle on his backpack got tangled in the metal buckle on Park Sung-ho's boots. So, 2 unlucky souls ended up hanging from a vine, becoming upside-down popsicles for the entire internet to watch. The Chinese livestream chat erupted in laughter, with the chat flooded with comments. Some said Su Ruan's trap was a buy-one-get-one free deal, while others joked that they looked like two strings of sausages hanging at the door. Other countries, however, remained silent. Viewers in the United States, remembering the soldier waiting for his amputation in his shack, felt incredibly conflicted. Meanwhile, the live streams in Japan and South Korea resembled funerals. The commentators from both countries were still stubbornly trying to justify their claims. One said Fujiwara Shin was a jonin skilled in traps and couldn't possibly have made a mistake. The other claimed Park Sung-ho only wanted a friendly exchange of supplies. But the scene before them had already slapped them in the face. In the cold wind, the two upside-down figures grew increasingly miserable. Blood rushed to their heads. Their faces turned purplish red, their eyeballs bulged, and their bodies stiffened at a visible speed. Puivoro-kun, I can't feel my hands. Park Sung-ho pleaded desperately. Fujiwara Shin was in even worse shape. His head had just hit a tree trunk, leaving him barely conscious, only trembling instinctively. Their concealment scrolls had long since failed, and their weapons, coated with deadly poison, were now useless decorations. Just as the two were about to freeze solid, the cabin door finally opened. Wrapped in a large, silver-gray wolfskin coat, Su Ruan yawned as she stepped out of the warm wooden house, as if she had just been awakened by the commotion outside. Park Sung-ho immediately saw a lifeline and begged desperately for mercy, offering to hand over all his supplies. Fujiwara Shinya spoke hoarsely, promising that the Sakura Kingdom would remember her kindness. Global audiences were speculating whether Su Ruan would release the two men or take the opportunity to demand compensation. But she merely glanced at them, her gaze as calm as if she were looking at two troublesome stones. Then, she walked to the tree and gently kicked their dangling backpacks. Several compressed biscuits fell from Park Sung-ho's tattered backpack into the snow. Su Ruan's eyes lit up immediately. She wasn't interested in the two of them. All she cared about were the supplies. The next second, she raised her broken machete, but instead of cutting the vines, she slashed twice at the straps connecting their backpacks. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh! Asterisk the two backpacks detached from her body in an instant, crashing heavily onto the snow. Su Ruan squatted down, emptied their contents, and began skillfully cleaning up the battlefield. Fujiwara Shin's bag contained military biscuits, a high-grade windproof lighter, medical bandages, smoke grenades, and shuriken. Park Sung-ho's bag was even more meager, containing only biscuits, a compass, and a knock poison crossbow. Su Ruan stuffed the biscuits, lighter, bandages, and compass into her bosom. She dismissively tossed aside the smoke bombs, shuriken, and poison crossbow, clearly not wanting them. Park Sung-ho cried out that it was their last food, but Su Ruan didn't react. She then casually untied the leather water bottle from Fujiwara Shin's waist. She opened the container, smelled it to confirm it contained clean water, and hung it contentedly around her waist. The entire looting process was swift and efficient, without a single wasted word. Having collected her spoils, Su Ruan clapped her hands and turned to go back inside. Throughout the entire ordeal, she didn't glance at the two intruders who were nearly frozen to death. This utter disregard is more infuriating than mockery or beatings. Stop! Fujiwara Shin roared, on the verge of collapse. The National Fortune game forbids the cruelty and killing of players. You will be punished by the system, and you will implicate the entire nation of China. Su Ruan stopped and slowly turned around. In the wind and snow, she tilted her head, seemingly deep in thought. A glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of the audience in Japan and South Korea. Then, she spoke calmly. Oh, torture. She pointed to the vines dangling them, then to the two of them. You two ran into this yourselves? What does it have to do with me? Then, her gaze fell on their thick, high-quality cold-weather combat suits, and a chilling smile curled at the corner of her lips. I'm just taking my own spoils. You too. Aren't you still wearing your clothes? Fujiwara Shin and Park Sung-ho's minds went blank. Before they could even understand what was happening, Su Ruan had already raised her broken wood-chopping knife, revealing an innocent smile. But you did remind me, she said. Aren't you hot wearing such thick clothes in this cold weather? Su Ruan asked lightly. Aren't you hot? She had an innocent smile on her face, but she was holding the woodcutter's knife that had just shown its sharpness in her hand, which instantly shattered Fujiwara Shin and Park Sung-ho's last psychological defenses. It's not hot. It's not hot at all. Park Sung-ho was so frightened that he was incoherent, tears and snot freezing on his face as he desperately begged for mercy. They knew very well that being stripped naked in minus 40 degrees Celsius was no different from waiting to die. Fujiwara Shinya completely lost his dignity, repeatedly apologizing in broken Chinese, calling himself a pig and a dog, only begging Su Ruan to let them go. The two A-level contestants who were just moments ago so arrogant and domineering were now wagging their tails and begging for mercy like dogs. The livestream chat room in China erupted in excitement. Viewers were thoroughly enjoying themselves, especially Su Ruan's question, "Isn't it hot?" which became the most scathing interrogation. Su Ruan weighed the wood-chopping knife in her hand but ultimately didn't use it, not out of soft-heartedness, but simply because she found it dirty. She muttered, noisy, turned, and went back to her cozy little wooden house, slamming the door shut. Fujiwara Shin and Park Sung-ho were left hanging in the cold wind, like two strings of despairing sausages. The game prohibits intentional killing, but the system will not intervene if someone dies from stepping into a trap and being unable to escape. Back inside, Su Ruan tossed her spoils onto the table. 3 packs of compressed biscuits, bandages, a compass, a water bottle, and a high-quality windproof lighter. Though ordinary, they were free supplies. She pressed the lighter, and a steady blue flame appeared. Much easier than starting a fire by friction, she happily put it in her pocket. Just then, a system notification sounded. The system detected that she outmaneuvered 2 A-level intruders without sustaining any damage, causing a global sensation. The Chinese people's faith in her reached fanatical levels, while other countries' awe and fear of her also surged dramatically. Her global reputation surpassed 500,000, officially unlocking the advanced module. A dazzling golden light converged on the system interface, finally transforming into an ancient jade scroll that slowly unfurled. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the Shinong system's advanced construction module, Ecological Constant Temperature Greenhouse. Obtained a divine-level blueprint. Springtime all-year-round spirit plant ecological cyclic greenhouse, beginner. This greenhouse can simulate ecological cycles, ignoring extreme external environments and autonomously regulating temperature and humidity. It can cultivate both non-mutated and low-level mutant plants, shortening their growth cycle by 80%, doubling their yield, and potentially even inducing benign mutations. The required materials include the skeleton of a large mutated creature, highly translucent crystals, soil rich in spiritual energy, and a stable heat source. Su Ruan's breathing quickened slightly. The value of this item far exceeded all the resources she had previously obtained. Food, clothing, and energy can only keep people alive, but a greenhouse means a continuous supply of food and true self-sufficiency. She could absolutely build her own safe home in this desolate wasteland. Su Ruan's eyes lit up, and she immediately rushed out of the wooden house, ignoring the 2 popsicles still struggling in the wind, and began to survey the terrain. The greenhouse needed a location that was sheltered from the wind, sunny, and close to a water source, and the area next to the wooden house perfectly met those requirements. The cliff could serve as a natural wall. The southeast-facing orientation ensured ample sunlight, and there was an ice hole she had carved out just a few dozen meters away, so water was plentiful. She immediately decided to build the greenhouse there. Su Ruan pulled a glowing branch from the fire pit and, starting from the side wall of the wooden house, drew a semicircle in the snow. 20 meters long and 10 meters wide, a full 200 square meters, she was not building a vegetable shed, but a giant indoor farm. The audience was stunned. She'd barely hung the intruder up before starting to plan farmland. No one could keep up with Su Ruan's pace. But many more were already anticipating what kind of miracle she would create this time. The foundation and heat source are in place. The soil can be a mixture of coal, ash, and mud, and the roof can be made of the blue glowing permafrost from the ice cave. Now, the most important thing is the large mutated biological skeleton that can support the dome. She needed strong enough bones with natural curves to support her. As she pondered this, the little snow leopard nuzzled her trouser leg, looked up at the snow-covered, deep, and dangerous forest, and let out a soft cry. Su Ruan immediately understood what it meant. She rubbed the little guy's head, her eyes sharpening. "You're right. If you want the best materials, you have to go to the most dangerous places to find them." She took a deep breath of the frigid air, her gaze seemingly piercing through the dense forest, locking onto the lurking behemoths. Then, she gave the little snow leopard command. Come on, baby, lead the way. We're gonna hunt some big guys to build a house. Come on, baby, lead the way. Let's hunt some big guys to build a house. Su Ruan gave the order, and the little snow leopard cried out excitedly, turning into a white lightning bolt and rushing into the dense forest. Although the cub was small, its instincts as an A-level mutated beast had already awakened, and it moved through the forest with astonishing speed, becoming her most reliable guide. Su Ruan followed behind, carrying her broken wood-chopping knife at a leisurely pace. She was still wearing a thin silk nightgown, a wolf pelt casually draped over her shoulder. The steam rising from her fair skin kept out the sub-zero temperatures of over 30 degrees below zero. The viewers in a live stream had mixed feelings. One second, she was a pastoral farm owner. The next, she was leading a snow leopard into the forest to hunt, even personally sourcing building materials from the wilderness. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding smokeless forest gradually disappeared, giving way to a mutated iron birch forest, its trees entirely black and covered in sharp thorns. The snow was thicker, and the wind echoed through the forest, carrying an eerie chill. On the environmental perception map, the red danger dots grew increasingly dense. Hibernating ice, silkworm nests, corrosive mutated moss. Everywhere were potentially deadly traps. But Su Ruan, led by the snow leopard, always stayed on the safest path, as if she were already familiar with this death forest. Half an hour later, the snow leopard cub suddenly stopped, arched its back, and let out a low growl. Su Ruan looked up and saw three enormous creatures feeding around the remains of their prey in an open area 50 meters away. Those were three mutated ice bears. Each one was over 3 meters tall at the shoulder, covered in translucent, white, icy fur, and its muscles bulged like rocks. The cold air they exhaled condensed into white frost the moment it hit the ground. A system notification immediately sounded. Mutant Frostbone Giant Bear, a B+ rank mutated beast, capable of manipulating small areas of frost. Its skeleton's hardness is comparable to B rank alloy. With 3 appearing simultaneously, the danger level has increased to a rank. Immediate avoidance is advised. The audience felt a chill run down their spines. It didn't look like a bear at all. It looked more like 3 heavy tanks draped in animal skins. The experts also looked grave, concluding that Su Ruan had finally encountered an insurmountable foe. Su Ruan didn't back down. Instead, she frowned. She had come out specifically to find large, hard-boned creatures to use as building materials for her cabin. Now, with her prey right in front of her, the 3 ice bears were only focused on eating and showed no intention of attacking. She clicked her tongue in disdain, bent down, grabbed a snowball, and threw it at the largest leading ice bear. Thud! The snowball struck the back of the ice bear's head precisely, shattering into a shower of snowflakes. The lead ice bear froze, slowly turning its massive head, its icy blue, beastly eyes locking onto Su Ruan. Roar! The roar shook the snow-covered forest, sending snow flying. The other 2 ice bears turned around, their 3 pairs of murderous eyes fixed on her. The audience went completely crazy. No one had expected her to provoke 3 A-level beasts. Facing the enraged bear, Su Ruan finally smiled. That's more like it. She cracked her knuckles and ankles, her bones making crisp popping sounds. God-level physique, 100% power activated. A scorching and violent power exploded within her. The lead ice bear charged forward, its several-ton body moving like a white blur, its fangs bared as it lunged at her head. Su Ruan neither dodged nor evaded, but instead took a step forward to meet the giant bear. The ground sank slightly, and her figure suddenly rose into the air, twisting her body as her right leg transformed into a whip-like shadow that tore through the air. Bang! The high-spinning kick landed precisely on the giant bear's prominent spine. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking echoed through the snowy forest. The charging frostbone giant bear froze abruptly, its fierce light quickly fading. Its massive body slid past Su Ruan as if it had lost its support, crashing heavily into the snow more than 10 meters away. One blow, and her spine snapped. Su Ruan landed lightly, not even a strand of her hair disheveled. She shook her right leg, then looked at the other 2 ice bears, frozen in place by their leader's sudden death, a cold smile playing on her lips. Don't just stand there, it's your turn. Come at me all at once. I'm in a hurry. Su Wanwan's calm words, however, sounded like a death sentence to the remaining two frostbone giant bears. Their beastly instincts sent shivers down their spines, and they dared not even think of avenging their leader. They turned and fled in different directions. Trying to run? Su Wanwan's gaze turned cold, and her figure vanished instantly. The hundredfold speed granted by her divine physique erupted, and she transformed into a blur, catching up with the giant bear on her right in the blink of an eye. Just as the giant bear sensed the force of the wind behind it, a pale fist slammed into its back. With a thud, the fist pierced through thick flesh, penetrating directly through its heart, and the massive beast collapsed with a crash. Another instant kill. Su Wanwan lightly touched the ground with her toes and turned to chase after the other bear. The bear was about to rush into the iron birch forest, but she stepped in front of it, completely cutting off its escape route. In despair, the giant bear stood upright, its two massive paws lashing down with a fierce wind, enough to flatten an armored vehicle. Su Wanwan's expression didn't even change. She simply raised her old, worn-out woodcutter's knife and flicked it upwards. With a soft thud, the rusty machete sliced through the giant bear's arms cleanly, as if cutting through tofu. Blood splattered from the paws, and the bear howled as it collapsed to its knees. Su Wanwan gave it no chance to breathe, flashing to its side and precisely slicing through its carotid artery with the machete. Blood gushed forth, and the third frostbone giant bear fell to the ground in the snow. From the moment she made her move until all three giant bears were dead, less than 30 seconds passed. The more than 3 billion viewers in the live stream watched in stunned silence as the petite figure stood amidst the carnage, her clothes spotless. It wasn't until much later that the comment section erupted. Some finally understood why Su Wanwan complained about only frying one fish. Some exclaimed that she was ruthless and powerful, and others lamented that while the U.S.'s elite soldiers were still struggling to survive, Chinese contestants were already using ill-level beasts as building materials. Unaware of the tremors outside, Su Wanwan walked to the bear carcass in the wilderness. The system immediately completed a scan. The bear hide could withstand extreme cold and could be used to make tents and armor. The bear tendons were suitable for making bowstring traps. The bear bones were harder than Grey alloys and were top-grade load-bearing materials. What she cared about most was the frost bear meat. The finest bear meat contained life, energy, and frost essence. Long-term consumption could enhance physical fitness, resist the cold, and even have the chance to awaken a frost affinity constitution. This was no ordinary food. It was a treasure capable of transforming a person completely. Su Wanwan immediately commanded in her mind, "System, trigger return." She wielded her wood-chopping knife, quickly skinning, removing tendons, deboning, and dividing the meat. The complete bear skin, thick bear tendons, and giant bear bones were collected one by one, and the mountain of bear meat transformed into countless golden specks of light when it touched her palm. The next moment, a global broadcast commenced. Chinese contestant Su Wanwan successfully hunted 3B+ grade frostbone giant bears, obtaining top-tier strategic resources, high-energy cold-resistant alien beast meat. Triggered a 10,000X manifestation mechanism, a 100,000X critical hit confirmed. 30,000 tons of SSS-grade top-tier frostbone giant bear meat are about to arrive at cold chain storage centers in major war zones across China. The news of 30,000 tons of bear meat instantly ignited the passion of 1.4 billion Chinese people. While sweet potatoes, cotton, and coal had previously solved survival problems, this discovery of exotic beast meat has set the entire nation on a path of extraordinary evolution. Inside a border post in the far north military region, the veteran sergeant was rubbing his hands, which were covered in chilblains and swollen joints. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, and headquarters issued SSS-level special supplies. Everyone immediately went to the mess hall to collect them. In the center of the mess hall, several enormous chunks of meat, like rubies, appeared out of thin air. The cooks stewed the bear meat in a large pot, and the rich aroma of the meat quickly filled the air. Each soldier received a bowl of steaming hot meat soup. After drinking the soup and eating the meat, the old squad leader felt a surge of warmth rush from his stomach to his limbs. His hands, which had been stiff for many years, began to feel numb and hot, and the chilblains and swollen joints subsided at a visible speed. "My hand is healed." The old sergeant was moved to tears. The same miracle was unfolding in hospitals, sanatoriums, and among countless people suffering from the aftereffects of the extreme cold. In just one day, the average physical condition of the Chinese people experienced an epic leap. In the high-level command center, the old general, watching the ever-increasing data, trembled. This isn't about resources. It's about the evolution of the entire nation. Su Ruanruan is creating a stronger future for China. In the desolate wilderness, after processing the supplies, Su Ruanruan's gaze fell upon the bare bones. She especially admired the dozen or so enormous ribs, each 7 or 8 meters long with a perfect curve, which made her nod in satisfaction. The most important piece of the greenhouse puzzle was finally complete. She used bare tendons to bind the giant bones together, forming a small mountain of building materials. Then, standing in front of the pile, she began to drag it. Under the numb yet shocked gaze of a global audience, the petite Su Ruanruan dragged the giant beast skeleton step by step across the snowfield toward the small wooden house. She left a long trail behind her, as if leading directly to a miracle. A white-haired guide from the United States murmured in a daze. She used the bones of a giant beast as material. What kind of miracle is she trying to create? In a live stream, Su Ruanruan dragged dozens of giant beast skeletons, as if she were pulling a moving mountain, step by step towards the wooden house across the snowfield. The deep drag marks she left behind seemed to demarcate the boundary between mortals and gods. She dragged the mountain of bones to the semicircular open space next to the cabin and tossed it aside. A deafening roar shook the snow-covered ground, but she didn't even lose her breath. Professor Adams, sitting in the panel of experts, immediately began his analysis. These bones resembled the ribs and spine of a giant bear, with a hardness far exceeding that of natural materials on Earth, even approaching that of military-grade titanium alloys. But no matter how hard the material is, it's still just a material. To assemble an irregular, massive curved skeleton into a dome that can withstand a blizzard, modern architecture relies on modeling, cutting, welding, and collaboration among professional teams. Su Ruanruan was all alone, with only a rusty woodcutter's knife. Adams asserted that she had no chance of assembling the bones and would only end up with a pile of scrap. However, Su Ruanruan had already reached the pile of bones, casually lifting a huge rib 7 or 8 meters long, as lightly as picking up a stick. She carefully touched the joints at both ends, and the entire structure of the greenhouse blueprints appeared in her eyes. Those intricate details, down to the micrometer level, all transformed into clear lines in her eyes. Su Ruanruan softly uttered, "I see," and raised the machete. With a clang, sparks flew. The bare bone, as hard as alloy, was sliced open like cork under a knife. She sliced, chopped, chiseled, and dug, her movements so fast they were almost invisible, yet each cut was terrifyingly precise. In the blink of an eye, a delicate groove was carved into the end of the rib. Then, she shaved out a protrusion at the corresponding position on another bone to fit into it. Professor Adams' eyes widened, his breathing quickened. It was clearly the mortise and tenon structure of ancient Chinese architecture. Even a slight deviation in precision when using mortise and tenon joints on a curved, massive structure could cause the entire dome to collapse. Without measuring tools or blueprints, how could Su Ruanruan possibly achieve this level of skill with just her eyes and a machete? The next second, she gave the answer with her actions. She lifted the 2 prepared ribs, aligned the tenons with the mortises, and gently snapped them together. With a crisp click, the 2 giant bones fit together perfectly, without the slightest gap, as if they were meant to be connected that way. Adams jumped to his feet, his face filled with disbelief. This precision, this mechanical structure, was beyond his comprehension. What Su Ruanruan held in her hand wasn't a broken woodcutter's knife, but rather a divine weapon that had created miracles. The livestream room in Huaxia instantly erupted in excitement. Countless viewers exclaimed at the incredible wisdom of their ancestors, even saying that Su Ruanruan had completely overturned the professor's worldview. But Su Ruanruan didn't stop. In the wilderness, the crisp sound of hammering rang out continuously, and bare bones were given new shapes in her hands. Tenons, mortises, dovetail joints. She used all kinds of ancient techniques with effortless skill. 2 hours later, she precisely snapped the last massive vertebra, which served as the central axis of the dome, into the center of the skeleton. A semicircular skeleton, 7 or 8 meters high and spanning over 20 meters, finally rose from the ground. Dozens of snow-white, crystalline animal bones intertwined and interlocked tightly, forming an indestructible dome. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the skeleton, casting dappled shadows on the snow. The skeletal structure was solemn and awe-inspiring, like a divine temple lost in the snowy plains, silencing the entire world. Su Ruanruan stood under the skeleton, brushed the bone fragments off her hands, and nodded in satisfaction. The skeleton is there, and it's quite sturdy. She looked up at the huge gap between the skeletons, then at the several intact, ice crystal bear skins beside her, and said calmly, "Next, it's time to top it off and start farming." Professor Adams tensed up again. Bearskin could block the wind and keep warm, but it couldn't let in light. Without a transparent roof, this greenhouse was ultimately just a magnificent skeleton tent. Just when everyone thought she would be stuck on the lighting problem, Su Ruanruan turned around and found a few long-forgotten, mutated spirit cotton seeds, casually tossing them into the newly leveled soil in the center of the greenhouse. Then, she took the spiritual spring water drawn from the ice hole and poured it directly onto the seeds without even melting the ice crystals. In a live stream, the white-haired biology professor slammed his fist on the table, his voice trembling with excitement. "I understand. What she really wanted wasn't cotton. What will these seeds grow into?" Chapter 27. Accelerating the Growth of Psychic Tomatoes and Bok Choy. Amidst the excited roar of the Chinese biology professor, all eyes in the world were fixed on the few black seeds in the center of the greenhouse frame. As the spiritual spring water fell, the mutated spirit cotton seeds once again glowed white, and a system notification sounded in Su Ruanruan's mind. The advanced life catalysis of the Shinnong system was officially activated. Because this was a spiritual plant ecological cycle greenhouse, the catalytic efficiency tripled, and the probability of plant mutation also increased accordingly. The spiritual energy within Su Ruanruan's body began to be rapidly consumed. The next second, the seed swelled and burst open, and tender shoots emerged from the soil at a speed far exceeding that of the snow-covered cotton. But instead of growing upwards, they spread rapidly along the ground towards the massive bare bone framework. The main root plunged into the energy-rich soil, and the emerald green vines, like serpents, climbed and coiled along the snow-white animal bones. In less than half a minute, the 7 or 8 meter high skeletal dome was completely covered by the vines. Then, large heart-shaped green leaves sprouted from among the vines. The leaves intertwined and merged, eventually forming a thick, semi-transparent plant canopy, like a piece of emerald glass covering a dome. Sunlight streamed through the roof, transforming into a warm, soft green halo, turning the interior of the greenhouse into a fairyland. Professor Adams, the architectural luminary of the United States, slumped into his chair, his face filled with disbelief. He stared at the screen in awe, convinced that what Su Ruanruan had created was not an ordinary roof, but a living structure capable of self-repair and photosynthesis. Meanwhile, global audiences were already numb to the sheer number of things she had accomplished. Su Ruanruan gazed at the living greenhouse with satisfaction. The frame and roof were in place. Now it was time to plant vegetables. She took 2 paper packets from under the wolfskin rug, containing seeds for high-yield mutant tomatoes and cold-resistant bok choy. These seeds were originally just ordinary varieties from before the apocalypse, but after being nourished by the space, they acquired a trace of spiritual energy. She mixed smokeless coal, ash, and humus to create a patch of incredibly fertile black soil. Then, she bent down to dig holes, buried the seeds one by one in the soil, and watered them with spiritual spring water. The system notification sounded again. The advanced life catalysis was activated for the second time, and an amazing green vitality burst forth in the greenhouse. Within the tomato area, countless tender shoots broke through the soil, growing, flowering, and bearing fruit in one seamless process. The unripe fruits quickly swelled and turned red, transforming in the blink of an eye into fist-sized, crystal-clear, ruby-like psionic tomatoes. On the other side, the bok choy was growing wildly, with tender, emerald-green cabbages sprouting from the soil, even plumper than the most vibrant vegetables before the apocalypse. In less than 5 minutes, the empty greenhouse had transformed into a bountiful fruit and vegetable garden. Outside the greenhouse lay a desolate, icy wasteland, but inside, it was filled with red tomatoes and green cabbages, the air thick with the fresh scent of earth and produce. Su Ruan casually picked a tomato, wiped it on her clothes, and took a bite. The sweet and sour juice exploded in her mouth, the long-lost refreshing taste making her squint her eyes. Just as she took her first bite, a grand mechanical voice suddenly resounded through the sky, and all the Chinese people instantly held their breath. The system detected that she had planted and harvested psionic tomatoes and mutated bok choy for the first time in the shelter, triggering the Shinnong Myriad Things critical strike system's return mechanism. After calculation, the critical strike multiplier was ultimately locked at 100,000 times. The global broadcast then announced that Chinese contestant Su Ruan had successfully harvested top-quality, selenium-rich spiritual fruits and vegetables. 50 million tomato and cabbage combo packs would be distributed as a vegetable rain to all survivor settlements in China. The phrase vegetable rain entered the minds of 1.4 billion Chinese people, causing the entire country to erupt in excitement. For more than 2 years after the apocalypse, people had barely survived on tree bark, sweet potatoes, and animal meat. Fresh vegetables had long been a luxury they could only dream of. Long-term deficiencies in vitamins and trace elements have led countless people to suffer from scurvy, night blindness, and skin diseases, pushing their bodies to the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, in a resettlement site converted from a stadium on the eastern coast, a little girl lies weakly in a hospital bed. She suffered from severe scurvy, causing her gums to ulcerate, making even drinking water painful and bringing tears to her eyes. Her mother sat helplessly by her bedside, when suddenly a deafening scream erupted outside. Some shouted that it was raining, while others realized it wasn't raining at all. The gray sky was torn open by golden cracks, and countless red and green lights fell from the sky. Tomatoes and cabbages, bathed in soft golden light, drifted down like feathers to various parts of the resettlement site, and the fresh aroma of fruits and vegetables instantly dispelled the stuffy, musty smell. The crowd erupted in jubilation. Everyone knew this was a supply sent by Su Shun. The little girl's mother rushed through the rain of vegetables, picked up the biggest, reddest tomato, and ran back to her daughter's bedside to feed it. The little girl took a bite, and the sweet and sour juice moisturized her chapped lips and ulcerated gums. A warm and comforting feeling spread throughout her body, and hope finally shone again in her once dim eyes. The same scene unfolded in every corner of China. This vegetable rain not only ended the 2-year vitamin crisis, but also brought green, a symbol of hope and new life, to all those struggling in this apocalyptic world. Online, countless people shared photos of the amazing fruit and vegetable gift packs they received, turning Chinese social media into a sea of red and green. Some were moved to tears, some ate whole cabbages raw, and others thanked Su Ruan for saving their sick relatives. Soon, netizens asked curiously what good food their idol, Su Shun, was eating these days. This question, like a pebble dropped into a lake, instantly piqued everyone's curiosity. But for some, the answer to this question is the sharpest and cruelest knife. Chapter 28. The fake heiress's allergic reaction to rotten vegetable leaves causes facial damage. I really want to know, what delicious food is our God Su eating right now? This happy and curious comment was magnified into gold text by the National Fortune live streaming system and displayed at the top of the Huaxiao live streaming room. However, the camera cut from a nationwide celebration back to the cold villa of the Su family in Jiangxing. The affluent neighborhood hadn't been heated yet, and the room temperature had dropped to minus 10 degrees Celsius. Mr. and Mrs. Su, wrapped in blankets and curtains, huddled on the sofa, shivering, their former dignity as a wealthy couple long gone. In a corner of the restaurant, Su Cha-Cha lay sprawled on the floor, her hair disheveled, rummaging through a stinking garbage bag for food. Her face, which she had meticulously maintained for 18 years, was now completely ruined. Having eaten moldy food for a long time and suffering from severe malnutrition, her face was covered with red rashes, pustules, and ulcerated patches, with yellow pus flowing down her cheeks and emitting a foul odor. With her festering hands, she dug out a few blackened, rotten vegetable leaves, ignoring the dirt and grime, and stuffed them into her mouth. They were rotten roots and leaves discarded by her neighbors, and the only food the Sioux family could find these days. The official distribution of supplies was based on contribution and credit rating. The Sioux family had maliciously slandered athletes in the national competition and were therefore placed in the lowest category, not even qualified to receive sweet potatoes, and could only survive by scavenging garbage. The rotten vegetable leaves were bitter and astringent. Sioux Cha-Cha had only chewed a couple of bites when she gagged violently, even vomiting bile. She hated Sioux Ruan, and she hated even more this world that had dragged her into the mire. Just then, the holographic television in the living room lit up again. On one side of the screen, countless people were holding tomatoes and cabbages, their faces beaming with happiness. On the other side, Sioux Ruan's greenhouse was in the desolate wasteland. The greenhouse was warm and cozy. Sioux Ruan sat on a bearskin rug, her lips still glistening with juice from a tomato she had just finished eating. She wore no makeup, but her skin was fair and radiant. Beside her were tomatoes and bok choy, still glistening with dew. A snow-white leopard cub hugged a tender cabbage, happily munching away. The scene was serene and beautiful, forming a cruel contrast to the cold, foul-smelling villa of the Sioux family. As Sioux Cha-Cha stared at Sioux Ruan's flawless face, and then touched her own face covered in festering sores, the last thread of reason in her mind snapped completely. Why? Why? She jumped up like a madwoman, grabbed the heavy brass candlestick from the dining table, and smashed it against the television. She wanted nothing more than to smash Sioux Ruan's face to pieces. With a bang, the $1 million holographic television shattered instantly. Sparks flew a few times, and the screen went completely black. "You're a madman." Mr. Sioux stood up in a rage. This television was their only source of information from the outside world, and now Sioux Cha-Cha had smashed it. He could no longer tolerate this ugly, troublemaking daughter, and rushed over to slap her hard across the face. A crisp slap rang out, and Sioux Cha-Cha was slammed against the wall, collapsing to the ground. The scab pustules on her face burst open, and pus and blood mingled and flowed all over her face. She covered her face, staring at her father in disbelief. The father who had once doted on her and indulged her every whim now only showed disgust and violence in his eyes. "You hit me. I wish I could kill you, you jinx." Sioux's father pointed at her and cursed angrily. "If you hadn't provoked Sioux Ruan, would the Sioux family have fallen to this state? Now you've even destroyed our last source of communication. What can you do besides cry, scream, and act crazy?" Sioux's mother tried to intervene and break up the fight, but Sioux's father shoved her away. "Get out of my way. You've spoiled this good-for-nothing." In the despair of the apocalypse, the Sioux couple finally tore off their pretense. They cursed each other, blaming each other for all the mistakes, and also for their worthless daughter lying on the ground. Sioux Cha-Cha lay on the cold ground, listening to her parents' vile curses. Her face burned with pain, but her body was frozen stiff. The last bit of affection and illusion she held in her heart shattered completely. She suddenly chuckled softly, her voice eerie and chilling. "Useless stuff." Sioux Cha-Cha slowly propped herself up, her horribly festering eyes staring intently at her father. "Dad, don't worry. I won't stay this useless forever. Just wait. I'll be useful soon." Sioux's father felt uneasy under her gaze and couldn't help but take a step back. What do you want to do?" Chapter 29: Homemade Fruit and Vegetable Salad with Pan-Fried Bear Cutlets. Sioux's father's stern, yet cowardly question echoed in the cold villa. Sioux Cha-Cha did not answer, but only gave him a deep look with her terrifying eyes, then dragged her crippled leg and limped towards the dark, ice-cold bedroom. That one glance sent a chill down the spines of both Mr. and Mrs. Sioux. The collapse of reality had no effect on the idyllic paradise within the desolate wasteland. Unbeknownst to Sioux Ruan, a casually picked tomato had already ignited a family farce. At that moment, she was happily preparing dinner. As night falls, the emerald roof of the greenhouse loses its sunlight, but the vines emit a soft glow. Outside, the wind and snow howl like a pack of beasts crashing against skeletons. Inside, however, the greenhouse is warm and quiet, like another world. Sioux Ruan moved the half-person-high iron charcoal stove to the center, where the orange-red flames flickered, maintaining a comfortable temperature in the 200-square-meter space. She then took out the bear oil from the frostbone giant bear, melted it, and used spirit cotton to make wicks, creating more than a dozen bear oil candles. Candles were placed throughout the greenhouse, their warm glow reflecting off the greenery and adding to the cozy atmosphere. Su Wanwan clapped her hands in satisfaction. Now came the main event of the evening. She picked fresh Sayana tomatoes and tender white cabbage hearts, washed them with snow water, chopped them up, mixed them together, and then poured the remaining wolf bone truffle broth over them. A refreshing post-apocalyptic special fruit and vegetable salad was ready. Then, she dragged a large piece of frost bear hind leg meat from the cabin. This piece of meat, with its perfect balance of fat and lean, was the most prized part of the bear. She washed the huge stone slab that served as a cooking pot and placed it on the scorching charcoal stove to use as a grill plate. Sizzle. A 2-finger-thick bear steak lands on the stone slab, without any seasoning, and its intense aroma immediately fills the air. The surface quickly caramelizes into a golden brown crisp, locking in the juices, while white fat oozes out, sizzling on the stone slab. The viewers in the live stream had just recovered from the shock of the vegetable rain and Su Cha-Cha being beaten when they were driven crazy by this scene. Some people were using boiling water to make the last half packet of nutritional paste. Some are willing to trade 10 years of their life for a bite of bear ribs, and some even suspected that Su Wanwan was not trying to survive at all, but was filming a bite of the wilderness. Su Wanwan didn't care at all. She used a sharpened wooden stick to pick up the crispy on the outside, tender on the inside bear chop, placed it on a banana leaf, and first tasted a bite of the salad. The tomatoes were sweet and sour, the cabbage was crisp, and mixed with the umami flavor of the truffle soup. It was refreshing and delicious. Not bad. She cut off another piece of bear steak. The pinkish cut was plump and tempting, with hot juices flowing down the blade. As soon as the meat entered her mouth, her eyes closed comfortably. The crispy skin, the melt-in-your-mouth tender meat, and the burst of scalding juices that erupt when you bite into the fibers. Each layer assaults your taste buds. Fresh, fragrant, tender, smooth. All these descriptions seem inadequate. Tasty. Su Wanwan ate with a smile on her face, tossing the tendons and scraps to the little snow leopard at her feet. The little guy immediately pounced on it, tearing and biting with great effort, his mouth glistening with oil, making satisfied gurgling sounds. Candlelight, green plants, barbecue, salad, and a fluffy little snow leopard. Outside was a snowstorm of minus 40 degrees Celsius, but inside was an idyllic pastoral life. This scene, broadcast live, was etched into the hearts of countless people. After finishing the last piece of bear steak, Su Wanwan let out a satisfied burp and was about to get ready for bed when she suddenly stopped. She listened intently, her brows furrowing slightly. Her masterful environmental perception indicated everything was normal, but her animalistic intuition detected a discordant note. Had the wind changed? Or had the air changed? She walked to the greenhouse wall and looked out into the dark, snowy night through the gaps in the vines. Tick-tock. A very soft splash came from above. Su Wanwan looked up sharply and saw that a small patch of white frost on the huge bare bone on the central axis of the dome had melted, and water droplets were quietly dripping onto the vegetable leaves. She caught the wet leaf and twirled it between her fingertips. Is warm meltwater. Looking at the water stains on her hands, and then at the still howling wind and snow outside, the ease on her face vanished instantly, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. It's still snowing outside. Why is water dripping here? Chapter 30, Celestial Phenomenon and Melting Ice and Snow. Anticipating and building water storage barrels. After noticing the humidity inside the greenhouse, Su Wanwan immediately ruled out the possibility of a leak in the roof. The greenhouse, made of living plants, has self-healing capabilities, and its sealing performance far surpasses that of ordinary buildings. The only explanation is that the outside temperature is rising. However, the change is so subtle that even the global live streaming system failed to detect it. Only she and the divine greenhouse noticed the anomaly beforehand. She stepped out of the greenhouse, back into the biting wind, picked up her broken wood-chopping knife, and went outside. The audience was filled with curiosity. What had she discovered in the middle of the night? Su Wanwan squatted on the snow, her fingers probing the frozen ground. The permafrost, which was originally as hard as steel, actually felt slightly damp. Heat from deep within the earth was being abnormally conducted to the surface. Su Wanwan's face immediately darkened. She had experienced this phenomenon during the apocalypse. Extreme cold may not be followed by spring. More likely, it will be a sudden heat wave and devastating floods. Glaciers can melt within hours, turning the frozen world into a vast ocean. Preparations must be made in advance. When floods come, the most precious things are no longer food and heat sources, but clean, fresh water. Floods can carry radiation, viruses, and pollutants, turning the waters into undrinkable seas of death. Su Ruanruan looked at the smokeless forest and the even thicker mutated iron birch forest in the distance, and decisively activated her divine physique to cut down the giant trees with all her might. In an instant, she became like a tireless logging machine. The incredibly hard, mutated ironwood fell one after another under her hacksaw. In just 1 hour, she felled almost all the giant trees within a 1-kilometer radius that could be cut down. Then, she began making water storage barrels. This is an ancient technique passed down through the Shinong system, requiring no nails or glue. She cuts the tree trunk into curved planks, carves interlocking grooves, and then tightens them with tough bear sinew. Finally, she cut the thickest piece of bear skin to make a waterproof bucket lid. A giant, sealed bucket, 3 meters high, 2 meters in diameter, and capable of holding 10 tons of water, was quickly completed. But this was just the beginning. Su Ruanruan worked tirelessly, building the second and third in succession, until dawn broke and 20 giant wooden barrels were placed next to the wooden house and greenhouse. The 20 wooden barrels resembled miniature fortresses, with a total water storage capacity exceeding 200 tons. Viewers in the global live stream were completely stunned. No one understood why she had built so many barrels. Meanwhile, global temperatures finally began to change, rising from -40 degrees Celsius to -35 degrees Celsius. Countless people cheered, feeling that the extreme cold was over and spring was on its way. Smith, the soldier from the United States who lost his leg, discovered that the necrotic tissue in his leg had stopped deteriorating. Even the contestants from Japan and South Korea, who were hung upside down overnight, survived by chance due to the rising temperature. Everyone thought good days had arrived, but the Chinese audience felt uneasy. They knew that Su Ruanruan would never do these things without a reason. After finishing the wooden barrels, Su Ruanruan didn't rest. Instead, she picked up a machete and frantically dug around the wooden house and greenhouse. She wasn't digging pits, but ditches. The ditch was about 1/2 meter wide and 1 meter deep, with a slight incline that was barely perceptible to the naked eye. All the water eventually flowed into a bottomless ice cave not far away. She is building a drainage system around the shelter. This move immediately drew ridicule from live streamers around the world. Some ridiculed her for digging ditches in the freezing cold, while others scolded her for wasting her time, thinking it was utterly foolish of her to dig ditches instead of looking for food. Russian glaciologist Ivanov publicly asserted that, according to meteorological models, this warming trend will last for 2 months, be stable and mild, and there is absolutely no possibility of flooding. He even boasted that the ditch Su Ruanruan dug was of no use other than tripping him up. Laughter echoed across the world via the live stream, and also flooded into the Chinese live stream room. Su Ruanruan, in the wilderness, was completely unaware of all this. She simply finished digging the last section of the ditch and quietly watched the shelter that had been built overnight. Her master-level environmental perception indicated that air temperature and humidity were soaring at an alarming rate. She looked up at the gray sky and whispered, "It's coming." The words had barely left his lips when a piercing system alarm blared in the ears of everyone around the world. Global red alert. Unknown celestial activity detected, triggering anomalies in Earth's core energy. Global temperatures will surge from -30 degrees Celsius to +30 degrees Celsius within 2 hours. Warning, this is not a warming trend, but a sudden heat wave disaster. Glaciers worldwide will melt completely within an hour, and devastating floods are imminent. All participants must immediately seek higher ground for shelter. The world fell silent instantly. The smiles on the faces of those who had just been celebrating and laughing froze. Ivanov's coffee cup shattered. He stared intently at the screen, at the petite figure standing calmly by the drain, his face filled with shock and bewilderment. How did she know? Su Ruanruan glanced at the sky indifferently, then turned around and opened the lids of 20 water storage buckets, preparing to catch the purest first snowmelt rain. Then she called out towards the cabin, Baby, wake up. We came out to see the sea. Chapter 31. Temperature soars 60 degrees in 2 hours. As soon as Su Ruanruan's voice was broadcast live, a global blood red alert rang out, like a slap in the face to everyone who had mocked her. Global red alert. Temperatures will rise from minus 30 degrees Celsius to plus 30 degrees Celsius within the next 2 hours. Devastating flooding is imminent. Please seek higher ground immediately. The global internet, which was cheering and dismissing Su Ruanruan's alarmist concerns just a moment ago, fell silent instantly. Meanwhile, Russian glaciologist Ivanov slumped in his chair, repeatedly muttering, "Unscientific, my model, but disasters never unfold according to models." Just 1 minute after the alarm sounded, the snow and ice in the Death Wilderness began to melt wildly. The snow turned into meltwater, which formed streams. 10 minutes later, a raging torrent had swept into the forest, and countless shelters for the athletes collapsed on the spot. Just as Smith, the elite soldier from the United States, was relieved that his frostbite was healing, the snowdrift melted into mud. The floodwaters were knee-deep, and he dragged his injured leg, desperately climbing towards a tree in waist-deep water, his eyes filled with despair. As soon as Fujiwara Shin and Park Sung-ho fell from the vines, the ice cave they were hiding in collapsed with a deafening roar. Tons of ice and snowmelt crashed down, and before the two could even scream, the live stream went completely black. The world was filled with lamentations. Those who had just mocked Su Ruanruan could only watch helplessly as their own player was swallowed up by the flood. All eyes ultimately turned to the only calm place on the Chinese live stream. Su Ruanruan's small wooden house and greenhouse were like an isolated island in a vast ocean. Snowmelt from all directions, after approaching within 100 meters of the shelter, was all diverted and gathered by the ditches she had dug in advance, flowing towards the same bottomless ice hole. The floodwaters rushed away along the precisely sloping ditches. The water level around the shelter remained perfectly still, and the foundation was as solid as a rock. 20 wooden water storage barrels, already filled with the purest melted snow, stood securely beside the shelter. Su Ruanruan brought out a bearskin lounge chair, held a little snow leopard, and sat at the greenhouse entrance, watching the streams flow into the sea. The system showed that the ambient temperature had reached 25 degrees Celsius, and the humidity was 95%. In less than 2 hours, the temperature difference had reached a full 60 degrees. The Chinese live stream chat exploded. People mocked the scientific models from various countries and ridiculed those who had previously ridiculed Su Ruanruan for digging the ditch. Ivanov stared at the perfect drainage system, seemingly aging 20 years in an instant, and left the live stream dejectedly. Su Ruanruan didn't relax. She stood up and looked at the vast ocean in the distance, her brows furrowing slightly. Something's not right. The little snow leopard growled uneasily. She crouched by the ditch and quickly noticed that the water flow was slowing down. No matter how large the pit was, it couldn't withstand the glacial meltwater from the entire wilderness. Moreover, dark clouds were gathering unusually high in the sky. The air was already saturated with moisture, and an even more terrifying downpour was imminent. Su Ruanruan glanced at the bare bones and the water storage bucket, her eyes flashing slightly. A drainage system alone is not enough. We need a boat. Chapter 32. Melting snow causes massive floods. As soon as Su Ruanruan finished speaking, a deafening roar erupted in the sky, and a blinding flash of lightning tore through the dark clouds, unleashing a torrential downpour of large raindrops. Within seconds, the downpour had become an overwhelming curtain of rain. Global alert. Sudden heat wave triggers superconvection weather. Cataclysmic rainstorms imminent. Expected to last 72 hours. The melting glacier, coupled with torrential rain, caused a rapid flood that engulfed the land. The ditches that Su Ruanruan had dug in advance held up for 2 hours, but were eventually washed away, and the floodwaters rushed straight towards the wooden house and greenhouse. But she didn't panic. She glanced at the water level and immediately activated Plan B. Let's get to work. The little snow leopard quickly brought over a bear tendon to help her build new survival tools. She arranged 20 giant wooden barrels filled with fresh water in pairs to form 10 buoyancy bases. Then, she dragged out the skeleton of the frostbone giant bear and began hacking and piecing it back together with a broken wood chopping knife. Instead of building the ship directly from bare bones, She selected the strongest ribs and vertebrae and used mortise and tenon joints to assemble a grid platform. The massive skeleton, like a keel, firmly held the 20 wooden barrels together as a whole. The remaining bone fragments and 3 giant bear skins were laid on the platform and sewn together with bear sinew to form a waterproof and slip-resistant deck. She then secured the cabin, along with its foundation, to the frame. The plants in the ecological greenhouse are extremely resilient, swaying only slightly under the impact of the flood. Countless vines even actively wrapped around the frame, firmly securing the greenhouse to the ark. Less than half an hour later, just as the floodwaters were about to submerge the roof, the final step was completed. As the water level rose rapidly, this colossal structure, composed of wooden barrels, bare bones, bare skin, a wooden house, and a greenhouse, steadily floated off the ground. From a distance, it looks like a giant aircraft carrier covered in bone armor. Wooden barrels provide buoyancy, bare bones protect against impacts, wooden houses become cabins, and greenhouses become a backyard garden floating on the flood. The world was stunned. While others were still struggling with floods, Su Wanruan had transformed her home into a mobile fortress, complete with its own ecological cycle and freshwater reserves. It was simply unbeatable. Smith, the elite soldier from the United States, clung to a piece of driftwood, shivering from the cold in the torrent. He stared at the bare-bone ark, which stood as steady as a mountain in the split screen, his eyes filled with awe and envy. Special Forces skills seemed like child's play in comparison. On the ark, Su Wanruan used a bare leg bone as a pole, slowly controlling the direction. The floodwaters surged, but the ark remained perfectly still. The little snow leopard excitedly ran around on the deck, even pulling out a mutated giant fish from the water to present as a treasure. For others, the flood was a catastrophe, but for Su Wanruan, it became an armed patrol and a mobile treasure hunt. With her master-level environmental perception activated, the 100-mile stretch of water instantly transformed into a 3D map in her eyes. Most of the underwater glowing spots were corpses, but there were also red and gold glows from mutated creatures mixed in. Su Wanruan smiled and immediately steered the ark towards the area with the highest concentration of glowing spots. The bare bone pole plunged into the water with lightning speed, and with a sudden flick, a mutated giant crocodile, over 3 meters long and covered in scales, was thrown onto the deck. Before it could even struggle, a broken woodcutter's knife had already pierced its brain through its eye socket. Ding! You have killed a C+ level mutated creature, the ironclad crocodile. Next, Su Wanruan kicked the crocodile carcass into a corner and continued retrieval. The giant python carcass could be skinned. The century-old ironwood was top-grade building material, and the eggs of the mutated iron-beaked bird were not to be missed. In just 1 hour, the bare-bone ark had become a treasure ship laden with supplies. The audience was green with envy. While others didn't even have clean water, she was already complaining about the quality of the loot. Just as Su Wanruan was considering whether to have crocodile meat or snake meat soup for dinner, a golden light suddenly flashed on the surface of the water in the distance. It was a bronze treasure chest, its surface engraved with ancient runes, floating silently in the torrent. Su Wanruan narrowed her eyes slightly. It wasn't shown on the map. She immediately maneuvered the ark closer, about to use the poles to hook the treasure chest over, when a system warning suddenly sounded. Warning: an unknown high-dimensional item has been detected. The ancient lost blind box. Opening it may grant a god-level reward, or it may unleash an ancient calamity. Calamity? Su Wanruan paused, staring at the treasure chest, a playful smile appearing on her lips. Interesting, this game is finally getting a bit exciting. Chapter 33. A blind box reveals cool jadeite. Su Wanruan stared at the bronze treasure chest emanating a dangerous aura in the water. Having lived through 10 years of the apocalypse, she understood better than anyone that high risk often meant high reward. The viewers in a live stream were divided on whether or not to open the chest, but she ignored them. She tapped the box lightly, silently asking the system what kind of calamity the blind box could unleash. The system calculated that the most dangerous thing would be an A+ level void wraith or a spatial plague, which she could handle with a 95% probability given her current strength. That's like giving it away for free. Su Wanruan smiled, gripped the clasp with both hands, and lifted the heavy bronze box onto the bare-bone Arkansas. The box was only half a meter square, with ancient runes slowly flowing on its surface, and only a palm print groove on the top. She pressed her palm down, and the runes instantly burst forth with golden light as data streams poured into the box. Identity verification passed. The blind box was officially bound to Su Ruanruan, a contestant for the Chinese national games. With a crisp click, the box lid slowly opened. There were no monsters, nor dazzling golden light. Only a cool, moonlit halo that dispelled the surrounding heat and humidity. Inside the box lay 3 items: a piece of ice jade, a bag of pale golden seeds, and a yellowed animal hide scroll. The system notified her that she had obtained 1 kilogram of the environmental wonder, cool jade marrow, 1 kilogram of water-resistant and high-yield psionic wheat, and a fragment of a divine recipe, the ancient secret scroll for making energy-compressed biscuits. Upon seeing the cool chalcedony, Su Ruanruan's eyes lit up. This was precisely the treasure to deal with the extreme heat disaster. As soon as she held the chalcedony, the icy energy instantly flowed through her entire body, like drinking a sip of ice water in the sweltering summer, leaving every pore feeling refreshed. She strung the chalcedony together with bare tendon and hung it around her neck. The sweltering air could no longer affect her. Just then, the belated global broadcast rang out. Su Ruanruan activated an ancient relic and obtained the SSS-level strategic artifact, Cool Jade Marrow. The Shinong Myriad Things critical strike system was triggered, providing a 10,000-fold return. Because this item is a national-level natural disaster defense artifact, the critical strike multiplier was directly locked at a god-level conceptual manifestation. Absolute protection. The mighty Tongdi is about to descend upon China. In 3 minutes, all water conservancy and flood control facilities across China will be upgraded to OSSS-level Dragon Vein water-suppressing Great Wall. On the eastern coast of China, a dam is teetering on the brink of collapse under the onslaught of floodwaters. Countless soldiers and civilians are desperately holding it up, carrying sandbags, with a city of 3 million people behind them. The commander roars orders for everyone to hold on, but the colossal waves are already crashing in. In a moment of despair, endless golden light suddenly shot out from inside the dam. The reinforced concrete transformed into dark blue-black boulders in the light, and the dam grew wildly, rising from tens of meters to 300 meters in the blink of an eye, like a divine wall stretching across the heavens and the earth. A lifelike dragon relief appeared on the wall, and an ancient dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The raging flood crashed into the great wall that suppressed the waters of the Dragon Vein, but it shattered like water droplets, without even creating a ripple. At the same time, all rivers, reservoirs, and flood control dikes in China were raised to form a great wall to suppress the floods. The floods were completely kept outside the country's borders. Almost the entire planet was submerged, but China became a pristine land untouched by the vast ocean. In the command center, the old general stared at the screen, tears streaming down his face. Su Ruanruan had built an unyielding great wall for China. Meanwhile, Su Ruanruan herself was already engrossed in studying the psionic wheat seeds and the incomplete recipe, calculating how to maximize their value. Suddenly, the snow leopard cub in her arms froze, its snow-white fur standing on end, and it let out a piercing scream towards the water ahead. Su Ruanruan abruptly looked up, and her master-level environmental perception map simultaneously lit up with a blood-red alarm. 300 meters ahead of the Barebone Arc, a colossal creature radiating terrifying A++ level energy was slowly emerging from the murky water. Beneath its immense shadow, the water swirled into a horrifying vortex. There's such a big guy hiding underwater? Su Ruanruan's eyes instantly turned cold and sharp. Chapter 34. The mutant water monster overturns the Korean contestants. Su Ruanruan sensed a terrifying aura lurking in the deep water. She immediately put away the wheat seeds and blueprints and gripped her rusty wood-chopping knife tightly. That aura, filled with savagery and hunger, had already locked onto her Barebone Arc. The water suddenly burst open not far away, and South Korean athlete Park Sung-ho emerged from the water clutching a broken plank. He had clearly just escaped from the collapse of the ice cave. He glanced back and then swam desperately towards Su Ruanruan's arc. Help! There's a monster underwater. Before the viewers in the live stream could react, a ferocious, enormous head burst out of the water. It was a mutated water monster that looked like a plesiosaur, with a neck tens of meters long that stood erect like a giant python, a head as big as a small truck, and a mouth full of sharp fangs. Its entire body was grayish-green. Its skin was covered with slimy, fleshy growths, and its stench was enough to send chills down your spine, even through the screen. A system warning then sounded. A++ tier deep-sea mutant predator discovered. Plague throat plesiosaur. Possesses potent acid venom and extremely strong biting ability. Is extremely bloodthirsty. Immediate avoidance is advised. The plague's throat had already set its sights on Park Sung-ho, its massive head slamming forward like a battering ram. Park Sung-ho only had time to let out a desperate scream before the gaping maw, along with a wooden plank, bit him in half at the waist. Blood instantly stained the floodwaters red. The water monster swallowed half the corpse, emitting a chilling, gurgling sound. The global audience was stunned. The South Korean live stream went black amid screams, and South Korea became the first country in the National Destiny game to have all its players eliminated and be completely knocked out. Even after devouring Park Sung-ho, the plague throat was still not satisfied. Its cloudy yellow eyes slowly rolled, finally settling on the bare-bone ark. In its simple mind, the ship was a plate laden with food. The monster roared as it plunged into the floodwaters, its massive body creating waves tens of meters high that crashed down on the ark. Its aim was to capsize the ark first, then devour Su Ruan on board. The live stream chat erupted in gasps. Everyone thought the ark was doomed. Su Ruan stood motionless on the deck, coldly watching the charging monster, a slight smile playing on her lips. Perfect timing. I'm just missing a new outfit. The giant wave crashed into them instantly, lifting the bare-bone ark high into the air, threatening to capsize it. Just as the ark reached the crest of the wave, Su Ruan suddenly moved. God-level physique, 100% power activation. She kicked off the deck with both legs, and her whole body shot into the sky like a cannonball, taking advantage of the giant waves to actively rush towards the throat of the plague. The water monster did not expect this tiny prey to dare to fight back, and instinctively opened its huge mouth, wanting to swallow her whole. What greeted it, however, was an extremely dazzling flash of light. In midair, Su Ruan passed by the enormous monster's head. The rusty woodcutter's knife in her hand had somehow become straight and sharp, its cold light flashing as it precisely struck the most vulnerable joint at the base of the snake's neck. Puffed. There was no deafening noise, only a slight cutting sound. The next moment, the enormous head, still in a predatory posture, was severed from its long neck. Dark green, bloody spray splattered everywhere, and the head rolled and crashed into the floodwaters dozens of meters away. The massive body, headless, continued to charge forward for dozens of meters before crashing to the ground, convulsing and writhing wildly in the water, turning the surrounding water a dark green. One slash severed his head, an instant kill. Su Ruan landed lightly back on the swaying deck, her machete dripping with foul-smelling, dark green blood. She disgustedly flicked away the blood, looked at the headless corpse convulsing in the water, and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, it's big enough. This hide is enough to make a full set of clothes, and there's still some material left to make a bag. Chapter 35. A bumper harvest of aquatic products returned 10,000-fold. Skinning and muscle removing to make insulated and waterproof clothing. Su Ruan's mutterings were broadcast to viewers worldwide through the live stream. The shock of the decapitation strike hadn't yet subsided, and the girl was already planning how to make new clothes and bags from the corpse of the A++ level water monster. What was considered a world-destroying monster by everyone else turned into high-quality fabric in her hands. The live stream chat exploded. Everyone was speechless, stunned by her calm indifference to terror. Just then, the global broadcast started again. Chinese contestant Su Ruan successfully hunted down the A++ level deep-sea mutated predator, the plague throat plesiosaur, and obtained its complete carcass. Triggered a 100,000-fold realization mechanism, locking onto SS-level strategic biological resources, 100,000 tons of deep-sea dragon rafts, which are about to arrive at the logistics reserve centers of major military regions across China. Deep-sea lobster fillets contain active proteins and trace energy elements, which can replenish physical strength, repair muscle damage, and enhance nerve reaction speed, making them a top-tier individual combat ration. China was instantly abuzz with excitement. The previous bear meat had improved the physical fitness of the entire population, while this 100,000-ton dragon platter was a massive boost to the army's combat capabilities. In the High Command Center, the old general immediately ordered that it be prioritized for distribution to frontline soldiers, researchers, and engineers. These were resources that Su Ruanruan had salvaged from the abyss, and they had to be used on the front lines to protect the nation. The entire nation was immersed in jubilation, while Su Ruanruan, aboard the Barebone Ark, approached the headless Hydra snake corpse. She first used bear tendons to bind the giant tail, dragging the enormous carcass to calmer waters. Then came the real work on the cloth. Su Ruanruan gripped the broken woodcutter's knife and slashed down along the plesiosaur's spine. The grayish-green skin, impenetrable even by bullets, instantly split open, creating a gash tens of meters long. She then pulled out a massive tendon, thicker than her waist and gleaming with a pale blue light. This dragon tendon is far more resilient than bear tendon, making it an excellent material for both bowstrings and straps. Only after carefully storing the dragon tendon did she begin the actual skinning process. The machete in her hands was like a precise surgical scalpel, each cut following the contours of the fascia without damaging the skin or tearing away any excess flesh. The world watched as she cleanly and efficiently dismantled a terrifying sea monster. In less than an hour, she had peeled off a complete dragon skin covering an area of over 300 square meters. Su Ruanruan used snow water and bear oil to simply wash and tan it, removing the fishy smell and slime. The treated dragon skin was as deep as obsidian, its scales gleaming with a metallic sheen, yet felt remarkably supple to the touch and possessed a cool, refreshing quality. Su Ruanruan nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed a natural heat-insulating and waterproof material. She didn't need a ruler. She simply measured herself against her body, and her machete swiftly cut out the body of her garment, sleeves, trouser legs, and hood. Bare bone spurs became sewing needles, and the freshly extracted dragon tendons became sewing thread. The only sound on the deck was the rustling of needlework. Those hands, which had cleaved mountains and carved rocks, hunted bears and slayed dragons, were still incredibly fast at needlework. Another hour later, a set of black-scale battle armor was finally completed. This was a tight-fitting, hooded, one-piece combat suit. The dark, scale-like armor clung to her slender, yet powerful figure. Su Ruanruan also used scraps to make a tactical belt, which could hold a machete and a water bottle. When she changed into her black-scale, heat-insulating, and waterproof battlesuit and stood at the bow of the Barebone Ark, the chat in the global live stream stopped. Previously, when she wore a silk robe, she was a surprisingly delicate and alluring demon queen. The current Su Ruanruan is like a doomsday queen emerging from the abyss, cold, sharp, and exuding a deadly aura. After a brief silence, the screen is filled with amazement at her battle attire. The cooling properties of the dragon skin, combined with the cool jade around her neck, made her feel as if she were in a temperature-controlled room. The armor was not only waterproof, but also virtually impervious to ordinary swords and blades. Well, at least we don't have to fight in our pajamas anymore. Su Ruanruan stretched her body and then looked up at the sky. The torrential rain that had lasted for dozens of hours had stopped, but the sky not only did not clear up, but became even more eerie. The heavy, dark clouds dispersed, and the sky turned a dark red, like congealed blood. The damp, fishy smell quickly receded, and a scorching, dry aura, seemingly capable of igniting everything, surged in from all directions. She stared at the enormous, blinding sun in the blood-red sky, her brow furrowed deeply. The temperature in the air was rising at an alarming rate. That day, it looks like it's on fire. Chapter 36 Extreme Heat Wave arrives. Temperatures soar by 50 degrees. As soon as Su Ruanruan finished speaking, the temperature numbers on the environmental monitoring panel of the global live broadcast system began to rise rapidly. Current average ambient temperature, 35 degrees Celsius. Current average ambient temperature, 40 degrees Celsius. Current average ambient temperature, 45 degrees Celsius. In just a few minutes, the world was as if it had been thrown into a giant furnace. Moisture in the air evaporated rapidly, The earth cracked, and plants that had just survived the flood withered and spontaneously combusted, turning the desolate wasteland into a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. Inside the live stream room in Japan, the ninja Fujiwara Shin hid in the shadow of a boulder, looking utterly wretched. He had survived the flood, but was on the verge of dying in the extreme heat. His lips were cracked and bleeding. His throat felt like it was on fire, and the sweat that had just soaked through his clothes was evaporated by the intense heat. Water, water! Fujiwara Shin's consciousness blurred as he futilely clung to the scalding ground. He knew very well that without water, he wouldn't last more than 10 minutes. In despair, he thought of the only way to survive. Under the watchful eyes of countless viewers from Japan, this man, once revered as a jonin, trembled as he unzipped his pants and pulled out an empty water bottle he had taken from Park Sung-ho's backpack. Yellow liquid slowly poured into the bottle, and the live stream chat erupted in groans. But when survival is at stake, dignity is worthless. Fujiwara Shin closed his eyes, raised the water bottle, and gulped down the water. The foul-smelling liquid slid down his throat, and he gagged while trying to suppress his nausea, not daring to waste a single drop. Just as billions of viewers were getting chills, the national event live stream thoughtfully displayed a split screen. On the left was Fujiwara Shin, desperately trying to survive by drinking urine, his expression contorted. On the right was Su Ruanruan on the deck of the Chinese Barebone Ark. The crimson sun hung high in the sky, its heat wave enough to scorch the earth, yet was blocked by an invisible force when it approached Su Ruanruan by a meter. The cool jade necklace around her neck emitted a soft, clear light, forming a constant temperature force field, and her black scale battle armor also blocked all the heat. Standing on the deck, Su Ruanruan didn't feel the heat at all. Instead, she comfortably squinted her eyes and stretched. The warm breeze brushed against her hair, and she exclaimed sincerely, "This breeze is quite comfortable, just like spring." Viewers worldwide collectively burst out laughing. 50 degrees Celsius, a deadly heat wave, sounded no different from spring in her mouth. Meanwhile, Fujiwara Shin was enduring the stench of urine next door. This wasn't just a comparison, it was public humiliation. Ding! The current average surface temperature has reached 50 degrees Celsius. The instantaneous heat wave, natural disaster, has entered its second stage, surface burning. Warning! Surface shelters are at risk of structural damage. All players must immediately seek underground cover. Su Ruanruan looked at the Barebone Ark. The bearskin on the deck was already curled and scorched, and the cabins and greenhouses were unlikely to last much longer. She frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "It seems that this floating villa is the end of our lives. It's time to move to another place." As soon as she finished speaking, a system notification exploded in her mind. "Congratulations, host. You have perfectly cleared the extreme ice storm and the cataclysmic flood, and your global reputation has exceeded 1 million. You have met the unlocking requirements for the God-level module and are now unlocking new features." Golden light burst forth before her eyes. Su Ruanruan stared at the brand-new module that was about to be unlocked, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Could it be? Chapter 37. Su Ruanruan looked at the golden light gathering in the system interface, and her heart stirred. Could it be an even more advanced construction blueprint? The next second, the golden light transformed into a blue data scroll that unfolded, revealing a three-dimensional structure diagram composed of pipes and energy nodes before her eyes. The system notified her that she had unlocked the Advanced Agriculture module and obtained a God-level blueprint, Heart of the Spirit Spring, Adaptive Ecological Water Cycle Irrigation Network. This system, centered around a spiritual spring, can precisely deliver water containing spiritual energy to every inch of land, and can automatically recycle excess water, forming a complete cycle. It can not only operate around the clock without irrigation, with almost no loss of spiritual energy or water evaporation, but it can also regulate soil temperature and humidity and improve plant growth efficiency and mutation probability. Su Ruanruan is berättigt. This was practically a divine artifact tailor-made for extreme heat disasters and subsequent infrastructure construction. A super fortress buried deep underground, with its own water and energy sources capable of automatic planting and self-sufficiency, quickly took shape in her mind. Since the surface of the earth would be scorched by the high temperatures, the safest place was naturally underground. Su Ruanruan looked at the Barebone Ark being baked by the blazing sun, and a smile appeared on her lips. "It seems we'll have to dig a tunnel this time." She immediately steered the Ark, searching for a construction site among the cracked earth exposed after the floodwaters receded. The entrance had to be built in stable rock, in a secluded and shady location, and near resources. Master-level environmental perception activated, and a 3D map of the area within 100 miles instantly appeared in her mind. Soon, she located a cliff 5 kilometers to the west. The granite cliffs, there are hundreds of meters high, located on the shady side of the mountain, where the temperature is more than 10 degrees lower than the outside temperature. More importantly, a powerful water system is hidden hundreds of meters underground in the cliffs. That's it. Half an hour later, the barebone Ark ran aground on the dry riverbed. Su Ruan jumped off the deck, the scorching earth beneath her feet sizzling softly. She looked up at the towering, sun-blocking rock face, felt the coolness between the rocks, and nodded in satisfaction. Next, only the most direct step remained, opening the mountain. She told the little snow leopard to stay away, and the little guy immediately darted behind a boulder 100 meters away, only peeking out with half of its furry head sticking out. Su Ruan stood before the stone wall, her divine physique instantly boosting to 300% power. A violent surge of heat exploded within her body, and faint golden patterns appeared on her skin beneath her black scale battle armor. She slowly raised the rusty, broken wood-chopping knife. The knife, which had drunk wolf blood, chopped bare bones, and slain water monsters, now gleamed with a dark golden light. "Open it for me." Su Ruan transformed into black lightning, her machete slashing wildly at the granite. A dense barrage of impacts tore through the wilderness, sparks flashing repeatedly against the stone walls. Audiences worldwide were completely stunned. That petite figure had actually carved a circular tunnel 3 meters in diameter out of a solid rock wall, using only a broken wood-chopping knife. Like a waterfall of flying debris, the tunnel stretched underground at a speed of more than 10 meters per minute. Some people exclaimed that she wasn't digging a bunker, but clearly digging a subway with her bare hands. Smith, the elite soldier from the United States, hid in a cave, watching Su Ruan frantically cutting through the mountain on the screen, and silently threw away his entrenching tool. Compared to her, the thing in his hand looked like a plastic shovel for a child to play in the sand. Su Ruan, however, was completely immersed in the release of power. The structural diagram was already in her mind, and every cut was incredibly precise as the tunnel continued to penetrate deeper into the earth at a 30-degree angle. 5 minutes later, the tunnel was over 50 meters deep. 10 minutes later, the depth exceeded 100 meters. The surrounding rocks gradually took on a natural coolness, and the air temperature dropped from 50 degrees to 25 degrees. Just as she was about to continue advancing towards the underground water vein, the machete suddenly struck the rock wall, making an unusual crisp sound, and the huge recoil force bounced the blade away. Su Ruan stopped what she was doing and stared at the rock wall in front of her, which had only a faint white mark on it. The rocks here were as black as obsidian, with a smooth surface that gleamed faintly in the dim light. Something strange. She raised her hand and tapped lightly, but the response was not the dull thud of solid rock, but a crisp sound with a hollow echo. Su Ruan's eyes lit up immediately. Behind the rock wall, there was likely a natural underground cave. This would save a lot of construction work. She took 2 steps back, channeled all her strength into the wood-chopping knife, and chopped down again. Break! With a crack, the black rock wall finally split open, and countless spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly. Then, the entire rock wall collapsed inward with a deafening roar. But instead of flying debris, a dense blue light suddenly burst forth from the cave entrance, and a chilling aura instantly filled the entire tunnel. The chilling air was icy and biting, yet it carried an indescribable sweetness, clarity, and boundless vitality. Su Ruan felt as if she had fallen into an ancient ice cave, and every pore on her body opened up. She stared at the bottomless blue light at the entrance of the cave, the sound of rushing water filling her ears, and she was completely stunned. This is Chapter 38. Ancient ice spring emerges from the earth's veins. After Su Ruan chiseled open the rock wall, a deep, dark blue cave entrance appeared before her. A bone-chilling cold rushed towards her, as if it could freeze even her soul. She was both surprised and delighted, and immediately walked to the cave entrance to look down. Below the rock wall, lies a natural cave that stretches to the horizon. Countless stalactites and stalagmites hang from the dome, gleaming like swords in the blue light. At the bottom of the cave, a 10-meter-wide underground river flows silently, its water a pure and dazzling sapphire blue, with a constant stream of cold mist rising from it. A system notification then sounded. Su Ruanruan discovered an SSS-level hidden geographical wonder, the ancient Leoline Ice Spring, the primordial mystic ice spring. This spring originates from the ancient water veins at the Earth's core, containing mystic ice essence and immense life energy. It can clear away fire toxins and summer heat, enhance heat resistance, and long-term consumption can cleanse the marrow and even awaken the icy bloodline. However, the spring water is consistently below minus 100 degrees Celsius, and if an ordinary person comes into contact with it, their limbs will freeze and die instantly. Su Ruanruan's heart skipped a beat. She had only intended to dig a summer bunker and a well, but who knew that a casual shovel would unearth an underground ice palace? This is a huge windfall. She leaped directly from the 100-meter-high tunnel entrance, landing lightly on the giant ice crystal beside the icy spring. The extreme cold surged through her body from her feet, yet she felt no discomfort. Her divine physique, combined with the cool jade marrow, made every cell in her body seem to rejoice. She crouched down, reaching out to touch the spring water. Just as her fingertips touched the surface, a bright red warning popped up in the live stream. The temperature of the primordial mystic ice spring is below minus 100 degrees Celsius. Direct contact will cause limbs to freeze. Please stop this dangerous activity immediately. The world's audience instantly tensed. Minus 100 degrees Celsius is more terrifying than an extreme cold disaster, and everyone was urging her to stop immediately. Su Ruanruan curled her lip in disgust. Noisy. The next second, instead of stopping, she immersed her entire palm in the sapphire blue spring water. Billions of viewers held their breath, convinced that her hand would freeze into a block of ice and then shatter. But as 1 second, then 10 seconds passed, Su Ruanruan's hands continued to leisurely stir the water. Far from being frostbitten, her skin became even more translucent and moist, like a piece of warm, white jade. The pure, icy energy flowed into her body through her palm, merging and circulating with her existing fiery power, ultimately transforming into even more powerful energy that sank into her dantian. So Ruanruan sighed comfortably. Cool. The whole world was stunned. Then, she picked up a thick tree trunk from the birch forest and began carving it swiftly with a broken woodcutter's knife. Wood chips flew everywhere, and in less than a minute, a large, rustic, smooth wooden cup took shape. She held a wooden cup the size of a large bowl, scooping it full of the icy primordial ice spring. Bathed in a deep blue light, she seemed to be looking at a global audience through the camera lens, a contented smile playing on her lips before tilting her head back and gulping it down. Glug, glug, glug. She downed an entire cup of the sacred spring water, which was at minus 100 degrees Celsius, in one gulp. Su Ruanruan let out a long sigh, a satisfied blush spreading across her cheeks, as if she had drunk a whole bottle of ice-cold beverage in the sweltering summer heat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Smith, the elite soldier of the United States, was hiding in a stuffy, cramped cave that could collapse at any moment. The outside temperature soared to 55 degrees Celsius, and he was almost completely dehydrated, his eyes cloudy and unfocused due to dehydration. He stared intently at Su Ruanruan on the screen, at the sapphire blue spring water, the white frost on the glass, and her satisfied expression. This tough guy, who shed blood but not tears on the battlefield, completely broke down in his mental defenses. He didn't lose to natural disasters, but rather he was so tempted by Su Ruanruan that he cried. While Smith clutched his head and wept in despair. Aside from China, countless viewers suffering from the sweltering heat also broke down, some willing to trade 10 years of their life for a sip of ice water, others angrily denouncing Su Ruanruan for murdering his spirit. The Chinese livestream room erupted in celebration, the screen filled with comfortable and godlike. Seeing viewers from various countries practically bursting with envy, everyone laughed with unbridled joy. Su Ruanruan finished her drink, but still felt unsatisfied. She gazed at the inexhaustible primordial mystic ice spring, then at the newly unlocked blueprints for the fully automated water circulation irrigation network, and a bold idea gradually took shape. Such a good thing shouldn't be enjoyed by me alone. She licked away the remaining cool spring water from the corner of her mouth, a glint of light flashing in her eyes, and immediately gave an order to the system. System, bind the primordial profound ice spring and return it 10,000-fold. I want to make this scorched land grow green oasis again. Chapter 39, A Vast Oasis. Su Wanwan's command was like pressing a button to activate a miracle. That cold, grand mechanical voice resounded across the globe for the third time, and everyone held their breath. Ding! The host has detected and bound an SSS-level strategic wonder resource, the primordial mystic ice spring, for the first time. Shenong's All Things Critical Strike system triggers a 10,000X return mechanism. This resource event can reverse extreme environments, reshape the national ecosystem, and lock in the highest critical strike multiplier. Critical hit multiplier locked. God-level concept manifestation. Another concept materialization. Last time, the Great Wall of Dragon Veins brought an end to the natural disaster of floods. This time, what the system will bring is something even the top leaders of various countries dare not imagine. Concept manifestation. The source of life, the land of abundance beyond the Great Wall, is about to descend upon China. In 1 minute, an SSS-level Kunlun snow-capped ice lake oasis will materialize in the core area of the Taklamakan Desert. Desert, oasis, or an extreme heat wave with surface temperatures exceeding 50 degrees Celsius. The world fell into a deathly silence. Such a feat was no longer a miracle, but creation itself. In the heart of the Taklamakan Desert in northwest China, a desert known as the Sea of Death scorches like iron. At the research station, botanists gaze at the carbonized poplar forest outside their windows, their faces filled with despair. These 1,000-year-old poplars, in the end, could not survive this natural disaster. Suddenly, the earth shook violently. The group rushed out of the research station and saw that the center of the Crimson Desert was cracking open inch by inch, with spiderweb-like fissures spreading outwards. What gushed from the crack was not lava, but clear, cold spring water with a faint blue glow. The underground spring gushed forth, and the scorching yellow sand rose into white mist upon contact with the water, instantly making the air cool and refreshing. Springs converged into streams, streams into rivers, and eventually transformed into a vast lake. In less than 10 minutes, a deep blue ice lake, spanning over 10,000 hectares, appeared in the center of the Sea of Death, shrouded in icy mist, resembling the jade pool of Kunlun. Immediately afterwards, a powerful life energy spread from the glacial lake. The charred poplars sprouted new buds, their branches and leaves growing wildly. Half an hour later, the desolate desert was covered by a dense forest. Red sand dunes, blue icy lakes, and green forests create a breathtaking panorama. The elderly professors embraced each other, tears streaming down their faces. It's alive. The poplar forest is alive. It was Dr. Su who saved us again. Inside the command center of Huaxia, the old general stared at the blue-green area that suddenly appeared on the satellite map and excitedly ordered. The engineering corps should immediately build a super eco-city around Kunlun Ice Lake that can accommodate tens of millions of people. At the same time, it was announced nationwide that the ice spring resources of Kunlun Ice Lake would be provided free of charge and in unlimited quantities to all Chinese citizens. This Jiangnan beyond the Great Wall, created by Su Wanwan, will become a beacon of hope that would never fall in the apocalypse. In the desolate wilderness, Su Wanwan looked with satisfaction at the ever-flowing ice spring, then gazed at the two god-level blueprints in her mind. Fully automatic water circulation irrigation network, and spring-like all-year-round spirit plant ecological circulation greenhouse. A plan quickly took shape. She would use the primordial ice spring and the blueprints to build a super farm in an underground cavern 100 times larger than the original greenhouse to achieve complete food freedom. Just as she was outlining her plans, the live stream cut back to reality. A chaotic farce was unfolding in the emergency room of Jiangxing First People's Hospital. Chapter 40. The fake heiress gets poisoned and hospitalized after buying cheap soda. The entire Chinese internet celebrates the sale of ice soda. Vomit. In the emergency gastric lavage room of Jiangxing First People's Hospital, Su Cha-Cha, her father, and mother lay on a hospital bed, their faces ashen, as a gastric tube was forcibly inserted for lavage. The vomit they produced was foul-smelling, a mixture of heavy metals and industrial waste. Half an hour ago, officials announced that the ice spring water from Kunlun Ice Lake will be supplied free of charge to the entire country. Huge blocks of ice appeared in countless communities and resettlement sites, and people lined up with buckets to collect water, creating a scene of jubilation throughout China. A wave of cheers to Su Shun swept the internet. Netizens held up refreshing, cool spring water, cheered at the camera, and said that the water tasted better than any beverage, and that they wanted to toast Su Wanruan, the guardian deity of China. The world seemed to be divided into two camps. One was China, enjoying the refreshing spring water, and the other was other countries that could only look on with envy. The Su family of three became the most pathetic corner in this revelry. Because of their malicious slander against athletes participating in the national games, the Su family's credit rating plummeted to the lowest level, disqualifying them from even queuing for water. Under the scorching heat, their last bottle of mineral water ran out, and the three were almost in despair. Just then, a black market scalper approached them, claiming to have inside access to Kunlun spring water, offering to trade it for the Su family's still drivable sports car. Without hesitation, Mr. Su exchanged his prized sports car for 3 bottles of water. The water looked clear and was cool to the touch. The three of them were overjoyed and each gulped down a bottle. But in less than 5 minutes, they suffered from severe abdominal cramps, vomiting, diarrhea, foaming at the mouth, and passed out. When they woke up, the three of them were already in the hospital's gastric lavage room. The nurse removed the feeding tube from Su Cha-Cha's mouth and coldly told them. The so-called ice spring was nothing more than industrial wastewater from the moat, with refrigerants and clarifying agents added. Su Cha-Cha weakly raised her head, her festering face becoming increasingly grotesque from the torment of poisoning. She hoarsely begged the nurse for water, only to be met with undisguised disgust. The nurse took out her phone. The screen showed a live broadcast of the national games. Su Wanruan sat by the underground icy lake, grilling crocodile meat, with a glass of chilly blue spring water beside her. Then, the nurse picked up the hospital's free spring water and took a big gulp in front of Su Cha-Cha. "Ah, that feels so good." She deliberately looked into Su Cha-Cha's red eyes and sneered. "The hospital's Su God's happy water is for heroes and ordinary people. People like you who slander heroes and betray the country don't deserve it." After saying that, she poured the rest of the ice water in front of Su Cha-Cha's bed. Overwhelmed by the extreme humiliation, Su Cha-Cha completely broke down, struggling to lunge at her, but was firmly held down by the nurse. The surveillance footage was uploaded online, and the entire internet applauded the move. While the people of China were drinking from the ice spring and watching the Su family make a fool of themselves, on the map of the National Fortune game, 3 golden dots were abandoning their original missions and rapidly approaching the same coordinates from different directions. Inside the Pentagon of the United States, a 5-star general stared at the ever-expanding Kunlun Oasis, angrily smashing the control panel. Ignoring his adjutant's advice, he activated the final purifier protocol, issuing a kill order through a system vulnerability. 3 of the nation's strongest special forces soldiers, from the Kangaroo Nation, the Maple Leaf Nation, and the Bullhorn Nation, received orders to hunt down the Chinese contestants at all costs and seize the Divine Spring. The successful hunter would receive the highest honor and permanent citizenship of the Lighthouse Nation. Beside the underground ice lake, Su Wanruan was planning a super farm when a system alarm suddenly sounded in her mind. Warning: 3 Class A high-threat energy sources are converging on your location in a tactical formation. Su Wanruan looked up at the only tunnel entrance, her eyes as cold as knives, but a bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of her lips. They've finally arrived? Looks like some fearless people want to visit my new home. Chapter 41. The high-ranking officials of the Lighthouse Nation go mad with greed. 3 assassins launch a nighttime surround attack. It's finally here. Standing at the entrance to the chilly underground cavern, Su Wanruan felt the 3 aggressive auras approaching from the only passage, a bloodthirsty smirk creeping onto her lips. Clearly, someone was fearless and wanted to break into her new home. In the real world, inside the top-secret command center of the Pentagon in the United States, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The five-star general stared intently at the Kunlun oasis on the holographic map and the supply lines that continuously transported ice spring resources outwards, his eyes bloodshot. China's rapid rise, fueled by Su Ruanruan, was like a resounding slap in the face to the United States. He finally lost control, slamming his fist into the control panel and roaring as he activated the purifier protocol. The staff officer turned pale and hurriedly tried to dissuade them. This agreement was their last resort, requiring them to exploit a system vulnerability to transmit instructions to the folded space. If the National Destiny system detected cheating, the Beacon of Light would pay an unbearable price. But the five-star general didn't care at all. He was unwilling to watch Su Ruanruan grow up, and even more unwilling to accept that the hegemony of the United States would be completely crushed by China. Rather than being slowly surpassed, he would risk everything. He walked to the blood-red terminal marked with a skull and crossbones and activated Level 1 access through iris and genetic verification. He then entered the kill order. Target Su Ruanruan. Seize the Spring of God at all costs. The bounty was equally astonishing. The highest honor medal, permanent citizenship, and a supply ration for the assassin's family for the next century. After the confirmation button was pressed, the secret order transformed into a data stream, crossing dimensions to reach the terminals of 3 top Special Forces soldiers. In the desolate wilderness, Kangaroo 1, having just slain a mutated hyena, dropped its prey upon receiving the instructions, a greedy smile on its face. Shadow of Maple Leaf, lurking in the dried-up riverbed, even poured out the murky water it had painstakingly filtered, its eyes filled with nothing but murderous intent. On the other side, the bull wielding a giant battle axe grinned wildly. The 3 men, from Kangaroo Country, Maple Leaf Country, and Bullhorn Country respectively, were the strongest soldiers in their respective factions, and at this moment, they all abandoned their original missions. They retrieved the locator secretly provided by the United States, a crimson that was flashing, indicating Su Ruanruan's real-time coordinates. The 3 locked onto the distance, activated thermal imaging stealth mode, and agreed to meet at the target's perimeter in 3 hours. Soon, 3 figures disappeared into the dark red night, rapidly closing in from different directions. They were convinced this was an easy hunt. No matter how strong Su Ruanruan was, she couldn't withstand the combined might of 3 battle-hardened elite soldiers, especially since they had equipment to block the system's detection. Unbeknownst to them, inside the underground ice spring cave, Su Ruanruan was humming a little tune as she took out water-resistant, high-yield psionic wheat seeds and the ancient secret recipe for making energy-compressed biscuits from her storage space. She gazed at the fertile, spacious cavern and the primordial mystic ice spring, nodding in satisfaction. The place was large enough, the water source plentiful, and the sunlight could be supplemented by spirit stone lamps. Since the guests hadn't arrived yet, she might as well start planting the flower for dinner. She was as relaxed as if she were preparing afternoon tea in her own backyard, completely disregarding the 3 assassins. Su Ruanruan was already waiting for them to walk right into her trap, and even planned to have a light meal before the battle. Chapter 42, casually go out to lure the enemy deeper. Perfect timing. Let's grow the flower for dinner before the guests arrive. In a vast underground cavern, Su Ruanruan's voice was exceptionally clear. Facing the impending encirclement, she showed no nervousness whatsoever. Instead, she began planning her underground farm. As she approached the designated main planning area, the blueprints for a fully automated water circulation irrigation network came to mind. The spiritual spring was the core, and the mutated beast bones were hard enough to be converted into pressure-resistant pipes. The next moment, she raised the broken wood-chopping knife and began to chisel at the rocky ground. With each stroke of the blade, crisscrossing trenches appeared, their depth and angle perfectly precise, marking the exact locations where the main pipeline would be laid. Half an hour later, the foundation of the irrigation network, covering more than 500 square meters, had taken shape, looking as neat as a work of art. The viewers in the live broadcast room were completely dumbfounded. Despite the system warning that a powerful enemy was approaching, Su Ruanruan was still carrying out construction underground. Just as everyone was getting anxious, she suddenly stopped, put down the wood-chopping knife, closed her eyes, and listened intently. On the 100-mile map spread out by the master-level environmental perception, 3 Class A energy red dots have stopped, lying in ambush on the east, west, and north sides of the bunker, behind sand dunes 1 kilometer away, forming a standard triangular encirclement. The three men assumed that the Ghost combat suits could insulate against energy and heat, and that Su Ruan would never notice. They planned to make their move when it was darkest and the ground temperature was highest, forcing her to escape the cave and then roasting her alive in the desert. After hearing the plan, Su Ruan opened her eyes, a cold smile on her lips. She glanced at the newly dug ditch and the clear primordial mystic ice spring, her brows furrowing slightly. She didn't want those people's blood to stain her new home. So she picked up an empty wooden bucket from the pile of supplies, grabbed a small bag of black plant seeds, and casually walked toward the surface tunnel. She was going to lure the 3 rats to the slaughterhouse she had chosen. This scene caused an instant uproar in the live stream. Everyone thought she hadn't noticed the ambush, and viewers from the United States and Australia cheered excitedly, waiting for the so-called purifier to end the Chinese myth. The crimson sun was setting, yet the surface temperature had risen to 55 degrees Celsius. The cracked earth resembled a red-hot iron, the air was distorted, and the entire desert was as silent as a purgatory. Wearing her black-scale battle armor, Su Ruan was completely unaffected by the high temperature. She raised her hand to shield her eyes from the sun and leisurely walked towards the wasteland not far away, casually scattering black seeds one by one along the path she passed. Her completely unguarded appearance was seen by the 3 assassins as tantamount to suicide. Behind the dunes, Kangaroo 1 locked onto Su Ruan through its scope. Wild Bull was already impatient, but Maple Leaf Shadow warned that it might be a trap. Kangaroo 1 scoffed disdainfully. Even mutated scorpions struggle to survive in this deathly desert. What traps could Su Ruan possibly set up? He stared at the approaching figure through the scope, a greedy glint in his eyes, and then gave the order into his throat microphone. Target has entered the red zone. Prepare to launch a fatal attack. This is so easy. Chapter 43. A clever tactic leads to a poisonous IV formation, instantly paralyzing the assassins of the 3 kingdoms. Kangaroo 1 was brimming with confidence, as if he could already see himself returning to the land of light with the spring of God, receiving the highest honor. Through the scope, Su Ruan stepped into the open area within 200 meters, completely exposed, their designated killing field. Now's the time. Make your move. As the command was given, 3 figures simultaneously charged out of the sand dune. The bull attacked from the front, wielding an alloy battle axe and kicking up dust. Maple Leaf Shadow darted from the left flank, its twin poison blades aimed straight at Su Ruan's back. Kangaroo 1 circled around to the right flank, its poisoned arrow locked onto her temple. The 3 soldiers positioned themselves on either side, their attacks seamlessly coordinated. Everyone in the live stream held their breath. At this distance and in this formation, an ordinary person would have nowhere to escape. Yet, facing the encirclement of 3 top-tier soldiers, Su Ruan did not turn around, but simply stood quietly in place. Seeing her lack of reaction, the bull grinned and raised his battle axe, bringing it down with all his might. He was convinced that this Chinese woman was terrified and would die by his axe in the next second. But just as the battle axe was about to fall, Su Ruan slowly raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. Smack! She uttered a single word calmly. Long. With a deafening roar, the hard, scorching sand beneath their feet suddenly cracked open. It wasn't a trap, but rather black seeds that Su Ruan had casually scattered along her path. The Shenong system activated its advanced life catalysis, causing the growth and toxicity of the mutated fiery sun poison ivy to surge instantly. Countless thick, crimson vines burst from the ground, their trunks covered in barbs and thorns, like venomous pythons awakening from the earth, pouncing precisely on the 3 assassins. A dozen or so venomous vines wrapped around the bull's limbs and waist first, moving so fast that the bull had no chance to dodge. The bull roared and struggled, trying to tear the vines off with brute force. But the barbs easily pierced his combat suit and dug into his muscles, and a searing pain accompanied by intense numbness quickly spread throughout his body. His battle axe fell from his hand and landed on the ground, his massive body dragged down by the poisonous vines. Maple Leaf Shadow's movement technique also became ineffective. He dodged 2 vines, but 3 more wrapped around his ankles, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. More poisonous vines then pressed down on him, binding him layer by layer and completely sealing off any space for struggle. Kangaroo 1, who thought he was at a safe distance, fared even worse. The thickest poisonous vine shot up from beneath his feet, striking his chin like a battering ram. A cracking sound rang out, and he was thrown more than 10 meters, his crossbow bolt flying from his hand. In midair, several poisonous vines formed a large net, firmly suspending him. From the moment the three launched their attack to their complete subjugation, it took only 5 seconds. Global viewers watched as the once invincible Three Kingdoms warriors were bound into helpless prey with a snap of Su Wanwan's fingers, their minds blank. This wasn't a battle. It was utter annihilation. As the smoke cleared, Su Wanwan turned around, her expression still calm. She walked up to Kangaroo number 1, who was hanging in the air. The creature was completely paralyzed, unable to move even its fingers, and could only watch in terror as she approached. Su Wanwan reached out and gently patted his face, which was contorted with fear. Too easy, isn't it? Chapter 44. Stripped naked and left to bake in the sun. Too easy, isn't it? Su Wanwan's casual remark shattered the three assassins' last shred of hope. The paralyzing poison raged through their bodies. They couldn't even beg for mercy, only staring at her in terror. The bull, bound to the ground, whimpered incessantly, utterly unable to accept that he had been killed by a woman with a snap of her fingers. Ignoring the three men's disgraceful behavior, Su Wanwan looked up at the live broadcast camera in the air, her gaze seemingly piercing through the screen and reaching the people behind the scenes who had given the assassination orders. Global audiences can see clearly that I am Su Wanwan from China. I came here to survive and bring hope back to my country. I never provoke anyone. We could all live our own lives and keep to ourselves. Her tone suddenly turned icy. But there are always some hyenas who think China is a lamb to the slaughter, trying to steal things just because they outnumber us. Today, in front of the whole world, I will initiate a trial in the wilderness to let everyone know the price of baring their fangs at China. The Chinese livestream room erupted in cheers, with countless viewers shouting, "Su Shun is mighty." In contrast, the livestream rooms in the United States and Australia fell into dead silence. Inside the Pentagon, the five-star general's face was ashen. He had not only lost his trump card, but had also utterly humiliated the United States. The trial officially began. Su Wanwan walked up to Maple Leaf Shadow, and with a swift slash of her machete, she cut open his ghost combat suit, which allowed him to become invisible through thermal imaging. Like tearing a rag, she stripped off the combat suit, tactical vest, military dagger, water purifier, and combat boots, throwing them into the supply pile. In less than a minute, Maple Leaf Shadow was left with only his underwear. Next was Bull. His equipment was also confiscated. Even his heavy alloy battle axe was taken. Finally, Su Wanwan had Poison Ivy put down Kangaroo 1 and walked towards him step by step. Kangaroo 1 finally mustered the strength and pleaded in terror in English. "No, this is a misunderstanding. Please let me go." Su Wanwan stopped and gave a pure smile. Misunderstanding. The moment hope flickered in Kangaroo 1's eyes, her smile vanished instantly. The next second, Su Wanwan kicked him in the face, her teeth flying out mixed with blood and saliva. "Speak English to me? Who do you think you are to presume to?" Without another word, she swiftly wielded her machete, stripping Kangaroo one of its last shred of modesty. The three once arrogant top-tier soldiers lay naked on the ground, their equipment neatly piled into a small mountain by Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan clapped her hands, then kicked the three of them one by one from the shade of the blazing poison vines into the scorching sand beside them. The sand, which was over 55 degrees Celsius, instantly burned their skin until it smoked. The three of them let out a shrill scream, but due to the paralysis caused by the poison, they couldn't even turn over. They could only convulse wildly on the sand, like live fish thrown onto a hot plate. Su Wanwan watched coldly and spoke calmly to the camera. "The rules do not allow direct killing in non-self-defense situations, so I will not kill them." A slight smile played on her lips. "I believe that the merciful sun will deliver the fairest judgment for me." After saying that, she turned around and counted her spoils. Viewers worldwide were chilled to the bone. This woman was terrifyingly ruthless, yet captivating. Just as she was about to pack up her gear, Kangaroo number 1, who was almost roasted to a crisp, roared with all its might, "Wait, I still have treasures in my backpack." They're divine artifacts found in ancient ruins, capable of withstanding extreme heat. I'll give you everything, just please give me some shade. Chapter 45. Loot of the extremely hot ice lotus. Consuming it grants a 100-fold increase in physical strength. As Su Ruan was counting her spoils, her gaze suddenly fell on the tactical backpack that had been tossed aside. She kicked the backpack over, scattering military rations, ammunition clips, and medical supplies all over the floor. Deep inside the backpack was a square lead box wrapped in layers of insulation. The box was only the size of a palm, but it was unusually heavy to hold. Its surface was cold, and it was engraved with ancient totems. Su Ruan pried open the buckle, and the moment the lid was lifted, a burst of white, cold air shot out, even forcing back the surrounding heat wave of over 50 degrees Celsius. Within the blue cooling gel, a crystal lotus flower lay quietly. Its petals were as translucent as ice crystals, while a cluster of golden flames burned in its heart, the two forces of ice and fire coexisting perfectly. Ding! SSS-grade rare treasure discovered. Extreme heat ice lotus. The system notification states that this lotus flower was born at the boundary of extreme heat and extreme cold, its petals containing mystical ice energy, and its heart condensing the true fire of the sun. Consuming it can temper the physical body and soul, evolving into an ice and fire sacred body, and also greatly enhance resistance to extreme temperatures. Su Ruan's eyes lit up immediately. Compared to the primordial profound ice spring, this thing was many times more precious. It was definitely a treasure for body refinement. Not far away, the dying kangaroo number 1 saw Ice Lotus, and its eyes lit up again. It thought Su Ruan would use it as a bargaining chip. As long as it could live, it was willing to pay any price. But Su Ruan simply picked up the Ice Lotus, looked at the lotus flower first, and then looked at kangaroo number 1, whose face was full of anticipation. The next second, she opened her mouth and took a bite. Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out, and kangaroo 1 completely collapsed, letting out a desperate scream. That was the trump card he had desperately stolen from the A-level lava giant lizard's nest, his hope for a comeback, which Su Ruan had devoured on the spot. The ice lotus burst in her mouth, its cool sweetness and fiery spiciness exploding simultaneously, transforming into a surge of immense energy that flowed into her entire body. Su Ruan squinted her eyes in comfort, and system notifications began to blare frantically. Warning: ice and fire energy overload. Body undergoing extreme enhancement. Her body seemed to have become a furnace, where violent energy was forcibly compressed and purified by her god-level physique, eventually merging into every inch of her bones and blood. Refining successful. Shannong's All Things Critical Strike system triggered. Congratulations, host. Your overall physique has been enhanced by 100-fold critical strike. Basic strength surpasses human limits. Basic speed breaks the sound barrier. Neural reaction time reaches the microsecond level. Current peak strength, 100,000 gene. 100,000 gene of force is equivalent to 50 tons of punching power. Su Ruan opened her eyes, a golden light flashing in them, and the whole world seemed to become incredibly clear. She could easily detect the dust in the air and the sound of mutated ants crawling 100 meters away. She gently clenched her fist, and the surrounding air was instantly crushed, exploding with a crisp sound. Su Ruan looked down at her still fair and delicate fist and smiled with satisfaction. This feeling is really not bad. She then stuffed the remaining half of the ice lotus, root and all, into her mouth, chewed it up, and swallowed it, not wasting a single bit. Then she looked at the 3 assassins who had fallen unconscious and were covered in burns. Letting them die now seemed too lenient on them. Su Ruan manipulated the fiery sun poison ivy to drag the 3 of them back into the shadows like dead dogs. We can't let you die. Your lives are still useful. Suddenly, she remembered the lotus root that had been eaten, and a smile appeared on her lips. What would happen if the root of a divine object triggered a 10,000-fold return? Chapter 46: The Return of the Ice Lotus Shocks the World. Su Ruan held the section of ice lotus root that was covered in mud and had only a little bit left. A thought popped in her mind. What would she get if she triggered the 10,000-fold return? In the shadows, The three assassins she had dragged back were still convulsing and groaning from the intense heat and the paralysis caused by the poison. Su Wanwan didn't even bother to look at them, and directly ordered the system, bound and receive a 10,000-fold return. The next second, a grand system notification resounded throughout the land. Ding! Detected first binding of SSS-grade rare and precious derivative, the root of the extremely hot ice lotus. The item's energy is depleted, but the root still contains the supreme law of the balance between ice and fire. Shenong's All Things Critical Strike system triggers a 10,000x return. This outcome is a rule-level miracle that reverses the laws of nature and reshapes the living environment. The moment the words rule level were uttered, all the high-ranking officials around the world who were monitoring China via satellite froze. The Dragon Vein Great Wall is a national-level protected structure. The Kunlun Ice Lake is a creation-level structure, and now an even more outrageous rule-level structure has emerged. Just how high will Su Wanwan push China to? Critical hit multiplier locked. God-level concept manifestation. This incredible multiplier, which once created the Dragon Vein water-suppressing Great Wall and the Kunlun Ice Lake Oasis, has returned. Immediately afterwards, the system announced the final results. Concept manifestation. The eternal comfort divine land barrier is about to descend upon China. In 10 seconds, the entire territory and airspace of China will be enveloped by an SSS-level, year-round spring-like, constant temperature barrier. The barrier is immune to external natural disasters, such as extreme cold and heat. The internal temperature is permanently locked at 24 degrees Celsius, and the humidity is locked at 55%. The entire world fell silent instantly. Ice springs still needed to be transported and distributed, but this time, it was a divine blessing covering the entirety of China. In the Survivor Resettlement Center in Shanghai, thousands of people drank spring water transported from Kunlun Ice Lake while watching Su Wanwan judge the assassins on the screen. Even with the ice water, the temperature of over 50 degrees Celsius still made everyone sweat profusely. At that very moment, an extremely gentle coolness descended from the sky, instantly dispelling the scorching heat in the square. Everyone felt as if they were in early autumn, with a refreshing breeze caressing their skin, and even their souls finding peace. Someone exclaimed and pointed at the electronic temperature display. The original 52 degrees Celsius was dropping rapidly, 50, 45, 40, 30, and finally settled steadily at 24 degrees Celsius. The same miracle is happening on every inch of China's land. From the northern ice fields and South China Sea islands to eastern cities and western deserts, people are experiencing a constant and pleasant temperature, whether they are in high-rise buildings or in the fields. At the same time, a golden beam of light, visible only to the Chinese, shot into the sky from where Su Wanwan was. A phantom ice lotus, composed of ice crystals and golden flames, slowly bloomed in the sky above 9.6 million square kilometers. A sacred aura enveloped the land, and the whole nation was in a frenzy. People rushed out of their homes, embracing and cheering, some even shedding tears of emotion. It's God Su. It's God Su again. The whole country has air conditioning now. On the global map, Earth remains a dark red, scorched by intense heat, while China shines with a sky blue hue, symbolizing comfort. A single borderline starkly divides heaven and hell. Inside the White House in the United States, a 5-star general stared intently at the blue map. The office air conditioner had long been overloaded and broken down, and a wave of heat exceeding 60 degrees Celsius flooded the room, soaking his uniform with sweat. His mouth was open, but he could only let out hoarse gasps. An unprecedented despair completely engulfed him. At that moment, the operations staff pointed to the other corner of the screen and screamed in a tearful voice, "General, look! Our 3 warriors, they seem to be dying." Chapter 47. 3 Kingdoms contestants roasted into mummies. Natural disaster causes collateral damage. Temperature soars to 65 degrees. "General, look! Those 3 warriors seem to be unable to hold on." The staff officer's scream shattered the deathly silence. The 5-star general whirled around, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the live stream of the desolate wasteland. Under the shadow of the poison ivy, the 3 top-tier soldiers were already unrecognizable. Su Ruanruan dragged them back to the shade, preventing them from being roasted alive, but the high temperature continued to reap their lives like a dull knife. The three men's skin was scorched and cracked by the blazing sun, and their tissue fluid dripped onto the hot sand, emitting a burnt stench. Their lips were dry and cracked, and their eyes were sunken due to dehydration, with only a faint, cloudy light remaining. Water! Kangaroo 1 strained to squeeze out a single word. He gazed at the blue-glowing, chilling entrance to the bunker not far away, where a life-saving spring lay, yet also a boundary he could never cross. Before his consciousness faded, he saw Su Ruanruan take a bottle of special energy drink from her spoils. That bottle of chill blue liquid was more precious to him than his own life. Su Ruanruan unscrewed the bottle cap, took a small sip, and frowned in disgust. It's full of additives, it tastes awful. As soon as she finished speaking, she casually poured the entire bottle of drink into the sand. The blue liquid evaporated instantly, leaving not a trace. No! Kangaroo 1 completely broke down, letting out a piercing wail. Then, his body twitched and froze completely. Global announcement. Australia's swimmer, Kangaroo 1, has been confirmed dead. Global announcement. Maple Leaf Country player, Shadow of Maple Leaf, confirmed dead. Global announcement. Bull from the Bullhorn Country, confirmed dead. 3 announcements rang out in succession, and the live streams from Australia, Maple Leaf, and Nyohorn instantly fell silent. Their warriors did not die at the hands of monsters, nor did they fall to natural disasters, but ultimately died in a failed sneak attack, succumbing to Su Ruanruan's overwhelming strength and humiliation. But this is just the beginning. The death of a player affects the fate of the entire nation. This is an ironclad rule of the game. The next second, a blood red alert swept across the globe. Global red alert. All players from the Kangaroo Country, Maple Leaf Country, and Bullhorn Country have been eliminated, triggering the National Fate Extinction Penalty. Punishment details: collateral damage from natural disasters. The penalty has been increased tenfold because the player died during the surface burning phase. In 10 minutes, the average temperature across the 3 countries will be forced to rise to 65 degrees Celsius, and a super firestorm will erupt. 65 degrees Celsius, plus a super volcanic storm. This is clearly an attempt to wipe 3 countries off the map. The internet was instantly flooded with despair as countless people took to the streets, only to find themselves with nowhere to escape. 10 minutes later, divine punishment arrived precisely on time. The sky above the 3 kingdoms turned a dark red, and temperatures soared. Asphalt roads melted like chocolate, billowing thick smoke. High-voltage power towers overheated, twisted, and melted, plunging large areas into blackouts. The forest, swept away by the scorching winds, instantly burst into flames. Cities burned, the earth burned, and the entire country became a giant incinerator. As the instigator, the United States, though not directly punished, is in a similarly dire situation. Having lost its 3 major allies, it has become utterly isolated in the game of national destiny. Inside the Oval Office of the White House, a 5-star general stared at the map of the 3 kingdoms engulfed in flames on the screen, listening to countless screams, his body trembling violently. It wasn't the heat, but anger and fear. He messed up, driving himself and the United States into a dead end. Ah! The 5-star general roared, grabbed the pure gold globe, and slammed it down on the holographic screen. The screen shattered, sparks flying everywhere. His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was filled with venom. Damn Chinese woman. Dam Su Ruanruan. Does she think this is the end? Absolutely not. He was convinced that Su Ruanruan was currently enjoying their supplies, mocking those trapped in the furnace waiting to die in a bunker. Su Ruanruan was indeed celebrating, but without champagne. Looking at the mountain of spoils, she smiled with great satisfaction. The supplies for 1 Special Forces soldier were already quite substantial, but the 3 of them combined were practically a mobile warehouse. She pulled out several tactical backpacks filled with vacuum-sealed, freeze-dried fruit, strawberries, blueberries, mangoes, pineapples, a complete selection. Su Ruanruan picked up the freeze-dried strawberries, then looked at the primordial mystic ice spring flowing deep inside the bunker, her eyes immediately lighting up. In this hot weather, the smell of blood really ruins the mood. She licked her lips and said with a smile, "It's time for dessert." With so much premium fruit, It would be a shame not to make a super deluxe chilled fruit salad. Chapter 48. Luxurious Iced Fruit Salad. The roar of the five-star general still echoed through the ruins of the White House, while Su Ruan hummed a little tune as she sorted through her spoils in a spacious underground cavern. Weapons, ammunition, medicine, and food were neatly categorized and arranged, making the bunker increasingly resemble a complete post-apocalyptic base. The little snow leopard ran out from the depths of the cave and affectionately rubbed against her leg. Su Ruan rubbed its head, picked up the captured freeze-dried fruit, and went to the primordial mystic ice spring that emitted a faint blue light. She found a basin carved from a huge bear skull, washed it, and placed it by the spring. Then she tore open more than a dozen packets of military freeze-dried fruit, including strawberries, blueberries, mangoes, pineapples, and yellow peaches, and poured them all into the basin, piling the colorful dried fruit into a small mountain. Su Ruan used a large birchwood cup to scoop out a full cup of spring water at minus 100 degrees Celsius. The world's audience watched in astonished eyes as she slowly poured the chilly, sapphire blue water over the dried fruit. With a sizzling sound, the shriveled fruits began to swell rapidly. The strawberries became fresh red and plump again, the blueberries became round and juicy, and the mangoes, pineapples, and yellow peaches also returned to their fresh estate, with a rich fruity aroma mixed with the chill of the icy spring air wafting over. But she was clearly not satisfied, so she went to the experimental field illuminated by the spirit stone lamp and picked more than a dozen fist-sized psionic tomatoes. The tomatoes, as clear as rubies, were cut into pieces and thrown into a bowl along with other fruit, making the whole bowl of fruit salad even more tempting. A super deluxe, chilled fruit salad, enough to feed 100 people, was thus completed. Su Ruan scooped a large bowl full and returned to the rocking chair covered with bearskin. The little snow leopard immediately came over, its eyes fixed on the fruit in her bowl. Greedy cut. Su Ruan smiled, scooped up a chilled blueberry, and held it to its mouth. The little guy carefully rolled it into its mouth, munching away with its eyes half closed. She also tasted a piece of mango. It was cool and sweet, melting in her mouth and carrying the unique, refreshing vitality of the ice spring. Su Ruan let out a comfortable sigh and lazily sank into the rocking chair. The surface temperature exceeded 60 degrees Celsius, and countries around the world were struggling with natural disasters. Her underground cavern, however, maintained a constant temperature of 24 degrees Celsius, as tranquil as a paradise in the apocalypse. The girl in the black-scaled battlesuit, cradling a snow leopard, savored spoonfuls of fruit salad made with divine water, a scene that starkly contrasted with the horrific conditions outside. The long-silent global online community erupted in a frenzy. Some were drinking filtered urine, while others were enjoying top-tier chill desserts. Meanwhile, the Huaxia livestream room erupted in celebration. Everyone proudly declared that this was Su Shan's afternoon tea, and they were showing outsiders who dared to covet her food. Some even offered to wash dishes or feed the leopards, just to get a bite to eat. Su Ruan picked out the ice cubes from the bowl and tossed them to the little snow leopard to play with. After finishing a large bowl of fruit salad, she let out a satisfied burp, stretched, but touched her flat stomach, revealing an expression of unfinished business. Fruit is indeed appetizing, but eating only vegetables always feels like something's missing. Her gaze once again fell upon the boundless, desolate wilderness outside the bunker, and she muttered to herself that she was craving red meat, preferably chewy, wild, top-quality red meat. Chapter 49. Provoking the cattle herd with bare hands? One punch to the head instantly kills the mutant bull king. Su Ruan wanted to eat chewy, wild, top-quality red meat. As soon as this thought arose, her master-level environmental perception covered a radius of 100 miles, quickly bypassing the mutated insects and beasts that were barely surviving, and filtering out large, social herbivores of grade B or above. Soon, 30 kilometers to the north, a blazing red light entered her senses. Hundreds of giant beasts were running rampant across the wilderness, scorching the sand in their wake. That's a B-plus grade lava bull, a fire tribute social creature with thick hide and meat. Its giant horns contain lava energy and can also spew fireballs. Their meat is rich in fire attribute energy, and long-term consumption can enhance heat resistance and explosive power. The spine and horns of the A-grade bull king are excellent materials for forging fire attribute weapons. Great, these are the ones. Su Ruan discovered that the herd of bulls wasn't migrating, but fleeing for their lives. Their energy fluctuations were filled with terror, clearly indicating that something far more terrifying was chasing them. However, she didn't delve into the details. Taking down this mobile steakhouse was the priority. She told the little snow leopard to stay in the bunker and then left empty-handed, without even taking her machete. Moments later, she appeared in the wilderness 30 kilometers away, greeted by a scorching wind and the smell of sulfur and burning. Less than a kilometer away, hundreds of lava bulls pounded the earth, charging like a legion of fiery tanks. They stood over 3 meters tall at the shoulder, their bodies covered in dark red rock armor, lava flowing from the cracks in their skin, and flames burning on their spiraling horns. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Everyone thought Su Ruan had gone mad. Facing a monster that could smash through armored vehicles, she was unarmed and dared to stand alone in front of the herd of cattle. Su Ruan stood motionless. Her petite figure was insignificant in front of the herd of cattle, but the domineering aura emanating from her was so overwhelming that it was hard to breathe. Among the herd, the largest A-grade bull, the king of bulls, was the first to lock onto her. Its eyes were bloodshot, and the flames on its horns were like torches. It roared and broke away from the herd, stomping its hooves on the ground, and charged towards Su Ruan like a cannonball. The burning horn tore through the air, about to pierce her body, and the global audience closed their eyes. In that instant, Su Ruan merely shifted half a step to the left, the blazing horn whistling past her black-scale battle armor. Bull King lunged forward more than 10 meters due to inertia. Just as he turned his head, he saw Su Ruan standing beside him like a ghost. Her fair and slender fist slowly rose, and her divine physique instantly erupted, condensing 100,000 gene of power into a single point. Golden light and icy lotus-like chills swirled around her fist. Su Ruan stared at the Bull King's massive, bone-armored form, a sinister smile on her face. Perfect, I'll test my newfound power on you. Bang! The fist slammed solidly into the Bull King's forehead. The bone armor first cracked with spiderweb-like patterns, and then the entire bull's head exploded from the inside, sending blood, flesh, bone fragments, lava, and flames soaring into the sky. With a single punch, the A-level mutated Bull King didn't even have time to scream before its head exploded on the spot. The headless corpse staggered a few steps before crashing to the ground, plunging the wilderness into deathly silence. The charging bulls stopped 100 meters away, staring in terror at the petite figure who had withdrawn her fist. Su Ruan wiped the blood off her fist and glanced with satisfaction at the group of terrified lava bulls. All right, warm up over. So, Chapter 50. Top-tier snowflakes and beef rain fall from the sky. Who's next? Su Ruan's voice wasn't loud, but it fell like a death knell into the ears of every lava bull. The Bull King was smashed to pieces by her punch, and the remaining hundreds of bulls completely lost their ferocity, huddling together and growling softly, wanting to escape but daring not to move. They couldn't understand why this petite human was so terrifying, but their instincts screamed at them. Su Ruan before them was not someone they could defeat. Not saying anything? That means we'll all attack together. Su Ruan tilted her head and smiled, her figure vanishing in an instant. The next moment, she had charged into the herd of cattle, and the battle instantly turned into a one-sided slaughter. Just as a bull lowered its head to charge, Su Ruan descended from the sky, stomping its skull and spine deep into its chest cavity. She moved like a black lightning bolt, each punch and kick possessing the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. The bulls were either punched through the chest or had their necks broken by her kicks. Some bulls were even grabbed by their horns and swung around like weapons to smash their own kind. The world's audience was stunned. That raging bull army, comparable to heavily armored fire tanks, was like a pile of easily disassembled parts in front of Su Ruan. In less than 10 minutes, the last lava bull was also slammed into the ground by her punch. The battlefield was littered with bull carcasses, and scalding blood stained the cracked earth, but Su Ruan's black-scale battle armor remained spotless. She clapped her hands and said with satisfaction, "Today's exercise level should meet the target." Immediately afterwards, a global broadcast began. Chinese player Su Ruan independently hunted down an A-rank lava bull king and hundreds of B+ rank lava bulls, obtaining their complete carcasses. Shenong's All Things Critical Strike system triggers a million-fold manifestation mechanism. Successfully secured. SSS-level strategic biological resource. 3 million tons of Kunlun snow-top dragon flame Wagyu beef is about to arrive at fresh food supply centers across China. This mutated Wagyu beef absorbs the energy of lava and Kunlun ice springs, giving it a snowflake-like marbling that surpasses Kobe A5. It melts in your mouth and can gently strengthen the body, making it suitable for all ages. China was instantly abuzz. The ice spring solved the survival problem, and these 3 million tons of top-grade Wagyu beef directly elevated post-apocalyptic life to an unprecedented level of luxury. Giant refrigerated display cases have appeared out of nowhere in supermarkets and supply centers across the country, filled with bright red Wagyu beef. Each package reads, "Special supply from Sushan, Kunlun Snow-Top Dragon Flame Wagyu beef, free for all." Such top-quality beef, and it's free? A nationwide barbecue frenzy has swept across China. Grills have sprung up everywhere, from city balconies to rural courtyards. Snowflake beef sizzles on the hot plate, the aroma of meat mingling with cumin and chili, filling every corner of the country. The children ate with gusto, their mouths greasy, while the adults raised their cups to the icy spring water, paying homage to Su Ruan in the desolate wilderness. Tivsto Sushen. Cheers to China. The images spread around the world, and the psychological defenses of foreigners still struggling with heat and hunger collapsed once again. Countless wealthy and powerful people were willing to give up their entire fortunes, antique paintings, and even private islands in exchange for a piece of dragon flame Wagyu beef. The official response from China was incredibly assertive. "Sorry, this is a special supply for God's Su, not for sale. It is a blessing for all Chinese people, and outsiders are not fortunate enough to enjoy it." Despair spread beyond China. While the rest of the country was indulging in a barbecue feast, no one noticed that the temperature in the desolate wilderness had quietly surpassed 65 degrees Celsius, jumping to a terrifying 70 degrees. The air began to distort, and the volcano deep within the earth, which had caused the cattle to flee in madness, reached its critical point in terms of energy. Suddenly, piercing alarms blared across the globe. All the screens instantly turned blood red, and an apocalyptic announcement appeared in the center. Highest level red alert globally. Detected deep within the folded space, a dormant volcano, due to environmental temperatures exceeding the threshold, has given birth to the first stage of ultimate calamity creatures. Ancient drought demon lord. Warning, this is not a drill. All surviving players must immediately abandon the mission and seek shelter in the deepest underground bunker. The mass extinction. Coming soon. Chapter 51, Peak Heat. 70 degrees Celsius. Boom! The massive, scarlet font aggressively covered all the livestream screens worldwide. Just a second ago, China was still immersed in the barbecue feast of Longyan Wagyu beef, with people holding up chilled spring water and cheering for Su Ruan, who remained clean amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The next second, all the laughter stopped abruptly. Someone dropped the barbecue in their hand, oblivious to the scalding grease splattering onto their feet, only feeling a deep-seated fear. Mass extinction. In a live stream, all the contestants disappeared from the split screen, and the camera zoomed out over the desolate wasteland. The volcano in the center, which had terrified the lava cattle, was now radiating a destructive dark red light from within. On the environmental monitoring panel, the temperature broke through the 65-degree barrier and jumped straight to a despairing number, 70 degrees Celsius. The air seemed to be on fire. The earth was baked red, and the Rift Valley spread like the gaping maw of a demon. The seal formed by the magma that had cooled over millennia in the crater of the dormant volcano suddenly cracked open with a crack. Roar! A roar unlike any living being erupted from the fissure, and a circular shockwave swept across the wilderness. Nearby mountains instantly crumbled, and a giant hand flowing with golden magma emerged from the volcano, clinging tightly to the mountain pass. The entire volcano trembled violently. Under the stunned gaze of billions of people, a terrifying figure, hundreds of meters tall, slowly rose from the dormant volcano. Its entire body is composed of dark red rock, with golden magma of thousands of degrees flowing from its crevices. It has no facial features, only two eyes that are as dazzling as the sun, filled with white flames. With each breath, it spews out sparks powerful enough to melt steel. It is like a moving volcano, a mobile natural disaster. The name Drought Demon is fully manifested at this moment. The moment the Drought Demon Lord appeared, all the mutated creatures in the dead wilderness went berserk. Mutant scorpions, lizards, and groundhogs, disregarding the 70 degrees Celsius heat, frantically rushed out of their hiding places and fled in the direction away from the volcano. That was a migration, but the most humble and desperate escape when facing a natural enemy. In a live broadcast room, a paleontologist from China trembled all over and roared with a sob in his voice. It's over. A creature of this size can cause geological disasters with every move it makes. Its stomp can cause an 8-magnitude earthquake, and its wave of its hand can cause a super firestorm that covers hundreds of miles. Even a nuclear bomb with a capacity of tens of millions of tons would be useless against its purely energy-based body. In fact, it would only replenish its energy. It is simply invincible. The words of the authoritative experts extinguished everyone's last shred of hope. Panic quickly swept the globe, with countless people worrying whether Su Ruanruan's bunker could withstand this 100-meter-tall behemoth. In their eyes, the bunker was no different from a toy in front of the Drought Demon Lord. China's last hope seemed to be crushed by it at any moment. Inside the bunker, Su Ruanruan lay on a rocking chair made of animal hide, watching the apocalypse unfold outside using a modified tactical tablet. The Drought Demon Lord that terrified the world looked like a disaster movie to her. The little snow leopard felt the terrifying pressure outside and cried out anxiously, desperately trying to burrow into her arms. Su Ruanruan gently stroked its head to comfort it, then looked up at the fire giant hundreds of meters away in the rock formation. There was no fear in her eyes, but rather the excitement and greed of a hunter discovering his top prey. Ancient Drought Demon Lord, the ultimate calamity creature of the first stage? Su Ruanruan licked her lips, a playful smile on her face. The materials used in this outfit are far superior to the previous ones. If we dismantle it, what level of reward will we receive? Just as she was figuring out how to deal with this ultimate boss, a rapidly moving energy suddenly appeared on the monitor. The dot, carrying intense resentment, was rushing towards the Drought Demon Lord in a suicidal manner. Su Ruanruan raised an eyebrow slightly, her eyes instantly turning cold. Are there still people who aren't afraid of death daring to approach? This energy fluctuation, why does it sound so familiar? She quickly recognized him, and the sneer on her lips deepened. So it was that lowly ninja who barely survived the flood and then drank urine to stay alive in the extreme heat. He's about to die. What tricks is he trying to pull? Chapter 52. The Despicable Acts of the Sakura Country Ninja Luring Monsters. Let me see what kind of farce you can put on before you die, you bedbug. Su Ruanruan hugged the little snow leopard tightly, leaning against the bunker, her cool gaze fixed on the monitor screen. On the screen, Fujiwara Nobimasa was charging recklessly towards the Drought Demon Lord. On the desolate wasteland, Fujiwara Shin ran wildly across the scorching, glassy ground, his tattered ninja uniform hanging on his body, his skin covered in burns and blisters, looking like a charred corpse that had just crawled out of a fire. The 70 degrees Celsius heat had already exhausted his strength. His throat was parched, and each breath felt like swallowing a knife. He knew that even if the Drought Demon Lord didn't kill him, he wouldn't last more than an hour. Since he was destined to die, he wanted to do something important before he died. Something that would make the Cherry Blossom Country, which had become a laughingstock, remembered by everyone again. So, Ruanruan, Fujiwara Shin's eyes were bloodshot, and his resentment was almost tangible. He hated Su Ruanruan for making him lose face, hated that she drank from the spring and ate fruit while he could only drink urine to survive. In his view, it was utterly unfair that the Chinese were enjoying paradise while the Japanese were struggling in hell. Since he was going to hell, why should Su Ruanruan be allowed to live? A mad and wicked idea took shape. Fujiwara Shin took out a piece of jet black incense from his hidden pocket. It was the only 3 pieces of the national treasure of the Sakura Kingdom, the beast-attracting incense. Once this incense is lit, All top predators within 100 miles that are level or above and have a sense of territory will regard the incense holder as a mortal enemy challenging the monarchy and will fight to the death. This was the trump card that Japan originally intended for Japan or for vying for strategic resources. But Fujiwara Shin no longer cared. He only wanted to drag Su Wanruan down with him. He bit his fingertip and dripped a drop of thick, black blood onto the top of the incense. With a hum, the beast attracting incense ignited without fire, and an invisible wave of provocation instantly spread out. 100 miles away, the drought demon lord, who had just awakened from the volcano, suddenly stopped. It sensed that someone had trespassed into its territory and dared to openly challenge its authority. Roar! A furious roar shook the heavens and earth. The drought demon lord abandoned the fleeing humans, its giant eyes burning with white flames locked onto Fujiwara Shin, and charged forward with its mountain-like legs. Thump! 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 Each step caused the earth to crack and the rift to spread wildly. Its massive body moved as fast as a train, like a moving volcano, heading straight for Fujiwara Shin. It's here! It's here! Fujiwara Shin felt no fear, only ecstatic joy. He immediately used the body flicker technique, squeezing out his last bit of life force, and fled towards Su Wanruan's bunker in a blur. He wanted to lure this terrifying monster to Su Wanruan's doorstep before he was crushed by the drought demon. Even if he was destined to die, he would make Su Wanruan and China pay the price. Su Wanruan, I'll drag you all down with me, even in death. In hell, enjoy this grand gift. The live broadcast captured this scene on camera worldwide. Viewers from all over the world instantly erupted in anger, everyone realizing that this madman was leading the drought demon lord towards Su Wanruan's bunker. Shameless. They're trying to drag Su Shin down with them. He can't survive himself, so he tries to kill others. However, a morbid cheer erupted in the Japanese live stream. They felt that their own players had suffered humiliation while Su Wanruan was living too well, and therefore regarded this despicable behavior as revenge. The Japanese commentator, who had initially been worried about Fujiwara Shin, was now red-faced, waving his fists and roaring. Well done, Fujiwara-kun. This is the true Bushido spirit of the great Sakura Empire. Better to die a glorious death than live a shameful life. Chapter 53 Your ninjutsu isn't even worthy of giving me gua sha. The Japanese commentator's frantic screams were broadcast globally, drawing countless insults. But Su Wanruan, the target of the conspiracy, didn't even lift an eyelid. She leaned back in the animal skin rocking chair, holding the little snow leopard, slowly finished the last sip of her chilled fruit salad, and watched with great interest as Fujiwara Shin desperately rushed towards the bunker on the monitor, as if watching a farce. Meow. The little snow leopard sensed the ground shaking, its blue eyes filled with worry. Su Wanruan gently pinched its little nose, her tone light. Don't worry. It's just a fire-breathing lizard and a nearly roasted stink bug, not even worthy of being your appetizer. No sooner had he finished speaking than thunderous footsteps approached the bunker. Fujiwara Shin rushed to the sandy ground outside the cave entrance, looked back, and saw the 100-meter-tall fire giant less than 500 meters away from him. The terrifying heat wave even ignited his clothes. We're here. This is it. Fujiwara Shin stared at the hidden, enormous cave entrance, a ferocious laugh escaping his lips. He knew Su Wanruan was inside, and he could feel the coolness seeping from the cave. That comfort drove him mad with jealousy. Su Wanruan, come out and face your death. He squeezed out the last of his chakra and rapidly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball, 3 meters in diameter, condensed in his mouth and slammed into the cave entrance with astonishing heat. He didn't just want to lure the monster. He also wanted to destroy Su Wanruan's bunker with his own hands before he died. Just as the fireball was about to hit, Su Wanruan put down the empty bowl, slowly stood up, and walked towards the planting area in the center of the cave. There stood a huge rock there, its veins connecting the plant roots to the primordial mystic ice spring water veins, which was the defensive control center of the bunker. She raised her finger and gently pressed it on the fluorescent rune that represented defense. Buzz! A surge of life energy and the chilling source of ice energy awakened simultaneously. The ground outside the bunker exploded with a deafening roar, and countless emerald green vines burst forth from the earth, 10 times thicker and tougher than those used to deal with the assassins. The vines intertwined and merged with the dark blue ice crystal chains in an instant. In less than a second, a hemispherical vine barrier, 300 meters in diameter and 200 meters high, rose from the ground, completely enveloping the bunker and the mountain wall behind it. The barrier, a blend of emerald green and ice blue, is as smooth as a mirror, resembling a colossal work of art created by the gods. Boomstreepje. The fireball slammed into the barrier, but did not explode. The flames were instantly extinguished by the extreme cold the moment they touched the surface, leaving only a few sparks that flickered a couple of times before being completely extinguished, leaving not even a trace. What? Fujiwara Shin's maniacal laughter froze on his face. His all-out ninjutsu couldn't even shake the defensive barrier. Impossible. He went completely mad, pulling out all his treasure explosive tags and hurling them at the barrier. Explode. The dense explosions engulfed the barrier, with flames and thick smoke billowing endlessly. But when the smoke cleared, the ice-blue vine barrier remained completely intact, without even the slightest scratch. Puff! Fujiwara Shin spat out a mouthful of black blood. His mind completely collapsed, and he knelt on the ground in despair. At this moment, Su Ruanawan's clear yet sarcastic voice echoed across the wilderness from a loudspeaker hidden among the vines. Is that all you've got? You're not even worthy of doing gua sha on the front door of my new house, yet you dare to come here to die? Chapter 54. The Drought Demon Lord tears apart ninjas. A series of volcanic eruptions lead to national destruction. Is that all you've got? You're not even worthy of doing gua sha on the front door of my new house, yet you dare to come here to die. Su Ruanawan's icy mockery shattered Fujiwara Shin's last shred of dignity. He knelt on the scorching sand, wanting to retort, but only able to let out a hoarse, strange cry, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the Shinnon barrier. But the next second, a massive shadow loomed over him. A heat wave strong enough to scorch the soul swept over him from behind, and Fujiwara Shin's clothes and charred skin began to curl and carbonize. He turned stiffly, his anger instantly turning into despair. The ancient Drought Demon Lord, towering 100 meters tall, had somehow appeared behind him. Its massive body resembled a fiery mountain, its white, flaming eyes looking down at him indifferently, as if it were looking at an ant crawling at his feet. No! Fujiwara Shin completely broke down and scrambled towards the barrier on all fours. But he had only crawled half a meter when a giant hand formed from golden magma descended from the sky, slowly but with an inescapable, overwhelming pressure. No! The screams echoed across the world via live stream. The giant hand gently descended, instantly vaporizing Fujiwara Shin and his equipment in the intense heat, leaving not even ashes. The magma hand then ground across the ground, leaving a palm print tens of meters deep, melting the sand and gravel at its edges in a glass. At the same time, the system announcement resounded throughout the world. Global announcement. The last remaining Japanese player, Fujiwara Shin, has been confirmed dead. All players from the Sakura country have been eliminated, triggering the national extinction penalty. Punishment details, collateral damage. Because Fujiwara Shin died at the hands of the ultimate calamity creature, the ancient Drought Demon Lord, and severely damaged the ecosystem of the folded space, the punishment has been upgraded to divine punishment. In 10 seconds, Mount Fuji and 8 other major active volcanoes in Japan will erupt simultaneously with devastating force, triggering a chain reaction of magnitude 9.5 earthquakes and a cataclysmic tsunami across the country. The moment the blood-red notice appeared, the world fell silent. Everyone understood that this was no longer punishment, but a catastrophe that would destroy nations. In reality, Japan didn't even have time to grieve before divine punishment descended. Mount Fuji, dormant for hundreds of years, suddenly exploded, sending billions of tons of volcanic ash, debris, and lava soaring tens of thousands of meters into the sky, forming a doomsday mushroom cloud that blotted out the sun. Immediately following, Mount Aso, Mount Isima, Sakurajima, and other volcanoes erupted in succession. The earth cracked and crumbled in the violent tremors, and countless cities were instantly reduced to ruins. 100-meter-high tsunami swept along the coast, obscuring the sky and crashing down on the already shattered island nation with destructive force. A volcano, an earthquake, and a tsunami erupted simultaneously. The livestream room in Japan flickered briefly amidst countless desperate screams before plunging into complete darkness. Japan became the second country, after South Korea, to be erased from the national destiny game. On the desolate wasteland, the drought demon Lord crushed Fujiwara Shin without a second thought. Its enormous eyes, burning with white flames, slowly turned, finally fixing their gaze on the Shunnong barrier, which radiated both life and icy chill. In its mind, consumed by nothing but destructive instinct, this thing was extremely offensive, and the watery smell within it made it even more uncomfortable. It must be destroyed. Roar! The drought demon lord raised his magma fist, gathering enough power to shake mountains, and slammed it down fiercely onto the ice crystal vine barrier. The hearts of viewers worldwide leaped into their throats. That's the ultimate calamity. Su Wanwan's barrier blocked the ninja's attack. But can she really withstand such godlike power? The American military expert, pale-faced and hoarse, declared, "It's over. This punch is equivalent to more than 5 million tons of TNT. No man-made defense can withstand it." China's hopes are completely dashed. It has its sights set on Su Shun's bunker. Chapter 55, I Sharpen My Blade, awaiting the slaying of the god. The global audience held their breath. The drought demon lord swung his giant magma fist, carrying the terrifying force to shatter mountains, and smashed it fiercely into the Shunnong barrier. Thump! A deafening roar shook the wilderness, distorting and blurring the live stream footage. The hemispherical barrier was dented deeply. Blue arcs of electricity exploded among the ice crystal vines, and the light dimmed instantly. Everyone thought the barrier was about to shatter. But the next second, a surge of immense life, energy, and mystic ice energy erupted from the depths of the bunker, lifting the dented barrier back up, and the vines once again shone brightly. It actually withstood a punch from the drought demon lord. The live stream room erupted in cheers, with countless people rejoicing that China still had hope, and that as long as Su Wanwan stayed inside the barrier, they could weather this disaster. However, the military expert from the United States still looked grim. He reminded everyone that although the barrier had blocked one attack, the drought demon lord's attacks had not stopped at all. Thump! 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 The fire giant was utterly enraged, its two magma fists pounding the barrier repeatedly. Each punch caused an earthquake, and each punch dimmed the barrier slightly. Su Wanwan's energy continuously repaired the barrier, but the repair speed gradually couldn't keep up with the rate of destruction. Fine cracks began to appear on the surface of the barrier, and it was only a matter of time before it was breached. Viewers worldwide were frantic. Some urged her to find a solution quickly, while others advised her to dig a tunnel to escape from the other side. No one dared to imagine how she would face the 100-meter-tall drought demon lord after the barrier shattered. Just as panic was spreading, the live stream camera cut to the bunker. Outside, the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, but inside the cave was quiet and cool. The spirit stone lamps illuminated the cavern, making it seem like a secluded fairyland. Su Wanwan neither nervously maintained the barrier nor offered any prayers. She sat on a rocking chair covered with bearskin, with the giant horns and spine of the Lava Bull King, as well as rare metals scavenged from the assassin's backpack, laid out on the stone table in front of her. Another heavy blow came from outside, sending rubble crashing down from the bunker. Su Wanwan, however, remained unmoved, raising her hand to press down on the burning bullhorn, unleashing the power of her ice and fire holy body. The incredibly hard bullhorn rapidly melted, transforming into a dark golden molten metal. The Bull King's spine and rare metals were also successively incorporated into it, perfectly fusing together in her palm. Then, she immersed her other hand in the primordial ice spring and pressed it against the scalding molten metal. The extreme ice and extreme fire converged, completing a near-perfect quenching process. Clang! Accompanied by a dragon-like roar, a long, straight, black gold tang sword slowly took shape. Its blade was made of black gold, covered with dark gold dragon scale patterns, and adorned with a faint blue frost, exuding a chilling aura of killing intent. Su Wanwan took out a diamond whetstone, soaked it in the icy spring, and then sat in a rocking chair, slowly sharpening her knife. The swish, swish, swish sound mingled with the frantic crashing sounds outside. It was as if the devastating drought demon lord wasn't a mortal enemy, but merely setting the stage for the birth of this deadly blade. The little snow leopard lay at her feet, rubbing comfortably against her calves. Finally, Su Wanwan stopped and examined the blade under the light. She gently touched it with her thumb, and blood immediately seeped from her fingertip. The sharpness of this knife was terrifying. She smeared blood onto the blade, and the blood, imbued with the power of the ice and fire holy body, was instantly absorbed, causing the black gold tang sword to emit a humming sound that yearned for slaughter. Su Wanwan glanced at the fire giant, still smashing the barrier outside the cave, her eyes icy. The barrier can only provide passive defense. It's too wasteful of energy. Perfect. I'll use you to test my new blade. She stood up, gripped her tang sword tightly, and exuded a chilling aura. It's time to let it see blood. In a live broadcast room, the military expert who was convinced that China was doomed to defeat was completely stunned. He stared at Su Wanwan, who was forging swords instead of fleeing, and his decades of military experience were overturned. He pointed at the screen, trembling all over, and finally let out a terrified scream. What is she trying to do? Has she gone mad? Chapter 56. Voluntarily leaving the bunker defenses. Does she still want to go out? The white-haired military expert from the United States stared at the live broadcast, completely stunned. Not only had Su Wanwan not fled, but she had forged a deadly blade and now seemed to be actively leaving the bunker. Outside lies a scorching inferno exceeding 70 degrees Celsius, and beyond that, an ancient drought demon lord whose punch is equivalent to 5 million tons of TNT. Humans are nothing but ants before such monsters. The Shinnon barrier was Su Wanwan's last line of defense. Abandoning the bunker and venturing to the surface was, in everyone's eyes, tantamount to suicide. The live stream chat exploded instantly, with countless people desperately urging her to defend the bunker. But no matter how much speculation and prayers came from the outside world, Su Wanwan's decision remained unwavering. Thump! The drought demon lord slammed down again, causing the bunker to tremble violently, with rubble and dust falling continuously. The cracks on the ice crystal vine barrier multiplied, and the light grew dimmer. Su Wanwan felt the vibration and looked at the crumbling barrier. Instead of being nervous, she frowned slightly. It's noisy. She walked to the rock control panel at the core of the bunker. The global audience assumed she was finally going to reinforce the barrier. The next second, Su Wanwan raised her finger and casually pressed the rune that closed the barrier. Buzz! The Shinnon barrier, which had withstood dozens of fierce attacks from fireballs, explosive tags, and the drought demon lord, instantly dimmed. The icy blue vines withered and softened rapidly, shrinking back into the scorching sand with a whoosh. She personally dismantled the bunker's last line of defense. A heat wave exceeding 70 degrees Celsius, carrying an aura of destruction, poured wildly into the cave entrance, enough to turn any living being into charred remains. Yet, when it reached Su Wanwan, it couldn't harm her at all. Her black-scaled battle armor exuded a coolness, and the ice and fire holy body within her made her impervious to the high temperatures. The fiery wind lifted the ends of her hair and the hem of her clothes, making her appear like a war god walking on fire. Just as the drought demon lord was about to smash the barrier, it discovered that the obstructive barrier had vanished on its own. It hesitated for a brief second, then saw a black figure emerge from the cave entrance. Su Wanwan gripped the newly forged black gold tang sword, its blade swirling with dark gold dragon flame patterns. She stepped out of the bunker and into the wasteland covered in flames and lava. The 100-meter-tall fire giant resembled a live volcano ready to erupt at any moment. At its feet, Su Wanwan stood only 1.7 meters tall, her figure as tiny as a grain of sand. Everyone thought she would be vaporized by the high temperature or crushed in a mincemeat by the giant. But Su Wanwan simply raised her head, the firelight reflecting on her exquisite face. There was no fear in her eyes, only a chilling indifference and the murderous intent of an apex predator eyeing its prey. Roar! The drought demon lord met her gaze, and amidst his chaotic instincts, a strange, inexplicable tremor arose. How dare an ant look at it like that? Roar! The drought demon lord was utterly enraged, raising a massive, mountain-sized fist of magma. Golden lava gathered on the fist, transforming into a magma fireball over 100 meters in diameter, resembling the sun. A devastating attack descended from the sky. The old Chinese general suddenly stood up, his eyes bloodshot, and roared, "Ruan, Ruan, get out of the way!" Su Ruan remained motionless, simply looking up at the sky-covering fireball, a mocking smile slowly curving her lips. "Finally, are you putting in some effort? But what use is power alone? A moron like you, whose brain is filled with magma, has no idea. What? This is what a real battle looks like." Chapter 57, Traversing a Sea of Fire and Lava. What constitutes a true battle? Su Ruan's disdainful voice echoed across the globe via the live stream. Facing a lava fireball that was falling from the sky and could destroy a city, she neither fled nor dodged, but instead continued to mock the drought demon lord. The audience was stunned. The fireball, as powerful as a sun-destroying object, crashed down, and no one believed Su Ruan could have survived. But just as the fireball engulfed her, the mockery in her eyes vanished, replaced by absolute calm. Master-level environmental perception activate. In an instant, the flames, rocks, and exploding space all transformed into crisscrossing energy lines in her eyes. The sky was filled with raging fire elements, the earth with heavy earth elements, and the 100-meter-tall drought demon lord was a chaotic and scorching golden energy aggregate. Its movements and energy flow were all captured in Su Ruan's mind. She instantly analyzed the structural defects of this calamity creature, and her mental energy penetrated deep along the energy channels, finally locking onto its right ankle. Hidden, there was a fist-sized, 7-colored light spot, its radiance even more dazzling than the drought demon's eyes. SSS Grade Calamity Core, Drought Demon Source Fire Crystal Stone. This is the Drought Demon Lord's only energy core and its life center. If it is destroyed, the Drought Demon will lose its energy supply, and its rocky body will completely disintegrate. Between the core and the ankle bones, there exists a micrometer-sized gap. Found it! The analysis was completed in the blink of an eye, and the lava fireball was already overhead. Su Ruan immediately activated her agility at 100x speed, and instead of retreating, she charged straight at the fireball. Whoosh! She transformed into a streak of black lightning, darting past the edge of the destructive heat wave the instant the fireball landed. Volmstreepje! The fireball struck the spot, blasting a giant crater 500 meters in diameter into the earth. Golden magma erupted wildly from the bottom of the crater, instantly engulfing several kilometers of land. Then, countless magma particles were propelled high into the air, transforming into a dense rain of fire. Every drop of lava could pierce a tank's armor. Global viewers gasped in despair, while American military experts were ashen-faced, concluding that speed and skill were meaningless against such a catastrophic attack. But before he could finish speaking, everyone was stunned. Amidst the sea of lava and fire, the petite black figure flickered constantly. Su Ruan moved like a black butterfly through the rain of fire, each sidestep, spin, and step precisely avoiding the deadly lava. Countless fireballs grazed her hair and the hem of her clothes, yet failed to touch her in the slightest. Not a drop of fire touched her. This wasn't avoidance, but rather a mockery of nature's calamity. The lighthouse expert's voice trembled. He couldn't comprehend how humans could react with such precision under such an attack. This wasn't something that could be explained by reaction speed alone. It was a miracle. The drought demon lord realized its attack was ineffective and flew into a rage. Treading on the sea of lava it had created, it strode forward with its mountain-like legs, charging towards Su Ruan at speed comparable to a high-speed train, intending to crush this provoking insect into mincemeat. "They're here." A glint flashed in Su Ruan's eyes. Instead of retreating, she charged forward, heading straight for the colossal, sky-covering foot. The audience's hearts leaped into their throats once more. No one understood why she was rushing towards the drought demon's feet. But in Su Ruan's eyes, there was only the ever-expanding 7-colored light spot on her right ankle. What she was waiting for was that instantaneous gap when the drought demon lifted its foot to land. The giant foot slammed down, and the female commentator closed her eyes in fright. The next second, however, came a colleague's uncontrollable scream through the earphones. She jumped. "My God, She jumped. Chapter 58 Tang, sword imbued with hundredfold strength. One strike shatters fire crystal stone, instantly killing Drought Demon. Amid the female commentators' gasp, billions of viewers worldwide witnessed a moment they would never forget. The Drought Demon Lord's mountain-like giant foot was about to fall, its shadow completely engulfing Su Ruanruan. Death was imminent. But Su Ruanruan neither dodged nor retreated. She slightly bent her knees, lowered her body, and concentrated all her strength in her legs. God-level physique, maximum power activated. 10,000 gene of force instantly converged into a single point. With a deafening roar, the ground beneath her feet, scorched to a translucent, glassy state, suddenly collapsed, creating a spiderweb-like crater over 10 meters in diameter. Using the terrifying recoil, she transformed into a streak of black light, shooting straight into the sky, leaving a trail of white sonic boom clouds behind her. Her target was crystal clear. The source of drought, the fire crystal deep within the bone of the Drought Demon's right ankle, the stone that held its life in its hands. The Drought Demon sensed the danger, its giant eye, burning with white flames, darting downwards, but it was too late. Su Ruanruan's speed exceeded the reaction limits of its massive body. In the blink of an eye, she had leaped dozens of meters into the air, appearing in front of the Drought Demon's ankle. The difference between a human and a monster was still like that between dust and a mountain, but this speck of dust now carried deadly intent. This is it. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, and the dark gold dragon flame patterns on her black and gold tang sword lit up simultaneously, emitting a high-pitched dragon roar. In midair, Su Ruanruan forcefully twisted her waist, channeling all the kinetic energy from pushing off the ground, her immense strength of 100,000 gene, and the power of her ice and fire holy body into the tip of her sword. A soft hum filled the air. A miniature black hole seemed to condense at the tip of the Tang sword, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly. Viewers worldwide held their breath, watching as the blade pierced the barely perceptible energy conduction gap in the Drought Demon's ankle. There was no explosion, only a sharp, piercing sound of crystal shattering. Click! The SSS-grade fire crystal hidden within the Drought Demon's body instantly cracked, then exploded into a shower of multicolored dust. Its core of power was shattered by Su Ruanruan's single strike. The Drought Demon Lord let out a mournful, desperate wail, and its white flames quickly went out. The golden magma within its body, which had reached thousands of degrees Celsius, lost its energy and rapidly cooled into gray-black rock, while its massive body crumbled inch by inch from the inside out. Arms, chest, and head split open one after another. This ultimate calamity creature, which had just been so powerful that it dominated the heavens and earth, collapsed like a castle whose supports had been ripped out. Countless boulders fell from a height of hundreds of meters, smashing the earth for several kilometers in radius, and dust blotting out the sun. The world fell silent. Players from all countries and viewers worldwide were frozen in place. One strike, just one strike, and the Drought Demon Lord, deemed invincible by experts, was cleanly and decisively defeated by this Chinese girl. There was no fierce battle, no desperate struggle. From discovering the weakness to closing in and killing, Su Ruanruan completed a near-perfect, top-tier hunt. After the dust settled, she landed lightly on the still, steaming pile of Drought Demon rubble. The black and gold Tang sword was spotless, gleaming coldly in the blood-red sunset. Su Ruanruan casually flicked the sword, seemingly quite satisfied with the power of her attack. Just then, the long silent system notification sounded like thunder throughout the world. Global annoncement. Chinese contestant Su Ruanruan. The system seemed to pause for a moment because of this result. Successfully completed, the first time since the start of the National Destiny and Natural Disasters game, on the Phase 1 Ultimate Calamity Creature. Solo. No damage. First kill. Chapter 59. Drought Demon Corpse explodes massively. The system's final announcement resounded throughout the entire venue, plunging the entire planet into a deathly silence before erupting in utter jubilation. First kill. The ultimate boss has been killed by Su Shun. A solo, flawless kill. She's not human, she's a god. Whether hostile or neutral, at this moment, all the survivors cheered wildly for this victory. This was not just a victory for China, but also the first time humanity had directly defeated an ultimate natural disaster. It proves to all those struggling in the apocalypse that natural disasters are not invincible, and that even gods can be slaughtered if the power is strong enough. Across China, there was a frenzy of celebration, with countless people rushing into the streets, embracing and weeping, chanting Su Ruanwan's name. Su Shun is awesome. Su Shun is a god forever. In the stuffy office of the White House, the five-star general slumped in his chair, staring intently at the petite figure standing on the corpse of the drought demon on the screen, muttering impossible over and over again. Humanity defeated that monster, and its faith, pride, and worldview were shattered in that moment. On the desolate wasteland, Su Ruanwan paid no attention to the revelry outside. Her gaze was already fixed on the pile of spoils at her feet. The corpse of the drought demon lord suddenly burst forth with dazzling seven-colored light, turning the entire sky into a dreamlike scene. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the SSS level hidden achievement, the first cry of God. First solo kill of the ultimate calamity creature. First kill, rewards settled. Shinnong's myriad things critical strike system triggered. Rewards received an epic boost. With a deafening roar, the corpse exploded like a treasure trove, sending countless orbs of light soaring into the sky and raining down around Su Ruanwan like a downpour. Obtained 588 molten cores grade A material. Obtained 260 obsidian body and A+ grade material. Obtained S-rank skill book flame, Storm X1. Obtained S-rank equipment blueprint, volcanic lava armor X1. The system notifications were flooding in. The value of just these grade A and grade S materials and blueprints far exceeded all of Su Ruanwan's previous gains. But she didn't even look at the items scattered all over the ground. Instead, she looked directly at the two main dropped items floating in the center of the seven-colored light. Those were two SSS-level treasures that shouldn't have appeared at this stage. On the left is a golden sphere the size of a basketball, like a miniature star that is constantly collapsing and releasing light and heat, and the surrounding space is distorted by its energy. Name: SSS-class strategic rule-based artifact, stellar-level temperature control center. Attribute: formed from the true solar fire of the drought demon lord, reconstructed through system laws after absorbing the energy of the silent volcano. Effects: it can establish an extremely large-scale, absolutely stable energy field, correcting environmental parameters such as temperature, humidity, air pressure, and light with stellar-level power, and can also coordinate with the core of the host bunker. Su Ruanwan's eyes lit up immediately. This thing is practically the ultimate, enhanced version of the year-round spring-like barrier. The original barrier was just a central air conditioning system covering the entire country. But this one is like an artificial sun that can control the weather and create ecosystems at will. Then she looked to her right. It was a ball of liquid light about the size of a human head with a dense, almost tangible mist surrounding it. Any air hotter than 70 degrees Celsius that approached it would instantly turn into pure water elements and be absorbed by it. Name: SSS level, Genesis level resource, Supreme Spirit Spring Essence. Attribute: a miraculous creation born from the resonance between the divine essence of the primordial mystic ice, spring, and the shattering of the fire crystal stone, the source of the drought demon. Efficacy: enhances the quality and energy level of all water resources, purifies pollution, and nourishes all things. When integrated with the primordial mystic ice spring, it can evolve into the creation god spring, gaining the ability to catalyze life and revive barren trees. Even Su Ruanwan couldn't help but gasp when she saw these two items. One can control the environment like an artificial sun. The other can nurture life like a divine fountain of creation. Either one could elevate a nation to new heights in the face of impending doom. And now, they all belong to her, and to China. Su Ruanwan put away the two treasures with satisfaction. Immediately afterward, the cold global announcement arrived again. Final global announcement. Chinese player Su Ruanwan successfully defeated the first stage's ultimate calamity creature, the ancient drought demon lord, and obtained the core artifact, the stellar-level temperature control center. The first phase of the National Destiny game, the extreme heat disaster, has been unilaterally and completely ended by China. A rule-level correction is about to begin. The extreme high-temperature environment within the folded space will be forcibly corrected to a global constant temperature of 24 degrees Celsius within 10 minutes. The world was once again plunged into euphoria and stunned silence. The extreme heat disaster that tormented countless players and drove countless countries to collapse was actually brought to an end by China alone. This is no longer about completing a game. It's about changing the rules of the game. Before everyone could react, the system notification in Su Ruanruan's mind rang again, the voice more urgent than ever before. Ding! Detected that the host has simultaneously acquired 2 related SSS-level artifacts, a stellar-level temperature control center and a top-grade spiritual spring source, triggering a massive multiplier bonus event. Warning: this critical strike will combine the laws of fire and water, resulting in an outcome that transcends mere conceptual manifestation and reaches a higher level. The cold, mechanical voice seemed to tremble with the impending miracle, triggering World Law Level Genesis Miracle. Chapter 60. The foreshadowing of the fake heiress not being biologically related triggers a terminal illness. 9 golden characters illuminated screens worldwide, sending shivers down everyone's spine. A world-class legal feat, a miracle of creation. This was no longer just the return of supplies, but a rewriting of the entire world's rules. The next second, a miracle descended upon China. The once clear sky was covered by rich, colorful, auspicious clouds, and countless raindrops shimmering with light fell from the sky, containing the life energy of the temperature control center and the essence of the finest spiritual spring. This rain was no ordinary rain, but the legendary 7-colored rain. People came out of their homes, letting the magical rain fall on them, feeling a warm current flowing through their limbs and bones, an indescribable comfort. In a resettlement hospital in Shanghai, an elderly man who had been suffering from lumbar disc herniation for over 10 years suddenly heard several cracking sound from his lower back after it was soaked by rain. The excruciating pain that had almost paralyzed him vanished instantly. The old man sat up in bed, then stood up amidst the astonished gazes of everyone in the ward, even jumping up and down a couple of times. He laughed excitedly. The chronic illness that had plagued him for years was completely cured. In a sterile ward in Beijing, a distinguished scientist with late-stage lung cancer quietly awaited death. A drop of rain slipped through a crack in the window and landed on the back of his hand. He suddenly coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of dark, foul-smelling blood. The nurse hurriedly called the doctor, but the test results stunned everyone. The cancer cells in the old man's body had completely disappeared. The same thing happened repeatedly throughout China. Old injuries, disabilities, chronic diseases, and even genetic defects were all washed away by this divine rain. The physical condition and lifespan of the entire Chinese nation saw an unprecedented improvement. A system announcement also resounded throughout China. Su Ruanruan triggered a world-class creation miracle, bestowing divine grace upon all Chinese citizens and eradicating all negative statuses. From this day forward, China will be free from illness. The internet erupted in celebration, with countless people sharing news of their loved one's recovery. Everyone understood that this was Su Ruanruan's blessing of life to China. But inside the abandoned underground air raid shelter in Jiangcheng, a completely different scene is unfolding. Su Cha-Cha and her parents, having been evicted from their villa due to their negative credit ratings, are forced to eke out a living in this dark and foul-smelling place. The 7-colored rain dripped down from the crack in a ventilation duct, forming a small puddle. Su Cha-Cha, her body covered in sores and emaciated like a skeleton, saw the rain and her eyes instantly blazed with greed. She knew from the news that this was a divine rain that could cure all diseases. She pounced on it like a mad woman, lying on the ground and desperately licking it, as if she had seized her only chance to turn the tide. But as soon as Lingyu entered her mouth, a burning pain swept through her entire body. Su Cha-Cha screamed in agony. Black smoke billowed from her festering skin, and in the blink of an eye, festering sores oozing blackish-green pus sprouted. The divine rain that had healed the entire nation had become the most terrifying poison upon her. Her screams attracted rescue workers. Officials quickly isolated her for testing, and a report jointly issued by the Supreme Academy of Sciences and the Gene Research Center was soon sent to the top command center. The report reached only one conclusion. Su Cha-Cha has no blood relation to her parents or Su Ruanruan. Her genes are unable to accept divine blessing, proving that she does not belong to the Chinese bloodline. Further investigation revealed that her paternal genes were 99.999% similar to those of Crow, a U.S. spy executed 20 years ago. The truth has been fully exposed. The official announcement spread throughout the country. Su Cha-Cha is the daughter of the undercover spy Crow and was switched at birth by her accomplices, while Su Wanwan, the true descendant of a Chinese hero, had her original life taken away. The entire internet was in an uproar. Only then did everyone understand why Su Cha-Cha was so vicious. Her once proud status and sense of superiority were, in fact, a joke from beginning to end. In the isolation ward, the dying Su Cha-Cha also saw the news. Upon learning that she was not a daughter of the Su family, but merely the descendant of a spy, her last shred of pride crumbled completely. She spat out a mouthful of black blood, and her eyes gradually lost their light. The instruments coldly announced that her vital signs were rapidly deteriorating, multiple organ failure was occurring, and she was ultimately diagnosed with a terminal illness with no cure. Meanwhile, having completed her revenge and salvation, Su Wanwan returned to the underground fortress with 2 SSS-level trophies. She looked at her cozy but somewhat simple home, then at the stellar-level temperature control hub in her hand, which resembled a small sun. Su Wanwan walked to the rock control panel and said softly, "The space is still a bit small. It's time to give a new home an ultimate upgrade." As she finished speaking, she slowly pressed the stellar-level temperature control center into the console slot. Mirje. Chapter 61 Fusion of a stellar-level temperature control center. Death Wasteland, morning of the 14th day. After waking up, Su Wanwan first drank the spiritual spring water. The icy spring water, infused with the essence of the spiritual spring, was more concentrated in her mouth, and the physical feedback was more obvious. Even her muscles and bones felt relaxed. Next, she went to see the planting room. 200 golden wheat seedlings had already sprouted ears, and the spiritual patterns on the awns were shimmering slightly. In another 6 to 8 hours, they would be ready for harvest. Finally, she removed the stellar-level temperature control center. The silvery white central structure resembles a heart, with concentric circles of gold lines on its surface, maintaining a constant temperature of 36 degrees Celsius. The system indicates that it must be embedded within the building's core to create a comprehensive constant temperature ecological field. Su Wanwan circled the bunker, finally settling her gaze on the spirit-patterned rock. The rock's surface, originally inlaid with jade fragments, now bore 4 hollows, the patterns of which were concentric circles. She slammed her fist down, and a precisely sized groove immediately appeared on the hard rock surface. Then, she pressed the temperature control center into it. The moment the central control was embedded, the entire bunker shuddered violently. Su Wanwan's feet left the ground, and the little snow leopard was also thrown out, but it flipped in mid-air and landed steadily. After the tremors stopped, a deep hum still emanated from the ground. The concentric circles on the spirit-patterned rocks suddenly burst into a white-gold light, the light spreading along the cracks in the stone wall and penetrating into the ground. Su Wanwan looked down and saw that the rocks straight beneath her feet were cracked with countless regular lines, like an unfolded blueprint. She didn't move from her spot, but the surrounding rock strata continued to extend downwards and outwards. The vanished rocks did not disappear. Instead, they reassembled deeper within, forming walls, floors, and supporting pillars. An underground structure was growing at an astonishing rate. The first level remained in place, but expanded from a narrow bunker into a circular hall with a diameter of 60 meters. The dome was flat and regular, with a warm yellow artificial sun hanging in the center, casting even light, just like a sunny morning. The second level is located 16 meters underground and has a diameter of 100 meters. The source of the spiritual spring is introduced into a circular river channel, with a blue spring water flowing through 12 irrigation inlets, and large areas of spiritual soil spread out around it. The plantable area is over 4,000 square meters. The third level is more spacious, with 12 independent stone chambers arranged in a circle, along with a bathroom, kitchen, and medical room. The stone walls are smooth, the floor is at a constant temperature, and air circulates continuously through pipes in the rock. A system prompt then appeared. God-tiered dungeon, initial form complete. Total number of floors, 5, Total area, approximately 52,000 square meters. The first floor houses the central hall and command area, equipped with a holographic map. The second floor contains the agricultural area and grain storage. The third floor is the residential area, and the fourth floor comprises the storage and forging areas. As for the fifth floor, it is the core restricted area where the temperature control center is located and only the city lord can enter. Upon seeing the words City Lord, Su Wanwan's lips twitched slightly. This 50,000 square meter underground city now only had her and a little snow leopard as its residents. The little snow leopard jumped down the stone steps to the edge of the farmland, stared at its reflection in the Linquan River for a few seconds, then raised its paw and slapped the water, instantly getting splashed with water all over its face. It let out a howl and immediately ran back to Su Wanwan's side, hugging her shoes. Su Wanwan tucked it under her arm and carried it as she explored the new underground city, floor by floor. The lighting in the hall adjusted automatically as she moved, and the irrigation system in the farmland area had been connected to the old planting room. The 200 wheat plants were automatically transplanted into the new field. After being replaced with spiritual soil, they grew even more vigorously, and the ears of wheat were so heavy that they almost bent the stalks. Upon entering the residential area, she pushed open the door to a stone chamber. Old animal hide mats, bedding, and a wooden tub filled with ice spring water had all been moved in by the system and neatly arranged next to the new stone bed. The stone chamber was about 25 square meters, with wall lamps emitting a warm orange glow, and the room temperature remained stable at 23 degrees Celsius. The little snow leopard rolled around on its new bed 3 times before finally settling down peacefully. The live stream room was completely buzzing with excitement. What used to be a cave has now become an underground city. 50,000 square meters, plus farmland, waterways, and forging platforms. She built a nation underground all by herself. The most terrifying area is the agricultural zone. What can grow might actually feed countless people. Su Wanwan ignored the comments. She took out the 4-in-1 survival watch she had seized from Jack and used the underground city's signal to read the outside temperature. 47 degrees. After the drought demon died, the temperature in the wilderness dropped by 24 degrees compared to yesterday. At this rate, it won't be long before it becomes habitable again. She put the watch away and walked alone to the planting area. The golden wheat field swayed gently under the simulated sunlight, silver veins dancing among the plump ears of wheat. Su Wanwan nudged the nearest stalk. The grains were heavy, and the entire stalk swayed with it. 6 hours later, harvest the wheat. Inside the underground city, the waters of the Spirit Spring River flowed slowly. Following her scent, the little snow leopard searched down from the 3rd floor, rubbed against her legs, and quietly lay down beside her. A man and a leopard sat by the wheat field, with simulated sunlight overhead, spiritual soil beneath their feet, and golden ears of wheat about to ripen in front of them. The last comment in the live chat was just one sentence. The grain in China will be ripe soon. Chapter 62 Foreign experts attempt to reverse analyze the structure. Pay attention. What's there to care about for a bunch of ants barely surviving in the apocalypse? They can't even find a bunker. So even if they pay attention from behind screen, they'll only feel powerless jealousy and anger. Su Wanwan didn't care about the reactions from others at all. More than those people, she wanted to know how good the fully automatic kitchen appliances in her new home were. Just because she doesn't care doesn't mean others can sit still. In the real world, the core of power in the United States has retreated to its final fortress 500 meters underground. Inside the command center, everyone stares at the eerie, pulsating energy signal on the giant projection screen. The air is thick with tension. The technicians reported in a trembling voice that, after comparing the energy with that of the Divine Land Barrier and the 7-colored dew, the signal source could be confirmed to be the territory of Su Wanwan, a contestant from China. It was her again. The 5-star general's eyes were bloodshot, filled with fear and resentment. He sternly ordered that the structural diagrams and energy models of Su Wanwan's underground structure must be analyzed. The Western camp immediately assembled more than 300 top scientists to form a miracle reverse analysis team and launched the most powerful quantum supercomputer, Prometheus. Scientists connected the brain to a supercomputer, capturing blurry clips from the live stream of Su Wanwan's renovation of the underground city, attempting to deduce the structure of the building. Millions of frames were analyzed, with energy models and material analysis conducted simultaneously. Less than 10 seconds into the calculation, the command center suddenly sounded an alarm. The professor in charge of operations turned pale, saying that the load-bearing structure of that wall simultaneously violated both macroscopic mechanics and quantum mechanics, and its energy transfer method was completely unknown, as if it possessed a life of its own. The general refused to accept it and ordered the calculations to continue. The material scientists, however, were also devastated. The molecular structure of that crystal bridge simply could not exist stably in a three-dimensional universe. Each atom was like a miniature Dyson sphere, undergoing an incomprehensible energy cycle. Immediately afterwards, the supercomputer's core overheated, the quantum entanglement collapsed, and a large area of the logic units burned out. With a loud bang, the multi-billion-dollar Prometheus was completely destroyed amidst sparks and thick smoke. Upon seeing the final molecular model, the Nobel Prize-winning physicist coughed up blood and fainted on the spot. Before collapsing, he uttered only a desperate murmur. This technology is at least 500 years ahead of them. A deathly silence enveloped the command center. The five-star general slumped in his chair, finally realizing that this was not a game, nor a war, but a complete and utter defeat, a dimensional assault that transcended both brute force and intellect. Inside the Eternal Sky City, Su Wanruan was completely unaware of this. When a system notification that Prometheus had been destroyed by the burning of his territory appeared, she simply swiped it away, muttering dismissively, "What kind of junk is this, trying to spy on my home?" She hummed a little tune as she toured her new home. Reaching the fully automated luxury living area, she nodded in satisfaction. With complete buildings and functional zones, and the city upgraded, it was time to treat herself. Su Wanruan looked at the SSS-grade, top-quality spiritual spring source in the storage space, which was still emitting pure water vapor, and a pleasant smile appeared on her lips. Perfect for a relaxing bath. I just don't know where to put it. Chapter 63 introduces the excavation of a bathing pool using a top-grade spiritual spring. Su Wanruan stood in the center of the Sky City living area, seriously considering where to take a bath. For her, the bathhouse couldn't just be any old pit. The environment, atmosphere, and privacy were all essential. She immediately instructed the system to filter for the quietest, most scenic, and purest locations on the new map. After the 3D map unfolded, she quickly located a circular valley at the deepest part of the dungeon. The area is undeveloped and surrounded by natural crystal veins, where the most abundant life and water elemental energy in the entire underground city converges. Is the core dragon vein of the Sky City. Su Wanruan nodded in satisfaction, and her figure instantly appeared in Crystal Valley. The rock walls were covered with colorful crystal clusters, their soft light illuminating all directions, and the air carried the sweet scent of grass after rain. The environment is perfect. She walked to the center of the valley and raised her hand to run it across the entire obsidian surface. The power of her ice and fire holy body activated, and the hard obsidian instantly sank and shaped like wax. In just a few minutes, a lotus-shaped bath with a diameter of over 50 meters was completed. The bottom and edges of the pool were engraved with runes for gathering spiritual energy and maintaining a constant temperature, and each lotus petal had a groove at its tip for placing fruit and drinks. Then, Su Wanruan took out the top-grade spiritual spring essence that beat like a blue heart and placed this SSS-level creation artifact into the groove at the bottom of the pool. The moment the spiritual spring came into contact with the runes, a vast source of water erupted. Clear, warm spring water, carrying a faint lotus fragrance, continuously gushed forth from countless runes. The spring water temperature remained constant at a comfortable 42 degrees Celsius, and in less than a minute, the enormous lotus pond was filled. The mist contained a rich life energy, and the water was 100 times purer than the primordial mystic ice spring. Perfect. Su Wanruan removed her black-scaled battle armor and slowly stepped into the misty pool. The warm spiritual spring enveloped her entire body, completely washing away the fatigue and killing intent accumulated from days of battle. She leaned against the smooth pool wall, her long hair floating gently in the sapphire blue water. The little snow leopard ran to the edge of the pool, curiously poking its head out, and she smiled and gently pinched the little guy's nose. "You greedy cat, this isn't for you to drink." With a thought, a crystal glass appeared in the petal groove beside him, filled with chilled watermelon juice. It was juice made from freshly ripened grade A frost watermelons from the automated farm. Su Wanwan took a small sip, the cool, sweet juice sliding down her throat, perfectly dispelling the warmth from the hot spring. A sip of hot spring water, a sip of chilled melon juice. It was simply heavenly. She squinted, gazing at the dazzling, starry sky simulated by the temperature control center. This was the post-apocalyptic life she wanted, keeping danger out of the way and enjoying everything in the absolute safety of her home. The viewers in the live stream were completely taken aback. While some were still eating moldy bread in the cellar, she was already soaking in the spiritual spring in Crystal Valley and drinking chilled watermelon juice, a scene more luxurious than any top-tier resort hotel. Su Wanwan was completely unconcerned about the wailing outside. Just as she was about to get another glass of juice, the system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! It has been detected that the host is using an SSS-level Genesis-grade resource, the Supreme Spirit Spring Source. The Shinong Myriad Things critical strike system has triggered a 10-000X return mechanism. This critical strike will combine the eternal spring-like Shenzhou barrier with the divine blessing of the seven-colored sweet rain, causing an irreversible, rule-level reshaping of the real-world hydrological ecology. Chapter 64, The Spiritual Spring Manifests in the Mother River of China. A system notification rang in Su Wanwan's mind. She simply raised her eyes lazily and poured herself another glass of chilled watermelon juice. She was already used to this kind of return policy. Anyway, the benefits would all end up in China, and she just wanted to continue enjoying her leisurely bath time. But in reality, China witnessed an unprecedented miracle. The Kunlun Mountains are the source of two mother rivers. After the apocalyptic catastrophe, glaciers melted, the ecosystem collapsed, and the rivers that had nourished China for thousands of years long ago dried up. The riverbeds cracked, and the land was desolate. At that very moment, the Kunlun Ice Lake suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. Boom! Under the lens of countless satellites and drones, two enormous water dragons, formed from pure spring water, soared into the sky from the frozen lake. They circled in the air, emitting deafening roars, before plunging down and precisely pouring into the source of the two mother rivers. This is not ordinary water. It is divine water containing the essence of a top-grade spiritual spring and possessing endless vitality. The clear river water rushes down the ancient channel, its surface shimmering with spiritual light. Wherever it passes, the parched land quickly becomes moist and fertile. The roots of plants that had long since withered revive the moment they touch the spiritual spring. Tender shoots broke through the soil and grew wildly. Some grew to more than a person's height in an instant, blooming with colorful lotus-shaped flowers. Others bore red agate-like fruits, their fragrance refreshing and delightful. The Huaxia Command Center was in complete uproar. Unknown high-energy life reaction detected. Is it the nine-colored deer carrying a fungus from ancient books? The life energy contained in these fruits is enough to extend the lifespan of an ordinary person by 30 years. Satellite images show that both banks of the river were instantly covered with rare and precious plants that only exist in mythology. The once barren riverbed was transformed in the blink of an eye into a blessed land stretching for tens of thousands of miles. The spring continues downward, passing through plateaus and plains, and finally flows into the sea. The once murky and polluted nearshore waters were rapidly purified after the arrival of the spiritual spring. The seawater regained its azure and clear blue color, and countless endangered marine creatures regained their vitality. At this moment, the ecology of China has completely broken free from the post-apocalyptic wasteland, as if returning to a mythical era full of spiritual energy and rare treasures. Global announcement. Thanks to the groundbreaking contribution of Chinese contestant Su Wanwan, the entire ecological environment of China has achieved a final leap forward. The territory of China has been designated a God-level, extraordinary safe zone. Warning: any life form not of Chinese bloodline that enters this area without permission will be suppressed and rejected by the laws of the world. The announcement plunged countless foreigners who wanted to illegally enter China into utter despair. In the aftermath of the initial shock, the 1.4 billion people of China embarked on a nationwide treasure hunt. People flocked to the banks of the revitalized Mother River to gather rare and exotic herbs. Although the authorities issued an emergency notice for protection and development, the freely accessible spring water in the river was already considered the greatest blessing bestowed upon all Chinese people. Inside the Eternal Sky City, Su Wanwan finally finished her bath and walked out of the lotus bath pool with satisfaction. She felt every cell in her body brimming with power, so energetic that she couldn't sleep. So she changed into light combat gear and began to wander around the vast underground city, like a king surveying his territory. She stopped when she reached an undeveloped wasteland on the first basement level. In the corner lay a massive iron pickaxe. It was a trophy seized from the backpacks of the three assassins, crafted from the skeleton of an A-grade mutated creature and rare metals, specifically designed for quarrying and chiseling rocks. Su Wanwan looked at the obsidian load-bearing wall in front of her, which was tens of meters thick, and her eyes flashed with curiosity. These new walls looked pretty sturdy. She lifted the iron pickaxe, which weighed over 1,000 pounds, with one hand, and weighed it in her hand. It felt as light as a toy. I wonder if I still have the strength to swing this pickaxe once. What will happen? Chapter 65. A forest of glowing mushrooms appears. So Rwandawan smiled mischievously. After obtaining the immense strength of 100,000 Jin, she hadn't truly tested its power yet. Previously, when facing the Bull King and the Drought Demon, it was a life-or-death struggle, with the sole aim of killing them with a single blow. The obsidian load-bearing wall in front of her, tens of meters thick and formed by the underground city, is far stronger than any known alloy on Earth, making it a perfect test of her strength. She gripped the giant iron pickaxe tightly, initially using only 1/10 of her pure physical strength, without even activating her ice and fire holy body, and swung the pickaxe fiercely against the wall. Clang! The deafening roar shook the underground space, sending sparks flying. Yet the obsidian wall trembled only slightly, leaving only a faint white mark where the pickaxe struck. Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow, surprised that the wall was so sturdy. She had underestimated the strength of the underground city walls and overestimated the destructive power of 1/10 of her strength. This is interesting. Looks like I need to get serious. She took 2 steps back, channeling all her immense strength into her arms. Her slender arms showed no visible change, but the surrounding air crackled and popped from a force. Open it for me. The pickaxe shot through the air, its tip violently rubbing against the air, igniting a raging inferno. The next instant, a devastating cracking sound echoed throughout the cave. The obsidian wall cracked open from the point of impact, unfathomable fissures spreading outwards. Then, with a deafening roar, the entire wall collapsed, sending debris raining down into the darkness behind it. Behind the wall, a huge, deep natural cave entrance was revealed, from which a cool and damp atmosphere constantly emanated. It actually broke through. Surwanderwan nodded in satisfaction. The little snow leopard had somehow appeared, lying down by the cave entrance and letting out a questioning cry into the darkness. Don't rush. Let's go in and take a look. She put away her pickaxe, took out a powerful flashlight, and stepped into the cave, carrying the snow leopard cub. A cool breeze carrying the fragrance of earth and the scent of exotic fungi rushed towards her, instantly invigorating her. As the flashlight shone ahead, Su Wanwan froze in shock. This was no ordinary cave, but a giant underground cavern with a towering dome and stalactites everywhere. Even more astonishing is that there's no need for lighting inside the cave. The entire cave was covered with glowing mushrooms. The larger ones are like giant umbrellas, reaching heights of over 10 meters, with canopies large enough to shelter dozens of people. The smaller ones are only the size of a palm, clustered together against rock walls and under stalactites, like scattered stars. They are translucent, shimmering with a dreamy, ethereal blue fluorescence. Tiny specks of light dance along the edges of their canopies, like fireflies flitting through the forest. The entire cave was enveloped in a blue glow, tranquil and mysterious, like a legendary fairyland. The air was filled with an incredibly rich aroma, as if directly stimulating the appetite deep within one's soul. The little snow leopard broke free from her embrace and joyfully rushed into the mushroom forest, using its paws to poke at the glowing spores that were falling from the giant mushrooms. As Su Ruan gazed at the extraordinary sight before her, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have discovered a hidden map. Azure Spore Forest. A+ grade mutant fungus discovered. Starlight Spore Mushroom. Non-toxic and neutral, rich in high-purity energy and life essence. It can replenish physical and mental strength and slightly and permanently enhance mental perception. Its flavor is exceptionally delicious, making it one of the finest ingredients. The aroma released during cooking can transcend physical barriers, directly stimulating the most primal appetites of living beings. Upon seeing the words ultimate freshness and aroma, Su Ruan's eyes lit up instantly. She walked up to a spore mushroom that was about half her height and picked the thickest cap. The mushroom felt warm and smooth to the touch, like soft jade, and its fresh aroma made her mouth water. Su Ruan licked her lips, revealing a mischievous smile. These mushrooms look delicious. If we use the spiritual spring water and the remaining dragon flame beef ribs to make a soup, what will it taste like? Chapter 66, Glowing Mushroom and Pork Rib Soup. The aroma drives the remaining foreigners crazy. Su Ruan's taste buds were instantly captivated by the exquisite aroma emanating from the Starlight Spore mushrooms. As a survival enthusiast and a top-tier foodie, she simply couldn't resist such a delicacy. The little snow leopard also greedily grabbed a large mushroom, its throat making continuous gurgling sounds. Little glutton, don't worry, I'll arrange it for you right away. Su Ruan picked 7 or 8 plump, translucent blue star spore mushrooms and took the little snow leopard directly back to the living area of the Eternal Sky City, entering the fully automated luxury kitchen. On the warm jade cooking table, Su Ruan put down the mushrooms and instructed the system to formulate the best solution. The system quickly provided the answer. Shenong 100 Herbs Fresh Soup, with the main ingredients being Starlight Spore Mushrooms and Kunlun Snow-Capped Dragon Flame Beef Ribs, and the auxiliary ingredients being top-grade spiritual spring water, century-old wild ginseng, and deep-sea blue crystal salt. All the necessary ingredients were stored in the storage space. Su Ruan took out the top-grade Wagyu beef ribs with snowflake-like marbling, placed the ingredients into the designated slots, and gently pressed the cooking button. The robotic arm immediately swung its molecular cutting blade, slicing the ribs into even pieces. The cleaning device created a vortex of spiritual spring water, washing away the spores and dust from the mushroom surfaces, revealing their sapphire-like, translucent flesh. Then, all the ingredients automatically fell into a huge white jade stew pot, into which top-grade spiritual spring water was poured, and the true fire of the sun burned steadily at the bottom. In just a few minutes, an incredibly powerful aroma wafted from the pot. The rich, meaty fragrance of dragon flame Wagyu beef, the irresistible umami of Starlight Spore mushrooms, mixed with the sweetness of the spring water and the fresh scent of wild ginseng, blended perfectly into a divine flavor that transcended the limits of the sense of smell. The little snow leopard couldn't resist any longer, circling the jade pot frantically, drooling all over the place. Su Ruan's appetite was also whetted. Even her body, transformed by the ice and fire holy body and already incredibly picky, craved this soup. But this was just the beginning. The aroma grew stronger as it simmered, seeping into the ventilation ducts that dotted the mountains through the kitchen's exhaust system. Those outlets, originally intended to regulate the bunker's air, were disguised as rock crevices and hollowed-out trees in the wilderness, sending the fragrance hundreds of miles away. Beneath a pile of rubble in the desolate wilderness, the Bullhorn Kingdom contestant, starving for 3 days, was digging for food in the mud. He finally unearthed a mutated earthworm and was about to put it in his mouth when an indescribable, delicious aroma wafted from a crevice in the nearby rocks. The burly man froze instantly, his nose twitching frantically. The aroma was more fragrant than the finest roast meat, fresher than any mushroom, as if it were trying to steal his soul. He looked down at the earthworm in his hand, covered in mud and wriggling, then inhaled the divine fragrance in the air, and his mental defenses crumbled on the spot. An earthworm fell to the ground. This 2-meter-tall strong man, who could once overturn an armored vehicle with his bare hands, knelt down in the mud, clutching his head, and wailed like a child. He wasn't starving. He was desperate. He could smell the scent of heaven, yet he couldn't even get a single bite. Throughout the wilderness, similar tragedies unfolded repeatedly. A female contestant from Canada was about to swallow moldy tree bark when she smelled its aroma, immediately discarding it and frantically biting her own arm. Several survivors from different countries fought desperately for a spot downwind of the ventilation shaft. This aroma became the final straw that broke their reason. It was more terrifying than weapons, more cruel than natural disasters, silently telling everyone still struggling in hell. Heaven is nearby, but they will never taste it. However, 30 kilometers from the entrance to Su Ruanruan bunker, behind a sand dune, the figure clad in black combat gear froze for only a moment upon smelling the aroma. His eyes showed no madness, but rather a cold, predatory glint, like a hunter locking onto its prey. Found him. This energy fluctuation and this smell, the target is nearby, Thor reported in a low voice through the communicator. On the other end, the 5-star general of the United States excitedly ordered, "Lock on him, break in at all costs, and take everything inside." Thor slowly rose, gazing in the direction from which the aroma emanated, a cruel sneer playing on his lips. Break in? Too much trouble. For a rat hole like this hidden underground, why not just blast it and the entire mountain into the sky with hellfire? Chapter 67, The Lighthouse Killer Who Died Just by Touching the Door. Thor's confident voice echoed back to the final stronghold of the Beacon Nation, instantly invigorating the 5-star admiral. Hellfire was a miniature thermonuclear fusion bomb specifically designed by the Beacon Nation for S-class targets. A single bomb was enough to wipe out a small town. Thor is their last trump card. He is the only perfect product of the Superman project, with multiple A-level mutant beast genes fused within him. His strength, speed, and regenerative abilities far surpass those of humans, making him a veritable humanoid beast. The 5-star general frantically ordered, "Authorize the use of Hellfire. At all costs, take down that Chinese woman and everything she owns." Thor coldly agreed, cut off the communication, and locked onto the source of the scent. His body sank slightly, the sand beneath his feet exploded, and he transformed into a black afterimage, hurtling towards the Eternal Sky City at supersonic speed. A few dozen seconds later, he traversed 30 kilometers and arrived before the massive, automatically repaired mountain wall. His modified eyes scanned the mountain and quickly spotted the dark gold circular alloy door that had become one with the rock face. Found it! An intensely fragrant aroma, so potent it could shake his very soul, wafted from behind the door. Thor stared at the heavy door, his face full of disdain. Before overwhelming firepower, even the strongest defense was a joke. He raised his left hand, and a sophisticated device popped out from his wrist. The fist-sized red crystal in the center collapsed continuously, radiating an aura of destruction. This was Hellfire. Thor planned to plant the bomb on the door and then retreat 100 miles away to watch the explosion. He stretched out his right hand, intending to first determine the material of the door and find the best point of impact, a bloodthirsty smile already appearing on his face. He imagined the door shattering, him bursting inside, trampling Su Ruanruan under his feet, and enjoying the heavenly aroma of the food. However, just as his fingers were less than a millimeter from the door, a system notification sounded in the central control room. Su Ruanruan was watching a cooking show, waiting for the soup to finish stewing. A system notification popped up. The barrier had detected a high-threat hostile target, identified as Thor from the Beacon of Light, with a threat level of A+. The system asked if she wanted to activate Divine Punishment Level Attack Mode. A+ is considered a high threat. Su Ruanruan didn't even lift her eyelids. Activate Basic Insect Repellent Mode. Don't let the flies disturb my meal. The next moment, the high-voltage pulse grid of the celestial barrier activated. Outside the door, Thor's smile froze instantly. A pale blue arc of electricity flashed across the door like a venomous snake. He instinctively sensed the deadly danger and desperately tried to retreat, but it was too late. No matter how fast his reaction was, it couldn't outrun light. After a dull thud, the wilderness fell silent. Thor remained in the outstretched hand position, his armor turning to ash inch by inch from his fingertips, his powerful body rapidly carbonizing and charring. A gentle breeze swept by, and the Lighthouse Nation's strongest trump card turned to black ash and scattered with the wind. Only the Hellfire device remained, preserved by its insulating material, and fell with a thud onto the scorched sand. The entire process took less than a second. The A+ grade Gene Warrior wasn't even allowed to scream before being completely wiped out. Su Wanwan glanced at the monitor and asked Yihuo to Wendao, "Did a black dot flash just now? Was the signal bad?" She ignored it because a notification came from the kitchen. The Shinong herbal broth was ready, achieving a perfect taste. Su Wanwan's eyes lit up, and she immediately ran into the kitchen, filling a bowl with the shimmering hot soup. Take a small sip, and the ultimate umami flavor explodes in your mouth. The sweet and mellow broth transforms into pure life energy, flowing through your limbs and bones, even subtly enhancing your ice and fire divine body. It's so delicious. Su Wanwan no longer cared about her image and devoured the meat and soup with gusto. The dragon flame wagyu beef ribs melted in her mouth, and the starlight spore mushrooms were chewy and delicious. In less than 10 minutes, she had finished a whole pot of soup. After eating her fill, she slumped onto the animal skin sofa, rubbing her slightly rounded belly, her cheeks flushed with happiness. Feeling drowsy, she decided to go for a walk to digest her food, glancing at the security camera outside the door as she did so. Huh, what's that dark, lumpy metal thing by the door? Su Wanwan stared at the Hellfire device and tilted her head. Who threw this trash away? It looks like it still works. Chapter 68. The military quickly develops the world's first mech. Su Wanwan stared at the Hellfire device lying on the scorched sand in the monitor, recalling that it seemed to have come from the black that had flashed by earlier. Adhering to the principle of not wasting spoils, she turned on the dark gold high-voltage switch and walked out into the scorching, burning air. The Hellfire's structure was extremely intricate, its surface covered in runes and gauges, with a central red crystal that flickered constantly, radiating unstable destructive energy. Su Wanwan poked the crystal, remarking that the A+ grade fly had brought something quite good. The system immediately alerted that this was an unactivated Hellfire miniature tactical thermonuclear fusion bomb from the United States, along with remnants of the Thor combat suit. The materials were only 15% intact, and the system asked if the user wanted a 10,000-fold return. Su Wanwan chose to return it without hesitation. The disposable bomb was of little use to her. Exchanging it for technology that China truly needed was the most worthwhile investment. The Hellfire and the debris on the ground instantly vanished in a flash of light. The system then triggered a million-fold manifestation mechanism. Because the returned items involved advanced military technology and strategic energy cores, the final focus was on the SSS-level strategic military technology package. The complete blueprints and construction materials for the Shinong Generation I exoskeleton mecha, which is about to arrive at China's highest-level military research institute. At this moment, deep in the desert of China, in the secret base of the Kunlun Military Research Institute, 5,000 meters underground, the old General Zhang Jinghua was staring at the holographic sand table with a furrowed brow. Su Wanwan significantly improved China's environment and the quality of its citizens, but Zhang Jinghua never dared to relax. The beacon of hope would never give up, and the next round of national disasters would only be more dangerous, while China's advanced weapons development remained fraught with difficulties. Bad news kept coming. After Prometheus was destroyed, the United States went into radio silence, and China lost its surveillance of its high-ranking officials. Satellites also detected a sharp drop in the energy response of the enemy's final stronghold, clearly indicating that they were preparing new tactics. Zhang Jinghua slammed his fist on the table, his eyes filled with resentment. He couldn't bear to see Su Wanwan face all the crises alone, and he couldn't accept that Chinese soldiers could only passively wait. Just as the command center fell silent, a vast golden light suddenly erupted from the giant testing ground in the center of the base. Alarms blared throughout the base, and everyone immediately activated the highest level of defense. Zhang Jinghua instantly recognized that this was the light that only appeared when Su Wanwan returned the supplies. He pushed past the guards and rushed toward the observation platform. After the golden light dissipated, the test site was filled with superconducting materials, composite armor, and precision parts, with a white energy core, beating like a heart, suspended atop the pile of materials. Immediately afterwards, the complete 3D design drawings of Shinong Generation 1 were transformed into a data stream and flooded into the minds of all the researchers. The parameters of every screw were clearly defined, and even the power system and weapon concepts were at least a century ahead of existing theories. The elderly scientist, known as the father of Chinese mecha, froze on the spot. Staring at the mecha model that combined futuristic appeal with a sense of power, he trembled with excitement, finally kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face, and shouting, "God bless China!" Zhang Jinghua was the first to regain his senses. With bloodshot eyes, he gave the order. Everyone should put aside their current projects and assemble the Shinnong Generation 1 mech with all their might, regardless of the cost. He only gave them 3 hours. The mech had to be flying. Despair and oppression instantly transformed into fervor. Countless scientists and engineers rushed to the piles of materials, cutting, welding, assembling, and debugging. With perfect blueprints and readily available materials at their disposal, the once insurmountable technical barriers were now reduced to a race against time to assemble. 2 hours and 50 minutes later, a dark gold steel giant, over 20 meters tall, stood in the center of the test range. It had metallic wings on its back, and its fuselage was sleek and powerful. The ace pilot entered the cockpit and pressed the start button. The white energy core suddenly lit up, and blue patterns quickly covered the entire mech. Zhang Jinghua clenched his fists tightly, staring at the steel giant, and whispered, "Fly, my child." With a roar, the Shinnong Generation 1 mech flapped its wings, and its anti-gravity engine spewed out dazzling blue flames. The massive mech soared gracefully into the sky, crashing through the 100-meter-thick dome of the test field like a giant dragon breaking free of its restraints, straight into the night sky before dawn. It performed various acrobatic maneuvers over the capital, sometimes roaring like a fighter jet, sometimes hovering like a hummingbird. Countless awakened citizens came out of their homes, gazing up at the steel giant in the night sky, which looked like a god, speechless with awe. Zhang Jinghua watched as the Shinnong Generation soared through the heavens, and behind it, beneath the ever-clear starry sky, beneath the eternally spring-like barrier of the divine land, his eyes finally welled up with tears. He faced east, towards the direction where Su Wanwan was in the live broadcast of the national destiny, and gave a solemn military salute. "Little girl, thank you. From today onwards, you won't be the only one protecting China." Chapter 69. Using mutant silkworm silk to create exquisite battlesuit impervious to water and fire. "You're not alone anymore." General Zhang Jinghua's impassioned vow went unheard by Su Wanwan. At this moment, she stood in the eternal Sky City, frowning as she examined the black-scale battlesuit she wore. This A-grade battlesuit had once blocked countless attacks for her, but it had suffered irreparable wear and tear in battles against the Lava Bull King, the Drought Demon Lord, and others. What she found even more unbearable was that the dress was entirely black and had no design whatsoever except for being form-fitting. As a girl who loved beauty, Su Wanwan decided to make herself a new dress. She arrived at the newly built hand-woven textile area in the underground city. There stood a fully automated psionic textile machine, with countless energy threads intertwining with a robotic arm, resembling a futuristic haute couture factory. Inside the materials cabinet were the top-grade silk she had collected, fiery red and warm crimson flame silk, and icy blue and cool mystic ice silk. Both were S-grade materials, incredibly tough, and impervious to water and fire. Su Wanwan felt that the colors were still not enough, so she took out the 7-colored powder she had collected after killing the Drought Demon Lord. This is SSS-grade Law Dust. Although it has no physical attributes, it can give items a shimmering, iridescent effect and the ability to automatically shape them. She immediately fed all 2 types of silk and Law Dust into the spinning machine, and then imported the SSS-grade blueprint, 9 Heaven's Mystic Maiden Feather Robe. With her command, the machine roared to life. Energy threads, infused with electric arcs, wove together crimson flames and icy silkworm silk with micron-level precision, while the dust of laws also merged into each thread. Su Wanwan didn't need to wait. She simply brewed a cup of spiritual spring flower tea in the rest area. An hour later, a notification sounded, and the display case slowly rose, revealing a stunning feathered robe floating within. The feathered robe blends classic long skirts with modern battle attire, its main color falling between sky blue and pure white, with flame patterns embroidered on the hem made of crimson silk. The dust of laws causes the fabric to shimmer with a galaxy-like seven-colored halo, as if it were cut from stars and clouds. SSS rank mythical equipment. Radiant Mystic Maiden Battle Armor. It is immune to physical and energy attacks of S level and below, automatically regulates its temperature, is impervious to water and fire, and remains untouched by dust. It can also change form according to its owner's will. Furthermore, the Nine Heavens Divine Light can enhance the wearer's charm 1,000-fold, bestowing upon them a sacred and majestic aura. Su Ruan gently touched the feathered robe, which instantly transformed into a stream of light covering her entire body. The floor-mounted light screen reflected her figure. The luminous feathered robe outlined her slender waist. Her black hair fluttered gently, and her exquisite face, illuminated by the divine light, made her resemble a goddess. The once-mocked heiress, whom Su Cha-Cha had called a country bumpkin, had finally completed her most glamorous transformation. Su Ruan twirled with satisfaction, her skirt billowing, sparkling like starlight. A playful smile appeared on her lips as she opened her long-and-used global live stream. I wonder how many people are still online right now. Perfect, let's show them something good. Chapter 70. The fake heiress attempts to seduce a wealthy man, but is thrown out of the car. When Su Ruan's stunningly beautiful face reappeared in the global live stream, carrying a hint of mockery, the entire world seemed to be muted. Whether it was the Chinese people or the foreigners struggling to survive in the wasteland, everyone was stunned. She wore a flowing, shimmering robe. Her clear, starry eyes seemed to pierce the soul, and her brows exuded a goddess-like majesty. Her beauty transcended gender and race, rendering even the thought of desecration impossible. After a brief silence, the live stream chat exploded. Countless people frantically spammed Soft Goddess, some saying they watched the stream on their knees, others willing to do anything for her. The comments from different languages around the world ultimately converged into one sentence. Soft Goddess saves the world. Even foreign tycoons and top dignitaries contacted China through various channels, willing to offer their entire fortunes just to obtain a signed photo of Su Ruan. She accomplished the cultural unification of the entire planet in a way no one had anticipated. But the world's revelry is only a hair's breadth away from the wailing of hell. In an abandoned underground air raid shelter in Jiangsheng, Su Cha-Cha struggled to crawl out from the rotting garbage, her body reeking of a corpse. The rejection reaction to the divine blessing, coupled with a malignant terminal illness caused by an unknown gene, had already tormented her beyond recognition. Her body was covered in sores, with blackish-green pus constantly oozing out, and her once proud face was completely ulcerated. She knew she was dying, but she couldn't accept it. Why should she die like a stray dog in a garbage dump, while Su Ruan, who took everything from her, was worshipped as a god by the whole world? No, I can't die, I still have a chance. Su Cha-Cha thought of the rich second-generation heirs who used to fawn over her and spend lavishly on her. If she could find them, perhaps she could obtain the life-saving spiritual plant potion. She was willing to give anything to survive. She pulled out a tattered sundress, put it on, and dragged her decaying body toward Jiangxing's most upscale private club. The club's entrance was brightly lit and filled with luxurious cars, a stark contrast to the desolate, post-apocalyptic atmosphere outside. Not long after, a bright red limited edition speedboat pulled up in front of the gate. Su Cha-Cha recognized the owner, Wang Tsong, the young master of the Wang family, her former most infatuated admirer. Ignoring the security guard's attempts to shoo her away, she frantically blocked the car's path. Young Master Tsong, it's me, it's Cha-Cha. The car window rolled down, and Wang Tsong frowned at the stinking monster in front of him, his face full of disgust. Where did this crazy woman come from? Get out of my way. Don't delay me from giving gifts to Goddess Ruan. Su Cha-Cha desperately climbed onto the car, trying to put on a charming smile. But the expressions on her festering face were more terrifying than those of a demon. Please save me. I'll do anything to save me. Didn't you used to like me the most? Wang Tsung finally recognized her, and his face instantly turned to horror and disgust. Su Cha-Cha, what happened to you? Get out. Don't touch my car, it's filthy. Su Cha-Cha remained persistent, clinging desperately to the car door and pleading. Wang Tsung flew into a rage, kicking her squarely in the festering wound of her chest. She was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing heavily into a garbage-filled, stinking ditch by the roadside. Damn it, what bad luck. Wang Tsung frantically wiped his shoes with disinfectant wipes, then strode away. Passers-by watched Su Cha-Cha, struggling in the stinking ditch, and mercilessly mocked her. The daughter of a spy wants to seduce young Master Wang? She's like a toad lusting after a swan. This kind of vicious woman should rot in a stinking ditch. Su Cha-Cha lay in the cold, dirty water, her chest aching terribly, surrounded by mocking laughter. She watched the speeding car disappear into the distance, then looked at the billboard in the distance, where Su Ruan was revered by thousands. Two streams of black tears mixed with pus and blood slowly flowed down her cheeks. The last glimmer of light in her heart was completely extinguished. Inside the Eternal Sky City, Su Ruan yawned and turned off the live stream. Neither the outside world's revelry nor Su Cha-Cha's miserable state could pique her interest. Just as she was about to return to her luxurious bedroom to catch up on sleep, a piercing, top-level red alert suddenly blared throughout the entire city. The entire underground city hummed violently, and the simulated sun on the dome instantly turned blood red. A system announcement appeared in front of Su Ruan in the largest font. Global highest level apocalyptic alert. Detection indicates that the core laws of the folded space have been prematurely obliterated due to the ultimate calamity creature, plunging it into irreversible chaos. The second phase of the National Disaster Survival game, the Ice and Fire Hell, is forcibly activated. In 10 seconds, the folded space will experience its first rapid alternation of extreme environments. Rapid alternation? What does that mean? Chapter 71, The Rules of Folded Space, suddenly go mad. Rapid Alternación? What does that mean? Su Ruan had just frowned when the blood-red announcement provided the answer. Warning. The first rapid alternation of extreme conditions is about to begin. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. An extreme cold storm is approaching. In an instant, the crimson simulated sun extinguished, and the entire folded space was abruptly dragged from its furnace-like heat into a perpetually frozen abyss. The temperature plummeted from 70 degrees Celsius to minus 60 degrees Celsius in a single second. A blizzard swept across the land, each snowflake like an ice blade. The sand, which had been scorching hot like glass just moments before, cracked and shattered under the cold wave, instantly covered with several meters of solid ice, and the air itself seemed to have frozen into a cold colloid. Viewers worldwide witnessed a frozen apocalypse through live streaming. The temperature difference exceeded 120 degrees Celsius, a disaster that ordinary people could not possibly endure. The camera pans to the foreign competitors in the wilderness. A Japanese ninja had just taken shelter in a sandpit to cool off when a sudden blast of cold air struck. Before he could even react, he and the sandpit were encased in ice, turning into a painfully contorted ice sculpture. Another burly man from the Bullhorn Kingdom was trying to find shelter when the blizzard hit his face. The minus 60-degree cold penetrated his lungs, and within seconds, his skin turned from red to purple and finally to ashen. His massive body collapsed with a thud. Death began to spread rapidly. Those athletes who had survived the extreme heat by relying on their cleverness were powerless against the extreme cold storm, and nearly 100 of them fell like wheat. Audiences from around the world watched helplessly as their favorite athletes perished, falling into complete silence. Inside the command center of the United States, a 5-star general stared blankly as the number of survivors plummeted from 3 digits to 2, muttering in disbelief, "The devil! This is the devil's game." But this is just the beginning. The extreme cold lasted for an hour, completely freezing the space into a snowfield, before the system notification sounded again. Warning! Rapid environmental changes. 10-9-8. Extremely hot rain of fire is coming. The crimson sun rose again, even larger and more intense than before. The temperature soared from minus 60 degrees to 80 degrees in the blink of an eye, and the solid ice on the ground instantly evaporated, turning into scalding white mist. Immediately afterwards, fiery rain of burning lava dripped from the sun's surface. As the rain fell, the damp, icy ruins were instantly scorched into charred earth. Extreme cold and extreme heat rolled in succession, turning the entire space into a true inferno of ice and fire. A Maple Leaf Country athlete, hiding in an ice cave, hadn't even taken off his S-level cold weather suit when the ice outside the cave evaporated. Scalding hot rain poured in, leaving only a short, agonizing scream. The natural disasters continued unabated. 1 hour of extreme cold and blizzard followed by an hour of extreme heat and rain, repeating in a vicious cycle. Within a single day, there were 12 cycles of ice and fire. By the end of the first day, the number of surviving players worldwide had plummeted from 3 digits to single digits. Apart from Su Wanwan, there were fewer than 10 people left in the folded space, surviving entirely thanks to the temperature-controlled underground fortresses that their country had spared no expense in building. But the energy cores of those fortresses were being consumed at an alarming rate, and collapse was only a matter of time. Everyone understood that this was no longer a game of survival, but a brutal purge of the weak. Just as the world was plunged into despair, the camera of the National Fortune Live broadcast slowly turned to the interior of the mountains, entering the ever-safe Shinnong Eternal Sky City. Outside, the world is a whirlwind of fire and ice, but inside the city, spring reigns all year round. The dome, simulating the sun, casts down soft morning light, making the entire underground city as tranquil as a paradise. Su Wanwan sat up in the large bed covered with clouded leopard skin, glanced at the time, and it was exactly 8 o'clock in the morning. The environmental monitoring instrument showed that the outside temperature was minus 62 degrees Celsius. The temperature inside the city was constant at 24 degrees Celsius. The humidity was 55%, and the energy consumption was only 0.001%. She nodded in satisfaction and got out of bed barefoot. Her shimmering feather robe automatically transformed into a pale pink velvet nightgown. Hearing the faint howling of wind and snow outside, she frowned slightly. It's a bit noisy. Then, she walked to the control panel and gently pressed the soundproof mode. The world instantly fell silent. Billions of viewers stared blankly as she washed up, hummed a song, and then went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Grade A Dragon Flame Wagyu beef was pan-fried into snowflake steak. Grade S Thunderbird egg was made into a sunny side-up egg, and there was a cup of starflower tea brewed with spiritual spring water on the side. While people outside were struggling and dying in the hell of ice and fire, Su Wanwan was enjoying the pleasant morning light in her own divine kingdom. The contrast was so stark that everyone was speechless. After finishing breakfast, she seemed to remember something, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Judging by the time, those little guys I planted yesterday should be bearing fruit by now, right? Perfect timing. Let's go take a look. Chapter 72, Beauty and Strawberry. Su Wanwan put down the warm jade cutlery, her eyes filled with anticipation. The little guy she was referring to was an S-grade mutated plant seed that she had exchanged from the Shinnong Systems species database yesterday. This plant is extremely demanding in its environment, and even in the ancient times when spiritual energy was abundant, it was difficult for it to survive. However, the Eternal Sky City possesses a stellar-level temperature control center and a top-grade spiritual spring source, so theoretically, there is no crop that cannot be grown there. The global audience was immediately intrigued. What could it be that could elicit such anticipation from Su Wanwan, who was used to seeing rare and exotic plants? Under the watchful eyes of countless people, she changed into light sportswear, passed through the luxurious living area and the crystal bridge spanning the spiritual spring stream, and arrived at the independent planting area, shrouded in an energy shield. This is the core area of the underground city where energy is purest. As soon as you step inside, the fresh air, mixed with the scent of earth and fruit, hits you, making you feel completely refreshed. The planting area is neatly arranged with rows of rows, where various rare fruits and vegetables, extinct elsewhere, are thriving. There are golden, shimmering psionic tomatoes, black gold potatoes imbued with earth elements, and starfruit trees that can grow to tens of meters tall, bearing fruits that resemble miniature planets. The little snow leopard darted excitedly between the ridges of the field, occasionally poking at the unfamiliar fruits. Su Wanwan, however, ignored the grade A and grade S crops and headed straight for the deepest part of the planting area. There was a special ridge with pink soil where plants half a meter tall grew with bright green heart-shaped leaves. Below the leaves hung strawberries the size of a baby's fist, as glistening as rubies. This is an SS-grade mutated fruit, the red beauty strawberry. It is a mutation formed from a rouge strawberry after absorbing the essence of a top-grade spiritual spring and the dust of laws. Its requirements for temperature, humidity, and light are extremely precise. Any deviation in these parameters may cause it to wither. Red Beauty strawberries contain a gentle yet abundant life energy and a touch of the magic of first love. Consuming them can nourish the complexion, purify the body, and even give one a brief taste of the sweetness of first love. It actually grew. Even Su Ruan couldn't hide her surprise. In the Shinong System's data, this fruit was marked as a dream fruit that was theoretically impossible to cultivate in the mortal world. The live stream fell silent as everyone stared at the giant, bright red strawberries. The camera then split into two screens. One a desolate, hellish landscape of ice and fire, where the air itself seemed to groan, and the other a peaceful, tranquil strawberry farm at a constant 24 degrees Celsius. Inside the abandoned nuclear power plant in the Bullhorn Kingdom, a contestant relied on the residual heat of the reactor to withstand temperatures of minus 60 degrees Celsius. He looked at the strawberries on the screen, then looked down at the frozen, rotten, mutated rat meat in his hand, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't die at the hands of monsters and natural disasters. He was actually driven to his death by the cruel contrast. While some were still struggling in hell, Su Ruan was reaping strawberries in heaven. Su Ruan clearly had no time to consider the audience's feelings. She took a small basket woven from vines and carefully picked ripe red strawberries, quickly filling the basket. The enticing sweet aroma seemed to waft through the screen into everyone's noses, causing countless viewers to swallow hard. Su Ruan carried the strawberries to the edge of the field, picked up a small jug filled with spiritual spring water, and squatted down to water the strawberry roots. Sunlight streamed through the transparent dome as she hummed a tune while tending to the strawberries, creating a tranquil scene reminiscent of a secluded paradise beyond the apocalypse. The audience was completely devastated. Some said it was an angel watering a garden, while others wished they could become a strawberry, just to be cared for by her. Many more were dismayed to discover that while they were still worrying about the ice and fire purgatory, she had already begun planting strawberries. After watering the fruit, Su Ruan looked at the basket full of fruit, her eyes gleaming with appetite. She smiled sweetly at the camera and the little snow leopard at her feet, who was drooling with desire. Strawberries aren't just for eating raw. She picked up the largest strawberry and gently wiggled it near her lips. For dessert after dinner, let's make strawberry daifuku. Do you want to eat? Chapter 73, A Rain of Sweet Strawberry Blind Boxes. Su Ruan's playful yet alluring voice entered the live stream, instantly igniting the entire internet. Countless viewers frantically commented that they wanted to eat it, and even those who didn't know what strawberry daifuku was were drooling over its sweet aroma. She looked at the screen, full of comments, and smiled with satisfaction. Even if everyone couldn't eat it, just watching it through the screen was enough to satisfy her little bit of wicked fun. Carrying a basket of red strawberries, Su Ruan returned to the futuristic kitchen and immediately had the system generate the optimal recipe for strawberry daifuku. All the ingredients are top quality, readily available. SS-grade red strawberries, snow jade, glutinous rice flour, frosting sugar powder, and red bean paste made with spiritual spring water. Any one of these ingredients would be considered a delicacy in the outside world. She washed the strawberries and removed the leaves. The bright red berries glistened under the light, and their sweet aroma quickly filled the entire kitchen. Then Su Ruan kneaded glutinous rice flour, powdered sugar, and spiritual spring water into a soft, snow-white dough, divided it into small portions, and shaped them into thin wrappers. She placed hot red bean paste in the center of the dough, then pressed in a large, bright red strawberry. She gathered the edges together and gently pinched it closed, and a round strawberry daifuku was made. Soon, a dozen plump and adorable strawberry daifuku were neatly arranged on a white jade plate, resembling exquisite works of art, driving the viewers in the live stream into a frenzy. The little snow leopard was already rubbing against her leg, making eager, purring noises. Su Ruan smiled and put a daifuku, a type of steamed bun, into its special little bowl. The little snow leopard took a bite, its big blue eyes widening instantly. The soft, sticky rice skin, sweet red bean paste, and bursting strawberry filling exploded in its mouth at the same time, and it rolled around on the ground in bliss, its cries changing into a different tone. Su Ruan was amused by it, picked up a strawberry daifuku, and took a small bite under the envious gazes of billions of viewers. The glutinous rice skin is chewy and soft, while the red bean paste, is delicate and sweet. The moment you bite into the strawberry, rich juice bursts out, a perfect balance of tartness and sweetness. The juice slid down her throat, a tingling sensation reaching her very soul. Su Ruan seemed to see countless pink bubbles, and memories of the simple and beautiful moment from her past life floated into her mind. This taste is called happiness and also sweetness. Just as she was slightly lost in thought, the system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for tasting this SS-grade miracle creation imbued with the power of laws. Red Strawberry Daifuku. A dramatic fluctuation in the host's happiness level has been detected, resonating with the first love principle. The 10 million-fold return mechanism has been triggered, combining the eternal spring-like divine barrier of the land with the blessing of divine grace upon all. A fairy tale-like, sweet miracle is being triggered. The next second, a miracle occurred in the real world. Across China, whether in bustling cities or remote villages, pink clouds suddenly drift across the clear sky, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. Immediately afterwards, countless strawberry daifuku wrapped in translucent, temperature-controlled bubbles rained down from the sky, covering every corner of China. They've put out candy? It really is strawberry daifuku. It's exactly the same as the one in Su Shen's live stream. Quick, catch this. It's a dessert that God Su sent to China. After a brief moment of shock, the whole country was in an uproar. People rushed into the streets, vying to catch the sweet blind boxes that were raining down from the sky. At the construction site, a burly man with dark skin carefully caught a daifuku, a type of Japanese steam bun, popped the bubbles, and took a bite. The 7-foot-tall man's eyes instantly welled up with tears. He tasted not only sweetness, but also the youthful spirit and pure emotion that life had worn down. A girl who had just argued with her parents and was sulking alone received a strawberry blind box floating in through her window. She took a bite out of spite, and her grievances were quietly melted away by the sweetness. The girl wiped away her tears, walked out of the room, and gave her parents a big hug. The same scene is playing out across China. This strawberry rain not only satisfies the taste buds, but also washes away the fatigue, anxiety, and pain accumulated by people in the post-apocalyptic world. The internet also turned into a pink ocean. Some people tasted the flavor of first love, some successfully confessed their love to their sweethearts through strawberry daifuku, and some exclaimed that China has long since become a true divine land. Just as the entire nation was immersed in sweet celebration, an announcement that resounded only within China added an even greater surprise to this fairy tale. Announcement: a fairy tale-like sweet miracle has arrived. Those in China who enjoy the red beauty strawberry daifuku have a very high chance of meeting their destined love within the next month. Best of luck to everyone. This news was like a bombshell, instantly driving countless single men and women in China into a frenzy. Over major cities, pink clouds slowly gathered, eventually forming a large line of words full of love. But beyond this joyous celebration, in a dark and damp corner, a greedy and crazed gaze is fixed on the sweetness falling from the sky. In a slum in Jiangsheng, a young mother hands a strawberry blind box she'd just received to her little daughter with pigtails. "Baby, eat up. This is a gift from Fairy Sue." The little girl happily accepted the blind box, her eyes filled with longing. She stretched out her chubby little hand, ready to pop the bubble. Mommy, candy is falling from the sky. Is this a gift from Sister Su Shen?" Chapter 74. The fake heiress is struck by electric current. The young mother stroked her daughter's head, her eyes filled with gratitude, and told her that the strawberry daifuku was a gift from Su Ruan to all Chinese people, and only good children could eat it. The little girl nodded happily, and just as she was about to take a bite, a foul-smelling black shadow suddenly pounced out from the corner. "Mine, give it to me." The newcomer was none other than Su Cha-Cha, ravaged by hunger and terminal illness to the point of being barely recognizable as human. Ever since Wang Tsong kicked her into the stinking ditch, she had been surviving only on rotten vegetable leaves and sewage. Now, her eyes were green with rage, and only one word remained in her mind: eat. She stared at the strawberry daifuku in the girl's hand, jealousy and madness completely overwhelming her reason. Her withered hand, stained with mud and pus, suddenly grabbed at the temperature-controlled bubble wrap containing the Daifuku. The little girl cried out in fright, and her mother quickly pulled her into her arms, sternly telling her to get away. But Su Cha-Cha paid no heed, her eyes fixed only on the food that could save her life, her fingertips almost touching the bubbles. In that instant, a cold, mechanical voice resounded deep within her soul. Warning! Target! Su Cha-Cha. Genetic sequence does not belong to the bloodline of the Han Chinese. Warning! The target harbors deep malice towards the Chinese nation. Credit rating: negative infinity. Final ruling: he is stripped of all divine blessings and given a level 3 electric shock punishment. Sizzle. A bright purple electric current suddenly exploded from the surface of the bubble, striking Su Cha-Cha like a thunder dragon. She let out a shrill scream, as if her internal organs had been instantly burned, and she was blasted backward. With a thud, she crashed into the filthy, cold, muddy puddle again. Her body was charred black, wisps of smoke rose from her wounds, and black foam with a burnt smell kept gushing from her mouth. Instead of showing sympathy, passers-by cheered. Serves her right. How dare she touch something given to her by Su Shun? This kind of traitor isn't even Chinese. He got his comeuppance. Each sarcastic remark pierced Su Cha-Cha's heart like a knife. The little girl stopped crying and asked her mother curiously, "Why can't this bad auntie eat Sister Sue's candy?" The mother gave Su Cha-Cha a disgusted look and told her daughter that she was a traitor to the country and a villain who always wanted to harm others. China has its own country, and it has the protection of Su Shun, but even heaven won't bless such a person. The little girl, seemingly understanding but not quite, held up a strawberry Daifuku and shouted at Su Cha-Cha, "Bad auntie, you can't have any. This was given to me by Sister Su." After saying that, she took a big bite of the Daifuku, her face full of happiness. Su Cha-Cha watched this scene and listened to the laughter around her, then suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. She was utterly finished. All her dignity, pride, and resentment were crushed to pieces. Hunger, cold, excruciating pain, and a despair that penetrated to the bone completely engulfed her, and her consciousness gradually faded. Just as she was about to close her eyes and await death, a deafening rumble shook the earth violently. The ground undulated like waves, cracks appeared in building walls, and chaos erupted in the streets. A massive global earthquake has struck. Su Cha-Cha, lying in the muddy water, suddenly opened her eyes wide, a morbid and vicious pleasure bursting forth from them. With her last ounce of strength, she let out a maniacal laugh like an owl. "Ha ha! Earthquake! D together! Su Wan, aren't you a god? Let's see how you manage to save us from this natural disaster. Let's go to hell together." Chapter 75. Alternating extreme cold and heat triggers a major earthquake. Su Cha-Cha's vicious and frantic curses were quickly drowned out by the roar and screams. The suicidal pleasure in her eyes was undeniably real, but she didn't know that this super earthquake, capable of destroying the real world, did not plunge China into panic. The moment the seismic waves arrived, the spring-like divine land barrier, covering the entire territory of China, emitted an earthy yellow halo, as if the Earth's veins were constantly flowing. The magnitude 10 earthquake was weakened layer by layer, and after entering the barrier, it only caused a slight tremor. Aside from a few dilapidated and dangerous buildings that suffered damage, China was almost unscathed. However, the stability in reality did not mean that the folded space was also spared. Amidst the deafening roar, the earthquake's power within the space was amplified more than tenfold. After being repeatedly tormented by the inferno of ice and fire, this space was already on the verge of instability, and now it is on the verge of complete collapse. The earth cracked open into a bottomless abyss, and magma and icy springs erupted simultaneously, colliding in mid-air and exploding into destructive steam. Mountains thousands of meters high collapsed one after another, as if the world were facing its end. The underground fortress on which fewer than 10 foreign athletes depended for survival proved utterly vulnerable in the face of the spatial collapse. The Fudo Myoo fortress, built at great expense by the Sakura Kingdom and extending 300 meters underground, was suddenly severed by a fissure in the ground. The two contestants didn't even have time to scream before they plunged into the abyss along with the fortress. The Noah bunker, jointly built by the Kingdom of Bullhorn, the Kingdom of Maple Leaf, and other countries, also overloaded and exploded during the violent earthquake, its raging energy instantly engulfing everything. This was a final, deadly cleansing. When the earthquake finally subsided, the number of surviving players in the live broadcast had dropped from 9 to 1. Apart from Su Wanruan from China, all the other foreign players seemed to have been eliminated, and the global audience fell into silence. Just when everyone thought the game was over, a system notification sound suddenly rang out. The lone one jumped again. It turned into 13. The scene shifts to ruins. Inside a massive cave, 12 foreign contestants, covered in blood and looking utterly disheveled, are gathered together. The middle-aged man at the head of the group has a scarred face and fierce, wolf-like eyes. He is none other than Hungry Wolf, a B-plus level enhanced warrior from the United States. Before the earthquake, they abandoned their crumbling fortress and fled into natural caves formed by the collapse of the mountains, thus narrowly escaping death. But after losing their shelter, the next round of hellish ordeal will surely come, and they will still be doomed. The burly man from the Bullhorn Kingdom, who had lost an arm, looked at the darkening sky and gritted his teeth, saying, "Rather than wait to die, let's take a gamble." Everyone then looked at the only coordinate on the map that was still emitting a warm light. That was Su Wanruan's Eternal Sky City, a divine realm that remained unmoved even during the earthquake. The Hungry Wolf stared in that direction, a final madness burning in his eyes, and immediately opened the global public channel. "We have no way out. We either freeze or burn to death, or we seize the paradise of Chinese women and make it the last Eden of the Western Alliance." He announced the formation of a suicide squad to launch a general offensive against the Chinese bunker. He pulled out the last of their supplies, C4, high explosives, and miniature incendiary bombs. The burly man from the Bullhorn country was the first to join in, followed by the female sniper from the Maple Leaf country. All 12 chose to go all in. Carrying enough explosives to level small hills, they stealthily made their way towards the Eternal Sky City under the cover of the post-earthquake dust. Soon, the massive, intact mountain range came into view. Through his binoculars, the Hungry Wolf saw the large, dark gold, circular alloy door, his eyes turning bloodshot with excitement. He lowered his voice and gave the final order, "Prepare the detonators. For our own sake, charge." Chapter 76, Suicide Squad, knocked out. Charge! The hoarse, frenzied howls of Hungry Wolves exploded through the communication channels of the remaining Allied forces. 12 foreign contestants, covered in mud, blood, and ice shards, charged towards the towering mountain gate like wild beasts driven to the brink of destruction. Their combat uniforms were already tattered. The sky above them was dark and gloomy, brewing an extreme cold storm, and the ground beneath their feet was scorched wasteland torn apart by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Every step was incredibly difficult, the smell of sulfur mixed with the cold air cutting into their lungs like a knife. All 12 men were strapped with massive amounts of C4 explosives. This was their last trump card and the last hope of the Western world. In a global live stream, foreign netizens who were initially desperate grasped at a lifeline, and the barrage of comments instantly exploded. "Charge! Blow that door open. We win if we seize the supplies and shelters of Chinese women." Even the strongest defenses can't withstand so many explosives. They can almost picture the gate being blown apart and Su Wanruan being trampled underfoot. Chinese netizens, however, burst into laughter. Are these people frozen senseless? Using this little bit of stuff to bomb Su Shan's house. Have you forgotten how that cyborg turned into ashes? This isn't a charge, it's clearly suicide. At this moment, the interior of the Eternal Sky City was completely calm. The cataclysmic earthquake outside was completely isolated by the SIS-level Shinong barrier. The crystal cups in the living area remained motionless, and the spiritual spring water did not even ripple. In a temperature-controlled gym 200 meters underground, Su Wanruan, dressed in white yoga clothes, was jogging slowly on a fully automatic, silent treadmill. A slight sweat beaded on her forehead as she picked up the ancient ice water jug and took a sip of chilled spiritual spring water. A huge holographic screen hangs in front of the treadmill, showing the 12 suicide squad members stumbling toward the base gate. They really won't give up. Su Wanruan wiped the sweat from her forehead, a mocking look in her eyes. Those people tripped over the rubble after a few steps, got up, and continued charging. In her eyes, it didn't look like a charge at all, but more like a pathetic zombie parade. This kind of trash isn't even worthy of her personal attention. Su Wanwan stopped the treadmill, lightly swiped her finger across the screen, and the image immediately switched to the underground city's defense center. Ding! 12 class hostile targets carrying high explosives have been detected and have entered the base's 3-kilometer alert range. I'm sick and tired of seeing people throw explosives to their deaths. Su Wanwan clicked on the weapon options. Draw 1,000th of the energy from the temperature control center to activate the outer defense line. Command confirmed. Please select defense mode. She glanced at the list, finding the lasers too blinding, the electric grid too dangerous. It could electrocute people to ashes, and the need to clean up afterwards. Finally, her gaze fell on an inconspicuous option. This one is clean and hygienic, perfect for trying out the new features. Ding! Infrasound directional oscillation defense activated. There were no explosions, no beams of light, and no roars outside. Everything was eerily quiet. With less than 500 meters to the gate, the ravenous wolf's eyes were bloodshot. He could already make out the dark gold patterns on the gate. He sprinted, roaring, quick, grabbed the detonator, prepared to die together. The remaining 11 people revealed twisted smiles, raised the remote control high, and pressed their fingers firmly on the red button. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Just as Guru was about to press the button, a low-frequency sound wave, imperceptible to the human ear, swept out from the center of the dungeon and precisely struck the 12 people. Buzz! Infrasound waves resonate terrifyingly with the frequencies of the human body's internal organs, like an invisible giant hammer that directly smashes into their internal organs. The hungry wolf abruptly stopped, his maniacal smile frozen on his face. He felt as if his stomach, intestines, and liver had been violently churned apart, and a mouthful of acidic bile gushed out. Vomit! It wasn't just Hungry Wolf. The remaining 11 members of the suicide squad simultaneously clutched their stomachs, kneeling heavily on the ice, and began vomiting uncontrollably. They didn't even touch the door, let alone have the strength to press the detonator. The heavy C4 explosive charge slipped from their shoulders and clattered to the ground. What's going on? Up. The Hungry Wolf knelt on the ground, his eyes rolled back, and he felt dizzy, as if his brain had been turned into mush by an invisible shock. In less than 10 seconds, the 12 last hopes of the West, who had just been clamoring to destroy the base, all convulsed, foamed at the mouth, rolled their eyes, and fainted in the cold wind of the wilderness. Only 12 limp bodies remained on the ground, along with scattered explosive charges and detonators, a scene of utter irony. The global live stream was deathly silent. There was no explosion, no fierce battle, and they didn't even see Su Wanwan's face before they all collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. What exactly happened? Was it magic? This is the devil's curse. We've lost completely. China is invincible. We are defying the gods. This technological suppression, so advanced that even the enemy's attacks were incomprehensible, completely shattered the last psychological defenses of foreign netizens. Chinese netizens, however, were in stitches. Haha, it made me throw up. Su Shun's move was too ruthless. He couldn't even touch the gate before collapsing. That's incredibly badass. 12 people ran all this way just to add vomit to Su Shin's doorstep. In the underground gym, Su Wanwan looked at the foreigners lying all over the floor and curled her lip in disgust. Although there was no blood and flesh flying everywhere, the vomit all over the floor was still disgusting. She turned off the screen, picked up a white towel from the treadmill, and walked towards the bathroom while wiping her sweat, muttering to herself. Do these people have something valuable on them? Chapter 77. Handcrafted bulletproof car. Seizure of the Snow, Sheep Gene Bank. Su Wanwan had no interest in the fate of those foreigners, but her intuition told her that these people, who had survived so many natural disasters, might possess some valuable information about the Western Alliance. Having just finished her run, she decided to go outside for some fresh air and clean up the battlefield. After taking a bath in the spiritual spring petals, she changed into a dark purple tactical windbreaker, while the radiant mystic maiden battlesuit served as an inner lining, providing absolute defense at any time. The extreme cold storm has just passed, and the outside world is about to enter a period of extremely high temperatures. Su Wanwan is not afraid of the high temperature, but it is really unnecessary for her to walk to deal with that group of people. She arrived at the underground city's super industrial zone, retrieved the blueprints for a wasteland off-road armored vehicle, had the system filter materials, and directly started the fully automatic assembly mode. In an instant, the robotic arm, smelting furnace, and lathe began operating simultaneously. Mutant bull horns, discarded armor plates, and superconducting metal extracted from Thor's wreckage were rapidly processed and assembled. 15 minutes later, the roar of an engine echoed through the garage. A black armored SUV pulled up in front of her, its body constructed from mutated beast bones and high-strength alloys, fitted with massive run-flat tires, and powered by an A-grade Firefox crystal core. Su Ruanruan patted the car door with satisfaction, then climbed into the driver's seat. The little snow leopard transformed into a white light and jumped into the passenger seat, sitting upright like a dutiful little bodyguard. As the accelerator was pressed, the alloy gate slowly opened. The bulletproof vehicle, trailing a fiery red exhaust, roared out of the underground passage and headed straight for the surface. Outside, the scorching heat of midday distorted the air. Cracks left by the magnitude 10 earthquake littered the wilderness, some bottomless, spewing out terrifying heat. Su Ruanruan drove the bulletproof car with one hand, speeding through the rocks and cracks, with even half-meter-high boulders unable to stop it. In less than 3 minutes, she stopped in front of the 12 unconscious suicide squad members. She got out of the car, walked around the filth, and came to the hungry wolf. She kicked his scarred face to make sure he wasn't awake, then began to loot their equipment. A few fragmentation grenades, shriveled mutated rat meat, and some tattered equipment were nothing to her. Just as she was about to leave in disappointment, her gaze fell on the Kangaroo Kingdom captain. The man had lost an arm, yet he still clung tightly to a silver-white combination lockbox with his other hand. Despite the astonishingly high outside temperature, frost had formed on the surface of the box, clearly indicating that it was no ordinary item. Su Ruanruan stepped forward and crushed his wrist bone, snatching the combination lock from him. The lock had both iris and genetic locks, but they were useless to her. With a slight activation of her ice and fire holy body, she gripped both ends of the box and exerted tremendous force. The locks, supposedly capable of withstanding mortar fire, snapped with a piercing sound as she forcefully broke them off. There were no weapons inside the box, only liquid nitrogen insulation foam. In the very center sat a transparent test tube containing a few drops of viscous liquid with a ghostly blue sheen, emanating an aura of extreme cold. The system scan revealed that this was actually the Western Alliance's top strategic resource, a frozen gene bank of mutated alpine sheep. These snow sheep are adapted to extreme cold, disease, and thirst. Their meat has a protein content far exceeding that of ordinary cattle and sheep, and is tender and free of any gamey odor. Furthermore, this is the only perfectly preserved living genetic specimen in the Western Alliance, and it is seen as a spark for rebuilding the meat ecosystem. So Ruanruan immediately smiled. She had thought it was some kind of city-destroying weapon, but she never expected that these people would rush here to bring her top-quality mutton. She ruthlessly shut down the gene bank. The global live stream instantly erupted in chaos. International viewers, watching the West's last hope for meat fall into her hands, were nearly devastated. Western leaders were furious. The perfect gene, refined at a cost of hundreds of billions, had now been used entirely for Su Ruanruan's benefit. After collecting her spoils, Su Ruanruan looked at the 12 people lying haphazardly. Keeping them alive would be a waste of food, but killing them would only dirty her front door. Not far away was a deep fissure torn open by an earthquake, from which pungent sulfurous fumes continuously spewed forth. Su Ruanruan glanced at it and immediately had an idea. She lifted 2 foreigners with one hand, unleashing a burst of immense strength, and casually flung them towards the crevice. Accompanied by screams of terror upon waking, the 2 men soared through the air and plummeted into the bottomless abyss. Using the same method, in less than 2 minutes, she threw all 12 members of the suicide squad and the pile of explosives into the ground, completely eliminating any future threat. Su Ruanruan clapped her hands and got back into the bulletproof car. Looking at the empty wilderness in the rearview mirror, an expectant smile appeared on her lips. It's a waste to keep such a good thing. Why not? Let go where it's meant to be. Chapter 78. Snow Sheep Genes Manifest 10,000 Times Over. The bulletproof SUV roared back into the underground city, the gates slowly closing, completely shutting out the scorching heat and sandstorms from the outside. The cultivation area remained humid and fresh. The the air filled with the sweet fragrance of mixed fruits. Su Wanruan walked straight to the life cultivation tank, made of pure white alloy. This was the core building generated when the dungeon was upgraded to Shinong Eternal Sky City, specifically used for incubating and cultivating animal and plant genes. She retrieved the vial containing the frozen gene bank of the mutated alpine sheep, which emitted a chilling aura. The deep blue liquid gleamed mysteriously under the light. This treasure, once tightly guarded by the West, now belonged to China. System, place in the cultivation tank, and trigger the Shinong Myriad Things critical hit return mechanism. Ding! SSS level live animal gene bank successfully loaded. Laws of life activated. Gene lock deciphered. The Shinong Myriad Things critical strike system has triggered an incredible multi-million-fold materialization return. Materialization location locked. The Altai Gobi Desert in northwest China. As the system notification sounded, the cultivation tank suddenly burst into a burst of golden light, which even pierced through the dome of the underground city, illuminating the dim sky outside. At the same time, a tremendous change was also taking place in the desolate Gobi Desert on the northwestern frontier. After the apocalyptic catastrophe, this place was barren, with sandstorms raging day and night, and no living creatures for hundreds of miles around. The soldier station on the frontier could only eat nutrient blocks sent from the rear, and their days were dull and monotonous. Suddenly, a vast, seven-color divine light poured down from the sky, covering the Gobi Desert stretching for thousands of miles. The young soldier on the watchtower cried out in surprise, "It's the light of God, Su!" All the soldiers rushed out of the outpost, only to see the cracked rock layers crumble in the divine light, transforming into fertile black soil. Countless tender shoots broke through the soil and grew wildly. In less than 10 minutes, the desert had turned into a boundless grassland. The mutated spiritual herbs, half a person's height, swayed in the wind, their rich fragrance filling the air. Meanwhile, a spatial hum echoed throughout the grassland, and colossal white buildings, shimmering with blue light nets, rose from the ground. 10,000 fully automated, high-energy, temperature-control pastures instantly materialized, complete with internal temperature control, water purification, feeding, and fur grooming equipment. Immediately afterwards, a loud bleating of sheep echoed across the grassland. Countless giant, pure white sheep emerged from the pasture. They were larger than water buffalo, with spiraled, white horns on their heads, thick wool that shimmered, and thunderous hoofbeats as they ran. 1,000, 100,000, 1,000,000. Tens of millions of mutated alpine snow sheep covered the newly born pastures, like white clouds falling into a sea of green grass. Inside the command center of the Huaxia government headquarters, Zhang Jingwa stared at the satellite images, his hands gripping the table, trembling with excitement. Tens of millions of high-quality sheep, along with top-tier pastures and a pristine herb ecosystem. This resource was enough to transform the entire nation's survival landscape. The Ministry of Agriculture quickly determined the value of the snow mutton. It was extremely high in protein, and long-term consumption could increase muscle density in ordinary people. The meat itself was considered a divine ingredient. Zhang Jingwa immediately ordered the mobilization of convoys, herdsmen, and robots to take over the planning. Announced to the whole nation, from today onwards, China no longer needs to rely on nutritional blocks. We will eat meat to our heart's content. In less than an hour, the official announcement went viral online. 10,000 amazing pastures have been created in the northwest frontier, and millions of mutated snow sheep are ready. Meat rationing restrictions across the country have been completely lifted, and high-quality mutton will be supplied at rock-bottom prices. Countless people rushed into supermarkets to buy mutton. After 6 months without the aroma of meat, people could finally enjoy it to their heart's content around hot pot, stew pots, and barbecue grills. The streets and alleys were filled with its delicious fragrance, and the whole of China was buzzing with excitement. The people of the Western Alliance, seeing every household in China eating meat, were filled with envy and clamored that the snow sheep gene pool belonged to them, demanding that China share it unconditionally. Chinese netizens, however, were less forgiving. Su Xian just picked up a box from the ground. Want to eat meat? Be reborn in China next life. Inside the underground city, Su Wanruan stretched contentedly as she watched the constantly fluctuating national strength feedback value. The meat crisis had been resolved, and China's foundation had surged once again. She glanced at the little snow leopard chasing its tail in circles, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. We've got the meat, but what about the wine? We should brew something. Chapter 79 Roasted Whole Lamb with Peach Blossom Wine. Su Ruan clapped her hands, her starry eyes filled with anticipation for the delicious food. She had gone to great lengths to bring in millions of snow sheep for the country, and, as a great contributor, she naturally wanted to taste the mutton first. She arrived at the fully automated live breeding area, where the system had already reserved dozens of genetically perfect and robust mutant snow sheep for her as a private reserve. System, pick the fattest one, clean it, and send it over. Ding! The automated processing line has started. In less than 10 minutes, a cleaned, whole snow lamb was placed on the jade cutting board in the center of the kitchen. The lamb was pink and tender, with evenly distributed fat, clearly a top-quality ingredient. Su Ruan took out the secret sauce, made with spiritual spring water, blue crystal salt, mutated peppercorns, and spiritual herbs, and carefully coated it all over the sheep's body and abdominal cavity, so that every inch of meat was marinated. Then, the robotic arm brought over a specially made alloy furnace, the bottom of which was covered with smokeless, ashless, and pine-scented psionic charcoal. Su Ruan released a wisp of true solar fire, and the charcoal instantly glowed red-hot. The sheep was skewered on an iron rod and steadily placed into the oven, where a robotic arm rotated at a steady pace. Before long, golden sheep fat dripped continuously into the charcoal fire, sizzling and releasing a fragrant aroma of caramel and meat. While the lamb was being roasted, Su Ruan went to the brewing area and took out the S-level mutated plant she had obtained from signing in, the Nine Heavens Dream Peach Blossom. The transparent pink petals were still fresh, emitting an intoxicating sweetness. She put peach blossoms into a purple clay fermentation vat, filled it with top-quality spiritual spring water, and then added specially made yeast. System, activate time acceleration. I need to drink the finished product within 1 hour. The formation's activation is accelerated, with the time flow rate increasing by 1 time per year. 40 minutes later, the lid of the vat popped open automatically, and a rich, sweet aroma of peach blossoms mixed with the cool, refreshing scent of the wine from the spring water filled the kitchen. Even the dozing little snow leopard was jolted awake by the fumes. As Su Ruan scooped out a pot of pale pink and translucent peach blossom wine, the whole roasted lamb in the hanging oven was just coming out of the oven. The lambskin is golden and crispy, like a glass shell. A light touch with the tip of a knife produces a crisp crack. Inside, the lamb is snow white, juicy, and has distinct marbling, glistening with an enticing sheen. The system delivered the whole roasted lamb and peach blossom wine to the holographic cinema restaurant at the highest point of the underground city. Su Ruan sank into the velvet sofa, cut off a piece of lamb chop, and put it in her mouth. The moment the crispy crust crumbles, the succulent juices burst in your mouth. The lamb has absolutely no gamey taste, only the aroma of meat blended with spices, so tender it almost melts in your mouth. Delicious. She squinted her eyes and took another sip of peach blossom wine. The wine slid smoothly down her throat, lingering and sweet. A bite of roasted meat followed by a sip of fine wine made her feel as blissful as an immortal. System, connect to external real-time monitoring and add some great music to accompany your meal. The feed has been received. A giant circular holographic screen lit up, simultaneously displaying the outside world to Su Ruan and viewers around the world. At this moment, the Ice and Fire Inferno reached its most frenzied finale. The extreme cold and extreme heat collided relentlessly, and a devastating catastrophe was finally born in the center of the wasteland, a super tornado of ice and fire. The storm, with a diameter exceeding 3 kilometers, stretched from the ripped sky to the shattered earth. To its left, it swirled with tons of solid ice and blizzard, while to its right, it unleashed lava and fiery rain. Ice and fire clashed violently at the center, emitting a mournful howl. The remaining armored vehicles and rock fragments on the ground, along with the air raid shelter where the 12 foreigners were hiding, were all sucked into the sky. They were first frozen, then melted, and finally ground into powder and vanished completely. This scene was more shocking and terrifying than any disaster movie. But the camera zooms out to 200 meters underground, where Su Ruan is sitting in a luxurious restaurant with a constant temperature of 24 degrees Celsius, holding a juicy lamb chop and a glass of pink wine. She ate while watching the devastating storm. She even casually commented on the scene of lava exploding. The fireworks effects are pretty good. They go well with drinks. The live stream went silent instantly. Foreign viewers watched as their elites were reduced to ashes in the storm, then looked at the Chinese girl who was treating the apocalypse like a movie and were utterly devastated. Countless people huddled in moldy, damp cellars, staring at the whole roasted lamb on the screen and weeping loudly, their cries filled with jealousy and despair. After eating and drinking her fill, Su Ruan wiped the grease from the corners of her mouth and watched the gradually calming ice and fire tornado, a hint of languor showing in her hazy, drunken eyes. I wonder when this farce will finally end. Chapter 80 Settlement of the First Phase of the Cataclysmic Era. Su Ruan leaned lazily against the velvet sofa, her fingertips lightly swirling a half-empty glass of jade wine. As soon as she finished speaking, the ice and fire storm that had been raging in the folded space for days suddenly stopped. The massive two-colored tornado in the sky lost its support and slowly disintegrated. The gloom that had been hanging over people's heads for so long was also torn apart by an invisible force, revealing the long-lost sunlight. Buzz! A majestic and icy voice suddenly resounded in the minds of everyone on the blue planet. Whether they were survivors hiding underground or ordinary people standing in the streets, everyone looked up at the sky. Top-level global announcement. The second phase of the National Disaster Survival Game, Ice and Fire Purgatory, has been forcibly terminated due to map destruction exceeding the critical threshold. The first phase of the Cataclysmic Era has begun. Global national survival score rankings are being generated. A massive list formed from golden runes hung high in the sky, with rankings appearing from bottom to top. The very bottom layer was densely packed with glaringly red negative numbers. Rank 198, Japan. Survivors, 0, base completely destroyed. Suffered from the backlash of a massive earthquake and tsunami. Final score, -5 million. Rank 197, Maple Leaf Country. Surviving players, 0, final points, -4.8 million. One after another, nations appeared, all suffering the loss of all players, the destruction of their bases, and negative scores. This meant they not only lost in-game rewards, but also had to endure continuous natural disasters in reality. And in the second-to-last position, there is the once invincible beacon of the United States. Second place, the Lighthouse Nation. Survivors, 0, all wiped out in the ice and fire hell and the illegal attack. Base destroyed. Final score, -1 million. Inside the final fortress, the 5-star general's vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing out. This time, the beacon of the world had lost everything. Immediately afterwards, the top spot lit up with a dazzling purple gold light. First place, China. Survivor 1, Su Ruan. Base status, SSS level perfect sacred ecosystem. Final score, 120 million. Congratulations to China for achieving absolute dominance on Planet Blue, unlocking the next phase of disaster immunity privileges, and rewarding you with a mythical national fortune chest. 3 seconds of global silence followed. Then China erupted in jubilation. Countless people rushed into the streets, cheering and embracing, firecrackers exploding everywhere. In this apocalyptic world, Su Ruan single-handedly carved a path to hope for China. But beyond this bright light, at the very bottom of the abandoned air raid shelter in Jiangcheng, a musty and foul stench permeates the air. The Su family, once the richest in Jiangcheng, had all their assets frozen and seized after Su Cha was identified as a descendant of a spy, leaving them so destitute that they couldn't even afford clean water. Covered in sores and bald, Su Cha lay sprawled in the muddy water, clutching a half-eaten piece of moldy bread and frantically stuffing it into her mouth. A wild, animalistic roar escaped her throat. Eat. I want to live. You dare steal my food. Su Jiangwo emerged from the shadows, his clothes tattered and his eyes bloodshot. The piece of bread was his only food, something he had found after rummaging through the trash all day. But Su Cha bit his hand, drawing blood instantly. The excruciating pain ignited his hatred. He raised his foot and kicked Su Cha hard in the chest, sending her flying towards the steep, unrailed concrete staircase behind him. Su Cha-Cha tumbled and crashed down the stairs, the sound of bones cracking echoing through the air raid shelter. Finally, she slammed heavily against the corner of the wall, blood mingling with a foul stench slowly flowing out. After a few convulsions, she fell into a near-death coma. Su Jiangwo stood on the stairs, watching coldly, showing no remorse. Su Cha-Cha's adoptive mother was equally indifferent, as if the ground was just a pile of trash. He picked up the moldy bread covered in mud and took a big bite, spewing vicious curses. "You bastard, you stole my food. You deserve to die." Chapter 81, The Fake Heiress Gets Abandoned in Reality. Su Jiangwo's violent and frenzied curses echoed continuously in the dark and damp underground air raid shelter in Jiangxing. He clutched the half-eaten piece of black bread, stained with black mud and emitting a pungent, musty smell, like a mad dog guarding its food, not even glancing at Su Cha-Cha lying in a pool of blood, her life hanging in the balance. Inside the air raid shelter, there were originally several other refugees who had also gone bankrupt for various reasons and been driven to the slum. They huddled in their moldy bedding, coldly observing the tragic scene of father and daughter killing each other. In the face of apocalyptic disaster, morality and kinship had long been crushed to dust by hunger. Su Jiangwo's wife, who is also Su Cha-Cha's adoptive mother, was once an imperious and jewel-adorned noblewoman, but now she is huddled in a corner, disheveled and dirty. Her empty eyes stared at the black bread in Su Jiangwo's hand, and she swallowed hard, her saliva tinged with blood. "Jiangwo, give me a bite. I'm so hungry my stomach is cramping." Su's mother crawled over like a dog, trying to reach out and grab Su Jiangwo's trouser leg. "Get out of here, you useless, haggard woman." Su Jiangwo kicked his mother hard in the shoulder, sending her tumbling into the sewage pit. If you hadn't been blind back then, insisting on spoiling this Jinx who was switched at birth, and even kicking our biological daughter Su Ruan out of the house, how could our Su family have fallen to this state today? It's all because of you two bitches. While cursing, Su Jiangwo eagerly stuffed the half-moldy black bread into his mouth, wolfing it down along with the dirt and sand. Right now, he only has one thought in his mind: to survive. And at the very bottom of that steep concrete staircase, Su Cha-Cha lay quietly in that pool of foul-smelling, blackened blood. Her body was folded in an extremely contorted position, with countless broken ribs, and a sharp bone fragment even pierced her lung directly, hissing out blood bubbles with her weak breaths. Excruciating pain, an unfathomable, agonizing pain. But what made her feel even more desperate than the physical pain was the extreme sense of being abandoned by the whole world, and even kicked down the stairs by her adoptive father, who had always loved her. Her consciousness was in a dying state, neither fully dead nor fully alive. In her vision, the flickering, dim light at the top of the air raid shelter gradually transformed in a scene from her past life. She remembered her past life, when Su Ruan was kicked out of the Su family like a stray dog, shivering in the snow, while she, Su Cha-Cha, stood in front of the warm French windows wearing a high-end custom-made down jacket, drinking steaming bird's nest soup and mocking that poor real heiress. She recalled how she had easily plundered everything from Su Ruan in her past life, even enjoying wealth and luxury while stepping on Su Ruan's corpse. On what grounds? Why, in this second life, am I reborn as a maggot lying in a stinking ditch, waiting to die? And that country bumpkin Su Ruan, whom she looked down upon, became a god worshipped by the whole world, dominating the entire rankings all by herself. Ruan, Su Ruan. Su Cha-Cha's throat made a hoarse, leaky sound, like a broken bellows. Just then, the rusty public address system outside the air raid shelter suddenly emitted a piercing electrical sound. Immediately afterwards, an official announcement filled with authority and joy clearly pierced through the thick concrete walls, echoing in the ears of all the poor people at the bottom of Jiangxing. Nationwide announcement. National rejoicing. The first phase of the national disaster relief efforts has been successfully concluded. My country's sole contestant, Su Ruan, achieved an incredible score of 120 million points, topping the global leaderboard. This victory secured my country's absolute dominance. To celebrate this momentous occasion, the official decision is as follows. Effective immediately, the core temperature control permissions for the spring-like divine land barrier will be activated. The extreme cold and heat across the country will be completely neutralized, maintaining a constant temperature of 24 degrees Celsius year-round. Meanwhile, the Northwest Border Defense Army has successfully received 10 million top-quality alpine snow sheep, manifested by Comrade Su Wanwan. Starting tonight, a top-tier snow sheep feast will be distributed free of charge to relief centers, slums, and safe zones across the country. Every Chinese citizen will receive half a pound of fresh mutton. This is a miracle bestowed upon China by the god of Su. May China prosper forever. May the god of Su's military prowess flourish. The broadcast echoed for a long time inside the air raid shelter. The refugees who had been huddled in the corner like corpses suddenly burst forth with an extremely bright light of life when they heard the news of constant temperature and free distribution of fresh mutton. We've got meat. The government is giving us meat. And it's top-quality mutton. Thank you, God Su. God Su has saved us from our suffering. Don't just sit here and wait to die. Hurry up and get in line at the relief center. A group of starving and emaciated refugees burst forth with astonishing strength, scrambling to climb out of the air raid shelter. Su Jiangwo and his mother, who had just finished eating moldy black bread, were completely stunned when they heard Comrade Su Wanwan on the radio. It was as if they had been electrocuted by a 10,000-volt high voltage. Su Wanwan is their biological daughter. If they hadn't kicked Su Wanwan out of the house back then and hadn't listened to that green tea bitch Su Cha-Cha's instigation, the Su family would be enjoying that supreme honor and endless privileges now. They can even live in the most exclusive privileged shelters, eat divine ingredients that others can only dream of, and have high-ranking officials and dignitaries from all over the world currying favor with them. But now, they can only fight tooth and nail in this bomb shelter filled with the smell of excrement and urine. Over half a piece of moldy bread. Endless regret, like a million poisonous ants, frantically gnawed at Su Jiangwo's heart. He slapped himself twice hard, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he felt no pain, only that his internal organs were bleeding. What a terrible thing. I was blind. Su Jiangwo knelt down in the sewage with a thud, looked up to the sky and wailed, "Ruan, Ruan. Daddy was wrong. Please forgive Daddy." Su's mother also lay on the ground, crying her heart out. It's all because of that jinx. Su Cha-Cha ruined our family. In a pool of blood at the bottom of the stairs, Su Cha-Cha clearly heard the endless praise for Su Wanwan on the radio, as well as the undisguised curses and resentment from her adoptive parents who had once cherished her like a precious jewel. A stream of black blood, mixed with extreme jealousy, regret, and excruciating pain, suddenly gushed out from Su Cha-Cha's mouth. Her eyeballs bulged out of their sockets, and the last vestige of life, along with a mouthful of blood, was completely ripped from her broken body. The once famous heiress of a wealthy family in Jiangcheng, in such a humiliating manner as a rat in a sewer, breathed her last in this forgotten corner, dying with her eyes wide open in disbelief. Her karma finally bore the most vicious fruit at this moment. Meanwhile, in the lofty Eternal Sky City within the folded space, Su Wanwan lay lazily on the velvet sofa in the holographic cinema restaurant, holding a glass of peach blossom wine, and was looking with great interest at China's unparalleled points on the global leaderboard. She knew nothing about Su Cha-Cha's death or her parents' remorse. Even if she did know, she would only sneer, "Good riddance." The pain they inflicted on her in her past life was no less than what she was experiencing now. She was never some saintly figure who repaid evil with kindness. Ding! Phase 1 settlement complete. Given the host's exceptional performance, a temporary truce period privilege has been granted. For the next 48 hours, the folded space will not spawn any proactive natural disasters. A system notification sounded in my mind. Ceasefire. Su Wanwan sat up straight and drank the last bit of peach blossom wine in her cup in one gulp. That means it's safe outside for now. That super tornado of ice and fire raged for so long, even blowing away 3 layers of the ground. There must be a lot of good stuff exposed under these ruins, right? The little snow leopard seemed to understand its owner's words and immediately wagged its tail and came over, rubbing its furry head against Su Wanwan's legs. Let's go. Now that we've eaten and drunk our fill, it's time to stretch our muscles and see what kind of top-tier equipment this wasteland map can drop for me. Little glutton, stick close to me. Chapter 82 Treasure Hunt in the Ruins. A pickaxe unearths a top-grade vein of companion spirit salt. Su Wanwan patted the little snow leopard's head and stood up from the sofa. The velvet pajamas, which were as comfortable and form-fitting as flowing water, instantly transformed into an extremely sharp, dark silver jumpsuit. This SSS-grade Mystic Maiden battle suit, infused with Dust of Laws, not only possesses absolute defense, but also automatically regulates body temperature, making it ideal for exploring complex wastelands. With her hair neatly tied into a high ponytail, Su Wanwan picked up a top-grade alloy pickaxe, forged from a fusion of 10,000-year black iron and isoul crystal, gleaming with a cold, eerie blue light, and walked directly into the underground city's garage. The rugged, heavy metal-style black armored SUV, with its aggressive design, stood there like a lurking steel behemoth. Boom streepje! The engine roared deafeningly. The heavy metal alloy doors slowly slid open to the sides. The armored vehicle, with its four-wheel drive, shot out of the ground like a black arrow released from a bow, plunging along the sloping passage. The outside world, having just experienced the merciless baptism of a super ice and fire tornado, now presents an eerie and deathly stillness. The originally rugged mountains were forcibly flattened, and the bottomless cracks were filled with rubble. Most impressively, the ground within a radius of hundreds of miles was covered by a semi-transparent glass crystallization layer, several meters thick due to the melting of extremely hot magma and the instantaneous cooling of extremely cold blizzards. Sunlight streamed down, reflecting a blinding glare across the land, making it appear as smooth as a colossal apocalyptic mirror. There was no sign of life, not even the remains of a single mutated beast. Everything had been pulverized by the tornado. The road conditions are quite good. There's no need for road repairs. Su Wanwan held the steering wheel with one hand, and the bulletproof car's specially designed anti-slip off-road tires sped across the crystallized ground, leaving only a shallow white scratch. She activated the holographic environment scanner inside the car. On the screen, a green grid representing the terrain within a 10-kilometer radius was constantly updating. This storm swept everything clean. Not even a scrap of metal was left. After running for more than an hour, the scanner didn't pick up anything of value except for gray dots representing underground rocks. This is understandable. Anything that survived that natural disaster must be an exceptional treasure that transcends the laws of mortal physics. Just as Su Wanwan was feeling a bit bored and was about to turn around and go back to take a nap, the little snow leopard, who had been lying by the window in the passenger seat looking at the scenery, suddenly let out a sharp meow. Its two furry ears perked up instantly, and its icy blue eyes stared intently at a huge basin to its right. This basin was clearly the eye of the two tornadoes that had met, and the ground there had been dug out into a terrifying crater with a diameter of over 500 meters and a depth of tens of meters. The snow leopard cub frantically pawed at the car window with its two front paws, letting out rapid, low growls. A discovery? Su Wanwan's spirits lifted. As the king of the mountains, the snow leopard has an extremely keen sense of smell for the purest energy in the world. Moreover, it has eaten so many spiritual springs and divine herbs that its perception has long surpassed that of machines. He jerked the steering wheel. The armored vehicle executed a spectacular drift on the crystallized ground, coming to a steady stop at the edge of the massive crater. Su Wanwan pushed open the car door and jumped out. The crystallized layer beneath her feet felt extremely hard. She walked to the edge of the pit and looked down. The crystallized layer inside the pit is even thicker, but in the very center of the pit bottom, there is a faint, extremely weak, pinkish fluorescence shimmering. If it weren't for the little snow leopard's warning, it would have been completely undetectable to the naked eye under such glaring sunlight. What beautiful colors! Let's go down and take a look. Without hesitation, Su Wanwan leaped into the air. The several tens of meters was as easy as descending a staircase for her now 100-fold enhanced ice and fire holy body. With a muffled thud, she landed steadily at the bottom of the pit. The little snow leopard nimbly jumped down after her, frantically circling the pinkish fluorescent ground, even sticking out its little tongue to lick the transparent, crystallized surface. Su Wanwan walked closer and saw that about half a meter below the crystallized layer, there was a vein that was a beautiful rose-red color, like a blood vessel sealed deep in the earth. Without uttering a single word, she gripped the heavy, dark blue alloy pickaxe tightly with both hands, channeling the immense power within her body into her arms. "Open it for me." Accompanied by a delicate shout, the alloy pickaxe transformed into a streak of blue lightning, slamming heavily into the crystallized glass layer that was said to be impenetrable even by armor-piercing bullets. Boom! A deafening roar exploded at the bottom of the pit. Spiderweb-like terrifying cracks spread wildly outwards from the pickaxe tip. With just one shot, the incredibly hard crystalline layer shattered, sending countless glittering fragments flying in all directions. As the covering layer was forcibly and violently dug away, an extremely rich, even refreshing, salty aroma instantly gushed out. It was a stunning vein of minerals, about 2 meters wide and seemingly bottomless. The entire vein was composed of crystals that resembled top-grade pink rose quartz, refracting a dazzling and mesmerizing light under the sunlight. At the same time, the system's frantic notification sounds exploded in Su Wanwan's mind one after another. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have discovered a hidden geological wonder resource. Item scan complete. Name: Associated Spiritual Rose Rock Salt Vein. Purity rating: 99.999%, an unparalleled, godlike purity. Item description: this is a top-grade associated rock salt that has sublimated from ordinary mutated underground salt mines after undergoing millions of years of crustal movement and recent alternating periods of extreme cold and heat. Special benefits: it's not just an extremely precious top-grade seasoning, but also contains trace amounts of psionic repair elements. After consumption, it can instantly replenish the trace elements and salts lost by the body in extreme environments, significantly enhancing the body's cellular immunity and self-healing abilities. In industry, it's also an invaluable resource for refining high-energy chemical reagents. Seeing the incredible attributes given by the system, Su Wanwan's usually cold eyes burst forth with uncontrollable elation. We're rich. This is a real, massive fortune. In the apocalypse, what is hard currency? Gold? Diamonds? They're all worthless garbage, too hard even to wipe your butt with. The only true hard currency, besides water and food, is salt. If the human body does not ingest salt for an extended period, it will experience muscle spasms, generalized edema, and neurological disorders, ultimately leading to organ failure and death. This is especially true in extreme environments like this, where perspiration increases dramatically and salt loss is extremely rapid. In my past life, I don't know how many survivors were not bitten to death by monsters, but died of suffocation due to extreme salt deficiency. Judging from this, the reserves of this mineral vein are at least several 100,000 tons, enough for China to use for hundreds of years. Su Wanwan rubbed her hands together, no longer hesitating. She transformed into a tireless human mining machine, wielding an alloy pickaxe, and began frantically mining the rose rock salt vein. With each swing of the pickaxe, a large, crystal-clear block of top-quality rose rock salt, the size of a wash basin, is unearthed. System: activate the automatic storage space absorption function. The rock salt that was dug out had just landed when it turned into a stream of light and was stored in the storage space. In just over half an hour, Su Wanwan had managed to pry nearly 5 tons of top-quality rose rock salt, or from the vein. She straightened up, took a slight breath, looked at the pink rock salt piled up like a small mountain in her storage space, and wiped her forehead with satisfaction. That's about enough. Let's use these to test the waters first. Su Wanwan's lips curled into a sly smile, the standard smile for someone about to trick someone. System: put these 5 tons of raw ore into the return pool and trigger a critical hit immediately. I want to see how much of shock this thing can bring to China without the meddling of those Western clowns. Chapter 83: Rose Rock Salt manifests 1,000-fold. The West bows down and begs China to export salt. Ding. Order received. Top-grade companion spiritual rose rock salt, or 5 tons, has been added to Shinong's All Things Critical Strike pool. Assessing the strategic value of this resource in the real world. Calculation complete. Due to the extreme ecological collapse of planet water, salt and basic chemical raw materials are in absolute scarcity. This resource has been rated as an SSS-level cornerstone of salvation. Shenong's All Things Critical Strike system triggers a heaven-defying 10 million-fold manifestation mechanism. The coordinates have been pinpointed. Northwest China, Shaka Salt Lake Strategic Reserve Base. The real world. Northwest of China. This place was originally one of the largest salt lakes on the planet Blue Planet, but due to the previous extreme heat disaster, the water in the salt lake had long since evaporated, leaving only a dry, cracked, and lifeless salt crust. Moreover, due to the damage caused by the earthquake, most of the giant salt-making industrial equipment that was originally built on the lakeshore was also paralyzed. Although the Chinese government has been working hard to maintain rationing, the salt consumption of the country's 1.4 billion people is an astronomical figure. At the high-level meeting, the heads of the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Industry were already worried sick about the impending salt shortage. However, at this very moment, a golden spatial rift, stretching for tens of kilometers, suddenly appeared in the sky above the Karhan Salt Lake in northwest China. Rumble, accompanied by a thunderous roar, mountains radiating a dazzling pink light, resembling exquisite rose crystals, poured down from the spatial rift, crashing into the arid Salt Lake Basin with overwhelming force. 50 million tons. 50 million tons of top-grade spiritual rose rock salt, with a purity of 99.999%, were piled up in just 1 minute, creating more than a dozen continuous pink mountain ranges on this desolate northwestern land. The rose-colored crystal emitted a mesmerizing halo under the refraction of sunlight. Even more incredibly, as soon as the rock salt landed, the trace amounts of psionic restorative elements it contained began to dissipate into the surrounding air. The mutated vegetation that had withered and died due to salinization miraculously sprouted tender green seedlings after absorbing this aura. The research troops and defense forces stationed in the distance were dumbfounded. When the top Chinese scientists obtained the first sample of rose rock salt knocked off the salt mountain and put it into a high-energy spectrometer for testing, the septuagenarian academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences was so excited that he burst into tears on the spot and ripped off his oxygen mask. A miracle. This is a miracle created by God. No, this is a miracle that only the God of Su could create. The old academician pointed at the rows of perfect data on the computer screen and roared in a hoarse voice. Extremely high purity, zero heavy metal contamination, contains powerful telomere repair particles. This is not ordinary salt. It's a magic pill. It not only completely solves our food and chemical needs, but anyone who consumes this salt long-term will not easily develop diseases, even in a nuclear radiation environment. Less than half an hour later, the Chinese government held another press conference with lightning speed. The spokesperson stood before the camera, back ramrod straight, face beaming, as he announced to the world this news that was enough to trigger a major earthquake. China will immediately launch a nationwide divine salt distribution program. Everyone, regardless of age or gender, will receive 2 kilograms of premium spiritual rose rock salt free of charge each month. This will completely rid our country of any form of chemical and salt crisis. As soon as the news broke, the entire Chinese internet erupted in a sea of joy, with the top 10 trending topics instantly dominated by terms like rose rock salt, Su Shun is mighty, and China has no shortage of salt anymore. However, in contrast to the jubilation in China, the Western world was plunged into a despairing silence and madness. At that time, the Western countries were truly a living hell. Because they were wiped out in the first phase of the game, they were subsequently punished by natural disasters, such as tsunamis, extreme cold, and earthquakes. The United States' proud east and west coastlines were completely swallowed by a black tsunami hundreds of meters high, and all large-scale desalination plants and salt plants were reduced to nothing in the first instant. The inland salt mines were buried thousands of meters underground due to the collapse of the rock strata caused by the magnitude 10 earthquake. With their current level of industrial technology, they simply cannot dig them out. The consequences of salt deficiency manifested themselves completely within just a few days. On the streets of the United States, there are survivors everywhere suffering from muscle atrophy and severe edema due to extreme sodium deficiency. They crawled through the ruins like zombies, some even frantically licking the sweat of their companions, just to get even a milligram of salt. Although those high-ranking Western officials and dignitaries were hiding in bunkers, their salt reserves were almost depleted, and their daily meals were as bland as drinking plain water. Many of them suffered from severe hallucinations and neurasthenia. Sir, China. China has just announced that they have acquired 50 million tons of top-grade spiritual salt. An intelligence officer stumbled into the highest command center of the United States, his voice trembling with undisguised sobs. The five-star general who had just been rescued nearly bulged his eyes out when he heard the news. He stared intently at the dozen or so pink rose salt mountains on the big screen, his mouth watering involuntarily. Jealousy, resentment, and humiliation were ultimately defeated by the extreme desire to survive. He gritted his teeth like a mangy dog with a broken spine and opened the international official communication channel connecting to the world. This is the first time since the start of the game that a high-ranking Western official has spoken in such a humble tone on this channel. This is the Supreme Command of the United States. The five-star general's voice was hoarse and trembling. Representatives of China, listen, we need salt. A large, extremely urgent need. The representative from China was none other than General Zhang Jinghua. He picked up his teacup, took a slow sip, and without even turning on his camera, simply replied coldly, "Oh, you need salt? That's really strange. I remember just a month ago, weren't you clamoring internationally to impose a comprehensive blockade on China for high-end chemical raw materials?" The communication channel fell silent. Then came the pleas of other small Western countries' leaders. Please, I beg you. Our citizens in Maple Leaf Country are beginning to die in large numbers. Just 1 ton. No, even 10,000 kilograms will do. Our Sakura Nation is willing to hand over the technology for our only 3 remaining deep-sea submersibles in exchange. The five-star general of the United States even abandoned all dignity. We are willing to open our last national gold reserve located in the Rocky Mountains. 500 tons of gold in exchange for 10,000 tons of rock salt. We will also provide the complete source code of our Skynet satellite, as long as you give us salt. Hearing these once high and mighty Western hegemons, now groveling like beggars for a few drops of salt, General Zhang Jinghua's lips curled into a cold, extremely contemptuous smile. Gold? In this apocalypse, your worthless gold is not even as useful as a brick under my feet. General Zhang's voice struck the hearts of all the Western high-ranking officials like thunder. As for your lousy technology, we Chinese now have the divine blueprints provided by Comrade Su Wanwan. We don't even need them. You want to exchange this garbage for our people's life-saving salt? No way. However, Zhang Jinghua paused, his tone full of mockery. Out of humanitarianism, if you really want it, have every citizen in your country type, "Thank you, Grandpa China, for the salt" 100 times in Chinese on the live stream of the national event. Once you've done that, we might consider giving you some scraps. These words were like a resounding slap in the face to the entire Western world. To kill, one must first destroy the spirit. This is extortion. This is a trampling on human rights. The five-star general was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back. Don't want to send it? Then you can slowly swell up and wait to die in the air-raid shelter. I'm hanging up. Zhang Jinghua cut off the communication directly. On the Chinese internet, netizens were overjoyed when they saw the official release of the recording of this international communication. Awesome. That's fucking awesome. General Zhang is so domineering. Ha ha ha. 500 tons of gold exchanged for salt was rejected. This is China today. You used to hold us by the throat. Now we're cutting off your lifeline. Su Shan alone broke the backbone of the entire Western world. What do you call that? That's called a dimensional reduction attack. Folded space, wasteland map. Sitting in the bulletproof car, Su Wanwan watched the data on the system panel skyrocket due to the extreme enjoyment of Chinese netizens, and an undisguised smile appeared on her beautiful face. These foreigners are really great people. As soon as they make a sound, my reputation points rise rapidly. Ding! Host behavior has triggered a surge in national pride, causing reputation points to explode exponentially. Congratulations, host! Your reputation points have officially surpassed the 5 million mark. Ding! The Shinong Systems Divine Blueprint Shop has been unlocked to level A access. Browse now. Wow, I've finally saved up 5 million. Su Wanwan immediately turned off the barrage of comments mocking foreigners, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Open a store and let me see what good stuff I can get to free up my hands after this upgrade. Chapter 84 unlocks the God-tier blueprint for the all-terrain intelligent gathering worker bee. Su Wanwan lightly swiped her slender, fair fingers across the virtual screen in midair, and the shop interface, which originally only contained blueprints for various basic farm tools and cold weapons, instantly refreshed, bursting with a dazzling blue technological light. As access was increased, a whole row of god-level blueprints filled with futuristic cyberpunk style and mechanical aesthetics suddenly came into view. A+ tier blueprint. Design blueprint for the cradle of a celestial intervention railgun. Incomplete. Required reputation, 8 million. Tier A blueprint. Superconducting magnetic levitation all-terrain heavy mining vehicle. Required reputation, 4.5 million. Tier A blueprint. All-terrain intelligent resource gathering worker, basic version, in its hive control matrix. Required reputation, 4.8 million. Su Wanwan glanced at the several bulky, large machines in front of her and then ignored them without hesitation. What she needs now is a highly efficient, comprehensive, and hands-free automated helper, not a bulky machine that can only run on fixed routes. Ultimately, her gaze settled firmly on the blueprints for the all-terrain intelligent mechanical harvesting worker B. Click to see the details. Drawing description. This is a rudimentary intelligent mechanical life form developed based on bionics and anti-gravity technology. Each worker bee is only the size of an adult's fist and is equipped with a miniature cold nuclear fusion battery and a high-frequency molecular cutting beam. They can form a swarm network to scan, cut, and transport any mutated resources, ores, or biological remains within a radius of 50 kilometers without any blind spots. Core advantage. They are tireless, unafraid of extreme weather, and as long as the mother hive stands, they will be the most voracious raiders in the wasteland. Absolutely perfect. This thing is tailor-made for hoarders like me. Su Wanwan's eyes lit up. Just imagine, the area within 100 miles outside must have been exposed by the tornado, revealing countless minerals and hidden treasures. If she were to carry a pickaxe and start breaking through the ruins all by herself, even if she got so tired that her hands cramped, she still wouldn't be able to finish breaking through this vast wasteland in 10 years. System, redeem the all-terrain intelligent mechanical harvesting worker bee. Ding. For 0.8 million reputation points deducted. Exchange successful. The blueprints and core data have been loaded into the host brain and the central AI database of the underground city. Su Wanwan felt a cool sensation in her mind, and countless intricate and precise mechanical diagrams and codes were instantly imprinted in her memory. She floored the accelerator, and the bulletproof car screeched as it sped back to Eternal Sky City at top speed on the crystallized road. Upon returning to the underground city, Su Wanwan didn't even bother to wipe her sweat before heading straight for the super-large, fully automated industrial zone on the 4th floor. Central AI. Immediately activate all high-temperature smelting furnaces and precision multi-axis lathes. Set the highest priority manufacturing task to collecting worker bees. Command confirmed. Industrial zone fully activated, warming up. Please provide raw materials, host. Su Wanwan waved her hand. Splash. The storage space opened instantly, and piles of materials poured onto the huge feeding conveyor belt like a waterfall. Among them were fragments of bulletproof steel plates that had been stripped from the foreign suicide squad, high-strength mutated beast leg bones that were picked up on the road, and a large amount of abandoned associated rock salt or that had just been dug up. Melt all the scrap metal left behind by these foreigners to use as worker bee shells. Use the mutated skeletons to make load-bearing joints. Su Wanwan stood in front of the huge control panel, her eyes fixed on what was below. Boom! 5 giant blast furnaces, each 10 meters tall, simultaneously spewed out eerie blue plasma flames, with the temperature soaring to a terrifying 6,000 degrees Celsius within 3 seconds. The high-strength bulletproof vests and bomb casings that foreigners treasured were instantly melted into molten steel under the lick of the plasma flames. This molten steel was then rapidly cooled and purified before being fed into a precision lathe. Under the precise micro-operation of the central AI, dozens of agile robotic arms transformed into afterimages in midair. Cutting, grinding, assembly, circuit branding. The entire manufacturing process was like a violent yet precise metal symphony. Sparks flew everywhere in the workshop, and the ear-piercing yet extremely rhythmic mechanical friction sounds were exhilarating. Just then, The foreigners in the live stream watched this scene with a mixture of envy and sourness. Aren't those fragments of armor from our Western allied forces? She's actually using them to make scrap metal. What a waste. What is she doing? Building a robot by hand? Don't be ridiculous. Without a high-precision chip factory, what she'll create is just a metal toy. However, these sarcastic remarks lasted for less than half an hour. A faint yet incredibly dense, buzzing sound echoed through the industrial zone. At the end of a 50-meter-long assembly line. Click, click, click. 50 mechanical constructs, each only the size of an adult's fist, with a dark metallic sheen, two thin, high-frequency vibrating blades growing from their backs, and a faint, eerie blue light from cold nuclear fusion emanating from their abdomens, floated neatly in mid-air. Their appearance is a perfect replica of wasps in nature, but on their heads are 6 extremely tiny scanning probes that flash with a cold red light. These 50 mechanical worker wasps hovered there silently, exuding a silent, chilling, high-tech, oppressive aura. Those foreign netizens who were laughing just a moment ago are now like ducks with their throats being choked, unable to utter a sound. Meanwhile, Chinese netizens have gone completely berserk. Holy crap. Holy crap. Transformers. Mech mania. Is this what Su Shen meant by freeing up our hands? Building an army of drones by hand. I bet all that so-called high technology from the West is nothing compared to these 50 little guys. Su Ruan looked at the perfectly aligned mechanical worker bees in front of her, a satisfied smile appearing on her lips. She walked to the control panel and connected the honeycomb control matrix, made from waste rock salt crystals, to the main console. Little ones, don't just stand there. There are endless treasures waiting for you outside. Let me see how efficient you are. Su Ruan softly gave the final instruction. System, open the release port of Dome 3 and release all the gathering worker bees. Target, everything of value within a 50-kilometer radius of the surface. Clean it all up. Chapter 85 Mechanical Bee Swarm Sweeps Through the Wasteland. With Su Ruan's command, the number 3 drop port of Eternal Sky City, hidden among the mountains and perfectly integrated with the rocks, slowly slid open a gap about 1 meter wide, accompanied by an extremely subtle mechanical sound. Buzz! The 50 mechanical foraging bees that were originally hovering in the industrial area seemed to be given real life in that instant, turning into 50 black lightning bolts that roared out of the ventilation duct at a speed that exceeded the limits of human vision. They burst from the ground, bathed in the dim sunlight of the wasteland. Under the precise control of the hive control matrix, these 50 worker bees did not fly around like headless flies. Instead, they instantly dispersed and formed a geometrically beautiful fan-shaped reconnaissance network in mid-air, sweeping across the crystallized ruins around the basin in a carpet-like fashion. A worker bee, numbered 007, flew to the foot of a cliff that had been broken off by a tornado, more than 10 kilometers away. Its 6 red probes emitted several invisible detection waves. Ding! High concentration of mutated tungsten gold, or residue, detected at a depth of 3 meters underground, volume 0.5 cubic meters. The next second, a super slim yet blindingly bright high-frequency molecular cutting beam shot out from the belly of 007. This beam pierced through the incredibly hard crystalline surface as easily as cutting tofu. Immediately afterwards, its mechanical limbs reached into the hole and clamped the heavy mutated tungsten gold ore tightly. The anti-gravity engine at the rear burst into a burst of eerie blue flames, forcefully dragging the heavy ore, which was dozens of times larger than itself, out of the ground, and then steadily flying towards the bunker. The same scene was playing out wildly in every corner within a 50-kilometer radius. Worker bees cut open the buried corpse of Class, a mutated giant python, and completely peeled off its crystal-clear, highly venomous fawn. Worker bees unearthed a large piece of meteorite iron from a pile of scorched earth, which could be used to forge top-tier armor. Several worker bees even worked together to dismantle the wreckage of an armored vehicle from who knows which country it was, like disassembling Lego bricks, and carried back tons and tons of all the usable alloy steel plates. They're like tireless ghost locusts, leaving nothing behind, not even a single useful hair. And in the most central luxury lounge of the Eternal Sky City, 200 meters underground, in stark contrast to the frenzied, mechanical, and tedious scavenging scenes outside, The atmosphere here is outrageously leisurely. This lounge was specially decorated by Su Ruan to be extremely luxurious and comfortable. Underfoot was a soft carpet made of seamlessly spliced S-grade polar ferret fur, and above her head was a psionic crystal chandelier emitting a soft, warm light. At this moment, Su Ruan was lying sprawled out on a huge and very elastic velvet sofa. Beside her was a small, ancient ice table, on which sat a cup of top-grade spiritual spring water, emitting wisps of cold air and filled with ice, and a plate of beef jerky, freshly roasted with mutated beef and beef, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sprinkled with cumin. Kachi kachi. While chewing the chewy, juicy beef jerky like a little hamster, Su Ruan took a big gulp of ice water. Ah, that feels good. She let out a contented sigh, her gaze leisurely falling on a huge holographic screen floating in front of her. The screen was divided into 50 small images, which are the first-person perspective monitoring of the 50 foraging worker bees. On the far right of the screen, a row of red data is scrolling upwards at an extremely frantic speed. Supply item received. Refined tungsten gold plus 100 kilograms. Resource acquisition notification. 5-grade mutant beast bones. Resource acquisition notification. Unknown high-energy meteorite fragment plus 1. As the worker bees continuously dumped the scavenged supplies into the hidden automatic feeding ports on the surface, the entire underground city's warehouses were becoming visibly full. Su Ruan didn't even need to lift a finger. Supplies were pouring into her continuously. The ultimate thrill of completely freeing her hands and activating a fully automatic, hands-free way to get rich quick made every pore of her body radiate with indescribable comfort. In the global live stream, those foreigners who were fighting tooth and nail every day just to find a sip of water or a piece of rotten wood were so jealous of Su Ruan that they almost ground their teeth to dust when they saw her lying on the sofa, drinking iced drinks and eating jerky, watching robots move bricks for her all over the map. Is this how you Chinese people survive? This is clearly a rich person playing a simulation management game. Protest. This is cheating. Who in the apocalypse gets supplies delivered to their door without even leaving their home? God, why is this so unfair? Yesterday, I broke 3 fingernails trying to dig a potato out of the ruins while she just lay there watching and made hundreds of pounds of refined metal in a second. I'm so angry. I'm really going to be so angry. Chinese netizens had completely switched to spectator mode, munching on sunflower seeds while sending comments. Oh dear, what's there to be sour about? This is what they call technology changing lives, you know? Our Su Shun can just win by doing nothing. If you're so capable, why don't you get your god to give you a system and an AI? Oh, sorry. All the players from your country are long gone. Time passed by, second by second. In just 3 hours, those 50 worker bees scraped 3 layers of skin off a radius of 50 kilometers. When a system prompted that available resources within a 50-kilometer radius are below 0.01%, it is recommended to expand the search area. Su Ruan yawned and slowly sat up from the sofa. She glanced at the warehouse's reserves of millions of tons of various top-grade metals, bones, and ores, and sighed somewhat Versailles-like. There are enough supplies, but eating, sleeping, and watching surveillance every day, their spiritual life is too lacking. Su Ruan stood up, stretching her alluring figure. Her perfect curves were on full display beneath her battlesuit. She kicked the little snow leopard beside her, which was snoring on its back with its paws in the air because it had eaten too much. Get up, don't sleep. A sly glint flashed in Su Ruan's bright, starry eyes as she looked around at the spacious but somewhat monotonous underground space. An extremely extravagant, even insane, idea surfaced in her mind. Anyway, there's still a large open space on the 4th level of this dungeon. We have nowhere to use those top-grade conductive purple lightning stones we dug up earlier, and these tens of thousands of intact, mutated animal hides. Maybe. A slight smile played on her lips as she quickly traced the blueprints for the main control panel. System, retrieve the blueprints for the underground city's renovation. I want to use these top-tier materials to build me a 300-square-meter super holographic immersive audiovisual room. Not only do I need to be surrounded by light and shadow from all 360 degrees, but I also need a temperature-controlled foot bathtub. Su Ruan rubbed her hands together excitedly, her eyes full of anticipation. With this post-apocalyptic wasteland atmosphere, it would be a real waste of all these millions of tons of supplies if I didn't soak my feet while watching a few classic pre-apocalyptic comedy movies that came with the system, right? Chapter 86, watching classic old movies while soaking your feet. Anyway, there's still a large open space on the 4th level of this dungeon. We have nowhere to use those top-grade conductive purple lightning stones we dug up earlier, and these tens of thousands of intact, mutated animal hides. Maybe. Su Ruanruan's lips curled up slightly as her finger rapidly traced the construction blueprints on the main control panel. System, bring up the underground city space renovation blueprints. I want to use these top-tier materials to build me a 300 square meter super holographic immersive audiovisual room. Not only do I need to be surrounded by light and shadow from all 360 degrees, but I also need a temperature-controlled foot bathtub. Su Ruanruan rubbed her hands excitedly, her eyes full of anticipation. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland atmosphere, it would be such a waste of my millions of tons of supplies if I didn't soak my feet while watching a few classic pre-apocalyptic comedy movies that came with the system, right? As Su Ruanruan issued her slightly Versailles command, the entire 4th level of the Eternal Sky City instantly came to life. In a once empty and desolate alloy hall, hundreds of miniature intelligent engineering mechanical spiders emerged one after another from the hidden hatches in the walls. These mechanical spiders, with their 6 segments resembling the most precise micro-carving tools, began a comprehensive transformation of this 300 square meter area. Tons of purple thunderstone, flashing with eerie purple electric arcs, were sent into a plasma furnace and transformed into the purest superconducting liquid metal. These liquid metals, following preset grooves, outlined intricate and efficient holographic light and shadow arrays between the walls and floors of the underground city. This S-grade Arctic ferret pelt is too small. It won't feel good to piece together. Let's take out the A-grade mutated snow mammoth pelt that we just slaughtered a few days ago. Yes, that pure white pelt without any blemishes. Lay the whole pelt on the ground as a carpet. It'll be soft enough to walk on. Su Ruanruan stood in front of the control panel, cracking open a small dish of mutated original flavored melon seeds produced by the system, while issuing orders like a picky supervisor. Dozens of robotic arms immediately and precisely laid the mammoth hide, which was about half the size of a basketball court and had hair that was half a foot long and as soft as silk, in the center of the home theater. Next came the seats. Su Ruanruan used the shock-absorbing shape memory alloy from the wreckage of the United States' most advanced aircraft carrier, which she salvaged from the ruins, to make several top-of-the-line space capsule sofas that could automatically conform to the curves of the human body and had meridian massage functions. The sofa surface is seamlessly covered with the incredibly soft belly fur of a mutated dolphin. Finally, there's the soul of the entire home theater, the temperature-controlled foot bathtub. Su Ruanruan didn't use any high-tech materials. Instead, she specially selected a huge piece of ancient warm jade. The mechanical spider hollowed out the middle of the warm jade and carved it into an extremely simple and elegant bathtub shape. Then, it used several transparent thin tubes to directly introduce the living water from the top-grade spiritual spring source on the first layer into the tub. The bottom of the tub also features several surfing massage holes driven by a miniature water pump. In less than 2 hours, a holographic immersive audiovisual room, which cost over 1 million tons of top-quality wasteland resources and was so luxurious that even the Dubai royal family before the apocalypse would shed tears of poverty upon seeing it, was declared completed. Outside, the world had just experienced the devastation of a 2-tone tornado and was in a brief period of extreme cold. Temperatures had once again plummeted below -70 degrees Celsius. Under the pitch-black night sky, thick ice crystals covered the cracked wasteland, and the biting cold wind swept across the entire blue planet like the howling of ghosts. Those foreign survivors who were lucky enough to hide in the cracks in the ground or in dilapidated air raid shelters are now wrapped in smelly rags, a dozen or so family members huddled together, shivering. To preserve their last bit of body heat, they even had to suppress their breathing. A refugee from the United States, so hungry, tried to lick the frost that had formed on the wall, but his tongue got stuck. With a little force, he tore off a mouthful of flesh and blood, letting out a shrill scream. In comparison, inside the Eternal Sky City, 200 meters underground, The temperature in the audiovisual room was precisely controlled at 25 degrees Celsius. The 360-degree holographic projector lit up, completely concealing the surrounding alloy walls, replacing them with the most prosperous night view of Hong Kong before the apocalypse, with neon lights flashing, as if even the air was filled with the lively atmosphere of the city. Su Ruan changed into a loose and comfortable ice silk short-sleeved pajama set, revealing her two fair and slender legs, as perfect as mutton fat jade, to the air without any defense. Su Ruan, barefoot, slowly dipped the soles of her feet into the foot bath tub carved from a 1,000-year-old piece of warm jade. Call, as the perfectly warm, exquisite spring water enveloped her toes and massaged the acupoints on the soles of her feet with its gentle waves, Su Ruan couldn't help but let out a long, blissful sigh. Every pore on her body opened up at that moment, and the warmth that shot from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head was priceless. On the small ice table next to it, there was a plate of snow lamb jerky that had just been roasted over high-temperature charcoal until it was crispy and fragrant, sprinkled with cumin and mutated chili powder, and a glass of peach blossom wine with ice. Central AI played a classic old movie, A Chinese Odyssey Part 1. Command confirmed. Holographic immersive viewing mode activated. Instantly, the arrogant monkey appeared on the holographic screen, its classic lines echoing throughout the room. Su Ruan grabbed a handful of crispy beef jerky and stuffed it in her mouth, the crunching sound particularly clear in the quiet room. Watching Stephen Chow's comical performance on the screen, Su Ruan laughed so hard she almost fell over, completely immersed in the ultimate enjoyment of both mind and body. This scene was broadcast live to billions of viewers worldwide through the National Fortune and Natural Disaster System without reservation. At that moment, the live stream chat rooms around the world experienced a strange pause lasting for a full minute. Immediately following was a massive, tsunami-like eruption. The survivors of the Western Alliance looked at their own frozen, blackened, and mutilated fingers, and then at the stunningly beautiful girl on the screen, who was barefoot, soaking in a steaming jade tub, chewing on jerky and laughing heartily. Their psychological defenses completely collapsed. God, kill me. Is this some kind of apocalyptic survival game? This is clearly Su Ruan's billionaire vacation vlog. I'm eating dirt, and she's soaking her feet, and that foot bath water, judging by its sheen, is absolutely some kind of miracle cure-all. She's using it to wash her feet. What a waste. Mom, I don't want to stay in Japan anymore. I want to go to China and be a dog. The snow leopard at her feet eats 100 times better than our state banquets. Wah! While the foreigners were having a mental breakdown, Chinese netizens, while enjoying hot pot with their freshly received lamb, launched a barrage of sarcastic and inflammatory comments in the live chat. Oh dear, the wind outside is so strong, it breaks my heart to see it. Unlike our goddess Su, who even has a foot bath tub carved from the finest warm jade. What does it mean to be a spiritual force to be reckoned with? This is it. While you're still struggling to survive, our Su Shun is already pursuing spiritual and cultural development. What can you possibly compare to this level of vision? This is hilarious. Where's that American netizen who was just saying they wanted to boycott China? Come out and say something. Did your jaw freeze off and you can't type anymore? Just as Su Ruan was watching the movie with great interest, laughing heartily. Beep beep. The audio-visual room, which was previously only playing the movie soundtrack, was suddenly interrupted by an extremely piercing red alarm. A frantically flashing scarlet envelope icon popped up in the lower right corner of the holographic screen. Su Ruan frowned slightly, her interest dampened, and her face immediately turned cold. A mechanical system sound followed. Warning, an unknown highest privilege cross-space communication request has been detected. Do you want to accept it? Who's such a spoilsport? Let's bring them in and see. Chapter 87, The Temptation of Billions in Private Messages from the Lighthouse Nation. Su Ruan tossed the half-eaten piece of crispy mutton jerky into the plate, then casually pulled out a clean, damp cloth to wipe her cumin-covered fingertips. A hint of displeasure at having her enjoyment of the show interrupted appeared on her exquisite face. Command confirmed, establishing an encrypted cross-space communication channel. With a system notification sound, the movie screen in the center of the holographic projection was forcibly shrunk to a corner. A huge communication window, occupying half the wall, popped up. The screen flickered a few times, Then a foreigner's face appeared clearly. He was a man in his 60s, with gray hair, wearing a crisp but slightly wrinkled five-star general's uniform from the United States. The man was sitting in a gray underground air defense command room that looked sturdy, but whose walls were actually covered with small cracks. Although the old man tried his best to put on his usual arrogant and domineering attitude, his sunken eye sockets, pale face, and swollen cheeks, due to long-term lack of salt, completely betrayed his current disheveled and desperate state. It was General Smith, the supreme decision-maker of the final stronghold of the United States. Ahem. MS. Ruan. Hello. I am Smith, the highest decision-making officer of the United States. In the video, Smith forced a stiff smile and greeted her in extremely broken Chinese, which was obviously something he had just learned. Su Ruan didn't even change her posture, still comfortably leaning back on the mammoth leather sofa, her feet gently stirring the water in the constant temperature premium spiritual spring. She didn't even glance at the person on the screen, only lazily yawning. Spit out. Can't you see I'm busy watching a movie? You're interrupting my viewing of Sun Wukong pulling out the purple and green sword. Smith was speechless at this blunt attitude, and his staff officers were so angry that they wanted to draw their guns. But faced with the overwhelming power of the apocalyptic calamity, they could only swallow their anger. Miss Sue, I think we could discuss a deal that could change the fate of all mankind. Smith took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and adopted a persuasive tone, even with a hint of condescending arrogance. We, the Beacon Nation, acknowledge that you did achieve some accidental successes in the game, but you alone cannot represent the highest wisdom of all humankind. The supplies and equipment in your bunker are just a waste to keep. All you need to do is hand over absolute control of the Eternal Sky City to the Great Beacon Nation and share all the resource parameters. At this point, Smith suddenly raised his voice, his eyes gleaming with fanatical greed. In the real world, our Beacon Nation will immediately grant you the highest level green card. Furthermore, we can nominate you as the global honorary president of the United Nations. This is the highest power in human history. Fearing that Su Ruan might not be tempted, Smith immediately gave a wink to the staff officer beside him. The screen then switched to display a long string of numerical bills. Not only that, we will immediately deposit 10 billion virtual US dollars into your personal account. 10 billion. This amount of money is enough for you to buy half a country after the apocalypse ends. Ms. Sue, money, power, and status are all at your fingertips. All you have to do is nod and hand over control. Smith stared intently at the screen, his Adam's apple bobbing violently with intense desire. He firmly believed that no one in the world could resist the vanity of being the global president and the allure of $10 billion. Especially a real heiress who had been kicked out of her home and left penniless in the real world. This was an absolute game changer. However, silence. The home theater was deathly silent, with only the occasional sound of water splashing from the foot bathtub. A full 5 seconds passed. Puff. Su Ruan suddenly burst into laughter, laughing so hard she almost cried. It was as if she were watching a clown performing the most clumsy farce. Her eyes were filled with undisguised mockery. 10 billion US dollars? Global honorary president? Green card. Su Ruan repeated these words, the sneer on her lips growing wider and wider. Su Ruan suddenly sat up straight, her eyes instantly turning as cold as ice, piercing straight at Smith on the other side of the screen. Old man, did you eat moldy bread in the bomb shelter and your brain shrank? The apocalypse has come, and order has collapsed. Your so-called 10 billion virtual dollars are now so worthless, I wouldn't even use them to wipe my ass. As for your green card and honorary president, in this folded space, I can turn the world upside down with a flick of my wrist. I can throw away some scrap metal, and your whole family will treat me like royalty. Do I need you to appoint me as a commander without any troops? Smith's fake smile froze instantly, replaced by rage and terror at having his hand exposed. You're being ungrateful. Our Beacon Nation still has the ultimate nuclear neutrality. Shut your stinking mouth. Su Ruan interrupted Smith's threat without any mercy. Su Ruan's fingers flew across the air, and the system immediately captured the ugly scene of Smith's servile demeanor and ridiculous offer of chips. System, put this video and these screenshots at the very top of the Global National Fortune live stream chat. and add Chinese and English subtitles for it to play on a loop all day long. Command received. Already pinned to the top of the global public chat. The next second, on the retinas of everyone in the world, appeared the shameful scene of this highest-ranking official of the Beacon Nation attempting to exchange a pile of waste paper for Su Wanruan's god-level bunker. Below the video was a line of large, bold red text personally typed by Su Wanruan. 10 billion? You could burn more money for paper money down there. Don't embarrass yourself if you're a penniless pauper. After doing all this, Su Wanruan looked at Smith on the screen, who was trembling with anger and clutching his heart as if he was about to faint, and waved her hand dismissively. You think you can get something for nothing with such meager resources? Go back to your rat hole and eat dirt. System, blacklist this IP range with one click. From now on, all communications from this area will be blocked as spam. Click. The holographic screen went black instantly, and Smith's furious face was abruptly cut off. The room was filled with the joyful sounds of the movie A Chinese Odyssey once again. Su Wanruan lay back on the sofa and happily took a sip of peach blossom wine. At this moment, the real world, especially within the Western Alliance, has been completely engulfed by a tsunami comparable to a massive earthquake. Those Western netizens who were starving and freezing, and who were deceiving themselves online every day by saying that the Beacon of the West would retaliate sooner or later, saw that their highest-ranking official was actually acting as a sycophant to the Chinese in private, and was even brutally trampled underfoot by the term poor man. At this moment, everyone's self-esteem was completely crushed. Fuck, is this our leader? Trying to fool some god with worthless paper? In China, even dogs are eating mutated mutton now, and you're offering $10 billion to buy their miracles? This is a global disgrace. This is so embarrassing. I feel like my face has been slapped so hard it's swollen. The Chinese woman was right. We're a bunch of paupers right now. The barrage of comments on the Chinese side was a sea of joy. Haha, this is hilarious. Is Su Shun's mouth poisoned? Even burning paper money for gods would cost more than this. Old Smith is probably looking for nitroglycerin right now, isn't he? He tried to get something for nothing, but ended up being publicly executed online. Su Shun is awesome. This counterattack is so powerful. This is true strength. Money and power are nothing compared to the absolute resources for survival. Just as Su Wanruan was happily watching the barrage of comments from foreigners online, ready to continue enjoying her foot bath, the environmental monitoring radar inside the bunker suddenly emitted a rapid and low-pitched buzzing alarm. Warning, dramatic topographic changes have occurred 10 kilometers from the surface, and a massive amount of meltwater is converging. Oh, the terrain has changed? Has the ice and snow melted into a sea? Chapter 88. Melting ice and snow transform into a deep abyss sea. Handcrafting a speedboat to fish for king crabs. Oh, the terrain has changed? Has the ice and snow melted into a sea? Su Wanruan's snow-white little feet stepped onto the fluffy mammoth leather carpet, and the nanofibers of her battlesuit instantly dried the water stains on her feet. Su Wanruan walked to the control panel and quickly tapped the holographic panel a few times with her slender, fair fingers. Central AI, retrieve real-time images from high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft located 10 kilometers above the ground. Command confirmed. Satellite-class high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft has reached target airspace. Image transmission in progress. The giant holographic screen in front of them switched instantly. When the real scene outside came into view, even the well-informed Su Wanruan couldn't help but show a look of amazement. The scorched wasteland, which was originally covered by extreme cold blizzards and then scorched by extreme heat rain, has now undergone earth-shattering changes. The previous extremely devastating alternation of ice and fire caused the complete melting of ancient glaciers hundreds of meters thick within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. And that magnitude 10 earthquake happened to tear a huge basin resembling a meteorite crater 10 kilometers away from the surface. Billions of tons of glacial meltwater flowed wildly back into this bottomless giant basin. In just a few hours, a giant inland deepwater lake, comparable in size to the Black Sea in the real world, was formed there. From above, this newly formed ocean appears as a breathtakingly pure, deep blue. The The surface shimmers, dotted with numerous fragments of massive, partially melted icebergs. The extreme temperature difference stirred up layers of dreamlike white mist on the water surface. And beneath the unfathomable azure water, a vaguely visible, enormous black shadow seemed to be moving. Those aquatic creatures that mutated during the wasteland catastrophe seemed to have found a new paradise overnight, and they multiplied wildly in this cold sea. Staying in this dark bunker, every day, my bones are practically rusting. This is such a beautiful private beach. It would be a waste of my precious youth not to go on vacation and go fishing. Suruwanerwan's eyes sparkled. Her interest instantly piqued. Let's get right to it. Suruwanerwan turned around and ran straight to the Super Handicraft workshop on the 4th floor of the underground city. AI, bring me the lightweight titanium alloy steel plates that were taken from the chassis of those foreigners' bulletproof cars the day before yesterday. And bring me that miniature nuclear-powered engine that was taken from Thor's body too. At Suruwanerwan's command, dozens of robotic arms immediately sprang into action on the massive assembly line. Amidst the flying sparks, Suruwanerwan was not idle either. Her hands, enhanced 100-fold, were now more terrifying than any sophisticated crane. Suruwanerwan lifted a titanium alloy steel plate weighing several tons with one hand and bent it into a streamlined speedboat bow like kneading dough. Immediately afterwards, the robotic arm swiftly and seamlessly welded the nuclear-powered engine to the stern. In pursuit of ultimate comfort, Suruwanerwan went to extreme lengths, welding the hand-stitched, mutated crocodile leather sofa in the lounge directly to the driver's seat. On the deck at the stern, a huge UV protective parasol made of high-strength shape memory metal was erected, which can automatically adjust its angle according to the sunlight. Finally, Suruwanerwan walked to the weapon forging table and used the top-grade, mutated tungsten gold she had dug up earlier, mixed with a little ice soul crystal, to forge a jet-black alloy fishing rod that emitted a cold light in the high-temperature furnace. The fishing line is even more extravagant, made from the main nerve fibers of the Spider King, which can withstand a pulling force of 100,000 Gene. Perfect. Suruwanerwan patted the wildly designed and extremely luxurious black speedboat and nodded in satisfaction. AI system, open underwater gate number 1, I'm setting sail. 5 minutes later, Suruwanerwan had changed into a comfortable, form-fitting tactical windbreaker with sun protection, and a pair of extremely stylish black sunglasses perched on her face. Her beautiful face looked both cool and dashing under the sunglasses. Suruwanerwan gripped the steering wheel with both hands and slammed on the gas pedal. Boom, buzz! The nuclear-powered engine roared with a deep, furious rumble. The speedboat, like a runaway black monster, plunged headlong into the vast, deep blue inland sea, following the sloping alloy slide from the underground city that led directly to the New Sea area. Splash! Tens of meters high, white spray shot in the sky. The speedboat carved a V-shaped white wave with a violent aesthetic on the water's surface, speeding towards the center of the lake at a terrifying speed that was almost flying close to the ground. A cool, refreshing mist hits you, carrying with it a hint of the unique, salty smell of the ocean. Above them was the unique, hazy yellow sky of the post-apocalyptic wasteland, and all around were floating icebergs. Suruwanerwan was driving a nuclear-powered yacht, speeding wildly through this world where death and life coexisted. Upon reaching the center of the lake, Suruwanerwan turned off the engine, letting the speedboat drift along in the calm, deep water. Suruwanerwan lay lazily on the crocodile leather sofa, casually picking up the mutated tungsten alloy fishing rod. She took out a piece of A-grade mutated beast meat, which reeked of a strong, bloody smell, from her storage space as bait and casually hung it on a hook larger than her fist. Whoosh! With a sharp whooshing sound, the fish sinker, weighing tens of kilograms and carrying the bait, sank into the water hundreds of meters deep in an instant. Suruwanerwan secured her fishing rod to the bracket on the side of the boat, took out a bottle of chilled cola from the small refrigerator next to her, and with a whoosh, pulled the tab and took a big, satisfying gulp. In a global live stream, Western netizens who could only find insects to eat in muddy water every day were so jealous they were practically grinding their teeth in envy. Shit, is this a post-apocalyptic survival story? She even built a yacht to go fishing. The post-apocalyptic life we yearn for is confirmed. While we're eating meager rations, she's throwing a party in the middle of the lake. Chinese netizens, on the other hand, were filled with admiration. Su Shun's aura is absolutely stunning. So beautiful and cool. I wonder what good catch she'll make today. This water is probably teeming with mutated monsters. A normal fishing line would have snapped long ago. But with Su Shun's equipment, catching a Godzilla wouldn't be a problem. Time passed by, and the lake remained unusually calm. Suddenly, Su Wanruan keenly noticed that irregular eddies were beginning to appear in the seawater around the speedboat. The once calm, azure water surface was now faintly shrouded in a large, inky black shadow, almost the size of a small mountain, which was rapidly rising toward the bait. Bite! The next second, the alloy fishing rod resting on the gunnel let out a sharp screech of strain. The pole, made of tungsten and as thick as a child's arm, was stretched into an extremely exaggerated U-shape in an instant. The mutated spider nerve threads, capable of withstanding a pulling force of 100,000 Jin, were instantly stretched taut, even emitting a clanging, cutting sound in the air. The speedboat was pulled violently by this terrifying force, almost capsizing. Wow, what strength! What is that thing underwater? Su Wanruan was not flustered at all. Instead, a wildly excited smile appeared on her lips. The water surface churned wildly, and a chilling scraping sound of crustaceans came from underwater. Click, click! Chapter 89 Violent Lift of the Rod. A 10-meter-long mutant king crab is caught. The eerie scraping sound of the underwater shells, accompanied by the deafening roar of the waves, almost capsized the entire nuclear-powered speedboat. The deep blue lake water was churning violently like boiling water, with countless white bubbles carrying icy cold air shooting straight into the sky. Su Wanruan gripped the alloy fishing rod, which had been bent into an extreme U shape, tightly with one hand, while her mammoth leather combat boots remained motionless as if rooted to the deck. Through her black sunglasses, Su Wanruan could clearly see the enormous creature struggling frantically underwater. Trying to run? If you've taken my bait, you'll have to leave your life behind. Su Wanruan sneered, a chilling killing intent appearing on her beautiful face. That was the ice and fire sacred body, enhanced 100-fold by the Shinnong All Things Critical Strike system. A terrifying force of 100,000 Jin erupted like a volcano from Su Wanruan's seemingly slender and delicate arms. Get up! Su Wanruan let out a delicate shout, her arms suddenly thrusting backward. In that instant, the force even surpassed the limits of the lever principle. The alloy fishing rod emitted a teeth-grinding metallic twisting sound, forcefully dragging the enormous underwater creature upward. Boom! The lake's surface was as if a depth charge had been detonated. A curtain of water exploded, and a terrifying monster, more than 10 meters long and resembling a heavy main battle tank, was forcibly pulled from the bottom of the water to the surface by that thin fishing line. That's a mutated, heavily armored king crab. This giant king crab is covered from head to toe in a thick, barbed carapace that shimmers with a metallic sheen like obsidian. Its 8 segments were as thick as the trunks of centuries-old trees, and most terrifying of all were its pair of mutated giant pincers, each the size of a small car. The edges of these pincers were covered in serrated bone spikes, constantly dripping a corrosive, eerie green saliva. The moment it was pulled from the water, the king crab let out a piercing, inhuman hiss. Warning! Encounter with an S-Class Abyss Overlord, mutant armored king crab. This creature's exoskeleton is harder than composite armor steel plates, and its massive pincers can instantly sever the alloy hull of a nuclear submarine. Viewers in the global live stream gasped the moment they saw the colossal object emerge from the water. My God, this is a monster, a prehistoric monster. Run! This speedboat is like a toy to it. One swipe and a person is turned into mincemeat. The foreigners screamed in terror in the live chat. In midair, the enraged king crab locked its crimson compound eyes on Su Wanruan on the speedboat. Its terrifying giant pincer, powerful enough to split the speedboat in two, slammed down on Su Wanruan's head with a sharp whooshing sound and an overwhelming force. Shadows instantly enveloped the entire cabin. However, faced with this deadly trap that was enough to terrify anyone, Su Wanruan simply curled her lip in disdain. Big crab, you may be ugly, but your meat looks pretty plump. Su Wanruan made no attempt to dodge. She abruptly released the fishing rod with her right hand, then with a flick of her wrist, grabbed the hilt of a knife tucked into her waistband. Base! A clear, high-pitched sound, like a dragon's roar, echoed throughout the entire lake. That was the black gold tang sword that Su Ruanruan had personally crafted a few days ago in the dungeon machine tool, using the highest purity, refined tungsten gold, and star meteorite iron. The moment the blade was drawn, a chilling blade light even cut a visible white mark in the surrounding air. Su Ruanruan pushed off the deck with both legs, leaving 2 deep footprints in the alloy plate. Like a black meteor shooting against the current, she soared into the sky, facing the terrifying, crashing pincers. In the instant she crossed with the crab in midair, Su Ruanruan's arm transformed into a blur that was impossible to catch with the naked eye. Swish! 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 There are no fancy skills, only the purest and most extreme violent aesthetics and speed suppression. The obsidian shell, which was said to be harder than armor steel plates, was as fragile as paper under the support of the incomparably sharp black gold tang sword and the force of 100,000 Jin. With the first slash, the giant pincer, the size of a car, was cleanly severed from her body. Green blood gushed onto the lake like a fountain. Immediately afterwards, the flashes of blades intertwined in midair, forming an impenetrable web of death. In midair, the 10-meter-long mutated armored king crab didn't even have time to let out a second scream before its massive, mountain-like body was instantly torn into 8 pieces by Su Ruanruan, right before everyone's eyes. The thick crab legs, heavy crab claws, and the carapace full of golden crab roe crashed onto the lake surface around the speedboat like a torrential rain, creating huge splashes. Su Ruanruan landed lightly on the deck, casually sheathing her spotless black gold tang sword. The entire slashing process was fluid and seamless, taking less than 3 seconds. After a brief period of silence, the chat in the global live stream exploded. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Unfortunately, I'm uncultured. One holy crap is all I need. Is this a trap? This is clearly a one-sided, brutal massacre. Even Li Bai would kneel down and sing Conquer after seeing Su Shun's swordsmanship. That's so violent. So cool. Anyone who says Chinese women are delicate, I'll slap this video in their face. The moment the mutated king crab died, its enormous carcass scattered across the lake's surface, suddenly transformed into countless points of light. Immediately afterwards, a strange object, radiating a dazzling blue-gold light and resembling a crystal cube, floated up from the largest piece of the carapace and hovered in midair. The system's cold yet alluring mechanical voice exploded in Su Ruanruan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing the S-rank Abyss Overlord, the mutant heavy armored Emperor Crab. Triggered an extremely rare drop. Obtain a mythical grade environmental modification item. Basic ecological ocean cycle system. Oh, you got some equipment. Su Ruanruan's eyes lit up, and with a wave of her hand, the crystal cube flew into her hand. Item description. This item contains the complete laws of the ancient marine ecosystem. Throwing it into any body of water or dried-up depression will create or purify a pristine, unpolluted, radiation-free ocean of at least 500,000 square kilometers, regardless of terrain limitations. Core functions. This marine system not only purifies the water, but also automatically nurtures countless extremely plump, spiritually rich top-quality seafood, such as king crab, large yellow croaker, and giant abalone, forming a perfect internal cycle. Looking at this incredible explanation, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but swallow. Looking at the deck of fresh king crab leg meat that she had already cut up, she envisioned a grand scene of the entire Chinese nation enjoying seafood hot pot. This treasure that can create oceans should of course be handed over to the nation. System, aim it at the Chinese interior and activate the ocean circulation system. Ding, locating coordinates in inland China. Chapter 90, Reshaping the Marine Ecosystem. Seafood dominates the screen. The system's cold, mechanical voice rapidly processed information in my mind. If we're going to create a sea, let's go big. System, lock onto the largest uninhabited area in northwest China, the former site of Lop Nur. A decisive glint flashed in Su Ruanruan's eyes, and she issued the final order without hesitation. That place was once the driest and most desolate sea of death in China. If a pristine ocean could be created there, it would completely change the geographical ecology and climate pattern of the entire China. Command confirmed. Shandong's Myriad Things critical strike system has triggered a heaven-defying 10 million-fold manifestation mechanism. Primary ecological marine cycle system has been extracted. Spatial projection of coordinates across Lop, Nur in inland China, is underway, descending. As the countdown ended, the blue-gold crystal Rubik's Cube in Su Wanwan's hand suddenly burst forth with a light 10,000 times brighter than the sun. It transformed into a towering blue beam of light that pierced through the barrier of the folded space and shot towards the sky above the real world. In the real world, in a Lop Nur uninhabited area of northwest China. This place is buried by yellow sand all year round, and the drought is so severe that even the most tenacious mutant cactus can hardly survive. It is known as a forbidden zone of life. Due to its remote location, this place became a barren wasteland even mutated beasts avoided after the natural disaster struck. However, at noon on that day, the dark sky, which was originally shrouded in yellow sand, was suddenly torn apart by an extremely powerful pure blue light. Boom! As if the Milky Way had burst its banks, accompanied by a tremendous roar that shook the entire Eurasian continent, hundreds of millions of tons of pure seawater, radiating a ghostly blue spiritual energy, poured down from the spatial rift in the heavens. This was no ordinary downpour. It was an entire ocean falling from the sky in a truly astonishing way. This incredibly pure seawater, free from any nuclear contamination or impurities, poured into the vast and deep depression of Lop Nur with overwhelming force. In less than 10 minutes, the Sea of Death, which had been dry for thousands of years, was completely filled in. A new inland sea, covering an area of 500,000 square kilometers and even larger than the Bohai Sea before the apocalypse, has miraculously been born on the northwestern land. The seawater was crystal clear, reflecting a mesmerizing, jewel-like halo under the sunlight. As the waves gently lapped against the newly formed beach, the vibrant, moist sea breeze, carried by the air currents, quickly swept across the entire northwest, dispelling the drought and despair in the air. But the miracle did not end there. The core principles of the ecological ocean cycle system are beginning to take effect. Beneath the azure sea, countless points of light twinkled like stars. The once lifeless seabed instantly sprouted endless colorful coral reefs and vast underwater forests of magical herbs. Immediately afterwards, countless top-quality seafood with exaggerated shapes and plump flesh began to spontaneously generate and multiply wildly in this pristine, unpolluted sea. A mutated yellow croaker, over a meter long, shimmering with golden light and brimming with spiritual energy, darts among the water plants. Abalone the size of a wash basin, with flesh as translucent as white jade, clings to the rocks. Even more impressive are the groups of long-legged king crabs, each weighing dozens of kilograms, waving their pincers and rampaging through the shallow waters like they're holding a grand meeting. When the high-altitude drone of the Chinese Academy of Sciences transmitted this breathtaking scene in real time to the large screen of the highest command center, the entire command room fell silent. General Zhang Jingguo's hand holding the teacup trembled violently, and he was completely unaware that the scalding tea had spilled onto the back of his hand. He stared intently at the azure sea and the countless giant seafood, his eyes instantly reddening, and hot tears welled up in his eyes. The sea, a pristine sea, a radiation-free deep-sea ecosystem. A top marine biologist knelt down in front of the screen, hysterically crying out, "Since the ocean pollution, we Chinese haven't eaten a single clean seafood dish for 10 whole years. Su Shen has moved the Dragon Palace inland for us." The official action was swift as lightning. Just 1 hour later, the Lop Nur Pure Waters Fishing Project was officially launched. Countless fully automated, high-energy fishing vessels were sent into the sea via emergency-laid tracks. That evening, the entire Chinese internet network has once again been thrown into a state of frantic paralysis. Because in all safe zones, shelters, and even relief points in slums, official convoys of heavy trucks brought in mountains of fresh supplies. Announcement. Thanks to our great contestant Su Wanwan, a nationwide seafood giveaway is happening today. Everyone can receive 30 gene of mutated yellow croaker, 250 gene premium king crabs, and 2 abalone the size of a wash basin for free by presenting their ID card. The streets and alleys of China have been completely transformed into open-air seafood stalls. Abalone the size of a wash basin was bubbling in a large iron pot by the roadside, while king crab legs sizzled on a grill, emitting an irresistible aroma. An ordinary worker who once went hungry for 3 days because he couldn't afford a piece of mutated rat meat is now gnawing on a boiled shrimp as thick as his forearm in his left hand, while holding a full bowl of thick soup made from stewed yellow croaker in his right hand. He is eating with his mouth full of oil, and while eating, he is frantically kowtowing in the direction of the folded space. This is awesome. This isn't the apocalypse at all. This is even more luxurious than before the apocalypse. We can't eat it all. We simply can't eat it all. Long live God Su. Ordinary people have turned what used to be a luxury, a top-tier seafood that cost tens of thousands of yuan per kilogram and was something that ordinary people would consider an extravagant sight, into a casual, everyday fast food. Some people even ate so much king crab that they vomited and used the huge crab shells as stools to sit on. This scene was then transmitted to the internet in Western countries through some circumvention channels. Those Western tycoons and nobles who once looked down on China and mocked it as a poor country that couldn't afford seafood are now hiding in dark, damp bunkers, watching videos of ordinary Chinese people eating king crabs like snacks. They're so jealous that their eyes are bloodshot and their spirits are completely broken. They drank recycled water filtered from urine, which had a slightly foul smell, gnawed on disgusting synthetic nutrient blocks, and desperately pounded on the screen. No. This is impossible. Why does God favor China so much? Our oceans are full of black, radioactive water, yet they have pristine seas inland. I'd trade all my family shares on Wall Street for a single crab leg they have. Please, just give me a bite. No matter how much the West wails, it receives no response in the face of absolute power. And as the creator of all this, within the folded space, Su Wanwan has already returned to Eternal Sky City in a speedboat. She took a relaxing hot bath, then sat cross-legged in front of the coffee table, wearing a silk robe. In front of her was a hot pot with a broth made from the finest spring water, featuring 2 distinct broths. Su Wanwan picked up a piece of crystal-clear, jade-like, tempting king crab leg meat, dipped it in the boiling spicy soup for 3 seconds, coated it with the soul sauce, and stuffed it in her mouth in one bite. Fresh, sweet, and spicy. 3 extreme flavors explode in your mouth, instantly maximizing your sense of happiness. Just as she was enjoying her meal, the central AI of the underground city suddenly issued a special notification. Ding! Special attention news push. Because the materials you manifested caused great social unrest and public attention in the real world, the system has captured the live broadcast of the most popular topic in the real world for you. Your biological parents, Mr. and Mrs. Su Jiangwo, are broadcasting live globally from the plaza outside Jiangxing Shelter No. 1. They are both kneeling, tearfully begging for your forgiveness, saying that blood is thicker than water, and hoping to receive your response. The holographic screen automatically lit up, showing Su Jiangwo and his mother, looking haggard and covered in mud, kneeling in front of the camera, shamelessly weeping and desperately trying to use morality and kinship to blackmail them and get a share of this enormous wealth. Su Wanwan paused slightly as she looked at the 2 hypocritical faces on the screen, faces she loathed in both her past and present lives. She put down her chopsticks, picked up a tissue, and elegantly wiped the red grease from the corner of her mouth. Her clear, starry eyes held not a trace of emotion, only an extreme indifference, as if she were looking at a dead person. Blood is thicker than water? Do you really think I'm a junk collector? Chapter 91, the jade pendant shattered, and the Su family shattered too. Blood is thicker than water? Do you really think I'm a junk collector? Su Wanwan's cool, slightly mocking voice echoed softly in the extremely luxurious holographic audiovisual room. She didn't even move an inch, maintaining the same languid posture of sitting cross-legged on the top-grade mammoth leather carpet. Only her bright, starry eyes, which had just been slightly narrowed because of the delicious food, were now as cold as the permafrost of Siberia. On the holographic screen, the live broadcast from the plaza outside the Jiangxing No. 1 shelter in the real world continues. In the video, Su Jiangwo and his mother, The man and woman who had once treated her like trash and kicked her out are kneeling on the cold, hard cement floor, crying their eyes out in front of the camera, looking utterly miserable. Wan, my daughter. Dad knows he was wrong. Dad was blinded by greed and misled by that poisonous woman, Su Cha-Cha. Su Jiangwo, wearing a tattered, old cotton-padded jacket picked up from a garbage dump, wailed hoarsely while slapping his face hard with his muddy hands. His mother, standing beside him, was an even more impressive actress, crying so hard she could barely breathe and almost fainted. Wan, Mommy is so sorry. Look at Mommy. We can't even get a sip of clean hot water now. We suffer every day. We are your biological parents. You can't abandon us. You are now a hero of China, a god of the world. You only need to lift a finger and we can live a good life. Please, for the sake of Mommy carrying you for 10 months and giving birth to you, forgive us. Behind them, countless survivors from the Jiangcheng shelter surrounded them, and numerous cameras and cell phones were pointed at them. This is not just a plea for mercy, but a meticulously planned, globally oriented moral blackmail show. In their view, China has always governed the country with filial piety, and blood ties and kinship are something ingrained in their bones. No matter how powerful Su Ruan is, she can't possibly ignore her own parents kneeling and begging for mercy in front of the whole world. If she gives even the slightest response, they'll cling to her like leeches, sucking the endless glory and wealth she brings. In a global live stream, the comment section was divided into 2 camps as a result. Most Chinese netizens were filled with righteous indignation. These 2 scoundrels still have the nerve to show their faces? When they kicked Su Shan out, didn't they ever think about the bond of blood? Now that Su Shan is successful, they want to take advantage of him. Bah, disgusting. This is the most disgusting drama of the year. Su Shan, please don't pay any attention to them. These kind of people are ungrateful wretches. Meanwhile, Western netizens, already driven mad with jealousy, seized the opportunity and immediately launched a frenzied attack from their moral high ground. Did you see that? This is the true God of China. He doesn't even care when his own parents kneel before him. What a cold-blooded, inhuman monster he is. Even if they are wrong, they are still her parents. A person who doesn't even respect their parents doesn't deserve such power. I propose that the Alliance should punish her for this inhumane and cold-blooded behavior. Faced with the uproar in the live stream and the 2 disgusting faces on the screen, Su Ruan slowly put down her jade chopsticks. She didn't say a word. She slowly stood up, her luxurious silk robe shimmering like moonlight under the lights as she moved, all under the gaze of billions of viewers worldwide. She did not approach the communication device, nor did she pay attention to any of the comments. She walked straight to a built-in storage cabinet made of pure white alloy in the corner of the media room. As soon as she had a thought, one of the unremarkable cabinet doors clicked open automatically. There were no gold or silver jewelry stored in the cabinet, only a crescent-shaped blood-red jade pendant wrapped in red silk and carved with intricate cloud patterns. This is the Su family heirloom, and it was the so-called symbol of identity that Su Jiangwo personally handed to her when she was recognized and returned to the Su family. In her past life, she treasured this jade pendant. Even when she was kicked out of her home and left to wander the streets, she held it tightly in her arms until her death, when Su Cha-Cha crushed it to pieces with 1 foot. In this life, to her, this jade pendant was nothing more than a stone stained with filth, hypocrisy, and painful memories. Su Ruan stretched out 2 slender, white fingers and picked up the blood-red jade pendant as if it were a piece of trash. Then, she turned around and walked back to the camera step by step. Audiences around the world, including Su Jiangwo and his wife, held their breath. Everyone thought that she would pick up this token representing the bond of family and say the words they had been waiting for, "I forgive you." On the faces of Su Jiangwo and his mother, there was already a hint of ecstatic joy at their successful scheme. However, Su Ruan's next move made everyone's jaws drop. Instead of heading to the living room, she turned and walked into the fully equipped, futuristic, and state-of-the-art kitchen next door. On the kitchen island, there's an ultra-high-powered material shredder specifically designed to process high-strength mutated beast bones and scrap metal. Once activated, its diamond forge blades can grind a tank into the finest metal powder in a second. Su Ruan walked over expressionlessly and pressed the start button. Buzz! The shredder emitted a low, sickening roar. Then, amidst the instantaneous shift in the gazes of Su Jiangwo and his wife from ecstasy to horror, and under the incredulous, watchful eyes of the world's audience, Su Wanruan released her grip. That priceless family heirloom jade pendant, representing the Su family's bloodline, was casually tossed into the inlet of the high-speed shredder as if it were a leftover bone. Crack, boom! A piercing, sharp sound, so loud it seemed to shatter eardrums, was clearly transmitted around the world through the live broadcast. The Har-Blood Jade didn't even last a second in the crusher. It was instantly ground into the finest, fleeting red powder, which was then directly discharged into the waste disposal pipeline by the powerful exhaust system. What family heirlooms, what blood ties, all vanished in an instant. After doing all this, Su Wanruan didn't even bother to look at the two so-called parents on the screen who were now ashen-faced and completely dumbfounded. She casually turned off the disgusting live stream, and the nonsensical comedy scenes from Stephen Chow's movies were restored in the video room. She sat back down on the carpet, picked up the bowl of steaming king crab legs, as if she had just casually dealt with a trivial matter. But global public opinion was completely ignited at this moment. As Su Jiangwo and his wife watched the live stream signal being cut off, and the mocking looks from those around them as if they were looking at idiots, Su Jiangwo coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot from anger. Meanwhile, inside the folded space, Su Wanruan heard a long-lost system notification in her mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completely severed all karmic ties from past and present lives, achieving a state of perfect spiritual elevation. Reward: permanently increase mental strength by 10%. Unlock the new system module, Shinong Barrier, Mental Barrier, immune to all mental attacks and negative emotional influences. Su Wanruan was slightly taken aback. Then a relieved smile appeared on her lips. It turns out that a complete farewell is the best reward for oneself. She stretched comfortably, looking at the still desolate wasteland outside, a thoughtful look flashing in her clear, cold eyes. We've dealt with these vampires, but being constantly watched like this isn't a good thing. What if the next phase of the game rules allows external forces to target and attack me based on my coordinates? My Eternal Sky City, though fortified, is still an easy target. Looks like it's time to add another layer of ultimate camouflage to this tortoiseshell system. Among the materials those android worker bees recently scavenged, is there any or called prism refraction crystal? Chapter 92, Building Surface Optical Camouflage Outposts. System: among the materials that the intelligent worker bees have recently scavenged, is there a or called prism refraction crystal? While scooping the scalding hot spiritual spring soup with a small spoon, Su Wanruan asked the system in her mind. Although she swiftly extinguished the farce, it served as a wake-up call for her. She is now the only surviving contestant on the entire planet Aquamarine, and her every move is exposed to the global spotlight. This feeling is like living in a glass house without curtains, which makes her extremely uncomfortable. She needs absolute, undisturbed privacy and security. Ding! Searching the central warehouse inventory list. Search complete. Reporting to the host. In the past 12 hours, the swarm of intelligent harvesting bees has scavenged a total of 3,721 tons of various rare ores from the surface ruins. Among them, 130 tons were raw Class B prismatic refraction crystal ore. When injected with energy of a specific frequency, this crystal can distort and refract light by 99.9%, forming a perfect invisibility force field that is undetectable by the naked eye and optical instruments. 130 tons? That's enough. Su Wanruan's eyes lit up instantly when she heard the number. She immediately put down her chopsticks and rushed towards the super-industrial zone on the 4th level of the underground city. Central AI: immediately send all the prism refraction crystal raw or into the high-purity refining furnace. At the same time, retrieve the grade, a holographic illusion outpost designed from the system's blueprint library. I want to build an ultimate camouflage on the ground directly above the bunker, capable of covering a radius of 5 kilometers and blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. As Su Wanruan gave the order, the entire massive industrial zone erupted in a deafening roar once again. Conveyor belts transported unpolished raw, or that looked like ordinary crystals but contained a strange aura inside, into refining furnaces that were 10 meters high. A deep blue plasma flame rose up, and at a temperature exceeding 8,000 degrees Celsius. These crystals were melted into a peculiar liquid metal that flowed like mercury, yet emitted a seven-colored halo. At the same time, on the huge holographic projection in front of Su Ruanruan, an extremely complex three-dimensional architectural drawing full of spatial geometric beauty was magnified to the extreme. It was a huge, honeycomb-like dome structure composed of tens of thousands of tiny hexagonal energy receivers and photon projectors. AI. Command the 500 AI worker bees on the surface to immediately change their working mode and switch to engineering construction mode. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The swarm of mechanical bees, which were frantically picking up trash on the wasteland, instantly switched their molecular cutting beams on their abdomens to high-precision engineering welding beams the moment they received a new instruction. They were like a group of the most diligent construction workers, beginning to excavate and level the foundation of the crystallized ground directly above the bunker, which had been ravaged by the tornado. Inside the underground industrial zone, the refined liquid prism metal was rapidly cooled and shaped into palm-sized, thin as cicada wings, hexagonal wafers. Inside each chip, thousands of energy conduction runes are imprinted by a precision robotic arm using a micro laser. These chips are continuously transported to the Earth's surface via high-speed material transport pipelines. Above ground, 500 engineering bees have clearly defined roles. Some are responsible for receiving chips. Some are responsible for splicing and embedding them with micron-level precision according to the coordinates on the blueprints. And some are responsible for seamlessly connecting the superconducting energy cables from the underground city's energy core to the chip array. The entire construction process was like a grand symphony full of science fiction elements. Viewers in the global live stream were completely stunned by this unbelievable scene. What is she doing? She's laid a layer of solar panels on the ground? No, that thing is glowing. My God, I recognize that hexagonal structure. It's the all-area optical camouflage array I've only ever seen on the military's top-tier conceptual weapon blueprints. She's crafting a planet-level stealth device all by herself. Impossible. This technology requires decades of industrial accumulation and a top-notch team of scientists from an entire country. How could she possibly complete it in such a short time? Western military experts and scientists were roaring wildly in front of their screens. Their proud technological barriers were shattered in the face of Su Ruanruan's miraculous construction speed. What they call theory is nothing more than infrastructure that Su Ruanruan can implement with a flick of her finger. Only 6 hours had passed, as darkness fell and the wasteland was plunged into another bitterly cold night. With the last energy wire connected, the massive light prism refraction dome, covering an area of 5 kilometers in radius, was fully activated. Buzz! After a very faint buzzing sound, as if space itself was slightly distorted, under the utterly astonished gazes of audiences worldwide. The once flat, crystallized ground, reflecting a cold luster under the moonlight, along with all the traces of construction on it, vanished completely in an instant, as if wiped from the world by an invisible hand. Instead, there was a barren sand dune, indistinguishable from its surroundings, filled with pebbles and gravel. The light, shadows, and even the distortion of the air caused by temperature differences there were exactly the same as the surrounding scenery, perfect to the extreme. A high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft flew over the area, and the military-grade infrared thermal imaging scanner and life detector it carried displayed a deathly silent 0. It was as if that vast, brightly lit, and vibrant underground city had never existed. From this moment on, the Eternal Sky City has entered a true absolute stealth mode. Unless someone can take a shovel and dig through this 5-kilometer radius of land inch by inch, even if a god descends, he will not be able to find the entrance to this fortress. Phew! Finally some peace and quiet. Inside the underground city, Su Ruanruan looked at the flawless camouflage effect on the surveillance screen and breathed a long sigh of satisfaction. The feeling of being watched, like a thorn in my side, completely disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented and impregnable sense of absolute security. She stretched and felt refreshed. I've been busy for so long, and I'm getting a little hungry. Oh, right, those mutated crystal grapes I planted before, judging by the time it's been, they should be almost ready for brewing, right? Su Ruanruan clapped her hands, and her bright, starry eyes once again sparkled with the dazzling light of a foodie. Wouldn't it be wonderful to try my first barrel of apocalyptic wine, paired with some freshly grilled premium steak? Chapter 93, Opening the Psionic Wine Jar. Wouldn't it be wonderful to try my first barrel of apocalyptic wine, paired with some freshly grilled premium steak? Su Ruan smiled contentedly, turned and left the cold and hard industrial area, and strolled towards the Four Seasons Constant Temperature Garden, located on the second floor of the underground city, which completely simulated the natural ecology. This is one of Su Ruan's favorite places to stay in the entire underground city. Above the dome, there is a psychic light array that can simulate sunrise and sunset and changes in weather. At this moment, the array is emitting a soft and comfortable golden light, like the warm afternoon sun. Beneath your feet lies soft, fertile black soil, and a clear stream formed by the convergence of top-grade spiritual spring water meanders through it, making a melodious, tinkling sound. The air was filled with the fragrance of earth, the sweet scent of various exotic flowers and plants, and the refreshing aroma of fruit wafting from the distant orchard. Several phantom birds, whose feathers display a 7-color gradient and were redeemed from the system shop, were singing melodious songs on an unnamed tree covered in pink flowers. This garden is Su Ruan's secluded Shangri-La, which she created for herself in this post-apocalyptic wasteland. In a corner of the garden, near the stream, stand a dozen huge fermentation vats made of millennia-old purple clay. 2 weeks ago, Su Ruan planted the first batch of S-grade Starlight crystal grapes, harvested from the greenhouse here. The grapes were translucent purple, with what appeared to be starlight inside, and were rich in extremely pure spiritual energy. Combined with the finest spiritual spring water and the system-exclusive ancient yeast, and with the time acceleration array engraved on the outside of the fermentation tank, the quality of this first batch of post-apocalyptic brew is unimaginable. Su Ruan walked to one of the largest fermentation vats and gently patted the warm vat wall. "Little guy, let me see what you've become." With a thought, the heavy purple clay lid popped open with an invisible current. The moment the lid was opened, boom streepje! An incredibly rich, almost tangible, purple aroma of wine shot up from the mouth of the vat like a volcanic eruption, instantly filling the entire temperature-controlled garden. This wine has an incredibly powerful aroma, yet it is also rich and lingering. It contains the dreamy sweetness of starlight crystal grapes, the crispness of spiritual spring water, and a subtle, captivating fragrance that has been transformed by time, enough to make even the soul tremble. The singing birds in the garden, after inhaling only a wisp of the escaping alcohol fumes, all became intoxicated, staggering and falling from the branches onto the soft grass, making adorable chirp-chirp sounds. Wow, that's quite a bit of force. Su Ruan's pretty face flushed slightly from the sudden aroma of wine, and a hazy, watery light appeared in her eyes. She took out a transparent wine jug carved from 10,000-year-old eyes from her storage space, bent down, and scooped it full from the vat. The wine had an extremely beautiful, deep purple color, as if flowing with galaxies, which appeared even more mysterious and alluring under the reflection of the ice soul wine pot. Meow! A cry filled with curiosity and longing came from behind. Su Ruan turned around and saw a giant snow leopard, over 3 meters long, pure white with not a single stray hair, and with a faint icy blue halo emanating from the king character mark on its forehead, walking silently with elegant cat-like steps. It was the little snow leopard that Su Ruan had rescued back then. After being fed with spiritual spring water and various mutated beast meats for a period of time, it has grown from an unweaned cub into a majestic king of the forest, a beast that would make any S-class mutated beast tremble in fear. However, in this underground city, in front of Su Ruan, it was still that affectionate and clingy little kitten. The snow leopard came closer and nuzzled Su Ruan's leg affectionately with its big, furry head. Its icy blue eyes were fixed on the flask of spirit wine in Su Ruan's hand, and it made gurgling sounds of longing in its throat. "You little glutton, you have quite a keen sense of smell." Su Ruan felt ticklish from its rubbing and couldn't help but laugh as she rubbed its soft ears. She spread out a huge picnic mat on the softest patch of grass in the center of the garden, and then magically produced a large plate of top-grade, A-grade, mutated Wagyu beefsteak from her storage space. The steak was still steaming and glistening with tempting oil, and had just been pan-fried on a volcanic rock plate in the kitchen. The steak was cut into evenly sized pieces, seared to a slightly brown surface, while the inside remained a perfectly pink, tender, and juicy color. It was then sprinkled with freshly ground black pepper and rose rock salt. All right, I know you can't wait. Su Ruan tossed a whole steak, weighing about half a pound, to the snow leopard. The snow leopard immediately wagged its tail happily, snatched it in its mouth, and swallowed it in no time. Then it continued to stare longingly at Su Ruan. Su Ruan also forked a piece of steak and put it in her mouth. The incredibly tender meat melts on the tongue with almost no chewing required, and the rich juices, combined with the spiciness of black pepper and the saltiness of rose rock salt, instantly ignite the taste buds. She squinted her eyes contentedly, picked up a wine glass also made of ice, and poured herself a glass of that magnificent purple nectar. I took a small sip. The wine is smooth as silk as it goes down your throat. The first taste is an explosion of fruity aroma, followed by the refreshing sweetness of spring. Finally, a warm yet domineering current rises from your stomach and instantly flows to your limbs, sweeping away the fatigue accumulated over the past few days. She felt as if she were floating on clouds, and the slightly tipsy feeling made Su Ruan let out a comfortable sigh. A man and a leopard in this warm, spring-like underground garden filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. One person savors a fine wine, while the other devours a top-quality steak. The simulated warm sun overhead, and the clear chirping of birds, and the babbling of a stream in my ears. This heartwarming, healing, and extravagant scene, broadcast live, once again delivered a soul-piercing blow to all survivors struggling with hunger and cold around the world. I really cried. I just got into a huge fight with my best friend over half a moldy cookie, and the true god of China is having a doomsday picnic with her pet. That leopard, the steak it ate, with its marbling, it was definitely S-grade mutated beef. I'd trade all my possessions for even a single bone it left over. Stop talking. I've already started researching how to be reborn as a dog by Su Shinsai in my next life. While enjoying this rare moment of leisure, Su Ruan watched with great interest the foreigners who were having a meltdown on the screen. She drank another glass of wine, feeling warm all over, and her thoughts began to wander. Speaking of which, I've been so busy eating and building infrastructure lately that I forgot to take inventory of the warehouse. The smart machine bees have been moving things back day and night for the past 2 weeks, and I don't know how much they've accumulated for me. Su Ruan hiccuped, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation and excitement as a hamster party member. System, grant me access to the central cold storage so I can inspect the fruits of my hard work. Chapter 94, she wants to do something else now. System, grant me access to the central cold storage so I can inspect the fruits of my hard work. Su Ruan's slightly tipsy, languid voice echoed in the garden. Ding. Level a highest clearance confirmed. Door number 1 of the underground city's Central Strategic Reserve Cold Storage will open for you soon. Su Ruan, down the last sip of wine, patted the head of the snow leopard whose belly was round from eating and who was dozing off beside her legs, and stood up unsteadily. She walked through a sterile passage paved with pure white alloy and arrived at an extremely heavy, enormous circular metal hatch, resembling a bank vault. The surface of the hatch was covered with a thick layer of frost, radiating a terrifyingly low temperature of minus 180 degrees Celsius, enough to freeze any creature that approached it into an ice sculpture in an instant. Boom! With a heavy, thunderous clanging of gears, the giant hatch, crafted from a mixture of 10,000-year mystic ice iron and superconducting memory metal, slowly slid open to both sides. The moment the hatch opened, a white mist, mixed with extreme cold and rich food aromas, gushed out from inside the hatch like a flood bursting its banks. The radiant mystic maiden battlesuit that Su Ruan was wearing automatically adjusted the temperature, perfectly isolating the cold air that was enough to freeze steel. She stepped inside. When the cameras in the global live stream followed her perspective and glimpsed the entirety of this legendary underground cold storage for the first time, viewers around the world suffering from fear of insufficient firepower and hoarding addiction collectively let out a sigh of satisfaction that trembled with their souls. This is no cold storage facility. It's a veritable temple of supplies that would make any country's logistics minister kneel down and sing praises of conquest. The entire cold storage facility covers an area of over 100,000 square meters, with a ceiling height of 50 meters. The interior is divided into dozens of functional zones, which are well organized and perfectly combine industrial aesthetics with hamster aesthetics. Su Wanwan first entered the red meat reserve area. As soon as you enter, the irresistible aroma of meat hits you. On the left-hand wall, rows of huge alloy hooks were neatly arranged, each hung with perfectly cut and clean top-grade mutated beast meat. There were piles of cleanly shaved legs of grade a mutant icefield mammoth, like small mountains, each one thicker than an adult human, covered with thick, red and white chunks of top-quality meat. Beside them were tens of thousands of skinned and gutted mutated alpine sheep, neatly hung up like soldiers in formation, their pink meat covered with beautiful marble-like fat marbling. Deeper inside, there's an entire wall covered with top-grade cuts of S-grade mutated Wagyu beef, cut into standard cubes and vacuum-packed with special plastic wrap. Each piece of Wagyu beef has a snowflake pattern that is a work of art. The meat reserves in this region alone, roughly estimated, exceed 50,000 tons. Not bad, not bad. It seems we won't have to worry about not having meat for the next 100 years. Su Wanwan nodded in satisfaction and turned to walk towards the fruit and vegetable preservation area opposite. The temperature here is precisely controlled at 4 degrees Celsius, and the air is filled with the fresh, sweet aroma of melons and fruits. What comes into view are rows of huge shelves made of special alloy, with white insulated boxes labeled on them. Su Wanwan casually opened a box labeled Psychic Tomato. A soft red glow immediately emanated from within, revealing tomatoes the size of a baby's fist, crystal clear and seemingly carved from rubies, emitting an enticing aroma, piled high. She then opened the storage cabinet next to the giant watermelon. As soon as the cabinet door opened, a series of mutated watermelons, each larger than a basketball and with natural golden stripes on their rinds, rolled out, almost hitting her feet. Further inside, there were mountains of bright red strawberries, each one bursting with juice and emitting a unique milky aroma. There were also mutated purple gold carrots, thicker than an arm and rich in vitamins, and even several large baskets of elven magical breadfruits, which could quickly restore stamina and were redeemed from the system shop. The quantity of these top-quality fruits and vegetables is enough to feed the entire nation of China a fruit salad buffet for 10 years straight. Finally, Su Wanwan arrived at the deepest part of the cold storage, the live seafood temperature control zone. Dozens of enormous, eco-friendly circulating water tanks, comparable in size to Olympic swimming pools, have been built here. The water tank contains the purest, finest spiritual spring water. In a tank, thousands upon thousands of mutated king crabs, each over 2 meters long and wielding enormous claws, were crawling densely on the bottom, creating a scene so spectacular it was terrifying. In the adjacent tank, schools of mutated yellow croakers, their bodies entirely golden and their scales shimmering under the light, swam around, each one incredibly plump. In the very center, in a small, independent tank, there are several large abalone, each the size of a wash basin, with shells displaying iridescent colors. These are top-grade nourishing ingredients, classified as SSS level by the system, and eating one can prolong life. The camera slowly pans across the piles of top-quality supplies, stacked more neatly than the desk of someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder. From mountains of meat to seas of fruit, from grains to seafood, from condiments to top-quality drinking water. The supplies stored here are not only complete in variety, but their quality also surpasses ordinary imagination. At this moment, the global live broadcast room completely erupted in excitement. Those hoarders were so excited they trembled and their eyes were filled with tears. Awesome. So awesome. I feel like my soul has been healed. This wall full of meat, this mountain of strawberries, this is what I call security. This is what the apocalypse should look like. This isn't an underground city. It's clearly the warehouse of the Creator God's kingdom. I declare from this day forward that I am the most loyal follower of the hamster cult of God Su. Let alone Westerners. Even we Chinese are drooling with envy. With a husband like this, what more could a nation ask for? I suggest the authorities immediately turn this video into a loop propaganda film, specifically for those foreigners still clamoring, to let them know what true despair is. As Su Wanruan surveyed her vast empire, a sense of satisfaction and pride as a hoarder welled up within her. She casually picked a red strawberry from the shelf, popped it in her mouth, and the sweet and sour, bursting juice made her squint her eyes in comfort. Just as she was about to turn around and leave to go back to sleep, buzz! Without warning, the entire underground city and even the entire folded space was suddenly enveloped by an extremely dazzling, indescribable pure white holy light. Immediately afterwards, a majestic, vast, and emotionless system announcement resounded in the minds of everyone in the world, like a divine decree. Highest-level global announcement. To prepare for the full launch of the second phase of the cataclysmic era, the resurgence of gods and demons, the National Fate and Natural Disaster Survival Game system will undergo a 24-hour mandatory shutdown for maintenance and version upgrade. During the upgrade, all proactive natural disasters and monster spawns will be frozen within the folded space. All external aid and communication channels will be temporarily cut off. In 24 hours, brand new game rules and challenges will officially begin. Countdown begins, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chapter 95, The First Paid Vacation in the Apocalypse. That majestic and powerful system announcement was like a nuclear bomb thrown into a calm lake, instantly triggering a massive wave across the globe. For those survivors in Western countries struggling to make ends meet, this announcement was tantamount to a death sentence. What? The system needs to be shut down for an upgrade. Communication channels cut off? How are we supposed to call for help? Our food reserves are only enough for half a day. It's over. It's completely over. Without the live stream, there's no attention. We survivors, forgotten in the corner, will starve and freeze to death. Countless cries of anguish and panic echoed through the dark, damp shelters of the Western world. They had grown accustomed to relying on the meager scraps they obtained from the National Fortune game. The system shutdown was tantamount to severing their last lifeline. However, for Su Wanruan, this announcement was like heavenly music. A 24-hour shutdown, freezing all natural disasters and monsters. Su Wanruan stood in the temple piled high with supplies, stunned for half a second, and then a bright smile of relief bloomed on her cool and beautiful face. Very good. This means that she can finally have a full 24 hours of absolutely quiet time that is entirely her own and undisturbed. There are no annoying global bullet comments, no mutated monsters that might suddenly appear, and no incompetent rage of those Western clowns. This is simply the most luxurious vacation since the end of the world. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep. Su Wanruan stretched out a big yawn, not even bothering to glance at the tempting supplies in the cold storage, and turned around to walk briskly toward her luxurious bedroom, located on the top floor of the underground city and also the most private one. She first walked into the huge bathroom, which covered more than 100 square meters and was carved out from a single piece of millennial warm jade. With a thought, she slowly poured perfectly warm, top-grade spiritual spring water into the bath. She then casually took a few bath balls from the shelf beside her, each made from various S-grade spiritual herb petals and mutated beast essential oils, exuding a strange fragrance, and tossed them into the water. Puff! The bath bomb dissolves upon entering the water, instantly turning the entire pool of spiritual spring water into a dreamlike milky white. Amidst the rising mist, a calming and magical fragrance permeates the air, capable of completely relaxing the nerves. Su Wanruan took off her close-fitting battle suit and casually tossed it aside, letting it clean and recharge itself automatically. Her body, enhanced 100-fold, with every inch of skin as delicate and flawless as white jade, and curves so perfect that even the gods would be jealous, slowly sank into the warm spiritual spring water. When that warm and comfortable feeling enveloped her whole body, completely taking away the last trace of fatigue, Su Wanruan was so comfortable that she almost groaned out loud. She leaned against the warm, smooth jade pool wall, closed her eyes, and enjoyed this rare tranquility. Without the system's spying and the gaze of a global audience, she felt as if she had shed an invisible shackle and returned to her most authentic and relaxed state. After soaking comfortably in the bath for more than half an hour, Until she felt like all the bones in her body were about to melt, Su Ruan reluctantly stepped out of the bath. She dried herself with an extremely soft bath towel made of Tian Shan snow silk and changed into an ice blue silk nightgown of the same material, as light and thin as a cicada's wing. In the bedroom, the extra-large round soft bed, which is at least 5 meters wide, is quietly waiting for its owner. The mattress uses the highest grade deep-sea memory gel, while the sheets and duvet cover are made from the finest silk spun by tens of thousands of ice silkworms. They are hand-woven by micro-textile robots controlled by the system's intelligent brain, taking hundreds of hours. The touch was cool and silky, as if I were sleeping on a cloud. Su Ruan turned off all the lights in the bedroom, leaving only the faint light from the dome that simulated the vast starry sky. She plunged into the huge, soft bed that seemed to swallow her whole, pulled over the weightless yet temperature-regulating ice silk quilt, and wrapped herself up tightly like a silkworm. Her cheeks were sunk into the pillow, which was also filled with velvet, and the faint, fresh scent of the bedding, fresh from the sun, lingered around her nose. "Good night, world." Su Ruan said this softly to herself. She turned off all the alarms and blocked all system notifications. Then, in the deepest part of this absolutely safe and quiet fortress, amidst this global catastrophe, she closed her eyes and drifted into a deep and sweet dream, completely satisfied. No negócio mais, no vigilância, no semi. Su Ruan slept exceptionally soundly that night. She slept for a full 16 hours until her biological clock naturally woke her up, at which point she lazily opened her still somewhat sleepy eyes. Outside the window, the starry sky remained tranquil. The countdown to system shutdown has only a few hours left. Su Ruan rolled around on the bed contentedly, feeling every cell in her body filled with unprecedented vitality and energy. This luxury of sleeping until she naturally wakes up is far more precious to her than any delicacy. However, she didn't know that. Just as she was enjoying this stolen half-day of leisure, sleeping soundly until the world was dark, the real world has been completely changed because of this short 24-hour system outage. Without Su Ruan, the perpetual motion machine who continuously supplies, what would become of ordinary people who have long been accustomed to relying on miracles? For Western countries already on the verge of collapse, what kind of insane despair will this 24 hours, which cut off their last hope, give rise to? Ding! System upgrade is about to complete. The gates to a new world are about to open for the sole survivor. Chapter 96 Global Panic, China on holiday. This system could have shut down earlier or later, but it had to go down at this critical moment. Isn't this going to kill us? Inside the highest underground command center of the United States Final Fortress, General Smith, like a mad bull, slammed the expensive purple clay teacup in his hand onto the hard cement floor. The teacup shattered, and the last drop of bitter, muddy filtered water spilled onto the ground, instantly evaporating in the dry air. His sunken eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. He was extremely dehydrated and salt-deprived, and the insult of being called a poor bastard by Su Ruan during the live broadcast had left him feeling humiliated and his blood was boiling. He looked like a dried-up corpse that had crawled out of a grave, and all his former domineering demeanor was gone. The entire command room was deathly still. Dozens of staff officers and high-ranking officials, who carried the rank of general on their shoulders, huddled in their chairs like quails, not daring to even breathe. On the huge holographic screen in front of them, the exclusive live stream room of Chinese player Su Ruan, which was originally broadcasting 24 hours a day, has now become a dead silence with only a glaring red countdown in the center. 23 hours and 15 minutes remaining until the system upgrade and maintenance ends. Sir, it's not just that we can't see the live stream. An intelligence officer swallowed hard, his voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. Our communication network is also 80% down, and the lower-level shelters are completely out of control. Out of control? What do you mean by out of control? Do you think those lowly commoners can turn the world upside down? Smith turned his head sharply, staring intently at the intelligence officer like a hungry wolf cornered in a corner. The system cut off all aid mechanisms. Those who usually survive by scavenging or by pretending to be pitiful and begging for supplies on international channels saw their psychological defenses collapse the moment the live broadcast on the screen disappeared. They felt that the end of the world had truly arrived and that God had abandoned them. The intelligence officer pulled up surveillance footage from several blocks away. The scene depicts a spectacle more chaotic than hell unfolding amidst the ruins of once prosperous Manhattan, New York. Large numbers of ragged, emaciated refugees, armed with rusty iron pipes, gleaming fire axes, and even broken firearms salvaged from abandoned police cars, surged onto the streets covered in ice and volcanic ash like a horde of frenzied zombies. They went on a rampage, smashing and looting abandoned supermarkets and banks that had already been ransacked countless times, as well as the ruins left behind in wealthy neighborhoods. "Give me that half-moldy cookie." I saw it first. A once renowned senior financial analyst on Wall Street is now straddling a black homeless man, frantically smashing the man's head with a mud-covered rock. Brain matter mixed with blood splattered all over his face, but he didn't care. He just trembled as he pried the half-eaten, rock-hard biscuit out of the dead man's arms and stuffed it into his mouth like a dog, chewing it frantically. I must live. The United States has abandoned us, and God has abandoned us. Firelight, thick smoke, gunshots, and screams intertwined in this cold, post-apocalyptic wasteland, creating a most mournful symphony of the dead. The so-called civilization and order were completely stripped away in the short few hours of the shutdown, revealing the most primitive and bloody bestiality. Watching the massive free shopping frenzy and infighting on the screen, Smith slumped into his chair in despair. He knew that even if it were only 12 hours, let alone 24, the remaining population of the United States would probably be reduced by a third in this civil war. This is even more terrifying than a natural disaster. Meanwhile, in the east, halfway around the world, on the 9.6 million square kilometers of land of China, there's a completely different scene, so much so that it would make foreigners so angry that they would vomit blood and die on the spot. There was no panic, no riots. Even the riot police who usually patrol the streets have mostly withdrawn, leaving only a few traffic police to maintain traffic order. Because there's no need for riot control at all, ordinary people are too busy to even have time to fight. Kyoto, the highest strategic command center. General Zhang Jinghua, dressed in a crisp military uniform, looked radiant and energetic, as if he had become 20 years younger. He looked at the data on the large screen showing the rising numbers of supplies, and took a sip of the finest juice made from mutant starlight crystal grapes. "Reporting, General." An officer strode in, his face beaming with barely suppressed joy. Grain warehouses, cold storage facilities, and the newly built seafood reserve base in Lop Nur, northwest China, are all at full capacity. According to the precise calculations of the supercomputer, even if Su Shun immediately stops sending any supplies to China, with our current reserves, we can still feed 1.4 billion people across the country with meat and seafood every day for 3 whole years without any pressure. 3 years. Zhang Jinghua laughed heartily, his voice booming so loudly that it made the entire command room buzz. Good. What a 3-year war. In our thousands of years of Chinese history, when have we ever fought such a rich war? Those foreign devils are probably fighting tooth and nail over a bowl of swill right now. We can't let our own people suffer. He turned around, his gaze piercing as he looked at the camera, and issued an order that was enough to set the entire nation of China ablaze. Immediately issue a joint announcement to the people of the whole country through the highest authority domestic broadcasting and communication base stations. Say, in view of the system downtime, the absence of natural disaster threats from the outside world, and the fact that our national treasury is simply overflowing with special approval from the Central Committee, today, everyone across the country and in all industries, except for those in positions maintaining basic operations, will have 1 day of paid leave. Take all the top quality meat and seafood from the cold storage and put them on the streets. Let the people have an unprecedented nationwide food stall extravaganza. Let everyone share in God, Su's good fortune. Once the order was issued, the entire country of China instantly transformed into a giant, celebratory amusement park. In Jiangcheng, the dilapidated square that was originally blocked by ice and snow has now been temporarily transformed by the authorities into countless huge wind shelters. Because of this spring-like divine land barrier manifested by Su Ruan, the temperature remains constant at a comfortable 24 degrees Celsius year-round. Along the long street, there were rows of huge barbecue grills and iron pots. The furnace is burning with smokeless, high-grade environmentally friendly charcoal, which glows red-hot and emits enticing heat. A chubby uncle wearing an apron was working hard in front of a huge grill, sweating profusely but with a big smile on his face. He held a huge iron skewer, half a meter long, skewered with square pieces of S-grade mutated Wagyu beef, each piece bearing beautiful snowflake patterns. Sizzle. As the grease dripped onto the glowing red charcoal, it instantly kicked up a cloud of white smoke. The intensely domineering aroma of grilled meat, carrying a primal wildness and a unique milky fragrance of top-quality meat, instantly filled the entire street. The uncle grabbed a handful of cumin and mutated chili powder and sprinkled them on the grilled meat like a fairy scattering flowers. The aroma was so enticing that it could steal your soul. Come on, everyone. Line up, neighbors. Today's beef is top-grade snowflake beef that God Su personally hunted in the God realm. The official statement is that you can eat as much as you want. All you can eat. The chubby uncle called out loudly, casually handing a skewer of grilled beef to a little girl wearing an old-school uniform. The little girl couldn't wait to take a bite. It was so hot that she kept spitting it out, but she couldn't bear to spit it out, and she called out indistinctly, "Delicious. So delicious. It's a million times better than the KFC we ate for Chinese New Year before the apocalypse." Not far away, a huge iron pot, taller than a person, was bubbling away, simmering a rich, milky white broth. The soup was bubbling with dozens of mutated yellow croakers, each as long as an adult's arm, and also with abalone the size of a wash basin. The rich, sweet aroma of seafood forcefully fills everyone's nostrils. The adults sat in small groups around simple tables and chairs by the roadside, the tables laden with steamed king crabs and roasted lamb legs bigger than their faces. They were holding ice-cold beer in clear plastic cups, freshly distributed by the authorities, and clinking their glasses loudly. "Cheers! To the great nation of China!" told Godsu. "Ha, old Li, eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. Look at you, so pathetic, you've got crab roe all over your beard. You don't know anything. I'm just not wasting food. Wow, I wouldn't trade this life for anything, not even the gods. Tell me, what are those foreigners who are always yelling online doing now? What else could they be doing? Probably hunting rats in the stinking ditch. They deserve it. Who told them to blockade us with the U.S. back then? This is karma." The square was filled with laughter, clinking glasses, and the sizzling sound of grilled meat. There was no despair of the apocalypse, no torment of hunger, only absolute confidence in the strength of the nation, and the most sincere gratitude and fervent faith in Su Wanruan, the deity who gave them a second life. Faced with this stark contrast in reality, the cohesion of the Chinese nation reached an unprecedented peak at this moment. However, beneath this joyous, meat-scented paradise outside, deep inside an abandoned air raid shelter, the darkest and dampest place in the city, where sunlight never reaches, a groan, more mournful than that of a vengeful ghost, echoed intermittently. Everyone outside is living a life of luxury. How did our Su family end up with no descendants? Chapter 97, Su Cha-Cha died in the air raid shelter. In the dilapidated cubicle at the very bottom of the air raid shelter, filled with the stench of excrement and urine and a strong, musty smell, Su's mother sat slumped in the mud like a madwoman. Her face, which used to be well-maintained and cost an average person a year's salary for a single beauty treatment, was now covered in dirt and fine wrinkles, and her hair was plastered to her scalp in a messy manner, like a clump of withered grass. Through the tiny ventilation opening in the air raid shelter, barely the size of a palm, she could faintly hear laughter and the enticing aroma of roasted meat drifting from the square outside. This made her already empty stomach clench painfully, and the poisonous fire of jealousy burned away all her reason. Su Jiangwo, on the other hand, huddled in a corner like a dead dog on a moldy, tattered straw mat. His high-end custom-made suit had long since turned into a pile of colorless shreds. Ever since Su Wanruan smashed his family heirloom in front of the whole world during a live broadcast a few hours ago, he was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted on the spot. When I woke up, I was completely bewildered. I stared blankly at the ceiling and kept muttering to myself in a neurotic manner. "Wanruan, my good daughter, I'm the richest man in Vault 1. I'm the father of the world's honorary president. Give me a villa and a king crab." He has completely gone mad. And less than 3 meters away from them, in the dark, dead corner at the very bottom of that extremely steep concrete staircase, a lump of mud, reeking of a nauseating stench, was convulsing in agony. That's Su Cha-Cha. A day and a night had passed since Su Jiangwo kicked her down the stairs. No one cared about her. Even her adoptive mother, who had once doted on her the most, showed her no sympathy whatsoever. In this slum where food and water are more precious than gold, a critically injured patient who is unable to move and is on the verge of death has no value even to be exploited. Su Cha-Cha looks 100 times more miserable than a rat in a sewer. Her legs were twisted at an extremely bizarre angle, the result of a completely fractured tibia that had been left unsecured and exposed to the air, its skin pierced through. A layer of dark red blood clots had congealed on the bone fragments, and the area around the wound was severely infected and inflamed due to the extremely dirty environment. Large swathes of yellowish-green pus were slowly oozing from the wound, dripping onto the blackened cement floor, emitting a nauseating stench of decay. Even more fatal was her chest cavity. Su Jiangwo's kick not only broke several of her ribs, but one of the broken bones also pierced deeply into her right lung. For Su Cha-Cha, every breath felt like swallowing countless sharp steel knives into her lungs. A terrifying hissing sound, like a broken bellows leaking air, came from her throat, and blood mixed with pink foam kept spilling from the corners of her mouth. It hurts so much, help. Su Cha-Cha struggled to open her eyes, which were cloudy due to a high fever. Her vision blurred with pain, and her eyes were bloodshot. She stared intently at her adoptive parents, who were still muttering to themselves not far away, and desperately squeezed out weak cries for help. She stretched out a dry, claw-like hand, trying to crawl towards her mother, even if it was just to get a mouthful of stale, dirty water. However, Su's mother only glanced at her coldly, her eyes filled with no pity, only undisguised disgust and resentment. What are you yelling about? You jinx! Haven't you made us suffer enough? If you hadn't stirred up trouble in the first place, pretending to be pitiful and bullying us every day, how could we have driven out that real phoenix who can lay golden eggs? We should be sitting in the most luxurious privilege restaurant right now, eating the finest Wagyu beef and drinking wine worth millions a bottle, with everyone in China fawning over us. It's all your fault. You ruined all of this. Why don't you just die already? Su's mother screamed, grabbed a sharp-edged brick from the ground, and smashed it hard against Su Cha-Cha. Bang! The brick struck Su Cha-Cha's already infected and ulcerated leg bone. The excruciating pain caused Su Cha-Cha's body to jolt up as if she had been electrocuted, letting out an extremely shrill yet hoarse scream. Ah! The excruciating pain caused her already dwindling life force to drain away like sand from a leaky hourglass. Her pupils began to dilate slowly. Her body temperature dropped little by little, and the shadow of death had completely enveloped her. In the final moments of her life, countless images flashed through Su Cha-Cha's mind like a revolving lantern. She remembered her past life, where Su Ruan, dressed in thin old clothes, shivered in the blizzard, kneeling like a dog in front of the Su family's gate begging for alms. Meanwhile, Su Cha-Cha, dressed in a priceless haute couture down jacket, stood in front of the warm, spring-like French windows, holding a steaming cup of bird's nest soup, looking down at Su Ruan's pathetic death with a smile full of Victor's pride and disdain. She recalled the time when she was first reborn in this life. She thought she had the script in her hands, and she triumphantly kicked Su Ruan out of the house, taking all of Su Ruan's resources for granted, dreaming of becoming the queen of the apocalypse. But why? Why is God playing such a cruel trick on her? Why did the script change? How did that good-for-nothing heiress, whom she trampled underfoot and couldn't even open a bottle of mineral water, transform into the savior of all of China? He became the one true God worshipped by billions of people worldwide. Outside the air raid shelter, deafening, overwhelming cheers were coming from the huge public address system in the square. Long live God Su. May China prosper forever. Thank you, Comrade Su Ruan, for giving us a new life. These heartfelt, fervent shouts were like invisible hammers, slamming heavily into Su Cha-Cha's heart, which was filled with extreme jealousy and regret. If I hadn't been so vicious back then, if I hadn't provoked Su Ruan, or even if I had just pretended to be a little kinder, wouldn't I be able to follow Su Ruan around now and enjoy this immense wealth? At least, I don't have to lie in this ditch-like dungeon, slowly rotting and stinking like a dead dog infested with maggots, right? Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world. Su Cha-Cha let out a final, unwilling gurgling sound from her throat. A large mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed out of her mouth, staining her tattered clothes black. Her eyes bulged outwards, almost popping out of their sockets, filled with endless resentment towards the world, insane jealousy of Su Ruanruan, and bottomless regret. Finally, her body stiffened abruptly, then went completely limp in the pool of foul-smelling blood and mud. In the real world, Su Cha-Cha, the fake heiress who was scheming and vicious from the very beginning and tried to trample the female lead underfoot so that she could never rise again, finally breathed her last breath in the most humble, miserable, and undignified way, ending her sinful life. Her death didn't even cause a ripple in this celebratory country. It was as insignificant as the death of a bedbug. And at the very second that Su Cha-Cha breathed her last, deep underground, beyond the layers of folded space, an energy fluctuation too vast to be described in words began to slowly awaken across the entire sky of the blue planet. On the large screen outside the air raid shelter, the bright red countdown, which indicated the system shutdown, finally ticked to the last second. Midnight. Time's up. The folded space has reopened. Chapter 98, Navigator of the Chinese Dimension. As countless excited shouts echoed across the plaza in the real world, the vast system notification sound, like a divine whisper, once again resounded with overwhelming force in the minds of billions of people worldwide. Top-level global announcement. The second phase of the national survival game, Mechanical Mutation and Biochemical Tide, also known as the prelude to the resurgence of gods and demons, is now fully underway. System underlying rules updated. All restrictions lifted. Spatial barriers reinforced. Communication and live streaming systems back online. Only one surviving player has been detected, Su Ruanruan from the Huaxia Kingdom. Based on this player's monopolizing Shikigami-level achievement in the first stage, the system will grant her an epic-level personal privilege upgrade. The deafening broadcast not only startled the Chinese people in the real world who had just been celebrating all day, but also made the Western survivors who were hiding in cellars, suffering heavy casualties from the day's riots and $0 shopping, and were in extreme despair, suddenly raise their heads. Within the folded space, in the Eternal Sky City, in the deepest part of the underground city, there was an extremely luxurious, temperature-controlled bedroom. Su Ruanruan was awakened by the high-decibel system notification in her mind. Her thick, seaweed-like hair was scattered messily on the pure white, ice silk pillow. She lazily rolled over, wrapped the blanket around herself, and stretched out a long, fair leg without an ounce of fat, which drew a perfect curve in the air. It's so noisy. Can't people just get some sleep this early in the morning? Su Ruanruan rubbed her sleepy eyes and yawned as she sat up from the huge, round, soft bed that seemed to swallow her whole. She slept for a full 24 hours. Without any mental tension or external interference, she felt her mental energy was so full it was almost overflowing, and her whole body was filled with a comfortable, tingling sensation. She didn't immediately pay attention to the incessant system notifications. Instead, she slipped on a pair of soft-soled slippers hand-stitched with Arctic snow rabbit fleece and slowly walked into the luxurious bathroom made of millennia-old warm jade. She washed her face with the finest spiritual spring water, and the cool, refreshing droplets dripped down her flawless jawline, instantly waking her up completely. Next, she changed into a close-fitting, comfortable dark black tactical windbreaker, neatly tied her long hair into a high ponytail, and instantly transformed from a languid, stunningly beautiful woman into a cool and sassy post-apocalyptic queen. She strolled leisurely to the restaurant outside, took out a elven magic bread, produced by the system from her storage space, and poured herself a glass of Starlight crystal wine that had just been brewed yesterday. With one bite, the bread's unique wheat aroma blends with a magical aftertaste, and the wine's explosive fruitiness creates a symphony on the taste buds. After swallowing the last bite of breakfast, Su Ruanruan leaned back comfortably on the mammoth leather sofa and, with a thought, summoned her personal system panel. AI, bring up my upgraded personal attributes. Let me see what this damn game has been up and running for a day. Whoosh. A holographic virtual panel, 3 times larger than before and shimmering with an extremely dazzling purple-gold light, instantly unfolded in front of Su Wanwan. The UI on the panel has undergone a complete transformation. The red warning barcodes that originally represented beginner, danger, and binding have all disappeared, replaced by dark gold law runes that represent absolute authority and control. At the very top of the panel, several large characters, written in a flowing, elegant style, seem to contain some kind of divine aura. Identity information updated. Huaxia Kingdom, Su Wanwan. Former title, Junior Survivor, now abolished. New title, the only one in the entire server. Navigator of the Chinese Dimension, unrevocable, undemotable, and enjoys the highest priority. Dimensional Navigator? Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in her clear, starry eyes. That name sounds pretty intimidating. Let's click on the details. Detailed explanation of title privileges. Privilege 1. Absolute Overlord. Given that the Navigator is the sole survivor in this phase, the system grants the Navigator immunity from all environmental damage below grade C, such as ordinary cold, heat, and trace amounts of toxins, encountered while exploring the wasteland. You will stroll around as if it were your own backyard. Privilege 2. A glimpse from the Creator. Your Shenong All Things Critical Strike system has achieved perfect resonance with the underlying code of the nation's destiny. The originally randomly triggered critical strike multiplier has now received a heaven-defying enhancement. Starting today, you will receive a targeted divine critical strike privilege once a day. You can specify any item you gather, /grow, /acquire to have a 100% guaranteed trigger of the highest level 100,000 X critical strike manifestation. When Su Wanwan saw the explanation of the second privilege, even she, who has already used the cheat codes, couldn't help but gasp. Once a day, 100% force trigger, and it's 100,000 times. What does that mean? This means that if she had dug up a century-old ginseng before, the system might have given her a chance to get 10,000 ginseng plants, or it might have given her a chance to get 1,000, which is full of randomness. But now, if she wanted to, even if she just picked up a piece of scrap metal containing a trace of energy in this folded space, she could use this privilege to instantly throw 100,000 pieces of top-tier metal array into the real world of China, enough to build a super mecha. What if she gets her hands on a gene serum that can extend lifespan? What if she got her hands on the blueprints for an interstellar warship that could withstand nuclear radiation? To a terrifying level that crushes advanced civilizations in the universe in a very short time. This isn't just cheating. It's like the system stripped down to its bare bottom and stuffed it into her hands, expecting her to pamper it like her own daughter. Su Wanwan looked at the panel, and an unrestrained smile appeared on her beautiful face. Great! What a wonderful dimensional navigator. With this thing, what winds or rains might blow in this apocalypse? Just then, the live stream reconnected, and countless Chinese netizens who had been waiting for 24 hours saw Su Wanwan's magnified, stunningly beautiful face with a confident smile as soon as they entered. Ah, Su Sen, you're finally online. I missed you so much. Su Shun, did you see the panel? Dimensional Navigator. That sounds so awesome. The purple gold effects on that title are blinding. Don't even mention it. I just checked the live stream from the neighboring country, and they've already lost over 10 million people. They're all begging our god Su for mercy. That's what you call prestige. Su Wanwan watched the comments section, ignoring the fate of the foreigners. Her gaze was drawn to a treasure chest icon at the bottom of the panel, which was flashing with dazzling 7-colored light. Ding! The first stage overall leaderboard champion with a landslide victory. The Ultimate Settlement Mythic Level Blind Box has been distributed. Do you want to open it immediately? Su Wanwan rubbed her hands excitedly and stood up. I almost forgot. There's still one big item I haven't unpacked. I took a shower yesterday, so my luck should be pretty good today. I wonder what earth-shattering treasure is hidden in that final blind box. Chapter 99. The Ultimate Blind Box reveals a divine item. Spatial teleportation propels us in 2 directions. Su Wanwan rubbed her hands excitedly, her breathing becoming slightly rapid. This is a mythical ultimate blind box, representing the highest reward condensed from all the essence of the first phase of the entire cataclysmic era, far surpassing the A-grade and S-grade resources that were casually dug up before. System, stop keeping me in suspense. and open the ultimate blind box. Su Ruanruan gave the order without hesitation, her bright starry eyes fixed on the virtual panel in midair. Ding! Command confirmed, unsealing the first phase of the ultimate mythical blind box. Buzz! As soon as she finished speaking, the treasure chest icon that was constantly flashing with 7-colored light suddenly broke free from the holographic panel and transformed into a physical, basketball-sized purple-gold Rubik's Cube, which hovered in midair half a meter in front of Su Ruanruan. The surface of the Rubik's Cube is engraved with countless extremely profound runes, resembling a slowly flowing galaxy. Immediately afterwards, the Rubik's Cube began to spin wildly at a terrifying speed that was impossible to detect with the naked eye, emitting a series of deep and loud booming sounds like ancient bells. Click, click! With a crisp, clear sound of the mechanism unlocking, the purple gold cube shattered, turning into countless golden specks of light flying everywhere. At the center of those points of light, an extremely faint yet chilling sense of spatial distortion suddenly rippled outwards. Even the walls of the temperature-controlled room, made of ultra-high-strength alloy, emitted a teeth-grinding, twisting sound at that moment. As the golden light gradually faded, a strange blue sheet, emitting a faint blue glow, made of a material that was neither paper nor jade, with a surface that seemed to have a layer of miniature universe flowing across it, floated quietly there. Blueprints? I thought I was going to get a ship-slaying sword that could split planets in two. Su Ruanruan raised an eyebrow and reached out to grab the drawing. It feels extremely cold to the touch, as if it has no physical form. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a mythical-level item blueprint that transcends the current dimensional limitations of a universe. Primary quantum space conveyor belt concept blueprint. Incomplete, but usable. A space conveyor belt? What is that? Su Ruanruan immediately opened the item details in her mind. Item details. This blueprint touches upon the core spatial laws of the plane where the blue planet resides. The quantum space anchor point constructed using this blueprint will completely shatter the ironclad rule of the National Fortune game that resources can only be materialized into the real world in a one-way, 10,000-fold manner. Core function. Once corresponding anchor points are established in both the folded space and the real world, the host will unlock true, two-way physical communication. Not only can you continuously send supplies to China, but advanced technological product from the real world of China, such as high-precision machining lathes, large-scale quantum computer cores, and even clones of the consciousness of special researchers, can also be transported back to your bunker via conveyor belts. Quiet. The global live stream, which was originally filled with excitement and frantic chatter because Su Ruanruan opened the blind box, suddenly seemed to be paused, and a strange, deathly silence lasted for a full minute. Subsequently, Huaxia's network servers were almost burned out by the explosive data flow in that instant. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Did I see that right? Two-way communication. Reverse teleportation. God, what does this mean? Before, Su Shun fought alone, manually building machinery in the wasteland. But if this conveyor belt is built, it's like the entire nation of 1.4 billion people of China are providing Su Shun with a massive support system. This is more than just the rear area. Su Shun has obtained advanced blueprints, and our country's top scientists can directly help analyze and manufacture them, then send the finished products back to Su Shun. Su Shun's infrastructure construction speed will increase 10,000-fold again. In the Supreme Command Center, General Zhang Jinghua was so excited that he slammed his fist on the mahogany table in front of him, causing several cracks, and roared with tears streaming down his face. Quickly, immediately summon all academicians of space physics and top materials science experts nationwide. Stand by 24 hours a day. If Comrade Su Ruanruan needs any materials, even if we have to dismantle our Tiangong space station, we must send them to her. Meanwhile, overseas audiences were plunged into the deepest abyss of despair. This is a devil's trick. This must be the devil's cheating. How are we supposed to play this game? Not only does he have cheat codes, but now he can even bring in the industrial system from the real world. Protest. This is a grave injustice to survivors from other countries. Although we have no survivors left, it's over. Humanity's future has only one path: to become a complete vassal of China. As Su Ruanruan looked at the blue drawing that was flashing with blue light, Her smile grew wider and wider until she even laughed out loud. This is brilliant. I was just worried that although my underground city is sturdy, many of the sophisticated high-end electronic components are too difficult to assemble into a real supercomputer by relying on just a few intelligent worker bees to scavenge for scraps in the ruins. Now that I have this, whatever I want, I can just have Lao Zhang and the others arrange it in China and ship it to me. This isn't a post-apocalyptic survival exercise. It's practically a free shipping shopping spree. She immediately stored the blueprints in the deepest, encrypted vault of the system space. This thing requires an extremely large amount of special materials and energy to build, so there's no rush. The most urgent task is to deal with the upcoming second phase of natural disasters. Su Wanwan had just finished collecting the rewards from the blind box and was in a great mood preparing to get a piece of freshly baked, premium mutant venison ribs to tide her over. Sudden, beep beep, warning, a catastrophic collapse has occurred in external space parameters. The highest level red alert from the central AI of the underground city resounded with an unprecedentedly shrill frequency, echoing piercingly in every corner of the entire bunker. The soft lighting instantly switched to a flashing blood red. What's going on? The server just launched, and they're already increasing the difficulty. Su Wanzhong's smile vanished instantly, and his eyes turned sharp as knives. Chapter 100. The Mechanical Wasteland Descends. Green poisonous rain sweeps the globe. What's going on? The server just launched, and they're already increasing the difficulty. Su Wanwan suddenly turned around and rushed to the control panel with the speed of a ghost. Her hands moved like two afterimages on the virtual keyboard as she frantically accessed the highest level of external monitoring screens. I immediately switch to all the images from optical, infrared, and energy detection satellites within a 500-kilometer radius of the Earth's surface. I want to see what this so-called second phase is all about. Command confirmed. External real-time video feed has been connected to the large screen. Whoosh. The giant holographic screen that occupied an entire wall of the lounge lit up instantly. The moment the image appeared, even Su Ruan, who possessed a physique enhanced 100-fold and was used to all kinds of storms, had her pupils suddenly shrink. The outside world has gone mad. Through the surveillance footage, it can be clearly seen that the crystallized wasteland map, which was originally formed by alternating extreme heat and extreme cold, is now undergoing a spatial tear that cannot be explained by common sense of physics. Above the dim sky, the sky, which was originally covered by thick dark clouds, now looked like a giant mirror that had been hit by a heavy hammer. Countless dark spatial rifts, stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers, began to spread with a crackling sound. That's the shattering of the laws of space, accompanied by a deafening, terrifying roar that seemed to tear even the soul apart. Extremely dazzling and even nauseatingly eerie green light began to spew out from those dark cracks. As the green light intensified, the once flat wilderness on the distant horizon suddenly began to bulge violently. Towering, enormous buildings, a bizarre blend of prehistoric savagery and cyberpunk heavy metal style, sprang up from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, or forcibly squeezed out from the broken spatial rift. It was a vast expanse of heavy industrial wasteland. Countless enormous gears covered in dark red rust began to turn slowly and abruptly in midair, emitting a sickening metallic grinding sound. From the towering black chimneys, thick, toxic green smoke was continuously spewing out. Some unknown, enormous mechanical wreckage resembling various aliens were piled up like small mountains in various corners of the ruins. Their surfaces flickered with faint red electronic eyes, as if some ancient beast had fallen into slumber and were about to awaken in this biochemical tide at any moment. This isn't over yet. When the green, toxic fumes gathered high in the sky and collided with the shattered sky. Splash! In the sky, an extremely dense, pale green acid rain began to fall. These green raindrops are not water at all. When they landed on the crystallized ground, which was originally as hard as iron, they emitted a hissing, extremely terrible corrosive sound. White smoke billowed up, and the glassy crystallization layer that even armor-piercing bullets couldn't penetrate was corroded into deep pits the moment it came into contact with the green acid rain, with nauseating green poisonous bubbles rising from the bottom of the pits. Just then, warning, warning, The fifth foraging worker bee colony, located in the third sector of the Earth's surface, has been attacked by a highly corrosive, unknown liquid. Alert! Worker bees numbered 012, 015, and 034 have had their high-strength alloy armor penetrated and their core circuits melted. They have lost contact. On the control panel, several green dots representing the vital signs of dispatched worker bees turned into red crosses signifying destruction the moment they came into contact with the acid rain and then went completely dark. Su Wanwan gasped. That's a smart mechanical worker bee made from discarded meteorite iron and mutated tungsten gold. Its rigidity is comparable to that of an aircraft carrier chassis. It didn't even last 3 seconds in this green rain before it was melted into molten iron. If flesh and blood were poured on it, wouldn't it instantly turn into a pool of green water, leaving not even bone fragments? Almost at the same time that acid rain arrived, that cold, ruthless, and even cruel system announcement rang out once again around the world. Ding! The second phase, mechanical mutation and biochemical tide, has now fully covered the wasteland. Environmental attributes have changed. Current surface air toxin concentration, lethal. Corrosive green acid rain coverage, 100%. Warning, any unprotected life form exposed to acid rain will be completely dissolved within 5 seconds. All survivors, please seek cover at all costs, or find a chance to survive in this desolate mechanical ruin. Furthermore, given that many countries were disqualified in the first stage for the sake of game balance, the system has randomly selected a new batch of players from those eliminated countries who are currently suffering from natural disasters to fill the vacancies. Good luck to these poor newcomers. This announcement plunged countries in the real world that were either celebrating or waiting to die into extreme chaos once again. Countries like the Cherry Blossom Country, the Lighthouse Country, and the Maple Leaf Country, which were previously wiped out, have had more unlucky players forcibly conscripted by the system and teleported into the second phase map of this hellish map that just opened. Looking at the holographic screen showing the hellish landscape with its constantly bubbling green surfaces, Su Wanruan felt no fear. Instead, a long-suppressed, intensely excited fighting spirit ignited in her eyes. After 24 hours of calm, my bones are practically rusting. Now, the real challenge has finally arrived. Immediately activate the highest level of the underground city, the all-area ecological defense barrier. Withdraw all worker bees on the periphery back to the third underground level. Seal all ventilation duct openings and turn the air purification system to maximum power. Su Wanruan calmly issued a series of instructions. Command in progress. Defensive barrier activated. Optical camouflage outpost undamaged, successfully isolating 99% of acid rain erosion. Su Wanruan looked at the radiant mystic maiden battlesuit that she always wore. With a thought, her battlesuit instantly emitted a faint silver light, completely enveloping her from head to toe, even creating a semi-transparent, high-strength nano-breathing mask on her face. She walked to the weapon rack, reached out and grasped the black gold tang sword that had previously slain an S-rank emperor crab, feeling the cold touch of the hilt. Those unlucky new foreigners, they're probably out there, their ashes washed away by now, right? Su Wanruan walked to the monitoring screen on the control panel, glanced at the terrifying green hell outside, then looked at her own underground core rest area with a constant temperature of 24 degrees Celsius, where no wind or rain could penetrate, and suddenly touched her stomach. This disgusting green rain is really nauseating. Looks like I need to get something with a strong flavor to warm me up. Chapter 101 Green Poison Acid Rain Melts Bones and Delights. Bunker comfortably slurps hot and sour noodles. This disgusting green rain is really nauseating. Looks like I need to get something with a strong flavor to warm me up. Su Wanruan curled her lips in disgust and casually turned off the surveillance camera on the pale green ground that made her lose all appetite. Meanwhile, in the real world, those new contestants, who were forcibly selected by the system and teleported into the folded space from defeated countries such as Japan were facing this hellish start before they could even get their feet on the ground. Baka, what kind of place is this? The air is filled with the stench of sulfur and rust. A newly teleported Japanese swordsmanship master named Takeru Sato hadn't even had time to get a good look at the grotesque mechanical ruins around him when a drop of pale green rain, plop, landed on his proud, smooth forehead. This ain't a blood-curdling scream, unlike anything a human could utter, instantly echoed through the deathly silent steel jungle. Takaru Sato covered his face in agony and rolled around on the ground in agony. Viewers in the global live stream could clearly see through the miniature camera that fell to the ground in his agony that his forehead looked like a wax figure that had been splashed with highly concentrated sulfuric acid. In a sickening, sizzling sound and rising white smoke, it was instantly corroded into a deep, bone-revealing hole. Immediately afterwards, even more green acid rain poured down. My hands are melting. Help! God, what kind of rain is this? My gas mask has been burned through. Several new recruits from the United States, not far away, also let out desperate cries in the acid rain. Their so-called top-grade military protective suits were like paper in the face of this green, poisonous acid rain, instantly corroded and riddled with holes. Exposed skin, flesh, and even bones are being dissolved at a visible rate into pools of viscous liquid bubbling with disgusting green bubbles. In a global live broadcast room, countless Western viewers who had just been given a glimmer of hope because their country had been given a chance to revive collapsed their psychological defenses instantly after seeing this opening scene, which was 100 times more cruel than any horror movie. Fuck, how are we supposed to play this? Landing in a shower of sulfuric acid. Is this a survival game or a one-sided massacre? Sato-kun, our last hope in Japan. His face is gone. It's all pixelated. It's over. God has really abandoned us. How did the Chinese people survive in this godforsaken place? Their questions were quickly answered. In a sea of live streams filled with gory pixelation and agonizing screams, the 4K Blu-ray quality live stream of Chinese player Su Ruanruan stands out as a refreshing and incongruous stream. While athletes from other countries were suffering from the agonizing effects of acid rain, the camera suddenly switched. The most luxurious rest area in the heart of the Eternal Sky City is so leisurely, it's almost outrageous. The temperature here is precisely controlled by the central AI at 24 degrees Celsius, which is the most comfortable temperature for humans. The air purification system filters out the deadly toxic gases from the outside world, leaving only the purest and freshest oxygen. Su Ruanruan hummed an off-key tune as she stood in her enormous kitchen, which rivaled the size of a Michelin 3-star restaurant. She had just taken out several handfuls of mutated amethyst sweet potato starch from a fruit and vegetable preservation area. The starch had been grown using spiritual spring water and had retained its perfect elasticity even after being dried. Then, from the live seafood temperature control zone, I scooped out a few SSS-grade deep-sea illuminated abalone, sliced them thinly, and prepared them as a side dish. AI, give me some upbeat music. Play that most popular song before the apocalypse, the most dazzling ethnic trend. As the upbeat music started, Su Ruanruan began to showcase her culinary skills, which had been enhanced by the system and could be described as art. She first soaked the sweet potato starch in 80 degrees Celsius spring water until it softened. The purple sweet potato starch unfurled in the water, crystal clear, like strands of purple crystal. Next, she began to prepare the soul sauce for the hot and sour noodles in a large bowl carved from 1,000-year-old warm jade. A spoonful of the secret recipe red chili oil, made with mutated chili peppers and S-grade mutated Wagyu beef tallow, is a brilliant red and has an irresistible aroma. A spoonful of fragrant vinegar made from the 100-year spirit vinegar redeemed from the system shop and various spiritual herbs is so sour that it makes your mouth water just by smelling it. It's also topped with finely chopped mutated garlic, refreshing Sichuan peppercorn powder, and a few drops of shrimp paste that enhances the umami flavor 100-fold. Finally, she put the soaked sweet potato noodles into the boiling spiritual spring water broth, scalded them for 30 seconds, quickly scooped them out, drained the water, and poured them into the jade bowl filled with the soul sauce. Splash! The moment the piping hot sweet potato noodles came into contact with the sauce at the bottom of the bowl, an aggressive storm of 5 flavors, sour, spicy, numbing, fresh, and fragrant, exploded in the kitchen. Su Ruanruan then placed the sliced abalone, a small handful of golden brown fried peanuts, and finally shredded cilantro on top of the noodles. Finally, pour a large spoonful of piping hot broth over it. A bowl of top-quality, deluxe hot and sour noodles, with perfect color, aroma, and taste, and an appearance comparable to a state banquet, is ready to drive any gourmet crazy. Su Ruanruan, carrying the steaming bowl of hot and sour noodles, sat down on the soft sofa covered with mammoth leather and crossed her long, slender legs. She picked up a pair of ebony chopsticks, took a large mouthful of vermicelli coated in chili oil and sauce, and slurped it in her mouth with an unladylike slurp. Swoosh! The clear, loud, and penetrating sound of slurping noodles was precisely transmitted to the ears of every viewer around the world through the live broadcast camera. The noodles are bouncy, smooth, and incredibly chewy. The spicy aroma of the chili oil explodes in your mouth, followed by the refreshing tang of the vinegar. The numbing sensation of the Sichuan peppercorn powder that dances on your tongue like an electric current, and finally the ultimate sweetness of the abalone slices and the rich flavor of the broth. Multiple top-notch taste experiences unfold layer by layer, weaving together in the mouth to create a grand symphony of flavors. That feels great. The intense, spicy, and sour sensation caused Su Ruan to break out in a fine layer of sweat on her forehead. Every pore on her body opened up at that moment. The extreme pleasure that shot from the tip of her tongue straight to the top of her head made her squint her eyes comfortably and let out a satisfied sigh. While slurping her noodles, she took out a bottle of chilled juice made from Starlight crystal grapes from the small refrigerator next to her and gulped it down. The ultimate enjoyment of experiencing both ice and fire is simply blissful, like being in heaven. This scene was broadcast live globally without reservation. Western viewers who were witnessing their own country's athletes being dissolved into a pool of green water by acid rain went crazy when they saw the scene on Su Ruan's side. No. What is she doing? We're watching a horror movie, and she's doing a mukbang. What is that? It smells so good. No, why am I smelling it? I'm watching a murder live stream. But why am I drooling? Wah! My son was just drenched in acid rain and is now skin and bones, and she's eating noodles. And eating them with such relish. A devil. She's a devil. Chinese netizens praise Su Ruan's wit while simultaneously launching a barrage of sarcastic remarks. Oh dear, it's raining so hard outside. Even our Su Shan is so cold, she needs some hot and sour noodles to warm herself up. Upstairs, you call that hot and sour noodles? The side dish is SSS grade abalone. The cost of one bowl of noodles could probably buy a small country before the apocalypse. That's the difference. We have the invincible turtle shell built by Su Shan while they're running around naked outside. It would be a miracle if they survived. I give Su Shan a perfect score of 10,000 for this move. Su Ruan didn't care whether the people outside were alive or dead. She devoured the large bowl of hot and sour noodles, broth and all, and let out a satisfied burp, feeling warm all over. She was about to lie down and take another nap. Suddenly, the central AI's alarm sounded again. Although it wasn't the highest level red alert, the continuous beeping was enough to draw attention. Warning! A slight fluctuation in the outer protective energy of the surface optical camouflage outpost has been detected. Analysis indicates that corrosive acid rain is slowly penetrating the shallow, crystallized soil and is expected to pose a structural threat to the outer walls of the underground city's number 1 and number 2 drainage systems within 72 hours. So Ruan froned slightly. Oh, this thing can burrow underground? It's like a persistent ghost. Su Ruan rubbed her temples, a hint of displeasure being disturbed showing on her face. Looks like I need to figure out a way to keep this thing out completely. I can't exactly go out and get a basin to catch the rainwater, can I? Chapter 102, Fully Automated Worker Bees Going Out on an Exploration. Su Ruan leaned lazily against the sofa, tapping the armrest lightly with her fingers, a thoughtful look flashing in her clear, starry eyes. Go out in person? Are you kidding me? The lush, poisonous green rain outside looked disgusting, and if it got on her expensive Radiant Mystic Maiden battle suit, washing it would be too much trouble. For Su Ruan, an ultimate lazybones who's used to technology changing lives, she'd never move her precious, but if a problem could be solved with a remote control. On a whim, she brought up the control panel for the underground industrial zone. Central AI immediately retrieve 100 previously discarded basic all-terrain AI harvesting worker bees from warehouse number 3. These early worker bees didn't use the same high-quality materials as the later upgraded versions, but they were numerous and still had all the essential detection and data collection functions. In such a high-risk environment, they are perfect for being used as disposable reconnaissance cannon fodder. Command confirmed. 100 primary foraging worker bees have been activated and are proceeding via the internal high-speed tunnel to the surface deployment point to await orders. Su Wanwan divided the holographic screen in front of her into 100 small monitoring screens. She crossed her legs, took out a glass of chilled peach juice from the small refrigerator next to her, inserted a straw, and drank it while issuing commands to the control panel like a commander playing an advanced strategy game. System: activate all worker bees' outer shell energy shields to maximum power and send them in a fan-shaped formation to charge into that newly appeared mechanical ruin. Mission objective: scan and find any special substances that can resist, neutralize, or absorb this green acid rain. Minerals, plants, mutated organisms. Anything will do, as long as it's useful. Bring it back to me. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With Su Wanwan's command, a highly concealed delivery port quietly slid open beneath the optical outpost disguised as a barren sand dune. 100 jet-black mechanical worker bees, shimmering with eerie blue energy, shot forth like arrows, transforming into 100 streaks of black lightning, and plunged headlong into the hellish mechanical wasteland shrouded in a ghastly green poisonous rain. Viewers in the global live stream were once again shocked by Su Wanwan's outrageously extravagant actions. My God, she actually used those high-tech drones as cannon fodder. She released 100 at once. Any one of these things, if placed in our beacon country, would be enough to drive the military's top scientists mad. And she's just using them to find a possible antidote. Comparison is the thief of joy. While we're still fighting tooth and nail for a shabby cave to shelter from the rain, others are already remotely controlling an army of drones, playing a post-apocalyptic version of a treasure hunt. Chinese netizens, on the other hand, found it very interesting. See that? That's what you call financial power. Oh no, I mean technological power. Our Su Shun is exceptionally wealthy, so don't take it lying down. Lying on the sofa, sipping juice, and getting the job done. That's true boss style. Those who have to personally get into fights covered in blood are at best just high-level thugs. At this moment, on the huge screen in front of Su Wanwan, 100 first-person perspective shots are providing real-time feedback on the bizarre and perilous scene outside. Worker bees shuttled among enormous mechanical structures that resembled the skeletons of ancient behemoths. Rusty pipes coiled like giant pythons around the towering towers, and some unidentified, still operating, enormous pistons made heavy, clanging noises, each impact seemingly making the earth tremble. The pale green acid rain poured down on the worker bees' energy shields, creating dazzling energy ripples. Several worker bees had their shields shattered due to excessive energy consumption, and their shells were corroded into molten iron the moment they came into contact with the acid rain falling from the sky. Su Wanwan didn't even blink. AI, mark the crash coordinates of the damaged worker bees. We'll retrieve the cores when the weather improves. The remaining worker bees continue exploring deeper into the ruins that look like a chemical plant to the west. While giving instructions, she leisurely picked up a piece of jerky made from the leg meat of an S-grade, mutated snow mammoth and chewed it slowly. Their relaxed and carefree demeanor made it seem as if the thrilling scenes on the screen were just a science fiction movie with realistic special effects. The remaining 90-odd worker bees, upon receiving the instruction, immediately changed direction and flew toward the ruins of the giant chemical plant, with its towering chimneys and dense network of pipes. The chemical plant had clearly been abandoned for countless years, with overturned giant reactors and broken metal pipes scattered everywhere. On the ground, pools of iridescent, oily chemical waste liquid had accumulated, mixing with the green acid rain and bubbling with even more deadly, toxic bubbles. As a worker bee, numbered 077, flew past a huge sulfuric acid storage tank that had been corroded to the point of being only half intact, its high-precision material scanning probe suddenly emitted an extremely sharp beep-beep alarm. Ding! Warning! High concentration and high activity of unknown organic gel-like substance detected in the soil 3 meters below. Material property analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Substance name: grade A mutant anti-acid gel. Material characteristics: this gel is a unique symbiotic life form that mutated from a special anaerobic bacterial community under extremely acidic and heavy metal contamination environments. It can actively engulf, decompose, and transform corrosive acids, converting the harmful substances within into energy needed for its own growth. Core efficacy. When applied to any surface, it forms an absolutely dense, self-healing, inert, acid-resistant film, perfectly immune to all Class A and below acid corrosion damage. Found it. Upon seeing the system notification, Su Ruan sat up straight on the sofa, her eyes gleaming. This thing is simply a magical artifact tailor-made to deal with this green poison and acid rain. She immediately switched all the worker bees' perspectives to that of 077, zooming in on the image to its maximum. Beneath the half-broken sulfuric acid tank, through a large hole corroded by acid rain, lay a huge, translucent, pale yellow, jelly-like object, still slightly wriggling, lying quietly in the dark soil. Whenever a drop of green acid rain falls on it, it is not corroded. Instead, it absorbs the acid rain quickly like a sponge, and its own luster seems to brighten even more. It's absolutely perfect. Su Ruan rubbed her hands together excitedly. All worker bees, listen up. Assemble immediately around 077. Activate the high-frequency oscillation cutting mode and dig that thing out intact. Remember, cut it without damaging it. This is valuable material. Don't ruin it. Su Ruan spoke with an air of authority, like a little girl playing a remote-controlled claw machine and seeing the limited edition grand prize. I'm going to move it all back to my warehouse. Not a single piece left. Chapter 103 Anti-Acid Gel unleashes 1,000-fold devastation. At Su Ruan's command, the more than 90 surviving intelligent worker bees on the screen immediately swarmed towards the abandoned chemical plant from all directions, like a swarm of sharks that had smelled blood. They formed an extremely precise circular array in midair, completely surrounding the massive wreckage of the sulfuric acid storage tank. Buzz! The abdomens of more than 90 worker bees lit up simultaneously, emitting more than 90 high-frequency shockwaves that were invisible to the naked eye and had a frequency of up to hundreds of millions of times per second. These shockwaves converged into an indestructible cutting force, precisely bypassing the pale yellow, mutated acid-resistant gel and directly impacting the surrounding contaminated, iron-hard soil and metal debris. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor any sparks flying from the cuts. Under the high-frequency vibrations at the molecular level, those hard substances, like sand sculptures weathered by wind, silently turned into the finest powder and were blown aside by the strong airflow. In less than 5 minutes, the enormous mutated acid-resistant gel, with a diameter of over 10 meters, a volume comparable to a small truck, and a weight of tens of tons, was completely and undamagedly peeled out from the ground. Well done. Activate the gravity traction beam, lift it up, and transport it back to base. Su Ruan snapped her fingers in satisfaction. The worker bees immediately joined forces to shoot out beams of dark blue traction light, forming a huge energy net that steadily lifted the massive, still slightly wriggling gel into the air, and then flew towards the Eternal Sky City at top speed. After the huge piece of acid-resistant gel was transported back to the underground city, Su Ruan didn't even bother to touch it herself. She directly commanded several industrial robotic arms to use high-precision laser cutters to cut a small piece, about the size of a wash basin, from the huge gel. Then, she manipulated the robotic arm to carefully spread the gel like butter on all the ventilation shafts, drainage outlets, and the outer walls of the energy fields of the disguised outposts in the underground city. A miraculous thing happened. The pale yellow gel, upon contact with the metal and energy surfaces, immediately seemed to come alive, rapidly spreading out to form a translucent film thinner than a cicada's wing, yet incredibly tough. When the green acid rain from the outside falls on this film again, it does not cause any corrosion. Instead, it is like water droplets falling on a lotus leaf and is instantly bounced off without leaving a trace. On the control panel, the energy fluctuation monitoring data, which had been issuing slight alarms, instantly dropped to 0, becoming a stable green straight line. Perfect. Now, not only acid rain, but even Aqua Regia won't be able to touch a hair on my turtle shell. Su Ruan clapped her hands triumphantly. She glanced at the large clump of anti-acid gel that remained, which almost filled half of the industrial area. A glint of cunning and boldness, unique to a plane navigator, flashed in her clear, starry eyes. Such a good thing can't be used by just me. We in China are probably worried about acid rain right now, too. System, time to get to work. With a wave of her hand, Su Ruan threw the remaining dozens of tons of mutated acid-resistant gel into the exclusive return pool in the system panel, which represented forced critical hit and emitted a purple-gold light. Activate the daily, targeted divine critical strike privilege of the Dimensional Navigator. Target, mutant anti-acid gel. Trigger the highest level 100,000x critical strike manifestation for me. Ding. Dimensional Navigator privileges confirmed. Targeted Holy Critical Strike activated. Target locked. Grade A mutated anti-acid gel. A 100,000x critical hit materializes. Begin. Boom. A spatial energy 10,000 times more powerful and vast than any previous return instantly erupted from Su Ruan's system panel, tearing apart the barrier of the folded space and surging into the real world. The real world, China. Although the core area was protected by the spring-like divine land barrier, unlike in other countries, it did not experience the direct onslaught of deadly green acid rain, but the influence of atmospheric circulation still existed. Large swaths of pale green acid rain clouds are looming over China's borders and coastal cities. The sky was so gloomy it seemed about to collapse, and a pungent, acidic smell filled the air. Although there have been no casualties so far, the exposed buildings, bridges, and even crops in the field have begun to show slight signs of corrosion. The atmosphere in the Supreme Command Center was extremely tense. General Zhang Jinghua frowned, staring intently at the ever-increasing National Air Acidity Index on a large screen. What did the Academy of Sciences say? How long will our chemical protective coating last? A research academician, sweating profusely, reported. General, the composition of this acid rain is extremely strange, and its corrosiveness far exceeds our imagination. All the protective materials we have can at most slow down the corrosion rate, but cannot eradicate it at all. If it is allowed to develop, within 3 days, most of our country's infrastructure will face the risk of structural collapse. Just when everyone was at a loss and their hearts were in their throats. Sudden. Report. Highest level energy warning. Extremely high intensity spatial fluctuations have occurred across the entire territory of China. What's that in the sky? In the command center, everyone suddenly looked up at the real-time images transmitted back by the satellite. They were all stunned by the miraculous scene before them, and even forgot to breathe. Suddenly, over the vast territory of China, spanning 9.6 million square kilometers, the thick layer of acid rain clouds was forcibly torn apart by beams of pure, pale golden light that pierced the heavens and the earth. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of millions of tons of translucent liquid gel, like melted amber, poured down from the spatial rift in the heavens like a celestial river bursting its banks. That wasn't a downpour. It was a dreamlike golden rain that covered the entire country. As these liquid anti-acid gels descended, they seemed to be precisely controlled by an invisible hand. Not a single drop landed on people. Instead, they were evenly and thinly covered every high-rise building, every cross-sea bridge, every highway, and even the rooftops of every field and village in China. The moment the gel touches the surface of an object, it quickly solidifies, forming a crystal-clear, absolutely smooth, transparent protective shield that radiates a rainbow halo under the refraction of sunlight. At that moment, a miracle happened. The city, which had been gloomy and dark due to acid rain, was transformed in an instant as if it had been collectively draped in the most gorgeous glass cloak, turning into a series of beautiful, dreamlike crystal palaces full of futuristic science fiction. The Forbidden City in Kyoto, with its red walls and golden tiles covered by a layer of shimmering crystal dome, appears even more solemn and mysterious. The Oriental Pearl Tower in Shanghai, with its enormous sphere protected by a crystal dome, resembles a truly dazzling pearl set between heaven and earth. Countless Chinese people walking on the street looked up at this unbelievable and astonishing change, their mouths agape in shock. A young girl reached out and carefully touched the wall of the office building next to her, which was covered with a crystal shield. It was cold, smooth, and extremely hard to the touch. The acid rain clouds in the sky were still there, The pale green raindrops fell on the crystal shield, but they couldn't even create a ripple. They just slid down the smooth surface and were instantly sucked away and purified by the emergency drainage system on ground. At this moment, the entire nation of China was bestowed with an invincible, transparent raincoat that covered the entire country, impervious to swords and spears, and immune to all magic. After a brief moment of shock, the entire Chinese internet and streets erupted in a thunderous cheer that was more fervent and louder than ever before. It's Godsu. It's Godsu again. My God, it's so beautiful. Are we living in a crystal palace now? This isn't the end of the world. It's a mythical world. Ha. Invincible. Our China is utterly invincible. No matter what kind of acid rain or poisonous rain it is, with our Godsu here, it's all just a drizzle. General Zhang Jinghua looked at the screen, showing the people who were safe and sound under the crystal shield, and even taking out their phones to take selfies. This iron-willed general could no longer hold back, and hot tears welled up in his eyes. He slammed his fist on the table and roared into the communicator. Propaganda department, what are you all standing there for? Cut this video out and broadcast it to the world immediately. I want those gloating foreign devils to see this properly. Let them see what a real miracle is. Chapter 1:0 for the collapse of a landmark building in the Lighthouse Nation. General Zhang Jinghua's roar, filled with boundless pride and fervor, was transmitted to every corner of China through the communication network of the highest command center. In an instant, all of China's official external propaganda channels switched to the same screen. In a Chinese city perfectly enveloped by a dreamlike crystal shield, countless people were leisurely strolling through the streets. Children chased and played in the square, couples embraced and took selfies under the crystal canopy, and the elderly brought out deck chairs to sit in the park by the street, drinking hot tea and watching with great interest the feudal green acid rain outside the canopy, as if they were watching a free 4D movie that had nothing to do with them. It is peaceful, serene, and even has a touch of unreal romance. This image was forcibly transmitted via satellite to every corner of the world where network signals still existed, especially to those Western countries that had just been secretly pleased that China was shrouded in acid rain clouds. The United States, the final fortress underground command center. General Smith and a group of high-ranking officials were gathered around a small screen, watching the scene of China as if it were paradise on Earth, and then comparing it to the hellish scene shown in their own country's surveillance footage. Everyone's face turned ashen. Boom! Just then, a surveillance video on the screen, representing the spirit of the Beacon Nation, suddenly shook violently. In the picture, the Statue of Liberty, located in an abandoned port and already mottled by war and natural disasters, finally let out a mournful cry of its steel frame under the continuous corrosion of the green acid rain. Snap! A crisp, loud bang echoed throughout the command room via loudspeaker. Before the horrified eyes of countless survivors around the world, the enormous arm that held aloft the torch, symbolizing so-called freedom and light, snapped off at the shoulder. The bronze arm, weighing over 100 tons and covered with countless corroded fragments, crashed down from a height of nearly 100 meters like a broken, withered branch. Bang! The massive statue debris crashed heavily onto the base below, sending up a shower of green acid rain and gravel. The totem that once symbolized the hegemony of an era collapsed in a most humiliating way, shattering into pieces. This scene was like a merciless slap in the face of every survivor in the United States. No, this is impossible. The idol has fallen. Our spiritual symbol has fallen. God, are you really going to abandon us? General Smith stared at the devastated ruins on the screen. His body swayed violently, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He slumped into his chair, his eyes filled with nothing but emptiness and despair. And this is just the beginning. The land of cherry blossoms, Tokyo Metro, known as Asia's most developed underground transportation hub, has now been completely transformed into a giant underground reservoir emitting toxic gas. Green acid rain poured wildly through countless vents and entrances, corroding not only all the electrical equipment and tracks, but also drowning hundreds of thousands of refugees who were hiding in the subway station, thinking they could escape the disaster in this deadly poison. The piercing screams, transmitted intermittently through distress signals, quickly faded into silence. At this moment, the entire Western world was plunged into the deepest level of panic and collapse. Their buildings are melting, their land is being poisoned, and their people are being slaughtered. The culprit behind all this, the global green acid rain, did not cause the slightest harm to China, which was protected by the Crystal Shield. The stark contrast and the utterly shattered self-esteem finally made the Western alliance's leaders abandon their ridiculous arrogance. An hour later, on international public communication channels, a public statement jointly signed by more than a dozen Western countries, including the United States, Japan, and Canada, was placed at the top of the most prominent position. The title of the statement is filled with humility and pleading to the Great China and the Supreme, Ms. Su Wanwan, a plea for the survival of human civilization. In their statement, they first used thousands of words of flowery language to frantically praise the strength of China and the divine power of Su Wanwan, attributing all previous hostile actions to misunderstandings and the instigation of a small group of reactionaries. Then, they threw out bloody stakes. Our beacon nation is willing to unconditionally cede 3 deep-water naval port islands in the Pacific Ocean, which possess significant strategic value, and offer up half of our remaining gold reserves. We only ask that noble China, in the spirit of humanitarianism, export a small portion, even just a few tons, of sacred anti-acid gel to save us from our dire straits. Our great Sakura Empire is willing to offer up all our cutting-edge technology blueprints, including the latest generation of robotics and chip manufacturing processes, just to exchange for a barrel of miraculous medicine. We beg you. The once arrogant and domineering Western powers now resemble a pack of stray dogs wagging their tails and begging for mercy before the world, kneeling down and humbly pleading for the right to survive from their former, most despised adversaries. This scene thrilled and delighted countless Chinese netizens. Ha ha, what goes around comes around. Now you know who's in charge, right? Still want our miracle drug? Dream on. Ceding 3 islands? Gold reserves? Were you all this time? Weren't you so arrogant when you were blockading us with your father? So satisfying. This is even more satisfying than winning 100 world wars. Under the watchful eyes of the world, countless eyes are focused on the Chinese government, awaiting their response. 10 minutes later, the official Chinese website left only a short, cold, and domineering response below the original post. Read, regarding the allocation of divinely gifted anti-acid gel, according to an assessment by my country's highest scientific research department, current production capacity is still unstable and only sufficient to meet domestic demand and strategic reserves. Therefore, export is not being considered at this time. Please be informed. In short, it means, if you're not selling, get out. This reply was like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in the Western world. The international channel was instantly flooded with countless cries, curses, and desperate words. However, no matter how much they wailed, China never gave any further response. Faced with absolute power and the right to speak for survival, the cries of the weak are not even worth mentioning. Just when the real world was in turmoil because of a bottle of glue, inside the folded space, Su Wanwan, having resolved the threat of acid rain, was idly watching the surveillance footage. Suddenly, she raised an eyebrow. Something's coming. At the edge of the underground city's optical camouflage outpost, several furtive, crimson-glowing shadows crept stealthily along the cracks in the underground rocks. A mouse is trying to break into my house. I'm free anyway. Might as well go out and stretch my legs. Chapter 105 Mechanical Giant Rat. Su Wanwan looked at the few suspicious red dots on the monitor screen, a cold smile curving her lips. She stood up from the soft sofa, her form-fitting dark black tactical jacket outlining her perfectly sculpted figure with each movement. AI, open emergency exit number 1. I need to go out for a bit. Warning, the surface environment is a deadly, toxic rain zone. The host must wear a full life support system. Okay, I know, stop nagging. As soon as Su Wanwan had a thought, the radiant mystic maiden battle armor on her body immediately reacted. A thin layer of nanolight, as thin as a silver wing, instantly spread upward from her neck, forming a semi-transparent, high-intensity breathing mask that seamlessly integrated with her suit, tightly protecting her entire head. Inside the mask, the composition and temperature of the outside air, as well as her own vital signs data, are displayed in real time, creating a futuristic and technologically advanced atmosphere. She walked to the weapon rack, gripped the jet-black black-gold Tang sword that exuded a chilling aura, and slid it into the scabbard at her waist. Having done all that, she strode towards the vertical elevator leading to the ground. Meanwhile, at the edge of the camouflaged outpost outside the bunker. Splash! A sickeningly loud, scraping sound of gravel rubbing together rang out. 3 enormous rats, each the size of an adult wild boar, covered in thick, dark red rusted steel plates and extremely ugly in appearance, struggled to crawl out of a burrow corroded by acid rain. These monsters are the lowest-level patrolling units awakened by the biohazard tide during the second phase of the cataclysm, the mechanical mutant giant rats. Their limbs are rough hydraulic rods, emitting a piercing, creaking noise with every movement. Most terrifying of all are their heads, where the mouth has been modified into a terrifying, chainsaw-like maw composed of countless layers of high-speed, rotating alloy teeth, constantly spitting out contaminated engine oil and green saliva. Their tiny, bean-sized eyes are made up of 2 inferior electronic eyes that flash with an ominous red light, filled with greed and tyranny towards all living things. These 3 giant mechanical rats, seemingly guided by some kind of wild animal instinct or perhaps attracted by the massive energy core of the underground city, precisely located the disguised boundary of the Eternal Sky City. Squeak! The lead giant rat looked up and let out an extremely piercing screech, like the scraping of metal. Then it lowered its head, opened its terrifying maw covered with alloy serrations, and fiercely bit down on the optical field of the disguised outpost, which looked no different from ordinary ground. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, a powerful electric current surged through its teeth and spread throughout its entire body. The giant rat was electrocuted and its body was smoking. It was thrown backward and twitched a few times on the ground. However, this level of electric shock was clearly insufficient to cause fatal damage. It shook its head, pieced together from scrap metal, the red light in its eyes growing even more ferocious. It seemed utterly enraged, calling to its 2 companions, preparing to launch an even more ferocious attack. Just then, whoosh! A very faint whooshing sound rang out. A slender, black figure, moving so fast it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye, appeared without warning behind the 3 giant mechanical rats. It was Su Wanruan who came out of the bunker. She stood quietly in the ghastly green, poisonous rain. The raindrops fell on her nanoprotective shield, creating ripples, but they could not harm her in the slightest. Those cold, clear eyes behind the mask were filled with undisguised disgust, as if they were looking at a few filthy insects. "You're so ugly. How dare you come to my doorstep and cause trouble? You're asking for it." The leading mechanical giant, rat, seemed to sense the threat behind it, and suddenly turn around. The moment its crimson electronic eyes locked onto Su Wanruan, its internal program immediately identified her as the highest priority attack target. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The giant rat let out a ferocious screech, and its 4 hydraulic legs suddenly exerted force. Its massive body, like a small, out-of-control armored vehicle, pounced towards Su Wanruan with a stench-filled gust of wind. Its high-speed rotating alloy-serrated mouth parts drew deadly streaks of light in the dim light, aimed directly at Su Wanruan's slender neck. Faced with this terrifying attack that could instantly tear an elephant in 2, Su Wanruan didn't even lift her eyelids. Just as the giant rat was about to pounce on her, Su Wanruan moved. She activated the Radiant Mystic Maiden Battle Suit, S-100-fold agility boost. In the live broadcast footage watched by viewers around the world, Su Wanruan's figure suddenly blurred for a moment, as if she had turned into a black afterimage that defied the laws of physics. With an elegant yet swift movement, she advanced instead of retreating, facing the onrushing mechanical giant rat. Her right leg was raised high, drawing a perfect, brutally beautiful tomahawk-like arc in midair. The next second, boom, boom! A terrifyingly loud bang, so deep it seemed as if even the air itself had been compressed and exploded, suddenly erupted. Su Wanruan's seemingly slender combat boots, which actually contained a terrifying force of 100,000 Gene, struck the steel head of the leading giant rat with perfect accuracy and force. Time seemed to slow down countless times at this moment. Viewers worldwide could clearly see that the supposedly tough rat head, capable of biting through alloy steel plates, dented inward the moment it touched Su Wanarwan's toes. Then, countless spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly outward from the point of contact. Finally, to everyone's astonishment and speechlessness, the enormous steel head, along with all its intricate internal circuitry and components, was crushed into a pile of scrap metal mixed with sparks and broken parts by Su Wanarwan's earth-shattering downward kick. The giant rat body, now headless, slid forward for another dozen meters due to inertia before crashing to the ground. Large spurts of dark green, foul-smelling coolant gushed from its severed neck. The entire process was fluid and graceful, both violent and elegant. It took less than a second. After a brief silence, the chat exploded with comments. Holy crap. One kick, and that steel monster is crushed. Is this even a human's power? I feel like Su Shan's kick could collapse a building. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the live stream. It was so cool. This is true violent aesthetics. Beautiful and cool. I love it. The remaining 2 giant mechanical rats seemed to be provoked by the tragic death of their companion. Their eyes flashed red wildly, and they let out a series of threatening growls. They actually attacked Su Wanarwan from the left and right at the same time. You dare to come again? You're really courting death. Su Wanarwan snorted coldly and slowly drew the black and gold tang sword from her waist. She didn't even bother using her legs anymore. With a flick of her wrist, a chilling blade of light flashed and disappeared in the green rain. Swish! Swish! 2 soft sounds, almost indistinguishable in sequence, followed. The 2 giant mechanical rats, which had charged halfway, suddenly froze in place. The next second, their huge heads, pieced together from scrap metal, slid off their rusty necks and fell into the acid rain-filled mud with 2 loud thuds. Their scarlet electronic eyes flashed twice before going completely dark. The headless rat carcass, propelled forward by immense inertia, flew for another dozen meters before crashing to the ground. From the broken pipe joint, large spurts of dark green, foul-smelling coolant, reeking of engine oil, gushed out. The entire battle, from Su Wanarwan's appearance to the destruction of all 3 monsters, lasted less than 5 seconds. In a global live stream, countless viewers who were just holding their breath for Su Wanarwan were now completely numb. It's gone in seconds. Again? I was just about to say that this monster looked even fiercer than the last one, but it's gone. I finally figured it out. In front of Su Shan, these so-called monsters are no different from roadside chicks. They're all easy prey, one-shottable. So brutal, but I love it. Su Shan's decisive and ruthless manner is absolutely cool. Su Wanarwan casually twirled the blade, flicking off the few drops of green coolant that clung to it. The black and gold tang sword instantly regained its pristine appearance and was sheathed with a whoosh. She glanced disdainfully at the 3 stinking lumps of scrap metal on the ground, intending to turn around and go back to the bunker. But when her gaze swept over the rat's head that had been crushed underfoot, her eyebrows twitched slightly. This thing, the weight is off. Chapter 106 China ignites energy. With her perception 100-fold enhanced, she could clearly sense that there seemed to be a source of extremely strong energy reaction within the pile of broken parts and the core of the circuit board. Could there be some treasure hidden inside these scrap metal pieces? Adhering to the principle that hamsters never miss a single piece of loot, Su Wanarwan walked up to the pile of scrap metal, stretched out her booted foot, and casually kicked it. Clang! A pile of charred wires and broken gears was kicked aside, revealing a strange crystal the size of a walnut, deep blue in color and faintly emitting a soft glow. The crystal has a perfect dodecahedral structure, and inside it seems that countless tiny blue electric arcs are constantly being generated and dying, full of science fiction and mysterious beauty. Even in this highly toxic acid rain and filthy mud, it remains absolutely pure, without being tainted by the slightest bit of dirt. Su Wanarwan's eyes lit up, and she immediately squatted down, extending her fingers, which were covered in nanogloves, to pick up the strange crystal. The moment she touched the crystal, the system's cold yet alluring notification sound exploded in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. We have successfully discovered an extremely rare second stage core energy module. Grade C micro-energy concentrating battery from the remains of the primary mechanical mutant giant rat. Item description. This battery was created by a lost prehistoric advanced civilization, and its interior contains a complete, miniature controlled cold nuclear fusion reaction chain. The energy contained in each battery is enough to power a medium-sized city of 100,000 people continuously for 100 years under full load operation. Core benefits. Extremely stable energy output, no radiation pollution, tiny size, and compatible with 99% of current electrical equipment interfaces on Earth. It is the ultimate and perfect energy source to replace all fossil fuels and traditional nuclear power. The moment Su Ruan saw the item's description, even she, who is used to seeing all kinds of god-level items, couldn't help but gasp. 1. A battery the size of a walnut can power a city of 100,000 people for 100 years. This isn't just cutting-edge technology, it's a miracle. It's a game-changing blow that could completely overturn the world's energy landscape. Su Ruan's breathing became rapid. She suddenly turned her head and stared intently at the other two headless rat corpses. No longer showing any disgust, she strode over, drew her black and gold tanged sword, and deftly slashed open the chest cavities of the two rat corpses. Sure enough, in the same spot, she found two more identical miniature energy-concentrating batteries, holding the three blue crystals that seemed to contain the energy of a universe in her hand. A crazy and daring idea flashed through Su Ruan's mind. I just used up my targeted critical strike yesterday, but my dimensional navigator privilege has been refreshed today. She looked at the three small batteries in her hand, a wild smile spreading across her lips that would make the world's energy oligarchs tremble. System. Activate the targeted holy critical strike privilege for the plane navigator. Target. Class C micro-energy concentrating battery. Give me a critical strike multiplied by 100,000. Ding. Dimensional Navigator's highest authority confirmed. Targeted holy critical strike activated. A 100,000x critical hit materializes. Begin. Boom. An unprecedented, immense spatial energy, akin to the Big Bang, suddenly erupted from Su Ruan's palm. In the real world, in China, at the state grid's highest dispatch and command center, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire building. Report. An ultra-high-level spatial energy reaction has occurred above all the nation's top-level strategic material reserves. My God, another miracle. God Su has sent something back again. General Zhang Jinghua and a group of top energy experts are gathered around a huge sand table, urgently discussing how to deal with the long-term corrosive effects of acid rain on the national power grid. Upon hearing the report, everyone looked up abruptly and rushed to the huge monitoring screen. Across the country, the domes of those giant warehouses that had just been used to store anti-acid gel were once again pierced by beams of golden light that seemed to pierce the heavens and the earth. But this time, what fell from the sky was no longer liquid gel. Instead, hundreds of millions of perfect crystals, each the size of a walnut, sparkling like blue stars. These blue crystals, as if guided by the most precise navigation, passed through the warehouse's dome without colliding and floated down like snowflakes into the vast space below that had already been cleared out. In just a few minutes, hundreds of giant strategic warehouses across China were piled up into small mountains by these mysterious crystals that emitted a dreamy blue light. Quickly, send someone to retrieve a sample immediately. Top-level protection. Hurry. General Zhang Jinghua's voice trembled with excitement. In less than 10 minutes, a miniature energy concentrating battery was delivered to the National Academy of Science's highest energy laboratory. When the white-haired chief energy scientist, academician Xian, with trembling hands, used the instrument to detect the energy value contained inside this tiny crystal, he froze completely. The next second, this national treasure-level academician, who had dedicated his life to China's energy cause, suddenly burst into tears, grabbed Zhang Jinghua, who was equally stunned, and wailed loudly. General, we have succeeded. From this day forward, China will never need to mine a single piece of coal or drill for a single drop of oil again. Energy freedom. This is true, absolute, and eternal energy freedom. Looking at the blue crystal mountain on the screen, which was enough to drive any country crazy. And feeling the warm, yet powerful force coming from the small battery in his hand, this iron-blooded general felt a surge of heat rush to the top of his head. He slammed his hand on the table, grabbed the red telephone on the command platform that represented the highest orders, and roared into the receiver with all his might. Immediately, connect me to the highest propaganda department. Announce this to the whole world. From this moment forward, China will completely phase out all fossil fuels and traditional nuclear power plants. We will enter a brand new, great era of limitless energy. He paused, a sharp yet mocking glint in his eyes, and asked the intelligence officer beside him, "What's the name of that country that sells the most oil in the world, constantly uses energy to negotiate with the U.S., and tries to strangle us?" The intelligence officer paused for a moment, then quickly replied, "Reporting General, it's the Camel Kingdom." "Okay." Zhang Jinghua grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. His smile was both bright and dangerous. "The first thing you need to do is immediately connect me to the Camel King's private phone. I want to tell him personally that from now on, all that black, murky oil under his land is worthless, just like sand. I want to hear how he'll react when he hears this news." Chapter 107, Full Spectrum Artificial Sun. General Zhang Jinghua's voice, filled with boundless pride and playfulness, echoed throughout the command center. The intelligence officer beside him swallowed hard and asked hesitantly, "General, wouldn't it be too exciting for us to be so direct?" "Excitement? Ikave excitement." Zhang Jinghua laughed heartily, his voice booming. "When they follow the United States and use the oil embargo to strangle us, did they ever think about whether it would provoke us? Now, it's our turn to let them experience what a small shock from the East really means." The order was issued with overwhelming force. Just half an hour later, a brief statement released by the Chinese government, accompanied by a video of a physical test of the microenergy concentrating battery, swept across the global internet like a super nuclear bomb. China's global announcement regarding entering a new era of unlimited energy. In the video, academician Qian himself appears, connecting a small blue battery to a specially designed energy converter. The next second, on a large screen behind him, a terrifying astronomical figure representing the real-time power consumption of the entire China power grid was instantly supported by this tiny battery. Thermal power plants across the country shut down their chimneys, hydroelectric power plant dams closed their gates, and nuclear power plant reactors cooled down. The nation's energy lifeline is effortlessly controlled by this tiny battery. When this announcement and video were translated into hundreds of languages and pushed to every corner of the world has gone mad. Inside the Camel King's palace, the king, who had just been discussing with the Minister of Energy of the United States how to take advantage of the new round of oil price increases to reap the wealth of the world, suddenly rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fainted on his pure gold throne after receiving a personal call from General Zhang Jinghua and seeing the video that had terrified him. The real eye of the storm is Wall Street, the beacon of hope. The time was 9:30 a.m. in the United States, and the opening bell had just rung. Boom streepje. As if by prior agreement, the screens of all financial markets around the world were instantly flooded with blood red, a color signifying collapse. All stocks related to energy, oil, natural gas, coal, electricity, plummeted into the abyss in the very first second after the market opened, like kites with broken strings, at a terrifying 90-degree angle. Circuit breaker activated. Complete circuit breaker. In just 1 second, in a mere second, the total market value of the global energy market evaporated by more than 99.9%. That wasn't a waist cutting. It was a complete amputation from the neck down. No, my stocks, my oil empire. On the top floor of Morgan Tower, the tallest building on Wall Street, an energy tycoon who once controlled half of the world's oil lifeline and could shake the global economy with a stomp of his foot, was now staring intently at the blood-red screen in front of him like a desperate beast. On the screen, his once enormous assets, amounting to trillions, had now turned into a series of glaring negative numbers that made his soul tremble. He went bankrupt. No, what's worse than bankruptcy is the terrifying debt he's burdened with that could condemn him to a life of ruin. He slowly turned around, his face ashen, and glanced out the window at the hellish city ruins shrouded in green, poisonous rain. Then he looked at the screen, where the Chinese people were joyfully exchanging their cars for those new energy vehicles powered by that blue divine object for free. He suddenly laughed hysterically, straightened his expensive tie, and then walked calmly towards the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Bang! With a muffled thud, an era came to an end. Meanwhile, within the folded space, as the instigator of this global financial tsunami, Su Ruan was sitting cross-legged on her workbench, play with a miniature energy concentrating battery that she had deliberately kept. It's such a beautiful little thing. The energy structure inside is practically a work of art. She had absolutely no interest in the capitalists who went bankrupt or jumped off buildings because of her. At this moment, her attention was completely drawn to this tiny battery. She glanced at the array of psionic lamps in the corner of the bunker, which were still diligently emitting simulated light, and suddenly curled her lip. This light feels so artificial. It has no soul at all. Now that I have unlimited energy, could I build myself a little sun to play with? Once the thought popped into my head, I couldn't suppress it anymore. Su Ruan immediately jumped off the workbench, rushed to the central AI, and pulled up the system's drawing library. AI, find me some design drawings for a full-spectrum ecological lighting system. Ding. Searching. Search complete. Found a grade B artificial star prototype illumination array blueprint with a 97% match. That's it. Su Ruan immediately pulled up the blueprints and rushed into her enormous workshop, which was comparable to a small national industrial base. Under her command, countless industrial robotic arms began to operate frantically. Some were responsible for extracting high-purity quartz crystals and rare gases from the warehouse, while others were responsible for using laser engraving machines to carve tens of thousands of energy conduction circuits on the huge alloy dome. Su Ruan herself took charge, using the miniature energy concentrating battery as the core, and began welding and debugging the most precise energy guiding device. The entire process was filled with a dazzling array of hardcore technology. The Chinese viewers in the live stream were all amused as they watched their idol, Su Shun, go from solving the country's energy crisis to upgrading his own luxurious home. Huh, so true. After handling important national affairs, it's time to treat yourself. Is this the simple life of a big shot? When he's bored, he builds himself a sun to relieve his boredom. Seeing those Westerners crying and wailing, and then looking at our Godsu's leisurely and carefree appearance. Why do I feel so happy? Only 2 hours had passed. After the last energy interface was perfectly connected, Su Ruan clapped her hands and pressed the start button. Buzz! After a soft hum of energy. Located on the second level of the underground city, atop the dome of the Four Seasons Constant Temperature Garden, the newly installed giant circular device suddenly emitted a soft, warm, and vibrant golden light. This light was no longer the cold, simulated light of before, but a warm glow that was indistinguishable from the real sunlight of a spring afternoon. As the sunlight streamed in, the temperature in the entire temperature-controlled garden quickly rose from a constant 24 degrees Celsius to a comfortable 25 degrees Celsius. The air was filled with a faint, fresh scent, like the scent of grass after it had been baked in the sun. In the garden, the giant snow leopard, which had been lazily dozing by the stream, stretched comfortably after feeling the warm sunshine, rolled on the grass, exposed its furry belly, and made a satisfied grunt sound in its throat. The various spiritual plants that were already growing became even more vibrant and energetic the moment they were bathed in this artificial sunlight, with the dewdrops on their leaves appearing even more glistening. Su Ruan stretched comfortably, walked to the center of the garden, closed her eyes, and felt the warm sunshine on her face. Much more comfortable. This light even has a smell of the sun. She nodded in satisfaction, preparing to go back to sleep and enjoy this rare sunbathing. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a small patch of black soil in the corner of the garden, where she had casually scattered some spores. On that patch of soil that was particularly favored by the sunshine, tiny mushrooms, sprouting like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, were breaking through the soil at an astonishing speed and growing rapidly. Su Ruan was slightly taken aback and walked over curiously. What is this thing? It's growing so fast. It looks like Chapter 108 Top-Grade Flower Mushroom. Su Ruan walked curiously to the patch of black, fertile soil and squatted down. Under the warm sunshine, the The brown mushrooms, which were originally only the size of a fingernail, seemed to have been put on fast forward, with their stems growing rapidly and their caps expanding quickly. In just a few minutes, these mushrooms grew from inconspicuous seedlings into enormous creatures the size of a bowl. Their caps are thick and plump, with a deep brown surface and naturally cracked white patterns like frost, making them particularly enticing in the sunlight. An extremely rich and domineering aroma of mushrooms rose from these giant mushrooms and entered Su Wanwan's nasal cavity. Ding! Detected that the host's cultivated, grade C mutant flower mushroom spores have undergone genetic mutation under the catalysis of the artificial star prototype illumination array. Quality improvement. Congratulations, host. You have obtained grade A variable pressure frost mushroom. Item description. This shiitake mushroom has absorbed trace amounts of psionic particles from stellar light, making its flesh extremely thick and springy. Its umami content is over 10,000 times that of ordinary mushrooms. It's an excellent ingredient for stewing soups. Wow, the seeds I just randomly scattered actually upgraded me. Su Wanwan's eyes grew brighter as she looked at the dozens of top-quality flower mushrooms in front of her, each as big as a small umbrella. The rich, fresh aroma instantly whetted her appetite. The weather is so nice. It would be a shame not to have a good meal for this artificial little sun. I haven't touched those mutated fat chickens I stocked up on yet, so I'll make a mushroom and chicken stew today. Let's do it. Su Wanwan immediately got up and rushed back to the cold storage. From the rows of neatly hung, grade B domesticated mutant 3 yellow chickens, she picked out the fattest one, which weighed more than 10 kilograms. Back in the kitchen, she displayed knife skills that were incredibly sharp and deft, completely at odds with her delicate appearance. With a swift stroke, the whole chicken was quickly cut into evenly sized pieces of meat. Blanch the chicken pieces in spring water, skim off the foam, and then put them into an old-fashioned purple clay pot. Next, she tore the freshly picked frost-covered shiitake mushrooms into large pieces by hand, laid them on top of the chicken pieces, and then threw in a few slices of mutated old ginger to remove the fishy smell and enhance the aroma. Finally, pour in enough top-quality spiritual spring water, still emitting wisps of white steam, to completely submerge all the ingredients. Cover the pot, turn the heat to low, and simmer. Next, it's time to wait for the delicious flavor to ferment. An hour later, the moment Su Wanwan lifted the lid of the casserole. Boom streepje! A white mist, a blend of rich, oily chicken, the bold, wild flavor of shiitake mushrooms, and the clear, sweet taste of spiritual spring water rose suddenly from the pot like a small mushroom cloud, instantly engulfing the entire kitchen and even spreading throughout the entire Eternal Sky City through the ventilation ducts. The aroma was so strong it seemed to have a physical form and a soul, with an unreasonable aggressiveness that it frantically penetrated every pore of your skin, tempting your most primal appetite. Inside the pot, the broth had turned an enticing golden color, with a thin layer of glossy oil floating on top. The chicken was stewed until it was so tender that the meat easily separated from a bone with a gentle pinch of chopsticks. The shiitake mushrooms, having absorbed the rich chicken broth, became even thicker and fuller, their surfaces glistening with an enticing sheen. Perfect! Su Wanwan gave a satisfied sigh and filled a large bowl to the brim. She couldn't even wait to bring it to the restaurant. Standing in the kitchen, she eagerly picked up a plump shiitake mushroom that had soaked up all the broth, blew on it, and put it in her mouth. The moment you bite down, the bouncy mushroom flesh seems to burst open in your mouth. The piping hot and incredibly delicious broth exploded in her mouth. Its rich and savory flavor, mixed with the aroma of chicken oil, overwhelmed her entire taste buds like a flash flood. It's so fresh. Su Wanwan squinted her eyes happily and picked up another piece of stewed chicken leg meat that was tender and soft. The chicken melts in your mouth, its rich aroma and gelatinous texture filling your entire oral cavity. She picked up the bowl and gulped down a large mouthful of golden chicken soup. A warm current slid down her throat into her stomach, instantly spreading to her limbs and bones, soothing every cell in her body with comfort. After finishing the bowl, Su Wanwan felt drenched in sweat, but felt completely refreshed. She ladled out another large bowl, then poured the remaining half pot, meat and broth, into a huge food basin and served it to the snow leopard who was eagerly waiting at the door. The little guy immediately wagged its tail happily, buried its big head in the basin, and made a purring sound as it swallowed happily. The deadly aroma of meat, which could be described as a biological weapon, wafted out through the bunker's exhaust vents, which, despite being filtered through multiple layers, still couldn't completely block the smell. 5 kilometers away, under an abandoned highway bridge riddled with holes from acid rain corrosion, a squad of 7 top Special Forces soldiers from South Korea was like a group of rats in a sewer, huddled in a bridge hole that could barely keep them dry. They had been trapped here for 2 whole days and 2 nights. The compressed biscuits they brought had long been eaten up, and in order to survive, they could only gnaw on the mutated moss and tree bark in the bridge arch that had been drenched by acid rain and emitted a strange smell. Captain Park Young-hoon, a tough guy who once won a fighting championship in an international special forces competition, is now leaning weakly against the cold bridge pier. His face, sallow from prolonged hunger, was etched with despair. Just then, an indescribable, irresistible aroma of meat, so enticing it could transport you to your soul, drifted gently on the breeze. That's the taste of chicken soup, and it's chicken soup with top-quality mushrooms. Park Young-hoon's nose twitched twice. The moment he smelled the aroma, his empty stomach felt as if it had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand, and he began to cramp and spasm violently. Gurgle, gurgle. Several of his teammates also smelled the odor. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place, suddenly raising their heads and looking towards the direction from which the aroma was coming, revealing expressions of greed and pain like hungry wolves. One of the young team members could no longer hold back and covered his mouth, gagging violently. He couldn't vomit anything, only some yellowish-green sour liquid, and his whole body was convulsing painfully due to severe spasms in his stomach. Ashiba, Park Young-hoon's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He used all his strength to slam his fist hard against the concrete block next to him, his knuckles instantly turning into a bloody mess. It's that Chinese woman. It's her again. That damn devil. She actually leisurely simmered chicken soup in this godforsaken place. The intense aroma of meat, mixed with extreme hunger and a deep-seated jealousy, caused this elite soldier from the Korean peninsula to completely break down. He stared intently in the direction the aroma was coming from, letting out a low, beast-like growl. Is she cooking? Doesn't she know we're suffering? She's deliberately torturing us. This vicious woman. What on earth is she cooking? Chapter 109 Handmade Basic Gas Respirator. Park Young-hoon's roar, filled with endless jealousy and resentment, echoed in the cold bridge arch, but it couldn't reach even a fraction of the warm, spring-like underground paradise 5 kilometers away. At this moment, Su Wan was contentedly burping, preparing to throw the pots and pans into the automatic dishwasher before enjoying a perfect afternoon sunbathing. However, in the instant she turned around, beep, beep, beep. A red alert, more urgent and piercing than ever before, suddenly resounded throughout the entire Eternal Sky City. The warm, soft golden light instantly switched to a blood red that flashed wildly, signifying extreme danger. Warning, warning. Unknown high concentrations of highly corrosive 207 type biochemical shadow toxin have been detected, seeping into the ground on a large scale through the Earth's vein structure. The microscopic filtration system of the surface optical camouflage outpost has been breached. The external defense energy field shows signs of structural collapse. Warning. The air purification system's filtration efficiency has dropped to 70%, and the internal ecological circulation system will be completely contaminated within 3 hours. Repeat. It will be completely contaminated within 3 hours. The cold, urgent alarm from the central AI instantly froze the relaxed smile on Su Wanwan's face. She rushed to the control panel, her face turning extremely serious as she looked at the data constantly flashing red on the big screen. On the screen, a 3-dimensional simulation clearly illustrates the current crisis situation. Countless tiny, pale green, invisible toxin particles, like a swarm of all-pervasive ghosts, surge from all directions, through the natural cracks in the deep soil and rocks, toward her impregnable underground city. Her proud, mutant, acid-resistant gel protective layer can perfectly resist liquid acid rain, but is powerless against this gaseous, molecular-level biochemical toxin. These toxins are slowly but steadily eroding her outermost energy defense system. Damn it, they actually used such underhanded tactics. Su Wanwan's eyes instantly turned sharp as knives. She absolutely could not tolerate the sterile paradise she had built being polluted by these filthy, toxic gases. They won't even let us finish a meal in peace. This lousy game is getting more and more outrageous. She cursed inwardly, but her hands moved without the slightest hesitation. With the added boost of physical strength, the brain operates at lightning speed, like a top-of-the-line quantum computer, instantly analyzing and determining the optimal solution. A headstrong approach is a last resort. We must address the problem at its root. Since this biochemical toxin originated from those mechanical ruins, it means that there must be something in those ruins that can counteract it. But it's clearly too late to rush out and find the antidote now. The most urgent task is to ensure the absolute safety of myself and the bunker. AI, cut off all non-essential energy supplies and concentrate 90% of the energy on the main defense shield and air purification system. Do everything in your power to keep the pollution outside. Instruction confirmed. Energy realignment in progress. Expected to extend contamination duration to 12 hours. 12 hours is enough. Su Wanwan remained completely calm and turned to rush into her handicraft workshop. Now, she needs to create the ultimate protective gear for herself and for her upcoming exploration, one that can withstand the deadly gas. She opened the system's built-in production module and started brainstorming ideas. Ordinary physical filtration is definitely not enough. It must be absolute isolation at the biochemical level. Her gaze swept over the inventory list in the materials warehouse and finally settled on a few inconspicuous items. Grade C sap residue of highly poisonous vines. This is a mutated plant that she casually collected while exploring the wasteland. It is highly poisonous, but system analysis shows that its fiber structure has a unique adsorption effect on certain organic toxins. Grade A mutant anti-acid gel. This stuff is not only anti-acid, but is a strange symbiotic organism. It has extremely strong inertness and self-repair capabilities, making it the best substrate for making filter membranes. There are also some miniature air pumps and sensors salvaged from discarded worker bees. These are the ones. A glint flashed in Su Wanwan's eyes, and with the system's assistance, she immediately began to rapidly draw up the design. A cyberpunk-style, extremely complex and exquisite mask design slowly took shape on the holographic screen. Ding! Blueprint design complete. Generating production flow. Item name: Grade B Biochemical Barrier External Circulation Breathing Mask. Next up is a dazzling display of extreme craftsmanship. Su Wanwan put on high-precision goggles, her hands becoming two afterimages. She first placed the pale yellow anti-acid gel in a molecular printer and stretched it under high temperature and pressure into an ultrafiltration membrane that was 100 times thinner than spider silk, but covered with hundreds of millions of nanoscale pores. Next, she purified the sap of the highly poisonous vine using a centrifuge, extracting a black, extremely viscous activated carbon, which she then evenly sprayed onto the ultrafiltration membrane. Finally, she carefully installed this god-level filter with triple filtration function into a mask frame made of lightweight alloy, and then connected it to a miniature air pump, sensor, and independent power interface. The entire production process was smooth and seamless, full of the beauty of industry and technology. Less than an hour. A cool-looking, dark-colored breathing mask with a futuristic war aesthetic lay quietly on the workbench. The front of the mask features two large goggles that shimmer with a ghostly blue light, while the sides have two circular filters that resemble the compound eyes of insects and are filled with intricate structures. Su Wanwan picked up the mask and put it on without hesitation. With a click, the mask fit perfectly against the collar of her battlesuit, creating an absolutely airtight space. System startup. Detecting outside air. Toxin concentration. Lethal level. Internal circulation system activated. Air quality analysis. Purity 100%. Inside the goggles of the mask, streams of green data flashed, clearly showing the stark difference between the internal and external environments. Su Wanwan took a deep breath. A breath of crisp, sweet, and pure air, free of any impurities, instantly filled her lungs. The slight chest tightness, I felt before due to the poor air quality has completely disappeared. It's a success. She clenched her fist, and a hint of absolute confidence flashed in her cool eyes. She spent some more time using the remaining materials to make several spare filters and a simple mask. The internal crisis has been temporarily resolved, but sitting idly by and waiting for death is not my style. Su Ruanruan took off her mask and glanced at the surveillance footage, at the menacing and terrifying mechanical wasteland still shrouded in green toxic fog. While my base is safe, it's still too passive. I need to take a more proactive approach. I need to find the core materials to build the quantum space conveyor belt. It's time to go out and pull off something big. She put her cool, breathing mask back on, walked to the heavy alloy door of the bunker, and her eyes burned with an unprecedented fighting spirit. Moreover, relying solely on 2 legs is too inefficient. There must be something hidden in this vast wasteland, something good that will make me run faster. Chapter 110, Finding Motorcycle Wreckage in a Scrap Heap. Su Ruanruan walked to the 3-meter-thick circular alloy gate made of 10,000-year-old Xianbing iron and entered the highest-level permission command on the control panel. Boom! With a heavy, thunderous clanging of gears, the massive door, powerful enough to withstand the impact of a nuclear explosion, slowly slid open to one side. Call! A gust of wind, carrying a strong, sour stench and deadly poisonous gas, suddenly rushed in from outside the door. However, the moment the gust of wind touched Su Ruanruan's body, a faint silver halo immediately appeared on the surface of her Radiant Mystic Maiden battlesuit, forming an invisible force field that perfectly isolated all the poisonous wind. The biochemical isolation external circulation breathing mask she wore converted the deadly toxic gas into the purest oxygen. Su Ruanruan took a long, straight step with her long legs and officially stepped into this brand new hell of Phase 2. This was also the first time she had personally experienced the terror of this mechanical wasteland. Everywhere you look, there is a grotesque and desolate landscape. The sky was a perpetual, ghastly green like a moldy curtain. Countless towering, rusty giant mechanical constructs, like silent ancient demons, stand on the vast land, casting huge, oppressive shadows. The air was filled with the acidic smell of corroded metal, the stench of cheap engine oil, and the cloyingly sweet odor characteristic of biochemical toxic gas. On the ground, there were puddles of acid rain bubbling with green foam, and the corroded remains of some unknown monsters, reduced to mere skeletons. Any ordinary person, upon stepping onto this land, would be driven to a mental breakdown by the apocalyptic scene and deadly environment. But Su Ruanruan simply stood there quietly, her cold eyes hidden behind her goggles calmly, scanning everything without the slightest fear, only a trace of the indifference of a hunter examining his hunting ground. The environment is indeed harsh, but there should be plenty of resources. She activated the wide area perception ability of the Shinnong All Things Critical Strike system. In an instant, everything within 100 miles centered on her, including its energy attributes and material composition, flooded into her mind like a tide, forming an extremely detailed 3-dimensional map. 3 kilometers to the west, there is a small C-grade metal vein, but it's useless. 8 kilometers to the north, there's a community of mutated bacteria. It's poisonous and shouldn't be eaten. Southward, as she walked deeper into the wasteland, she quickly sifted through the surrounding garbage. After walking for about 10 minutes, her walking speed, comparable to that of a bus, made her a little impatient. Just then, on the map of perception in her mind, a faint but high-value golden suddenly flashed by under a pile of container wreckage, 700 meters directly in front of her. Ding! High-value wreckage of a T9 superalloy frame and Mark IV power transmission system has been detected 700 meters directly ahead, beneath abandoned container G3. Oh, finally, something good has arrived. Su Ruanruan perked up and immediately quickened her pace. Soon, she arrived at the pile of abandoned shipping containers, which were as big as a small mountain and rusted beyond recognition. She walked up to the container that was shimmering with golden light. This thing weighed at least 10 tons, and half of it was stuck in a mud pit corroded by acid rain. Su Ruanruan simply stretched out one hand and gently pressed it on the cold, rough surface of the container. Rise! She gave a low shout and slightly tensed her arm muscles. with the support of a terrifying 100,000 G-force from a body with 100 times the strength. Boomstreepje! That huge shipping container, weighing over 10 tons, was like a light floating styrofoam box. She easily lifted it over her head with one hand, and then casually tossed it aside. Clang! The container landed with a deafening bang, which sounded particularly jarring in the desolate wasteland. Where the container originally stood, a huge mud pit was now exposed. At the bottom of the mud pit, a metal object covered in thick mud and rust, full of sharp lines and violent aesthetics, lay there quietly. That is clearly the wreckage of a motorcycle. A massive, wildly styled heavy motorcycle. It has huge off-road tires that are even thicker than ordinary car tires, and the tire surface is covered with menacing metal anti-skid studs. The car's frame is made of an unknown dark alloy, exuding a muscular and powerful feel. Even when covered in mud, its aggressive design is still evident. The complex engine structure and transmission are exposed in an extremely unrestrained manner, full of a strong cyberpunk and wasteland style. My God, this is simply a work of art. Su Ruanruan's eyes lit up the moment she saw the motorcycle. This is simply the ultimate vehicle tailor-made for this post-apocalyptic wasteland. She excitedly jumped into the mud pit, grabbed the cold, heavy frame with both hands, and pulled it up sharply. Splash! She forcefully pulled the motorcycle, weighing several tons, out of the mud pit, bringing with it a large amount of foul-smelling mud. Su Ruanruan placed it on the flat ground and examined it carefully. The car body had multiple damages, several wires were broken, and most importantly, its power core was an empty recess. It's not a big problem, just minor issues. For Su Ruanruan, who possesses god-level blueprints and a physique 100 times stronger, repairing machinery of this level is simpler than breathing. She pulled out a complete set of professional repair tools from the storage space. Wrench, welding torch, multimeter. Then, she took out a miniature energy-concentrating battery that she had left behind from her bosom. Next, viewers in the global live stream enjoyed a beautiful woman repairing a car, spectacle that they will never forget. Su Ruanruan would squat down and use a wrench to straighten the misaligned drive chain with a few clicks. Sometimes he would pick up a soldering gun and precisely apply a few solder points thinner than a hair to the broken circuit board, sparks flying everywhere. Her movements were crisp, efficient, and full of professional grace. That tight-fitting black battle suit perfectly accentuated her stunningly proportioned figure. When she bent down to repair the engine, her shapely curves made countless male viewers in a live stream feel their blood boil and frantically take screenshots. Less than 10 minutes. The entire motorcycle is brand new. Su Ruanruan slowly pressed the blue, miniature energy concentrating battery into the empty power core recess of the motorcycle. Click! The battery is perfectly embedded. Su Ruanruan stood up, patted the dust off her hands, even though there wasn't any, and a satisfied smile of accomplishment appeared on her face. She straddled the tall motorcycle, her legs landing firmly on the ground, a pose that perfectly showcased her incredibly long legs. She took a deep breath and pressed the red start button on the handlebars with her right hand. The next second, boom, bush, bush. A deep, violent engine roar, like the awakening of an ancient beast, suddenly exploded. The entire motorcycle trembled violently, and the two huge searchlights on the front of the motorcycle, which looked like the eyes of beasts, lit up instantly, shooting out two bright beams of light that pierced through the green rain curtain. The exhaust pipe spewed out a dark blue, scorching hot airstream made of pure energy, scorching the ground black. This violent power and deafening sound made Su Ruanruan's blood seem to boil at that moment. A radiant smile, extremely flamboyant and unrestrained, bloomed on her stunningly beautiful face hidden beneath the mask. At this moment, she was no longer the delicate young lady who hid in the base farming, but the doomsday queen who was about to conquer this wasteland. Get out of here! Su Ruanruan suddenly twisted the accelerator. Boomstreepje! The motorcycle's rear wheels churning wildly in place, kicking up clouds of mud, and then, like a black cannonball, it shot forward as a blurry afterimage. They vanished in a cloud of dust. That dashing and wild figure, captured on the live broadcast, left the whole world mesmerized. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Wasteland motorcycle goddess! I declare that from today onwards, Su Shun is my only faith. So handsome. This scene. This aura. Mom, I'm in love. However, the deafening roar of the motorcycles completely shattered the deathly silence of this wasteland. It was like a 10,000-watt searchlight in the dark night, instantly attracting all the predators lurking in the shadows. Just as Su Wanwan sped away in her car for less than a kilometer. Behind and to the sides, in the shadows of the ruins, pairs of scarlet electronic eyes suddenly lit up. A wolf. The mournful, metallic howls of wolves rose and fell in waves. Dozens, even dozens of cyborg mutant jackals covered in sharp barbs, half of their bodies made of flesh and blood and half of their bodies of machinery, and moving as fast as lightning, surged out of the ruins and chased after Su Wanwan's motorcycle relentlessly. In South Korea, on the only remaining official live streaming channel, the commentator immediately let out a sharp, gloating laugh upon seeing this scene. Ha! Did you see that? I told you. This stupid Chinese woman is courting death. Those are mechanical jackals. Just a drop of their venom could corrode the tires of her beat-up car. She's dead. She's not getting away. Just wait and see her car crash and she die. However, facing the approaching pack of jackals behind her, Su Wanwan merely glanced at them coldly in the rearview mirror. Instead of slowing down or panicking, she curled her lips into an even more excited and frenzied smile. She twisted the accelerator again, turning the power output to the maximum. The motorcycle let out an even louder roar and instantly sped away at a terrifying speed of 180 miles per hour on an abandoned and broken overpass. Want to pursue me? Aren't you good enough? Chapter 111. Motorcycle speeding startles a pack of jackals. She's dead. She's not getting away. Just wait and see her car crash and she die. In South Korea, on the only remaining official live streaming channel, commentator Park Sung-el's sharp, gloating laughter was transmitted through the electricity to every dark refuge in the country. Ha ha ha. Did you see that, folks? I told you. This foolish Chinese woman is courting death. Those are Hellwalker mechanical jackals. Just a drop of their venom can corrode the tires of her beat-up motorcycle. In the scene, Su Wanwan drives that wildly styled black motorcycle, transforming into a rushing phantom on the abandoned city road. Behind her, amidst billowing dust, a dozen muscular, half-mechanical, half-flesh mutated jackals were relentlessly pursuing her at terrifying speeds that were nearly equal to their opponents. These monsters crawled on all fours, each stomp sending sparks flying across the hard concrete. Their exposed, metallic jaws opened and closed repeatedly, dripping drops of a ghastly green, foul-smelling, corrosive venom from the corners of their mouths. Sizzle. A single drop of venom splashed onto the road, instantly corroding the hard asphalt and creating a small, smoking pit. Its corrosive power was truly terrifying. See that? It's that venom. Just a little bit will melt her tires like butter, rendering them unusable instantly. Then, she'll be torn to shreds by these hungry Hellwalkers. Park Yisheng was so excited that he danced around, as if he could already see the wonderful scene of Su Wanwan bleeding on the spot. The atmosphere was equally enthusiastic in the US's live stream room. Oh God, look! That jackal is catching up. It's about to spit. Yes, that's it. Bite her. Tear her apart. Make her pay for her arrogance. After experiencing the terror of being dominated by the anti-acid gel and unlimited energy, countless Western viewers have finally found an outlet. They hope more than ever that these hideous monsters can avenge them. However, Su Wanwan, who was at the center of the manhunt, was completely different from the panic they had imagined. Her stunningly beautiful face, hidden beneath a cool, breathing mask, remained completely still, without even the slightest fluctuation in her eyes. She merely glanced coldly at the approaching pack of jackals, their jaws agape. In the rearview mirror, a barely perceptible, bored smile playing on her lips. Is that all the speed you're going for? It's so slow it makes me want to yawn. Su Wanwan didn't feel any pressure from being chased. On the contrary, she felt that the speed of these monsters made it impossible for her to even get her adrenaline pumping. Just then, the fastest jackal rushed to the side and rear of the motorcycle. It suddenly raised its head and sprayed a fist-sized ball of green venom like a cannonball toward the motorcycle's rapidly spinning rear wheel. It's coming. It's coming. It's about to hit. Park Il-sung jumped up from his chair excitedly, his eyes wide like saucers. At this moment, all viewers around the world who are hostile to China held their breath. However, just as the venom was about to strike, at the critical moment, Su Wanwan's wrist simply and casually swayed slightly. Buzz! At a terrifying speed of 180 miles per hour, the entire motorcycle suddenly performed an extremely smooth and graceful serpentine drift that completely defied the common sense of physics. The black car body drew an elegant yet deadly arc on the road, and the rear of the car swung out like a scorpion's sting. Smack! The deadly venom flew past the tire by a hair's breadth, slamming heavily into the guardrail beside it and instantly corroding a huge hole in the steel railing. What? Park Sung-il's smile froze instantly, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. What kind of driving skills are these? To be able to perform such extreme, evasive maneuvers, comparable to a stunt show, at such terrifying speeds. That's not all. Su Wanwan seemed to be toying with these foolish predators. She drove her motorcycle and began to stage a real, one-woman violent art show on this deadly highway filled with abandoned vehicles and various obstacles. With a sharp turn, the motorcycle glided along the ground at an incredible angle, easily dodging the attack from the left and right by the three jackals. An overturned tanker truck blocked her way. Without dodging or avoiding it, she suddenly lifted the front of her motorcycle, and the motorcycle, like a black beast with wings, leaped directly over the tanker truck, drawing a breathtaking parabola in the air. The pack of jackals behind her was completely outmaneuvered by her superb driving skills and masterful use of the terrain. Several of them, unable to stop in time, crashed into obstacles, scattering parts and howling in pain. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Park Sung-il stared at the black phantom in the picture, which seemed to be dancing on the tip of a knife. His face turned from red to white, then from white to green, and he kept muttering to himself. This is hardly prey fleeing. This is clearly a top predator, enjoying the thrill of toying with its prey. The Huaxiao live broadcast room was already a sea of excitement. Holy crap! Holy crap! Even the Akina mountain racing legend would have to kneel down and kowtow to God Su, right? So cool. I declare that from now on, anyone who calls Su Shan a delicate, weak little flower, I'll be the first to rush up and tear their mouth apart. This is a doomsday Valkyrie. Did you see the expressions on those Koreans' faces? They look like they'd eaten shit. It's hilarious. Weren't they just yelling about a car crash and fatalities? Just as audiences around the world were awestruck by Su Wanwan's incredible driving skills, a new twist appeared ahead that made everyone's faces pale. A massive fracture, tens of meters long, suddenly appeared on the overpass ahead. It was a bottomless, pitch-black abyss, like the gaping maw of a giant beast, devouring everything. This is a real, insurmountable dead end. Ha ha ha! Heaven is helping me! Heaven is helping me! Seeing this, Park Sung-il, who was almost in despair, burst into maniacal laughter again. Dead end. This is a real dead end. She's finished. There's an abyss in front of her and a pack of wolves behind her. Let's see how she runs this time. The hearts of all the Western viewers were once again in their throats, and cruel yet expectant smiles appeared on their faces. However, faced with this seemingly hopeless situation, Su Wanwan's reaction once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Instead of slowing down at all, she suddenly twisted the accelerator all the way to the floor. The energy of that miniature energy concentrating battery was squeezed out without reservation, and the motorcycle's engine emitted an unprecedented, terrifying roar, like the roar of a giant dragon. The black car accelerated again on the final stretch of its journey towards the abyss of the broken bridge, so fast that it was almost just a blurry black afterimage in the footage. No way. Is she insane? Is she trying to commit suicide? Chapter 112, the car body reverses and leaps into the air. The black and gold tang sword delivers a single moon slash that instantly kills 5 wolves. The scream of Park Sung-il, the commentator from South Korea, filled with shock and confusion, echoed throughout the entire live broadcast channel. Under the horrified gazes of billions of viewers worldwide, Su Wanwan drove the black beast without the slightest hesitation, charging headlong into the bottomless abyss of the broken bridge with a resolute and ferocious attitude. Time seemed to slow down infinitely at this moment. Boom! The locomotive's front wheel crashed heavily over the broken, raised edge of the bridge, using it as a natural takeoff platform. The next second, amidst gasps of astonishment from countless people, the heavy black motorcycle, weighing several tons, along with the slender and graceful figure on it, soared into the sky like a black eagle breaking free from the earth's shackles, and boldly leaped towards the opposite bank of the abyss, which was tens of meters wide. Oh my God! She's insane. She's absolutely insane. In the live broadcast room, both Chinese and Western viewers were stunned into a blank mind by the scene before them, which was like movie special effects and full of violent aesthetics. Behind Su Wanruan, the dozen or so mechanical jackals that were hot on her heels clearly did not possess such advanced intelligence. In their simple programming, all they know is that the prey is right in front of them. With a series of excited howls, the 5 mechanical jackals at the forefront charged onto the edge of the broken bridge without slowing down. With their powerful explosive force, their massive bodies leaped into the air, opening their blood-red mouths filled with alloy teeth and corrosive venom, and pounced fiercely on the motorcycle that had begun to fall in mid-air from the ground. The scene looked like 5 ferocious dogs hunting a bird with nowhere to escape. It's over. Even if she could fly there, she couldn't escape this deadly encirclement. Park Il-suk clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh, his face contorted with a twisted glee. However, just when everyone thought Su Wanruan was about to be torn to pieces, in mid-air, that seemingly frail figure moved. In her cold eyes, hidden behind the breathing mask, flashed an extreme sharpness, like 1,000-year-old ice. A bunch of stupid scrap metal. A cold whisper seemed to resonate directly in the depths of everyone's soul. As the motorcycle plummeted, Su Wanruan suddenly shifted her weight to one side while firmly gripping the handlebars with her left hand. Her right hand, with lightning speed, reached back and grasped the hilt of the jet-black gold tang sword at her waist. Base! A clear, resonant sword cry, like a dragon's roar, echoed through the heavens. The black and gold tang sword is unsheathed with fierce force. The moment it was drawn, Su Wanruan's wrist drew an extremely strange yet beautiful arc. There was no earth-shattering energy burst, nor any dazzling light and shadow effects. There's only one, a crescent-shaped, jet-black blade of light, seemingly capable of cleaving the sky in two, flashed by in the dim green rain. The blade's edge was so fast that it couldn't be captured by the naked eye. Even the high-speed camera of the live streaming system could only barely record a fleeting afterimage. The 5 mechanical jackals that were attacking from different directions were so fast that they didn't have time to react at all. Their electronic eyes, flashing with a scarlet, menacing light, even reflected Su Wanruan's cold yet composed figure. Then, the blade's edge silently sliced across their necks. In an instant, all sounds in the world seemed to be sucked away. The world fell into an eerie, deathly silence that lasted for a second. 1 second later, puff, 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 puff. 5 dull sounds, almost simultaneously, of metal being cleanly cut open, suddenly rang out. The 5 mechanical jackals, still in their lunging posture, had their massive steel-forged heads cleanly and smoothly detached from their bodies at the necks. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, without a single burr. Even the complex circuitry inside, which was flashing with electric sparks, was cut neatly. Countless mechanical engineers watching the live stream went crazy the moment they saw the cut. They simply couldn't comprehend what kind of cutting technique could achieve such incredible precision. The 5 enormous steel heads, like carelessly discarded trash, lost all power and tumbled in the air before plummeting into the abyss below. The 5 headless, enormous corpses, propelled by immense inertia, continued flying forward for a distance before crashing helplessly and heavily onto the bridge across the abyss, shattering into a pile of foul-smelling parts and scrap metal. Boom strapje! Almost at the same time, Su Wanruan's motorcycle landed heavily on the bridge across the abyss in an extremely perfect manner. The reinforced shock absorption system emitted a dull thud, perfectly absorbing the terrifying impact. The car only jolted violently for a moment before instantly regaining its stability. The entire process from leaping, drawing the sword, slashing, to landing was fluid and seamless. Su Wanwan didn't even turn her head, as if she had just casually swatted a few annoying flies. With a flick of her wrist, she precisely sheathed the still pristine black gold tang sword, untouched by a single drop of blood, with a resounding whoosh. Then, she slowly brought the motorcycle to a stop. Looking in the rearview mirror, she saw that on the other side of the bridge, the remaining mechanical jackals had been so terrified by this incredible scene that they had completely stopped in their tracks. The crimson light in their eyes was no longer one of greed and savagery, but rather filled with the most primal fear of an incomprehensible and terrifying power. They tucked their tails between their legs, emitting uneasy growls, and even began to slowly back away. Su Wanwan watched this scene, a cold smile curving her lips. Try to run? You've ruined my afternoon, and now you want to leave? It's too late. She abruptly turned the car around, and the huge searchlight, like the pupil of a ferocious beast, instantly locked onto the group of hellwalkers on the opposite bank who were completely terrified. The engine roared once again, a deep and menacing roar. In a live broadcast room, a Chinese military commentator watched this scene on the screen, his voice trembling with excitement. My God, she's not going to let anyone go. Is she going to go back and wipe them all out? Chapter 113 Quantum Chips. Inside the highest command center of China, a young staff officer looked at the black phantom on the screen that was turning around and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. General Zhang Jingguo's eyes gleamed, and he slapped his thigh hard. Good! What a decisive and ruthless approach. This is how you deal with these beasts. Exterminate them all, leave no one alive. However, Su Wanwan's next move once again surprised everyone. She didn't actually drive the motorcycle back and perform another spectacular leap, because that would be too much trouble. For an extreme pragmatist like Su Wanwan, there's no time to waste when a problem can be solved in a simpler and more efficient way. After she brought the motorcycle to a stop, she simply and leisurely pressed two buttons on an inconspicuous control panel on the right side of the handlebars. Snap! Snap! Two crisp clicks of the mechanism unlocking rang out. Beneath the thick armored panels on both sides of the locomotive, two dark firing ports quietly slid open. Immediately afterwards, two tiny missiles, only the length of an arm, entirely black, with tails flashing with a ghostly blue energy, streaked out at a speed too fast for the naked eye to see. They drew two precise arcs of death in the air, crossed the tens of meters deep abyss of the broken bridge, and plunged directly into the group of mechanical jackals on the other side who were already terrified and preparing to scatter and flee. Boom, boom! Two muffled, yet violent explosions rang out. That was not an ordinary explosive explosion, but a violent energy, sympathetic explosion caused by the compression of high-purity energy. Two blinding blue energy balls suddenly expanded, instantly engulfing the remaining 7 or 8 mechanical jackals. There was no flying blood and flesh, nor any deafening noise. In that dazzling blue light, those hard bodies made of alloy were like ice blocks thrown into a furnace, silently and completely decomposed and vaporized, leaving not a single intact part behind. As the blue light faded, the opposite bank of the bridge became empty, leaving only 2 huge, charred craters. Sold out instantly. Another clean, swift, and perfect kill that leaves no room for future trouble. This vehicle, it's even equipped with a missile system. Park Sung-il, the commentator from South Korea, was completely speechless at the surreal scene before him. He just slumped in his chair like a fool, his eyes vacant and his mouth agape. His worldview was repeatedly and ruthlessly shattered by Su Wanwan in a way he couldn't understand within just a few minutes. After resolving all the troubles, Su Wanwan leisurely got out of the car, took long strides, and walked back to her side of the bridge to the 5 jackal corpses that she had beheaded with a single blow. She showed no disgust whatsoever for the stinking scrap metal. In the apocalypse, every piece of loot has its value. She drew her black and gold tang sword, her movements as practiced as a seasoned butcher, and precisely pried open the 5 steel heads one by one. At the very heart of those complex, severed lines and mechanical parts, she indeed found what she was looking for. 5 extremely precise, thin slices, each no bigger than a fingernail, yet emitting a dreamlike, ethereal blue light, lay quietly beside the energy interface. These thin sheets are engraved with billions of intricate patterns, countless times finer than a human hair and invisible to the naked eye, as if the trajectory of the entire starry sky has been miniaturized into this tiny space. Ding! Congratulations, host! We have successfully acquired the core computing unit, a Gray-B primary quantum logic chip, from the central nervous system of the mechanical mutated jackal. Item description. This chip employs quantum entanglement computing logic, surpassing the current level of civilization on Earth. Its single-chip computing power is comparable to the most advanced supercomputers before the apocalypse. It is the key to unlocking the era of artificial intelligence and virtual reality. It really is good stuff. Su Ruanruan looked at the 5 chips in her hand and nodded in satisfaction. She kept one of them, and then without hesitation threw the remaining 4, along with the other 2 miniature energy batteries she had previously seized from the mechanical giant rat, into the exclusive return pool in the system panel that represented targeted holy critical strike. Although I've already used a critical hit today, this chip is too valuable to save for tomorrow. A resolute glint flashed in Su Ruanruan's eyes. System. Consume one of my Plane Navigator special contribution points to give me an extra chance to refresh targeted holy critical strike. Ding. Permission confirmed. 1,000 special contribution points have been consumed to refresh targeted holy critical strike for you. Use now. Activate. Target. Primary quantum logic chip. Give me a 100,000x critical strike. Boom. A divine pillar of purple gold light, more dazzling and magnificent than ever before, suddenly shot up from Su Ruanruan's palm, tearing through the barrier of the folded space and crashing down into the real world with unparalleled power. In the real world, in China, at the National Academy of Sciences, the Lithography Machine Technology Research Project team, countless elderly academicians with gray hair and thick glasses, along with young researchers, are gathered around a prototype of the latest deep ultraviolet, DUV, lithography machine, which embodies the nation's top wisdom, their brows furrowed in worry. It won't work. Academician Qian, our technology can only be stabilized at 7 nanometers at most. Any lower, and the physical limits of materials and light sources are there. We simply can't break through them. A young doctoral student reported with a face full of frustration. Chief scientist academician Qian looked at the colossal machine before him, which had reached the limits of traditional human craftsmanship, and sighed heavily. The United States has imposed the most stringent extreme ultraviolet, EUV, lithography technology blockade on us. It would be impossible for us to catch up in less than 10 or 20 years. The entire laboratory was filled with a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. Just then, without any warning, a dazzling and sacred purple gold beam of light seemed to ignore the obstruction of the buildings and descended directly from the heavens, completely enveloping the entire lithography machine laboratory. It's God's Su. It's another miracle from God's Su. Amidst the utterly astonished gazes of everyone, the DUV lithography machine prototype, representing the pinnacle of China's industrial capabilities, began to deform under the glow of the purple gold light. Its originally complex structure was as if it were being rapidly dismantled, reassembled, optimized, and upgraded by an invisible divine hand in a way that mortals could not comprehend. Countless more sophisticated, advanced, and futuristic components were created out of thin air and then perfectly embedded into the machine's interior. On the holographic screen in front of everyone, the densely packed circuit design diagrams representing 7-nanometer technology were instantly erased by a mysterious force. Immediately afterwards, a brand new circuit diagram, elegantly structured and profoundly deep, shimmering with blue light, slowly emerged. At the very bottom of that circuit diagram were several terrifying characters that could cause any semiconductor professional in the world to have a heart attack on the spot. 1-nanometer level quantum lithography technology. Looking at this miraculous creation before him, academician Qian trembled violently. He abruptly took off his reading glasses, vigorously wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, and then hot tears welled up in his eyes, which he could no longer hold back. We succeeded. We didn't just catch up. We surpassed. We crushed. It was a complete and utter defeat. He lunged at the communicator and roared furiously at the highest command center in an extremely hoarse voice. Reporting to General Zhang. Reporting to the nation. We have succeeded. We have successfully mass-produced 1 nanometer scale quantum chips. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Jinghua jumped up from his chair and remained stunned for more than 10 seconds before letting out a deafening laugh. Good, good, good. He hung up the phone, his gaze sharp as lightning, and gave the propaganda minister beside him the most domineering and triumphant order. Immediately, hold a globally live-streamed press conference. Only one theme. From today onwards, China will impose the highest level of export controls on chip technology on all countries in the world indefinitely and unconditionally. I want to see what kind of expression those countries that used to use chips to strangle us every day will have now. Chapter 114 Chip Loader unlocks automatic driving. I want to see what kind of expression those countries that used to use chips to strangle us every day will have now. General Zhang Jinghua's command, filled with boundless pride and exhilaration, was transmitted throughout China via radio waves. Meanwhile, in the real world, this earth-shattering announcement plunged the world into an unprecedented technological and economic earthquake. The instigator of all this, Su Wanwan, was holding the primary quantum logic chip that she had deliberately left behind, looking thoughtful. Since it's a computing unit, it should make my new toy a little smarter, right? She swung herself onto the wildly styled motorcycle and glanced around the control panel. Soon, she discovered a hidden square groove on the seemingly rough metal panel, the size of which perfectly matched the chip. Next to the groove, there was a sign that read Core Upgrade, in a prehistoric script she didn't recognize. It turns out there's an upgrade slot. The design is quite user-friendly. Without hesitation, Su Wanwan aligned the blue chip in her hand with the groove and gently pressed it down. Click! With a soft click, the chip was perfectly embedded, seamlessly connecting with the locomotive's central system. The next second, a miracle happened. Buzz! The motorcycle jolted violently. The LCD screen, which had previously only displayed simple speed and remaining energy, suddenly flashed with a jumble of data streams. Then, the entire screen turned as deep as obsidian. Immediately afterwards, a 3D holographic image full of futuristic technology, composed of countless blue light dots, was projected from the screen and floated in front of Su Wanwan. The video not only clearly displays the locomotive's various parameters, but also marks all the terrain, energy reactions, and even potential hazards within a 10-kilometer radius in an extremely detailed way. A crisp, melodious, yet emotionless, synthesized female voice rang out in Su Wanwan's helmet communication channel. The AI-assisted system of the T9 Shadow Raider heavy industrial locomotive has been activated. The core processor has been upgraded to a quantum logic unit, resulting in a 7,200% performance increase. The God-level automatic navigation and all-terrain dynamic obstacle avoidance modules have been unlocked. Basic AI Zero is now online. It pays the highest respect to its master and requests the master to issue commands. Su Wanwan raised her eyebrows in surprise as she watched the dazzling scene before her, which resembled something out of a science fiction movie. Zero? Not a bad name. At least I don't have to drive myself now. She completely relaxed, leaning back in the large, ergonomically designed leather seat, and lazily issued commands. Zero, plan a route for me, and take me to the area in these ruins where the energy reaction is strongest. Command received. The AI Zero's voice was punctual. Scanning the global energy map, coordinates of the strongest energy source have been locked. The coordinates are 45 kilometers ahead, with an estimated arrival time of 13 minutes and 24 seconds. There are 17 Class A danger zones and 3 Class S spatial distortion zones along the path. Confirm execution. Confirm execution. Let's go. Su Wanwan waved her hand, like a queen ordering her driver around. Yes, master. Autopilot has been activated. Please enjoy your journey. As soon as she finished speaking, the motorcycle handlebars began to turn nimbly on their own, even after Su Wanwan had let go of her hands. Boom strapje! The engine let out a smoother, yet more powerful roar, and the black motorcycle accelerated instantly, like an arrow released from a bow, speeding away into the depths of the distant ruins. What followed allowed viewers in the global live stream to once again experience what it means to have the diversity of the world. Under the control of AI Zero, the motorcycle seemed to transform into a living, ghostly dancer. Sometimes it moves like a serpent, darting at high speed through the dense steel ruins, brushing past sharp metal fragments with a distance of less than a centimeter. At other times, it is like a tiger, facing an insurmountable valley, directly activating the short-range thrusters on its body, gliding through the air in a graceful arc, and landing steadily. Those traps and desperate situations that would be deadly to ordinary survivors are like smooth highways in front of this super motorcycle with a brain. And what about Su Wanwan? She completely freed her hands, comfortably leaning back in her seat, even crossing her legs, her incredibly long legs, encased in a black battle suit, swaying back and forth in front of the camera. She felt a little thirsty. Thus, under the blank, numb, and even questioning gazes of billions of viewers worldwide, Su Wanwan stretched out her slender hand and made a sweeping motion in the air. The next second, a cup steaming with a hint of coolness, with chewy black tapioca pearls at the bottom, topped with a rich milk foam, and sprinkled with crunchy pecan pieces. A large cup of caramel pearl milk tea appeared out of thin air in her hand. She skillfully inserted a thick straw into the cup with a plop, then removed one of the buckles from her cool, breathing mask, revealing her perfectly shaped jawline and luscious red lips. She pouted slightly, took a big, satisfying sip through the straw. Slurp. The sweet milk tea, mixed with chewy tapioca pearls, slides smoothly into your mouth. Su Wanwan squinted her eyes happily, a satisfied expression on her face. On one side is a post-apocalyptic wasteland filled with yellow sand, poisonous gas, and lurking dangers. On one side, a young girl leisurely and contentedly sipped her iced milk tea. These two extremely contrasting scenes were perfectly blended together by the live broadcast camera, creating a powerful and overwhelming contrast that broke everyone's defenses. In a live stream from the United States, the chat fell into a long, deathly silence. After a long while, a netizen finally typed out a line in trembling handwriting. I just broke my neighbor's leg over half a moldy piece of bread. And she was drinking milk tea? This line of text acted like a fuse, instantly igniting the already fragile nerves of all Western viewers. Fuck. I can't take it anymore. Just kill me. This is 1,000,000 times more painful than just killing me. A devil. She's absolutely a devil from hell. She's deliberately humiliating us. She could have shared some of those supplies with us, but she'd rather enjoy them herself than give anything away. Why? God, why is this happening? What have we done wrong to deserve watching this Chinese woman torment our souls again and again in this way? However, Su Wanwan neither heard their cries of despair nor cared about their breakdowns. She slowly finished the last sip of her milk tea, smacked her lips contentedly, and felt that her life was complete. Just then, Iroh's clear voice rang out, interrupting her pleasant moment. Reported to Master, we have arrived at our destination. A high-intensity bioenergy field and a barrier of highly poisonous vines have been detected ahead, exceeding the vehicle's normal detection range. Danger level, unknown. Would you like to activate siege mode? Chapter 115, the prehistoric heavy industry workshop entangled in poison ivy appears. The emotionless voice of AI-0 rang out in Su Wanwan's helmet communication channel. Siege mode? Stop first. Let me check the situation. Su Wanwan casually tossed her empty milk tea cup into the recycling bin, fastened her breathing mask again, and spoke with a hint of displeasure at having her enjoyment interrupted. Yes, Master. With a very slight braking sound, the speeding motorcycle, like the most docile Black Panther, came to a steady stop at the edge of a huge cliff. Su Wanwan raised her head and looked ahead. When she saw the scene before her, even with her extensive experience, a hint of undisguised shock flashed in her eyes. Below the cliff lies an enormous basin. In the very center of the basin stood a magnificent building she had never seen before, filled with the atmosphere of a prehistoric, advanced civilization. It was an enormous, pure, black, circular dome with a diameter of over 5 kilometers. The building's surface is made of a strange metal that appears seamless and without any visible joints. Under the pale green light of the sky, it reflects a cold and deep luster, exuding a chilling sense of oppression. Without a doubt, this is the area with the strongest energy response in this ruin that AI-0 detected, a prehistoric, unimaginably large heavy industrial supermachine shop. Su Ruanruan activated the master-level perception ability of the Shinnong All Things Critical Strike system, attempting to peer into the interior of the building. In an instant, a vast ocean of information flooded into her mind. She saw that deep beneath this mother machine workshop lay countless massive and complex automated production lines, and a gigantic energy core powerful enough to power the entire planet, now in a dormant state. Good heavens! If I could move this whole thing back to my base. Su Ruanruan's breathing became rapid, and her eyes blazed with an unprecedented fervor. However, her excitement was quickly interrupted by another, more powerful energy field, filled with violence and destruction. All that could be seen on the huge black dome and around the single 100-meter-high giant alloy gate was an extremely terrifying mutated plant, tightly and impenetrably wrapped around it. It was a mutated vine that Su Ruanruan had never seen before, filled with an eerie beauty. Each of these vines is as thick as a bucket, and its entire body is a strange, deep purple color, with a tough keratinous layer on the surface like crocodile skin. Even more terrifying, every few meters on the surface of the vines, there's a fist-sized, constantly contracting and expanding green, translucent poison gland. The venom glands are surrounded by countless sharp spikes that resemble barbs of refined steel. These vines, like billions of ancient pythons awakening, have enveloped the entire Mother Machine workshop into a huge, deadly purple nest. Any creature that tries to approach will be mercilessly strangled and devoured. To verify the terror of these vines, Su Ruanruan controlled the AI-0 to launch a small reconnaissance drone from the motorcycle. The drone, about the size of a bee, had just flown to within about 100 meters of the vines. Call out. A purple vine that was originally still suddenly shot out of the air with lightning speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. Like a living purple whip, it cut through the air with a sharp, whistling sound and precisely wrapped around the small drone. Snap! The drone's high-strength alloy shell was instantly deformed by the terrifying, constricting force of the vines, emitting a tooth-grinding, metallic, twisting sound. Immediately afterwards, the green venom glands on the surface of the vines suddenly contracted. Sizzle. High-concentration, corrosive venom sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun, completely engulfing the drone that had already been crushed into scrap metal. Amidst billowing white smoke and a pungent stench, the drone, along with all its internal precision parts, was completely corroded and dissolved in just 3 seconds, turning into a pool of bubbling, viscous liquid, which was slowly absorbed clean by some kind of absorptive organ on the vines. It can even melt metal instantly. This terrifying scene instantly gave new hope to Western viewers in the global live broadcast room who had just been feeling despair over China's technological breakthrough. Ha ha! Did you see that? What the hell is that? It can even melt steel. Great! I knew it. This Chinese woman can't be invincible forever. She's helpless now. If her beat-up car dares to get close, it'll be in even worse shape than that drone. That's right. Let her be arrogant. Let her drink milk tea. Now she's dumbfounded, isn't she? If she's so capable, cut down those vines too. Let's see how she gets in. Gleeful comments flooded the live streams in Western countries. They could almost see Su Ruanruan helpless and fleeing in a sorry state in the face of this insurmountable barrier. Su Ruanruan naturally saw this scene as well, and her brows furrowed slightly. S-rank bloodthirsty mutant corrosive vine grows by devouring metal and high-energy substances, and its toxicity and strangulation power have both reached S-rank. It is indeed a bit troublesome, she murmured to herself. The AI-0's voice rang out at the opportune moment. Master, an obstacle ahead has been detected with a danger level of SSS. Conventional weapons cannot inflict effective damage on it. The electromagnetic main cannon in siege mode is expected to be able to destroy only its surface, not eliminate it completely. We recommend retreat. Retreat. Upon hearing this, Su Ruanruan's lips curled into a playful smile. Those 2 words don't exist in my dictionary. She ignored the AI's advice and the terrifying destructive power of the vines. With the support of the Shinnong system, her brain instantly analyzed the essence of this mutated plant. Any creature that relies on extreme toxicity as a means of attack must have a huge, fatal weakness. Su Ruanruan's cool eyes shone with wisdom and confidence. That is, They are completely defenseless against pure energy. A bold and brilliant plan instantly took shape in her mind. Amidst the bewildered, confused, and gloating gazes of audiences worldwide, Su Wanwan slowly jumped off the motorcycle. She did not draw the indestructible black gold tang sword. The locomotive's devastating siege mode was not activated. She simply walked to the storage compartment at the back of the motorcycle and made a few movements in midair. Then she pulled one out. A blue, plastic watering can that was commonplace before the apocalypse, used to water plants. Agricultural sprayer. At that moment, the whole world fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the cheap plastic item in Su Wanwan's hand, which clashed terribly with the style of the post-apocalyptic painting, their minds collectively going blank. The guide for the United States, speaking in a dreamlike tone, stammered. A spray? A watering can? What is she planning to do? Water those man-eating vines. Chapter 116, The Sprayer Goes to Battle. A spray? A watering can? What is she planning to do? Water those man-eating vines? On the official live stream channel of the United States, commentator Smith stared wide-eyed, his expression incredibly complex, as if he had witnessed the most absurd joke in the world. He gripped the microphone and launched into a relentless barrage of mockery. Ha ha! Everyone look! Is this the savior that the Chinese have been praising to the skies? Faced with an SSS-level terrifying alien plant, she actually pulled out a plastic spray bottle that you can buy for 10 yuan at the supermarket. Has her brain been eaten by a mechanical mouse? Or does she think she's doing gardening in her own backyard? Not only Smith, but the entire Western internet erupted in a frenzy of schadenfreude. Foreign keyboard warriors, who had been suffocating from Su Wanwan's motorcycle rampage, finally found an outlet for their pent-up frustration. God is my witness, this Chinese woman is absolutely insane. That a poison ivy that can melt even military alloy drones instantly. Is she planning to drown it? I've already prepared the champagne. The moment her hand dares to get close, it'll be corroded into a puddle of green pus, along with that ridiculous spray bottle. This is what happens when you lack common sense. Post-apocalyptic survival isn't child's play. Just wait and see her get torn to shreds. Meanwhile, in a live stream in China, countless viewers' hearts leaped into their throats. Although everyone had blind trust in Su Wanwan, the contrast in her demeanor was simply too great. 1 second, she was a wasteland valkyrie speeding through the wilderness, and the next she was a little gardener with a plastic watering can. In the Supreme Command Center, General Zhang Jing would stare at the large screen with a furrowed brow, his hands gripping the table tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. What kind of medicine is Su girl selling? Have they analyzed the toxicity of that plant yet? The researcher next to him, sweating profusely, replied, General, based on the analysis of the previous footage, the liquid secreted by that poison ivy has an extremely strange pH level. It not only has strong acidic corrosiveness, but also carries a biological toxin that can decompose carbon-based biological cells. We absolutely must not touch it. However, Su Wanwan, who was at the center of the storm and watched by billions of people, appeared more composed than anyone else at this moment. She stood quietly 50 meters in front of the sprawling wall of purple vines, her clear, starry eyes hidden behind tactical goggles, showing not a trace of fear. She simply and slowly unscrewed the cap of the blue plastic spray bottle. Immediately afterwards, Su Wanwan moved her mind in the system's storage space and took out a large pot of top-grade spiritual spring water that she had stored before, which emitted a faint white jade luster. This is no ordinary water. It's a top-grade spiritual spring she meticulously cultivated using the Shinong All Things Critical Strike system, containing the purest and highest density life energy in the world. In the harsh environment of the apocalypse, filled with pollution, mutations, and toxins, this extremely pure life energy is the absolute nemesis of all evil and mutated creatures. Glug glug. Su Wanwan poured the exquisitely fragrant spring water into a cheap plastic spray bottle, tightened the cap, and shook it a couple of times. This action resembled that of retired old men watering their clivia plants on their balconies before the apocalypse. It's been a long time since I've done farm work, so I'll just do some pest control on the flowers and plants today. Su Wanwan's lips curled into a playful smile. Then, she strode forward with her long, straight legs, walking confidently and without any protection towards the wall of purple poisonous vines that was powerful enough to crush a building. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. The moment Su Wanruan stepped into the vine's warning range. Boom streepje. The purple poisonous vines that coiled around the entire massive heavy industry workshop, resembling ancient giant pythons, seemed to sense a tremendous provocation and went completely berserk. Hundreds upon hundreds of thick vines twisted and intertwined wildly in midair, emitting a chilling metallic scraping sound. Then, the countless fist-sized green venom glands on the surface of these vines contracted violently, like a heart. Puff, 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 puff. A torrent of ghastly green venom, like a violent storm, poured down upon Su Wanruan. Such a dense attack of venom would corrode not just one person, but even an entire heavy tank squadron into a pile of scrap metal within seconds. She's dead. Smith, the commentator from the United States, jumped up excitedly and roared wildly. At this critical moment, faced with the green, poisonous rain that almost blotted out the sky, Su Wanruan didn't retreat, but advanced. She calmly raised the blue plastic spray bottle in her right hand and aimed it at the venom and the menacing vines in front of her. His finger gently pressed the nozzle trigger. Laugh! An extremely fine, whitish mist, made from the finest spiritual spring water, sprayed out in a fan shape from the nozzle of the spray bottle. The moment this seemingly harmless mist came into contact with a deadly green poison filling the sky, a miracle, or rather a divine intervention, has occurred. There was no violent explosion, nor any piercing corrosive sound. Before the bloodshot eyes of billions of people, the terrifying venom, capable of instantly dissolving even steel, vanished the moment it touched the misty spring water, like winter snow meeting the blazing sun, instantly losing all its corrosiveness and turning into clear, transparent droplets that fell helplessly to the ground. And this is just the beginning. Su Wanruan continued walking forward as if taking a stroll, her fingers constantly pressing the spray bottle. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The pure white mist from the spiritual spring, carried by the wind, drifted gently down onto the thick, purple, mutated poisonous vines. Hiss. This time, it wasn't the sound of the wind, but the vines' mournful screams, as if they were alive, emanating from the depths of their souls. Those mutated vines contaminated with the drops of spiritual spring water were like mortals doused with concentrated sulfuric acid. The incredibly tough crocodile skin-like keratin layer on their surface began to peel off violently, and the constantly expanding and contracting green venom glands shrank and withered rapidly at a visible speed, like deflated balloons. The vine, originally a deep purple color and filled with an eerie and violent aura, rapidly faded in color under the frenzied baptism of pure life energy, turning into a harmless emerald green. They lost all their aggression, limply sliding down the huge alloy gate like a pile of boneless dead snakes, lying on the ground, unable to move an inch. Quiet. A deathly silence. At this moment, all live streams around the world, whether it's the chat or the commentary, all froze. Everyone stared in stunned silence at the petite figure on the screen, with one hand in her tactical pants pocket and the other holding a tattered plastic spray bottle. She effortlessly purified and dissolved the SSS-level biohazard that Western experts deemed unsolvable, treating it like roadside weeds. Is this watering? This is utterly devastating. No, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. What on earth is in that kettle? Is it God's holy water? General Smith was frantically grabbing his hair in the live broadcast room, his eyes almost popping out of the screen. After a dozen seconds of dead silence, the Huaxiao live broadcast room erupted in an unprecedented volcanic eruption. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Unfortunately, I'm uncultured. One holy crap is all I need. Su Shun is awesome. The defenses have crumbled. Those Western bumpkins are completely defenseless. You call this a plastic spray bottle? This is a weapon of dimensional reduction, you know? Aha! That's hilarious. Who said Su Shun was going to be corrupted? Step forward. Even if our Su Shun had a broken broom, he could sweep this wasteland flat. Everything in the universe has its counterpart, using extreme purity to control extreme filth. Su Shun's intelligence and methods are simply utterly superior to these foreigners. At this moment, Su Wanwan had already reached the roots of the giant vine that had been almost completely purified. She casually tossed the empty watering can back into her spatial storage. Looking at the mountain of green, non-aggressive vines piled on the ground, she clapped her hands in satisfaction. Although these vines have lost their terrifying destructive power, with her heightened senses, Su Wanwan clearly discovered that the vine's terrifying biological characteristics of absorbing impurities and absorbing pollution had not disappeared. On the contrary, they had become even purer and more powerful because they had been purified by the spiritual spring water. This thing can't be used for fighting now, but it's an excellent purification material. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Su Wanwan's cool eyes. She bent down slightly and grasped the thick, bucket-like vine trunk with both hands. Get up! With a crisp shout, Su Wanwan's physique, comparable to that of an ancient Tyrannosaurus rex, erupted in full force. Boom! The entire ground trembled violently. Under the gasp of everyone, Su Wanwan single-handedly uprooted the massive vine roots that covered an area of hundreds of meters, just like pulling up a giant white radish from the hard wasteland rock layer. Countless clods of earth and gravel were turned over, and the huge vines were roughly and quickly rolled into a giant green vine ball, just like kneading a ball of yarn. Su Wanwan held the packaged vines in her hand, a wicked smile playing on her lips. Such a powerful vacuum cleaner. It's a shame not to send it back to my hometown. System, get to work. Chapter 117 Poison Ivy turns waste into treasure, returning 10,000 times the value. Su Wanwan's cold voice echoed in the empty, desolate ruins. She immediately brought up the Shinong All Things Critical Strike System panel, which was radiating a purple-gold light, and threw the large clump of newly tamed emerald green vines, as big as a small mountain, into the manifestation pool that represented critical strike return, without hesitation. In the live streams of Western countries, the foreign viewers whose faces had just been swollen like pig heads from the spray bottle purification technique immediately started making sarcastic remarks when they saw Su Wanwan performing another brutal attack. What is she doing? Throwing those mutated plants into the system? What's the point of that? Exactly. Didn't she wash away the toxicity of this stuff with water? Now it's just a pile of useless rotten grass. Are the Chinese so poor that they even have to recycle weeds? Sending back weeds that are tens of thousands of times worse than a critical hit. Is she planning to let the Chinese use them as firewood or feed them pigs? This is absolutely the stupidest thing she's ever done. Foreign keyboard warriors are trying to regain the sense of superiority they just lost through this method. However, Su Wanwan didn't even glance at the comments. Her slender, fair hands moved rapidly across the virtual panel, even utilizing the advanced sewing patterns and cutting functions she had obtained from the system. Simply sending back the rattan is too rough. It needs to be processed. Su Wanwan thought to herself. System, use the primary processing module to slice and dry these non-toxic purifying vines, and then use fiber weaving to make them into portable sachets. Then activate the Dimensional Navigator privilege and manifest a 10,000-fold critical strike across the entire territory of China. Ding! Command confirmed. Raw material. Purified mutated divina. Properties retained. Super strong impurity absorption. Microscopic dust capture. Processing complete. Item successfully generated. Grade, a gentle breeze cleansing sachet. The channel for realizing a 10,000x critical strike is now open. Target, China. Begin deployment. Boomstreepje. As the system's mechanical voice faded, a dazzling green beam of light, far surpassing any previous one, suddenly tore through the gloomy sky of the wasteland space, carrying an incomparably fresh and pure energy straight towards the real world of China. In this real world, China, although the anti-acid gel manifested by Su Wanwan's attack had previously protected against the deadly corrosive acid rain, preventing the destruction of buildings and casualties, the secondary disasters brought about by this global extreme natural disaster should not be underestimated. Due to extremely harsh atmospheric circulation, toxic gases, and industrial waste gases from acid rain evaporating in neighboring countries all rushed into the skies above China, along with the monsoon. In addition, while the transparent crystal shield blocked the rain, it also slowed down air circulation within the country. At this moment, many large cities in China are shrouded in a thick, extremely severe smog. The air is filled with a pungent smell of sulfur and chemical waste. The respiratory department at Kyoto First People's Hospital is packed, and the corridors are filled with the sound of coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Doctor, my asthma has flared up again. It feels like my lungs are stuffed with cotton and I can't breathe. An old man clutched his chest, his face turning red from holding his breath. The doctor, wearing a double mask, sighed helplessly. Sir, this isn't an ordinary illness. It's caused by the extreme smog these days. The PM 2.5 and harmful particulate matter in the air are hundreds of times higher than the standard. Air purifiers are completely ineffective now. I can only give you some oxygen to tide you over for now. On the streets, citizens hurrying by all wore heavy gas masks, and the once bustling streets became lifeless because of the smog that seemed to kill. Just when people across the country were feeling desperate about this terrible breathing environment. Suddenly, the thick lead-like gray haze in the sky was forcibly cleaved apart by a dazzling green light that descended from the sky. Immediately afterwards, to the astonishment of 1.4 billion people across the country, a bizarre yet romantic sachet rain fell from the sky. Tens of millions of exquisite sachets, woven from emerald green vine fibers and only about half the size of a palm, fell like snowflakes with perfect precision in every city square, every community gathering point, and even the hands of some military and police officers on duty throughout China. General Zhang Jinghua received the report immediately at the command center. Seeing the green sachets flying everywhere on the screen, he waved his hand and immediately issued a death order. This must be a treasure that Su Girl sent back. The chemical defense troops should take samples and test them immediately. Local governments should organize personnel to collect them and distribute them to the people according to the number of people. Just 5 minutes later, the Chemical Defense Unit's test report was delivered to Zhang Jinghua's desk. Academician Qian, a veteran scientific expert, was so excited that he abandoned his cane and ran into the command room. General, amazing. Absolutely amazing. Academician Qian held up a sachet, his hands trembling violently. This thing is woven from some kind of plant fiber that we can't understand at all. It doesn't need any power source, and its internal fiber structure is like a series of miniature black holes. As long as you wear it, it can frantically absorb all dust, toxic gases, PM 2.5, and even industrial waste gas molecules within a 10-meter radius of the wearer with an extremely terrifying efficiency. This isn't just a sachet. It's practically an ultimate air purifier with infinite power that doesn't need electricity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinghua gasped, then burst into a deafening laugh. Good. Good girl, Su. Always able to solve the country's urgent problems. Issue it immediately. Have all Chinese citizens wear it right away. With the government's swift action, millions of cleansing breeze and dust-clearing sachets were distributed to the public in a very short time. A miracle unfolded across the land of China at this very moment. On the streets of Kyoto, an elderly man suffering from asthma received a sachet from a volunteer and hung it around his neck. Call. He felt a rush of fresh, natural air, carrying the scent of grass and trees, instantly fill his nostrils and lungs. His previously tense and painful respiratory tract felt as if it had been soothed by the gentlest hand. He gasped for breath, the cyanosis on his face visibly fading, replaced by a healthy, rosy glow. I'm not panting anymore. I'm not panting at all. This air, it's so sweet. The old man was so excited that tears streamed down his face. Even more stunning visual effects occur in the overall environment. With tens of millions of people wearing these sachets simultaneously, each sachet transforms into a powerful microscopic vacuum cleaner. The gray smog and yellow toxic fumes permeating the air are swept up by a whirlwind and rush wildly into the sachets. Once the harmful substances are inhaled into the sachet, they are immediately neutralized and decomposed by the unique substances in the vine fibers, leaving no pollution behind. Half an hour. It only took half an hour. The super smog that lingered over China and baffled countless experts has been completely sucked up. The sky regained its azure blue, like a freshly washed gemstone. Sunlight shone unhindered on the earth, and a gentle breeze carried a refreshing, faint fragrance of grass and trees throughout the entire land of China. The respiratory departments of major hospitals were instantly empty. All patients with respiratory diseases caused by smog were cured without treatment after breathing in the purified air. The incidence of lung diseases in the whole population was reduced to 0 at this moment. Online, Chinese netizens have gone into a frenzy of excitement and gratitude. I cried. I really cried. I haven't seen such a blue sky for 3 whole years. Long live Su Shun. This is what it means to turn waste into treasure. Foreigners were still laughing at us for scavenging, but what happened? They were still suffering from lung perforations from toxic fumes, while we Chinese were already wearing fragrant sachets and breathing air fresher than a primeval forest. The slap in the face came so fast, like a tornado. Those foreign devils who called Su Shun stupid, come out and take a breath of fresh smog. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, high-ranking government officials in Western countries, watching the satellite images of China's azure skies, were so jealous their eyes bled, and they nearly suffered a collective heart attack from the sheer amount of blood they were swallowing. And within the folded space, having just cleared all the obstacles outside the gate, Su Wanwan swaggered to the massive alloy gate, 100 meters high. Too lazy to even look for a switch, she drew her black gold tang sword, slashed 4 times to create a square entrance, then kicked it open and stepped into the interior of this prehistoric heavy industry workshop. The moment she stepped into the workshop's backup power seemed to sense the presence of a living being, and rows of dim red lights lit up one after another above the dome, illuminating the enormous creature inside. AI Zero's crisp voice rang out in Su Wanwan's helmet, carrying a rare hint of seriousness. Warning, prehistoric advanced civilization artifacts detected ahead. Please proceed with caution, Master. Chapter 1:18 Disassembling the Super Mothership. Hearing the AI Zero alarm, Su Wanwan didn't stop. Instead, she quickened her pace. Once her eyes had fully adjusted to the dim light in the workshop, the sight before her made even this usually haughty young lady gasp in surprise. The interior of this machine shop is so vast that it's practically a small, independent city. Rows of giant robotic arms, hundreds of meters long, stood neatly arranged on both sides, like slumbering steel dragons. Countless dried-up cooling pipes crisscrossed, forming an extremely complex metal spiderweb. The air is filled with the smell of engine oil and rust, accumulated over millions of years, telling the story of the industrial glory that once existed here. What's most eye-catching, and the true source of this enormous energy reaction, stands right in the center of the workshop. It was a terrifying mechanical behemoth, 50 meters tall and covering an area larger than 3 football fields. Its base is made of a single piece of unknown high-strength alloy, stamped together, and topped with countless micron-level probes of extreme precision, multi-dimensional cutting laser emitters, and multi-axis linkage transmission bearings as flexible as an octopus. Although its surface is covered with a thick layer of dust, and some of the outer parts even show slight rust, this absolutely cannot conceal its breathtaking industrial brutality aesthetics. Under the scanning of the systems, all things perception, a data panel shimmering with golden light appeared before Su Wanwan's eyes. Name: Class A multi-axis linked ultramicro industrial machine tool, remnants of a prehistoric advanced civilization. Status: Core energy depleted, currently in hibernation, 85% integrity. Item description: the ultimate mother machine hailed as the god of industry. It not only possesses processing precision hundreds of years beyond that of current planetary civilization, achieving sub-nanometer level unibody molding, but even more terrifyingly, its motherboard contains a complete prehistoric civilization's all-category military blueprint library and fully automated production line coordination protocol. Given sufficient materials, it can mass-produce any heavy military equipment you desire within hours. At this moment, in the global live broadcast room, those Western experts who were originally sour about China's air purification were all jerked up from their chairs as if they had been electrocuted after seeing the machine in its entirety. The top expert of the United States' highest military academy stared intently at the screen, his voice sharp and distorted with extreme excitement and fear. Oh my God, that's a true multi-axis industrial machine tool that goes beyond 5-axis linkage. Industrial manufacturing is the cornerstone of all modern civilization. The machining precision of this machine is enough to shorten the manufacturing time of our stealth fighters and nuclear-powered aircraft carriers from several years to just a few days. Korean netizens immediately chimed in. There's absolutely no way Chinese people could understand such complex prehistoric technology. This must be something left behind by our ancestors in the ruins. Right. Even if she finds it, so what? This thing weighs hundreds of thousands of tons. Her beat-up motorcycle can't possibly tow it. Besides, the machine is rusty. She definitely won't know where the core is. She can only watch helplessly. Western experts are also praying frantically. God help us. Please don't let her figure out the value of this machine. Even if she does, please don't let her take the core blueprints and motherboard. However, their prayers were destined to only bring more despair. Su Ruan is a cheat-like character who is bound to the god-level Shenong system and possesses a monstrous physique enhanced 100-fold. Not only can she understand it, but she also knows the meaning of capture the king first to catch the thief. Moving this huge iron lump back would be too much work, and the rusty outer shell is useless. The most valuable parts are its brain and heart. A glint of ruthless decisiveness flashed in Su Ruan's cold eyes. She leaped up suddenly, using the auxiliary robotic arms like a cheetah to propel herself up, directly to the core control area of this industrial behemoth 50 meters in the air. Activate 100x power. Demolish it. There was no gentle cracking, no cumbersome procedures. Su Ruan gripped the high-strength protective steel plate, protecting the core motherboard with both hands, her arm muscles unleashing a terrifying power invisible to the naked eye. Bang! The alloy security panel, which even missiles couldn't break through, was torn apart by her bare hands and thrown aside like a piece of paper. Immediately afterwards, she accurately pulled out a rectangular super-core motherboard that shimmered with a faint blue light from the extremely complex stack of circuits, along with the core transmission gear set that represented the ultimate transmission technology. This extremely brutal act of dismantling a Gundam with bare hands made mechanical engineers around the world feel a chill run down their spines and their hearts pound. These are all good things. They all belong to our China. Without any hesitation, and without even letting the live stream camera see the details of motherboard, Su Ruan simply raised her hand and threw these two core components, representing the pinnacle of industrial achievement in this plane, into the 10,000 times critical hit manifestation pool. Activate Dimensional Navigator Privilege. Grant me a 100,000x critical strike manifestation. Target: Headquarters of China's Supreme Heavy Industry Manufacturing Bureau. Boom Strapje! Another beam of purple gold light, which took the Western world's breath away, shot into the sky. In the real world, inside the headquarters workshop of China's highest heavy industry manufacturing bureau, thousands of master craftsmen are working tirelessly, sweating profusely, as they meticulously hand-weld and assemble the engine room of a newly assembled nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Core components of this level require extremely high processing precision. Current production lines simply cannot achieve one-piece molding. They can only be polished by hand by veteran craftsmen day and night, which is extremely time-consuming and labor-intensive. The chief engineer looked at the schedule and sighed. At the current pace, it will take at least another 6 months before this aircraft carrier is launched. Before the words were even finished, boom! In a vast, empty space at the center of the workshop, the void suddenly twisted violently. To everyone's disbelief, a completely new automated production line, gleaming with a cold metallic luster and incredibly complex and precise, fell from the void and landed perfectly on the reserve base. Immediately afterwards, the computer on the chief engineer's desk started flashing wildly. After 2 beeps, the hundreds of incomplete military blueprints were instantly rewritten and overwritten, becoming the most perfect, prehistoric super-civilization level, micron-level blueprints. Furthermore, the arriving industrial machine immediately switched on its power, and with a low rumble, those incredible robotic arms began to operate fully automatically. My God, this is a multi-axis linkage, fully automatic stamping? And the precision is at the micron level. The chief engineer was almost going crazy watching the machine perform magic, stamping a piece of top-quality steel into the core transmission bearing of the aircraft carrier that would have taken them a month to assemble by hand in just a few minutes. The message reached the highest command center. General Zhang Jinghua was so excited that he slammed his fist on the table, and his hearty laughter echoed throughout the building. Pass down the order. All heavy industrial manufacturing bureaus within China must cease all their current operations overnight. Completely replace them with the new mothership production line. Our aircraft carriers, fighter jets, mechs will no longer be built by the ship or unit. We will build them by the batch. 1 aircraft carrier a day. 1 space fleet every 3 days. I want China's military industry to be ahead of the world for a full 500 years, starting today. When the Chinese government made no attempt to conceal this news, it was broadcast on CCTV's evening news program. The heads of intelligence agencies from various Western countries are currently lining up in the toilets, frantically pounding on the walls. The industrial and technological barriers they've built up over decades, even centuries, have been completely smashed to smithereens in just a few minutes by that Chinese girl named Su Ruanruan. This isn't just overtaking on a curve. It's like someone is taking a dump right on their heads in a spaceship. Inside the folded space, Su Ruanruan, completely unaware of the magnitude of the earthquake she had caused, dusted off her hands and jumped off the mothership. She glanced around the empty workshop, looking at the huge pile of dismantled, intangible high-strength, heat-resistant scrap steel on the ground, and suddenly touched her stomach. Oh dear, I'm starving after all this work. It's a waste to leave these top-quality scrap metals here anyway, so why not make a little toy to keep me entertained? Su Ruanruan's lips curled into a smile that was extremely Versailles-esque. Chapter 119 Wasteland Steel Handcrafted Fully Automatic Barbecue Grill. Su Ruanruan rubbed her flat stomach and muttered something, her clear eyes darting around the dilapidated yet treasure-filled prehistoric heavy industry workshop. What was scattered on the ground was not ordinary scrap iron, but the prehistoric extreme cold meteorite heat-resistant steel used to manufacture the outer shell of that ultramicron industrial mother machine. In pre-apocalyptic Earth, even a small piece of this steel, no bigger than the palm of your hand, would be enough for top military experts to make bulletproof armor or armor-piercing projectiles. Its high-temperature resistance and durability are simply off the charts. But in Su Ruanruan's eyes, these things were just right for doing something warm and touching. In the foreign live broadcast rooms, the Western experts who had just been furious with China's industrial leap forward were now rekindled, staring intently at the screen, trying to analyze China's next strategic intentions. Attention everyone, she's about to make her move again. That kind of steel is absolutely top-grade material for creating ultimate weapons. She's definitely going to use this scrap steel to handcraft a miniature laser cannon or a single soldier exoskeleton armor. This is terrifying. The Chinese people's practical skills are simply demonic. If she really builds a laser cannon, who in this wasteland can stop her? If our country's athletes encounter her, they will be instantly killed. Record it quickly. Analyze her every movement. We must learn these traditional Chinese craft techniques. Under the tense yet expectant gaze of billions of eyes around the world, including Chinese viewers, Su Ruanruan bent down and pulled out a high-frequency molecular cutting welding torch that still contains some energy from the tool slot of an auxiliary robotic arm next to her. The tools are quite complete, saving me the trouble of buying them from the system. Su Ruanruan shook the welding torch in her hand, then picked out the thickest and flattest pieces of top-quality scrap steel from the ground. Next, a violent handcraft show that left all the mechanical engineers speechless took place in the live stream. Clang, bang, sizzle. Su Ruanruan held the high-frequency welding gun in both hands, her movements so skilled that it was heartbreaking, without even needing to look at the blueprints. Blinding blue sparks flickered wildly in the dark workshop. The top-quality steel plates, which even the most advanced alloy drill bits could hardly penetrate, were quickly cut into strips and wire mesh of varying sizes by her 100 times the force and high temperature, just like a hot knife cutting butter. My God, look at those smooth, flowing lines she's cutting. This is definitely the base for some kind of high-precision thermal weapon. A German military industry tycoon confidently analyzed on Twitter. Next, Su Ruanruan found several steel pipes with miniature transmission bearings and a disassembled miniature exhaust fan from the pile of scrap metal. With this welded on, it should rotate quite evenly. Add an exhaust and purification system, and it'll be perfect. Su Ruan muttered to herself as she rapidly performed the final assembly and welding. 10 minutes later, the spark stopped, followed by a faint crackling sound of electricity. Su Ruan clapped her hands, took 2 steps back, and looked at the newly created God-level creation in front of her with great satisfaction. At that moment, billions of viewers in the global live broadcast room craned their necks and stared wide-eyed. In the open space of the workshop, there stood quietly a device about 1.5 meters long and half a meter wide, with an intricate charcoal fire groove at the bottom, covered with a high-quality heat-resistant steel mesh polished to a mirror finish, a steel fork on the side that could automatically rotate and flip over via a miniature transmission bearing, and even an inverted exhaust fan on top that could smoke and remove dust. A super luxurious, fully automatic, smokeless barbecue grill with an extremely rugged design, yet brimming with a strong sense of everyday life. Silence. It was as if the whole world had been muted. Western think tanks and military industry leaders, looking at that barbecue grill painstakingly crafted from prehistoric high-quality steel that could be used to build main battle tanks, felt their intelligence being ground into the ground and even trampled on. Holy crap of a plant. A grill. A barbecue grill? She dismantled the best steel in the Industrial Revolution just to build a barbecue grill? God, kill me. This is the ultimate blasphemy against industrial civilization. A grill made of this material wouldn't deform even if you boiled the entire Pacific Ocean dry. This is such a waste. What am I expecting? Am I actually expecting a woman whose mind is only focused on food to create the ultimate weapon? Are the Chinese really toxic? Do they eat wherever they go? Western experts were so angry they nearly vomited blood, while the live broadcast room in China was already filled with laughter. Ha ha, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter in the comments. What the hell is this individual exoskeleton? What the hell is this miniature laser cannon? Foreigners don't know anything. In the eyes of us Chinese, nothing is more important than eating. This makes perfect sense. The materials are so good. The heat conduction is even, and it's heat resistant. It's absolutely a barbecue godsend. I give Su Shun full marks for this move. Look at the faces of those Western experts. They're probably so angry they've had a stroke by now, right? What do you call this? This is what you call a Versailles, where the power allows. Using aircraft carrier-grade materials to build barbecue grills. Is there anything wrong with that? Absolutely nothing wrong with it. Ignoring the chaos outside, Su Ruan stepped forward, reached out a hand, and easily lifted the top-of-the-line barbecue grill, which weighed several hundred pounds. Then, humming a tuneless, light-hearted tune, she walked out of the workshop and used several strong vines to firmly tie the barbecue grill to the back seat of her Shadow Raider heavy motorcycle. Looking at the empty, prehistoric workshop, which had been ransacked and not a single good steel plate was left, Su Ruan clapped her hands in satisfaction. This trip has been incredibly lucrative. Not only did I acquire quantum chips and solve China's smog and industrial machine problems, but I also got a fun kitchen appliance. Time to go home and enjoy life. She hopped onto the black heavy-duty motorcycle, put on her breathing mask, and tapped the control panel. 0, self-driving home. Speed up to top speed. Yes, master. Homecoming mode has been activated. Hold on tight. Boom, boosh. The wild motorcycle engine roared, tearing through the air, its rear wheels kicking up clouds of wasteland and mud. Su Ruan, laden with her spoils and her incredibly cool, top-of-the-line barbecue grill, transformed into a black lightning bolt, disappearing into the green, poisonous rain and mechanical ruins, leaving behind an extremely dashing silhouette. As the sun set, this Chinese girl, who had turned post-apocalyptic wasteland survival into a rural tourism experience, had only one thought in her mind. If this barbecue doesn't make those foreign devils outside cry with envy, I'm not a Su. Chapter 1:20 Barbecue Party in the Bunker's Temperature Control Garden. 0, Autopilot home. Speed up to top. If this barbecue doesn't make those foreign devils outside cry with envy, I'm not a Su. They sped along at breakneck speed. Thanks to AI Zero's godlike autonomous driving and quantum radar obstacle avoidance, Su Ruan felt no bumps at all on her return journey. Half an hour later, the motorcycle executed a perfect drift and came to a smooth stop at the well-disguised entrance to the underground bunker of the Eternal Sky City. As the heavy, icy iron gates slowly closed, the wasteland world outside, filled with deadly biochemical gases, acid rain, and despair, was completely shut out. Su Wanruan stretched out a big yawn, and the first thing she did was rush into the bathroom, which was 10 times more luxurious than a 5-star hotel, and take a comfortable, temperature-controlled hot shower. After changing into an extremely soft and comfortable pink silk loungewear, she didn't even bother to dry her hair. Barefoot, she walked across the soft wool carpet towards the Four Seasons constant temperature garden on the second floor of the bunker. Here, the temperature is precisely controlled at 24 degrees Celsius. The artificial sun, made of miniature energy-concentrating batteries, emits a warm but not dazzling light, illuminating the vibrant and beautiful plants and flowers throughout the garden. At this very moment, the scene abroad is a true hell on earth. Just as Su Wanruan was preparing to grill the meat, the system's live stream camera, in a very intelligent and slightly wicked way, cut out several small picture-in-pictures in the lower right corner of the screen, showing the miserable state of other countries' contestants in real time. A player newly drawn into the game from the Sakura Kingdom is hiding under a dilapidated car chassis. His left leg, having been accidentally exposed to the extremely acidic rain outside, is corroded to the bone and emits a nauseating stench. He was gritting his teeth, trying to saw off his calf, which had already begun to necrotize and become infected with a rusty piece of iron. He was writhing in pain in the mud, his screams heart-wrenching. 2 contestants from Maple Leaf Country got into a fight over half a bottle of dirty water covered in green mold. They both fell into a toxic gas pit and slowly died while convulsing and foaming at the mouth. The main perspective of the scene then shifts back to the underground city of China. Su Wanruan placed a fully automatic barbecue grill, crafted from prehistoric premium steel, beside the clear spiritual spring stream in the garden. She placed the superior smokeless fruitwood charcoal she had redeemed from the system shop into the recessed area at the bottom and lit it with a torch. Next, she took out half a carcass of S-grade mutated Wagyu beef that had been fattened up in the system, and a large carcass of tender, premium spirit lamb chops from the super cold storage. The sharp boning knife flew through her hands, like a master butcher carving up an ox, slicing off thick, marbled chunks of beef and lamb chops with meat still attached to the bone. She didn't need any complicated marinating process. She simply skewered the hundreds of pounds of premium meat onto an automatically rotating steel fork and placed it on the already red-hot barbecue grill. Sizzle. When the top-grade Wagyu beef comes into contact with a prehistoric heat-resistant steel mesh with extremely uniform heat conduction, a rich, almost tangible aroma of fat explodes instantly with the bursting sparks. Driven by miniature bearings, the barbecue grill rotates at a steady speed, dripping excess grease onto the fruitwood charcoal and stirring up plumes of white smoke carrying the fresh aroma of fruitwood. Meanwhile, the small exhaust fan at the top instantly sucks away and purifies all the fumes, leaving only the pure, irresistible aroma of meat. Su Wanruan sat cross-legged on the soft grass, holding a can of ice-cold soda that had just been taken out of the refrigerator, and took a big gulp. Ah, that feels so good. She picked up a spice jar filled with specially supplied cumin, chili powder, and premium sea salt, and like an artist, sprinkled it evenly over the sizzling, oily lamb chops and beef, which had already turned an enticing caramel color. The aromas of meat, fat, charcoal, and spices intertwined perfectly in the temperature-controlled garden. The massive, usually imposing mutated snow leopard now resembled a greedy big cat, obediently lying at Su Wanruan's feet, its large eyes fixed on the roasted meat, drool dripping from its mouth, and frantically wagging its tail. Here, this is a treat for you. Eat slowly, there's plenty more. Su Wanruan cut off a few pieces of fatty lamb chops with tendons and tossed them directly into Snow Leopard's large stainless steel bowl. Snow Leopard let out a cheerful gurgling sound and immediately began to devour them. Su Wanruan herself used a small knife to cut off a thick slice of Wagyu beef that was grilled to a perfect crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, bursting with juice. With one bite, the rich, high-quality fat instantly exploded in her mouth, and the meat was so tender that it almost melted on her tongue without needing to be chewed. This texture is amazing. Meat grilled on the steel plates used to build tanks has a soul to it than meat grilled in a regular iron pot. While she ate meat heartily, she smugly watched the miserable scene of the foreign athletes in the lower right corner. At this moment, the global live broadcast room completely exploded. half heaven and half hell. This extreme contrast completely shattered the already fragile psychological defenses of Western viewers. God, why did you have to show me this? My leg is ulcerating, and she's eating Wagyu beef and feeding a leopard such good meat. The Japanese player who was sawing off his leg happened to look up and see the live stream. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Protest. This is unfair. This is extremely cruel psychological abuse. Why can she live like a princess while our country's hero is left to die in the mud like a stray dog? The system is biased. The Chinese are cheating. The conditions there aren't in the apocalypse at all. It's a resort. Countless cries of despair and jealousy filled the internet. But the angrier they were, the more the Chinese people watched with fascination. Everyone held their rice bowls and watched the live stream, as if even the pickled vegetables in their hands with white rice tasted like a state banquet. Unfair? Who told you you couldn't pull out a top-tier player like Su Shan? If you're so capable, why don't you build a fully automatic barbecue grill and grill outdoors? Oh, and I forgot, you don't even have a piece of sheet metal to keep out the rain, haha. Just as Su Ruan was eating with gusto, her mouth greasy and feeling incredibly satisfied, and the whole of China was immersed in a joyful sense of triumph. Suddenly, a series of extremely piercing yet mind-blowing electronic system voices rang out from the depths of her mind. Ding! Detected a geometric surge in the happiness index of the entire nation. The public's worship and faith in the host has reached its peak. Congratulations, host. Your personal reputation points have successfully surpassed the 10 million mark. Ding! The conditions for the hidden ultimate main quest have been met. The core permissions for the SS-grade blueprint, quantum space two-way conveyor belt, have been fully activated for you. Upon hearing this notification, Su Ruan abruptly stopped her leisurely chewing, her beautiful, starry eyes instantly flashing with a dazzling light. Two-way conveyor belt. Once this is built, China in the real world will be able to establish a true physical connection with her, no longer just receiving supplies in a one-way manner, but even transmitting China's troops and technology over. Before she could finish getting excited, the system's light screen instantly unfolded, and a holographic wasteland radar map with millimeter-level precision suddenly appeared in front of her. On the map, two extremely dazzling, blood-red spots of light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black area representing the depths of this endless wasteland, flashing wildly at a peculiar frequency. Ding! The system has automatically scanned and marked the exact geographical coordinates of the two absolutely rare main materials most indispensable to the conveyor belt: quantum crystal and dimensional space anchor stone. Warning! These coordinates are located deep within the wasteland's core, death abyss, and biohazard nest, and are extremely dangerous. Su Ruan looked at the two flashing red dots and put down the meat skewers in her hand. She licked the oil mixed with seasoning from the corner of her mouth and revealed a fanatical smile of determination. Extremely dangerous? Interesting. With this, I can bring over the entire infrastructure army of China and completely destroy this damn game. She stood up, wiped her hands, and raised an eyebrow at the void. Zero. We've eaten and drunk our fill. Fill up the car with gas. We're getting ready to raid their hideout. Chapter 121, Core Material Coordinates of the Two-Way Conveyor Belt. Su Ruan leaned lazily against the soft grass, patting her slightly protruding belly. The snowflake wagyu beef feast she had just enjoyed, perfectly grilled to perfection with tender meat and juicy filling, had swept away all her accumulated fatigue, leaving every cell in her body feeling satisfied. The AI-0 voice immediately rang out in her helmet's communication channel, as efficient and cold as ever. Yes, Master. Shadow Raider is performing a power self-check and replenishment. It is expected to reach full power in 3 minutes. Just then, deep within Su Ruan's mind, the system panel, which had been dormant for a while, suddenly burst forth with a purple-gold light that was more dazzling than ever before. Ding! Warning! Warning! Explosive growth detected in the National Happiness Index and Comprehensive National Strength Index of the real-world China region. The power of personality cult and faith that the Chinese people have in their host has been detected and has coalesced into a tangible spiritual torrent, which is now flowing back into your personal reputation pool. Reputation points plus 1,345,678. Reputation points plus 2,109,876. Reputation points plus. A series of dazzling numbers jumped wildly, and Su Ruanruan's personal reputation value soared at an extremely terrifying speed, as if she had taken off on a rocket. From solving the energy crisis to purifying the nation's smog, to making China's industrial machine tool technology lead the world for 500 years, and finally, the ultimate boost to national pride from that barbecue feast. All emotions, all admiration and gratitude converged and fermented at this moment. And finally, quantitative change led to qualitative change, transforming into the purest energy, which surged toward the creator of all this. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your personal reputation points have successfully surpassed the critical mark of 10 million. The first stage of the hidden ultimate main quest, the road to the rise of China, has been perfectly completed, unlocking ultimate privileges for you. Accompanied by a system voice as grand and vast as the beginning of the universe, Su Ruanruan felt a blur before her eyes and the SS-level blueprint, quantum space two-way conveyor belt, that she had been looking forward to for so long, but had always been shrouded in a layer of mist, finally unveiled its mysterious veil. It was an extremely complex, three-dimensional structure, yet filled with an indescribable sense of harmonious beauty. It seemed not to be a creation beyond human capabilities, but rather a manifestation of the laws of the universe themselves. Countless fine rays of light flowed across the blueprints, outlining the dimensions of each part and marking the properties of each material. The sheer volume of information was enough to burn out any supercomputer on the spot. But all of this was so clear and easy to understand in Su Ruanruan's eyes, who possessed 100 times the physical strength and the system's assistance. She instantly understood how terrifying this thing was. One-way transmission is what she gave to China. Two-way transmission means that China's steel torrent, infrastructure powerhouse, and countless top scientists and soldiers can continuously enter this folded space through this channel. At that time, it will no longer be her battle alone, but the entire Chinese civilization's comprehensive exploration of this alien space full of dangers and treasures. Once this is built, this broken game should be set by China. Su Ruanruan's breathing quickened, and her clear, starry eyes blazed with unprecedented fervor and ambition. However, although the blueprints have been unlocked, the two core materials marked on them are still grayed out and locked, displayed as unknown materials to be scanned. Just as Su Ruanruan was about to ask the system, her plane navigator privilege seemed to be completely activated by this massive surge of reputation. Ding! Dimensional Navigator, highest authority activated, consuming massive amounts of reputation points to perform a full plane, wide area scan for rare materials. Scan in progress. The system screen in front of Su Ruanruan instantly switched, and a holographic wasteland radar map with micron-level precision suddenly unfolded before her eyes. This map is countless times larger than the one that came with the AI-0, covering almost the entire wasteland world that Su Ruanruan can currently imagine. Most areas on the map are shrouded in a dark mist representing the unknown. But the next second, in the depths of this endless, pitch-black map, suddenly two extremely dazzling, scarlet lights, like two drops of thick blood, appeared with two ding sounds. These 2 points of light, one on the left and one on the right of the map, are thousands of kilometers apart and are flashing wildly at an extremely peculiar frequency, like the beating of a heart. At the same time, the names of the two gray materials on the SS-grade blueprint were also highlighted. Ding! The system has automatically scanned and locked onto the two absolutely rare main materials most indispensable for establishing the quantum space two-way conveyor belt. Main Material 1, S-grade quantum crystal, or coordinates locked. Wasteland core area, magnetic storm canyon. The core building block constituting the folding force field of the conveyor belt, capable of stabilizing and amplifying spatial energy. Main Material 2, SS-grade dimensional space anchor stone. Coordinates locked. Eastern Forbidden Zone biochemical mother nest. An absolute beacon that locates and links two different dimensional spaces, the only key for two-way teleportation. Warning! Warning! Both coordinates are located in the highest danger zone of this plane. Magnetic Storm Canyon is perpetually shrouded in destructive spatial lightning storms, and Biohazard Nest is the final layer of billions of mutated creatures. Host, please proceed with extreme caution. Looking at the two constantly flashing red dots on the map, a fervent smile, full of challenge and a desire to conquer, slowly crept onto Su Wanwan's pretty face, which looked somewhat lazy from being full and satisfied. She completely ignored the system's piercing warning. Danger? For a food connoisseur who turns post-apocalyptic survival into a vacation shopping trip, the word danger often simply means richer loot and higher quality ingredients. She stood up, dusted off non-existent dust from her pajamas, and raised an eyebrow at the Shadow Raider parked beside her. Zero, analyze the pros and cons of these two routes, and all the known obstacles we might encounter along the way. Let's go get. Su Wanwan lightly tapped the holographic map with her fingertip, landing on the red dot on the left that represented Magnetic Storm Canyon. This beautiful blue stone. Chapter 122 Envy drives him crazy. Su Wanwan's clear voice echoed in the empty underground city, filled with an unquestionable determination. The AI-0 has an extremely fast computing speed. In just 0.01 seconds, a detailed action plan was projected onto the holographic screen in front of Su Wanwan. Reported to Master, route planning is underway based on the coordinates provided by the system. Target, Magnetic Storm Canyon, approximately 480 kilometers from the current location, passing through three major areas: Steel Graveyard, Corrosive Swamp, and Weathered Stone Forest. At the Shadow Raider's maximum cruising speed, the estimated travel time is 2 hours and 17 minutes. Path Hazard Assessment, A+. The target, the Biohazard Nest, is 950 kilometers away and requires traversing the entire Death Desert. Hazard Assessment, S. Choosing to proceed to Magnetic Storm Canyon Sea Valley is currently the optimal solution. Very good. Let's go to the canyon first. Su Wanwan nodded in satisfaction, turned around and walked towards the changing room, preparing to change into her Radiant Mystic Maiden Battlesuit. Having eaten and drunk their fill, it's time to go out and get to work. However, Su Wanwan was unaware that while she was actively preparing for the ultimate future of China, a hysterical frenzy was unfolding in the real world, inside a former beacon of the world. The United States, the White House, the Oval Office. Smack! A fine-boned China coffee cup was smashed hard on the floor covered with an expensive Persian carpet, shards of porcelain scattering everywhere. The current president of the United States, an elderly man with perfectly combed blonde hair and a face full of anxiety and rage, stared intently at the huge holographic screen in front of him, his chest heaving violently, like an old lion driven to the brink of despair. On the screen, two completely different worlds are being played in split-screen mode. On the left, there's the clear blue sky over major cities in China, the heartfelt smiles of happiness on the faces of the people, and the brand-new aircraft carriers and fighter jets rolling off the production lines in heavy industrial areas like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. On the right, there is a city within their beacon nation, shrouded in green, poisonous rain and gray smog, resembling a hellish ruin. It shows the ugly scene of people in the shelters, numb, desperate, and even killing each other for half a piece of moldy bread. Enough. Turn off. Turn off these damn images, the president roared in a hoarse voice. A 4-star general frantically turned off the screen, and the entire office fell into a suffocating silence. Energy, chips, industrial manufacturing, environmental purification, all the technological barriers we were so proud of, the barriers we use to strangle the world, were smashed to pieces in just a few days by that damn Chinese woman in a way we can't even comprehend. The president leaned on the enormous desk, his fingers turning pale from the force. Now, she's unlocked that damn two-way conveyor belt. Can any of you tell me what that means once it's built? The assembled think tank members and high-ranking military officials were all ashen-faced and drenched in cold sweat. A top strategic analyst stood up shakily, his voice hoarse, and said, "Mr. President, that would mean the game is over. China can then deploy its entire national machinery into that folded space. We will have no chance of turning the tide. All the resources and technology of that world will be monopolized by them, and we can only slowly rot away on this polluted land or become their future colony." A colony? No, absolutely not. The president's eyes flashed with a frenzied bloodlust. He slammed his fist on the table. "I will never allow the United States to fall to such a state under my rule. We must do something. Stop that woman at all costs. Stop her from getting the materials to build the conveyor belt. But, Mr. President, that's a game of national destiny. The rules are absolute, and we have no way to interfere. Rule. The president laughed hysterically. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, pointed to the ghastly green sky outside, and said, "Look outside. The world has become such a monstrosity, and you still want to talk to me about rules?" He turned around abruptly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present like a venomous snake. "I don't care what methods you use. Deception, bribery, or even using our most secret trump card. I only want one result. That is for that woman named Su Ruan to die on her way to find materials." The office fell silent again, everyone terrified by the president's reckless madness. Just then, a scientist who had been sitting in the shadows in the corner, wearing a white lab coat and with a gloomy expression, slowly pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and spoke. "Mr. President, perhaps there is another way." All eyes immediately turned to him. This scientist is none other than the chief of the secret biological weapons research project in Area 52 of the United States, a man codenamed Doctor. Although we cannot directly attack the Chinese players, the system of the national fortune game is not flawless. The Doctor's lips curled into a morbid smile. While maintaining absolute fairness, it also leaves a backdoor, which allows countries to provide unconventional material support to their own or allied athletes at huge cost. "What will be the price?" the president pressed. "The price is burning the nation's destiny." The Doctor's tone was eerily calm. "According to our calculations, if we were to accurately place a contraband that could change the course of the war into the folded space without China's knowledge, the price we would have to pay would be the comprehensive national fortune of the United States for the next 10 years. 10 years of national destiny. The moment those words were uttered, everyone in the office gasped. This was nothing short of a gamble, betting the nation's future on an uncertain outcome. However, the president, who had gone completely mad, did not hesitate for even a second. "Drat!" He slammed his fist on the table. "Don't mention 10 years, even 20 years. As long as we can kill that Chinese woman and preserve the last vestige of dignity of the United States, it's all worth it. Doctor, tell me, what surprise have you prepared?" Upon hearing this, the Doctor's face broke into an even more fanatical smile. He opened a briefcase and took out 3 metal syringes filled with a strange, dark red liquid, still bubbling slightly with a bloody hue. "This is our Area 52's masterpiece, the ultimate biological weapon that combines cloning technology, gene editing, and nanobots. Super Gene Beast Transformation Agent, Fury Type. Those who are injected with it will gain strength, speed, and regenerative abilities that surpass those of S-class mutated creatures for a short period of time. But the price is they will completely lose their minds and become a half-mechanical, half-flesh monster that only knows how to kill and destroy. And the best part is, the Doctor adjusted his glasses, a cruel glint in his eyes. This drug will prioritize enhancing the sensory abilities related to the target the injector hates most. In other words, once injected, they will instinctively and relentlessly hunt down the Chinese woman they hate to the core, like sharks smelling blood. Great! That's wonderful. The president looked at the 3 evil vials and let out a morbid laugh. Execute them immediately. Send these 3 gifts to our only remaining and most loyal allies in that world. Let those remaining scum of Japan and South Korea shed their last drop of blood for the hegemony of our beacon nation. With the order issued, the last vestiges of the beacon nation's destiny began to burn fiercely. An invisible drone, undetectable to the naked eye and radar, seemingly composed of pure spatial energy, silently tore apart the barrier between reality and folded space after paying an incredibly heavy price. It carried the 3 sinister potions that determined the fate of countless people and accurately airdropped them onto the 3 contestants from Japan and South Korea who were on the verge of death and huddled in the corner of the ruins. In the shadows of the ruins, a Japanese athlete, covered in wounds and with a vacant look in his eyes from hunger and despair, is preparing to end his painful life with a broken dagger. Suddenly, a box gleaming with a metallic sheen landed in front of him with a thud. He paused for a moment. Then, like a drowning person grasping at a straw, he used his last bit of strength to crawl over and tremblingly open the box. When he saw the 3 potions inside, radiating an alluring bloody glow, and the words revenge and power, written in the script of the United States on the lid. His lifeless eyes instantly erupted with boundless greed and madness. What is that? Could be the hope bestowed upon our Yamato people by Amaterasu Amakami. Chapter 123 transformed into a disgusting half-orc for an ambush. Tanaka, the Japanese player, had a gleam in his eyes that were sunken due to long-term malnutrition, a light that was a mixture of greed, madness, and hysteria. He was like a wolf that had been dying in the desert for 3 days and suddenly saw an oasis, tumbling and crawling as he pounced on the metal box that had fallen from the sky. Meanwhile, under another pile of scrap metal not far away, 2 equally emaciated and barely clinging to life Korean athletes, Kim Jae-woo and Park Sang-hoon, were also startled by the sudden commotion. They looked in the direction of the sound, and when they saw the box in Tanaka's hand that was emitting an ominous blood-red light, a strong intuition made them realize that it was definitely a treasure that could change their destiny. Shiba, that's ours. It must be ours. Quick, snatch it. The 2 South Korean players instantly turned red-eyed and, disregarding their physical weakness, limped out of their hiding place and pounced on Tanaka like 2 mad dogs. Baka, this is mine. It belongs to the Yamato people. Seeing this, Tanaka hugged the box tightly, letting out a beast-like growl. However, the 3 potions in the box, emitting a strange fragrance, held a deadly allure for these people who had been driven to the limit by hunger and despair. The 3 of them quickly started fighting, using their teeth and fingernails to engage in the most primitive and ugly tearing and ripping. In the end, Kim Jae-woo was the more ruthless one. He bit Tanaka's wrist and tore off a piece of flesh. Taking advantage of the moment when Tanaka let go in pain, he snatched the box away. Ha ha! It's mine. The power is mine. Kim Jae-woo laughed wildly as he opened the box. Looking at the 3 blood-red potions inside that seemed to have a life of their own, he grabbed one without hesitation and plunged it into his neck. No! Tanaka and Park Sang-hoon's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Park Sang-hoon reacted quickly. Instead of trying to snatch Kim Jae-woo's medicine, he grabbed another vial from the box and, just like Kim Jae-woo, plunged it into his own thigh. Only one left. Tanaka stared at the 2 Koreans who had already been injected with the drug, a resolute madness flashing in his eyes. He sprang to his feet, and with a burst of speed, grabbed the last vial. Ewa! Accompanied by 3 complex roars filled with pain and anticipation, 3 vials of dark red liquid, the Super Gene Beast transformation potion, Fury type, were injected into the bodies of the 3 individuals. The next second, hell descended. Kim Jae-woo was the first to succumb. His body arched violently, like a boiled shrimp, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. His bones emitted a sickening crack sound as they shattered and reformed. His spine arched upwards at an inhuman angle, and the bones of his limbs were forcibly stretched and twisted. Thick black, needle-like hair burst forth from every pore, instantly covering his entire body. Even more terrifying, the discarded metal parts and rusted steel plates around his body seemed to be attracted by some invisible force and began to liquefy, like living venomous snakes, actively coiling around his body and then merging into his flesh and blood. His left arm had been replaced by a massive hydraulic mechanical arm, its fingers transformed into 5 sharp alloy claws. Half of his face was covered by a shattered armor plate riddled with bullet holes, and his remaining eye gleamed with a pure, inhuman crimson ferocity. Roar! Kim Jae-woo let out a beastly roar that was not human. His body, which was a fusion of machinery and flesh, suddenly expanded, transforming from an ordinary person who was about 1.7 meters tall into a half-machine, half-beast who was over 3 meters tall and full of ferocity and power. Park Sang-hoon and Tanaka's situations are similar. Park Sang-hoon's back was fused with a huge piece of turbofan debris, giving his hunchback a pair of rudimentary wings to aid in acceleration. His legs, on the other hand, had been completely transformed into unjointed, explosively powerful metal wolf legs. Meanwhile, Tanaka, the Japanese athlete, seems to have shifted his focus more towards agility. His body has become more slender, his hands are now fused with sharp cutting blades, and a long, venomous metal whip, resembling a scorpion's tail, extends from his spine. Three former humans were transformed in just a few minutes into three terrifying monsters who had lost most of their rationality and were left only with the instinct to kill and endless hatred. They glanced at each other, and in each other's scarlet electronic eyes, they saw a deep-seated hatred for the same goal. That hatred was like code imprinted in their genes, amplified countless times under the catalysis of the drug. Su Ruan. With difficulty, Kim Jae-woo uttered the name slowly and deliberately from his mouth, which had become like alloy serrated teeth. He jerked his head up, his intact nose frantically sniffing the air. The drug had enhanced his senses, allowing him to detect the faint, lingering scent of Su Ruan in the air. That smell was like the most delicious blood food in the world to him, making every cell in his body scream with madness. She is over there. Kim Jae-woo's alloy claws pointed in one direction. That direction is precisely where Su Ruan is headed. The magnetic storm canyon. Kill her, Park Sang-hoon growled in a hoarse, metallic voice. Tanaka didn't speak, but the metal scorpion tail behind him hissed excitedly, like a venomous snake. They didn't need to discuss it, nor did they need a plan. Their animal instincts led them to make the right choice. Instead of taking the road best suited for Su Ruan's motorcycle, they used their modified, powerful climbing and jumping abilities to take a shortcut, traversing mountains and valleys like three black ghosts, sneaking ahead of time towards the ominous, storm-filled magnetic storm canyon. They were going to lay the most primitive and bloody death trapped there, waiting for the prey they hated to walk right into their trap. The three orcs wore ferocious and cruel smiles on their faces, if they could even be called faces. They seemed to already see the wonderful scene of Su Ruan being torn to pieces and then eaten. They believed their actions were flawless. They believed they were about to complete their rebellion against God. Little did they know that the prey they saw as a god, so unattainable, was watching their every move in a way they could never comprehend, as if admiring a clumsy and ridiculous clown performance. A half-orc growled, his mechanical claws drawing blinding sparks as they scraped against the hard rock, seemingly venting the thrill of the impending carnage. She will pass by here. We tear her apart. Chapter 124, I'm too ugly to draw my sword. Three orcs who had just completed their evolution were crouching on a towering cliff like three evil, dripping stone beasts, looking down at the only path leading to the magnetic storm canyon in the distance. The crimson light in their eyes flickered in the dim green light, filled with endless anticipation for the impending hunt. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, inside the impregnable Eternal Sky City bunker, Su Ruan had just changed into the well-tailored, radiant mystic maiden battlesuit that perfectly accentuated her figure and was comfortably nestled in the huge sofa in the living room, which was made from a single piece of spirit wood. There were no flashing swords or tense preparations for battle before her. There was only a cup of steaming, grade A calming flower tea and an ultra-high-definition holographic tactical tablet that was ridiculously large and projected by AI Zero. The live feed on the tablet showed Tanaka, Kim Jae-woo, and Park Sang-hoon going through the entire process of being injected with the drug, experiencing painful mutations, and then sneakily taking a shortcut to ambush the enemy. The image quality was so clear that you could even see the foul-smelling saliva mixed with engine oil dripping from Kim Jae-woo's half-metal face due to his excitement. Puff! Su Ruan almost spat out the sip of flower tea she had just taken a sip of. She suddenly frowned, her beautiful brows furrowing, her face revealing undisguised, heartfelt disgust and loathing. Zero, zoom out a bit and add a soft focus filter. Su Ruan tapped the tablet with her finger. This is so ugly, it's practically mental pollution. Have those people in the U.S. run out of ideas? All they can come up with are these haphazardly stitched together things to disgust people. Reporting to Master, according to the system database comparison, these three individuals are semi-mechanical berserkers formed from eliminated contestants from Japan and South Korea after being injected with the Super Gene Beast transformation agent, Fury type. Its body incorporates over 30% wasteland mechanical components, giving it A+ level strength, speed, and resilience. Furthermore, it harbors extreme, amplified hatred towards you by its serum. Their ambush point is on your only route to Magnetic Storm Canyon, making it a perfectly designed ambush zone from a tactical perspective. The AI Zero analyzed the situation objectively in a completely emotionless tone. Perfect. Su Wanwan chuckled, put down her teacup, and lightly swiped her slender finger across the holographic tablet, bringing up a detailed energy composition analysis chart of the three orcs. This flawed thing deserves to be called perfect. On the screen, the three monsters' hideous bodies were covered by a light blue data grid, with all their parameters clearly marked. Strength, A+. Speed, A. Defense, A+. Recovery ability, S. It looks pretty intimidating, Su Wanwan commented lazily, but her gaze fell on the bottom of the analysis chart, on a line of extremely small data, highlighted in red. Special energy detection. High-intensity electromagnetic dependence was detected within the target body. The connection between its biological nervous system and mechanical components relies on a special, nano-controlled chip for signal transmission. The chip's resistance to strong electromagnetic pulses is assessed as D, extremely low. Additional discovery. An extremely weak, highly encrypted remote mind control signal was detected within the central neurons of all three targets. This signal source does not belong to this plane. Oh, a remote-controlled toy dog, and it even has a backdoor program. Su Wanwan's lips curled into a cold smile. Interesting. It seems those idiots in the United States not only want me dead, but also want to take back the spoils of these monsters. She instantly understood all the twists and turns behind it all. However, she felt it was a waste to spend even a second getting angry at these self-righteous little tricks. I was originally planning to just drive over them and take care of them one by one, Su said softly, stretching as she stood up from the sofa. But now I've changed my mind. She glanced at the three ugly monsters on the screen that made her physically uncomfortable. It's so ugly. If a fight breaks out, blood and parts will splatter on my car or knife, and I'll have to spend time cleaning it up. It's not worth it. As she spoke, she strolled into the enormous workshop filled with all sorts of high-tech materials and tools. Zero, give me those magnetic confinement plates left over from dismantling the Gundam last time, and find a few discarded Class C micro-energy concentrating batteries. Also, give me that roll of high-toughness nanowires. Su Wanwan casually rattled off a series of material names. The AI-0 controlled several industrial robotic arms, quickly rummaging through the corner of the warehouse to find the items Su Wanwan needed and neatly arranging them on the workbench. If any top-tier weapons engineer in the real world saw what happened next, he would probably kneel down and beg to become their apprentice on the spot. Su Wanwan didn't even bother to draw a design. She simply picked up those incredibly precious cutting-edge materials and began a dazzling display of extreme craftsmanship. She first connected the palm-sized, strong magnetic confinement plates into a ring array using a molecular welding gun, and then violently embedded the micro-energy concentrating battery as the energy core into the center of the array. Next, she used the high-toughness nanowires, which were even thinner than spider silk, to wind and weave them inside the array in an extremely complex and mysterious way, forming a simple coil that could instantly release ultra-high intensity directional electromagnetic pulses. The entire process was fluid and seamless, brimming with the raw aesthetics of industry and technology, and took no more than 10 minutes. 3 seemingly ordinary, directional strong electromagnetic pulse trap, resembling some kind of animal trap, were freshly created. Su Wanwan clapped her hands in satisfaction and threw one of the nets and 3 small remote-controlled detonators into the Shadow Raider's storage compartment. All right, the toy is finished. Time to go play with those 3 poor puppies. She picked up one of the remote controls, which was only the size of a thumb, tossed it in her hand, and a sly smile, like that of a witch, appeared on her face. Zero, once I enter the canyon, listen to my command and activate the other 2 traps I've placed on the cliff face beforehand, giving them a surprise with surround sound. Now, let's head to the canyon. I want to see just how good the feng shui is of this burial site they chose. Chapter 125 Natural Quantum Crystal Minerals. Now, let's head to the canyon. I want to see just how good the feng shui is of this burial site they chose. As Su Wanwan spoke with a hint of mockery and coldness, the heavy Xianbing iron gate of the Eternal Sky City slowly opened with a muffled rumble. Bone Bush! The Black Shadow Raider, heavy motorcycle, like a beast awakening from the abyss, roared as its engine tore through the air, transforming into a black arrow that shot into the post-apocalyptic wasteland shrouded in a ghastly green rain. The AI-powered Zero autonomous driving system had already locked onto its target. The motorcycle moved across the complex and rugged ruins, as if it were flat ground, speeding towards the distant, thundercloud-shrouded land of death at a terrifying speed that was almost instantaneous. 2 hours later, as the locomotive traveled through a barren, dark red Gobi Desert, a strong, ozone-like smell, similar to that of burnt electrical wires, began to permeate the air. The sky grew increasingly gloomy, with thick, ink-black clouds churning and pressing down overhead, forming a gigantic vortex. Strikes of pale, root-like lightning flashed intermittently within the clouds, illuminating the deathly still world with flickering light. Sizzle, sizzle. Fine blue arcs of electricity began to jump and flicker on the locomotive's metal shell, emitting a series of teeth-grinding sounds. The timely sound of AI Zero was heard. Reporting to Master, we have entered the outer area of the magnetic storm canyon. 5 kilometers ahead, we will enter the core zone of a strong magnetic field and space thunderstorm. The gravity in this area is 1.7 times the standard value, and the air is filled with a high concentration of charged particles. Conventional electronic devices will malfunction here. Activate full power energy shield. Go ahead, don't let the static electricity ruin my precious car paint. Su Wanruan waved her hand dismissively. Buzz! A visible, pale, silver hexagonal energy shield instantly enveloped the entire motorcycle. The violent arcs of electricity striking the shield could only create insignificant ripples, unable to damage the motorcycle in the slightest. Without slowing down at all, the motorcycle plunged headlong into the canyon that seemed to lead to the entrance to hell. Entering the canyon, the scene before one's eyes is even more awe-inspiring. On both sides are steep cliffs, thousands of meters high, charred black by lightning strikes. There are no signs of life on the cliffs, only strangely shaped black rocks that seem to be twisted by magnetism. The lightning in the sky became more frequent and violent, and the huge thunder echoed through the canyon like war drums, making people's eardrums buzz. Even more bizarrely, in certain areas of the canyon, gravity suddenly becomes extremely chaotic. 1 second you might feel as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and the next you might feel as light as a feather, as if you could float away at any moment. However, all of this was a desperate situation that would wipe out any expedition team, but for Su Wanruan and her Shadow Raiders, it was as easy as taking a walk after dinner. With AI Zero's quantum-level calculations, comparable to divine deduction, the locomotive can always predict gravity anomalies in advance and adjust the power of the thrusters to maintain absolute stability. In the shadows on either side of the canyon, 3 pairs of eyes, gleaming with a scarlet light, were fixed on the approaching black motorcycle. She's here! She's here! The orc Kim Jae-woo let out an excited roar, his mechanical claws scratching incessantly at the hard rock, leaving deep scratches. Wait until she gets a little closer. Wait until she enters the death zone between us. Park Sang-hoon's voice was filled with suppressed cruelty. Tanaka, like a venomous snake poised to strike, remained silent, with only the metal scorpion tail behind him trembling slightly and rhythmically, revealing his owner's extreme excitement. They had waited here for far too long. The flames of hatred had long since burned away what little reason they had left. Unbeknownst to them, their every movement and every breath was being clearly transmitted back to Su Wanruan's tactical tablet by an optical monitoring satellite high in the sky, a satellite they could never detect. Good location, right in the crossfire center of my 3 preset traps. What a well-behaved pair of dogs. Su Wanruan looked at the 3 red dots on the tablet and nodded in satisfaction. With AI's precise navigation, the motorcycle slowly made its way into the deepest part of the canyon, which was also the core area where thunderstorms were most concentrated. Suddenly, the AI Zero spoke. Reporting to Master, we have arrived at the coordinates of the quantum crystal marked by the system. The target is on a cliff face 30 meters to your right. Upon hearing this, Su Wanruan stopped her motorcycle and looked up. On the right side, on the charred cliff face illuminated by lightning, a huge, irregularly shaped crystal, about the size of a double bed, was firmly embedded within it. The crystal was a dreamlike deep blue, with billions of stars seemingly flowing, rising and falling within it. It emitted a soft yet powerful blue light, and with each flicker, It seemed to resonate with the pulse of the surrounding space, causing ripples in the nearby air. So beautiful. Even though Su Wanruan was used to seeing all kinds of god-level items, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when she saw this natural quantum crystal that seemed to condense the entire universe. This thing is simply a perfect work of art. Su Wanruan got out of the car and took out a high-frequency particle vibration hammer, specially used for mining, from her storage space, preparing to pry the treasure off intact. And just as she got out of the car, now, the three orcs lying in ambush on the cliffs on both sides of the canyon simultaneously unleashed their most ferocious light. Roar kill. With three earth-shattering roars, they moved. Boom! 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 The rubble on both sides of the cliff suddenly exploded. Three enormous and ferocious black shadows, like three cannonballs fired from a gun, launched a deadly attack on the unarmed Su Wanruan from the left, right, and rear at a terrifying speed that exceeded the speed of sound. Kim Jae-woo lunged from the left, his massive hydraulic mechanical arm raised high, its five sharp, knife-like alloy claws slicing through the air with deadly cold light under the illumination of lightning, aimed directly at Su Wanruan's head. Park Sang-hoon flanked from behind, his turbine fan suddenly accelerating, his whole body turning into a blur, his metal claws transformed into wolf legs, viciously kicking towards Su Wanruan's back. The most insidious one, Tanaka, suddenly sprang from the shadows on the right. His deadly metal scorpion tail, like a venomous dragon emerging from its cave, silently pierced Su Wanruan's slender throat with a sharp whooshing sound. A pincer attack from three sides. A decisive situation. The raging wind, filled with a fishy stench, had already ruffled the hair on Su Wanruan's forehead. The sharp alloy claws were less than half a meter away from her delicate neck. In a live stream, all the viewers who were hostile to China erupted in gloating. They could almost see the bloody scene of Su Wanruan being torn to pieces in an instant. However, faced with this terrifying siege that could instantly kill an ancient dragon, Su Wanruan didn't even lift her eyelids. She simply, slowly took half a step back. Then, she gently pressed her thumb down on the small, unassuming black remote control that she had been holding in her left hand. The colossal beast, covered in ferocious claws, was almost within reach. Its scarlet eyes reflected Su Wanruan's calm, yet chilling face. Kim Jae-woo let out an extremely excited roar, as if he was about to taste the blood of his enemy. Die, you Chinese woman! Chapter 126 Electromagnetic Pulse paralyzes the entire field. Kim Jae-woo's roar, a fusion of wild instinct and cold mechanical energy, resounded throughout the magnetic storm canyon, filled with an extremely twisted excitement at the prospect of tasting the blood of his enemy. Boom! Three enormous and ferocious black shadows, like three meteorites launched from different directions, whipped up a shrill scream that tore through the air and launched a long-planned thunderous attack on the seemingly frail figure in the center of the canyon at a speed that was completely imperceptible to the naked eye. Kim Jae-woo suddenly leaped up from the left, his hydraulic mechanical arm, thicker than Su Wanruan's waist, gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the lightning. 5 alloy claws, each half a meter long and as sharp as scalpels, drew 5 visible white air waves in the air, seemingly capable of tearing space apart, their target being Su Wanruan's head. Park Sang-hoon silently flanked from behind, his turbo fan running at full capacity, spewing out a ghostly blue tail flame, turning him into a blur of motion as he flew close to the ground. Those metal claws, modified into reverse-jointed wolf legs, kicked viciously towards Su Wanruan's unsuspecting back with immense force. The most insidious and deadly one is Tanaka from the land of cherry blossoms. He darted out of the shadows of the cliff on the right like lightning, curling up in midair. Only the metal scorpion tail behind him, a fusion of biological activity and mechanical structure, moved like a black venomous dragon emerging from its cave. It was silent yet incredibly fast, carrying a ghostly green venomous light, and aimed straight at Su Wanruan's fair and slender throat. We're surrounded on 3 sides. There's no way to escape. There's no way to hide. This is a deadly situation that is theoretically impossible to break. The howling wind, thick with the stench of rust and blood, had already whipped the few strands of black hair across Su Ruanruan's forehead into a frenzy. Sharp alloy claws were less than half a meter from her delicate skin. At this moment, the atmosphere in the global live broadcast room was pushed to its absolute peak. The United States, the White House, the Oval Office. The president, who had just been informed that the satellite network was about to collapse, jumped up from his chair upon seeing this scene, his face showing a morbid ecstasy. Yes, that's it. Tear her apart. Tear her to pieces. In the live streams from South Korea and Japan, cheers erupted like a tsunami. Kill. King. Park. The time has come to avenge our Korean people. Tanaka-kun, use your poison hook to pierce that woman's throat. Make her pay for her arrogance. Ha ha ha. The Chinese are stunned. Your savior is about to die. She's about to turn into a pile of minced meat. Countless gloating comments flooded the screen like locusts, as if they could already see Su Ruanruan bleeding profusely and being devoured by 3 ferocious beasts. In Huaxia's live broadcast room, although the audience had blind trust in Su Ruanruan, the terrifying siege that exceeded the limits of human imagination still made everyone's hearts jump to their throats. General Zhang Jinghua suddenly stood up in the command center, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes wide like copper bells, staring intently at the girl on the screen, shrouded in the shadow of death. However, Su Ruanruan, who was in the eye of the storm and locked in by the life or death of 3 A+ level cyborg monsters, made a reaction that shocked the whole world. She didn't even lift her eyelids. She didn't even draw her indestructible black gold tang sword. She simply touched the ground lightly with her toes just 1/10 of a second before all the attacks were about to hit her, and floated back half a step as if she were a weightless feather. It was that half-step distance that bought her that fleeting 1/10,000th of a second. Then, under the complex gazes of billions of people around the world, filled with doubt, incomprehension, shock, and ecstasy, Su Ruanruan slowly raised her left hand. Her thumb gently and gracefully pressed the red button on that inconspicuous little black thing, which she always held in her palm and resembled a garage door remote. Drop. A faint, almost negligible sound. The next second, the heavens and earth changed color in response. Buzz! An invisible yet terrifying wave, seemingly capable of distorting light, erupted from the center of Su Ruanruan. Immediately afterwards, beneath the seemingly ordinary ground on both sides of the canyon and behind Su Ruanruan, 3 enormous animal trapping nets woven from strong magnetic constraint plates and high-toughness nanowires were instantly activated. Strumalalala. The blinding blue plasma, like a thunder dragon awakening, surged and roared wildly across the 3 massive nets. They intertwined in the air to form a colossal blue plasma grid, brimming with destructive power, completely enveloping the core area of the canyon. An ultra-high intensity directional electromagnetic pulse bursts forth instantly. This force might not be very harmful to pure flesh and blood, but for Kim Jae-woo, Park Sang-hoon, and Tanaka, 3 half-orcs whose bodies are incorporating more than 30% wasteland mechanical components and whose neural connections rely entirely on nanocontrolled chips for signal transmission, it is no less than a world-destroying divine punishment. While in midair, Kim Jae-woo, who still had a ferocious smile on his face, suddenly froze in his electronic eyes that were flashing a scarlet light. He felt as if his brain, the control chip connecting his brain and the robotic arm, was being pierced by 10,000 red-hot steel needles. All power, all speed, all killing intent were forcibly wiped to 0 in that instant. His hydraulic robotic arm, weighing hundreds of kilograms, instantly lost all power support and became heavier than a piece of scrap metal. Snap! Kim Jae-woo was like a puppet whose strings had been cut. His huge and ferocious body froze in midair for a moment, and then, in an extremely comical posture, he landed face down on the hard rock ground in front of Su Ruanruan. Boom strapia! A loud bang, and dust flew everywhere. Park Sang-hoon and Tanaka met the same fate. The turbine fan behind Park Sang-hoon was destroyed in a burst of ear-piercing sparks, causing him to spiral down from midair like a crow with broken wings. Tanaka's metal scorpion tail fared even worse. Its highly venomous barbs at the tip exploded into a green firework in midair, due to the sudden surge of electricity, while he himself collapsed limply to the ground like a lump of mud. The three semi-mechanical berserkers, who were so aggressive and seemed capable of destroying the world just a second ago, were now like toys with their batteries removed. They lay on the ground, convulsing violently, emitting black smoke, and spewing white foam mixed with engine oil and blood. They couldn't even move a single finger. The entire process, from pressing the button to the end of the battle, takes no more than 3 seconds. Quiet. A deathly silence. In a global live stream, the barrage of comments that were flooding the screen just a second ago vanished completely in an instant. The President of the United States was still frozen in ecstasy, his mouth agape, as if a fist could fit inside, as if he had been petrified. Commentators and viewers from all Western countries were like ducks with their necks being choked, unable to utter a sound, only staring intently at the calm and collected figure on the screen with eyes that seemed to look at a ghost or a god. Su Wanwan slowly withdrew her finger from the remote control, as if she had only done a trivial thing. She glanced at the 3 twitching, ugly pieces of scrap metal on the ground, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly, her face filled with genuine disgust. She gently blew on her fingertips, which were completely free of dust, and spoke softly to the virtual live streaming camera in an extremely calm, even slightly bored tone. That's it. Those 2 words were like 2 resounding slaps to the faces of everyone in the world who is hostile to China, leaving a burning pain. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the Huaxia Live broadcast room erupted in unprecedented, roof-lifting laughter and cheers. Ha ha ha, that's it. Su Shun, I'd call you the grandmaster of showing off. So damn cool. A bloodless victory. This is true dimensional reduction. Fight with your brain, not like a barbarian. Those Western idiots know nothing about technology. Did you see the constipated look on the President of the United States? It's hilarious. Wasn't he just yelling that he'd tear Su Shun to shreds? Why isn't he yelling anymore? Su Wanwan ignored the commotion outside. She simply looked at the 3 twitching half-orcs on the ground with interest, a playful smile on her lips. Don't rush. Electromagnetic pulse is just an appetizer. Su Wanwan put the remote control back in her pocket, her tone carrying a hint of devilish whisper. My gifts to you are not over yet. The real show is just beginning. Chapter 127 Control Chip burns out, orcs fight among themselves. Su Wanwan's cool, yet slightly teasing voice was clearly transmitted to every corner of the world through the live broadcast camera. The President of the United States, who was slumped on the carpet in his White House office, felt a sudden jolt of unease upon hearing these words, and an ominous premonition instantly welled up in his heart. What does she mean by that? Does she have a backup plan? The livestream footage shows the area inside the magnetic storm canyon. After a minute-long, full-body spasm, the 3 orcs that had been knocked down by the powerful electromagnetic pulse began to gradually reduce the intensity of their convulsions. The damaged circuits in their bodies, which had been burned out, began to reconnect under the forceful repair of some kind of biological self-healing ability. They moved. In the live stream room of Japan, a commentator, as if grasping at a last straw, screamed at the top of his lungs. I knew it. The warriors of our Yamato race are invincible. This level of attack will only make them angrier and stronger. When they rise up, it will be the death of that Chinese woman. The audience in South Korea also felt a surge of hope, cheering on their contestants. Kim Yoon, stand up. Let them witness the indomitable fighting spirit of the Korean people. As expected, Kim Jae-woo's massive body was the first to struggle and slowly get up from the ground. He shook his metal head, which was dented from the fall, and the scarlet electronic eye on half of his face lit up again after a flurry of static. However, this time, the light in his eyes was no longer the kind of deep-seated hatred full of wisdom directed at Su Wanwan. Instead, there's a kind of rage that is devoid of reason and purpose, pure to the extreme, and filled with a destructive desire for all living things in front of it. Roar, kill, kill, kill. A hoarse roar, like that of an old, broken blower, came from Kim Jae-woo's throat. He's completely gone mad. Su Wanwan's perfectly timed, directional electromagnetic pulse was neither too powerful nor too weak. It penetrated their fragile biological tissues with perfect precision, implanting the beacon of the nation deep into their brains. The encrypted nano-controlled chip used to maintain their basic sanity and execute remote commands, was completely burned to ashes. Having lost the shackles of reason, the most primal and brutal side effects of the Super Gene Beast transformation agent were completely unleashed. They are no longer half-orcs, but three beasts that are driven solely by the instinct to kill. Kim Jae-woo suddenly raised his head. His intact biological eyeball was bloodshot and swirled wildly, searching for something to tear apart. He saw his ally, Park Sang-hoon, struggling to get up not far away. In Kim Jae-woo's mind, which had degenerated to the level of a beast, anything that was moving and exuding life was an enemy. Roar! Without the slightest hesitation, Kim Jae-woo, his massive body that had just regained its mobility, pounced on Park Sang-hoon like a tiger released from its cage, on all fours. Sheba, Kim Jae-woo, are you crazy? I'm your ally. Park Sang-hoon was clearly still confused about the situation. His sanity control chip had also been burned out, but he seemed to still retain a trace of his impression of Kim Jae-woo as an ally. However, Kim Jae-woo couldn't understand what he was saying at all. Park Sang-hoon was met with Kim Jae-woo's massive, deadly alloy claws. A dull thud as a sharp blade pierced flesh. Kim Jae-woo's claws pierced deep into Park Sang-hoon's chest without reservation, drawing out large amounts of dark red blood and mechanical parts that sparked with electricity. Park Sang-hoon let out a painful scream. The intense pain and the anger of betrayal instantly ignited the same beast within him. You damn mad dog! Park Sang-hoon suddenly lowered his head, opened his mouth full of metal fangs, and bit down hard on Kim Jae-woo's shoulder, tearing a large chunk of bloody mechanical tissue off his body. Just as the two South Korean players were fiercely fighting amongst themselves, Tanaka, the player from the Japanese country of Japan, also staggered to his feet. He watched Kim Jae-woo and Park Sang-hoon wrestling, a sly glint in his eyes, which were now only filled with crimson and madness. Instead of joining the fray, he moved like a true venomous snake, silently crouching low and flanking the two men. The metal scorpion tail behind Tanaka, which had been broken off in the electromagnetic pulse, suddenly shot out. Its target was none other than the back of Kim Jae-woo's head, who had just been fighting alongside him. Clang! The remnants of the metal scorpion tail slammed heavily onto the back of Kim Jae-woo's metal head, producing a piercing thud that made him see stars and nearly fall over. Baka! Die, all of you! The power is mine! Tanaka let out a roar that was hard to understand, and joined the bloody and ugly melee. Three orcs, having lost their minds, staged a most primitive and brutal dog-eat-dog drama in this empty canyon. Kim Jae-woo's robotic arms smashed half of Tanaka's body to pieces with a single punch. Before collapsing, Tanaka used his last bit of strength to plunge his arm, which was now incorporating a cutting blade, into Kim Jae-woo's power core. Meanwhile, Park Sang-hoon seized the opportunity to bite off Kim Jae-woo's neck, but he was also ripped out of his abdomen by Kim Jae-woo's dying counterattack. Blood, engine oil, broken parts, fractured bones were splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely bloody, violent, and chaotic. Everyone in the global live stream was stunned. Especially the audiences from Japan and South Korea. Their smiles were more like cries. 1 second, they were cheering for their heroes, and the next they watched helplessly as their heroes killed each other like mad dogs, ultimately perishing together. This is 1,000,000 times more humiliating than killing them outright. The President of the United States fainted on the spot, and unable to hold back his blood, he spat it onto the expensive Persian carpet, fell backward, and passed out on the spot. And what is Su Wan, the one who started all this, doing right now? When the three orcs started fighting amongst themselves, she frowned in disgust and muttered, "Too noisy and so dirty." Then, under the blank, numb, and even questioning gazes of billions of people around the world, Su Wan walked unhurriedly to a huge, safe boulder in the distance, which could block all the splattered blood and debris. She made a wisp of light in the void. The next second, a folding beach chair covered with a pink checkered tablecloth appeared out of thin air on the grass. Then, she took out a perfectly chilled watermelon from her storage space, with glistening water droplets still clinging to its surface and neatly cut. Su Wan leaned comfortably against the beach chair, crossed her legs, and her incredibly long legs, encased in a black outfit, swayed back and forth in front of the camera. She picked up a juicy, red triangular watermelon and, with the background music of blood and gore flying in the distance, took a big, satisfying bite. Snap! The crisp sound stood out clearly in the deathly silent live stream room. Sweet red juice slid down her fair chin, adding to her languid allure. While watching the gruesome and bloody battle with great interest, she gracefully spat out the watermelon seeds in her mouth onto the grass beside her with a puff. Their leisurely demeanor made it seem as if they were not in a perilous post-apocalyptic wasteland, but rather on a sunny beach in Hawaii, enjoying a unique gladiator performance. On one side is a bloody hell on earth. On one side is a peaceful seaside vacation. These two extremely contrasting scenes were perfectly merged through the live broadcast, creating a powerful contrast and humiliation that broke down the defenses of all adversaries. This melon is really sweet. Su Ruan squinted her eyes contentedly and took another big bite. It's a pity that just eating melon is a bit monotonous. It would be perfect if we brought some melon seeds to eat too. Chapter 128 reaped the benefits while conveniently squeezing the villain's remains. Su Ruan's soft murmur, imbued with the atmosphere of Versailles, was like an invisible dagger, precisely piercing the hearts of every viewer from an opposing nation. The chief scientist of Area 52 in the United States, Dr. looked at the Chinese girl on the screen who was watching the show while eating melon seeds, and then looked at the 3 piles of scrap metal on the ground that had been beaten beyond recognition, which represented his greatest masterpiece, and went into a frenzy. The ultimate biological weapon he painstakingly created, consuming countless national resources and 10 years of national fortune, was not even considered a piece of entertainment in other people's eyes at most. Just background noise while watching the drama unfold. Puff! The doctor suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolled back, and he fell straight down, following in the president's footsteps. The bloody battle in the canyon lasted for a full 10 minutes. As the final, unwilling roar faded, the world finally fell completely silent. On the ground, only 3 mangled, black-smoking, and indistinguishable mixtures of machinery and flesh remained. They perished together. From beginning to end, Su Ruan didn't move a single finger. She gracefully finished the last bite of watermelon, then casually tossed the cleanly gnawed rind into a trash bag marked biodegradable that appeared out of nowhere beside her, demonstrating the good manners of a modern, civilized person. All right, the garbage sorting is done. Time to get down to business. Su Ruan stretched lazily and stood up from the comfortable beach chair. Her tight-fitting, shimmering battle suit perfectly showcased her divinely proportioned figure. She didn't even bother to look at the 3 corpses again and walked straight to the huge cliff face inlaid with natural quantum crystal, or buzz. Su Ruan took out a high-frequency particle vibration hammer with a very futuristic design from her storage space. This thing was a high-end mining tool that she had won in a lottery specifically designed to deal with this kind of high-hardness rare, or she turned the vibrating hammer to its maximum power and aimed it at the edge where the huge blue crystal met the rock. There was no earth-shattering noise, nor any scene of flying rocks. There was only a very faint buzzing sound, like the fluttering of bee wings. Under the resonance of high-frequency particles, the incredibly hard wasteland rock layer, like tofu cut by an invisible hand, saw extremely smooth cracks spread along the edges of the crystal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Less than a minute. Click. A soft sound. The piece of natural quantum crystal ore, which was the size of a double bed, weighed several tons, and seemed to embody the entire starry sky, was completely peeled off the cliff by Su Ruan in the most perfect and undamaged way. Su Ruan stretched out her slender hand and seemingly effortlessly held up the huge crystal. Then, with a thought, she put it into the system's seemingly boundless storage space. The first core material for the main quest is obtained. After finishing all this, Su Ruan clapped her hands before turning her gaze to the 3 half-orc remains that were beginning to emit a foul stench not far away. In the live stream, the Chinese viewers all thought she was leaving. Done. Su Shun is amazing. He got the job done while just watching the whole thing. This was so beautiful. I wonder what kind of treasure it would become if it were returned to China 1,000-fold. However, Su Ruan's next move surprised everyone. Instead of leaving, she strode forward and walked straight to the pile of mangled remains. She once again pulled out a complete set of professional, surgical, and mechanical repair toolkits from her storage space. Although it's a bit ugly, it's still something that the United States spent 10 years of its national resources to create. It must be a treasure from head to toe, right? It's such a waste to just leave it here. Su Ruanruan put on a pair of spotless white plastic gloves and muttered to herself. The tone was exactly like that of a thrifty housewife, dealing with the pig offal she bought from the market on sale, which required careful preparation. Immediately afterwards, to the astonished expressions of billions of viewers worldwide, Su Ruanruan squatted down and began, with an extremely skilled, even masterful, technique to begin the inhumane recycling of the three remains. Sizzle. She first used a high-frequency cutting tool to precisely cut open Kim Jae-woo's already damaged hydraulic robotic arm. TSK, this special shape memory alloy. Although the process is a bit rough, its toughness and strength are not bad. If we remelt it, it will be perfect for upgrading the puncture resistance of my Zero tires. As she spoke, she removed the blood-stained mechanical arm and threw it into her storage space. Then, her gaze fell on a half-burnt turbine fan behind Park Sang-hoon. This miniature vector nozzle design is quite interesting. Although the energy conversion rate is a bit low, it can provide instant steering assistance. I'll take it off and install a side booster on my Zero, making drifting and cornering even smoother in the future. Dismantle. Finally, after carefully searching through the mess for a while, she found a small box perfectly protected by a special alloy inside Tanaka's hollowed-out abdominal cavity. She opened the box, and inside lay a metal syringe, exactly the same as the previous three, filled with a strange, dark red liquid. Super Gene Beast Transformation Agent, Fury Type, last dose, and used. This was originally intended for their own players, but due to unforeseen circumstances, it has now become Su Ruanruan's Spoils of War. In less than 10 minutes, the three orc remains that had been piled up like a mountain were scavenged by Su Ruanruan until only some worthless rotten flesh remained. She looted all the valuable mechanical armor, alloy skeletons, energy cores, and even usable screws. This isn't just plucking feathers from a passing goose. It's practically a locust swarm. They'll scrape off 3 layers of the earth. In the live-streaming rooms of Western countries, the few remaining viewers who were still watching were trembling with anger as they watched Su Ruanruan's outrageous scavenging behavior. A devil. She's a devil. Not only did she kill our warriors, but she also wanted to whip their corpses. She even wanted to use their remains to make spare parts. This is outrageous. This is cruel. Are all Chinese people this frugal and hardworking? We're finished. All our efforts were ultimately just providing her with free upgrade materials. Su Ruanruan didn't care about any of that. She packed away all her spoils with satisfaction, and looking at the canyon she had cleaned so thoroughly, she revealed a bright smile of satisfaction. I got the main quest items, plus a bunch of A-grade upgrade materials and an S-grade secret weapon for free. This is a huge profit. She toyed with the beast transformation potion in her hand, which exuded an ominous aura, a dangerous yet playful glint flashing in her cold eyes. This is a great gift from the United States. Why not accept it? I wonder if I could give my snow leopard an injection and let it transform for fun. Chapter 129 Crystallization Critical Strike returns. I wonder if this thing could be used to give my snow leopard an injection so it could transform and have some fun. Looking at the Super Gene Beast Transformation Potion in her hand, which was radiating an evil, blood-red light, Su Ruanruan had an extremely dangerous yet daring idea pop into her mind. However, she quickly shook her head, dismissing the idea. Forget it. If it turns into something as ugly as those 3 from before, that would be too disgusting. She casually sealed the uncertain potion in a special lead box and threw it into the deepest part of her storage space, intending to study it slowly when she had time later. Having done all this, she mounted her beloved Shadow Raider and prepared to head home. Before leaving, her gaze fell on the huge quantum crystal this is the core material for building the two-way conveyor belt. The entire piece must be used. It cannot be directly returned as a critical hit. However, Su Ruanruan's lips curled into a sly smile. When we were mining just now, it seems like a few small fragments broke off, and it would be a shame to throw them away. With a thought, a crystalline fragment, no bigger than a fingernail, but also radiating a deep blue light, appeared in her palm. For an extreme pragmatist and hoarder like her, not a single resource can be wasted. Without hesitation, Su Wanwan brought up the panel of the Shinnong All Things Critical Strike system and precisely threw the small crystal fragment into the manifestation pool that represented Holy Critical Strike. System targeted Holy Critical Strike. Objective: the entire territory of China. Give me a 100,000x manifestation. Let's send a small gift home first to test the waters. Boom! A sacred, sapphire blue beam of light, purer and deeper than ever before, suddenly shot into the sky from Su Wanwan's palm. This beam of light was not as domineering as the previous purple gold light, but it carried a power of law that seemed to connect the two ends of the universe and ignore any spatial and temporal barriers. It tore through the barrier of folded space and descended upon the real world of China with an unparalleled force. The real world, China. A city on the southeastern coast that has just been battered by a typhoon. A maintenance engineer for a telecommunications base station is suspended dozens of meters in the air on a signal tower, sweating profusely as he repairs lines damaged by strong winds. Oldley, how's it going? Tens of thousands of residents down below have lost cell phone signal and are waiting for your help. A coworker on the ground shouted anxiously into his walkie-talkie. Almost there. Damn it, this weather is awful. The signal is attenuating so badly. The core of this fiber optic cable seems to be broken. It needs to be respliced. While complaining, Oldley carefully operated the precision instrument. Just then, without any warning, a dazzling and sacred blue beam of light descended from the heavens, precisely enveloping the signal tower where he stood. Holy crap! What the hell is that? Oldley was startled by the sudden bright light and instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the scene before him was one he would never forget for the rest of his life. The bulky and ugly traditional signal tower beneath him, made of steel and wires under the blue light, instantly disintegrated into billions of basic metal atoms, just like building blocks being broken down. Then, these atoms rapidly recombine, aggregate, and sublimate in a way that is incomprehensible to ordinary people. Less than 3 seconds. The original cell tower has disappeared. In its place is a quantum entangled state transmission base station that is crystal clear, as if carved from pure blue crystal and full of futuristic sci-fi aesthetics. It floats silently in midair, with no visible lines or antennas on its surface. Only soft blue halos slowly circulate, as if in sync with the breathing of the entire universe. At the same time, in every corner of China, from the rooftops of bustling cities to the uninhabited areas of the snowy plateau and to the turbulent islands and reefs of the South China Sea, millions of traditional communication base stations of all kinds completed this miraculous evolution at this moment. At that moment, the mobile phones of people across the country collectively fell into a state of no signal for 5 seconds. 5 seconds later, when a signal was reconnected, everyone was shocked to find that the signal indicator in the upper left corner of their phones had changed. The familiar stepped signal grid is gone, replaced by an infinitely looping infinity symbol that emits a faint blue light and exudes a sense of technology. Signal strength is always at full bars. Countless car owners who were cursing in their underground parking garages suddenly found that their phones could now smoothly play high-definition videos. Countless drivers traversing a highway tunnel several kilometers long and deep in the mountains were astonished to discover that they could not only listen to music, but also have lag-free video calls with their families. Just as the whole nation was feeling confused and surprised by this sudden signal upgrade, the Chinese government held an emergency global press conference. With an unprecedented, almost barely contained pride and joy, the spokesperson solemnly announced to the world, "From this day forward, China has completely built a global quantum long-distance communication network that ignores any physical and spatial barriers and is truly zero latency and absolutely secure. This means that no matter if our compatriots are in a submarine at a depth of 10,000 meters, a scientific research station deep in the Earth's core, or even on the Moon or Mars in the future, as long as they have a mobile phone, the signal from China will always be with them." The news sent shockwaves around the world. The highest command center of China, General Zhang Jinghua, trembled with excitement. He picked up the newly equipped antique-looking red secure telephone on the table and dialed a number that was encrypted 9 times and used to take more than 10 minutes to transfer successfully. The call connected instantly. Through the receiver, a voice, though intermittent due to signal interference, could still be heard with unwavering resolve. "This is the Dongfeng Strategic Nuclear Submarine. We encountered strong ocean currents in a Mariana Trench." "Comrade," Zhang Jinghua abruptly interrupted the other person, his voice hoarse with extreme excitement. "Comrade, look up at your sonar screen now." The young captain inside the submarine glanced at it with a puzzled look. The next second, he was struck as if by lightning and sprang up from his seat. The screen, which had been covered in static due to the pressure of the deep sea and the interference of the Earth's magnetic field, was now displaying a crystal-clear, real-time ultra-high-definition battle map projected directly from the command center thousands of miles away. General Zhang Jinghua's voice, filled with boundless pride and exhilaration, seemed to have crossed countless mountains and rivers, resounding directly in the young captain's ears. "Comrade, can you hear me? From this day forward, the voice of China, the commands of China, will be able to be clearly transmitted to every corner of the world, regardless of any obstacles." Chapter 1:30 Western Satellite Cluster Burns into Space Debris. General Zhang Jinghua's roar, filled with boundless pride and passion, echoed through the new quantum network inside the Dongfeng nuclear submarine at a depth of 10,000 meters, and also resonated in the hearts of every Chinese soldier. This is a revolution in the field of communications. It is also the ultimate evolution of military command systems. While the entire nation of China was immersed in this unprecedented technological euphoria, a sudden and catastrophic disaster was silently descending upon the Western world across the ocean. The power of Su Ruanruan's 100,000-fold critical strike was terrifying. Although the vast majority of the energy was used to reshape China's communication base stations, there was still a tiny, insignificant spatial energy ripple, only about 0.001%, that leaked from the barrier of folded space into the Earth's stratosphere. This energy ripple is like a gentle spring breeze to the Huaxia communication network, which has evolved to the quantum state and has no effect whatsoever. But for those old-fashioned satellites from Western countries that are still in Earth orbit and rely on fragile traditional electromagnetic wave signals for communication, it would be nothing short of a cataclysmic electromagnetic storm. The lighthouse of the United States, Houston, NASA Command Center. Hundreds of top scientists and engineers were in complete chaos, their faces etched with terror and despair. Report: Starlink satellites 34 through 78 have all lost contact. Signal completely lost. Report: Our global positioning system, GPS, has also failed. All military and civilian navigation systems are now unusable. My God, our weather satellites, spy satellites, Hubble telescope, they're all gone. It's as if an invisible hand wiped them off from space in an instant. We become blind, deaf. An elderly professor with gray hair stared at the blood-red static on a large screen, representing signal loss, and his legs gave way, causing him to collapse to the ground, muttering to himself. It's over. It's all over. Our space dominance, built up over half a century and with trillions of dollars, has been reduced to a pile of useless space junk in just 3 minutes. This sudden satellite massacre quickly triggered a chain reaction. Without GPS, global air travel was thrown into chaos, with countless passenger planes circling in the air, unable to find airports to land at, and cargo ships on the high seas lost their way. Without communication satellites, Wall Street's financial data transmission was instantly interrupted. Global stock market trading came to a standstill, and countless billionaires watched helplessly as their wealth turned into a string of unrealizable numbers. In a very short period of time, much of the Western world was plunged into a prehistoric era of internet, power, and communication outages. Traffic was paralyzed in countless cities due to malfunctioning traffic light systems, and panic buying broke out because mobile payments were unusable. Riots and fires spread through the once bustling metropolises. Inside the White House, the president, who had just been rescued, hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath when he heard this devastating news that was 100 times more despairing than the annihilation of all the orcs. His vision went black, and this time, there was no need for any rescue efforts. He simply passed out completely. They never dreamed that their meticulously planned scheme to kill Su Ruanruan, even at the cost of burning the nation's fortunes, would not only fail to harm the other party in the slightest, but would instead backfire, sending them back to the Stone Age by the insignificant aftershocks. This is the biggest irony in the world. And the person who started all of this, our dear Su Ruan, is completely unaware of it. She didn't even bother to watch the wailing and lamenting of the Western viewers in the live stream. After confirming that Huaxia had successfully received her little gift, she contentedly turned off the live stream, humming a tuneless, cheerful tune, and drove the Shadow Raider back to her warm and comfortable dungeon at breakneck speed. Zero, take that half-eaten watermelon out of the refrigerator. As soon as she got home, Su Ruan kicked off her tactical boots and stepped barefoot onto the soft wool carpet, completely relaxing. The AI Zero controlled a small housekeeping robot to deliver half a chilled watermelon to Su Ruan. Su Ruan picked up a special fruit knife, cut off the red flesh of the melon piece by piece, removed the seeds, and then poured it all into a futuristic-looking, multifunctional ice maker. She then casually picked a few fragrant mint leaves from the nearby plant shelf and tossed them in as well. Buzz, buzz! With a crisp, pleasant stirring sound, the pale blue, premium spiritual spring water was automatically poured in, blending perfectly with the watermelon pulp and mint leaves. Soon a cup, no, a large pitcher of watermelon mint smoothie, pink in color, exuding a cool mist and an enticing fruity aroma, was ready. Su Ruan poured the shaved ice into a huge glass, inserted a thick straw, and then sank into the enormous sofa in the living room, which was made of a single piece of spirit wood and seemed to suck people in. She took a deep breath and gulped down a large mouthful through the straw. Slurp! The cool, sweet shaved ice with a hint of mint slid down her throat and into her stomach, instantly taking away all the fatigue and heat from her long day outside. Ah, that feels so good. Su Ruan squinted her eyes happily, feeling that her life had reached its perfect state at this moment. She leaned back on the sofa, enjoying a delicious smoothie while leisurely bringing up the main quest panel of the Shinnong All Things Critical Strike system. Seeing that the gray icon representing Quantum Crystal on the SS-level blueprint, Quantum Space Two-Way Conveyor Belt, had been successfully lit up, the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up. Yes, home is still the most comfortable. She took another big gulp of her shaved ice, her gaze slowly moving down to the last and most crucial material icon on the blueprint, which was still locked in gray. Main Material 2, SS-grade Dimensional Space Anchor Stone. Location, Eastern Forbidden Zone, Biohazard Mother Nest. Su Ruan licked her lips, and in her clear, starry eyes, the light of a hunter, full of challenge and desire for conquest, rekindled once more. The next target is the Bioemergence. Judging from this name, it sounds like a den of lots and lots of mutated creatures. I wonder what the species there are like, and whether they're suitable for barbecue. Chapter 131, the conveyor belt progress soars to 90%. The next target is the Bioemergence. Judging from this name, it sounds like a den of lots and lots of mutated creatures. I wonder what the species there are like, and whether they're suitable for barbecue. Su Ruan licked the lingering sweetness of the watermelon shaved ice from her lips, and in her clear, starry eyes, the fiery light of a top hunter, filled with a desire for challenge and conquest, rekindled once more. Enjoy yourself, but don't neglect your business. She casually placed the huge glass on a coffee table and barefoot on the soft, comfortable carpet, walked straight to the core control room, located at the deepest part of the bunker and also the most heavily guarded. Zero, get ready to start. Move the base of the Quantum Space Two-Way Conveyor Belt onto the main assembly platform. Yes, Master. With the AI's cold Zero response, the entire massive core control room instantly came to life. The control room was as large as a standard football field. Above the dome was a holographic screen simulating the cosmos, and the surrounding walls were covered with countless huge screens that were rapidly refreshing massive streams of data. In the very center of the control room, a circular metal platform with a diameter of over 50 meters slowly rose from the ground amidst a low, mechanical hum. On that platform, a massive mechanical creation, brimming with science fiction and violent aesthetics, lay quietly. This is the base of the Quantum Space Two-Way Conveyor Belt that Su Ruan had personally crafted using the blueprints rewarded by the system and various top-tier materials she had collected, spending a great deal of time on it. It consists of countless intricate transmission gears, energy transmission pipelines, and space stabilizer arrays, gleaming with a cold metallic luster, like a steel behemoth poised to pounce. Boom! Several heavy-duty industrial robotic arms, resembling the arms of a giant dragon, slowly began to move down from the dome. They precisely probed into Su Wanwan's system storage space, and, amidst a slight spatial fluctuation, carefully retrieved the natural quantum crystal, which was the size of a double bed, and seemed to contain the entire universe. Begin final polishing and shaping. The error must be controlled within 0.001 micrometers. Su Wanwan stood in front of the control panel, her hands moving swiftly across the virtual screen, issuing a series of complex commands. Shaping process initiated. High precision gamma ray cutter ready. Buzz. An invisible energy ray, thousands of times thinner than a human hair, shot out from the tip of the robotic arm and began to cut and polish the irregular, huge crystal with extreme precision. Su Wanwan stared intently at the 3D model on the holographic projection. With a boost from her enhanced physique, her brain's processing speed even surpassed that of a supercomputer. She continuously adjusted the cutting angle and power in real time based on the subtle changes in the energy flow within the crystal. This is a delicate task that demands immense patience and skill. The slightest mistake could disrupt the energy of the entire precious quantum crystal, rendering it unusable on the spot. In the global live broadcast room, countless viewers who were just cheering for China's technological leap forward held their breath. My God, is this what Su Shan is like at work? He's so cool. He seems a million times more professional than a top scientist. Although I don't understand it, I'm utterly amazed. This hands-on skill is simply divine. Please, it must succeed. This is the ultimate national treasure that determines the future of our China. Time passed by second. An hour later, with the final cut completed, the massive quantum crystal was perfectly shaped into a hexagonal core, filled with countless mysterious energy circuits that perfectly matched the central groove of the conveyor belt base. Su Wanwan took a deep breath, her gaze becoming more focused than ever before. 0. Preparing for core embedding procedure. Energy synchronization rate locked at 100%. Space field threshold calibration initiation. Core embedding program initiated. The enormous mechanical arm, carrying the quantum crystal core that radiated a magnificent blue light, slowly and steadily descended towards the groove in the center of the base. 10 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 1 centimeter. The instant the two come into contact. Buzz! Suddenly, the entire core control room erupted with an incomparably dazzling blue light. The light was soft and not dazzling, yet it carried a terrifying power that seemed capable of distorting time and space. Centered on the conveyor belt, visible spatial ripples spread outwards like water waves, causing the light, air, and even gravity in the control room to be distorted in an extremely bizarre way at this moment. The system panel in front of Su Wanwan started flashing wildly. Ding! The core material, S-grade quantum crystal, has been successfully installed. The construction progress of the SS-grade blueprint, quantum space two-way conveyor belt, is skyrocketing. On the huge blueprint, the golden progress bar representing the completion rate was like it had been injected with adrenaline, rushing forward wildly from the original 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%. Finally, under the tense gaze of everyone whose hearts were pounding in their throats, the progress bar came to a steady stop at 90%. Ding! Congratulations, host. The construction progress of the quantum space two-way conveyor belt has reached 90%. Only the final essential material is missing, the SS-grade dimensional space anchor stone. System notification. This main material is located in the eastern restricted area of the wasteland world within the ultimate source of all distortion and pollution, the biohazard nest. Please proceed to retrieve it as soon as possible to complete this final step across dimensions. Looking at the magnificent creation that was almost completely finished, with only the last piece of the puzzle remaining, Su Wanwan couldn't help but show a hint of excitement and joy on her usually aloof and pretty face. Almost there. Just one last step. Once she obtains that dimensional space anchor stone, she can completely conquer this game and bring the entire steel torrent of China to this world. However, just as she was preparing to set off immediately for the biohazard nest. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. A large-scale, high-intensity, unknown life energy field has been detected gathering outside the bunker. The number is incalculable. Detected. The outer defensive armor of the optical outpost is being rapidly corroded by a highly acidic substance. Corrosion rate, 0.1 millimeters per second. The urgent and chilling alarm of AI-0 suddenly rang out throughout the entire control room. Su Ruanwan's brows furrowed instantly, and she immediately switched the surveillance footage. Above the bunker in the wasteland, the pale green poisonous fog that had been just permeating the air now seemed to have been stimulated and began to gather, writhe, and condense wildly. Puddles of jelly-like acid rain monsters, emitting a nauseatingly fishy stench and bubbling with strong acid on their surface, are taking shape at a visible speed. Thousands, tens of thousands, densely packed, like an army receiving some kind of command. They transformed into a terrifying green tide, surging madly and fearlessly towards the entrance of Su Ruanwan's bunker, which was disguised as an abandoned outpost from all directions. Su Ruanwan looked at the disgusting scene on the monitor, a cold, killing intent flashing in her eyes. It seems that the spatial fluctuations I just activated by activating the conveyor belt alerted that so-called mother body trying to come and tear down my house. They're courting death. Far from being nervous, she instead curled her lips into a cruel, cold smile. 0. How much longer will it take for them to corrode the first layer of outer armor? Chapter 132, Poisonous Fog Forms Acid Rain Monster. Bunker Outpost launches counterattack. 0. How much longer will it take for them to corrode the first layer of outer armor? Su Ruanwan's voice was calm and undisturbed, as if she were asking about the weather today, rather than facing a biological attack that could devour an army. AI's calculations are lightning fast, and a set of precise data immediately appears on the holographic screen. Reporting to Master, based on the current corrosion rate and the material strength of the Mystic Ice iron composite armor, enemy units are expected to break through the first layer of outer armor in 17 minutes and 34 seconds. Our camouflaged outpost has a total of 9 layers of defensive structure, and it is estimated that it will take 2 hours and 38 minutes to be completely breached. 2.5 hours? That's too slow. Su Ruanwan looked at the acid rain monsters on the screen, which were like wriggling green snot, frantically and layered on the outer wall of her outpost, and a trace of undisguised disgust flashed in her eyes. These monsters, each about the size of a wash basin, had no fixed shape, resembling a pool of concentrated sulfuric acid jelly imbued with a primal and savage consciousness. They continuously secreted highly corrosive acid from their bodies, causing the outer walls of the outpost, constructed of special alloys, to sizzle and hiss under their onslaught, emitting puffs of white smoke. The ground around the outpost had long been corroded into an acidic swamp bubbling with green bubbles, and any scrap metal that accidentally fell into it would be dissolved completely within seconds. This horrific and disgusting scene was clearly broadcast around the world through the live stream. Western viewers, who had just fallen into despair because of the completion of China's quantum communication network and the complete paralysis of Western satellites, seemed to see new hope at this moment and were instantly revived. Did you see that? What the hell is that? It can even melt alloys. I knew it. This Chinese woman couldn't be invincible forever. Her turtle shell is finally about to be smashed. She's helpless now. Great. Let her be arrogant. Let her mess with the conveyor belt. Now she's trapped in her house by monsters and can't get out. This is practically God's punishment for her. This quantity is terrifying. Densely packed, endless. I wonder how long her dilapidated fortress can hold out. Once the outer shell melts, she'll be dissolved alive into a pool of blood by this green acid. The barrage of gloating comments scrolled wildly in the live streams across Western countries. They seemed to already see Su Ruanwan trapped in the bunker, ultimately succumbing to despair and fear as she was devoured by acid. However, the scene of Su Ruanwan panicking that they had imagined did not occur. At this point, Su Ruanwan was too lazy to even glance at the monitor screen again. She leisurely walked back to the living room, took a bottle of chilled Spirit Spring grape juice from the refrigerator, and poured herself a full glass. I was originally planning to just leave, but since so many blind fools are offering themselves up to die, I might as well clean up the mess first. She carried her juice glass to the control panel and lightly tapped the virtual keyboard with her slender fingers. 0. Switch the bunker's perimeter defense system from regular stealth mode to Plan 2 for elimination. Yes, Master. Elimination Plan Number 2, High Voltage Pulse Cleanup Grid, is starting. Energy module connected. Capacitors beginning to charge. 3, 2, 1. Start up. Su Ruan took a sip of the sweet and sour grape juice and uttered 2 words softly. The moment she finished speaking, Buzz, centered on the disguised outpost heavily surrounded by the green acid rain monster. A blindingly bright blue electric light suddenly erupted from the ground and space within a 1-kilometer radius. Suddenly, countless energy circuits, as dense as a spider web and shimmering with a destructive aura, appeared on the once smooth metal exterior wall of the outpost. Immediately afterwards, these energy circuits expanded outwards, intertwining and linking in mid-air, instantly forming a gigantic spherical high-voltage pulse grid that completely enveloped the entire outpost and the surrounding 1-kilometer area. Strumalalalala. Hundreds of millions of raging blue electric snakes surged and roared wildly above the electric grid. The terrifying electrical energy even ionized the surrounding air, causing it to crackle and pop, forming a thunderstorm field filled with the aura of death. Those acid rain monsters, clinging to the walls of the outpost and frantically secreting acid, were the first unlucky ones to suffer. The moment the high-voltage power grid emerged from the wall surface, its highly conductive body, made of acid, instantly became the best conductor. There were no screams, no struggles. Each acid rain monster, like a punctured water balloon, swelled up suddenly upon contact with a violent electric current, and then burst with a poof. The highly corrosive acid inside them instantly lost all chemical activity under the impact of ultra-high voltage electricity. It was electrolyzed and neutralized, turning into pools of harmless, jelly-like green, gel-like substance that slid helplessly off the wall. The subsequent armies that were pouring in from all directions met with equally tragic ends. As soon as they step into the area covered by the electric grid, they will be immediately hit by the omnipresent and violent electric current. Patches of acid rain monsters, like felled wheat, burst and solidified in the blinding flashes of lightning, turning into a ground covered in green jelly. The whole process was like a one-sided, predictable electronic pest control operation. Less than 5 minutes. The once formidable tide of green monsters, which seemed capable of swallowing the heavens and the earth, was completely wiped out. The entire outpost was covered with a thick layer of slightly trembling green gel, which looked somewhat bouncy. Quiet. A deathly silence. At this moment, all live streaming rooms around the world, whether it's the chat or the commentary, collectively froze once again. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the battlefield on the screen, which had been purified and cleaned up. Then they looked at the petite figure who was leisurely drinking juice, as if the devastating thunderstorm had nothing to do with her. Their brains collectively went blank. Did I just witness divine punishment? I'm so upset. I'm really upset. We were still excited that she would be surrounded by monsters, but she just pressed a button and electrocuted all the monsters to ashes. How can anyone play like this? Her base is practically an invincible fortress. This isn't survival. It's a vacation. The nascent flame of hope among Western audiences was extinguished without a trace by this cold plasma. Meanwhile, a deafening burst of laughter erupted in Huaxia's live broadcast room. Ha ha, that feels so good. So good. I love seeing those foreign devils' expressions change from gloating 1 second to looking like they've eaten shit the next. Soft God, I heard you guys want to see me get attacked? Here, I'll show you some electrotherapy to liven things up. This defense system is amazing. It's impregnable. Now we can completely relax. Su Ruan looked at the clean and tidy outpost exterior on the screen with satisfaction, and then drank the grape juice in her glass in one gulp. With the crisis over, it's time to reap the rewards. She looked at the green gel scattered on the ground, and a hint of curiosity flashed in her cool eyes, upholding the fine tradition of being thrifty and never wasting anything. 0. Analyze the gel-like substance that formed after the electric shock and see what use it is. It feels like it's not ordinary garbage. AI Zero immediately mobilized the miniature sampling robots outside the outpost to scan and analyze the jelly. A few seconds later, a detailed report was presented to Su Wanwan, reporting to Master, analysis complete. These gel-like substances are the product of the core energy essence condensed from the acid rain monster after it was neutralized by high-voltage electricity. The system has named it as Grade A Strong Acid Essence. Its main characteristic is that it contains extremely stable and highly concentrated strong acid energy, which, when used as an electrolyte, can generate an unimaginably stable voltage that almost never decays. A stable voltage that never decays? Su Wanwan looked at this feature description, her beautiful eyebrows slightly raised, and a bold and brilliant idea flashed through her mind in an instant. This thing seems like it could be used to make something fun. In her cool eyes, a glimmer of excitement. The kind of excitement that only top students could understand was flashing excitement called monetizing knowledge. Zero, notify the cleaning robots outside to collect all of these strong acid essences. Don't miss a single one. Then, go to my scrap warehouse and find a few of the thickest scrap zinc plates and copper blocks. I want to do a small experiment. Chapter 133, The Science Maniac Who Handcrafted a Chemical Battery. Su Wanwan's lips curled into an intrigued smile, and her clear, starry eyes shone with wisdom and confidence. AI's zero execution capability is always the top priority. Yes, Master. Upon receiving the order, dozens of concealed exits immediately opened at the bottom of the disguised outpost outside the bunker. Rows of small, swift, spider-shaped cleaning robots emerged rapidly and systematically, like worker ants leaving their nest. Ignoring the slightly corrosive acid residue on the ground, they used specially designed robotic arms to pick up the bouncy green, strong acid essence scattered all over the ground, and then transported it all back to the bunker's material processing center through a dedicated recycling pipeline. Meanwhile, in Su Wanwan's enormous warehouse area, which was comparable to a dragon's treasure trove, several large industrial robotic arms also began to work. Among the mountain of garbage scavenged from all over the wasteland, they precisely rummaged through the debris and found several pieces of high-purity zinc armor plates, 10 centimeters thick, salvaged from scrap tanks, as well as a bundle of oxygen-free copper cables, as thick as an arm, pulled from an abandoned power plant. Once all the materials were ready, Su Wanwan changed into a spotless white research protective suit, put on goggles and acid-resistant gloves, and strolled into her personal workshop. The equipment in this workshop is enough to drive any Academy of Sciences in the real world crazy. It has everything from nanoscale 3D printers to ultra-high-energy particle colliders. But this time, Su Wanwan did not use those high-tech devices. She simply walked up to a very ordinary, basic chemistry lab bench. On the lab table, a huge beaker made of acid-resistant crystal, along with zinc plates, copper blocks, and a large basin of crystal-clear strong acid essence were already placed. This scene, broadcast live, left billions of viewers around the world completely bewildered. What is Sushin up to? Is he going to give a chemistry lesson? Zinc plates, copper blocks, and this green jelly. Doesn't this look familiar? Isn't this the fruit battery experiment we did in junior high chemistry class? Pfft, no way. She went through all that trouble collecting monster essence just to make an oversized potato battery? What good is that? To light a small light bulb? You know what? It's actually quite possible. In a post-apocalyptic world with a power shortage, it's quite normal to have a small battery for lighting. Not only Chinese viewers, but even those Western experts who were barely clinging to life showed expressions of disdain. What a charade. I thought she was up to something big, but it turns out she's just playing childish tricks. This primitive electrochemical reaction produces negligible voltage and current, making it utterly useless. A Nobel laureate in chemistry from the United States confidently commented on a television program. This is a complete waste of time. That so-called strong acid essence is essentially just a biological acid, and its energy conversion efficiency can never exceed that of the most efficient lithium battery. This Chinese contestant clearly lacks sufficient knowledge to make such a naive move. However, Su Wanwan completely ignored any outside noise. Her entire being was absorbed in this simple yet wonderful chemistry game before her. Before the apocalypse, I always wanted to try making a simple and crude primary cell, using the best materials to see where its limits really are. As she muttered to herself, she put on gloves and inserted the huge zinc plate and copper block into the two sides of the crystal beaker. Then, she picked up the basin of strong acid essence and poured it all into the beaker without hesitation. Glug glug. The moment those green gels containing terrifying acid energy came into contact with two different metals, a miracle happened. There was no violent chemical reaction, and no pungent gas was emitted. The green, highly acidic essence seemed to come alive, automatically and evenly coating the zinc plate and copper block. Next, the surface of the zinc plate began to slowly dissolve in an extremely gentle yet efficient manner, releasing a continuous stream of electrons. These electrons then rushed towards the copper block via the perfect highway of the strong acid essence. One positive and one negative, a perfect potential difference, formed instantly. The entire crystal beaker began to emit a low humming sound due to this huge and pure flow of electrical energy, and its surface even lit up with a faint green glow. It's done. A hint of joy flashed in Su Ruanruan's eyes. She picked up a specially made multimeter with an exaggeratedly large measuring range and connected the two probes to the parts of the zinc plate and copper block that protruded from the liquid surface, respectively. The next second, the numbers on the multimeter's LCD screen began to spike wildly at a heart-stopping speed. 8 volt, 10 volts, 100 volts, 1,000 volts, 5,000 volts. Finally, under the watchful eyes of audiences worldwide, the numbers steadily stopped at 12,000 V. Moreover, what's most terrifying is that once this number stabilizes, it's as if it's been welded shut, with no fluctuations even in the third decimal place. Ultra-high stable voltage of 12,000 volts. This isn't a battery. It's a miniature nuclear fusion reactor. Volmstrapje. The global chemical community was collectively shaken at this moment. The Nobel laureate, who had just been spouting nonsense on television, stared at the glaring number on the screen that made his soul tremble. His coffee cup fell to the ground with a clatter, and he jumped up from his chair as if he had seen a ghost. No, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. This violates Faraday's law of electrolysis. It violates all the fundamental laws of electrochemistry. What the hell is that thing? Its energy density. Its energy density exceeds the theoretical value by tens of thousands of times. He roared incoherently, clutching his hair, completely engulfed in a frenzy of collapsing worldview. Meanwhile, Huaxiao's livestream room was already filled with holy crap and awesome. Master math, physics, and chemistry, and you'll be able to roam freely even in the wasteland. You're amazing. I'm in awe. This is true power of knowledge. 12,000 volts. My goodness. If you connected an electrical wire to that, wouldn't it electrocute an elephant to death? Ha. What a slap in the face. A blatant slap in the face. Where's that Nobel laureate who just called soft genius naive? Come out here. Did you get your Nobel Prize by trading it for worthless paper? Su Ruanruan looked at the numbers on the multimeter with satisfaction, a just-as-I-thought smile on her face. What she created was no ordinary battery. Instead, it's A-grade, an eternal biological strong acid battery that can provide ultra-high and stable voltage forever, as long as the strong acid essence and zinc plate inside are not completely consumed. The energy from just one battery is enough to keep this entire underground city running at full power for a month. If all this strong acid essence on the ground were turned into batteries. Su Ruanruan's gaze fell upon the mountain of green gel in the materials processing center. A crazy idea, enough to turn the entire real world upside down, instantly took shape in her mind. She picked up the still buzzing crystal beaker, radiating terrifying electrical energy, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, and walked straight toward the manifestation pool that represented 10,000 times critical hit. I wonder what kind of impact this thing, with its 10,000-fold critical hit return, will have on those old-fashioned car companies in the real world that rely on oil and charging stations. Chapter 134. Strong acid battery devastates Western automakers, wiping out overnight. A mischievous smile, full of wicked amusement and anticipation, curled up at the corners of Su Ruanruan's mouth. She didn't even bother making a second one. Instead, she threw the newly created prototype of the eternal biological strong acid battery, which was still radiating terrifying electrical energy, along with a large pile of raw materials of strong acid essence that she hadn't had time to process, and a simple blueprint she had drawn herself that contained the optimal ratio of zinc plates and copper blocks, all into the 10,000 times critical hit manifestation pool that was radiating a holy purple gold light. System, don't try to save me money. Activate the highest privileges of the Dimensional Navigator. Grant me 200,000 times the holy critical strike. Target all new energy vehicle manufacturing plants, battery production lines, and national-level energy reserve centers within China. Completely re-equip them. Boom, streepje. This time, what shot into the sky was no longer a single-colored beam of light. Instead, it was a terrifying torrent of energy, composed of blue representing technology, green representing life energy, and purple gold representing divine power. Interwoven with these three colors, spiraling upwards, and so thick that it seemed capable of piercing through the entire universe. This torrent of energy, carrying an undeniable and domineering will to completely reshape the world's industrial landscape, tore apart the barriers between reality and folded space, and crashed down. The real world, China. Inside the final assembly workshop of a top domestic new energy vehicle brand. Thousands of workers are busily working on the brightly lit assembly line, where robotic arms are installing bulky and expensive traditional lithium battery packs onto stylish electric vehicles. The chief engineer, holding a report, shouted at the workshop director, Old Wang, urged the battery supplier, "We're running out of batteries for our latest flagship model again. The global lithium price is changing daily, and if this continues, we'll soon be unable to control our costs. Those foreign car companies are using this to hold us back." The workshop foreman wiped the sweat from his brow, his face full of worry. "Chief engineer, I've urged them 8 times already. There's nothing we can do. The technological barrier is in their hands, and we can only passively take the hits." He hadn't finished speaking. Sudden buzz. Without warning, the entire enormous factory was enveloped in an incomparably dazzling and sacred tricolored light. What's going on? Was it an earthquake? Look at the sky. All the workers instinctively raised their heads. Above the factory's towering dome, the void seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand, forming a massive, slowly rotating energy vortex. Then, amidst everyone's expressions of utter disbelief, one after another, perfectly packaged futuristic batteries, about half the size of traditional battery packs, emitting a faint green glow, fell from the vortex like snowflakes. Instead of falling randomly to the ground, they landed with perfect precision, one by one, on every assembly line and in every empty space reserved for batteries, as if they had eyes. At the same time, the computer screen in front of the chief engineer was flashing wildly as a brand new installation drawing and technical parameters for a device called Eternal Bioacid Battery automatically overwrote all the old files on his computer. What is this thing? The chief engineer was completely dumbfounded when he looked at the technical specifications that he couldn't understand at all, yet felt were incredibly impressive. At the same moment, the same miracle was simultaneously unfolding in hundreds of automobile manufacturing plants and battery factories across China. The news was immediately reported to the highest command center. General Zhang Jinghua looked at the images transmitted back on the screen, as well as academician Qian's excited and incoherent test report, and suddenly slammed his fist on the table, bursting into a deafening laugh. Great! What a wonderful girl, Sue. She always manages to bring us amazing surprises. Pass on my order. All new energy vehicle manufacturers immediately shut down existing production lines and replace batteries with new ones overnight. All vehicles already sold must be recalled free of charge and replaced with Eternal Heart batteries. Furthermore, hold a global press conference immediately. This time, we're not going to keep a low profile. I want the whole world to see what a true technological revolution really is. Half an hour later, an emergency press conference that shocked the world was held in China. Standing under the spotlight, the spokesperson, with unprecedented pride and elation, announced to the world a momentous piece of news that would go down in history. China has successfully developed the groundbreaking Yongheng Bioacid Battery. From today onwards, all made in China new energy vehicles will be fully equipped with this battery. According to our authoritative testing, vehicles equipped with this battery only need to be charged at a household 220V voltage for 10 minutes. Its range will exceed 10,000 kilometers. Furthermore, We solemnly promise the world, this battery will never need to be replaced. It will not degrade in its lifetime. The world fell silent the moment the news broke. The first reaction of all the foreign journalists and members of the public watching the live broadcast was, impossible. This is a lie. This is just bragging by the Chinese. 10,000-kilometer range? 10 minutes of charging? No performance degradation for life? This isn't science fiction, it's myth. However, the Chinese government then released an unedited test video that silenced all the doubters. In the video, an ordinary Chinese-made electric sedan, under the supervision of a notary, departs from Mohan in the far north, travels south across the entire land of China, reaches Sanya in Hainan in the far south, and then turns back. The entire journey covered more than 10,000 kilometers and lasted for more than half a month, with the entire process broadcast live. It was not charged even once along the way. And when it finally returned to the starting point, the remaining battery level displayed on the screen was still 100%. This has driven the whole world crazy. Those who held shares in Western traditional gasoline-powered cars and electric vehicles were the first to react. They screamed and frantically sold their shares. Wall Street, New York Stock Exchange, Volkswagen and BMW from Germany, Toyota and Honda from Japan, Ford and GM from the United States, and Tesla, hailed as the legend of electric vehicles. The stocks of these giants, who once dominated the global automotive industry for over a century, seem to have suffered an avalanche at this moment. The stock price chart plummeted like a free fall. 90%, 50%, 10%. Ultimately, within just 1 hour, their stock prices all became meaningless. 1 cent. Bankruptcy, liquidation, one after another, once invincible automotive empires collapsed on this day. Countless CEOs and executives of Western car companies, looking at their stock certificates that had become worthless in despair in their offices, their faces ashen, then jumped off the tops of their towering office buildings one by one, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. An era belonging to gasoline and traditional electric vehicles was brought to a violent and thorough end by Su Ruanruan's simple chemical experiment. And so began a new era of global new energy vehicles, completely monopolized by China. Folded space inside the bunker. Su Ruanruan yawned contentedly as she listened to the system notifications in her mind that were going off like crazy due to the influx of massive amounts of reputation points and faith power. All right, the little trouble outside is over. It's time to go and meet that big shot hiding behind the scenes who only send his underlings to their deaths. Her eyes sharpened, and her powerful senses, following the energy trails left by the acid rain monsters during their attack, began to trace them back to the deepest parts of the wasteland. Zero, based on the trajectories of these residual energy sources and combined with the wasteland pollution source distribution map in your database, deduce their ultimate source. Chapter 135, Deducing the Coordinates of the Poison Mist Mother, Black Scale Armor, makes its debut. Su Ruanruan's voice was cold and decisive. After eating and drinking her fill and cleaning up the trash, her hunting instincts, typical of apex predators, were fully activated. Yes, Master. Multidimensional energy trajectory reverse simulation is underway, comparing with known high-risk contaminated areas in the wasteland. AI-0, as Quantum Core began to operate at full speed, and a huge 3D map of the wasteland instantly unfolded on the holographic screen in front of Su Ruanruan. Countless thin green lines, representing energy trajectories, extended outwards from the location of the bunker in all directions, and then, strangely and coincidentally, all converged on a point in the far east of the map. That area was marked in deep red and labeled extremely dangerous. Ding! Trajectory simulation complete. Target locked. Coordinates 178 degrees east, 35 degrees north, core area of the Death Swamp, in the far east of the wasteland. Iconic site, the abandoned Satan 3 heavy chemical complex. System comprehensive assessment. The probability of this area being the location of the biohazard mother nest is 99.99%. Inside resides an SS-rank biohazard mother that can drop the final main material, the dimensional space anchor stone. Looking at the ominous outline of the huge factory highlighted in red on the screen, a hint of understanding flashed in Su Ruanruan's cool eyes. A heavy chemical plant. No wonder it can produce such a large number of strong acid monsters. Passive defense is not a long-term solution. Well, if I go out one day and it sends troops to besiege me again, even if it can't break through my defenses, it will still be annoying enough. It seems it's time to take the initiative and uproot it completely. If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they will grow back in a spring breeze. Su Wanwan understood this principle better than anyone else. Without the slightest hesitation, she turned and walked towards her private dressing room, which was comparable to that of a haute couture fashion house. Since we're going to venture into dangerous territory, our equipment naturally needs to be upgraded to the best possible level. With a thought, the flowing and beautiful, radiant mystic maiden battle suit that had been with her for so long automatically flew from the rack to her. Zero, bring me that bottle of anti-acid gel and the special memory alloy that we looted from the orc remains last time. Soon, a bottle of transparent gel emitting a peculiar fragrance, and several pieces of shape memory alloy shimmering with metallic luster were delivered to her by the robotic arm. Su Wanwan laid the battle suit flat on the workbench, and then evenly applied the anti-acid gel to every inch of the battle suit surface. Immediately afterwards, she activated the system's built-in advanced nano-sewing module. Buzz! The once smooth, silky suit began to undergo wondrous changes under the influence of the nanobots. The acid-resistant gel that was applied was decomposed and recombined with atomic precision, and then perfectly integrated into the fiber structure of the suit itself. Moreover, those special shape memory alloys were melted into a liquid state at high temperatures and woven into the lining and joints of the suit like golden threads, greatly enhancing the suit's physical defense and flexibility. The entire upgrade process was filled with a beautiful blend of technology and fantasy. 10 minutes later, when all the light faded, a brand new ultimate battle armor, powerful enough to drive any man crazy and make any woman jealous, appeared before Su Wanwan. Its entire body presents a deep and mysterious dark black color. The surface is no longer smooth cloth, but covered with strange scales arranged in an extremely precise manner, like dragon scales, emitting a faint dark light. These scales are the result of the perfect fusion of anti-acid gel and armor fibers. They not only possess incredible defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding aqua regia-level strong acids, but also refract a beautiful, iridescent hue under different lighting conditions. The armor's tailoring perfectly accentuated Su Wanwan's divinely proportioned figure. Her slender waist, pert hips, and impossibly long legs. Every feature exuded a deadly allure, a perfect blend of power and sexiness. Su Wanwan stretched out her slender hand and gently stroked the cool and smooth black scales, nodding in satisfaction. I'll call you Black Scale Acid-Resistant Radiant Armor. With a thought, the exquisite armor transformed into a stream of light and automatically donned her body. When she opened her eyes again, her entire demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. If she was previously a cool and aloof wasteland princess with a touch of languor, then, at this moment, she is a Dark Knight Valkyrie who is about to conquer hell and slay the demon god. She didn't even need to make any move. Simply standing there, the powerful aura emanating from her very bones, a domineering and decisive presence, was enough to terrify any enemy. The AI Zero electronic voice sounded at the opportune moment, carrying a rare, almost admiring fluctuation in the data. Reporting to Master, the new armor is perfectly synchronized with your bioenergy field. A special, high-level resonance phenomenon has been detected between the armor's energy core and the pollution source energy of the biohazard nest. After entering the nest area, your energy recovery speed is expected to increase by 300%. Oh, there's such a good thing. Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan's smile widened even further. Doesn't this mean that the environment of the biohazard nest, which is deadly toxins to others, is actually a super buff that allows her to regenerate mana infinitely? She had the right timing, the right location, and the right people. All of these were on her side. This battle is already a foregone conclusion. Su Wanwan took long strides, her incredibly long legs, encased in black scale armor boots, making crisp and rhythmic sounds on the ground. She walked straight to the garage and mounted the Shadow Raider heavy motorcycle, which was also filled with a cold and murderous aura. She put on the streamlined helmet covered in black scales that matched her armor, revealing only a pair of bright, starry eyes that gleamed with a cold, murderous intent. Driven by her will, The engine let out a long-suppressed, deep roar, like the awakening of an ancient beast. The heavy, dark iron gate of the garage slowly opened with a roar. Outside the door lay a desolate wasteland, shrouded in a ghastly green toxic fog, filled with unknowns and dangers. Su Wanruan looked at the deadly road leading to the far east of the wasteland, her eyes filled with no fear, only an endless desire to conquer. She gently raised her right hand, clad in a black scale-armored glove, and made a decapitation gesture towards the void. Zero, open the door. I'll go get the last piece of the puzzle. Chapter 136, A Lone Warrior Enters the Abyss. Zero, open the door. I'll go get the last piece of the puzzle. Accompanied by Su Wanruan's cold yet conquering command, the massive bunker gate, crafted from thick Xianbing iron and capable of withstanding the impact of a nuclear explosion, slowly rose amidst a thunderous roar that made the earth tremble. Outside the door, the post-apocalyptic wasteland remained shrouded in an eternal, ghastly green, poisonous fog. Before the gate was fully opened, a wild roar, like that of an ancient beast awakening, suddenly erupted from the dark passage. The Black Shadow Raider heavy motorcycle transformed into a bolt of black lightning, and as soon as the gate opened a gap for passage, it charged out with an unstoppable and resolute attitude. The motorcycle's rear wheel kicked up clouds of waste soil, mud, and gravel, leaving a deep, violently aesthetic tire mark on the ground. Su Wanruan sat steadily in the car, her brand-new, black-scale, acid-resistant flowing light armor, reflecting a deep and magnificent dark light under the pale green sky. Those armor plates, resembling dragon scales, seemed to possess a life of their own, undulating slightly with her movements, perfectly outlining her divinely proportioned figure, exuding a deadly allure of power and sensuality. Zero, target locked, Satan 3 heavy chemical complex. Activate maximum speed, advance mode. No need to avoid any obstacles along the way. Just crash into them. Yes, master. Path locked. Gravity levitation engine power increased to 120%. Energy shield ahead fully activated. AI Zero's response was as cold and efficient as ever. The next second, a layer of pale silver hexagonal energy shield, flowing like water ripples, suddenly lit up in front of the entire Shadow Raider vehicle. Boom! Su Wanruan twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle's massive body dipped slightly before accelerating instantly, like a cannonball being launched. This journey is more violent than any before. The 2-hour journey was compressed into a mere 40 minutes by the Shadow Raider's relentless, energy-consuming sprint. All the abandoned vehicle wreckage, collapsed building steel bars, and even hard rock slopes along the way were easily crushed to pieces like building blocks hit by a high-speed train when they came into contact with the fully activated energy shield. Su Wanruan was like a peerless general who conquered cities and fortresses, carving out a straight path of destruction leading to death on the post-apocalyptic wasteland. As they ventured deeper into the far east of the wasteland, the surrounding environment became increasingly bizarre and treacherous. The ozone smell in the air, like that of burning electrical wires, was gradually replaced by a stronger, more pungent stench of decaying chemicals. The green poisonous fog was no longer a misty gas, but became viscous and thick, like a tangible liquid, slowly flowing on the ground and converging into bubbling green streams. These highly concentrated acidic fumes continuously eroded the vehicle's energy shield, creating ripples and a piercing corrosive sound. Under previous defense levels, it would likely have been overwhelmed long ago, but to the Shadow Raiders, it was like a gentle breeze. Finally, at the edge of the horizon, the outline of a massive, mountain-like complex of buildings, filled with a sense of ferocity and distortion, appeared in Su Wanruan's field of vision. That was their final destination, the Satan number 3 heavy chemical complex. Only when you get close can you truly feel the terror of this factory. It didn't resemble a man-made structure at all. It was more like a gigantic, living thing born from the depths of hell, composed of steel, pipes, and tumors. Countless rusty, massive pipes, thicker than trains, tangled and intertwined like the veins of a monster, around the corroded and riddled reaction towers. At the point of the pipe break, a viscous, dark green liquid emitting highly toxic fumes was gurgling out, pooling on the ground to form a vast, bottomless acid swamp. The entire factory was shrouded in a thick, foul-smelling, yellowish-green cloud that even lightning could not penetrate. This is the ultimate source of all the distortion and pollution in this wasteland world. This is the biohazard nest. Su Ruanruan executed a beautiful drift on her motorcycle, bringing it to a smooth stop at the edge of the acidic swamp. She dismounted, her long legs, encased in black scale-armored combat boots, gently stepping onto the soft, blackened earth corroded by the acid. She raised her head, and beneath the visor covered by a black scale helmet, her clear, starry eyes calmly surveyed the hellish scene before her, a scene that could kill any person with trypophobia on the spot. She took a slow, deep breath. The highly toxic air, enough to completely melt the lungs of a mutated giant elephant in 3 seconds, rushed into her nasal cavity. However, the life support system inside the black scale acid-resistant radiant armor instantly activated, perfectly filtering out all toxic substances and leaving only the purest oxygen. Furthermore, a faint but pure energy source from the pollutant was slowly absorbed and transformed along the armor's energy core, becoming energy to replenish her own strength. Energy recovery speed increased by 300%? Zero, you're not kidding me. This godforsaken place is like paradise to me. She had barely finished speaking. In the very center of the factory, in the largest lake-like acid swamp, a series of enormous green bubbles filled with the smell of sulfur suddenly surged violently. Immediately afterwards, something so enormous that it defied description and so hideous that it exceeded the limits of human imagination slowly rose from the depths of the acidic lake amidst a sickening, grotesque sound of flesh writhing. That is the Biovenom mother. Its size occupied half the size of the factory square, like a writhing mountain of flesh forcibly stitched together from countless corpses, tumors, and industrial waste. Its surface has no skin, only a translucent mucous membrane that constantly drips a thick, green acidic liquid. Through the mucous membrane, one can even see countless pulsating, twisting, and bizarre organs inside. On that mountain of flesh, countless compound eyes of varying sizes and colors grew in a dense, irregular pattern. Each eye was turning frantically and nervously, radiating chaos, savagery, and endless malice. Countless thick tentacles, covered with suckers and barbs, swayed slowly around its body like giant snakes. With each wave, they stirred up large amounts of acid, causing the surrounding steel buildings to sizzle and corrode. At that moment, all the Western viewers watching in the global live stream felt as if their hearts were being gripped tightly by a cold, large hand the instant they saw the monster, and even their breath stopped. My God, what the hell is that? Cthulhu. This is disgusting. This thing is absolutely disgusting. I feel like I can't eat for 3 days. It's over, it's really over. No matter how strong Su Ruanruan is, there's no way she could defeat a monster this size, right? This isn't even a creature from the same dimension. Despair and fear spread like a plague in the live streams of all hostile nations. However, before this colossal, mountain-like monster, a terrifying sight that would make even the gods tremble, the Chinese girl clad in black dragon scale armor simply stood there quietly. Compared to that monster, her figure was as small as a grain of sand. But the powerful aura emanating from her very bones, which looked down upon the world and regarded all things as straw dogs, seemed to be even larger and more terrifying than that monster. Far from showing the slightest fear, she tilted her head with interest and, in a tone as if picking out pork at a market, softly commented to the virtual live-streaming camera. He's a bit ugly, but with such a large size, there must be a lot of meat on it, right? I don't know whether steaming or braising is better. Just as Su Ruanruan was pondering this extremely serious cooking problem, the enormous biomatrix, with its thousands upon thousands of chaotic compound eyes, suddenly stopped rotating at the same moment. All eyes were fixed intently on Su Ruanruan, this tiny yet incredibly delicious intruder. The next second, a mental scream that did not belong to human language, filled with endless anger and killing intent, and capable of directly piercing the soul, suddenly exploded in the sky above the entire factory. Intruders! You deserve to die. Chapter 137, 100 times agility, instantly killing the mother of poison mist. You deserve to die. That mental roar, filled with endless violence and resentment, was like a level 12 soul storm, echoing wildly throughout the entire biomother nest. If it were an ordinary person, or even a typical S-class mutated creature, just enduring this mental shock would immediately cause their brains to splatter and them to bleed from all 7 orifices, resulting in death. However, for Su Ruan, who possessed a 100-fold physical enhancement and whose mental strength had long been condensed into steel, this so-called soul storm was nothing more than a rather noisy whisper in her ear. She even had the leisure to pick her ears, a hint of impatience on her face. "What are you yelling about? Your voice sounds like a broken gong. It's awful." Su Ruan's light-hearted words, filled with extreme contempt, were like a spark thrown into a powder keg, instantly igniting the already chaotic and violent nerves of the bio mother. The mother's enormous, mountain-like body suddenly trembled violently. At the same time, a scarlet bloodlight, filled with extreme resentment and venom, erupted from its thousands of compound eyes. With a deafening roar, it moved. There was no probing, no prelude. It was a devastating, earth-shattering attack, right from the start. At the same moment, the countless thick tentacles on the monster's body, which writhed like giant snakes, suddenly straightened up. After a nauseating muscle contraction, the suction cups at the tips of the tentacles suddenly opened, revealing a series of hideous holes like cannon muzzles. The next second, thousands of high-pressure concentrated, highly toxic acid water jets, shimmering with a ghostly green light, shot out from those thousands of holes. That wasn't ordinary venom. It was primal strong acid that had been highly purified and compressed countless times by the core of the mother organism. Each jet of water has a terrifying impact force comparable to a high-pressure water jet and a powerful corrosive force capable of instantly melting a tank. In an instant, the entire sky was shrouded in this impenetrable green poisonous net woven from death and destruction. The poisonous rain poured down from the sky. Their only goal is to stand at the edge of the acid swamp, at that small, fragile, black figure that looks like it could break at the slightest touch. Countless jets of venomous water slammed into the spot where Su Ruan had been standing. The earth is wailing. The corroded, soft, and blackened land, upon contact with the primordial strong acid, was like butter scalded with a hot iron. It couldn't even last a second before being instantly vaporized and dissolved, leaving behind terrifying, bottomless pits that were still hissing and emitting white smoke. This scene gave all viewers in the global live broadcast room who were hostile to China a glimmer of hope once again. In the White House of the United States, the president, who had just been resuscitated by electric shock, lay weakly on his hospital bed. When he saw this earth-shattering scene on the screen, a sickly flush instantly rose on his pale face. Yes, that's it. Melt her to pieces, down to the bone. In the live streams from South Korea and Japan, a deafening roar of love erupted. Kill her. This is the true power of God. That Chinese woman is doomed. Ha ha ha. Let her be arrogant. Let her be cocky. Under this indiscriminate, all-encompassing attack, no matter how fast she is, where can she hide? She's doomed. Offer our hearts to Mother. If we kill Su Ruan, we'll be saved. They could almost see Su Ruan being dissolved alive into a pool of bubbling green blood in that impenetrable poisonous rain, leaving not even a single intact bone behind. However, reality once again slapped them hard and mercilessly in the face, just when the poisonous rain was about to engulf them at the critical moment. Su Ruan moved. A chilling glint flashed in her eyes. 100x agility, activate, buzz. In Su Ruan's sensory world, the whole world seemed to have been slowed down 10,000 times. Those jets of venomous water, which spewed at subsonic speeds and seemed too fast for outsiders to react to, now appeared to her as slow and clumsy as snails crawling. She could even clearly see the tiny ripples on the surface of each water column caused by high-speed friction with the air, and she could see the chemical molecular structures in the venom that were reacting violently and exuding a destructive aura. Too slow. A cruel, cold smile curled at the corners of Su Ruan's lips. The next second, she disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. Rather, her speed was so fast that it exceeded the capture limit of the highest frame rate of the live broadcast camera. In the wide-eyed shock of billions of viewers worldwide, all they could see was a blurry, ghostly black shadow that began her dance on the edge of a knife, a dance filled with violence and the aesthetics of death, within an impenetrable web of death woven from countless jets of venomous water. At times, she moved like a black butterfly in flight, defying physics, gracefully slipping through the less than 1 centimeter wide gap between the two columns of venomous water. At other times, it was like a black lightning bolt, its toes lightly touching the top of a column of venomous water about to hit the ground, using the force to propel itself into the air, instantly rising to a height of 100 meters, looking down at the huge monster below with a domineering posture. The poisonous rain poured down from the sky, yet not a single scale on her black armor was touched. This is no longer a battle, but a one-sided, utterly humiliating game. Is this something a human could do? She's a ghost. She's definitely a ghost. Commentators from Western countries watched the black figure strolling leisurely through the barrage of death on the screen, screaming incoherently, their worldview shattered. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the live stream in China erupted in a frenzied adoration that seemed to lift the roof off. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! That movement! That speed! Is he cheating? No. Su Shen himself is cheating. So cool. Absolutely awesome. This is true subversion of expectations. In the face of absolute speed, all fancy attacks are just paper tigers. I hereby declare that from today onwards, I am a diehard fan of Su Shen. Anyone who dares to say a bad word about her, I will go through the internet and smash their head in. Just as audiences around the world were immersed in this unimaginable visual feast. The game is over. After a series of incredible evasive maneuvers, they successfully approached the massive, mountain-like body of the biomatrix. A murderous intent suddenly erupted in Su Ruanruan's eyes. You've had your fun. It's time to send you on your way. She suddenly stopped in midair and reached out with her right hand into the void. Clang! A clear and melodious dragon's roar. The black gold tang sword that had been with her for so long, as black as ink and exuding endless sharpness, instantly appeared in her hand. But that's not all. As if by magic, she produced something with her left hand. That was none other than the grade eternal biological strong acid battery that she had personally crafted using strong acid essence, still buzzing and containing an ultra-high stable voltage of 12,000 volts. Without any hesitation, Su Ruanruan pressed this terrifying weapon hard against the end of the hilt of the black gold tang sword. A blindingly bright blue plasma, so intense it made the whole world lose its color, surged out of the battery in an instant. Like millions of thunder dragons awakening, they surged and coiled wildly upwards along the perfectly conductive blade of the black gold tang sword. In an instant, the entire black gold tang sword was completely enveloped by a layer of blue plasma, half a meter thick, filled with an aura of destruction and purification, and constantly jumping and flashing. At this moment, Su Ruanruan was no longer holding a knife. It is not a sword of thunder, but a sword powerful enough to sever gods and demons and judge all things. She held the Thunderblade, a culmination of technological and violent aesthetics, aloft, her icy starry eyes fixed on the core brain of the biomatrix below, which pulsated like a giant tumor at the very center of its countless compound eyes. Farewell, you ugly thing. Su Ruanruan's voice was like a death sentence pronounced from the deepest hell. Her petite body drew a beautiful yet deadly black arc in mid-air, and with the force of splitting a mountain, it crashed down towards the core of the mother body. One sword style, thunder burial. Laugh. There was no earth-shattering noise. There was only one soft, slicing sound like a hot knife cutting through butter, so smooth it sent chills down your spine, like a sharp blade piercing flesh. The black gold tang sword, enveloped in raging plasma, with unparalleled power and without any hindrance, cleaved straight through the center of the mother's enormous head. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. In the thousands of compound eyes of the biomatrix, the venomous and tyrannical crimson light froze instantly, then was replaced by an incomprehensible, extreme fear and bewilderment. 1 second later, centered on the charred, plasma-burnt slash mark, a thin crack began to spread outwards to both sides. Then, under the stunned gaze of audiences worldwide, the biomatrix's massive head, as large as a mountain, was neatly split in two. Then, amidst a series of nauseating gurgling sounds, it slowly and weakly slid to the sides, finally crashing heavily into the acidic swamp below with a thunderous roar, splashing up a towering green wave. One cut. Just one cut. This ultimate SS-class bioweapon, which instilled fear throughout the world, was instantly decapitated. The battle is over. Su Wanwan slowly landed on the massive, lifeless remains of the mother body, which were still twitching slightly. She sheathed her sword and stood there, her black dragon scale armor spotless, her posture upright like a pine tree, with the disintegrating corpse of the enormous monster behind her. The scene was like an epic dragon-slaying saga from mythology, filled with breathtaking power and beauty. However, Su Wanwan frowned slightly. She looked at the monster's corpse at her feet, which was trembling violently and glowing with extremely unstable seven-colored light from within. She muttered to herself with a hint of displeasure. "What's going on? Are you giving me a surprise after you've died? Is it about to self-destruct?" Chapter 138, you want to take me down with you? You're not qualified. Su Wanwan's cold voice echoed in the desolate ruins of the chemical plant. The monster's remains beneath her feet trembled more violently, and the seven-colored light inside grew brighter and brighter, as if it would turn into a world-destroying energy storm in the next second. In a live stream, everyone's hearts were in their throats once again. No way. This monster died, and then took someone down with it? Su Shenron. If this explodes, its destructive power is probably no less than that of a nuclear bomb, right? Su Shun just finished a major battle. His energy must have been depleted. We absolutely cannot take it head on. However, faced with this premonition of self-destruction that would make any S-class powerhouse's scalp tingle, Su Wanwan merely curled her lips in disdain. You want to take me down with you? You're not qualified. She lightly touched the monster's slimy corpse with her toes, and her whole body floated backward hundreds of meters like a weightless feather, landing steadily on a relatively intact giant pipe in the distance. She leisurely crossed her arms, ready to enjoy the last fireworks. The terrifying, earth-shattering explosion that was expected did not occur. Just as the energy light inside the mother's corpse reached its peak and was about to go out of control, all the light, all the energy suddenly contracted inward. The enormous mountain-like corpse did not explode. Instead, under the immense power of an invisible law, it began a bizarre process of decomposition and purification. The hideous flesh, twisted organs, and viscous acidic fluid, all of it, under the illumination of the seven-colored light, melted and vaporized rapidly like snow melting in the sun, transforming into the purest, harmless energy particles that dissipated into the air. This purifying light, like a gentle shock wave, rapidly spread outwards. Where the light touched, a miracle occurred. The yellowish-green, highly toxic clouds that had shrouded the entire factory for centuries were swept away, revealing a long-lost sky that, though still a ghastly green, was much clearer. The vast, boundless acidic swamp, capable of instantly melting even steel, was quickly neutralized and purified under the light, transforming into a crystal-clear, ordinary lake emanating a faint scent of life. The entire biohazard nest, the biggest scourge of this wasteland world, was completely eradicated and purified from its very source in this grand funeral of light. An unimaginably vast surge of pure life energy rushed towards Su Wanwan, who was standing high above. Her black-scale, acid-resistant radiant armor emitted a pleasant hum, greedily absorbing the energy and rapidly replenishing the energy consumed in the previous battle. Su Wanwan felt as if every cell in her body was soaking in a hot spring, an indescribable feeling of comfort. So it wasn't a self-destruction, it was just a special effect before the equipment exploded. Making such a big fuss, I thought it was something serious. The Huaxia Live broadcast room was already filled with laughter and joy. Ha ha! Su Shun is always so calm and collected. I declare that from now on, Su Shun is my king of kings. Purifying the world. This is simply a miracle. Su Shun alone solved the biggest source of pollution in this wasteland. Those idiots in the West must be dumbfounded again, right? They were expecting Su Shun to be blown to pieces, but instead they were watching a cutscene of the boss looting gear. Soon, the light faded. In the center of the lake where the enormous monster once roamed, on the surface of the newly purified clear water, two items radiating dazzling light floated silently, exuding a deadly allure. Su Ruanawan's eyes lit up, and in a flash, she appeared in the center of the lake, as if by teleportation. She stretched out her slender hands and held the two spoils of war in her palms. The first item was a strange crystal about the size of a fist, with a deep, chaotic color that seemed to belong to another dimension. Its shape is extremely irregular, as if it is constantly changing, sometimes a polygon, sometimes a sphere, and sometimes twisted into a Mobius strip. The light around it is distorted by its own powerful gravitational field, forming a faint ripple in space. Just looking at it gives you the illusion that your soul is being sucked in. In Su Ruanawan's mind, the system's notification sounded at just the right moment. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain the SS-level biomatrix and obtained the ultimate core material, the SS-level dimensional space anchor stone. Item description: a cosmic treasure born by chance at the collision singularity of multiple dimensions. It is an absolute beacon for locating and linking two different dimensions. Possessing it will allow you to completely break down the barriers between folded space and the real world, achieving true two-way matter transfer. Finally got it. Even with Su Ruanawan's usually calm and collected demeanor, her breathing quickened slightly upon seeing the final piece of material she had been searching for. An unprecedented fervor and ambition erupted in her starry eyes. With this, the quantum space two-way conveyor belt can be fully constructed. At that time, the steel torrent of China, the infrastructure powerhouse, and the immense strength of 1.4 billion people will become her strongest support in this wasteland world. This game will completely enter a god mode dominated by China. Suppressing her excitement, she carefully stored the anchor stone, which was related to the future of the nation, into her storage space, and then turned her gaze to another trophy. The shock she received from this second item was even greater than that from the anchor stone. It was a transparent test tube made of an unknown crystal material, exuding a futuristic and technological feel. The test tube contained not pills or crystals, but about 100 milliliters of pure golden liquid, as dazzling as molten gold, exuding a sacred and powerful aura of life. The liquid seemed to possess its own life, flowing and pulsating slowly and rhythmically within the test tube. With each pulsation, it emitted a strange fragrance capable of reviving all things and regenerating flesh from withered bones. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered an extremely rare drop, 1 in 10 million. You have obtained a super mythical special item, S-grade beginner gene optimization fluid, perfect version. Item description: divine serum, the closest to the origin of life, accidentally purified from countless failed mutations by the biochemical matrix. It can completely optimize the human life structure at the genetic level without side effects, repair all genetic defects, eliminate all disease cells, unlock locked life potential, and significantly extend the natural lifespan of organisms. System notification: this item surpasses the current technology tree of the wasteland world and belongs to a higher dimension. Please use it with caution. Creations from a higher dimension. Looking at the vial of golden liquid in her hand, which seemed to embody a miracle of life, Su Ruanawan's clear, starry eyes flashed with an unprecedented shock. She instantly understood how terrifying this thing was. This is no longer just about treating illnesses, saving lives, or improving health. This is the creation of a god. This is about enabling a mortal race to take a decisive step toward the realm of demigods. She thought of her compatriots in the real world who were suffering from various diseases, and of the older generation of scientists and meritorious soldiers who dedicated their lives to the country but were ruthlessly eroded by the years. Su Ruanawan slowly raised her head, and for the first time, a genuine, radiant, and gentle smile appeared on her usually aloof and beautiful face. Facing the live stream camera in the void, she gently shook the vial of sacred golden liquid in her hand and said softly in a tone filled with boundless pride and anticipation, "Family members, are you ready for a transformative evolution?" Chapter 139: Gene Fluid Devastates China, rewriting the genes of the entire nation. In that instant, the entire nation of China was in an uproar. Evolution. Did I hear that right? Su Shun said evolution. My God, what kind of divine medicine is that golden liquid? Judging from Su Shun's expression, This is definitely a treasure more powerful than everything else combined. A complete transformation. I am willing. Susen, Heri. I can't wait. Whatever it is, come at me. Sobbing, my grandma has terminal cancer and is in so much pain every day. Please, Godsu, save her. Countless comments flooded the entire live stream screen like a geyser. The already off-the-charts faith and reputation points surged towards Su Wanwan's system panel like a burst dam. As Su Wanwan looked at the countless messages in the live stream, filled with anticipation and trust, her smile grew even gentler. She did not hesitate at all. He couldn't even wait to return to the bunker. Standing right there in the clear center of the lake, he summoned the 10,000 times critical hit manifestation pool that radiated a holy purple gold light. She held the vial of S-grade, primary gene optimization fluid, which seemed to embody a miracle of life, high in the air. System. Activate the highest level of Dimensional Navigator privileges. Consumes all my current reputation points. Give me 1,000,000 times the power. Holy critical strike. My goal is the entirety of China. To spread this miracle of life evenly and without discrimination to every one of my compatriots. If the previous critical strike beams were dazzling, holy light, this time, what shot up from Su Wanwan's palm was a light of life origin at the creation level, powerful enough to make the entire universe tremble. It was a golden pillar of light that was pure to the extreme, warm to the extreme, and full of endless vitality and hope. It had no trace of violence or destruction. Instead, it carried a gentle and loving embrace, like a mother's embrace. It silently tore apart the barriers between reality and folded space, and descended upon the real world of China in a subtle and pervasive way. The real world, China. This day will be forever etched in history as the day of divine grace. The golden light of creation, upon reaching Earth's stratosphere, did not transform into physical matter and crash down as it had done in the past. It transformed into an incomparably gentle, golden rain of light that covered every inch of China's 9.6 million square kilometers of land. This rain is invisible and intangible, yet truly exists. It can penetrate the thickest reinforced concrete roof, the deepest underground bunker, and all physical barriers. It was like a warm spring breeze, gently and tenderly caressing the body of every Chinese person. An elderly man, emaciated and on the verge of death from cancer in the hospital, suddenly felt an incredibly warm and comforting current flowing through his body. The excruciating pain that pierced to the bone quickly subsided under the warm current. His cloudy eyes cleared again, and he was astonished to find that his atrophied muscles were visibly becoming full and strong again. My cancer cells are gone. He sat up in the hospital bed, trembling, and felt as if he had become 30 years younger. A boy who was at school and had to wear thick bottle-bottom glasses because of his severe nearsightedness suddenly felt his vision blur. Then, an unprecedentedly clear world appeared before his eyes. He subconsciously took off his glasses, and he could see the tiny, ant-sized slogan on the distant teaching building clearly. His vision had recovered to 5.0, far exceeding that of ordinary people. In the delivery room, a newborn baby with congenital heart disease, whose body was bluish-purple and whose breathing was weak, was enveloped in golden light. Under the light, the deformed heart began to automatically and perfectly repair and reshape itself. A clear and loud cry echoed throughout the entire hospital. From disabled people who have been in wheelchairs for decades to patients with various genetic diseases, from centenarians whose backs have been bent by the years to frail newborns who have just left their mother's wombs. A miracle is unfolding simultaneously in every corner of China at this moment. Countless people rushed out of their homes and onto the streets, feeling the transformative changes in their bodies, and were so moved that they embraced each other and wept. The whole of China was transformed into an ocean of joy and emotion. Godsu. It's Godsu. It's Godsu who has brought us another miracle. Long live Su Shan. Long live China. The overwhelming cheers, shouts, and cries converged into the purest and most magnificent torrent of faith, causing Su Wanwan's system panel to issue a piercing alarm due to overloaded energy. The highest command center of China, General Zhang Jinghua and a group of white-haired academicians trembled with excitement, and tears streamed down their faces as they watched the real-time reports coming from all over the country. Quickly, organize nationwide physical examinations immediately. I need the most accurate data. I want to know what a great miracle Su girl has created for our China this time. Once the order was given, the entire nation's machinery began to operate at unprecedented efficiency and frantic pace. Countless medical teams rushed to various parts of the country overnight to conduct the most comprehensive physical examinations for every citizen. I didn't sleep a wink all night. As the first rays of sunlight shone on the earth the next morning, a thin yet weighty report summarizing the health check results of 1.4 billion citizens was presented to General Zhang Jinghua. His hands trembled as he opened the report. When he saw the conclusion printed in bold red at the top of the report, this iron-willed general, who had spent his life on the battlefield and remained calm even in the face of a collapsing mountain, could no longer control his emotions. He slammed his fist on the table and burst into a deafening laugh. Ha ha! Good, good, good! What a wonderful nation of universal evolution! What a longevity kingdom! Half an hour later, an emergency press conference, which once again shocked the world, was held in the capital of China. Under the spotlight, the speaker's face radiated an unprecedented, even divine, pride and self-satisfaction. His voice, transmitted through quantum communication networks, reached every corner of the world. I hereby solemnly announce to the world, starting yesterday, all known hereditary diseases, cancers, and terminal illnesses have been completely eradicated within the territory of China. Based on overnight calculations by my country's top life science research institute, the genetic lock of all Chinese people has been successfully unlocked. From today onwards, the upper limit of the average basic life expectancy of the Chinese nation will no longer be 80 or 100 years, but 150 years. Our China has officially stepped from an ordinary human nation into the legendary demigod longevity nation. Chapter 142A Conveyor Belt Activation. A demigod kingdom? Life expectancy is 150 years? This is no longer within the realm of technology. This is mythology. This is fantasy. Just as the whole world fell into a deathly silence and stagnation, the spokesperson of China slowly raised his head and looked into the void, as if he were talking to the girl who had created all these miracles. He slowly added the last sentence, a sentence that filled all Western countries with endless coldness and despair. Moreover, our scientists have discovered that 150 years old is just the beginning. So I ask the world, when a nation breaks free from the shackles of birth, aging, sickness, and death, and gains near-eternal time, are you ready to welcome an era dominated by God? The Chinese spokesperson's question, brimming with boundless pride and powerful self-confidence, was delivered through the live broadcast like a resounding slap in the face to all hostile forces worldwide. The White House, the beacon of democracy. Upon hearing the news, the president, who had just regained consciousness, didn't even have time to utter a last word before his eyes rolled back, his heart stopped, and he went to meet their God completely in a physical sense. At this moment, the entire Western world fell into an unprecedented, deathly silence and despair. Their proud technological, military, and economic hegemony appears so laughable and so vulnerable in the face of China's miracle of nationwide evolution and national longevity. They understood that from that day forward, the rules of the world had been completely rewritten. They are no longer chess players, and even their status as chess pieces is in jeopardy. However, just as the entire real world was plunged into violent turmoil due to China's rise, Su Ruan, the instigator of all this, had long since forgotten the clamor of the outside world. In her view, offering this evolutionary gift to her compatriots was simply a responsibility she should fulfill as the guardian of the Chinese nation. At that moment, she had only one thing on her mind. That is, to complete that ultimate artifact that could change the fate of two worlds. The Black Shadow Raider left a straight black trail across the purified wasteland, returning to the Eternal Sky City at an even faster speed than had come. Su Ruan didn't even bother to change her armor. She rushed straight from the garage into the core control room, which was located deep within the bunker and was as solemn and majestic as a temple. In the very center of the control room, on the circular metal platform with a diameter of over 50 meters, the base of the quantum space two-way conveyor belt, which is 90% complete in its construction, quietly exudes a cold metallic luster and a magnificent blue glow. It's like a sleeping steel behemoth, just waiting to be awakened by the last piece of its core. Su Wanwan took a deep breath and carefully took out the SS-grade dimensional space anchor stone from her storage space. It seemed to belong to a different dimension and was constantly distorting the surrounding light. She strode confidently, step by step, onto the massive assembly platform. She arrived at the very center of the base, in front of the last and most crucial empty recess. The interior of that groove was not a solid entity, but a deep, tiny singularity that seemed to be connected to a cosmic black hole and was constantly flashing with spatial arcs. For ordinary people, let alone getting close, just a glance at it would tear their souls to shreds due to its powerful gravity. But Su Wanwan simply extended her hand calmly. Her fingertips steadily held the anchor stone, and with an incredibly slow and precise motion, she slowly, very slowly, moved it toward the shimmering singularity. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely at this moment. In the global live broadcast room, 1.4 billion Chinese people who have just completed their evolution held their breath, staring intently at the screen, their hearts pounding, witnessing this great moment that is worthy of being recorded in the annals of civilization. 10 centimeters. 5 centimeters. 1 centimeter. The instant that dimensional space anchor stone touched that tiny singularity, there was no earth-shattering noise. The whole world seemed to have lost all sound in an instant. A magnificent and boundless Taoist chant, indescribable in words and seemingly originating from the beginning of the universe, resounded deep within the souls of every individual. Click! A crisp, melodious sound rang out. The anchor stone is perfectly and seamlessly embedded in the groove. The next second, the cold, mechanical, electronic voice of AI-0, carrying an unprecedented solemnity and reverence, as if announcing the birth of a new era, resounded throughout the entire bunker. Ding! The core material, SS-grade dimensional space anchor stone, has been successfully installed. Energy conduction circuit self-test 100%. Space stabilizer array 100% activated. Core quantum crystal energy synchronization 100%. Final calibration of the space field threshold is underway. Calibration complete. Locating the coordinates of the highest command center in the real-world capital of China. Coordinates have been locked. Ding! Congratulations, host. SS-grade blueprint. Quantum space two-way conveyor belt. Construction complete. Just as the last syllable of 0 fell. Boom! The entire bunker, no, the entire wasteland began to tremble violently and wildly. A pure white beam, indescribably brilliant and sacred, seemingly condensing all the light in the world, shot into the sky from the center of the newly completed conveyor belt. This beam of light was so solid, so magnificent, with an unparalleled and undeniable domineering presence. It instantly pierced through the hundreds of meters thick ice-iron dome of the bunker. It penetrated the hard rock and soil on the Earth's surface. It pierced through the ghastly green toxic fog that had shrouded the wasteland world for hundreds of years. It tore the sky apart, tore the atmosphere apart, and tore apart the indestructible dimensional barrier between folded space and the real world. Like a divine needle of creation, it precisely and thoroughly stitched together a miniature wormhole passage between the wasteland and reality, a passage so stable it emitted a soft white light. On the conveyor belt platform, a circular spatial gate, 10 meters in diameter with edges flowing with light like a liquid galaxy and as stable as a mirror, slowly appeared out of thin air. One end of it connects to the post-apocalyptic wasteland where Su Wanwan is located. And its other end, in the real world, in the capital of China, inside a top-level state secret research institute located 10,000 meters underground. The space here suddenly began to distort violently. Immediately afterward, amidst the incredibly excited gazes of the white-haired academicians who had been waiting there, a silver-white metal teleportation platform, exactly the same as the one in Su Wanwan's bunker, emitting a soft white light, appeared out of thin air. It's done. It really worked. That bridge of God connecting the two worlds, which only existed in theory and fantasy, has actually been built. It's connected. An academician in his 90s, who was in charge of a space physics project, looked at the dreamlike teleportation portal in front of him and could no longer contain his excitement. His legs went weak, and he knelt down on the ground with tears streaming down his face. We finally managed to get in touch with her. We can finally deliver our heartfelt sentiments to the heroes. Behind him, all the researchers, regardless of age or gender, had tears in their eyes at that moment and bowed deeply, deeply to the teleportation platform. That is the highest respect for the sole guardian deity of China, who created all these miracles. The leading academician wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. He straightened up, his voice hoarse from extreme excitement, but full of unprecedented power. Quickly, proceed with the original plan. Bring over the first gift we prepared for the hero. Chapter 141, the first package from 1.4 billion people. Everyone understood the significance of this first gift. It is not a cold weapon, nor a sophisticated instrument, but represents the most fervent, sincere, and pure sentiments of 1.4 billion Chinese compatriots towards their only hero and only guardian. Two young researchers, dressed in the highest level of protective suits, walked over with steady and solemn steps, carefully carrying a huge, silver-white military-grade insulated and impact-resistant box. This box uses the most advanced aerospace-grade composite materials for its outer shell alone, and its interior is further reinforced with multiple layers of shock absorption. It also has an independent energy system, which ensures that the contents inside remain in an absolutely constant state when traversing any extreme environment. However, no one's attention was focused on the box, which could be described as cutting-edge technology. Instead, through the heavy box, one could almost see the warmth inside that transcended time and dimensions. General Zhang Jinghua stood to the side. This seasoned soldier, who had seen countless storms throughout his life, also had tears welling up in his eyes. He looked at the box, as if he could see the girl fighting alone in the wasteland, and said in a low but powerful voice, "We can't rely on her alone. From today onwards, we are her support, and she's our most cherished family member. That's right. We are her family. Make sure the girl has something hot to eat over there." Every researcher present was a pillar of China, a leading figure in their respective fields. But at this moment, they lacked the rigor and composure of scientists, and resembled a group of elders sending their children on a long journey, their faces filled with concern and expectation. With trembling hands, academician Qian personally stepped forward and carefully checked every lock and latch of the incubator. After confirming that everything was in perfect order, he took a deep breath and gave the command that would go down in history to the master controller at the control panel. Coordinates locked. Energy calibrated. Prepare for the first two-way matter transfer. Target, Kamrad Surwanruan. Teleportation activated. At his command, the operator pressed the red button that represented teleport. Buzz! On the futuristic, silver-white metal teleportation platform that had just appeared out of nowhere, the mirror-smooth spatial gate suddenly burst forth with an incomparably dazzling white light. The enormous military insulated box did not react violently the moment it came into contact with the white light. Instead, it was as if it had been gently rippled by water, and from the bottom up, it was gradually and silently broken down into billions of the most basic spatial particles, which were then instantly sucked into the spatial door that emitted a soft light. In less than a second, the huge insulated box completely disappeared from the real world. Everyone stared intently at the empty teleportation platform, their hearts pounding, barely daring to breathe. Was it successful? Has it really been sent? At the same time, in the folded space in the core control room of the Eternal Sky City, Su Ruan stood in front of the newly built, still humming, quantum space two-way conveyor belt. Feeling the stable and powerful spatial energy, her heart filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Just then, the circular portal in the center of the conveyor belt, which had been as calm as still water, suddenly and without warning lit up with an incomparably dazzling white light, just like in the real world. Within the light, countless spatial particles are rapidly recombining, aggregating, and taking shape in a reverse manner. Su Ruan's pupils contracted sharply, and the black-scale, acid-resistant radiant armor on her body instantly went into its highest alert state. The killing aura of a top predator that she had just restrained suddenly erupted again. Something needs to be teleported from the real world. Are they enemies? Or Her hand had already instinctively gripped the hilt of the black and gold tang sword at her waist. Buzz! The light faded. A huge, military-style, silver-white, insulated, and impact-resistant box appeared out of thin air and landed quietly and steadily in the center of the transfer platform. The entire process was silent and filled with a kind of indescribable order and beauty. Su Ruanwan's tense body slowly relaxed. She looked at the familiar box, the kind that could only have come from China's military industry, and a complex emotion flashed in her usually cool and aloof eyes. There was curiosity, anticipation, and a hint of nervousness, almost like being apprehensive about returning home, which she herself was unaware of. She did so much for China, but she never imagined that one day she would receive a gift from her home. The AI Zero electronic voice sounded at just the right moment, breaking the silence. Reporting to Master, the transported object has been fully scanned. The exterior is Dragon Scale Type 7 composite armor, and the interior is a high-density thermal insulation layer. The contents, after multiple spectral analysis, have been identified as high-energy organic compounds, mainly composed of carbohydrates, proteins, fats, and various trace elements. The heat source is stable, the energy fluctuations are mild, and no explosives, toxins, or radioactive materials have been detected. Overall assessment. Threat level is 0. Item identification is food. Food. Su Ruanwan was stunned. She had imagined countless possibilities. The country might send more powerful weapons, the latest scientific research equipment, or even a fully armed advance team. But what she never expected was that the first thing transmitted through this divine bridge, which spanned 2 worlds and took endless effort to build, would be food. Su Ruanwan stood there, silent for a long time. She slowly, step by step, walked to the huge, insulated box. She stretched out her slender, jade-like hand, clad in a black scale-armored glove stained with the blood of countless monsters, and gently stroked the cold, hard outer shell of the box. It still carried a warm touch, belonging to the real world but not to this wasteland. For the first time, a genuine expression of confusion appeared on her usually calm and composed face. She tilted her head slightly, her bright, starry eyes filled with childlike curiosity and confusion. Facing the invisible live-streaming camera in the void, Su Ruanwan seemed to be asking herself a question and murmured softly. Zero, tell me, what exactly are our family members trying to do by going to all this trouble to send over a box of food? What kind of gift did they bring me? Chapter 142, The Ultimate Surprise of Unboxing and Unpacking. What kind of gift did they bring me? For a moment, the entire Huaxiao live broadcast room was filled with good-natured laughter. Ha ha! Su Shan is stunned. This is the first time I've ever seen Su Shan make such an adorable expression. What else could it be? Of course, it's feeding you delicious food. Girl, you're out there fighting tooth and nail. How could your family not feel sorry for you? Open it now. This is a super loving bento box that combines the most advanced technology and top-notch culinary skills from all over China. I'm just guessing it definitely includes our state banquet dish. Buddha jumps over the wall. Amidst the urging of countless viewers, Su Ruanwan's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Without further hesitation, she stretched out her fingers and began to untie the complex electromagnetic combination locks and mechanical latches on the insulated box, locks so intricate that even the most elite agents would hesitate to attempt them. These locks, which require multiple permissions and special tools to open in the real world, are like children's toys in front of Su Ruanwan's brain, which has been enhanced 100-fold and is comparable to a supercomputer, and her fingers, which are extremely flexible. Click, click, click. Accompanied by a series of crisp and pleasant unlocking sounds, in less than 10 seconds, all the red indicator lights on the cabinet that represented locked turned green, representing unlocked. Su Ruanwan took a deep breath, pressed her hands on the lid of the box, and suddenly lifted it upwards. Bang! With a soft click, the heavy box lid popped open. There was no dazzling golden light, no roaring dragons or howling tigers. Only a thick, familiar, and warm steam, mixed with the aroma of lard, sesame oil, and some special plant fragrance, rushed towards me like the gentlest mist. Su Ruanwan's high, straight nose twitched slightly, and she was instantly struck by lightning, completely frozen in place. This taste, its shepherd's purse, and its top-quality pork belly, It was the taste of that bowl of shepherd's purse and pork dumplings that she would only make by hand every winter solstice. A taste that was deep in her memory from her long-deceased grandmother, who truly loved her. Her gaze, uncontrollably, slowly drifted downwards. Inside the huge, insulated box, there were no delicacies as one might have imagined, nor any so-called state banquet feast. There was only one bowl, filled with plump, round dumplings with thin skins and generous fillings, still steaming hot, all served in a simple blue and white porcelain bowl. Purely handmade dumplings. Each dumpling was made with such care, and the folds seemed to be filled with the taste of home. Beside it, there was a small sauce dish, carefully holding half a dish of dark-colored, fine vinegar that looked like it had been aged for a long time. Next to the steaming bowl of dumplings, there was a neatly folded, ordinary piece of letter paper. Su Ruan felt her breath catch in her throat. She reached out with trembling hands, slowly picked up the letter, and unfolded it. Above was a line of calligraphy, written with a brush, vigorous and powerful, yet with a hint of the trembling handwriting characteristic of an old man. Ruan, I'm her distant aunt, who's not even remotely related to you, but also a representative of the people of the whole country. I heard from Xian that you're having a hard time out there all by yourself. We can't help you much, so we thought we'd cook you a home-cooked meal. Chinese people, no matter where they go, can't go hungry. Eat this bowl of shepherd's purse and pork dumplings while it's hot. Child, you're not fighting alone. We are all here. The inscription was signed without a name, only a bright red seal representing China. Su Ruan quietly looked at the note and the bowl of dumplings that still seemed to be warm. Her clear, starry eyes, which had seen countless corpses and slain monsters of godlike and demonic levels, suddenly and without warning became covered with a layer of glistening mist. She thought her heart had already been tempered and hardened by the blood and fire of the apocalypse. But this bowl of the most ordinary, home-style dumplings easily broke through all her defenses. So this is what home tastes like. So this is what it feels like to be cared for by 1.4 billion people. She suddenly raised her head, closed her eyes, took a deep, deep breath, and forcefully forced back the tears that were about to spill from her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the mist in them had dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented, dazzling brilliance. She smiled. It was a genuine, unpretentious smile, as beautiful as the first melting of snow and the blooming of spring. Thank you, she said softly to the camera. When she carefully took out the bowl of dumplings, she was pleasantly surprised to find that there was another surprise in the lower part of the insulated box. Below, several boxes of snacks with incredibly familiar packaging, full of childhood flavors, were neatly stacked. Weilong giant gluten noodles, kissing grilled noodles, extra spicy slices. Next to these childhood treasures, several bottles of chilled soda were kept in a special refrigeration compartment. These were things she had casually mentioned to the live stream camera during a chat after a battle, saying that she missed them a little. She just said it casually at the time, and she had almost forgotten about it herself. Unexpectedly, the country remembered it all, and during the first teleportation, this incredibly precious opportunity, they sent it to her from a great distance. At this moment, Su Ruan could no longer hold back. She burst out laughing, and that smile was so bright that it seemed to brighten the entire wasteland world by a third. You guys! Su Ruan shook her head helplessly yet affectionately, her tone as if she were scolding a group of mischievous and adorable family members. She picked up a bottle of ice-cold soda and tore open a packet of fragrant spicy chips, her clear, starry eyes gleaming with a cunning and playful light. She slowly pointed the camera at the extremely lavish late-night snack in front of her. Steaming hot, handmade dumplings, spicy and addictive, rare spicy strips, and bubbly, icy cold soda. This is hardly a post-apocalyptic survival story. This is clearly the kind of heavenly weekend party night that countless office workers dream of. Su Ruan looked at the camera, a mischievous and provocative smile curving her lips. She spoke slowly in an extremely lazy, yet incredibly irritating tone. The sound, transmitted clearly through the quantum network, reached every corner of the world. Looks like I can have a nice extra meal today. Friends all over the world, are you ready to enjoy my one-of-a-kind midnight snack, even through your screens? Chapter 143, A Hot Meal in the Wasteland, Internet Gossip and Bleeding. Su Ruan's lazy yet provocative voice boomed like thunder in the live broadcast rooms of all the hostile countries around the world. At this moment, whether it was the United States, Japan, or South Korea, all the citizens and leaders watching the live broadcast went crazy. Their world is falling into an abyss of energy depletion and food shortages due to the alternation of extreme heat and cold. Countless people fought tooth and nail, even exchanging children for a piece of moldy bread or a mouthful of murky water. They watched helplessly as their loved ones died in despair, suffering from hunger and cold. And what about Su Wanwan? She actually wanted to enjoy a steaming, outrageously lavish late-night snack from another world right in front of them. This is no longer just a provocation. This is humiliation. This is desecrating a corpse. This is a blatant act of dimensional reduction. No, this can't be. It's fake. This must be a holographic projection created by the Chinese. They're lying. God, why? Why are we stuck here eating clay while that Chinese woman gets to eat hot dumplings? This is unfair. This is so unfair. I hate it. I hate it so much. I would give anything for a sip of dumpling soup in her bowl. Countless bullet comments filled with jealousy, resentment, and despair flooded the live streams in Western countries like wildly growing weeds. Countless people looked at the incredibly tempting food on the screen, then at the dry, cold compressed biscuits in their hands, and their psychological defenses crumbled instantly. They broke down and cried on the spot, frantically banging their heads against the walls to vent their helpless rage and despair. Meanwhile, Huaxia's live broadcast room was a sea of joy. Ha ha ha. That's killing them with your spirit. That's absolutely devastating. Su Shen's move is more destructive than dropping 100 nuclear bombs. See that? This is the confidence of our China. While you're still eating raw meat and drinking blood, our hero is already enjoying takeout delivered from home. Aren't you angry? I declare from today onwards, Su Shen is the #1 food blogger in the wasteland. This mukbang is making my mouth water. I'm going to order some dumplings like that right now. Su Wanwan didn't care about the noise outside. Right now, all she wants is to treat herself to a good meal. She sat gracefully on the sofa made from a single piece of spirit wood, placing the large blue and white porcelain bowl on the coffee table in front of her. She picked up her chopsticks and first poured a little vinegar into a small dish. Then I picked up a round, plump dumpling and dipped it lightly in the vinegar dish. Under the light, you could even vaguely see the bright green shepherd's purse and tender pink meat filling inside the translucent dumpling skin. Under the complex gaze of billions of people around the world, a mixture of envy, greed, anger, and happiness. Su Wanwan opened her rosy lips and gently took a small bite. Click! The highly resilient dumpling skin was bitten open. The next second, an incredibly rich and delicious burst of hot meat juice exploded in her mouth. The unique fragrance of shepherd's purse perfectly neutralizes the greasiness of the pork belly, leaving only the purest aroma of meat and vegetables. The pork bone broth, simmered for a long time and locked firmly within the minced meat, is now fully released, like the sweetest nectar, instantly overwhelming every taste bud. Su Wanwan squinted her eyes happily and let out a soft hum of satisfaction. Tasty. It's so delicious. This is no longer just simple food. It is a miraculous delicacy that embodies the taste of home and the blessings of 1.4 billion people. She no longer cared about maintaining a ladle-like image and began to eat heartily. 1, 2, 3. Her adorable appearance, with her cheeks bulging like a hamster stealing food, contrasted sharply with her previous image as a ruthless and domineering Valkyrie, creating an extremely charming and deadly contrast. At this moment, the hearts of countless Chinese viewers were completely melted. After eating half a bowl of dumplings, Su Wanwan tore open a packet of fragrant and spicy Weilong spicy chips. The gluten soaked in chili oil, the sweet and spicy flavor that evoked childhood memories, made her squint her eyes in satisfaction once again. That's awesome. While chewing on spicy snacks, she picked up the perfectly chilled bottle of soda and gulped down a huge mouthful. Belch! The cool, stimulating, and sweet liquid with countless bubbles slides down the throat into the stomach, creating a perfect symphony of ice and fire with the heat of the spicy snack. A satisfying burp suddenly escaped from Su Wanwan's mouth without warning. The crisp sound was exceptionally clear in the quiet live broadcast room. It was like a resounding slap in the face, hard, to all the adversaries in the world. At that moment, the President of the United States, lying in his hospital bed, looked at the Chinese girl on the screen who was eating contentedly and looking happy. He could no longer bear this humiliating blow. His eyes widened suddenly, and he couldn't catch his breath. After a series of violent convulsions, he followed in his predecessor's footsteps and died on the spot. After Su Ruanruan had finished a whole bowl of dumplings, 3 packs of spicy strips, and a whole bottle of soda, she stretched out comfortably. She patted her flat stomach, which was free of any excess fat, and a bright smile of satisfaction spread across her face. Now that we've eaten and drunk our fill, it's time to get down to business. She slowly stood up, and in her clear, starry eyes, the sharp and profound light that belonged to a strong person rekindled once again. She looked at the still operating spatial portal on the conveyor belt, a meaningful smile curving her lips. My family gave me such a generous gift, so I can't be stingy in return. 0. What kind of local specialties should I send back to express my feelings? Chapter 144 Reciprocity, a win-win era. Return gift. Su Shan is going to send a return gift home. It's here. We've finally waited for this part. I knew Su Shan wasn't the type to only take and never give up. Last time it was quantum communication, the time before that it was genetic evolution, and this time, oh my god, I can't even imagine it. I'm just guessing, it's definitely some kind of military-related cutting-edge technology. Any one of those sci-fi weapons in the Su Shan bunker would be enough to give the U.S. a run for its money. Under the expectant gaze of 1.4 billion people, Su Ruanruan did not keep them in suspense. She strode forward with her incredibly long legs, encased in black scales, and headed straight for her enormous supply warehouse, which was comparable to a dragon's treasure trove. This warehouse is a storage room for the spoils of war she has amassed over a long period of time, as she has fought her way through countless top-tier civilization relics and military bases in the wasteland. Any one of the amazing things inside could spark a technological revolution in the real world. We don't need weapons for now. Our Dongfeng Express Delivery System is sufficient. Regarding energy, the technology for that eternal biological strong acid battery has already been sent back, enough for them to digest for a while. As Su Ruanruan surveyed the mountain of garbage, she calmly analyzed the situation. What she wants to deliver must be the ultimate trump card that China urgently needs right now, can immediately form combat capability, and has extremely high technological barriers so that even if the enemy obtains a sample, they cannot imitate it. Soon, her gaze settled on a corner of the warehouse. There, piled up like a small mountain, was a strange metallic or dark gold in color with irregular crystal patterns on its surface. These are the top-grade, special polymer memory alloy raw stones that she scavenged from the ruins of an S-class prehistoric civilization's heavy industry workshop. This alloy possesses incredible physical properties. It is not only as light as foam, but also more than 100 times stronger than diamond, and has nearly 100% energy absorption and conversion properties. The most bizarre thing is that it also has a memory function. Even if it is damaged by a powerful external force, as long as the core energy is not exhausted, it can automatically recover to its original form in a very short time. It's practically the perfect material for creating the ultimate defensive armor. This is it. Su Ruanruan nodded in satisfaction. Not only are the materials provided, but she also wants to include an instruction manual. She closed her eyes and accessed the deeper functions of the Shinnong All Things Critical Strike system. With the boost from her physical abilities, her brain began to operate like a top-of-the-line quantum computer. She retrieved all the data about nano-armor, energy circuits, and biofield synchronization that she had analyzed when upgrading the black-scale acid-resistant flowing light armor. Then, based on the properties of that special polymer-shaped memory alloy, I began to design and deduce at the molecular structure level in my mind a completely new and higher-dimensional process. This is no longer simple drawing. This is creation. It is a godlike creation that is at least 1,000 years ahead of the existing technology of the Blue Planet, designed from scratch. Less than 10 minutes. Su Ruanruan suddenly opened her eyes, a flash of intelligence in them. She stretched out her finger and gently tapped the air. A blue three-dimensional structure, so complex as to be full of mystery and beauty, seemingly containing the ultimate truth of the universe, appeared out of thin air in front of her. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully created the SS-grade ultra-lightweight, fully absorbent, general-purpose mecha shell molecular structure diagram. Using your knowledge and the Shinnong system's deductive abilities. System evaluation, a perfect work of art. It will be the ultimate nightmare for all kinetic and energy weapons. Very good. Satisfied, Su Wanwan packed the blueprint that embodied her greatest wisdom, along with the entire mountain of special polymer memory alloy raw stone, into a huge storage box. She patted the box, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. This back and forth is not a one-way poverty alleviation effort. On the contrary, it has made China fortune. A win-win situation? No, in my eyes, Su Wanwan's family will always win twice. She easily carried the enormous storage box, which was 10 times larger than the insulated box she had brought with her, on her shoulder and walked back to the core control room. It's only right to reciprocate, and I hope my family will like this little local specialty of mine. Su Wanwan winked playfully at the camera, then without hesitation placed the giant box in her hand onto the quantum space two-way conveyor belt. Teleportation activated. Buzz. With a flash of white light, the enormous box containing the ultimate future military power of China vanished instantly into the wasteland world. In the real world, there's a research institute 10,000 meters underground. Academician Xian and General Zhang Jinghua, along with a group of top military experts, were excitedly studying the ingredients of the dumplings inside the insulated box that had been sent back. Incredible! The toughness of these dumpling wrappers is even stronger than our top-grade nanofibers. The bioenergy contained in this meat filling is enough for a special forces soldier to fight at high intensity for a whole day with just a small bite. Has Ruan's diet over there become this extravagant? Just as they were marveling at it. Once again, without warning, the teleportation platform lit up with a dazzling white light. Look, something else has been teleported over. Everyone suddenly looked up, staring intently at the spatial portal. The light faded. A gigantic, imposing metal box, so large it left them speechless, suddenly appeared on the teleportation platform. This is... Academician Qian was the first to react. He rushed forward like a madman, without even having time to put on protective clothing. We saw the note that Su Wanwan had personally stuck on a box. He was so excited that his whole body trembled. The note contained only one line of neat, yet powerful handwriting. Family members, the new clothes have been delivered. Please sign for them. New clothes? General Zhang Jinghua stepped forward in confusion, and when his men opened the box at top speed, they saw the dark gold metal ore inside, as large as a mountain, and the molecular structure diagram floating in mid-air, shimmering with blue light, which they could not understand even a fraction of in their entire lives. This iron-blooded general gasped sharply, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented, burning flame called ambition. He stared intently at the blueprint, his voice hoarse with extreme excitement, and gave the order to his adjutant behind him that would make the whole world tremble. Immediately, right now, notify the first mech pilot. Bring out our newly rolled-out Shinnong 1 prototype. We're going to give it a new look. Chapter 145 Shinnong Mech Shell Test. Withstanding nuclear bombs without getting paint damaged. In the depths of the vast, uninhabited area in northwestern China, codenamed the Sea of Death, a giant hangar hidden deep underground slowly opened. A massive humanoid mech, 50 meters tall and made entirely of silver-white alloy, exuding power and beauty, was slowly lifted to the ground by a huge lifting platform amidst a deep rumble. This is the first-generation integrated air and space combat mech that China has secretly created by pooling the nation's resources and combining countless cutting-edge technologies obtained from Su Wanwan. The Shinnong No. 1. It was originally the most powerful weapon of war in the world, and now it will undergo a mythical, ultimate evolution. It only took 12 hours. The first batch of streamlined outer armor shells, made of special high-polymer shaped memory alloy and resembling black dragon scales, was airlifted to the no man's land. With the coordinated operation of countless robotic arms, these armor pieces, shimmering with a dark golden luster, were meticulously and seamlessly covered the silver-white skeleton of Shinnong 1. The moment the last piece of armor was installed, buzz! The entire mech suddenly burst forth with a dazzling dark golden light. All the armor seemed to come alive, The gaps on the surface disappeared instantly, and it merged perfectly into one. A brand new, deep and mysterious dark black machine with smooth and beautiful lines, exuding a deadly killing aura, stands silently on the vast Gobi Desert like a demon god from hell. Its oppressive aura was so intense that even observers several kilometers away felt suffocated. General Zhang Jingwa stood in the command center, looking at the transformed Shinnong. One on the screen, nodded in satisfaction, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Okay, very good. Now that you're wearing your new clothes, it's time for guests from all over the world to have a good appreciation of them. He turned to the communications officer beside him and gave the order that caught everyone off guard. Connect to the International Military Open Channel and start a global live broadcast. In addition, notify the Strategic Missile Force to fire a 100-kiloton tactical nuclear bomb at the coordinates of Shinnong 1. What? Inside the command center, everyone was stunned. To use nuclear bombs to bomb one's own country's most valuable ultimate weapon. General, have you gone mad? However, Zhang Jingwa simply waved his hand, his eyes filled with absolute confidence in Su Ruan and in his country's technology. Execute the command. Half an hour later, military channels in all countries around the world were brazenly interrupted by a live global broadcast signal from China. The scene depicts a desolate Gobi Desert. In the center of the Gobi Desert stood a black mech with an extremely cool design that they had never seen before. Just as military experts around the world were wondering about China's intentions in doing this. A piercing air raid siren suddenly blared in the live broadcast. Immediately afterwards, an intercontinental ballistic missile, with a long trail of flame, which everyone was all too familiar with and which represented death and destruction, descended from the sky. Its target was none other than that black mech. My God, have the Chinese gone mad? They're attacking their own mechs with nuclear weapons. What is this? A suicide test? Audiences around the world were shocked and bewildered. However, the next second, all their thoughts were completely swallowed up by that dazzling white light that could devour everything. Boomstrapje! A small mushroom cloud, yet filled with an aura of destruction, suddenly rose in the center of the Gobi Desert. A terrifying shockwave, carrying temperatures high enough to melt steel, swept wildly in all directions like a tsunami. The entire livestream screen was shrouded in a blinding white light due to intense electromagnetic interference. It's over. The same thought popped into everyone's mind at the same time. No matter how powerful a mech is, it absolutely cannot survive in the core of a nuclear explosion. It must have been instantly vaporized, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. However, when the electromagnetic interference dissipated, the smoke and dust slowly settled, and a live broadcast became clear again. The whole world fell silent instantly. Time seemed to freeze completely at this moment. In the very center of that enormous nuclear crater, the black mech stood silently and unharmed. Its obsidian-smooth armor shell is free of scratches, not even a trace of burn marks. Not only that, after absorbing the terrifying nuclear explosion energy, the dark golden patterns on the surface of the mecha began to glow with an incomparably dazzling blue light from the inside out. Its chest, with its enormous energy core, emitted a dazzling light like that of a star. It was as if the nuclear explosion just now wasn't an attack to it, but rather a delicious energy feast. At this moment, all the military leaders around the world, the generals of the Pentagon, and the arms giants of the United States, looking at the black demon on the screen, bathed in the afterglow of the nuclear explosion like a god, all felt as if their hearts were being squeezed tightly by an invisible hand, making it impossible for them to even breathe. It was a kind of primal, soul-deep fear that arose when facing a higher dimensional power that was incomprehensible and insurmountable. The ultimate fear. Quiet. A deathly silence. It lasted for a full minute. Subsequently, the global public channel of the game, national fortune of the lighthouse country, was suddenly flooded with a series of blood-red complaint messages filled with impotent rage and hysteria. Report. Serious report. Chinese player Su Ruan used illegal cheating methods to establish a cross-dimensional teleportation array, severely disrupting the game balance. We request the system to immediately eliminate the Chinese player Su Ruan. Retrieve all illegal technology. Otherwise, we will unite the world to boycott this unfair game. The top brass of the United States has completely lost his mind. Like gamblers who have lost all their chips, they begin their final struggle in the ugliest and most shameless ways. They pin their hopes on the National Destiny game system, the supreme rule setter, to step in and punish China's cheating behavior. However, what awaited them was a judgment from God that was so cold it froze their very souls. Half a minute after they frantically spammed the screen, a golden system announcement exuding supreme authority slowly appeared before everyone's eyes worldwide. The announcement contained only one brief sentence. However, this one sentence sealed the fate of Lighthouse Nation and the entire Western world. The notice read, "After assessment, all actions of Chinese player Su Ruan conform to the highest hidden rules and logic of this world. The United States' malicious slander, misleading the public, and disrupting the normal order of the game are hereby punished." Punish. Chapter 146 The Beacon of Light Country's frenzied reporting leads to a powerful ban by the National Fortune System. In the United States, in the White House, the atmosphere in the Oval Office, which had just changed hands, was extremely oppressive. The newly elected president, a middle-aged politician with slick-back hair who hadn't yet had a chance to savor the taste of power, was staring intently at the blood-red whistleblower information that was frantically flooding the screen with messages from the Pentagon's hawkish generals. Their faces bore the final madness and ferocity of gamblers who had lost all their chips. Keep refreshing. Don't stop. I refuse to believe that this so-called system can ignore the public opinion of the whole world. It has to give us an explanation. The new president roared with a contorted face, spitting all over the table. The core of the system's existence is fairness. Su Ruan's cheating to this extent is the greatest desecration of fairness. We are the ones who uphold the rules. A five-star general added righteously, as if he were the embodiment of justice. However, just as they hypnotized themselves into believing they had occupied the moral high ground and were preparing to receive the sacred judgment of the system's correction, the two large golden characters, like heavy hammer blows, appeared, striking their souls. The final punishment? The new president's maniacal smile froze instantly, and an ominous premonition, like a cold, venomous snake, shot from his tailbone all the way to the top of his head. Punishment? What right does it have to punish us? We are the victims. He screamed hysterically, reaching for the keyboard in front of him, wanting to type out more accusations. However, his fingers froze the moment they touched the keyboard. He was horrified to discover that the input box he knew so well in the game, National Fortune, had disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. Instead, it turned into an unchangeable dark gray that represented prohibition. Then, under the watchful eyes of billions of people around the world, the Golden System announcement slowly began to reveal its subsequent content, word by word. Based on the highest judgment of this system, all actions taken by Huaxia player Su Ruan are within the scope permitted by the hidden rules and advanced logic chain of the National Fate and Natural Disaster Survival game. Her behavior pattern meets all the standards of the Dimensional Navigator's ultimate authority. The delegation from the United States, disregarding the rules, maliciously slandered and confused the public, judging others by their own petty standards, and attempting to manipulate the system through public opinion to disrupt the normal order of the game. Their intentions are despicable, and their actions are contemptible. The beacon of democracy is now being dealt with in its final form. Punishment Item 1. Permanently strip the United States of its speaking privileges on global public channels, regional channels, and all official communication channels. Punishment Item 2. All ranking information in the Lighthouse Nation, including the National Fortune ranking, points ranking, and contribution ranking, will be displayed as anonymous band. The punishment is effective immediately by imperial decree. Boomstrapje. Every word of this announcement was like a spiritual atomic bomb, exploding in the minds of everyone in the world. The moment the words fell, the blood-red bullet comments reporting the issue that were still scrolling wildly in the United States came to an abrupt halt. It felt as if an invisible hand had suddenly grabbed my neck. Immediately afterwards, under the watchful eyes of a global audience, the once proud symbol of the United States, the beacon of the nation, flying the stars and stripes, suddenly went dark on the National Fortune rankings. That flag turned into a gray rag with a red X drawn on it. The field next to it, representing the country's name, changed from the beacon of light to a cold, hard, anonymous band. They became mute. A mute person, officially recognized by the system and permanently nailed to the pillar of shame on the global stage. This is worse than killing them. No, no, no. Inside the White House, the new president stared at the gray logo on the screen, a symbol of utter humiliation, and let out a blood-curdling scream. His eyes rolled back, foam came out of his mouth, and he fell straight backward, joining his predecessor in meeting God. The office instantly descended into chaos. This scene was clearly presented to the world through a global live broadcast. After a brief period of silence, the whole world erupted in chaos. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. The official statement is a slap in the face, the most devastating. Serves you right for jumping around. Serves you right for yelling. Now you're all mute, aren't you? This is an absolute social disaster. I declare that Lighthouse Nation is now the world's #1 clown. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Compliant with hidden rules? Dimensional navigator? My God, this is a huge amount of information. Does this mean that Su Shan wasn't playing a simple survival game from the beginning, but was carrying out some kind of higher-level divine mission? In Huaxiao's live stream room, everyone was already laughing hysterically with all sorts of gleeful emojis and jokes flooding the screen. The fly was finally swatted dead. In the Wasteland world, there is the city of eternal sky. Su Wanwan leaned back on the sofa, tearing open a packet of kissing liquor while watching the farce with great interest. She was not surprised by the result at all. As someone with plane-level navigator privileges, she is well aware that everything she does is an extreme operation within the rules. Those idiots in the United States haven't even figured out the real rules of the game, yet they want to act as rule judges. It's a huge joke. She yawned and casually turned off the live stream. The farce is over. Time to get down to business. Su Wanwan's gaze returned to the quantum space two-way conveyor belt, which was still emitting a soft white light and operating stably. All right, the flies are gone. Now let's see if there's anything else fun to do around the house. She had barely finished speaking. Buzz! The mirror-like portal on the conveyor belt suddenly lit up with a soft light once more. An object, much smaller than the previous insulated box and more refined than the giant box filled with alloy, was slowly taking shape in the light. Su Wanwan raised her eyebrows slightly. Oh, is today a holiday? Why are you giving me gift after gift? Let me see what surprised this time. Chapter 147 Overload of 1.4 billion comets. Reputation surpasses 100 million. Su Wanwan's curiosity was piqued. She stood up from a sofa with great interest and walked briskly toward the still humming conveyor belt. As the light faded, an extremely exquisitely crafted object appeared in the very center of the teleportation platform. It wasn't a huge box, but a thin, round disc about the size of a palm, made entirely of some unknown, warm, jade-like white material. The surface of the thin sheet is engraved with an incredibly intricate and exquisite pattern. At the center is the totem of China, a majestic, coiling five-clawed golden dragon, surrounded by a dazzling galaxy composed of 56 stars. The entire item exudes a soft, reassuring glow, brimming with the beauty of a perfect blend of art and technology. Just as Su Wanwan was examining the artwork, a small, dragonfly-like miniature drone gently flew out of the portal and hovered a folded letter in front of her. Su Wanwan reached out and took it, unfolded it, and saw that it was Academician Qian's familiar, elegant handwriting with a scholarly air. Girl, this is a small token of our family's affection for you. It's not worth much, but it means a lot to you. We know that money and material possessions are no longer important to you. The only thing we can give you, and what you deserve most, is the most sincere and heartfelt gratitude from all of us compatriots. Plug it into your main computer, and you'll understand. It's worthless, but very heavy. Su Wanwan looked at the light, flimsy white CD in her hand, as if it would crumble at the slightest touch, and then at the contents of the letter, her curiosity growing even stronger. She picked up the CD. It was warm to the touch, as if it still carried a trace of human warmth from the real world. Without the slightest hesitation, she walked straight back to the main control console in the core control room. 0. No, Shenong hasn't logged in yet. Su Wanwan chuckled to herself, still almost calling him by the wrong name out of habit. She gently pressed the white disc into the recess in the center of the control panel, which was specifically designed for data reading. Click. With a soft click, it fit perfectly. The instant the disc was red. Buzz! In an instant, All the holographic screens in the entire core control room were lit up. But what's displayed above is no longer those cold data streams and monitoring screens. Instead, it is like the Big Bang, bursting forth with a thunderous roar, an endless and ceaseless torrent of words. Master Su, my grandmother's cancer is cured. Our whole family kowtows to you. You are our family's living Buddha. Ruan goddess. I am a veteran who lost both legs in a car accident. Just yesterday my legs grew back. I can stand up again. I can stand guard for the country again. I have no regrets about being born Chinese in this life, and I will be your soldier again in the next life. I'm the mother of that baby with congenital heart disease. My baby is very healthy now. The doctor said his heart is stronger than an athlete's. We named him Nianruan, meaning soft, hoping he will remember your kindness for the rest of his life. Thank you, Su Ruan. Because of you, my lover and I, who were separated by a genetic disease, can finally embrace each other. China is proud of you. You are the light. You are the hope. You are God. One by one, sentence by sentence, line by line, whether simple or magnificent, whether exciting or choked with emotion. The words, carrying the most sincere, fervent, and pure gratitude of 1.4 billion people, transformed into a dazzling galaxy of light and blessings, flowing wildly, surging, and turbulently before Su Ruan. They are no longer just simple words, but 1.4 billion passionate, beating hearts. Su Ruan stood in the center of that galaxy composed of billions of blessings, completely stunned. She could almost see those eyes filled with gratitude and reverence through those words, and hear those heartfelt cheers and shouts. That immense, unimaginably pure power of faith, like a flood bursting its banks, crashed into the depths of her soul with overwhelming force. At this moment, her system panel went completely mad. The number representing reputation points was like a wild horse, soaring upwards at an unbelievable speed that exceeded the speed of light. 10 million, 30 million, 50 million, 80 million. The numbers were jumping so fast that they formed a golden afterimage. The entire system interface was flashing violently under the impact of this powerful energy, emitting a buzzing overload cry. Su Ruan felt like her brain was about to be overwhelmed by this torrent of happiness. Finally, at the moment when all the numbers blurred into a golden light, Boomstreepje, a magnificent and boundless bell tolling, seemingly from the beginning of the universe, exploded in Su Ruan's mind. Her reputation panel, with its wildly fluctuating numbers, came to a steady stop at that moment. An incredible number, radiating a divine, seven-colored glow, a number that would make any god envious, froze before her eyes. 100 million. 100 million. A full 100 million reputation points. The moment that number was achieved, Su Ruan's system store interface popped up automatically. On the top floor of the store, a mysterious area that had previously been locked in gray and marked only with 3 question marks, suddenly burst forth with an incomparably dazzling, SSS-level, holy golden light that seemed capable of illuminating the entire universe. A brand new, never-before-seen product icon, representing the ultimate and supreme, has been successfully unlocked. Su Ruan's breath caught in her throat at that moment. Slowly, she extended her finger, which trembled slightly with excitement, and pointed to the golden icon that exuded endless allure. Chapter 148, Unlocking the Ultimate Butler. SSS level AI Shinon. What kind of good stuff is this? The ultimate reward that can only be unlocked with hundreds of millions of reputation points. Su Ruan's heart skipped a beat at that moment. With a hint of anticipation and nervousness that she herself was unaware of, her slender, fair index finger gently touched the mysterious icon that shone with SSS-level, holy golden light. Buzz! The entire system interface switched instantly. There's no dazzling list of products, no fancy special effects. There was only one solitary item, yet it seemed to contain the secrets of the entire universe, quietly floating in the center of the screen. It was a design blueprint that shimmered with iridescent light, seemingly composed of pure data and laws, and brimming with a futuristic and mysterious aesthetic. Below the drawing, its name and description are marked. Product name, SSS Level Base AI, Shinon, Unique Blueprint. Product description, is not AI, but wisdom itself. An ultimate creation that integrates quantum computing, the laws of life, and a trace of the ineffable Tao. It is the ultimate core of the Internet of Things, the soul of the base, and the navigator's soul and final supersteward. With it, your base can truly be considered a divine kingdom. Exchange price, 100 million reputation points. Note, this item is unique. Once redeemed, it will be permanently removed from the entire Universe System shop. The one and only Super Butler, the true kingdom of God. As Su Wanwan looked at the simple, yet extremely domineering description, an unprecedentedly blazing light erupted in her clear, cold, starry eyes. Her current AI, Zero, while extremely powerful, is essentially still a tool that executes commands. It has no emotions, no initiative, and all its actions require explicit instructions from Su Wanwan. The Shinnong we see before us, judging from the description, has far surpassed the category of tool. It is a life form with true wisdom. This is exactly what she needs right now. A super butler who can completely free her from the tedious management of the base, allowing her to focus on more important things, or to enjoy life more purely. Exchange. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Wanwan used all of her newly acquired 100 million reputation points, which were still fresh, and pressed the golden exchange button fiercely. Reputation points are instantly reset to 0. The SSS level blueprint, shimmering with iridescent light, transformed into a streak of light, flew out of the screen and imprinted itself on her brow. The next second, a ball of light, about the size of a basketball, appeared out of thin air in front of Su Wanwan. It was constantly changing shape and seemed to be composed of billions of stars, emitting a soft and warm white light. A quantum cloud. This is the core essence of the Shinnong Smart Brain. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully redeemed the SSS level base AI. Shinnong. System prompt. Please fuse the Shinnong core with your base's main control computer to complete the final activation and binding. Merge. A resolute glint flashed in Su Wanwan's eyes. She stretched out her hands and carefully, as if cradling a newborn baby, held that warm ball of quantum cloud in her palms. Then, she strode straight to the deepest part of the core control room, to the spherical main control core that provided energy and computing power to the entire Eternal Sky City, as dazzling as a miniature sun. That is where AI Zero resides. Zero, prepare for system upgrade. Grant you core privileges. Su Wanwan issued the last instruction, this time to Zero. Yes, master. The core firewall has been deactivated, awaiting new program injection. The cold, mechanical voice of AI Zero rang out for the last time in the control room. Su Wanwan took a deep breath and gently pushed the warm quantum cloud in her hand toward the huge spherical main control core. There was no collision, no repulsion. The quantum cloud, like swallows returning to their nests, silently and perfectly merged into the brilliant light of the spherical core. At the very moment the two merged, bang! In an instant, all the lights and screens in the entire Eternal Sky City went out. An unprecedented, absolute darkness and silence descended. It lasted for a full 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, buzz! A soft, vibrant, emerald green light, like the tender buds of early spring, suddenly burst forth from the core of the control system. This light, like a gentle ripple, instantly spread throughout the entire vast underground city. Where the light touched, a miracle occurred. On the cold metal walls inside the bunker, green energy patterns, like leaf veins, began to rapidly emerge, spread, and intertwine. Above the dome, the holographic sky that originally simulated the starry sky has been transformed into a vibrant primeval forest with sunshine, white clouds, and gentle breezes. A faint, refreshing fragrance of grass and earth filled the air. At this moment, the entire cold and desolate steel fortress seemed to be given life, transforming into a breathing, natural, and truly paradise on earth. Just as Su Wanwan was shocked by the changes before her eyes, a brand new, gentle, refined, magnetic, and intelligent young man's voice, completely different from the cold, mechanical AI Zero, slowly echoed in every corner of the entire underground city like a spring breeze. Quantum entangled neural network reorganization complete. Life loss simulation system loaded. Ecological defense cycle system taken over. Shinong Smart Brain has been successfully launched. A full scan and deep optimization of Eternal Sky City is underway. Estimated time, 3.7 seconds. Optimization complete. Navigator, Ms. Su Ruan, good afternoon. From today onwards, Shinong will serve you wholeheartedly. The gentle voice paused, as if in thought, then continued in a smiling, extremely human tone. We have detected that your body is in a state of extreme relaxation, but your mind is slightly excited. According to my database analysis, in this case, a cup of hand-ground coffee from Jamaica's Blue Mountain region, brewed with premium spring water and with 0.3 grams of natural crystallized sugar extracted from mutated royal jelly, would be your best choice. At the same time, to match your pleasant mood at this moment, I will play Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata for you, and I have adjusted the volume and sound field to the most comfortable golden ratio point. Excuse me, do you need it now? Su Ruan was completely stunned by these words. This is an AI. This is clearly a top-notch, most considerate, and most understanding all-around butler. She slowly sank into the huge sofa that had somehow automatically adjusted to perfectly fit her body curves, as if it could suck her in. The corners of her mouth turned up uncontrollably, looking at the vibrant and energetic control room, and inhaling the refreshing fragrance in the air. She wore a sly and satisfied smile, as if she had mastered the plan. Oh, what else can you do? Tell me about it. Give me a surprise. Chapter 149, Holographic Intelligent Brain Hosting. Su Ruan leaned lazily against the sofa, like a curious and picky princess testing her new toy. That gentle and refined male voice, with a hint of a smile, immediately rang in her ears. As you wish, my navigator. As soon as she finished speaking, the huge holographic screen in front of Su Ruan was instantly divided into dozens of real-time, monitoring windows of different sizes, like an information wall full of futuristic technology, perfectly presenting the entire operational status of the Eternal Sky City to her eyes in great detail. It's not a surprise. It's just my most basic function as a housekeeper. Shinong's voice, like that of a professional guide, began to explain everything to her. In the upper left corner of the screen is a huge ecological planning area. In the scene, hundreds and thousands of tiny agricultural robots, about the size of bees, are working diligently in the fields of spiritual plants that are suspended in mid-air. Some are using sophisticated sensors to detect the growth status, humidity, and spiritual energy saturation of each spiritual plant. Others are extending mechanical arms thinner than a hair to carefully prune excess branches and leaves from a soon-to-be-ripe vermilion fruit. Several robots were working together to carry a freshly ripened Ice Heart Jade Doom Melon, which was several times larger than their own bodies, directly to the kitchen's cold storage through a special pipeline. Under my management, the growth cycle of all spiritual plants will be shortened by 37.2%. The spiritual energy content will increase by 15.8%, and the harvesting and loss rate of mature fruits will be reduced to absolute zero. Shinong's voice was full of confidence. The scene shifts to the energy core area. The massive spherical reactor was operating with remarkable stability and efficiency, its energy output curve as smooth as a straight line. Several large industrial robotic arms were performing preventative maintenance and upkeep on the reactor's outer cooling pipes, their movements fluid and graceful, brimming with industrial beauty. I have re-optimized the energy network of the entire base, increasing the overall energy utilization rate by 23.5%. Now, even if all the base's defense systems are operating at full power, our energy reserves can still support high-intensity operation for more than 300 years. The scene shifts again, taking place in the Resource Processing and Automated Production Center, located at the lowest level of the bunker, a place Su Ruan has never set foot in before. What you see there is simply a fully automated factory of the future. The mountains of scrap metal and electronic waste scavenged from various parts of the wasteland are being fed into different decomposition furnaces by huge conveyor belts. After being decomposed, purified, and recombined, they were transformed into standardized material ingots of uniform size, gleaming with a metallic luster. Meanwhile, countless 3D printing nozzles and nano-assembly arms are rapidly producing various spare parts, ammunition, and even brand new defensive robots based on the various blueprints in Su Ruan's database. The entire factory was empty, yet it was filled with the beauty of efficient, orderly, and busy production. Navigator, your warehouse is not a treasure trove, but a sleeping army. I have categorized, reorganized, and reused all your spoils of war. From now on, our base will possess unlimited potential for self-repair, self-upgrade, and self-expansion. We no longer need to scavenge because we ourselves are the creators. As Su Ruan watched all this, her bright, starry eyes widened, and her mouth unconsciously opened slightly. She always thought she had managed the base very well, but compared to Shinnong's miraculous, fully automated communism, her manual management was like the primitive slash-and-burn agriculture of a tribal people. This is real infrastructure. This is the true ultimate form of a survival game for national destiny and natural disasters. So what about cooking? Su Ruan licked her lips and asked the question she cared about most. Shinnong's voice was filled with even more laughter. On this point, I think seeing is believing is perhaps the best answer. As soon as he finished speaking, a pleasant ding sounded, and the surveillance footage of the kitchen area was automatically enlarged and placed in the center of the screen. Inside the futuristic, sterile kitchen, two incredibly flexible robotic arms were putting on a cooking show that was almost like an art performance. A robotic arm moved like a phantom, slicing a piece of tenderloin from a marbled S-grade fiery rage pig into uniformly thick and sized pieces. The other robotic arm precisely controls the heat, adding the secret sauce and ingredients to the pot at the perfect moment, releasing an incredibly enticing aroma. Tossing the wok, stir-frying, reducing the sauce. All the movements are done in one go, more elegant and precise than a Michelin 3-star chef. Soon, a plate of golden yellow, glistening pork tenderloin, exuding an enticing sweet and sour aroma and still steaming hot, was perfectly plated. Immediately afterwards, a small food delivery robot, carrying the dish, glided silently along the magnetic levitation track on the ceiling to Su Ruan and steadily placed the dish on the coffee table in front of her. Navigator, according to my calculations, you have consumed 3,200 calories and lost approximately 12% of your mental energy in the past 24 hours. Considering that you're about to enter a long period of rest, I have prepared this sweet and sour pork tenderloin, which is rich in protein and spiritual energy, and paired it with a bowl of heart-nourishing porridge made from century-old purple rice and spiritual spring water. Enjoy your meal. Su Ruan picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of tenderloin that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, perfectly coated with sweet and sour sauce, and put it in her mouth. Ugh, it's so delicious it'll blow your mind. The taste and texture were 100 times better than what she painstakingly made herself. Su Ruan squinted her eyes happily, feeling that her life had truly reached its fulfillment at this moment. She doesn't have to think about anything or do anything. If you're hungry, a robot even better than a chef at a state banquet will serve you a Manchu Han imperial feast. When you're sleepy, there's a super king-size bed that can automatically adjust to the most comfortable mode. I'm so bored. As Su Ruan ate her sweet and sour pork, she looked at the realistic blue sky and white clouds on the ceiling, and for the first time, felt a tiny bit of emptiness. Shinnong, you're so capable. It's like you've done everything for me. Do you think I'm a little too idle? Shinnong's gentle voice immediately rang in her ears, as if he had already anticipated her question. Navigator, your dopamine levels have been detected to have dropped slightly after enjoying a meal. This is a normal physiological phenomenon known as the postcoital period. Based on my database analysis, appropriate and immersive recreational activities are the best way to maintain long-term physical and mental health. Coincidentally, my family members seem to have thought of this as well. The moment Shinnong finished speaking, buzz! The quantum space two-way conveyor belt, which had almost become a delivery station, lit up again. Chapter 150. The latest tablet arrives via conveyor belt. Playing games on the sofa is pure bliss. Again, Su Ruan was still chewing on a piece of sweet and sour pork that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. She mumbled something indistinctly, but her clear eyes were already full of anticipation. Who can resist the joy of unpacking a package? This time, the item that was sent was small and exquisite. As the light faded, a minimalist, futuristic black, flat box lay quietly in the center of the teleportation platform. The box is made of a kind of frosted metal, and apart from a gold-stamped Chinese dragon logo, there are no other decorations. A small robotic arm, under Shinnong's control, silently descended from the ceiling, picked up the box, and smoothly delivered it to Su Wanwan. Next to the box, there was still a note from Academician Qian, written in a flamboyant style. Girl, remember to balance work and rest, and cultivate both intellectual and physical well-being. Spiritual fulfillment is just as important as material abundance. This is a little spiritual nourishment we've prepared for you. We hope you like it. P.S. Game companies across the country have said they are grateful to you for creating such a great creative environment and giving you such a long life, allowing them to make more and better games. This is a small token of their appreciation. Spiritual nourishment. Su Wanwan curiously opened the black box. Inside the soft black velvet lining lay a tablet computer, about 12 inches in size, jet black, and as thin as a cicada's wing. Its screen, when not lit, is an incredibly pure black, as if it could suck your soul into it. Alongside it, there are also 2 wireless gamepads with a completely ergonomic design and a strong esports style. That's it. Su Wanwan blinked, initially a little disappointed. Tablet PC? She has plenty of these things in her bunker. Any control panel from a prehistoric ruin she dismantles is more powerful than this. However, Shinnong's voice rang in her ears at just the right moment, carrying a hint of admiration. Navigator, don't underestimate it. According to my scan, this is not an ordinary tablet. Its outer shell uses the special polymer-shaped memory alloy that you sent back, which is sufficient to withstand frontal fire from an anti-tank sniper rifle. Inside, it is a miniature cold fusion reactor, which can support its continuous high-intensity operation for more than 1,000 years, truly never needing to be recharged. Most importantly, it has a built-in quantum entanglement processing chip that can be directly connected to my main core without delay, converting some of my computing power into its graphics processing capabilities. Theoretically, its performance has no upper limit. Oh, Su Wanwan's eyes lit up completely. This isn't just a tablet. It's a super gaming machine disguised as a tablet. She eagerly picked up the cool, silky tablet and tapped it lightly with her index finger. Buzz! The screen lit up instantly, without any boot animation or ads, and I was immediately taken to a cool game library interface with a cyberpunk style. The background of the interface features a CG animation of her, wearing the black-scale, acid-resistant flowing light armor, wielding a thunderblade, and slicing through the Biomother with a single strike. It's incredibly cool. On the interface were game icons that were either extremely familiar to her or completely unheard of. Wasteland 9, Final Fantasy, The Witcher 4, The White Wolf's Retirement, Cyber Wasteland 2099, Sekiro. I died 20,000 times, Elden Ring. The old man's ring can't be put on anymore. From classic AAA titles to niche indie gems, from thrilling action shooters to brain-teasing strategy management games. Densely packed, a dazzling array. Shinnong's voice rang out again. Navigator. This device comes pre-installed with 10,000 of the top single-player games selected by the China Game Association. Moreover, all of them are God-level collector's editions specially customized for you. All DLC content is unlocked, all values are optimized for the best experience, and we have made tiny adjustments to the difficulty of some of the games to match your extraordinary reaction speed. A tiny, minor adjustment. A kind smile appeared on Su Wanwan's lips, but a raging fire called challenge ignited in her beautiful eyes. Great! That's wonderful! She exclaimed excitedly and rolled onto the sofa, instantly assuming a classic lazy pose. Shinnong, give me some comfortable clothes. Yes, ma'am. A soft light flashed, and her cool but slightly cold combat suit instantly transformed into a pink, fluffy cartoon onesie with Pikachu ears on the back. Shinnong, turn the sofa into the best mode for gaming. In progress. The sofa beneath her automatically transformed with a slight mechanical whirring. The backrest slowly rose, perfectly supporting her lower back and cervical spine, while the armrests on both sides transformed into trays with snack grooves and beverage cooling functions. Su Wanwan skillfully placed a bag of spicy chips and a bottle of ice soda beside her, then picked up the controller and excitedly clicked on the game icon for Sekiro. I died 20,000 times, which was of great interest to her. After a CG animation full of Eastern ink painting style, the game officially begins. Come on, let me see just how much you little monsters have been strengthened. Thus, an extremely absurd and bizarre scene appeared in the global live broadcast room. In that eternal sky city, a place where technology and magic coexist, a place that makes the whole world tremble. That guardian deity of China, who once cleaved mountains in two with a single stroke and transformed the entire nation with a single thought, is like a god. At this moment, she is wearing a ridiculous bunny pajama set and sprawled on the sofa like a disheveled salted fish. Holding a spicy snack in one hand and frantically pressing the handle with the other, he muttered incoherently and made some incomprehensible shouts. Slash. I'll slash. Hey, I'll fire. You Ashina Sword Saint. How come you can use a Gatling gun? That's unfair. That's foul. Vegetable. On the screen, a blood-red character, for vegetarian, appeared boldly, full of mockery. In a global live stream, Western viewers who were still trembling with hunger and fear completely broke down upon seeing this scene. They felt that their worldview, outlook on life, and values have been crushed and rubbed to pieces by Su Ruanruan's outrageous actions. Meanwhile, the live stream room in China was already filled with laughter. Help! The way Su Shan plays games is just like me. Who would have thought that a survival live stream for the nation's destiny would end up being a streamer's daily dose of entertainment? This is such a bizarre twist. I love it. Am I the only one who noticed? That Ashina Sword Saint not only uses a Gatling gun, he can also teleport and stop time. Is this game even meant for humans? Su Ruanruan puffed out her cheeks in anger, chewing the spicy strip in her mouth with a crunching sound. I refuse to believe it. Let's try again. She learned from her failure, focused intently, and instantly analyzed all of the boss's attack patterns and trajectories by glancing at the data streams in her eyes. Her physique and reaction speed, enhanced 100-fold, were brought to their fullest potential at this moment. On the screen, the wolf, wearing pink bunny pajamas, began an unbelievable dance on the edge of a knife, full of violent aesthetics, amidst a hail of bullets and flashing swords. Parry, see through it. Step aside. Every operation is precise down to the millisecond. Go to hell. Go to hell. You're almost there. Just as she was about to deliver the final, fatal blow and was about to see the light of victory. Buzz, buzz. The entire bunker suddenly trembled very slightly. Immediately afterwards, the soft green ambient lighting in the control room was instantly replaced by a flashing alarm light that alternated between red and yellow. For the first time, Shenong's ever-gentle and refined voice carried an unprecedented air of solemnity and urgency. Warning! Warning! Navigator! An unknown, large-scale, high-intensity seismic event has been detected. The epicenter is located 9,000 meters beneath your feet at the very bottom of the abandoned heavy industrial ruins. Beep. Data analysis complete. It's a mechanical life form. Hundreds of thousands of semi-mechanized spider-like combat units, remnants of prehistoric wars, are awakening. Their target is us. Su Ruanruan's hand, which was about to press the kill button, suddenly froze. She slowly raised her head, and on her cute little face, which was covered with crumbs from spicy snacks, she showed an extremely displeased expression, as if her enjoyment had been interrupted. She looked at the Ashina Sword Saint still yelling wildly on the screen, and listened to the piercing alarm in her ears, and scratched her rabbit ears in frustration. Huh? What is that? Don't disturb me while I'm fighting the boss. Chapter 151, while enjoying the game, the alarm sounds, Wasteland Mechanical Frenzy. Huh? What is that? Don't disturb me while I'm fighting the boss. Su Ruanruan, wearing a pink Pikachu onesie, sat cross-legged on the sofa, her eyes fixed on the huge holographic screen in front of her, her little hands frantically rubbing the controller, without even lifting her head. On the screen, the Ashina Sword Saint, who had been significantly enhanced, not only possessed lightning-fast swordsmanship, but also carried a 6-barreled Gatling gun, firing wildly while shouting. Hesitation leads to defeat. This is absolutely outrageous. It's outrageous beyond belief. However, Shenong's ever-gentle and refined voice this time carried a hint of urgency and gravity, like a rapidly running data stream, persistently ringing in her ears. Warning! Navigator! This is not a drill. Immediately cease all recreational activities. Warning! Unknown large-scale, high-intensity seismic activity detected. Source analysis in progress. Located. Located at the bottom layer of the prehistoric heavy industrial complex ruins. Number G7, 9,300 meters beneath your feet. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The soft ambient lighting that originally simulated a spring forest in the entire Eternal Sky City was instantly replaced by a burst of red and yellow flashing alarm lights representing the highest threat level. The extremely slight tremor began to become clearer and more intense, as if an ancient behemoth that had been sleeping for hundreds of millions of years was slowly awakening deep within the earth. Su Ruanawan's thumb, which was about to press down perfectly to see through the deception, was finally interrupted. On the screen, her game character was blasted to pieces by a Gatling gun, and a bloody noob character reappeared in the center of the screen, full of mockery. This, Su Ruanawan clicked her tongue in annoyance and threw the controller aside in extreme displeasure. Her cute little face, covered in crumbs of spicy snacks, was filled with the anger of someone who's getting grumpy in the morning. Shin-Nong, you'd better give me a perfect explanation. Do you know, I was just one strike away, just one last strike away. Su Ruanawan puffed out her cheeks and angrily questioned, what is it that's more important than me beating Sekiro? The navigator, I'm afraid, is actually more important than that. Shin-Nong's voice was extremely solemn. He didn't offer much explanation, but instead switched the main screen to a real-time scan from an ultra-deep geological probe. On a huge 3D map, a massive hollow structure located nearly 10,000 meters underground lit up with hundreds of thousands of red dots, just like a heart. Each point of light represents an energy source that is being activated, filled with a violent and murderous aura. Data analysis complete. Database comparison complete. Shin-Nong's voice rang out like a machine gun, his speech extremely fast. Target confirmed as K-7 Webweaver Semi-Mechanized Spider-Type Combat Unit. A mass-produced weapon of war that was mothballed during the prehistoric Rust Wars. According to records, this unit is equipped with high-frequency vibranium cutting feet and a small plasma jet cannon mounted on its back, giving it extremely strong tunneling capabilities and a strong awareness of cluster warfare. Their awakening is most likely due to your previous slaying of the SS-level Biomother, which caused a huge gap in the bioenergy field of this area, thus breaking some ancient energy seal balance. They are coming towards us. As soon as Shin-Nong finished speaking, hundreds of thousands of red dots on the three-dimensional map seemed to receive a unified command and suddenly transformed into an unstoppable red torrent, which began to surge upwards at an incredible speed along the natural channels of the Earth's veins. Their paths, straight and precise, pointed directly to the location of the Eternal Sky City. The number of awakened units detected so far is 376,500, and this number is continuing to grow at a rate of 3,000 per second. They're awakening all their sleeping kin along the way. The first batch of webweavers are expected to arrive at the first physical defense line outside the bunker in 7 minutes. In a global live stream, all the viewers watching the map, with its red dots spreading like cancer cells, felt a chill run down their spines. Hundreds of thousands, and the number is still increasing. They are all war machines equipped with plasma cannons and vibranium claws. This is no longer a beast hide. This is a catastrophe made of steel. This is a mechanical plague capable of devouring the entire continental shelf. My God, how can we fight this? This is not even in the same league. It's all over. Su Shun has really messed up this time. Even if she's a god, she can't possibly fight an entire mechanical army by herself, right? Run. Su Shun, forget about the bunker. Get on the spaceship and leave this planet immediately. Panic and despair instantly enveloped the entire live broadcast room. However, after listening to Shin-Nong's lengthy report, Su Ruanawan simply yawned expressionlessly. She rubbed the Pikachu ears on her pajamas, then picked up the unfinished bag of spicy chips, tore it open, popped one in her mouth, and chewed it with a crunching sound. Okay, I understand. Su Ruanawan's tone was so calm, it was as if she were asking, what are we having for dinner tonight? So, in other words, there's a bunch of tin bugs who think my gaming is too loud and want to come up and argue with me, right? Shin-Nong's quantum core almost crashed because of this absurd logic. Navigators, in a sense, you can understand it that way. But their threat level is... All right. Su Ruanruan waved her hand impatiently, interrupting Shen Nong's analysis. She glanced at the still flashing vegetable character on the screen, and her displeasure reached its peak. It's all because of these damn bugs. Su Ruanruan's eyes instantly turned cold. She picked up the controller again and clicked the game icon once more. In her clear, starry eyes, a fierce fighting spirit ignited, determined to strip Ashina Sword Saint Bear of his underwear. Shen Nong. Yes, sir, Navigator, I'm here. I don't care if they're weapons of war or some kind of rust plague. Su Ruanruan's voice was light and airy, yet it carried an undeniable, absolute will belonging to a god. 7 minutes, right? Give me 6.5 minutes. I need to get through this level first. In the remaining 30 seconds, you need to clean up the trash outside. Did you understand? Chapter 152, the mechanical frenzy approaches the city, but the female lead doesn't even raise her eyes. Su Ruanruan's words, spoken casually yet with an absolute command, caused Shen Nong's quantum core, which had just been upgraded and now possessed the emotional simulation function, to freeze for a moment. A game that could be completed in 6.5 minutes, and a mechanical catastrophe that could destroy civilization can be resolved in 30 seconds? This is such an outrageous, yet so typical time allocation of the Navigator before us. Yes, sir. Shen Nong's gentle voice rang out again, but this time it carried an indescribable fluctuation of data, similar to pampering and helplessness. Activate the dust purification contingency plan. Enjoy the game. As soon as the words were spoken, the piercing red and yellow alarm lights in the control room vanished instantly, restoring the breathtaking and vibrant primeval forest scene. It was as if the crisis warning that had just been enough to suffocate the whole world had never happened. Su Ruanruan nodded in satisfaction, and once again immersed herself in the final battle with the Ashina Sword Saint. This scene was broadcast live globally and was seen clearly by billions of people. The whole world has gone mad. What was she doing? She's gone back to playing video games? She's gone mad. This Chinese woman has completely lost her mind. A formidable enemy is at hand. A tidal wave of steel is practically crashing into her face. And she's still playing video games? What arrogance. What disdain for others. She will pay the most terrible price for her conceit. Just wait. In 7 minutes, her magnificent tortoise shell will be torn to shreds. Viewers from the United States and Japan, whose ban had just been lifted, found an outlet for their frustration and began frantically spamming vicious curses on the public chat. They could almost see Su Ruanruan being torn to pieces alive in the endless sea of mechanical spiders. Her ridiculous game console blasted into charred remains by plasma cannons. Some athletes from other countries who had survived the previous disaster were terrified. A South Korean contestant hiding in an underground air raid shelter saw the massive mechanical tidal wave surging like an avalanche during a live stream. His legs went weak, his crotch felt hot, and he was so scared that he wet himself on the spot. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. At this moment, the eyes of the whole world are focused on that short 7-minute countdown. Time passed by, second by second. 5 minutes passed. The ground tremors were as strong as a magnitude 10 earthquake. Outside the bunker, through the bird's-eye view of high-altitude drones, global viewers can clearly see that the desolate wasteland is being rapidly swallowed up by a boundless black tsunami of steel and carnage. Densely packed, endless. Hundreds of thousands of mechanical spiders, each the size of a truck, flashed scarlet electronic eyes and brandished vibranium limbs like sharp scythes, scraping the ground with a teeth-grinding crack sound. Wherever they go, whether it's collapsed abandoned buildings or hard rocky hills, they're all easily crushed, pulverized, and leveled to the ground in the face of their invincible torrent of steel. This is no longer a war, but a one-sided, ruthless formatting. The entire horizon was completely submerged by this black wave of death. The overwhelming sense of impending doom was so powerful that even through the screen, it made countless viewers feel suffocated and their hearts pound, as if they were actually in that apocalyptic scene. Everyone instinctively held their breath, awaiting the final judgment. However, when the live stream camera switched back to the core control room of the Eternal Sky City, everyone fell silent. In the video, the instigator of all this panic, the Guardian of China, Su Ruanruan, remained in the same position she had been 5 minutes ago, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, without moving an inch. She even had the leisure to reach out her other hand during the gap in the game character's dodge, pick up a spicy and delicious kissing snack from the snack tray next to her, stuff it in her mouth, and eat it with relish. Their leisurely and carefree demeanor made it seem as if the mechanical catastrophe outside, capable of destroying the world, was no different from the sound of the electric drills from the construction team downstairs. Now, it was the turn of the Western audience who were waiting to see a good show. Their worldview collapsed. No, this isn't scientific. Why is her expression so calm? Can't she feel the earth shaking? Can't she see the surveillance footage? Is it a willingness to die for one's cause? Or absolute confidence? I don't understand. This level of coolness, I fucking admit, I'm a little blown away by her awesomeness. Meanwhile, Huaxia's live broadcast room was already a sea of joy. After the initial shock, 1.4 billion Chinese people developed an almost blind, godlike trust in Su Wanruan. Ha, I knew it. Su Shun will always be Su Shun. He'd remain unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. A mere few 100,000 iron spiders think they can disturb my Su Shun's gaming? Dream on. What do you know? This is called strategic contempt. Before absolute power, all enemies are paper tigers. Su Shun is teaching us a lesson in life. Stop bragging. I bet a bag of spicy strips that Su Shun didn't even care about this. Right now, all she's thinking about is how to chop that Ashina's sword saint down. Under the extremely complex gaze of a global audience, the countdown has finally reached its final minute. Outside the bunker, the first and largest spider commander, whose size was comparable to a small hill, had already rushed to within a kilometer of the bunker. It stopped, raised its ferocious metal head, and its 8 scarlet compound eyes were fixed on the seemingly empty Gobi Desert in front of it. It could sense that beneath that land lay an incredibly vast nest brimming with boundless life energy. That will be the perfect food they need for their evolution. The spider commander let out a piercing, greedy, and savage metallic roar, issuing the order for a general offensive to the endless army behind him. Boom! 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 Hundreds of thousands of mechanical spiders simultaneously launched a final, devastating charge towards the bunker. The earth is wailing. The sky is trembling. The end of the world has come. It's over. She's dead. No one can save her this time. The new president of the United States, who had just been revived by an electric shock, pointed at the screen and uttered a frantic curse. And at this very moment, Su Wanruan's slender hands, which were playing games, paused slightly. She listened intently, as if she were truly disturbed by the earth-shattering noise outside. She slightly furrowed her brows, and without raising her head, casually uttered a sentence to the void. The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly traveled throughout the world. Shenong, the garbage outside is too noisy. It's affecting my listening to the game's background music. Clean up. Shenong's gentle and refined voice immediately rang out. Yes, sir. It has been detected that you seem to have a particular aesthetic preference for grand scenes of destruction. Database correlation analysis has matched the best option for you. Would you like me to activate the panoramic fireworks show mode for you? Chapter 153. Activating the Death Laser Network. The mechanical frenzy instantly turns into a rain of parts. Navigator, would you like to activate the panoramic fireworks show mode for you? Shenong's question, tinged with a hint of mockery, echoed in the silent control room. Casual. Su Wanruan uttered 2 words, her full attention returning to the game screen. To the Ashina's sword saint who had been driven to the brink of defeat and was now frantically forging iron. Learn. Shenong's voice seemed to carry a hint of pleasure in its data. New Year's Eve celebration mode activated. The instant Shenong finished speaking, outside the Eternal Sky City, on that seemingly ordinary Gobi Desert, a sudden change has occurred. There was no earth-shattering roar, no earth-shaking rumble. Centered on the bunker within a 5-kilometer radius, the ground was as if it had been sculpted by an invisible chisel, with cracks as precise as millimeters appearing silently and intricately interwoven. Then, amidst the utterly astonished expressions of viewers worldwide, the event unfolded. Thousands of black obelisks, each over 2 meters tall and made entirely of a mysterious black material that can absorb radar waves, with minimalist designs and a chilling, murderous aesthetic, rose silently from the cracks like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. They were arranged in neat rows, forming a huge, black matrix filled with the aura of death. Under the pale green light of the sky, these black obelisks seemed to blend into the darkness, and their existence could not be detected unless one looked closely. This is the first and most deadly line of defense for the Eternal Sky City, a comprehensive ground/air defense system. The high-energy gamma-ray cutting array. The Spider Commander, who was charging at the very front and whose body was as large as a hill, seemed to sense a hint of unease. But its conquer and devour instructions, which were hard-coded into the core program, made it not hesitate at all. Its 8 scarlet electronic eyes burst forth with a violent red light, and its 6 vibranium limbs, thicker than a train, exerted their strength, transforming its massive body into an out-of-control steel train, charging fiercely towards the seemingly empty black forest of monuments. Behind it were hundreds of thousands of fearless steel warriors following closely behind. 1 kilometer, 800 meters, 500 meters. Just as the Spider Commander's ferocious metal head was about to step into the black steel forest, time seemed to stand still. Buzz. A faint, almost inaudible hum of energy. At the same time, a tiny, dazzling red, the size of a pinhead, appeared atop each of the thousands of black obelisks, as if it were a compressed star. The next second, no warning, no signs. Millions of scorching, blinding red high-energy gamma-ray beams, thinner than a hair, yet containing terrifying energy capable of instantly slicing through an aircraft carrier deck, burst forth from the tops of those thousands of obelisks in an instant, like a rain of death cast by a god. In mid-air, they intertwined, crisscrossed, and cut each other wildly at a speed exceeding that of light. In an instant, a three-dimensional death net covering an area of 5 kilometers in radius, reaching a height of 1,000 meters, without any gaps or blind spots, and composed of pure destructive energy, was formed. Laugh! The arrogant Spider Commander, with its massive body capable of shattering mountains, couldn't even utter a mournful cry the moment it came into contact with the giant red web of death. It's like a piece of soft tofu that's been hit by a laser cutter. In less than 1,000th of a second, those crisscrossing millions of red rays silently and neatly cut it into tens of thousands of identical, smooth-edged metal cubes, each a standard 1 cubic centimeter in size. Then, with a loud crash, it scattered all over the ground like collapsing building blocks. This is just the beginning. The relentless horde of mechanical spiders, as if possessed, charged headlong into the red zone woven from death and destruction. No matter how many come, they will all die. Give me 10,000, break 10,000. Give me 100,000, and I'll smash them all. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no horrific carnage. Only one unilateral massacre, extremely quiet, extremely efficient, extremely ruthless, full of industrial and violent aesthetics. Countless mechanical spiders were instantly disintegrated and cut into countless metal parts, raining down like a storm, before that merciless giant web of death. Clang, clang, clang. Countless neatly cut metal parts, like hailstones, crashed to the ground and quickly piled up. Soon, a steel graveyard, hundreds of meters high and still growing, was erected around the bunker, made of countless gleaming metallic parts. The entire horizon was bathed in the magnificent yet deadly red laser net, and the metal debris that it illuminated, creating a dazzling red scene reminiscent of post-apocalyptic cyberpunk. This is hardly a war. This was clearly a grand, dazzling, yet death-laden fireworks show. The global livestream room was completely silent. Everyone was completely stunned by the scene before them, a scene that was beyond imagination and something even science fiction movies wouldn't dare to film. The Western spectators who had been shouting wildly just moments before now stared wide-eyed, their eyes glazed over, as if their souls had been sucked away by that red net of death. Their minds were completely blank. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the livestream room in China erupted into a frenzied, roof-lifting cheer. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What kind of insane defense system is this? Tower defense games have become reality. Absolutely stunning. Absolutely breathtaking. This is true violent aesthetics. I declare this fireworks show a perfect 100. Don't be proud of it. Shenong is awesome. Sushun is awesome. China is awesome. Voice cracks. Just as audiences around the world were immersed in this epic visual feast. Inside the core control room of the Eternal Sky City, Clang! A crisp, melodious sound rang out as a weapon parried. On the screen, the character controlled by Su Ruanruan finally seized an opening in Ashina Sword Saint's defenses and successfully delivered the final execution. D. Su Ruanruan exclaimed excitedly. On the screen, a huge, golden ninja kill slowly appeared. I've finished the game. Call. Satisfied, Su Ruanruan tossed the controller aside, leaned back, and stretched comfortably, her adorable Pikachu pajamas revealing an alluring curve. Finally done. She yawned, rubbed her slightly sore eyes, and then, as if just remembering something, lazily glanced at the small screen next to her. On the small screen, the grand fireworks show was still going on. However, the steel torrent had become sparse and scattered, clearly at its last gasp. Su Ruanruan frowned slightly as she looked at the mountain of parts that was almost forming a real mountain range, her tone carrying a hint of impatience. Not finished cleaning yet. The efficiency is a bit low. Should I go out myself and help out? Chapter 154. Chinese people enjoy barbecues and blockbuster movies. Global refugees are furious. Still not finished? That's a bit slow. Should I go out and help out myself? Su Ruanruan's languid voice, tinged with a hint of disdain, was clearly heard by everyone through the live stream. Shinnong's gentle and refined voice immediately rang in her ears, carrying a perfectly appropriate compliment. Reporting to the navigator, it's not that I'm inefficient, it's just that the amount of garbage this year has exceeded the average level of previous years, making it seem like an exceptionally bumper harvest. 98.7% of the invading units have been eliminated. The last remnants are expected to be completely cleared out before you finish this ice-cold soda. No need for you to lift a finger, so as not to get your new pajamas dirty. Shinnong paused, as if he was thinking. However, to make up for the mistake of disturbing your enjoyment of the game earlier, I have recorded the entire fireworks show in 8K ultra-high definition from 3,600 different angles and edited it into a commemorative film called Iron Sky, Wasteland New Year's Eve. I wonder if you would be interested in watching it during your meal. Oh, a movie. Su Ruanruan's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. Okay, show it to me when we eat. She picked up the bottle of ice cola next to her, gulped down a big mouthful, and then let out a satisfied burp. This conversation, however, completely broke the hearts of Western viewers in the global live broadcast room who were struggling on the brink of life and death. Trash? Bumper harvest? A commemorative film? A devil. She's a devil. She treated a cataclysmic disaster that could destroy us 100 times over as a movie to watch while eating. Puff. In the United States, in an underground bunker where survivors gathered, an emaciated white man and a dozen others were sharing a charred, mutated rat that they had caught from who knows where. When he saw Su Ruanruan leisurely enjoying herself on a dilapidated tablet in the corner and heard her outrageous conversation with Shinnong, he could no longer suppress his jealousy and rage. He couldn't catch his breath and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it all over the ground. He stared intently at the screen, his eyes filled with endless resentment and bitterness, then fell straight down, dying instantly. And at this moment, such scenes are constantly unfolding in every corner of the Western world. Meanwhile, in the real world, in China, the art style, however, is at the other extreme. The commemorative film that Shinnong mentioned has already been transmitted in real time to the official live broadcast room of China via quantum transmission belt. After simple grading, a series of carefully edited, visually stunning highlights of the fireworks show began to be played on a loop on large screens in squares across major cities across the country. That magnificent web of laser death, that rain of flying metal parts, that cold and efficient one-sided slaughter. Every single scene is enough to make even Hollywood's top special effects directors blush with shame and feel inferior. And so, an extremely magical scene appeared. Night falls and the city lights come on. Major cities across China are brightly decorated and bustling with activity, as if celebrating a grand festival. Countless citizens who had just finished get off work, or young people who had completed genetic optimization and were bursting with energy, flocked to the streets. They gathered in small groups, ordering a table full of food from the barbecue stalls and crayfish restaurants around the square, bringing out boxes of chilled beer, and then sitting around in front of the giant outdoor screen. While enjoying sizzling, oily skewers and ice-cold beer, You can also watch a spectacular fireworks show on the screen that rivals top-tier sci-fi blockbusters. Boss, 20 more skewers of lamb. 20 more skewers of beef tendon. I'm in a good mood today. Look, that shot is amazing. The drone is shooting from 360 degrees, and a laser net shrinks instantly, cutting up more than 1,000 spiders. That camera work is incredible. A young man wearing glasses pointed excitedly at the screen, almost spitting out the grilled kidney he was eating. His friend raised his glass, clinked it with his, and said proudly, "Of course. This is a sci-fi blockbuster of the year, personally supervised by our god Sue and handled by the great Shinno. Giving it to us for free, this is a blessing that only we can have in the whole world." A girl with a ponytail next to her took out her phone, snapped a picture of the large screen and the table full of food, and posted it on her WeChat Moments with a caption. While others are experiencing the apocalypse, we're celebrating the new year. Thanks to Su Shan, a famous Chinese writer, we can enjoy skewers while watching the most beautiful fireworks in the world. I have no regrets about being born Chinese. These joyful, peaceful scenes, even reminiscent of Versailles, were broadcast on foreign websites by some international media outlets with ulterior motives. Instantly, it ignited global public opinion. Western netizens, who were still shivering from hunger, cold, and fear, were completely devastated when they saw the behavior of the Chinese people. Their homes are being destroyed by natural disasters. Their people are resorting to cannibalism, and the Chinese are treating the source of their suffering as a celebration. Shameless, despicable, cold-blooded. They are celebrating. They are taking pleasure in our suffering. Why? Why is this game about national destiny so unfair? What do we do wrong? I curse you. I curse all of you. One day, you will taste the pain we suffer today. Impotent rage and vicious curses flooded the comment sections of foreign websites. However, all of this is of no concern to the Chinese people who are enjoying this feast. After seeing these comments, some netizens even casually typed a line of comments in Huaxia's live stream. They're getting anxious. But so what? With Su Shan around, we can do whatever we want. Just as the live broadcast room in China was filled with jubilation, a famous military commentator, looking at the mountain of parts and debris on the screen, with a gleam of wisdom in his eyes, asked the camera a question that everyone was concerned about. Good evening, everyone. The fireworks show just now was certainly spectacular, but it was just an appetizer. The real treasure is that mountain of scrap metal. It contains the remains of hundreds of thousands of prehistoric weapons. The technology and materials it contains are of immeasurable value. Now, let's turn our attention back to the wasteland. The party's over, so let's see how our god of Su is going to efficiently sort the trash. Chapter 155, Game Completion and Trash Collection. Sacks filled with vibrating crystals. Now, let's see how our god of Su plans to efficiently sort the garbage. With the expectant commentary from the Chinese military commentator, the eyes of the global audience were once again focused on the wasteland world. The fireworks show, which lasted for nearly 3 hours, finally came to an end. The last, blind mechanical spider was precisely sliced into standard geometric fragments by a gamma ray that descended from the sky. Then, the thousands of black obelisks, just as they had arrived, silently and slowly sank into the ground, restoring the Gobi Desert to its deathly silence. It was as if nothing had happened. The only proof that the great battle just now existed was that endless mountain range of parts, reflecting a cold metallic luster under the pale green light of the sky. Inside the control room, Su Wanwan finished the last sip of her soda with satisfaction, threw away the controller, and stood up from the sofa that was so comfortable it made one feel decadent. She stretched out a big yawn, and her adorable Pikachu pajamas accentuated her already perfectly developed, godlike golden ratio figure. Finally finished, I feel so much better. Stretch and head out to collect the trash. Humming an off-key tune, she walked briskly toward the heavy, icy iron gate of the bunker. His leisurely demeanor made it seem less like he was dealing with a steel cemetery made of war weapons and more like he was taking out a bag of household garbage on a weekend. Boom! With a deafening roar, the massive gate slowly rose. A wave of intense heat, mixed with ozone and the distinctive smell of burning metal, swept over me. Outside the door, the mountain of parts, made up of countless standard geometric fragments, was right in front of me. The visual impact was 10,000 times more shocking than what I saw on the screen. If any person with trypophobia stood here, they would probably faint on the spot. Su Wanruan simply exclaimed, "Wow," with great interest, as if she had seen some novel work of art. Of course, she couldn't possibly do the garbage sorting herself. That would be so inconsistent with her current practice makes perfect persona. Shin Nong. Yes, sir. Send out all the cleaning robots, Model Scavenger 7, to sort and clean up this pile of scrap metal. Su Wanruan issued the order. In addition, we should focus on scanning and collecting a type of yellow crystal about the size of soybean that emits a faint high-frequency energy fluctuation. The thing is good. Understood. The maximum recovery of post-war resources plan is being implemented. With Shinnong's command, hundreds of inconspicuous hidden doors were opened on both sides of the bunker. The next second, thousands upon thousands of palm-sized cleaning robots, resembling black beetles, surged out of the hidden door like a tidal wave. They buzzed and orderly rushed toward the huge mountain of parts, and then began their outrageously efficient scavenging work. Some robots launch high-energy cutting arms from their backs to further disassemble larger parts that are still connected. Some robots extend sophisticated magnetic suction cups to precisely classify and adsorb metal fragments of different materials, such as vibranium, titanium alloy, high-strength steel, etc. There are also robots specifically designed for searching. Their probes flash yellow indicator lights, and they precisely pick out tiny yellow crystals about the size of soybeans that emit a faint glow from countless scrap metal pieces. Then, they carefully pick them up with mechanical claws and place them into the collection compartment on their backs. The whole process was like a well-trained army of ants carrying their winter food, full of a strange and orderly beauty. Su Wanruan strolled through the ruins with her hands behind her back, like an old man supervising a construction project. Her powerful senses had already scanned the entire area thoroughly. The high-frequency micro-oscillation crystal mentioned by Shinnong is a byproduct of the core power furnace of those mechanical spiders. This crystal can emit an ultra-high frequency physical vibration that is inaudible to the human ear and possesses an incredible resonance-crushing property. The reason why those mechanical spiders' vibranium cutting legs can easily cut through rocks is because they are imbued with the energy of this crystal. This thing has immeasurable value, whether it's used to make weapons for industrial cutting or even in the medical field. Watching the cleaning robots tirelessly moving back and forth between the bunker and the ruins, Su Wanruan felt that the efficiency was still a bit slow. "Sai, you still have to do it yourself to have enough to eat and wear," she complained, but her body betrayed her, pulling out several enormous rustic burlap sacks with the word fertilizer printed on them from her storage space. This scene left viewers around the world utterly astonished. Am I seeing things? That's a burlap sack. In such a futuristic setting, she pulled out a burlap sack? This art style is so jarring. Su Shun, please, change your storage box. Your outfit paired with this burlap sack is just too incongruous. It's like a fairy descending to Earth to collect junk. Su Wanruan didn't care about any of that. In her view, tools just need to be easy to use. Burlap sacks are great for carrying lots of stuff. They're sturdy and durable, practically essential tools for home and travel, and even for scavenging and treasure hunting. She carried a sack and walked to a small hill piled high with yellow crystals, which had been selected by the robot. Then, just like harvesting potatoes in the countryside, she haphazardly stuffed handfuls of these high-frequency micro-oscillation crystals that would cause countless forces to fight over them, into the sack. Soon, she filled several huge sacks to the brim, making them bulge. Each sack weighs several hundred kilograms. But Su Wanruan carried them as easily as if they were several bags of cotton, one in each hand, on her shoulder. Humming a song, she walked back to the Shinnong All Things Critical Strike manifestation pool, which was the most familiar and favorite place in the core of the bunker. Looking at the purple-gold sacred energy flowing slowly in the pool like a liquid galaxy, Su Wanruan revealed a sly smile, like that of a cunning merchant. Hee, it's time for the exciting lucky draw again. Without any hesitation, and without even counting, she poured all the 2 large sacks she was carrying on her shoulder, totaling hundreds of thousands of high-frequency micro-oscillation crystals, into that dazzling purple-gold light. Family members, the new toys have arrived. It's time to give you all a little treat. She winked playfully at the camera. I wonder what fun new things I can bring back for you this time. Chapter 156 Crystal Critical Hit returns. Popularization of ultrasound medical treatment in China. As soon as Su Ruan finished speaking with a sly smile, the purple gold energy within the entire Shinong All Things Critical Strike manifestation pool boiled instantly, as if it had been injected with endless fuel. Boom! A divine golden light of creation, thicker, more solid, and more dazzling than ever before, suddenly shot into the sky from the center of the critical strike pool. The beam of light was so immense and vast that the moment it broke through the bunker's dome, the entire core control room was bathed in pure gold, and even the holographic screen of the Shinong AI flickered with countless snowflakes due to the overloaded energy. Warning: an ultra-high-level energy reaction has been detected. The energy level has exceeded the current measurable limit. For the first time, Shinong's gentle voice showed signs of data disorder. Navigator, what exactly did you throw in this time? It's nothing, just a bunch of shiny little stones that were taken off the metal bugs. Su Ruan waved her hand dismissively, but her starry eyes, illuminated by the golden light, were filled with anticipation. This energy is even more terrifying than when the gene optimization fluid was returned. What kind of extraordinary creation will be born from these hundreds of thousands of high-frequency micro-oscillation crystals under a million-fold divine attack? She was incredibly excited. The real world, China. It was late at night, but for the Chinese people, who have just completed their national evolution and have boundless energy with nowhere to vent, nightlife is just beginning. Countless people were still at the barbecue stalls on the street, eating skewers while enthusiastically discussing the Wasteland fireworks show that had just been shown on the big screen. Meanwhile, within more than 3,000 top-tier hospitals and tens of thousands of community health service centers across the country, a sudden and unexpected change is taking place. The oncology inpatient department of Jingzhou First People's Hospital. The atmosphere was as oppressive as a morgue. An elderly man with gray hair and a withered face lay weakly on a hospital bed, his body covered with various tubes. The faintly fluctuating curve on the vital signs monitor seemed as if it might turn into a straight line at any moment. He was a renowned aerospace material scientist in China who dedicated his life to China's dream of spaceflight, but was diagnosed with late-stage pancreatic cancer in his later years, with the cancer cells having spread throughout his body. Even after the genetic evolution of the entire population, which greatly enhanced his physical fitness, those malignant tumors that had already formed solid entities, like stubborn rocks, still firmly occupied his organs, constantly devouring his vitality. Dad, please hold on a little longer, just a little longer. Beside the old man's bed, his middle-aged son, who was also a researcher, was holding his father's hand tightly, which was so thin that it was just skin and bones. His eyes were filled with tears, and his voice was choked with sobs. He knew that his father's time was running out. Just as the entire ward fell into a deathly silence of despair. Buzz! A faint, yet seemingly soul-piercing, humming sound suddenly rang out in the center of the ward without warning. Space itself distorted violently, like ripples on water. Immediately afterwards, to the horrified gazes of the patients and their families, a futuristic, sci-fi-inspired instrument, made entirely of a smooth, milky white material, resembling a space hibernation pod, appeared out of thin air. On one side of the instrument is a yellow crystal that continuously emits weak, high-frequency fluctuations. On the instrument screen, its name is marked in simple song typeface: Ultra-High-Frequency Acoustic Non-Invasive Tumor / Stone Crusher. Before everyone could react to this miraculous appearance, the ward door was suddenly pushed open, and a group of doctors and nurses, who had already received orders and were flushed with excitement, rushed in. The person in charge was none other than the hospital's director. Without even glancing at the stunned family members, he rushed straight to the aerospace scientist's bedside, his voice trembling with extreme excitement. Quickly lift Oli up there. This is Su Shun. This is a miracle sent to us from outer space by Su Shun. We are saved. China is saved. Before the middle-aged man could react, his father was carefully lifted into the machine that looked even more advanced than a CT scanner by a group of nimble nurses. Dean, what is this? Don't ask. Just watch. The dean stared intently at the instrument screen, and pressed the green start button. There was no injection, no radiation, and not even a sound inside the instrument. Only a single, incredibly gentle, invisible, ultra-high frequency sound wave, like a warm spring breeze, gently caressed the old man's body, which had long been ravaged by illness. The old man felt an indescribable sense of comfort spread throughout his body, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. The excruciating pain that had tormented him for days vanished without a trace in that instant. On the instrument's 3D holographic imaging screen, a scene that would be unforgettable for all the doctors present appeared. All that could be seen were dozens of large and small, ugly, rock-like black tumors that had spread to the old man's liver, lungs, and lymph nodes, which after being swept by the invisible sound waves, just like a sand sculpture gently touched by the hand of God. In an instant, it crumbled, it shattered, it disintegrated. They were shaken into tiny organic particles, smaller than dust, that are completely harmless to the human body. The whole process took less than a minute. When the sound waves stopped and the instrument chamber door opened, the old man sat up shakily. A healthy, rosy glow appeared on his originally sallow face. He stared in astonishment at his hands, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease and vitality within his body. My tumor is gone? His voice trembled in disbelief. Gone. All gone. Looking at the clean scan image on the screen, devoid of any cancer cells, the hospital director was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. Ha! From this day forward, cancer is no longer a terminal illness. At this moment, the same miracle is unfolding simultaneously in every corner of China. Countless patients who suffered terribly from kidney stones and gallstones lay in the machine for 3 minutes and came out feeling completely relaxed. Their backs no longer ached, their legs no longer hurt, and when they went to the toilet, those stones that once caused them unbearable pain were easily expelled from their bodies as fine sand. The entire nation of China was in an uproar. Countless cured patients and their families rushed out of the hospital, onto the streets, and knelt down, wailing and crying, towards the sky and towards Su Wanwan's live broadcast room. Those were tears of joy, tears of rebirth, tears of heartfelt gratitude for their one and only guardian. Su Sen, you saved us again. From this day forward, my life belongs to you. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. An overwhelming torrent of faith once again converged into a golden ocean, surging towards the wasteland world. Su Wanwan simply glanced lazily at her reputation points, which were once again skyrocketing on her system panel, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. She yawned and casually asked Shin-Nong. By the way, Shin-Nong, this local specialty I sent back seems to have caused quite a stir in the real world, hasn't it? Shin-Nong's gentle voice immediately rang out, but this time it carried a hint of undisguised amusement. Yes, Navigator. Your little gift seems to have caused an unprecedented storm in the real world. According to my monitoring, some very interesting flies are flying towards the border of China at all costs. Chapter 157 Medical Miracle Shocks the World, Begging for Citizenship Rejected. An interesting fly. Su Wanwan had just picked up a pack of Weilong kissing liquor from the snack tray next to her when she heard Shin-Nong's report. Her action of tearing the packaging paused slightly, and her beautiful eyebrows twitched up slightly. To be described as interesting by Shin-Nong, it must be something extraordinary. Let out and see. She tore open the packaging, stuffed a small piece of spicy dried tofu, which tasted like childhood memories, into her mouth, and mumbled the order. Yes, sir. On the huge holographic screen in the control room, the newly edited Iron Sky, Wasteland New Year's Eve was paused, and the screen was split into 3, each focusing on a different scene in the real world. The first scene shows an extremely luxurious Gulfstream G650 private jet parked at an international airport on the southern border of China. A white man, around 60 years old, with gray hair and a haggard face, yet still retaining a hint of his former dignity, is being helped down the steps by 2 bodyguards. Shin-Nong thoughtfully added his information beside the text. Carlos von Rothschild, a top tycoon in the United States, controls more than 1/3 of the world's energy and financial lifeline, with an estimated net worth exceeding $500 billion. Diagnosis: late-stage lung cancer, with cancer cells metastasizing to the brain. Estimated life expectancy is no more than 3 months. The second scene takes place in Tokyo, the land of cherry blossoms. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit, but with a face as pale as paper and coughing incessantly, is hysterically yelling at a group of his subordinates. Hiroshi Mitsui, the current head of the Mitsui Group in Japan, is known for his ruthless and cold-blooded methods. Diagnosis: end-stage cirrhosis complicated by acute liver cancer. Without a liver transplant, his life is counting down in days. The third scene is even more dramatic. In Seoul, South Korea, inside a top-tier private hospital owned by the Samsung Group, a portly middle-aged man is kneeling on the ground, clinging tightly to the hospital director's leg, crying like a 300-pound child. Lee Jae-hwa, chairman of the Star Group, is hailed as the economic president of South Korea. Diagnosis: multiple myeloma. His entire skeleton is like rotten wood riddled with termites, and he endures excruciating pain every day as if thousands of ants are gnawing at his bones. These three individuals were all top-tier elites whose mere stomp of their feet could cause earthquakes in the financial markets of their respective countries. They once believed that money was God, capable of buying everything in the world, including life itself. But at this moment, faced with absolute death, their wealth and power, which they were so proud of, seemed so pale and powerless. The video of Huaxia's ultra-high-frequency sonic non-invasive pulverizer curing late-stage cancer patients was like a lifeline, which they clung to tightly. That wasn't just medical technology, that was a miracle. It was the key to immortality. As a result, these once high and mighty financial giants have gone completely mad. In the footage, Carlos, the head of the Rothschild family, made a move that left everyone speechless at the airport on the border of China, in front of dozens of media outlets from around the world. He pushed away the bodyguard who was supporting him, and with trembling hands and great difficulty, straightened his expensive suit and tie. Then his knees buckled, and he knelt down straight in the direction of China. I, Carlos von Rothschild, hereby offer my sincerest repentance to God and to the great Chinese people. His aged and hoarse voice was transmitted throughout the world through countless microphones. I confess that over the past few decades, my family and my country have committed unforgivable crimes against China. We have shamelessly suppressed, contained, and exploited the hard-working and intelligent Chinese people with technological barriers and financial hegemony. We are sinners. I feel endless shame and remorse for this. As he spoke, he slammed his forehead heavily against the cold tarmac, making a dull thud. I am willing to donate half of my fortune, a full $250 billion. No, I am willing to donate all my wealth. I only pray that the benevolent Chinese government will grant me a chance to receive divine healing. I don't even dare to ask for Chinese citizenship. I only ask to live. Please, just let me live, and I'll be the most loyal dog of China. This once powerful tycoon, who controlled the world's economic lifeline, was now weeping uncontrollably, his humble and pleading appearance even more pitiful than that of a homeless person on the street. His shocking performance immediately caused a huge uproar around the world. Countless wealthy Westerners, tormented by illness, followed suit, carrying huge sums of checks, flying their private jets, and flocking to the borders of China, staging farcical scenes of kneeling and begging for life in front of the world's media. They believed that under the pressure of money and public opinion, China would surely compromise. However, what they received was the loudest, coldest, and most merciless slap in the face. That afternoon, the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs held an emergency press conference. Under the spotlight, the spokesperson, who is always known for his gentle and refined manners, now wore an unprecedented coldness and majesty, like that of ancient ice. He slowly swept his gaze across the reporters from all over the world below the stage, and said, word by word, in a tone devoid of any emotion and with absolute certainty, on behalf of the 1.4 billion people of China, I hereby solemnly declare to the world. First, China's cutting-edge medical technology and resources are a sacred gift from Ms. Su Ruanruan to all Chinese citizens. It belongs to every citizen who loves this land and has a sense of belonging to China. It is not a commodity. Secondly, to those foreign capitalists who attempt to buy lives with money and gain sympathy through so-called repentance, I have only one piece of advice to them. He paused, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp as knives, and his voice rose sharply, like a thunderclap. 70 years ago, you strangled us with antibiotics. 30 years ago, you blocked us with chip technology. 10 years ago, you exploited us with targeted drugs at exorbitant prices. What goes around comes around. Today, your so-called sincerity is worthless in our eyes. The medical miracles of China unfold only for the families of China. No amount of money can cure them. This press conference is now adjourned. After saying that, he turned around abruptly and left resolutely in front of the stunned gazes of the whole world, leaving behind only a back view full of endless pride and strong self-confidence. Well said. In the wasteland world, Su Ruan looked at the domineering spokesperson on the screen and excitedly slapped the sofa, almost causing the kissing burnt cigarette in her hand to fly away. She loved seeing these hypocritical Western capitalists get their comeuppance. If only you had known this would happen. Why did you do it in the first place? Su Ruan snorted gloatingly in a great mood. After watching the international spectacle, she stretched and felt completely relaxed. Shenong, how's the garbage sorting going outside? Are there any stray trash? She asked casually, preparing to inspect her spoils of war. Shenong's voice immediately rang out. Reporting to the navigator, 99.9% of the material has been recovered and processed. However, deep within the ruins of Area G7, a cleaning robot numbered C-3PO seems to have discovered a small accident and has just issued a Level 3 alarm. Oh, Su Ruan's curiosity was piqued. Let's go take a look. Chapter 158, a treasure-hunting rat appears in the ruins, and a cat-rat duo is quickly recruited. Su Ruan got excited and instantly switched her cute Pikachu pajamas with her mind into the easy-to-move, black-scale, acid-resistant flowing light armor. Although Shenong managed the base perfectly, allowing her to live a life of ease and comfort, deep down she was still a top predator full of curiosity and a desire to explore the unknown. Boom! The bunker doors opened again, and the steel graveyard outside, made up of countless metal parts, had been mostly cleared away. Thousands of cleaning robots are still diligently carrying out the final cleanup work, sorting and transporting the last scattered metal fragments back to the resource processing center at the bottom of the bunker. The entire scene is filled with a post-apocalyptic industrial aesthetic. Where is the alarm source? Su Ruan asked, looking around. Located at your 11 o'clock position, 300 meters away from you, 15 meters below the surface. Shenong's voice rang in her ears, and at the same time, a virtual path indicator arrow appeared on her battle armor mask. Su Ruan's figure flashed, as if she had teleported, and she arrived at her destination in just a few breaths. In a clean, cleared area, a palm-sized black beetle-shaped cleaning robot was parked in front of a huge, twisted steel plate that was over 10 meters thick, with a red warning light flashing incessantly above it. Is there something down there? Su Ruan walked up and bent down. Her master-level perception ability, which comes with the God-level Shenong system, was activated instantly. An invisible field of perception, like the most sophisticated radar waves, instantly pierced through the thick steel plate and scanned deep into the earth. Soon, a clear image appeared in her mind. Beneath that massive steel plate, in a cramped space compressed to less than half a meter high, a furry creature, no bigger than a fist, huddled up, shivering. Its life force was extremely weak, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Oh, there are even living creatures here. Su Ruan was somewhat surprised that a creature could survive under that death web woven by gamma rays. It was a miracle in itself. She extended her slender hand, clad in a black scale armor glove, and gently placed it on the twisted steel plate that weighed hundreds of tons. Then, under the watchful gaze of the cleaning robot's adorable electronic eyes, the muscles on her arm bulged slightly, and a terrifying force, powerful enough to overturn mountains, suddenly erupted. Rise! With a soft shout, she effortlessly flipped away the massive steel plate, which was enough to crush a building with one hand, as easily as flipping a pancake. Boom strapje! The steel plate hit the ground with a deafening crash, creating a huge crater. In the center of the deep pit, the surviving little creature was finally exposed to the ghastly green light of the sky. That was a mouse, but it is completely different from ordinary mice. It was only the size of a palm, and its fur was not gray or brown, but rather like gold threads drawn from the purest gold, shimmering with a magnificent and dazzling luster under the light. It had a pair of disproportionately large, rabbit-like ears, and its obsidian-like eyes were filled with extreme fear and unease. At this moment, it was curled up in place, clutching its little paws, its body trembling like a sieve, and making a faint, mournful chirp-chirp-chirp sound from its throat. In Su Wanwan's mind, the system's notification sound rang out at just the right time. Ding! An extremely rare species has been discovered in the wasteland world. The treasure-hunting golden squirrel juvenile stage. Species description: a special species accidentally leaked from a prehistoric laboratory gene editing project, possessing an innate, unparalleled perception of high-value rare minerals, undiscovered prehistoric technological artifacts, and hidden spatial nodes. A perception surpassing all technological detection equipment. A born treasure hunter. Status: severely injured, starving, and extremely fearful. So, it's a living treasure-hunting radar. Su Wanwan suddenly realized, a playful smile curving her lips. She was originally thinking about how to deal with the prehistoric ruins hidden in the nooks and crannies of this vast wasteland. But unexpectedly, someone provided her with a solution when she was sleepy. The little golden hamster seemed to sense Su Wanwan's malicious gaze and trembled even more violently. It buried its head in its paws, adopting an ostrich-like mentality of "you can't see me, you can't see me." Su Wanwan was amused by its pitiful yet adorable appearance. She bent down, extended 2 fingers, and precisely pinched the scruff of the golden hamster's neck, lifting it off the ground. Chirp, 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 chirp. The golden hamster was so frightened that it kicked its 4 short legs wildly in the air, letting out a shrill scream. "Stop yelling, I won't kill you." Su Wanwan weighed the fluffy little thing in her hand. The texture was quite nice. "Perfect, my fat cat eats and sleeps all day long. It's almost as fat as a ball. It needs a companion. From now on, you'll be its new toy." With that, Su Wanwan picked up the still struggling living radar and turned back to the bunker. As soon as I entered, the snow leopard cub, Tang Yuan, who was fast asleep on the sofa, seemed to smell an unfamiliar scent and suddenly opened its sapphire-like eyes. When it saw the little golden mouse that Su Wanwan was holding, its eyes instantly flashed with the excited light of a feline predator. Meow. New toy. Tang Yuan pounced on the sofa like a hungry tiger, leaping down and charging towards Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan casually tossed the golden hamster onto the ground. Chirp! The golden mouse was so frightened that it scrambled to its feet and tried to disappear into a corner as soon as it landed. However, how could it possibly outrun a genetically optimized snow leopard? Tang Yuan's figure transformed into a white lightning bolt, instantly blocking the golden hamster's path. It extended its furry, barbed little paws and pinned the golden hamster to the ground. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The golden mouse was held down, closed its eyes in despair, and waited for death to come. But the expected excruciating pain did not come. Tang Yuan just tilted its big head, using its pink little nose to curiously sniff around the golden hamster, making satisfied purring sounds in its throat. It seemed to really only treat this new little guy as a moving, furry toy. Su Wanwan nodded in satisfaction as she looked at the harmonious scene of cat and mouse before her. That's good. From now on, I'll call you Jerry." She casually gave the little golden hamster a name. However, just as Su Wanwan was about to turn around and eat the afternoon tea that Shinnong had prepared for her, Jerry, the golden hamster that had just escaped from the jaws of a leopard, seemed to be repaying Su Wanwan's kindness in sparing his life, and also to prove that he was not just a useless toy. It suddenly leaped up from the ground, ignoring the gluttonous Tang Yuan beside it, rushed to Su Wanwan's feet, and then stretched out its 2 pink little paws, biting Su Wanwan's trouser leg tightly and desperately dragging it in one direction. Its obsidian-like eyes were filled with anxiety and longing, and it made urging cheep sound from its throat. Su Wanwan paused, looking down at the little guy who was not even as big as her boot. This little thing, it's already causing trouble as soon as we picked it up? Where do you want to take me? Chapter 159, The Treasure Hunting Rat, makes a great contribution, unearthing a prehistoric holographic ecosystem. Su Wanwan watched with great interest the little guy jumping around anxiously at her feet. Jerry the golden hamster seemed to understand her words, pulling even harder on her trouser leg while desperately pushing his little head towards the bunker door. Their manner was as if they were saying, "Hurry, come with me. If you're too late, someone will snatch your treasure away." The snow leopard, Tang Yuan, next to it couldn't stand it anymore. It felt that its new toy dared to ignore it and try to please its owner. This was an utter disgrace. "Meow, let go of that woman. Let me have her." Tang Yuan let out a low growl, stretched out its paws, and tried to swat the arrogant little mouse away. "All right, Tang Yuan, stop fooling around." Su Wanwan gently pushed the snow leopard's large head aside with her foot, then said to the golden hamster at her feet, "Okay, I'll go with you. If you dare to lie to me, I'll make you into Jerry's sashimi and feed you to Tang Yuan." Grumble. Jerry seemed to understand the word sashimi and shuddered in fright. But its survival instinct and desire for the treasure spurred it on. It released Su Wanwan's trouser leg and charged ahead, transforming into a golden bolt of lightning as it rushed out of the bunker. Su Wanwan followed behind at a leisurely pace, watching to see what tricks this little guy could come up with. After bursting out of the bunker, Jerry didn't linger on the huge ruins. Instead, it twitched its incredibly sensitive little nose and ran all the way to the edge of the ruins, to an inconspicuous underground crack, barely taller than a person, hidden by a huge rock. The crack was deep and dark, with a chilling wind blowing out from it from time to time. It was clearly not a benevolent place. Jerry ran to the crack, stopped, and anxiously chirped inside. Then he turned to look at Su Wanwan, his small, beady eyes filled with anticipation. "You mean the baby's down there?" Su Wanwan walked to the crack, and a damp, rotten smell mixed with engine oil and dust hit her. She activated her master-level perception once again. This time, her sensory field, like a depth charge, traveled down the deep crack, penetrating layers of rock and abandoned pipes. Nearly 1,000 meters underground, her senses touched upon a vast, enclosed space encased in sturdy alloy walls. A hidden underground air raid shelter. Su Wanwan's heart stirred, and she strengthened her perception again, attempting to penetrate the thick alloy wall. However, this time, her senses seemed to have hit an invisible wall, bounced back by a gentle yet resilient force. An energy shield? Su Wanwan's eyes lit up completely. The facility that can still maintain the operation of the energy shield after tens of thousands of years must contain something extraordinary. "Well done, Jerry. I'll give you a treat today, a spirit fruit, as a reward." Su Wanwan was in a great mood and didn't hold back her praise. "Chirp." Jerry jumped up excitedly. Without further hesitation, Su Wanwan pulled out a massive entrenching pickaxe from her storage space. A pickaxe made of the same special high-polymer memory alloy that exuded a violent aesthetic. This pickaxe was a mountain-opening artifact specially made for Shinnong based on her strength and habits. "Open it for me." Su Wanwan gripped the pickaxe handle with both hands, took a deep breath, and instantly channeled the terrifying power 100-fold enhanced into her arms. She didn't use any fancy techniques, but simply used the purest and most violent force to fiercely hammer the giant pickaxe in her hands down into the hard rock wall. Kong! A terrifying roar that seemed to pierce through the entire earth. Sparks flew. Debris flew everywhere. The seemingly indestructible rock wall was instantly cleaved open by Su Wanwan's earth-shattering strike, leaving a huge gap with a diameter of over 5 meters, as if it were made of paper. A sloping, downward-facing passage leading deep underground was exposed before her. Su Wanwan carried the giant pickaxe, took long strides, and walked straight in without the slightest hesitation. The inside of the passage was pitch black, but to Su Wanwan, who had night vision, it was no different from daytime. She walked down the passage for about 10 minutes, and then the view suddenly opened up before her. A colossal, futuristic, circular metal gate appeared before her. Its surface was covered by a faint, shimmering blue energy shield. As expected, they have the goods. Su Wanwan walked to the door, reached out her hand, and gently touched the energy shield. Sizzle. A powerful electric current surged forth, but before it could even touch Su Wanwan's skin, it was completely absorbed by the energy absorption system built into her armor. The energy level is not high. It should be the last remaining energy. Su Wanwan judged that the shield was only at its last gasp. She raised the giant pickaxe in her hand again and slammed it down hard on the seemingly indestructible alloy door. Boom! With a sickening metallic screech, the energy shield, under the immense impact, shattered like broken glass, instantly turning into countless blue specks of light that dissipated into the air. The alloy door, several meters thick, was also smashed open, leaving a huge dent that caved inwards. The door opened. A dry and pure air, sealed for tens of thousands of years, rushed towards us. Su Wanwan carried the pickaxe and strode inside. Behind the door was a vast, temple-like circular hall. In the very center of the hall stood a gigantic hibernation pod, its streamlined form crafted entirely from some unknown silvery white metal, looking like it had stepped out of a science fiction movie. The transparent canopy of the hibernation pod was covered with a thick layer of amber-like, gel-like substance, which seemed to be used to insulate against time and radiation. Even through this layer of gel, Su Wanwan could still feel an extremely stable and powerful energy fluctuation emanating from inside the cabin. What is this? Su Wanwan walked forward curiously, reached out, and easily peeled off the somewhat hardened gel, as if tearing off an old piece of wallpaper. When the gel layer was completely peeled off, revealing the smooth, unblemished, transparent hatch underneath, Su Wanwan's breath caught in her throat at that moment, because she saw that the lights inside the cabin were still on. At that moment, the system notification sound rang out with an unprecedented sense of shock. Ding! Warning! Warning! Super S-grade prehistoric artifact detected. Item recognition. Genesis Immersive Holographic Ecological Simulation Game Pod. Prototype. Item description. The ultimate entertainment device created by the prehistoric super civilization Starseeders. It can perfectly simulate real sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, allowing users to have an immersive experience in a virtual world that is completely consistent with the real world. It is a true Second Life. A holographic game pod. Looking at the revolutionary black technology in front of her, which was many generations more advanced than her previous tablet, Su Wanwan's clear, starry eyes burst forth with an unprecedented light called ecstasy. Playing games is the real deal. This thing is simply a god-level toy tailor-made for her, the ultimate lazy bum. She rubbed her hands together excitedly, preparing to figure out how to get the thing back. But then she suddenly revealed a sly smile. Such a fun thing. It's better to share it with others than to enjoy it alone. Family members, get ready for a new surprise. Chapter 160, Ecological Pod Teleportation Return. Shinon World Open Beta launched in China. Family members, get ready for a new surprise. Su Wanwan's face was filled with immense joy at having found a priceless treasure. Without the slightest hesitation, she directly stored the huge and heavy Genesis-era immersive holographic ecological simulation game pod, along with its massive base, into her storage space. Then, carrying her entrenching pickaxe, whistling, and with light steps, she returned the way she came. Upon returning to the bunker, she didn't even have time to brush off the dust before excitedly carrying the enormous, futuristic-looking eco-pod out of her storage space and placing it securely on the quantum space two-way conveyor belt. Shinnong, connect me to Lao Qian and the others. Yes, sir. The next second, Academician Qian's old face, filled with excitement and joy, appeared on the holographic screen. Girl, that ultrasonic shredder you brought back is simply a miracle, a true miracle. You've once again saved millions of our compatriots. All right, Lao Qian, enough with the pleasantries. Su Wanwan waved her hand impatiently, interrupting Academician Qian's endless stream of thanks. Let's get down to business. I've got you something great. A real surprise. As she spoke, she patted the huge, silver-white ecopod beside her. Academician Qian's gaze was instantly drawn to the futuristic-looking machine. He adjusted his reading glasses, his eyes filled with the curiosity and fervor of scientists. What is this? Some kind of medical device? Or a new energy core? None of those. Su Wanwan proudly tossed her chin up, like a child showing off a new toy. This thing is called a holographic game pod. It's the kind that gives you a 100% immersive experience. I'm going to send it back so you guys can study it and see if you can make a mass-produced version. We Chinese people can't just be physically healthy. Our mental entertainment needs to keep up too. We need to be world-leading. A holographic gaming pod. Academician Xian and the group of white-haired academicians who rushed over upon hearing the news behind the screen were all so shocked that they gasped in astonishment. As China's top scientists, they certainly understood what this meant. That's not just a simple entertainment device. That is the key to virtual reality, to the metaverse. It is a revolutionary artifact capable of completely changing human lifestyles, social interactions, and even the form of civilization. Girl, you wait. We're about to take over. Academician Xian was so excited he was incoherent and immediately turned around to make arrangements. Teleportation activated. Without hesitation, Su Wanwan started the conveyor belt. With a flash of white light, the eco-pod, which carried the hopes for the future of Chinese spiritual entertainment, vanished instantly into the wasteland world. Just one day later, the real world, China. A grand press conference entitled Shinnong World, Opening the Future, which once again shocked the world, was solemnly held in the National Virtual Reality Technology Center in the capital of China. At the press conference, the spokesperson proudly announced to the world, thanks to Ms. Su Wanwan's generous gift and the guidance of her godlike technology, China has successfully reverse-engineered and mass-produced an affordable version of the neural immersive holographic game helmet that is available to all people yesterday. As he spoke, he picked up a cool-looking silver helmet with a cyberpunk style and showed it to the media around the world. In order to allow all citizens to enjoy this epic-making spiritual feast as soon as possible, our country has decided to officially launch the world's first and only 100% realistic holographic virtual reality online game, Shinnong World, based on Ms. Su Wanwan's Great Eternal Sky City. Tonight at 8 p.m., Shinnong World will officially launch its open beta. From this day forward, our Chinese nation will not only be freed from the shackles of birth, aging, sickness, and death in reality, but will also officially enter the cyber fantasy era in the spiritual world, where everyone can cultivate immortality, seek the Tao, and fly on swords. The world fell silent the moment the news broke. All foreign netizens, watching the cool game promotional CG on the screen and the proud face of the Chinese spokesperson filled with divine radiance, felt as if their brains had been completely stunned by a lemon bomb called jealousy. On what grounds? We're still struggling to survive for a clean sip of water and a piece of moldy bread, while you Chinese not only have no worries about food and drink and live to be 100, but now you're even playing holographic online games. Can't we at least give other countries a way to survive? Endless crashes and cries of despair once again flooded the internet. For Su Wanwan, all of this was just a minor incident. At this moment, she was comfortably lying on the sofa, having Shinnong give her a full-body massage while watching thank you videos recorded by the cured patients in China, a satisfied Annie smile on her face. Just then, Shinnong's gentle and refined voice rang in her ears. Navigator, Academician Xian, and the others asked me to tell you that, in order to thank you for creating a brand new entertainment era for China, they have reserved a small surprise for you in Shinnong World. Oh, a surprise. Su Wanwan became interested. Yes. Shinnong's voice carried a hint of a smile. Furthermore, they have successfully used the reverse entanglement technology of quantum communication to connect the game signal of Shinnong World to the Genesis prototype ecological cabin in front of you, which they specially reserved for you. As soon as Shinnong finished speaking, the prototype ecopod, which Su Wanwan herself hadn't even had a chance to enjoy, slowly opened its door amidst a series of mechanical sounds, revealing the comfortable, technologically advanced interior. Shinnong spoke slowly in a highly seductive tone. They say that as long as you lie down inside, you can descend upon that world with highest authority and see for yourself the vibrant, bustling, new world that you created. Would you like to go in and take a look yourself? Chapter 161 descends upon Shinnong's beginner village. The ancestors have appeared. Would you like to go in and take a look yourself? Shinnong's magnetic and seductive voice, like the whisper of a serpent in the Garden of Eden, precisely scratched at Su Wanwan's heart. Go in and take a look yourself? Look at that vibrant new world, modeled after its own base and built by 1.4 billion families. Su Wanwan's starry eyes, which had been slightly languid from just finishing the game, instantly lit up, sparkling with a light more dazzling than the stars in the universe. Yes, of course I want it. Excitedly, she jumped up from the sofa, forgetting even the full-body massage Shin had carefully prepared. Barefoot, her delicate white feet touched the cool yet warm metal floor, and she rushed to the slowly opening, Genesis-era immersive holographic ecological simulation game cabin. This prototype is far more advanced than the helmets mass-produced in China. It can not only perfectly simulate the five senses, but also establish a deep connection with the user's brain neurons, providing a sense of realism that surpasses reality while ensuring absolute safety. This is my private VIP room. Like a sly fox that had just stolen some fish, Su Ruan smiled mischievously and lay down inside without hesitation. The soft memory gel instantly conformed to every curve of her body, perfectly enveloping her in the most comfortable position. As the transparent hatch slowly closed, the soft lights inside gradually dimmed, leaving only a few faint points of light flickering to maintain vital signs. Navigator, the game is about to begin. Neural link preparation. Quantum entanglement signal connected. Synchronizing with the Shin World server time. Authentication. Confirmed as highest privilege administrator, GM001. Welcome, great creator. Have a great game. As Shin uttered his final blessing, Su Ruan felt her consciousness being gently lifted by a warm and vast power, instantly piercing through endless space and dimensions. When she opened her eyes again, the scene before her made even someone as used to grand occasions gasp in surprise. Is this her Eternal Sky City? No, not entirely. The sky was no longer a simulated forest canopy, but a truly clear blue expanse, with a few white clouds drifting lazily by, and the warm sunshine bringing a sense of lazy comfort. Her cold and austere core control room has now transformed into a vast circular plaza paved with white marble. In the center of the plaza, a lifelike statue of herself, hundreds of meters tall and made of pure gold, stands holding a knife in one hand and a sheaf of wheat in the other, exuding holiness and majesty. Surrounding the square are rolling green hills and clear waters, with vast fields of fertile land and wisps of smoke rising from chimneys in the distance, creating a scene reminiscent of a paradise on earth. But what shocked Su Ruan the most was not these things. Instead, at this moment, this huge square, as well as the surrounding hillsides, fields, and even the airspace above, are all crowded with people. Densely packed. A sea of people. Endless. Hundreds of thousands? Million? There are simply too many to count. These people were dressed in all sorts of beginner's clothes, but above their heads floated lines of strange and unique names full of Chinese characteristics. Uncle Wong next door, excavator cooking. This monk's random Buddhist name, a cute little cutie, Su Shan's leg accessory. Behind every name is a living, breathing soul from the real world of China, a soul filled with overwhelming excitement. When Su Ruan's figure coalesced from a soft white light at the foot of the golden statue in the center of the square, the entire noisy, bustling world of Shin fell into absolute, deathly silence in that instant. All the players, whether they were chatting, researching skills, or trying to climb the statue for a photo, seemed to have been paused, their movements frozen in place. All eyes were fixed on the girl who had just appeared, dressed in simple novice linen clothes, yet still unable to conceal her unparalleled beauty and divine aura. There was no name on her head. There is only one title, radiating 7-color divine light and filled with supreme majesty, Creator God. The silence lasted for a full 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, in a server region of unknown origin, a veteran player with the ID, I've carried a gun for Godsu, looked at the figure he had only seen countless times on the live stream screen. Suddenly, with a thump, he knelt down, tears welling in his eyes, and with all his might, let out a thunderous shout. It's Godsu. Godsu has appeared to us. That shout was like lighting the fuse of a powder keg. Boomstreepje. The entire starting village was completely in an uproar. Holy crap, it's the real Su Shan. It really is the real Su Shan. Oh my god, am I dreaming? I'm actually in the same game as Su Shan. Can I talk to her? Can I touch her? Homage to my god. Long live my god. Long live my god. Ancestors. It's the ancestors showing their power. Everyone, come and worship the ancestors. Someone, for reasons unknown, started it, and the next second, an incredibly surreal scene unfolded. Centered on Su Ruan, Within a radius of several kilometers, all the players, regardless of gender or age, and regardless of what they were doing before, all knelt down in unison, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Hundreds of thousands, even millions of players knelt on the ground, their eyes filled with the most fervent, reverent, and excited gazes as they looked upon their guardian deity, their faith, their ancestors. The entire scene was filled with a peculiar beauty that was absurd, cyberpunk, yet incredibly solemn and dignified. Su Wanwan stood there, looking at the sea of people in front of her, who were all kneeling in devout worship, and even her heart, which had long been calm and still, couldn't help but be stirred by waves of hot emotion. This feeling of being surrounded, loved, and trusted by one's family in the purest and most direct way. That's fucking awesome. Looking at the faces flushed with excitement, she cleared her throat, revealing a captivating, gentle smile, and spoke in a slightly playful tone. Get up, everyone. How are you going to carry me through dungeons if you're kneeling? What? Su Shan is going to take us through a dungeon. Oh my god. Happiness came too suddenly. I'm dead. I was instantly killed by Su Shan's words. Don't push. Don't push. Let me get to the front. I want to be the first member of Su Shan's personal guard. Su Sen, look at me. My name is Tank Number 1. I have high HP and defense. I can withstand attacks and deal damage. Please carry me. Get lost. How could Su Shan team up with a bunch of stinky men? Su Sen, look at me. I'm a healer. I'm sweet and salty, and I can even warm your bed. Get out of my way. I am the man chosen by God Su. My ID is Shinnong's man. You won't believe me, just look. A silly player whose ID was indeed Shinnong's man proudly displayed his ID amidst the disdainful looks of a group of people. Looking at this group of lively characters, Su Wanwan laughed so hard she felt like she hadn't descended into a divine kingdom, but rather stumbled into a large-scale Diyun society performance. This feeling is wonderful. Just as she was about to randomly pick a few lucky ones who looked pleasing to the eye and form a team to experience the world's dungeons, a discordant, cold system notification suddenly rang in her ears. At the same time, the sound echoed throughout the servers of the entire China region. Global server announcement. 13 guilds, including the Lighthouse Kingdom's Wings of Freedom, the Sakura Kingdom's Amaterasu, and the Korean Kingdom's Heart of the Universe, have officially launched a cross-server Divine Realm conquest against the top guild in the China region, Dragon Soul of China. Warning: this war is a nation annihilation war. On the losing server, all players' levels will be permanently reduced by 50%. All resources will be wiped out. The war begins now. The moment the announcement was announced, the azure sky of the newbie village was abruptly replaced by an ominous crimson. Countless portals, flashing with eerie red light, suddenly opened above the starting village. Foreign players, dressed in top-notch equipment and with eyes filled with greed and a bloodlust, swarmed out of the portal like locusts. Their target was none other than Su Wanwan, the guardian deity of the Huaxia region, who radiated a 7-colored light in the center of the square. The Chinese players were stunned. No one expected that the game would be attacked by the 8-Nation Alliance less than half a day after it was launched. The smile on Su Wanwan's face slowly turned cold. She looked at the swarms of enemies in the sky, as dense as flies, and then at her fellow Chinese compatriots around her, who, though shocked, had a burning fighting spirit in their eyes. A cold smile curled at the corner of her lips. Interesting. I was just looking for some easy monsters to practice on, and here comes this huge newbie village gift pack. Don't you think this is like someone bringing you a pillow when you're sleepy? Chapter 162, Dominating in a Virtual World. Divine Might Crushes the Pentagon. Don't you think this is like someone bringing you a pillow when you're sleepy? Su Wanwan's words, tinged with a hint of cold, killing intent, were like a bucket of cold water poured into a boiling oil pan, instantly silencing the entire bustling newbie village square. All the Chinese players looked up and saw the familiar, mischievous smile on their creator god's face. The panic in their hearts vanished instantly, replaced by endless fervor and excitement. It's over. Those clueless foreigners over there have really messed with us. Brothers, what are you all standing there for? The veteran with the ID. I carried a gun for God Su, suddenly leaped to his feet, drew his beginner wooden sword, and was the first to charge towards the foreign players swarming in from the sky like locusts, letting out a deafening roar. Defend our homeland. Today, for Su Shun. Charge! Charge! Kill these sons of bitches. Dare to touch my goddess. Brothers, grab your weapons. Let's show them why flowers are so red. Those who offend the might of China, no matter how far away, shall be punished. The same applies in the game. In an instant, all the Chinese players in the starting village erupted like a volcano. Although they were dressed in novice cloth and carried the worst wooden swords and staffs, a raging fire called faith burned in the eyes of every one of them. They are fearless before their spiritual leader and their guardian angel. A bunch of ignorant ants. In the sky, a player from the United States, riding a giant skeletal dragon and identified as Hand of God, looked down at the group of fearless Chinese new recruits, charging towards them with a contemptuous sneer. He is the guild leader of Wings of Freedom and the initiator of this war to destroy nations. Feeling suffocated by Huaxia and Su Ruan in the real world, they vented all their resentment and anger on this newly opened virtual world. They gathered the world's top professional gamers and hackers, spending real money to buy the best equipment, all to deliver the heaviest and most humiliating blow to the Huaxia region on the first day of the server's launch. Kill that woman. Seize the server core. Hand of God pointed the rune-inlaid great sword in his hand at the center of the square, where Su Ruan remained motionless, seemingly stunned by fear, and gave the order for a general attack. For freedom. Black card disaster. Banzai. A massive influx of foreign players, chanting their own cringeworthy slogans, surged towards Su Ruan like a black tide. A brutal massacre, where the forces of the opposing sides are completely mismatched, is about to unfold in the newbie village. Su Ruan finally moved. She didn't even pick up her weapon. She just yawned listlessly. Then, he gently snapped his fingers towards the void. Smack! The crisp sound, though clear amidst the chaos of the battlefield, reached the ears of everyone. The very instant the fingers snapped, a sudden change has occurred. All the Chinese players who were charging forward suddenly felt their bodies enveloped in a warm golden light. The next second, their tattered beginner's clothes instantly disintegrated, turning into countless specks of light. Instead, there were sets of divine armor that shimmered with dark gold light, with designs exactly the same as Su Ruan's black-scale, acid-resistant flowing light armor, full of power and beauty. The ridiculous wooden swords and staffs in their hands instantly transformed into legendary weapons, burning with golden flames or crackling with lightning. System notification. You have received a blessing from the Creator God, the Divine Grace Halo. Divine Grace Aura. All players in the China region receive a 1000% boost to all attributes. Equipment automatically advances to legendary level. Gain the skill Divine Might. When dealing damage to players outside the China region, a critical hit and an execution effect are guaranteed. Lines of golden system notifications flashed across the screen in front of all Chinese players. Everyone was stunned, looking at the incredibly cool armor they were wearing and feeling the terrifying, world-destroying power within them. They were all trembling with excitement. Is this the power of God? Now, Su Ruan's cold yet domineering voice rang in the ears of all the Chinese players. Go and clean up my territory. Yes, my God. Awoo. I feel like I could kill a cow with one blow. Brothers, kill them. Let these foreigners see what it means to be a god descended from heaven. The Chinese players, now fueled by adrenaline, charged in the opposite direction of the foreign players who had already reached them, like tigers descending a mountain or hungry wolves among sheep. What followed could no longer be described as war. It was a one-sided, inhumane massacre. A warrior player from the Chinese region casually swung his sword, and golden sword energy swept out, instantly turning a whole row of foreign players in front of him, along with their mounts, into white light. A mage player casually chanted a fireball spell, but what he threw was a huge meteorite with a diameter of over 100 meters, like a miniature sun, which turned a large area of enemies into charred remains. The red critical hit numbers with damage values of -999999999 flooded every corner of the battlefield like a waterfall. Those arrogant foreign allied forces were as fragile as paper in front of the Chinese players who had received divine grace, collapsing at the slightest touch. The Hand of God in the sky was completely dumbfounded as he looked down at the absurd scene that overturned his 20 years of understanding of games. Cheating. This is blatant cheating. He roared with a ferocious expression, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Activate the Godslayer program. Even if it destroys this game, I will kill you. Beside him, several hacker players whose IDs were hidden immediately began frantically typing on the virtual keyboard. They're the top hackers in the U.S. military, and they infiltrated this game to carry out the final decapitation plan. They used a pre-installed backdoor program to try to bypass the game rules and directly write a piece of virus code that could instantly kill the creator god. Finally couldn't hold back anymore. Su Wanwan looked at the few sneaky hackers and sneered. As the highest authority in this world, any of their small actions are as childish and laughable as the scribbles of a 3-year-old child in Su Wanwan's eyes. Want to play with coding? With a thought, Su Wanwan activated her supreme creator god authority, which was bound to the Shinnong All Things Critical Strike system. Then I'll play with you guys. She stretched out her finger and gently tapped the air. The next second, the hackers who were frantically typing code suddenly froze, horrified to discover that the code input boxes in front of them had been forcibly taken over by an irresistible force. Lines of divine code that they could not understand at all, seemingly from a higher dimensional civilization and shimmering with 7-color divine light, began to be frantically written backward into their system backend at a speed exceeding the speed of light. Breaking the target firewall. Successfully cracked. Installing a surprise program. Implantation successful. The target hardware is being detonated. Detonation successful. No. Those hacker players let out a final, piercing scream in the game. Along with their mounts, they were struck by a bolt of 7-colored lightning from the sky, instantly reduced to basic data streams, and vanished from this world forever. At the same time, in the real world, in the United States, at the Pentagon, the deepest underground cyber warfare command center, dozens of top military cyber experts are intently watching the supercomputer screen in front of them. How is the Godslayer program injection going? An elderly man wearing the rank of general asked in a deep voice. Reporting, General. Everything is going smoothly. We have bypassed China's firewall and will be able to... He hadn't finished speaking. Boom, 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 boom. Inside the command center, dozens of supercomputers representing the highest computing power in the United States, worth billions of dollars, simultaneously erupted with a blinding burst of electrical sparks without warning. Immediately afterwards, all the mainframes exploded like bombs, amidst a series of violent explosions. Thick black smoke, mixed with a pungent, burnt smell, instantly filled the entire command center. Warning, warning. All server cores have been destroyed by an unknown virus. All data has been wiped. We've been reverse engineered. The entire Pentagon instantly descended into chaos. In the game world, after easily dealing with those few flies, Su Wanwan looked at the group of Chinese players below who were still happily mowing the grass, and suddenly felt a little bored. This kind of one-sided domination gets boring after a while. Virtual battles are ultimately not as exciting as real ones. Her beautiful, starry eyes narrowed slightly as she looked towards the distant horizon at the heavy chemical complex that, in the real world, still emitted billowing smoke like a doomsday beacon. That area is one of the most heavily radioactive and polluted areas in this wasteland world, and also the source of that annoying green acid rain. I was so busy building and enjoying myself that I forgot about it. The bones in my hands, which hadn't been used for a long time, seemed to have become slightly itchy because of that little warm-up earlier. Shinnong. I'm here, Navigator. I'm going offline now. Su Wanwan's tone carried a hint of eager excitement. Give me Black Widow ready, and a cup of your newly made volcanic lava special coffee. I'm going out to stretch my muscles. Chapter 163 Black Widow deploys. Biological missiles sweep through the sky. I'm going out to stretch my muscles. As soon as Su Wanwan finished speaking, her voice carrying a hint of fierce fighting spirit, she chose to log off in the game without hesitation. The moment consciousness returned, the hatch of the ecopod slowly opened. She stretched and sat up from the soft gel, feeling an inexhaustible surge of energy throughout her body. The little warm-up in the virtual world just now not only did not deplete her energy, but also completely awakened her long-dormant fighting instincts as a top predator. Navigator, your Black Widow is ready and parked at Exit 1. Your volcanic lava special is also ready for you. Shen Nong's gentle voice rang out in the control room. Well done. Su Ruanruan nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, her comfortable loungewear instantly transformed into the form-fitting, black-scale, acid-resistant radiant armor. She strode out of the control room and came to the huge alloy gate of the bunker. On one side of the gate, a heavy motorcycle, its body as black as ink, exudes a violent aesthetic. This is the exclusive vehicle that Shen Nong tailored for her, using the top-notch materials and technology within the bunker. The Black Widow, Mk3 all-terrain electromagnetic assault vehicle. Its body is cast from a single piece of special high-polymer-shaped memory alloy, with smooth lines and a muscular appearance, resembling a black cheetah poised to pounce. Two specially designed tires, wider than car tires, are covered with menacing treads to adapt to any terrain. At its core is a miniature, high-frequency micro-oscillation electromagnetic generator, capable of providing terrifying power comparable to a rocket booster and releasing powerful electromagnetic pulses at crucial moments. A small food delivery robot, carrying a cup of dark red drink that was still bubbling and emitting a strange aroma that was a mixture of spiciness and sweetness, silently slid in front of Su Ruanruan. This is Shen Nong's special volcanic lava drink, made with mutated chili peppers, rock berries, and more than a dozen high-energy spiritual plants. One sip is enough to cause a Special Forces soldier's blood vessels to burst instantly. But for Su Ruanruan, who has 100 times the physique, it is just the best drink to refresh her mind. Su Ruanruan took the cup and drank the scalding hot lava in one gulp. She felt a surge of fiery energy rush from her throat into her limbs, making every cell in her body tremble with excitement. That was awesome. She casually tossed the cup to the robot, then gracefully flipped over and hopped onto the wild and powerful Black Widow. Shen Nong, target, the core reactor tower of the G7 heavy chemical complex. Plan the most direct route for me. The route has been planned. The entire journey is 120 kilometers and is expected to take 15 minutes. Boom! The massive alloy gate slowly rose. Su Ruanruan twisted the handlebars, but there was no roar of the engine, only a faint but sharp electrical sound. The next second, the Black Widow's huge rear wheel sparked a blinding burst of electricity as it rubbed against the ground. The entire motorcycle shot out like a black lightning bolt and plunged into the desolate green wasteland outside. Su Ruanruan pushed the motorcycle speed to its absolute limit. The wind whistled in my ears, and the scenery rushed past on both sides. That long-lost feeling of extreme speed made her let out a joyful cheer. In the global live broadcast room, all the viewers were stunned by this sudden speed and passion. Holy crap, where's Su Shen going? Is he going for a car chase? That car is so cool. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Look at the map. Su Shen's target is that chemical tower that's been giving off acid rain. She's going to deal with the source of the pollution. Great. Are they finally going to take action against that cancer? I knew Su Shen wouldn't let it go unchecked. Chinese viewers were thrilled, while survivors from hostile countries like the United States felt a sense of foreboding as they watched the figure on the screen, like a black grim reaper speeding across the wasteland. At that very moment, in the United States, in the Pentagon's Cyber Warfare Command Center, which had just been extinguished and was now a scene of utter devastation, the newly appointed president, along with a group of military leaders, stared ashen-faced at the supercomputer that had been reduced to scrap metal. A disgrace. This is the greatest disgrace since the founding of our nation. The new president roared, his face contorted in a grimace. In the virtual world, we are slaughtered like livestock by her. In the real world, our top-of-the-line cyber weapons have been burned to scrap metal by her through the internet cables. We can't wait any longer. We can't keep taking this beating. A hawkish general with a sinister look stepped forward. In his eyes gleamed the final madness of a gambler who had lost all his chips. Mr. President, the hacking plan has failed, but we still have our last and strongest trump card. What trump card? The National Destiny System is not without its flaws. The general's voice was full of temptation. We have discovered that as long as enough high-value life forms actively perform blood sacrifices, they can exchange them for a divine punishment that transcends the rules. Blood sacrifice. Everyone present gasped in shock. That's right. A cruel smile appeared on the general's face. I have contacted the top leaders of all anti-China alliances around the world. We have unanimously agreed that we, the elites of the old era, will sacrifice our last lives and our last bit of luck to summon that weapon capable of destroying everything, the Tracker X biochemical extinction missile. This missile not only possesses the ability to penetrate defenses at 10 times the speed of sound and can automatically lock onto heat sources, relentlessly pursuing them until death, but its warhead also contains an extremely high concentration of deadly poison extracted from the blood of an SS-class biochemical matrix. Once it explodes, its toxins can melt all living beings within a 10-kilometer radius into a pool of green pus within 3 seconds. No matter how strong Su Ruan is, she's still a carbon-based life form. Once she's targeted, she's doomed. And once she dies, China will suffer the most terrible natural disaster punishment. Even if we die, we'll drag them down to hell with us. The general's words, like the whispers of a demon, ignited the flames of revenge in the hearts of everyone present. Let's do it. The new president slammed his fist on the table, his eyes flashing with a mad, suicidal glint. The next second, in countless survivor gathering places around the world, high-ranking officials, tycoons, and elites from the United States, Japan, South Korea, and more than a dozen anti-China alliance countries of all sizes took out the poison they had prepared in advance and drank it down without hesitation. More than 10,000 high-value lives withered and perished in the same instant. Their dissipated life, energy, and national fortune converged into an immense, blood-red torrent filled with resentment and curses, surging into the ethereal national fortune system. Ding! Large-scale, illegal, sacrificial activities detected. The sacrificed energy has met the conditions for summoning divine punishment. Warning: once divine punishment descends, you will bear the consequences. The chilling system warning sounded one last time before the souls of those sacrificed individuals dissipated. But they can no longer hear it. Wasteland World. As Su Ruan raced across the wasteland, a sudden thought struck her, a strong sense of crisis, as if she were being watched by some terrifying being, arose from the depths of her heart. Warning: Navigator, an unknown hypersonic object has been detected at extremely high altitudes and is rapidly approaching you. Shenong's urgent alarm rang in her ears. Su Ruan suddenly looked up. Above the ghastly green sky, a thin, almost invisible black crack appeared out of nowhere. Immediately afterwards, a piercingly sharp sound, enough to tear eardrums, descended from the sky. A missile, entirely black and shaped like a viper's fangs, trailing a long plasma tail, broke the sound barrier at a speed completely invisible to the naked eye, and with a terrifying, world-destroying force, swooped straight down towards Su Ruan's head. Its speed is incredible. It's so fast that even air is burning for it. It's so fast that even space itself is being distorted by it. My God, what is that? A missile. 10 times the speed of sound. It's a spacecraft traveling at 10 times the speed of sound. It's over. Su Shun is locked on. She can't escape. The United States has gone mad. They've really gone mad. They're trying to take China down with them. As viewers around the world watch the missile fall like the Grim Reaper's scythe, their hearts seem to be gripped tightly by an invisible hand and stopped beating. Despair. An unprecedented despair gripped everyone's heart. Faced with such absolute speed and power, how can human strength possibly contend? However, at this critical moment, instead of speeding up her escape, Su Ruan, suddenly I slammed on the brakes. Squeak! A cold, arrogant, and disdainful sneer curled at the corner of her lips as she slowly uttered a sentence that drove the entire world into a frenzy as she looked at the approaching Death Star in the sky. Finally, some decent toys have arrived. Perfect, let me try out the new car's features. Chapter 164, Catching a Missile Barehanded. The Realm of God Shocks the Globe. Perfect, let me try out the new car's features. Su Ruan's outrageously arrogant words were clearly transmitted to the ears of billions of people around the world through the live broadcast. Everyone's gone mad. What are the features of the new car? What function are we testing? How about we try to be blown into an even more dazzling firework? That's a biological extinction missile traveling at 10 times the speed of sound. It's a divine punishment that transcends the rules, sacrificed by countless elites with their lives and the fate of the nation. Let alone a motorcycle. Even an aircraft carrier would be instantly vaporized in its presence. She's gone mad. This woman has completely lost her mind. She's dead. She's absolutely dead. Nobody can save her. Quickly, get out of the way, Su Shun. The hearts of countless Chinese viewers were in their throats. They screamed at the screen with all their might, and some even closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the tragic scene that was about to unfold. Meanwhile, in the United States, the soul of the general who had just sacrificed his own president's life witnessed this scene through the perspective of the national destiny system in his last moments before dissipating, and a ferocious yet satisfied smile appeared on his face. It's over, it's all over. Su Wanwan, China, may you be buried with me. Ha ha ha. However, the next second, his maniacal smile and his soon-to-dissipate soul were both frozen on his face. On the wasteland, after the Black Widow performed a beautiful drift and abrupt stop, Su Wanwan did not jump out of the car to escape. Instead, she made a move that no carbon-based creature could understand. Her slender left hand, clad in a black scale-armored glove, seemingly casually and gently pressed against the motorcycle's fuel tank. That's where the Black Widow's core power source is, the high-frequency, micro-oscillation electromagnetic generator. Buzz. The terrifying power within her body, amplified 100-fold and as powerful as a landslide or tsunami, was unleashed without reservation through her arm into the small electromagnetic generator. This is no longer just simple bioenergy. This is bioelectricity that has been transformed and purified by her divine physique, and is the purest form of bioelectricity, almost like divine power. At the core of the electromagnetic generator, the soybean-sized high-frequency micro-oscillation crystal, after being injected with this earth-shattering energy, instantly erupted with a blue light even more dazzling than the sun. The realm of the gods unfold. Su Wanwan's red lips gently uttered 5 words. The moment the words fell, Boomstrapje. A spherical electromagnetic field, visible to the naked eye and as pure and transparent as blue glass, yet containing terrifying energy capable of distorting space and time, suddenly erupted from the center of Black Widow. In less than 1,000th of a second, this blue force field rapidly expanded upwards, like a giant umbrella of the sky opened by God, fiercely meeting the divine punishment of death that fell from the sky. The next moment, the whole world witnessed the most incredible moment, one that will be recorded in history. The bio-extinction missile, hurtling down at 10 times the speed of sound and capable of piercing the Earth's crust, made contact with a thin, seemingly fragile blue force field shield the instant. Squeak! A sharp, piercing metallic scraping sound, as if it could tear a person's soul apart, resounded through the sky. At this moment, time seemed to have been forcibly slowed down. The missile's sharp warhead, made of the hardest tungsten steel alloy, pressed firmly against the blue force field, creating billions of brilliant sparks. Its plasma engine at the rear was still frantically spewing blue flames, providing terrifying thrust that could destroy the world. However, it stopped. Just like that, it was suspended abruptly above Su Wanwan's head, only 3 meters away. Forward. No. Backing away. No. The feeling was like a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex charging at full speed, only to be firmly stuck by a seemingly delicate spider silk, unable to move. This comical yet incredibly shocking scene left the world speechless for a moment. Everyone's mind went completely blank. What is that? Force field? Shield? No. No known technology can create an energy field capable of withstanding an impact at 10 times the speed of sound out of thin air without relying on any physical support. This is no longer science. This is magic. This is a miracle. This is something that only happens in myths and legends, a realm belonging to the gods. No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. After letting out a final, agonizing wail filled with endless terror and resentment, the remnant soul of the general from the United States could no longer maintain its form and vanished completely into nothingness with a bang. He died without understanding what kind of being he had provoked. After a deathly silence that lasted for a full minute, the live stream room. It's completely blown up. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. What the hell did I just see? Catching a missile with bare hands? Is this real? This isn't barehanded. This is even more outrageous than barehanded. This is catching a missile with your mind. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching a live stream. I knelt before Su Shun. He's not human. He's a true god. Awesome. Explosive. That style. That aura. I declare, Su Shun is my one and only idol for life. In the Huaxia live stream room, exclamation marks and screams filled the entire screen, and the server even experienced a lag of several seconds due to the sudden influx of traffic. Su Ruan simply raised her head, glanced at the little toy above her that was still struggling desperately but in vain, and gave a kind smile. Her left hand continued to maintain the output of the force field, while her right hand reached into a storage pocket on the waist of her armor and began slowly rummaging through something. Audiences around the world watched her movements with great curiosity and rapt attention. What is she going to do? What kind of antimatter annihilation cannon will they pull out? Or some kind of space folding bomb to teleport this missile to another dimension? However, this was met with anticipation and speculation from all over the world. Su Ruan slowly took one out of her pocket. It's something you can buy for 2 yuan at any hardware store with a bit of grease on the handle, just an ordinary one. Phillips screwdriver. She weighed the screwdriver in her hand and then did something that sent the world into a frenzy once again. She lifted her foot and placed it on the upturned handlebars of the Black Widow bicycle. With a push, she leaped high into the air as lightly as a feather. With a graceful somersault in the air, it landed steadily on the outer shell of the missile that was hovering in mid-air and still buzzing. She looked down at this divine punishment that made the whole world tremble, like an experienced repairman, with a playful smile on her lips. Let me see what treasures you've hidden inside, you little thing. Chapter 165 Bomb Disposal with Violets. The panacea turns trash into treasure. Let me see what treasures you've hidden inside, you little thing. Su Ruan stood on the violently vibrating missile, which seemed ready to explode at any moment, just as she stood on a stable reef, completely still. Her nonchalant tone, as if she were strolling through her own backyard, once again brought a touch of spiritual shock to audiences worldwide through the live broadcast. She jumped onto the missile. What's she trying to do? Defuse a bomb on the spot? With that broken screwdriver? This is insane. I'd call it cosmic-level performance art. Using a screwdriver bought from a hardware store to dismantle a missile traveling at 10 times the speed of sound. I wouldn't even dare to dream of doing that. I feel like my heart is about to give way. Su Sin, please, stop playing around. Get away from here. In a live broadcast room, the hearts of countless Chinese viewers were once again in their throats. Although they had blind trust in Su Ruan, what they were seeing was far beyond their wildest imaginations. Su Ruan didn't care about any of that. She bent down and, with that seemingly ordinary screwdriver, gently pried open a maintenance port on the missile's outer casing. Snap! The maintenance cover, made of a special alloy and capable of withstanding temperatures of over 1,000 degrees, was as fragile as a biscuit under her terrifying brute force, and it opened with a snap. The complex, spiderweb-like internal circuitry, shimmering with various colors of light, was instantly exposed before her eyes. If any bomb disposal expert came here and saw this circuitry, which is 100 times more complex than the human nervous system, they would probably despair on the spot. But for Su Ruan, who possesses master-level perception and a brain like a quantum computer, all of this is as simple and clear as reading a kindergarten comic book. Her gaze instantly locked onto the very core of that pile of wires. A red core detonator, flashing a dangerous red light at an extremely high frequency. It's you. Su Ruan's lips curled up, and the screwdriver in her hand, like the most precise scalpel, deftly picked through a bunch of fancy and interfering lines. Clatter. A soft sound. She cleanly and decisively snapped the red fuse that represented death and destruction. Just as the fuse was snapped, the sea engine, which was still frantically spewing out flames at the tail of the missile, suddenly stopped, and all the light and flames were extinguished in an instant. The urgent countdown alarm inside the missile also stopped abruptly. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have been muted. The divine punishment that hovered in mid-air, which had taken the world's breath away, turned into a lump of worthless, expensive scrap metal after losing all power and detonation signals. The crisis has been resolved. Is it really that simple? Viewers around the world felt it was all a bit unreal watching this scene. A crisis that could have destroyed a country and even changed the world order was resolved by her. With a screwdriver in a matter of seconds? This is fucking way too hasty. However, Su Ruanwan's work was not over yet. In her opinion, the most valuable part of the missile was not the pile of scrap metal. The good stuff should be inside the warhead. She muttered something to herself, then raised the screwdriver in her hand and, in an extremely violent manner, smashed it down hard on the missile's sharp, tungsten steel warhead. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere. Faced with Su Ruanwan's unreasonable and terrifying power, the indestructible tungsten steel bullet was like a walnut, which she smashed open with her own strength. She reached inside and pulled out a cylindrical container, about the size of a basketball, made of high-strength quartz glass. Inside the container was a full jar of viscous liquid, which, like the purest emerald, emitted an eerie and captivating glow. The liquid was still bubbling up strange green bubbles, as if it had its own life. A massive, nauseating stench, thick with death, decay, and poison, emanated from the liquid. Ding! Super S-class highly toxic substance detected. Concentrated Gaia blood, degraded version. Item description. The ultimate biochemical toxin formed from the core blood of an SS-grade biochemical matrix through multiple purification and catalysis processes. A single drop is enough to completely melt an adult blue whale, bone and all, into a pool of highly infectious green pus within 3 seconds. It possesses extremely high volatility and infectivity. Warning: this substance is extremely dangerous. The host is advised to destroy it immediately. The system's warning sound rang frantically in Su Ruanwan's mind. Destroy? That would be such a waste. Su Ruanwan looked at the jar of deadly poison in her hand, which others considered more terrifying than death itself. Yet, her clear, starry eyes gleamed with the burning light that only a cunning merchant would have when he saw a priceless treasure. In her eyes, which was like a divine being, nothing in the world was absolutely good or bad. Poison and antidote are often separated by only a fine line. This thing is indeed a master at killing. But what if it were used on plants? A bold and crazy idea instantly formed in Su Ruanwan's mind. She held the jar of deadly poison in one hand, and with the other, she lightly tapped the air, bringing up the interface of the Shinnong All Things Critical Strike system, which was filled with boundless power. System, start the reverse purification and refining program for me. Reverse all the death and decay attributes in this thing into life and rebirth attributes. Ding! Reverse law conversion is in progress. Energy consumption is enormous. Extracting host bioenergy. Conversion begins. The next second, under the horrified gazes of the whole world. The jar of highly toxic liquid in Su Ruanwan's hand, which emitted an eerie green light, began to undergo an incredible, miraculous change. The originally viscous, turbid, and death-laden green liquid began to become clear, transparent, and pure at a speed visible to the naked eye. That nauseating, rotten smell vanished without a trace in an instant. Instead, there is an unimaginably vast and vibrant fragrance, like a forest after a spring rain, refreshing and invigorating. Just a dozen seconds later, the liquid in that jar had completely transformed into a bottle of sacred potion, as clear and translucent as the finest jade, radiating a soft yet warm aura of life. Ding! Reverse conversion successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully transformed concentrated Gaia blood, degraded version, into the ultra-rare item. Universal Plant Super Growth Promoter. Item description. A miracle liquid containing primordial life energy. A single drop is enough to transform a desert into a primeval forest in 10 minutes. It's the ultimate boon for all plants. A god-tier cheat code for agricultural production. Done. We're done. Satisfied, Su Ruanwan put the freshly made miracle water into her storage space. She gracefully jumped off the missile, returned to her Black Widow side, and deactivated the electromagnetic field. The defunct missile fell to the ground with a thud, breaking into several pieces. Su Ruanwan didn't even bother to look at it again. She flipped herself onto the motorcycle, turned it around, and sped away towards the bunker. All that remained was the chaotic crime scene behind him, and the billions of viewers in the global live stream who were already numb with shock and questioning their existence. The villains sacrificed the lives of tens of thousands of elites to summon the ultimate extermination weapon. In the end, not only did it fail to harm a single hair on the target's head, but it was also dismantled by the other party and instantly turned into a bottle of top-grade pesticide and fertilizer. This is fucking ridiculous. Where can I even get justice? Su Ruan hummed a little tune and returned to the bunker in a great mood. She went straight to her favorite Shenong's All Things Critical Strike manifestation pool and then took out the bottle of Universal Plant Supergrowth Promoter that was radiating vitality. Looking at the sacred energy in the pool, which resembled a liquid galaxy, she broke into a radiant smile, as if she had planned everything perfectly. Hey everyone, I got some new fertilizer for you. She winked playfully at the camera. I wonder what fun surprises I can bring you this time. I hope nothing weird grows out of it. Chapter 166, Divine Water Unleashed. A green Great Wall spreads across northwest China. I hope nothing weird grows out of it. As Su Ruan said this, the sly smile on her face betrayed her deep-seated anticipation and mischievousness. Without further hesitation, she held the quartz container in her hand, which was like a work of art and contained the emerald green Universal Plant Supergrowth Promoter, with its mouth pointing towards the Shenong All Things Critical Strike manifestation pool below, which flowed slowly like a liquid galaxy. Here we go. Family, a new round of lucky draws begins. She winked playfully at the virtual live stream camera, then gently tilted her wrist. One drop, just one drop, like the purest emerald, dripped from the bottle. The instant I came into contact with the purple-gold holy energy of the critical strike pool. Boom! The entire bunker, no, the entire space, seemed to be ignited by this drop of liquid. A surge of life energy, infinitely more powerful and vast than the combined energy from the previous return of the gene optimization fluid and the ultrasonic pulverizer, burst forth from the shock pool. That's no longer golden light. It was a chaotic pillar of light that blended countless colors such as emerald green, pure white, and shimmering gold, representing creation and miracle. The beam of light was so solid that the moment it pierced the bunker's dome, all the monitoring screens of the Shenong AI instantly turned pure white, representing the highest computing power overload. Warning, warning, an immeasurable amount of primordial level life energy reaction has been detected. The energy model is reorganizing the fundamental physical parameters of the real world. This is impossible. For the first time, Shenong's ever-gentle and refined voice carried a trace of the chaotic fluctuation of shock caused by the complete collapse of the data stream. Calm down, Shenong. Su Ruan was enveloped by this warm and vast life energy, feeling as comfortable as a cat stretching in the sun. Basic procedure, don't be silly, everyone sit down. She looked at the bottle of miracle water that was still more than half full and nodded in satisfaction. This stuff seems pretty potent. One drop is enough. I'll save the rest to water the flowers in my backyard later. The real world, China. In the far northwest, at the deepest part of the Taklamakan Desert. This is a forbidden zone known as the Sea of Death, the most stubborn yellow scar on the map of China. For thousands of years, violent sandstorms have originated here, sweeping across the entire north, taking away moisture and burying life. Under the cover of night, a solitary national-level meteorological monitoring station, staffed by China's top geologists and climatologists, stands amidst the boundless sea of sand, like a small boat on a vast ocean. Station Chief Li Weiguo, an elderly scientist with graying temples who has dedicated his life to desertification control, is looking at the glaring red sandstorm warning map on his computer screen with a worried expression. Sigh, another massive sandstorm. It's stronger than any other year, and the wind speed is much faster. I reckon the entire Beijing-Tianjin region will be covered in dust by tomorrow morning. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes and sighed wearily. Even with the genetic evolution of the entire population and the rapid advancement of technology, human power still seems so insignificant in the face of such earth-shattering natural disasters. Station Master, look! In the sky. What's that in the sky? A young observer suddenly pointed out the window and let out a scream as if he had seen a ghost. Li Weiguo suddenly looked up. The night sky, which should have been pitch black due to the sandstorm, was now completely illuminated by a vast, boundless, and dazzlingly colorful curtain of light, filled with sacredness and vitality. The light curtain was so vast that it seemed to envelop the entire desert. before they could even react to this miraculous sight. Rumble, rumble. The earth began to tremble violently and rhythmically, like the heartbeat of a giant. Was it an earthquake? No, this tremor is coming from deep underground. It's like something is about to emerge from under the sand. Chaos reigned at the monitoring station. Li Weigua gripped the table tightly to steady himself, his cloudy eyes filled with endless horror. Boiling wildly in a way that defied physics, science, and common sense. One after another, the huge sand dunes, as if they were alive, began to surge and bulge violently. The next second, puffed, 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 accompanied by countless soft sounds of breaking through the ground. Millions of grass and tree seeds, which had been dormant for thousands of years and whose vitality had been worn away by wind and sand, and were invisible to the naked eye, seemed to hear the command of the Creator God at this moment and were instantly activated by the magnificent life energy that descended from the sky. A tiny, yet tenacious, patch of green appears boldly in the sea of sand. But this is just the beginning. The moment that green appeared, it began to grow and spread wildly at a terrifying speed, comparable to the speed of light, visible to the naked eye. 1 second is like a tender sprout breaking through the soil. 3 seconds is the time it takes for a bush to sway in the wind. 10 seconds is like a towering tree rising from the ground. Those giant tree species that only exist in textbooks and prehistoric fossils and should have been extinct long ago, such as redwoods, giant trees, and dawn redwoods, are now growing wildly upwards with an unstoppable momentum, as if a movie scene has been fast-forwarded. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Their canopies are so dense they block out the sun. Their roots, like coiled dragons, are firmly embedded deep in the earth, locking the loose yellow sand in place. Li Weigua and his colleagues were completely stunned. They stared, mouths agape, at the mythical scene outside the window that had overturned everything they had learned in their lives. The desert is disappearing. In its place lies an endless green ocean, brimming with primal and wild beauty. A vast green Great Wall stretching for thousands of miles, from the Pamir Plateau all the way to the inner Mongolian grasslands, completely separating northern China from the sandstorms, composed of countless giant trees hundreds of meters tall. In just 10 minutes, as the light of creation slowly dissipated and the tremors of the earth gradually subsided, Li Weigua, trembling, pushed open the door of the monitoring station. A burst of fresh, moist air, brimming with vitality and a blend of earthy and plant fragrance, wafted towards me. He greedily inhaled the air, the kind of fresh scent only found in the water towns of Jiangnan, and 2 streams of hot tears welled up in his eyes, unable to be held back any longer. He knelt down, cupped his hands in front of what was no longer yellow sand, but moist and fertile black soil, and burst into tears. It's over. It's really over. The millennia-old sandstorms have finally come to an end in our generation. Godsu, you are a true god. At the same time, in Jingzhou, at the National Command Center, Academician Qian and a group of high-ranking officials watched as a green miracle suddenly appeared on the satellite cloud image, a phenomenon so vast it could change the entire climate map of Asia. After a minute of deathly silence, they erupted into a deafening roar of joy that could lift rooftops. This forest means more than just the end of sandstorms. This also means that it will act like a giant natural humidifier, completely changing the climate of northern China. Rainfall will increase dramatically, drought will become a thing of the past, and countless once barren lands will be transformed into a true Jiangnan beyond the Great Wall, a land of plenty. Its value is immeasurable, just as the entire nation was immersed in the immense joy of this transformative change. A young staff member responsible for monitoring global public opinion suddenly changed his expression, pointed at the screen, and shouted loudly. Old Qian, something terrible has happened. Or rather, something really terrible. Look, the National Fortune System has just released a global announcement. Something big has happened in the United States. Chapter 167 System's Divine Punishment descends. A world-destroying poisonous rain falls across the entire land of the lighthouse. Old Qian, something terrible has happened. Or rather, something really terrible. Look, the National Fortune System has just released a global announcement. Something big has happened in the United States. The young staff member's shouts, tinged with fear and schadenfreude, instantly drew the attention of everyone in the command center. Academician Qian suppressed the excitement that welled up in his heart from the desert turning into an oasis and strode to the huge main screen. Everyone's eyes followed him and focused on it. On the cold, impersonal system interface, representing the supreme rules of the game of national destiny, a chilling announcement was written in unemotional, divinely decreatory gold font. Global server announcement. The system has determined that the player from the United States and their affiliates in a national survival game twice violated regulations by using weapons from the real world with destructive and extra-rule-specific attributes, the Godslayer, virus program, and the Tracker X biochemical extinction missile, to maliciously attack the Chinese player, Su Wanwan. This behavior has severely undermined the fairness of the game and caused irreversible damage to the stability of the rules in this folded space. To uphold the fundamental rules of the game and serve as a deterrent, the highest level of culpability punishment, divine retribution, is now being imposed on the real territory of the United States. Punishment details, stripping the user of all atmospheric protection layers in the real world, including but not limited to the ozone layer and ionosphere, and subjecting them to a world-destroying toxic acid rain, amplified 10,000 times by the toxins of the Tracker X biochemical extinction missile, lasting 72 hours. The punishment is effective immediately. National Fate and Natural Disaster Survival Game System Committee. Every word of the announcement was like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of everyone watching the live stream. Divine retribution. This is no longer a simple punishment from a natural disaster. This is the coldest, most ruthless, and most thorough form of annihilation from the very rules of the game itself. The command center was completely silent. Everyone was completely stunned by the terrifying content of the announcement. Stripping away the protective atmospheric layer, a torrentially more potent acid rain, amplified 10,000-fold. This isn't just about making them regress to the Stone Age. This is about completely erasing the entire Lighthouse Nation from the map of Earth. Those who reap what they sow will not live. After a long silence, academician Qian finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. He looked at the glaring announcement on the screen, his aged face showing no sympathy, only a cold indifference that seemed to have seen through the cycle of cause and effect. Fortune changes like the wheel of luck. Back then, they used every despicable means to try and destroy China. Now, the bitter fruit they themselves have sown is finally being repaid 1,000-fold in a way they could never bear. At the same time, in the real world, the United States is a beacon of light. From New York on the East Coast to Los Angeles on the West Coast, the entire country is still reeling from the panic and chaos brought about by a series of massive blows, including the destruction of the Pentagon, the massacre in the virtual world, and the dismantling of ultimate weapons. Countless people took to the streets to protest the government's incompetence and demand the immediate resignation of the new president. However, they did not know that their president, along with the vast majority of their country's elite, had already turned into cold corpses an hour earlier. Just then, without warning, the entire world, all operating electronic screens, whether mobile phones, televisions, or giant billboards and squares, were forcibly dominated by that golden divine punishment announcement. At first, people on the street thought it was some new hacking attack or a silly prank. But when they saw the contents of the announcement, everyone was stunned. Mocking, cursing disdain. However, before they could even come up with any more offensive words, suddenly, the sky changed color. The sky, which was originally clear or gloomy, was replaced by a strange, nauseating dark green, like a rotting corpse, in just a few seconds. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable stench, as if from the depths of hell, began to permeate the air. Everyone looked up in horror. They saw the dark green clouds churning and gathering wildly, as if an unseen demon was wiping the sky with the dirtiest rag in the world. Stratosphere, ozone layer, ionosphere, faced with the unreasonable, law-level power of the national destiny system. These natural barriers upon which humanity depends for survival are as fragile as window paper and are violently torn apart layer by layer. Deadly cosmic rays from outer space, mixed with solar storms, came into contact with the land of the Beacon Nation for the first time without any obstruction. Clatter, a drop of viscous liquid emitting an eerie green glow, fell from the sky and landed on the face of a white man who was protesting in the street. Ah! The man touched his face in confusion, still not seeing what was on his hand. Sizzle. A terrifying sound like roasting meat. Half of his face was instantly corroded and melted, turning into a charred, bloody mess, emitting black smoke in the horrified gazes of himself and everyone around him. Elewa! A blood-curdling scream, so shrill it was inhuman, ripped through the sky above the entire city. And this is just the beginning. But. Then came the second drop, the third drop, and countless more. A cataclysmic acid rain, covering the entire territory of the United States with nowhere to escape or hide, poured down. This isn't rain. This is a mixture of concentrated sulfuric acid and aqua regia, poured down from hell. On the streets, cars made of steel, upon contact with acid rain, were like being thrown into a steel furnace, groaning in pain, and within a dozen seconds, they were corroded into piles of molten iron emitting black smoke. The towering skyscrapers, with their sturdy reinforced concrete structures, began to crumble and disintegrate in the face of this devastating acid rain, like sandcastles. Those exposed to the outdoors suffered the most terrifying and miserable torment. They rolled on the ground, groaning, watching helplessly as their skin, muscles, and internal organs were slowly corroded and dissolved by the relentless acid rain, eventually turning into pools of foul-smelling green pus. At this moment, the human world has been transformed into a purgatory. In a global live stream, viewers from other countries who had survived the catastrophe watched the apocalyptic scene unfolding in the United States, their faces pale with fear and their bodies trembling. They finally understood what the natural disaster punishment in the National Destiny game truly meant. They finally realized that compared to the real divine retribution before them, the floods, earthquakes, and hailstorms they had encountered before were like children playing house. Fear, an unprecedented, bone-deep fear gripped the hearts of every non-Chinese viewer. From this moment on, no one dared to show even the slightest disrespect to Huaxia or Su Ruanruan. Wasteland World. Su Ruanruan has already gotten back into her personal vehicle, the Black Widow. Shen Nong reported to her everything that had just happened in the real world in the most concise way. After listening, Su Ruanruan simply said, "Oh," expressionlessly, as if she were listening to something trivial that had nothing to do with her. Those who reap what they sow will not live. She gave a casual comment, then twisted the handlebars, and the black motorcycle shot off like an arrow, heading straight for the heavy chemical complex on the distant horizon, which resembled an ancient behemoth and exuded an ominous aura. Everything at home has been arranged clearly. Now, it's time to address the source of the trouble that has been bothering her since the server opened. Navigator. That tower is full of unknown dangers, and according to energy scans, the radiation and toxicity levels inside far exceed safety thresholds. Shen Nong's voice rang in her ears at just the right moment. Do you really not need me to send out a squad of combat robots to conduct reconnaissance first? Chapter 168, arriving at the chemical giant tower, cold blade slashes down the gatekeeper hellhound. Do you really not need me to send out a squad of combat robots to conduct reconnaissance first? Shen Nong's question, filled with concern yet tinged with a procedural worry, rang out inside Su Ruanruan's tactical helmet. Upon hearing this, Su Ruanruan's lips curled into a wild and confident smile, and her starry eyes, which were slightly narrowed in the wind, shone with the excitement of a top predator discovering new prey. Reconnaissance. Her voice, transmitted through the microphone, carried a slightly electric quality, making it sound both cool and stylish. What fun is there then? The biggest surprise is uncovering it yourself, isn't it? As she spoke, she suddenly twisted the handlebars. The rear wheel of the Black Widow, driven by a miniature electromagnetic generator, burst forth with a dazzling blue arc of electricity. The entire motorcycle seemed to be infused with a soul, and its speed instantly increased to another level, transforming it into a black lightning bolt speeding across the wasteland, leaving a long trail of dust behind it. The distance of 120 kilometers passed in the blink of an eye. When the legendary core reactor tower of the G7 heavy chemical complex finally appeared before her eyes, even Su Ruanruan couldn't help but be slightly amazed by its enormous size and ferocity, which was full of apocalyptic industrial beauty. This is not a tower at all. This is clearly a steel mountain range, thousands of meters high, haphazardly constructed from countless rusty, twisted steel pipes, menacing metal supports, and a huge reactor covered in unidentified stains. The entire giant tower was shrouded in a thick, yellowish-green fog that was visible to the naked eye and filled with toxicity and radiation. Amidst the fog, a constant drizzle of acid rain falls, drip drip, corroding the already uneven ground into bottomless, dark green puddles, from which deadly bubbles occasionally rise. The air was filled with a nauseating stench, strong enough to suffocate an ordinary person instantly, a mixture of sulfur, rust, and the rotting of some kind of organism. This is the wasteland, the source of all pollution and evil. Su Wanwan brought the Black Widow to a steady stop on a high ground about 100 meters away from the entrance of the giant tower, without daring to approach rashly. Her black-scale, acid-resistant, glowing armor is immune to the corrosion of most strong acids, but it's always better to be safe than sorry. She flipped off the motorcycle, her long, straight legs landing firmly on the ground. Her cold, starry eyes, like the most sophisticated radar, scanned the gaping, dark entrance to the tower ahead, which resembled the maw of a giant beast. The entrance was eerily silent. It was as if even the wind dared not blow into that area that represented death. Shin Nong scanned the energy reaction at the entrance. Su Wanwan gave the order. Scanning. Reporting to the navigator, no mechanical or electronic energy response detected at the entrance. However, Shin Nong's voice paused. 2 extremely powerful dormant SS-class bioenergy sources have been detected. SS rank. Su Wanwan raised an eyebrow slightly, her face showing no sign of tension, but rather an expression of interest. Interesting. Looks like a gatekeeper. She slowly drew from behind her the black gold tang sword that had accompanied her on her battles and had long been soaked in the blood of countless mutated creatures. But she did not draw the knife. She simply carried the heavy scabbard in one hand, took long strides, and walked straight toward the dark entrance. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. Just as her toes were about to step into the shadow of the giant tower, a sudden change has occurred. Roar. Awoo. 2 terrifying roars, filled with violence and madness, powerful enough to shatter eardrums, suddenly erupted from the depths of that dark entrance. Immediately afterwards, 2 enormous figures as big as small black mountains burst out of the darkness with a stench and a terrifying speed that was completely disproportionate to their massive size, accompanied by a gust of foul wind. Those were 2 monsters, each the size of an African elephant, their bodies covered in skin as hard as rotting rock. Their most striking feature is that they all have 2 hideous, enormous heads on their necks, constantly dripping with green, highly acidic saliva. The head resembled a skinned bulldog, its muscles bulging and fangs exposed. The other head resembled some kind of mutated lizard, covered in hard-boned spurs, with its scarlet forked tongue hissing. 8 scarlet eyes, filled with bloodlust and madness, were fixed on the tiny human who dared to trespass into their territory. Ding! Warning! Encounter with SS-class mutated creatures. 2-headed bio-hellhound elite. X2. Species description. The ultimate bioweapon, created by fusing a biovirus leak from a heavy industry consortium with the genes of a prehistoric military dog. It possesses indestructible skin, fangs capable of crushing alloys, and saliva so potent it can instantly melt steel. It is a born killing machine. The system notification sounded in Su Wanwan's mind. She looked at the 2 terrifying monsters that were pouncing on her, monsters capable of wiping out any fully armed Special Forces unit in an instant, but a look of disgust appeared on her face. She's really too ugly. She didn't even stop walking. Just as the 2 hellhounds' gaping maws, filled with strong acid saliva, were about to bite her head at the critical moment, she moved. There was no drawing of a sword, no dodging, and not even the use of any fancy superpowers. She simply planted her right foot deep into the ground like a nail and twisted her body around her waist. That terrifying core strength, amplified 100-fold and capable of overturning mountains, erupted instantly. It propelled her right arm, transforming the black gold tang sword in her hand, still scabbard, into a black afterimage that tore through the air. Buzz! The air seemed to let out a mournful cry, overwhelmed by the weight of the situation. With a posture reminiscent of playing golf, full of violent aesthetics, Su Ruan delivered a clean, powerful, and decisive sweeping blow that struck the two hellhounds hard on the side of their faces. Bang! Bang! Two extremely dull thuds, like battering rams hitting a ripe watermelon, rang out almost simultaneously. Tom seemed to slow down at this moment. Viewers in the global live stream could clearly see, through slow-motion replay, the two arrogant hellhounds, whose massive heads thought they were indestructible, instantly caved in deeply the moment they touched the black scabbard, just like tofu blocks hit by a speeding train. Immediately afterwards, their massive bodies, weighing several tons, were forcefully flung away from Su Ruan's sides by an irresistible and terrifying force. Like two cannonballs fired from a gun, they traced two perfect parabolas in the air before landing precisely in the two pools of waste liquid churning with deadly acid in the distance with two plop sounds. Gurgle, gurgle! Before he could even utter a decent wail, he was corroded away by the strong acid, which was powerful enough to melt steel, leaving not even bone fragments in just a few seconds. Sold out instantly. It was another utterly unreasonable, purely forceful, overwhelming, and instantaneous kill. Su Ruan slowly retracted the tang, sword she had swung, twirled it, and then sheathed it back into its scabbard. She looked at the two still bubbling pools of waste liquid and curled her lip in disgust. That's it? It doesn't even qualify me to draw my sword. She shook her head, feeling somewhat bored, and turned to walk into the entrance of the giant tower, which was now unobstructed. However, the moment she turned around, her steps faltered slightly. Her gaze fell on the several massive, metallic fangs that had been flung out of the hellhounds' mouths by the force of the impact just before they were sent flying. With her extraordinary master-level perception, she instantly analyzed the composition and hardness of these fangs. Her eyes lit up slightly, and a shrewd, turning trash into treasure smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Wait a minute, this thing may stink, but it doesn't seem like it's entirely useless, does it? Chapter 169, Cerberus Fangs Cannot Be Wasted. Critical hit returns to Super Tunnel Boring Machine. Wait a minute, this thing may stink, but it doesn't seem like it's entirely useless, does it? Su Ruan's clear, starry eyes lit up instantly, gleaming with a wisdom that could be described as thrifty and diligent in managing a household. In her view, this top-level Shinong, there's no such thing as absolute waste in the world, only resources that are misplaced. Although the two dogs were a bit ugly, and their meat was poisonous, preventing her from enjoying a delicious wasteland version of dog meat hot pot, she was still unable to indulge. But the parts that fall off them can't just go to waste. In a global live stream, all the viewers stared at Su Ruan with utter bewilderment. Why? Why did she stop? Holy crap. Is she planning to fish out those two lumps of rotten flesh that's almost melted by the acid? No way. Susan, that stuff looks disgusting. The scope she narrowed down. Look at her eyes. They're the eyes of someone who's discovered a treasure. I bet a bag of spicy strips that what she's eyeing isn't dog meat. Sure enough, amidst the curious yet somewhat disdainful gazes of audiences worldwide, Su Ruan did not go to the two disgusting pools of waste liquid, but instead went to the crime scene, where she had just smashed the dog's head. She crouched down, extended her slender hand clad in black scale-armored gloves, and picked up several enormous fangs from the ground, each as long as her forearm and gleaming with a metallic white luster. She held it between two fingers, brought it to her eyes, and examined it carefully. Those eyes, capable of seeing through the essence of all things, instantly analyzed the internal structure of the fangs. Ding! High-value recyclable material detected. Hellhound Super Alloy Biological Fawn. Material analysis. This is a natural bioalloy formed over thousands of years through the symbiotic evolution of biological keratin and an unknown ultra-hard metallic element under extreme radiation conditions. Its hardness is 137 times that of diamond, currently the hardest known substance on Earth. It also possesses exceptionally strong, self-healing biological properties. 137 times harder than diamond? And it can even self-heal. Su Ruan's eyes lit up completely. These aren't dog teeth at all. This is clearly the perfect material for making super drills and forging god-level weapons. She immediately perked up ignoring the disgusting saliva and blood still clinging to the fangs of the hellhound, and immediately switched to scavenging mode. She looked like a little girl picking potatoes in a field, strolling back and forth on the battlefield with light steps. Whenever he saw a fong gleaming with a sharp white light on the ground, he would bend down, pick it up, and toss it all into a corner of his storage space with a clanging sound. In no time, she had collected a large pile, dozens of them. Excellent. Excellent. A very fruitful harvest. Su Ruan patted the non-existent dust off her hands, feeling completely satisfied. However, she glanced at the 2 hellhound remains in the distance, which had completely melted away, leaving only some white bones floating on the acid, and frowned slightly. Only a few teeth in her mouth? That's far too few. She felt she had been cheated. Just then, Shinnong's comforting voice rang in her ears. Navigator, according to my database analysis, these 2-headed biochemical hellhounds possess a shark-like, infinitely regenerating tooth structure within their mouths. Hidden within their hard upper and lower jawbones are hundreds of spare fangs at different stages of growth. Oh, Su Ruanawan's eyes lit up again, like Columbus discovering a new continent. You mean there's a tooth warehouse hidden inside those 2 skeletons? Yes, Navigator. Theoretically speaking, those 2 skeletons are worth far more than the ones you just picked up. Then what are we waiting for? Without saying a word, Su Ruan turned around and walked towards the 2 waste liquid pools. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. No way. She's really gonna go fish for bones. Is it really worth it for a few teeth? Su Shen, you're a god. Can't you have some self-respect? You guys don't know anything. This is called making the most of every grain. This is the traditional Chinese virtue of diligence and wealth. Well done, Su Shen. I support you. Su Ruan didn't care what people were saying in the live stream. She walked to the waste liquid pool, looking at the strong acid bubbling and churning with deadly bubbles, without even frowning. She stretched out her hand and grabbed at the air. An invisible, powerful telekinetic force was activated instantly. The 2 enormous skeletons, each weighing hundreds of kilograms and submerged in acid, seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand and shot into the sky with a splashing sound. The moment the skeleton flew out of the acid pool, the rotten flesh and acid remaining on it were instantly shaken off by Su Ruan with a clever force, leaving it completely clean. Boom! Boom! 2 enormous and complete skeletons of hellhounds, radiating a chilling white light, landed steadily on the open ground in front of Su Ruan. Su Ruan stepped forward, extended her finger, and gently tapped the jawbone, which was harder than steel. Snap! The hard jawbone cracked with a sound. Inside, like machine gun ammunition belts, were neatly arranged, densely packed, hundreds of spare fangs of varying sizes. Wow! Su Ruan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, feeling as if she had opened a hidden treasure box. Without further ado, she threw the 2 tooth warehouses, along with the dozens of loose fangs she had just collected, into the teleportation channel of the Shinnong All Things Critical Strike manifestation pool. Family members, new materials have arrived. Let's see what great work we can do for you this time. The real world, China. The office of the chief engineer at a national-level heavy equipment manufacturing plant. An elderly expert with gray hair and thick glasses was looking at a huge engineering drawing of the Western Plateau Railway construction project, his brow furrowed in worry. Sigh, it still doesn't work. The geological structure of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau is too complex, consisting entirely of high-hardness granite and permafrost. Our existing tunnel boring machines have too high cutter head wear rates. They have to stop and replace them after digging only a few kilometers, which is too costly and time-consuming. Beside him stood a group of young engineers, all with solemn expressions. Just as the entire office was plunged into a deathly silence, a desperate atmosphere of technical bottlenecks. Buzz! In the center of the office, the quantum matter printer, which was specifically used to receive Su Ruan's gifts, suddenly lit up without warning. A dazzling golden light flashed. A thick stack of blue drawings, full of futuristic science fiction and shimmering with data light, and a pile of strange metal ingots, as big as a small mountain and radiating a chilling light, appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. The old expert was startled and rushed over, trembling, to pick up the blueprint. At the very top of the drawing, its name was written in a bold and imposing font. Sky-swallowing class perpetual motion all-terrain self-healing strategic tunnel boring machine, China Special Edition. The veteran expert and his team were instantly shocked and gasped when they glanced at the performance parameters and core material descriptions on the drawings. A bioalloy drill bit that will never wear out. The excavation speed is 100 times faster than our existing equipment. It has its own miniature cold fusion reactor and can operate continuously for 100 years without needing to replenish its energy. My God, my God. The old expert was so excited that his whole body was trembling. He seemed to see steel dragons composed of these sky-swallowing, tunnel-boring machines shuttling freely under the land of China, turning all the natural barriers that once hindered the development of the nation into thoroughfares. Quickly, everyone get moving. Organize production immediately. The old expert let out an excited roar, and the entire heavy factory instantly turned into a boiling ocean. While Chinese engineers were going crazy over this groundbreaking artifact, in the wasteland world, Su Ruanruan's armor communicator suddenly received an excited, incoherent voice from Academician Qian. Girl, did you hear that? You've done a great service again. What you brought back this time. It's an earth-shattering artifact. Academician Qian was clearly extremely excited, and his speech became somewhat incoherent. We're just worried about how to solve the transportation and climate problems in the West. And this sky-swallowing you sent is it's given us the audacity to plunging into the heavens. We have a crazy idea. Listen to it. Do you dare to do it together? Chapter 170, The Foolish Old Man Moves the Mountain. A god-level tunnel-boring machine pierces through the roof of the world. We have a crazy idea. Listen to it. Do you dare to do it together? Academician Qian's voice, filled with fervor and excitement, resonated clearly in Su Ruanruan's ears through quantum communication. Su Ruanruan had just finished cleaning up her spoils and was about to step into the mysterious chemical tower when she heard this. She stopped in her tracks, a look of great interest on her face. If the usually steady Lao Qian could describe this plan as crazy and outrageous, then it must be incredibly exciting. Tell me, Su Ruanruan leaned against the cold metal frame of the giant tower and asked leisurely, how crazy is it? We must tunnel through the Himalayas. Academician Qian took a deep breath and, word by word, uttered the earth-shattering plan that would give any geologist in the world a heart attack on the spot. What? Even Su Ruanruan was slightly taken aback when she heard this. Pierce through the Himalayas? That is the roof of the Blue Planet, the place with the highest elevation and the most complex geological structure on the Earth's surface, known as the ancestor of all mountains. Humans are as insignificant as dust in its presence. And now, Lao Qian and his group actually want to use human power to shake this sacred mountain? Girl, don't be so surprised yet. Academician Qian's voice trembled slightly with excitement. We have already used the Tianhe supercomputer, combined with the performance parameters of the Tunshan tunnel boring machine you sent back, to conduct hundreds of millions of simulations. The conclusion is, it's entirely feasible. Our plan is to deploy 100 sky-swallowing, tunnel-boring machines to start construction simultaneously from different angles in the low-altitude areas on the southern slopes of the Himalayas. The goal is to build at least 10 giant strategic tunnels at the base of the mountains, each with a diameter of over 100 meters, capable of supporting 8-lane high-speed railways running side by side. Academician Qian became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he could already see that grand blueprint become a reality. Once the tunnel is completed, the inexhaustible warm and humid air currents from the Indian Ocean will be able to bypass the mountain ranges and blow straight into our Qinghai Tibet Plateau and Northwest Basin, which have been arid for thousands of years. What does that mean? Do you understand, girl? That means that Western China will no longer be synonymous with cold and drought. That vast land will become a second Jiangnan. Rainfall will become abundant, the climate will become humid, and countless deserts in Gobi will be transformed into fertile fields and lands of fish and rice in our own hands. This is no longer a simple south-to-north water diversion project, nor is it a west-to-east gas pipeline project. This is a project that will completely change the fate of China, benefiting the present and future generations, the eastward spread of the West. It truly embodies the spirit of human determination to overcome nature. It's a new era's version of the foolish old man who moved mountains. Academician Qian's voice was passionate and inspiring, full of boundless pride and confidence. Su Wanwan listened quietly, and a flame called pride gradually ignited in her clear, starry eyes. These are her compatriots. This is her family. They're always so down to earth and always so bold and daring. Give them a lever, and they can move the earth. Give them a god-level tunnel boring machine, and they dare to blast their way through the earth. This is the true, ultimate form of the infrastructure powerhouse. Dry. Su Wanwan uttered only one word from her red lips, but it was full of resolute power. I support you. If you need any materials or technical support, just let me know. If you need more, I'll go to the wasteland and rob it for you. Ha ha. Good. That's enough. Academician Qian laughed heartily upon receiving the affirmative reply. Then let's get started. Girl, just wait and see the show. Watch how we old bones will rebuild a bright and prosperous world for you and for China. The communication was disconnected. An unprecedented mega-project capable of shaking the world and completely altering the geopolitical and climate landscape of the planet has quietly begun in China. Su Wanwan stood still, quietly watching everything through the real-time satellite images shared with her by Shinon. She saw hundreds of the world's most advanced Kunpeng large transport aircraft, like a flock of eagles that blotted out the sky, carrying brand-new, futuristic, sky-swallowing, tunnel-boring machines, roaring as they landed on the southern slopes of the Himalayas. She saw thousands of China's best engineers and workers, their faces beaming with pride and excitement, step off transport planes and build modern forward bases at the foot of the snow-capped mountains. She saw that all 100 sky-swallowing, tunnel-boring machines started up simultaneously at the command of the chief commander. The enormous drill, forged from the super-alloy biological fangs of a hellhound and gleaming with a chilling light, began to slowly rotate. Then, with an invincible and terrifying aura, it fiercely gnawed at the indestructible king of mountains that had been silent for billions of years. Boom, boom, boom! There was no earth-shattering roar, only a series of deep, steady rumbles, like the pulse of a giant. That granite mountain, which is billions of times harder than steel and capable of withstanding the impact of a nuclear bomb, is really like a soft block of tofu in front of the sky-swallowing, tunnel-boring machine. It was easily sliced, crushed, and swallowed. One after another, deep tunnels, shimmering with engineering lights, began to stretch wildly into the depths of the mountains at an unimaginable speed. The whole world has gone mad. While other countries vaguely observed China's crazy actions in the Himalayas through spy satellites, geologists, climatologists, and military experts around the world have all fallen into a collective state of frenzy. Madmen. All Chinese people are madmen. They're digging their own graves. They will trigger an unprecedented global geological disaster. My God, what kind of technology is their tunnel-boring machine? Why? Why can they dig granite as easily as they dig sand? This is completely against the laws of physics. Warning, warning. According to our climate models, if China truly manages to breach the Himalayas, they will monopolize the warm, moist air currents of the Indian Ocean. This will plunge our South Asian subcontinent into an unprecedented super drought over the next few centuries. This is climate plunder. This is a crime against humanity. Countless protests, condemnations, and even military threats flew towards China like snowflakes. But this time, the Chinese government didn't even bother to respond with a single word. We are building our own infrastructure on our own land. What's it to you? You disagree? If you're not happy, then come and hit me. Do you want us to break through the Himalayas first? Or will Su Shan fly his spaceship over your house and give you a divine intervention performance? Amidst the clamor and controversy, time flew by. Just half a month later, with a deafening cheer, the last section of the rock wall was smashed through. 100 tunnels, all connected. Call! At that moment, it seemed as if even the earth itself took a deep breath. A warm monsoon, accumulated over hundreds of millions of years from the Indian Ocean and brimming with abundant moisture and heat, roared like a golden dragon breaking free from its cage and surged in through the 10 incredibly wide tunnels. It swept across the cold and barren Qinghai Plateau, where the ice and snow melted, turning into countless streams that converged into brand-new, sapphire-like, dazzling plateau lakes. In an instant, the withered grasslands were transformed into boundless green carpets. It continued northward, blowing across the arid Khitan Basin, where a gentle, timely rain began to fall, and countless saline alkali lands began to regain their vitality. Finally, it met the cold air from the Arctic Ocean in the sky above what was once the Taklamakan Desert, now the vast forest sea. An epic, life-giving rain covering the entire northwest of China poured down. From then on, the Huanyong Line disappeared from the map of China. From then on, this ancient land truly achieved favorable weather, abundant harvests, and national peace and prosperity. Wasteland World. Standing before the giant tower, Su Ruanruan watched the magnificent epic, which she had indirectly directed and which could be described as creation, through the holographic screen of her battle armor. A genuine and radiant smile of satisfaction appeared on her face. This is the real story of a national disaster that has brought China to new heights. She murmured a sigh, her sense of pride and satisfaction as a guardian of China overflowing to the extreme. All right, the things at home are finally settled. She stretched, and her bones crackled and popped. Then, she turned around and turned her gaze back to the entrance of the pitch-black tower that was filled with an ominous and deathly aura. Now it's time to deal with this little trouble in front of me. She strode forward without the slightest hesitation, stepping straight into the endless darkness. Boom! Clang! The moment she stepped inside, the massive gate, made of several meters thick alloy, slammed shut without warning, completely isolating her from the outside world. Immediately afterwards, buzz! The entire passage was instantly illuminated by a blinding white light. Ahead of the passage, a scene that would make any top agent's scalp tingle appeared before her. The entire corridor from floor to ceiling, from left wall to right wall, was woven together by countless, incredibly thin, and almost invisible beams of red laser light, moving at high speed, forming a giant net of death with no blind spots and no gaps. Looking at the dense laser net filled with deadly traps in front of her, Su Ruanruan showed no tension whatsoever. Instead, she revealed a playful smile. Interesting, at least they're not mindless beasts anymore. She moved her wrists and ankles, feeling the explosive power and ultimate coordination within her body. Is this a test for me? How's your back? Chapter 171, is your waist okay? God-level movement technique dances through the net of death. Is this a test for me? How's your back? Su Ruanruan's slightly playful voice echoed softly in the silent, yet deadly pure white passage. The massive, several-meter-thick alloy gate that crashed down completely cut off all her escape routes and also shut out the desolate, green wasteland outside. The passageway was deathly silent. Only countless scorching laser beams, thinner than a human hair and almost indistinguishable to the naked eye, were emitting a faint humming sound as they swept and intertwined back and forth at an extremely high frequency. These red lasers, from the ground to the ceiling, from the left wall to the right wall, wove together a three-dimensional, gapless net of death. The air was filled with a faint smell of ozone, produced by the high temperature. Any tangible substance, even a speck of dust, will be cut, vaporized, and decomposed into the most basic particles within a fraction of a second if it touches any one of the threads on this network. The live stream chat in the global chat room froze at that moment, eerily. Everyone was so terrified by the trap before them, filled with a sense of science fiction and death, that they couldn't type a single word. How? How are we supposed to get across this? Even a fly couldn't get across. It's over. Su Shun is trapped and dead. This isn't a passage designed for carbon-based life forms at all. The acid rain in the United States is divine retribution, but the stuff in this chemical tower is pure malice. The guy who designed this trap is a devil. After a brief silence, the live stream was instantly flooded with a massive amount of worry and fear. However, Su Ruanruan, the person involved, still wore a calm and even slightly eager smile on her face. Interesting, at least they're not mindless beasts anymore. She moved her wrists and ankles, feeling her perfect body, which had been strengthened 100-fold and was like a compressed spring, full of explosive power and perfect coordination. With the support of the God-level Shenong system, her brain has become a quantum computer that surpasses the Tianhe, a supercomputer. Her master-level perception allowed her to completely analyze the seemingly chaotic, high-speed moving laser net before her. In her perceived world, those fast-moving, blurry red laser beams all transformed into incredibly clear trajectory lines moving at extremely slow speeds. She precisely captured and calculated every movement pattern of every line, every fleeting gap that existed for only a fraction of a second, and planned an incredible optimal path to the other side. Route planning complete. Difficulty level 3.5 stars. It's a bit easier than any rhythm game I've played before. Su Wanwan mentally gave herself a score, then took a deep breath. She adjusted the position of the black and gold tang, sword on her back, to better fit the curve of her back, so as not to cause unnecessary obstruction during movement. The next second, she moved. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no world-destroying energy burst. Her figure, like a feather lifted by a gentle breeze, floated lightly into that giant net woven by death. Whoosh! The moment her body stepped into the laser net, it twisted backward with an extreme flexibility that no ordinary person could possibly achieve. A near-perfect, textbook-worthy iron bridge. The black scale, acid-resistant radiant armor clung tightly to her slender, boneless waist, outlining a breathtakingly perfect curve. Just as she leaned back, 3 blazing laser beams, arranged in a triangular pattern, swept past her nose, chest, and lower abdomen with the slightest difference in distance. The scorching air it generated even caused a few strands of hair on her forehead to curl slightly. At this moment, the hearts of audiences around the world were in their throats. Su Wanwan's body did not pause at all. As she completed the iron bridge, her legs twisted in the air like the most skillful scissors. The entire person, with the waist as the axis, completed a dazzling 360-degree horizontal rotation in mid-air. This rotation not only allowed her to dodge the 4 laser beams that were simultaneously cutting from both sides, but also allowed her to use the centrifugal force of the rotation to move like a spinning top, shifting 5 meters deeper into the passage. Bang! She lightly touched the wall with her toes in a safe zone, only the size of a palm, formed by dozens of intersecting laser beams. The entire body bounced up again with the help of the momentum. This time, instead of dodging, she actively faced a seemingly impenetrable matrix of lasers that shot towards her like a torrential downpour. In the air, her petite body twisted, folded, and stretched wildly like a boneless serpent, exceeding the limits of human physiology. One split, stomp upwards, swallow-like balance. Scorpion swishes its tail. Those moves, considered the most difficult in gymnastics and dance, were now perfectly fused together by her in a fluid and aesthetically pleasing way. Every twist of her waist, every kick of her leg, every somersault of hers was precise down to the micrometer level. They were all caught in the fleeting gap of less than 1,000th of a second, created when the 2 laser beams crossed. Her figure danced gracefully amidst countless red rays of death. That's not about passing a level. That's a performance. It is a waltz that leaps out from the edge of death, an unparalleled waltz. There was no text left in the live stream. All that remained were dense, overwhelming, and screen-filling images of holy crap. Everyone was so shocked by the indescribable scene before them, a scene filled with both extreme beauty and extreme danger, that they lost the ability to think. Is this even human? This is the goddess revealing her true form. Buzz! Just as Su Wanwan was about to reach the end of the passage, the laser net in front of her suddenly changed its operating mode. In an instant, all the laser beams converged together, forming an impenetrable, massive, red wall of light that slowly pushed forward. Our escape route has been blocked by the newly generated laser network. Ahead lies an unstoppable wall of cutting light. This was the winning goal. However, a hint of excitement appeared on Su Wanwan's face. Finally, something challenging. She watched the slowly approaching wall of deathlight, and below it, a single gap less than 10 centimeters high, created by the refraction of the laser. Her body suddenly flipped backward in midair, hands on the ground, legs straight, pointing towards the sky. Then, her waist bent backward at a terrifying angle exceeding 90 degrees. Her head was almost touching her heels. The whole person was like a spring that had been compressed to its limit, yet remained flexible. in such an eerie yet graceful manner. Just a second before the wall of light was about to crush her, she glided across the ground as if on ice, and with a whoosh, she passed through the gap that was only 10 centimeters high with unparalleled smoothness. Smack! A soft sound. After passing through the light wall, Su Ruanruan gracefully flipped over and landed steadily in the safe zone at the end of the passage. She patted non-existent dust off her hands, let out a long breath, and her beautiful face, slightly flushed from the intense exercise, carried a hint of lingering satisfaction. Okay, warm-up complete. She turned around, glanced at the laser net behind her that had returned to normal operation, and pouted with a hint of boredom. That's it? Is there anything more fun? As soon as she finished speaking, the pure white alloy door in front of her made a soft click sound and slowly slid open to both sides. Behind the door lay an even deeper, colder, and more eerie, unknown area. Shen Nong's voice, tinged with awe and admiration, rang in her ears. Navigator, your figure is a miracle that cannot be described by any of the words in my database related to beauty. Do you want to continue? Chapter 172. Her stunning figure stunned the world, and screenshots became the standard wallpaper. Do you want to continue? Shen Nong's rare exclamation, tinged with a hint of astonishment that even caused the data to become disordered, rang out inside Su Ruanruan's tactical helmet. Certainly. Su Ruanruan shrugged nonchalantly, as if the extreme performance of dancing on the edge of death just now was really just a trivial warm-up exercise for her. She strode forward and walked straight into the slowly opening alloy door. Meanwhile, the real-world network had already been completely paralyzed by her less than 5-minute laser dance. In a global live broadcast room, after several minutes of collective silence due to extreme shock, the barrage of comments erupted in a terrifying manner, comparable to the Big Bang. Oh my God! What did I just see? Is that even a human being can do? That backbend, that somersault, that low glide. Newton must be turning in his grave. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. I've never seen anything like it in my life. That supple waist. Those long, straight legs. That breathtaking figure weaving through the death rays. Mom, I'm in love. Who said Su Shin only knew how to use brute force? Step forward. Look at this. This is art. It's the pinnacle of violent aesthetics, a fusion of strength and beauty, skill and ingenuity. Oh no. I feel like my health bar is empty. I was instantly killed by Su Shun's one move. Who can withstand that? In the Huaxia Live broadcast room, countless holy crap and were no longer enough to express the audience's excitement. They started showering the live stream with all sorts of gifts, from the cheapest little hearts to the most expensive dragon rockets. The dense barrage of gift effects almost completely flooding the entire live stream screen. This fervor is not limited to China. All the netizens around the world watching the live stream, regardless of nationality, skin color, or previous attitudes towards Su Ruanruan, were completely captivated at this moment by her pure and ultimate beauty that transcended race and civilization. In a lighthouse nation, somewhere in an underground bunker belonging to survivors, a burly redneck man who had once launched a frenzied online attack on Su Ruanruan in China was now staring dumbfounded at the screen, unaware that the half-eaten can in his hand had fallen to the ground with a thud. God, is she really a devil? No, she is a Valkyrie who descended to Earth. In the room of a certain otaku in Japan, the land of cherry blossoms, a young man wearing thick glasses looked at Su Ruanruan's agile and graceful figure on the screen, then looked at the posters of anime characters covering his room, and suddenly felt bored. Trembling, he tore down all the posters on the wall, then took a screenshot of Su Ruanruan's stunning profile as she weaved through the laser net on his computer screen and set it as his desktop wallpaper. From this day forward, Su Ruanruan-sama is my one and only true goddess. In South Korea, the whole country was in an uproar. The end of the universe is indeed our big kimchi. No, it's Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan is the ultimate truth of a universe. Holy crap, this is the real girl crush. Compared to her, all our girl groups are like kindergarten kids doing calisthenics. This frenzy swept across all social media platforms worldwide from the live stream in just a few minutes. Su Ruanruan laser dance, the ceiling of human flexibility. That waist isn't a waist, it's a deadly curved blade. Global unified mobile wallpaper. one after another. Topics brimming with explosive popularity are relentlessly dominating the trending search lists of major websites around the world. Countless netizens transformed into professional battle photographers, frantically tapping the screenshot key on their keyboards. They captured every moment Su Ruan traversed the LaserNet. That stunningly beautiful profile, both aloof and focused. Her perfectly sculpted figure appeared even more breathtaking beneath the black armor. Bathed in countless red rays, that figure, like a dark elf, was full of mystery and deadly allure. Each screenshot looks like a sci-fi blockbuster poster meticulously crafted by a top-tier CG team at a cost of hundreds of millions. Soon, a strange phenomenon quietly spread across the globe. Whether they're migrant workers in China, nobles in Europe, farmers in South America, or oil tycoons in the Middle East. Without prior arrangement, people changed the wallpapers on their phones, computers, and even smartwatches and tablets to the same image. The black-clad goddess dancing gracefully in the net of death. Su Ruan, after being known as Global Guardian, Cancer Terminator, and Infrastructure Maniac, has gained a brand new title that she herself did not expect, full of peculiar beauty, Global Aesthetic Unifier. Wasteland World, Chemical Tower, Middle Layer Area. Su Ruan had no idea that her impromptu warm-up had stirred up a massive wave in the real world. After passing through the white alloy door, she entered a completely different area from the passage that had been filled with a sense of technology and violence. This place is more like a huge, empty biochemical laboratory. The air was filled with a pungent and eerie sweet and fishy smell, a mixture of formaldehyde and some unknown chemical, which made people want to vomit. The entire hall presents a huge circular structure. Around the walls of the hall stand hundreds of giant, cylindrical containers, each over 10 meters tall, made of thick, green special glass. These containers were filled with a viscous, dark green nutrient solution that resembled swampy mud and was bubbling with eerie bubbles. Soaking in these murky nutrient solutions are monsters of various shapes, but without exception, all of them are filled with an aura of misery and distortion. Su Ruan paused slightly in her steps. Her cold, starry eyes slowly swept over these enormous glass jars. Her master-level perception from the god-level Shinong system allowed her to easily penetrate the thick glass and murky liquid, seeing the true nature of the things inside. Those were once human beings. Perhaps they're the original inhabitants who survived in this prehistoric wasteland. But now, they can no longer be called human. Some remained, but all that was left was a huge head, still twitching slightly in the culture medium, filled with countless metal electrodes and 4 tubes. The body beneath the head had long been transformed into a jumble of twisted mechanical limbs, haphazardly pieced together from metal and flesh. Some had their entire bodies swollen and white from being soaked, their skin like rotten, wet tissue, and from their chest cavities, countless bizarre biological tissues like octopus tentacles, covered with suckers and barbs, were growing wildly. Others have their bodies forcibly fused with some kind of insect or other mutated creature, becoming terrifying Frankenstein monsters with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a centipede, or with the huge blades of a mantis. They are the so-called semi-mechanical experimental subjects. They are living specimens who are stripped of their dignity, freedom, and even the right to die by this evil chemical giant in the most cruel way. They have no eyes, no mouths, and no complete bodies. But Su Ruan could sense it. When her figure appeared in this hall, all the monsters in the petri dishes came to life. A faint yet overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, filled with endless pain, despair, resentment, and pleading, came from all directions towards Su Ruan like a tidal wave. Kill me. It hurts, I'm so hungry. Relief, please give me relief. Make them pay the price. These chaotic and fragmented mental messages, like millions of steel needles, pierced Su Ruan's mind. Even her heart, hardened by the apocalypse, couldn't help but tremble slightly when she heard these cries of endless pain. She slowly walked to the petri dish closest to her. Inside, a relatively intact experimental subject was submerged. She was a girl who looked to be only a teenager, with long golden hair that looked like withered seaweed in a murky nutrient solution. Her limbs were replaced with cold, mechanical prosthetics, and a pair of ridiculous wings made of a metal skeleton were implanted on her back. She seemed to sense Su Ruan's approach. On that lifeless, pale face, only the eye sockets remained intact, from which 2 lines of tears made of nutrient fluid slowly flowed down. A clear, pleading mental wave was transmitted directly into Su Ruanruan's mind. Please, beautiful, older sister, kill me, please. Chapter 173, A Lament in a Petri Dishes, a Plea from Hell. Kill me, please. That faint, tender, yet profoundly painful and despairing spiritual fluctuation, like the sharpest ice pick, precisely pierced the softest spot in Su Ruanruan's heart. Big Sister. This title made Su Ruanruan's body stiffen abruptly. She hadn't heard anyone call her that in a very, very long time. In her previous life, during the apocalyptic struggles, people called her the female demon, the plunderer, and the cold-blooded monster. In this game of national destiny, the Chinese people respectfully call her Goddess Su, guardian god, or even ancestor. But the term Big Sister, which is full of intimacy and warmth, seems to come from the last century, distant and unfamiliar. Su Ruanruan slowly raised her hand and, through the cold and heavy green glass, gently placed it on the cheek of the blonde girl, experimental subject. She could feel that on the other side of the glass, that pale little face was also trying to press against her palm. Cold glass cannot transfer heat. But Su Ruanruan seemed to sense a trace of longing and relief emanating from the depths of the other's broken soul. Good. Su Ruanruan's red lips gently uttered a single word. The voice was soft, yet it carried a resolute and unquestionable promise. At this moment, an unprecedented, chilling, killing intent ignited in her starry eyes, which always seemed somewhat indifferent due to her accustomed experience of life and death. This murderous intent was not directed at the pitiful experimental subjects in front of him. Rather, it's aimed at the mastermind behind this chemical behemoth that created all of this. They crossed Su Ruanruan's absolute and insurmountable bottom line. You all deserve to die. Su Ruanruan's voice was like a cold wind from the deepest hell, making the temperature in the entire laboratory seem to drop several degrees in an instant. She no longer hesitated. She slowly walked to the very center of this huge circular hall. Her petite figure appeared so small and so lonely, surrounded by hundreds of huge and grotesque petri dishes. But the fierce aura emanating from her was like a volcano about to erupt, causing the entire space to tremble. Buzz! Su Ruanruan slowly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a dazzling golden light flashed and disappeared in her eyes. At this moment, she pushed the master-level perception of the god-level Shenong system to its limit. Her sensory field, like an invisible yet incredibly intricate giant net, instantly enveloped the entire hall. The structure of each petri dish, the direction of each life support tube, and the location of each energy core were all constructed in her mind into a flawless three-dimensional diagram. She found it. They found the core energy transmission channel that maintained the living dead state of all the experimental subjects. It's like the trunk of a large tree, hidden beneath a hard alloy floor, branching out into hundreds of twigs that connect each glass jar. As long as we cut it off, we can put an end to all this suffering. Su Ruanruan's right hand slowly rested on the hilt of the black and gold tang, sword behind her. Clang! A clear and melodious dragon's roar. That divine weapon, which had drunk its fill of the blood of countless mutated behemoths, yet remained pristine and exuded a chilling aura, was finally unsheathed at this moment. The moment the blade was drawn, a chilling aura of sword energy erupted from Su Ruanruan's center. The air in the entire hall seemed to have been shattered into pieces by this incomparably sharp blade of energy. Rest in peace. Su Ruanruan spoke softly, as if bidding a final farewell to those pitiful souls. Then she moved. It remains incredibly fast, and the movements are still incredibly simple. She didn't even leave the spot. She just flicked her wrist slightly. A crescent-shaped black blade of energy, as thin as a cicada's wing, yet incredibly solid, seemingly capable of severing space and time, swept across the ground at a speed completely imperceptible to the naked eye. Laugh! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an extremely faint yet incredibly piercing sound of metal cutting. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Click, click, click. A sound like shattering glass began to ring out continuously from all directions. Mirror-smooth cut appeared on the bottom of each of the hundreds of enormous petri dishes. That incision precisely bypassed the glass body of all the petri dishes, yet without exception severed all the core life-sustaining channels extending from the ground and connecting to the petri dishes. Splash, 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 splash. The next second, an incredibly spectacular scene unfolded. Without energy supply and nutrient solution circulation, those hundreds of huge glass jars lost their balance in an instant, just like a building whose foundation has been removed. They collapsed with a roar, crashing heavily onto the hard alloy floor. Bang, 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 bang. A deafening roar. The thick, green specialty glass shattered violently upon impact. The thick, foul-smelling, dark green nutrient solution, like a burst dam, instantly flooded the entire hall. Those experimental subjects, imprisoned for countless years, unable to live or die, began to wither and decay rapidly at a visible pace the moment they were removed from the life support system. There was no pain, no struggle, only faint sighs, emanating from the depths of the soul, filled with gratitude and relief. Thank you. Finally, I'm free. Big sister, may the light be with you. Those faint spiritual fluctuations, in their last moments before dissipating, converged into a warm, pure torrent that gently brushed against Su Ruanruan's cheeks. It was as if countless reborn souls were giving her the gentlest, final farewell kiss. Su Ruanruan stood quietly in place, letting the foul-smelling liquid submerge her ankles. Her stunningly beautiful face, which always carried a hint of aloofness and indifference, held a complex expression. There was reluctance, there was anger, but more than anything, there was a sense of relief after fulfilling some sacred mission. She is not a savior, but today, she has delivered the souls of the evil spirits in hell that even gods and Buddhas could not save. Just as the entire hall was about to be enveloped by the final tranquility left behind by those vanished souls. An anomaly has occurred again. Buzz! In the farthest corner, beneath the completely shattered petri dish belonging to the blonde girl's experimental subject, a dazzling golden light, filled with a sacred aura, suddenly burst forth. The light was so dazzling that it instantly pierced through the murky nutrient solution, turning the entire hall, which was shrouded in darkness and filth, into a warm golden hue. Su Ruanruan's gaze was instantly drawn to that golden light. The system dropped something? She was somewhat surprised. Her actions just now were purely out of compassion and anger, and she hadn't expected any reward. Unexpectedly, this unintentional act triggered a hidden reward mechanism. She strode forward, wading through knee-deep nutrient solution, toward the source of the burst of golden light. Amidst a pile of broken glass and metal debris, a square electronic hard drive, about the size of a palm and made of some unknown metal that looked quite old, floated quietly in mid-air, emitting a soft golden glow. On the surface of the hard drive, its name was etched in an ancient, prehistoric script that Su Ruanruan had never seen before. But Su Ruanruan could easily understand its meaning. At that very moment, the system notification sound rang out with a hint of surprise. Ding! Congratulations, host! With your great compassion, you have liberated 3,000 vengeful spirits. Their gratitude has touched upon the hidden causal law of this place, and you have obtained an ultra-rare key item for the storyline. The incomplete recipe for the Gaia's Wrath biochemical virus antidote, prototype. Item description: the final antidote formula developed by the most advanced biochemists of a prehistoric civilization to combat the runaway Gaia's Wrath virus. However, due to the destruction of the laboratory, the formula data is severely damaged, with a missing rate of up to 90%. Reverse engineering is impossible based on the existing data alone. The antidote formula? Looking at the futuristic electronic hard drive in front of her, Su Ruanruan's clear, starry eyes erupted with an unprecedented light called ecstasy. She was worried about how to solve the source of pollution from this chemical tower. This is like a pillow being delivered to someone when you're about to fall asleep. Although it was just a broken piece of junk that was 90% damaged. But I'm not fighting alone. Su Ruanruan's lips curled into a sly smile, like that of a cunning businessman. She grabbed the electronic hard drive floating in midair, not even bothering to wipe off the stains on it, and with a thought, opened a tiny fist-sized, white glowing two-way quantum space teleportation channel in front of her. Hey, old Qian, I got a package. Hurry up and sign for it. Chapter 174 Humanitarian Destruction Accumulates Merit, instantly transmitting the recipe back to China. Hey, old Qian, I got a package. Hurry up and sign for it. Su Wanwan's voice, tinged with a hint of pride and urging, was instantly transmitted to the real world thousands of miles away via quantum communication, along with the electronic hard drive that carried such great hopes. In the real world, in China, at Jingzhou, the National Command Center, the place was still brightly lit, and the atmosphere was as lively as during the Chinese New Year. Academician Qian and a group of top scientists and strategists are gathered around a huge holographic sand table, excitedly discussing the next steps in the National Development Blueprint after the success of the Western Wind Spreads East Plan. Reporting to Professor Qian. According to the latest meteorological monitoring, the average annual rainfall in northwest China has increased by 300% in just half a month. The ecosystem of the Taklamakan forest is improving itself at an astonishing rate. Excellent. We'll plan new agricultural and livestock zones immediately. We'll turn those areas into China's new granary and meat depot. And there's energy. The newly formed plateau lakes have huge water level differences, enough to build at least 100 world-class hydroelectric power stations. Our China will finally say goodbye to energy anxiety, just as everyone was celebrating this earth-shaking achievement. Buzz. In the center of the command center, the quantum communication terminal, which was specifically used to receive Su Wanwan's gifts, suddenly lit up with a blinding white light. Immediately afterwards, Su Wanwan's clear and melodious voice, along with a strange metal hard drive covered in an unknown green slime, appeared before everyone. Express delivery. Academician Qian was slightly taken aback, and then his face broke into a huge burst of joy. They were having a victory celebration when their precious daughter, far away on the front lines of the wasteland, sent them some nice things again. This is double happiness. Quick, bring it here. Academician Qian rubbed his hands excitedly, not caring about the somewhat disgusting slime on the hard drive, and snatched it from the receiving station as if it were not an electronic hard drive, but a priceless treasure. Beside him, a young scientist who was in charge of technical analysis quickly handed him a sterile cloth. Academician Qian carefully cleaned the hard drive and then eagerly inserted it into the interface of a supercomputer next to him. Drop. Reading data. Data format. Unknown prehistoric civilization. Attempting to decipher. Crack successful. Encrypted file found. Incomplete Gaia's Wrath biochemical virus antidote recipe. Prototype. Analyzing file integrity. Analysis complete. Warning. File data missing rate is as high as 91.37%. Critical core algorithm is missing. Reverse engineering is not possible. A series of cold, warning electronic voices rang out in the command center. The previously jubilant atmosphere instantly fell silent. More than 90% of the data is missing. Core algorithm missing? A group of white-haired academicians gathered in front of the screen, looking at the restored formula data, which was filled with countless gibberish and red error markings, their brows furrowed tightly. This is far too difficult. One of the country's top biochemists shook his head, a solemn expression on his face. It's like being given a peerless martial arts manual, but the 9 most crucial pages have been torn out. Even if the remaining page is written in the most eloquent way, we still wouldn't know how to practice it. Yes, the missing rate is too high. Just completing those basic molecular formulas would probably take several years. Not to mention the missing core algorithms, which might require exhausting trillions of possibilities. With our current computing power, it would probably take until the next century to calculate. Pessimism began to spread among the people. They knew that Su Wanwan was currently fighting alone in the heart of the contamination. She sent this recipe back, surely because she saw it as the key to breaking the deadlock. But now, these family members she has been protecting are helpless in the face of this hope. This made all the scientists present, who considered themselves China's think tank, feel a deep sense of powerlessness and shame. No, just when everyone was about to give up hope, academician Qian slammed his hand on the table. His old eyes, bloodshot with excitement, burst forth with an undeniable stubbornness and madness unique to scientific researchers. Nothing is impossible. He pointed to the incomplete recipe on the screen, his voice hoarse with excitement, yet filled with a powerful and moving force. Have you forgotten who we are? We are scientists from China. In an era of poverty and weakness, we used an abacus to develop the atomic bomb. In a desperate situation where we were technologically blocked by the whole world, we built a space station with our own hands. And now, we have the super technology that Su brought back from the wasteland, which is at least 100 years ahead of the world. We have the Tianhe quantum supercomputer, which is upgraded from the Shenong AI and has infinite computing power. We also have the unparalleled trust and expectations that our 1.4 billion compatriots have placed in us. If even we give up, who will help that girl who's risking her life for us on the front lines? Academician Qian's words struck everyone's hearts like a thunderbolt. Yes. How could they give up? Old Qian is right. It's just missing data, right? We'll fill it in. It's just a matter of algorithm loss. Calculate it. If one brain isn't enough, use 10. If 10 aren't enough, use 100. What China has in abundance is top-notch intellect and the unwavering determination of a united people. That's right. Immediately establish a special task force to develop the perfect antidote. Summon all the top biologists, chemists, physicists, and mathematicians from our National Academy of Sciences. No, from all the pro-China institutions in the world. They'll work around the clock. No one will get any sleep until this formula is complete. In an instant, the entire command center erupted in cheers once again. The dejection and helplessness I felt just now have vanished. Instead, there's a soaring spirit of unity and determination to overcome difficulties. An unprecedented, super scientific research battle, bringing together the most brilliant minds in China and even the world, has officially begun at this moment. Wasteland World, Chemical Giant Tower. Su Ruanruan had found a relatively clean corner, took out a soft cot from her storage space, and even laid out a comfortable down comforter on it. She then lay down on it casually. Shenong, put on a movie for me, a bucket of popcorn, and a Coke, she ordered lazily, legs crossed. Yes, sir. Soon, a classic sci-fi blockbuster was holographically projected onto the wall in front of her. A cleaning robot, carrying freshly popped popcorn and ice cola, slid to her bedside. Su Ruanruan ate snacks and watched a movie, seemingly forgetting that she was in a dangerous situation. Viewers in the global live stream were stunned. No, they're already taking a break? Holy crap. Watching a movie and eating popcorn in the boss's lair? Su Shun, you're incredibly carefree. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. This is called strategic respite. Our Su Shun is waiting for reinforcements from the rear. You see, this is called strategizing within the command tent and winning a decisive victory 1,000 miles away. Yes. We're in charge of the rampage, while the support team handles the technical aspects. This teamwork is absolutely perfect. The Chinese audience instantly understood Su Ruanruan's intention, and each of them wore a proud smile. Time passed by second in this peculiar atmosphere of leisure and tension. In the real world, a day and a night pass quietly. The huge conference room, which had been temporarily converted into the headquarters for the research on the perfect antidote, was already packed with people. More than 100,000 top experts from various fields are frantically performing calculations and deductions in front of their own light screens. The only sounds in a room were the hum of the quantum computer running at high speed and the clatter of countless keys being typed. Academician Qian had not closed his eyes for a full 24 hours. His eyes were bloodshot, but he was unusually excited. He stared intently at the main screen, where the formula, which was originally filled with countless gibberish, was being repaired and completed little by little thanks to the joint efforts of numerous scientists. 10%, 30%, 70%, 99%. The final core algorithm model has been derived. At exactly 24 hours, 0 minutes, and 01 seconds in real time, a young mathematical genius in charge of tackling the algorithm suddenly stood up from his seat and let out a shout of extreme excitement. Boom strapje! The entire headquarters erupted in a deafening roar of joy that seemed to lift the roof off. It was a success. They succeeded. They accomplished a technological miracle in just 24 hours that would have taken hundreds of years. Don't be so happy. Academician Qian suppressed his elation and shouted, "The original formula is only for detoxification. Our goal is much more than just detoxification." He pointed at the complete formula data on the screen, his eyes flashing with a light more insane than a demon's. "Keep optimizing it. Change the detoxification attribute to purification and dissolving. I want this antidote to not only save lives, but also kill the virus. I want it to become the ultimate weapon that can completely eradicate the Gaia's Wrath virus from its source. Not only that, we also want to develop a perfect super antidote that is even more powerful and can directly dissolve the source of the poison gas." Academician Qian's words reignited a frenzy of creativity among all scientists. With the full support of the Tianhe supercomputer, a new optimization scheme was devised in just a few minutes. A brand new recipe for the perfect version of Gaia Purification Super Antidote, radiating an icy blue light and filled with an aura of both holiness and destruction, has been officially born. "Hey girl, the delivery's here." Academician Qian picked up the communicator and, with all his might, sent out a shout filled with pride and joy towards the wasteland world. "Are you ready for our surprise?" Chapter 175. The whole nation mobilizes to provide power-leveling services, and the perfect antidote is teleported in reverse. "Are you ready for our surprise?" Academician Qian's shout, filled with pride and ecstasy, echoed clearly in Su Wanruan's ears like a horn that had traveled through time. Oh, just as Su Wanruan was watching an exciting part of the movie and grabbed a handful of popcorn to put in her mouth, she paused slightly, her beautiful eyebrows twitching slightly. "So fast." She was somewhat surprised. Although she had absolute confidence in China's scientific research team, she did not expect that they could completely solve a prehistoric technology that was missing more than 90% of its data in just one day. This efficiency is even more outrageous than her cheating. "Hee girl, don't underestimate us old bones." Academician Qian's voice was full of pride. "We not only completed the formula for you, but also upgraded it for you." "Upgrade?" Su Wanruan's curiosity was completely piqued. "That's right." Academician Qian's voice was lowered, but it carried an undisguised excitement, like a devil's whisper. "We've modified the original detoxification property into a super powerful biochemical structure dissolution property. According to our simulations, this thing has a devastating, targeted dissolution effect on the Gaia's Wrath virus and all its derivatives, including those biochemical monsters and sources of poison gas." Simply put, Academician Qian paused, then explained in a more accessible way. "This stuff is now the absolute nemesis of the Gaia's Wrath virus. One drop can instantly melt an SS-level biochemical monster into a harmless, pure protein solution. It's potent, filling, green, environmentally friendly, and pollution-free." As Su Wanruan listened to Academician Qian's introduction, which sounded like a telemarketing salesperson's pitch, her eyes grew brighter and brighter. "This is hardly an antidote. This is clearly the weapon for the final battle. Well done, Lao Qian." Su Wanruan couldn't help but praise sincerely. "I knew it. Leaving professional matters to professionals is always the right thing to do." "Ha ha, of course." Academician Qian couldn't stop smiling after receiving Su Wanruan's praise. "We've already produced a batch of high-purity stock solution, and we'll send it to you right away. There's plenty of it, so use it as you like. We'll replenish it any time you need." "Oh, right," Academician Qian added, as if remembering something. "This thing is too powerful, so be careful when you use it, lest you accidentally melt the whole tower. To make it easier for you to carry out large-scale disinfection operations, we've also printed out a matching high-pressure spraying device for you, ensuring that your disinfection work will be twice as effective with half the effort." "High-pressure spraying equipment?" Su Wanruan's expression turned somewhat strange. She had a vague idea of what strange tricks these lovely old folks had up their sleeves for her this time. "All right, girl. I'm not talking to you anymore. We're celebrating here. Be careful. The delivery will be here soon." The communication was disconnected. The air in front of Su Wanruan began to distort violently. A quantum teleportation channel, larger than any before and with a diameter of over 2 meters, suddenly opened. A flash of white light. A huge, silver-white metal barrel, made of a special alloy and resembling a small oil drum, appeared steadily in front of her. On the surface of the bucket, its name is marked in striking red song typeface. Perfect version of Gaia Purification Super Antidote. High purity, original solution. Next to the metal bucket was extremely flamboyant toy water gun with a strong post-apocalyptic punk vibe. It's called a toy water gun because its main body is the kind of brightly colored plastic shell that you can see everywhere in water parks during the summer. But it's not a toy because beneath its gun barrel, there's a huge, modified high-pressure pump and delivery pipe that can connect to a metal barrel. The muzzle has been replaced with a precision nozzle made of some unknown alloy, which can adjust the spray pattern and is full of industrial aesthetics. The whole thing looks like an ultimate weapon that a tech geek haphazardly cobbled together in his garage with a bunch of junk and cutting-edge technology, full of morbid humor. This is what academician Xian and his colleagues referred to as high-pressure spraying equipment. Viewers in the global live stream were once again stunned by this scene, which was both disjointed and comical. I'm not seeing things, am I? That's a water gun. It's a children's version? Why did the art style suddenly become so strange? I get it. I completely get it. Our Chinese scientific research leaders are a bunch of secretly eccentric geniuses at heart. They're showing the world through their actions that toys are enough to deal with trash like you. Ha ha. That's killing someone by breaking their spirit. I can already picture those bio-monsters being splattered into puddles by a child's water gun. Looking at this divine weapon, full of wicked humor, Su Ruanruan couldn't help but twitch her lips, feeling both amused and exasperated. These old rascals really know how to have fun. But she likes it. Su Ruanruan stepped forward, like a curious child, and picked up the rather heavy super water gun. It feels heavy and powerful when you hold it. She then opened the lid of the metal bucket next to her. Buzz! A pure, icy blue light, carrying a hint of crisp, snow-like coolness, shot up from the bucket. It reflected her stunningly beautiful face as an icy blue. The bucket was filled with a viscous liquid that looked like the purest sapphire melted, radiating a soft glow. That is the perfect version of the Gaia Purification Super Antidote. Without any hesitation, Su Ruanruan followed the instructions, inserting one end of the delivery pipe into the metal bucket and connecting the other end to the base of the water gun. Then, she carried the huge metal bucket on her slender back as easily as if she were carrying an oxygen tank. Finally, she carried the comically funny super water gun on her shoulder with one hand. The entire process was smooth and seamless. The petite and exquisitely beautiful girl, along with a huge and flamboyant children's water gun on her shoulder, creates a striking yet harmonious and quirky contrast that is both endearing and endearing. Carrying a water gun, she walked to the tightly closed alloy door leading to the next level. A mischievous smile, like that of a little devil, curled at the corner of his mouth, full of cunning and anticipation. All right, all you little cuties hiding in the back, wash your necks clean and wait for me to give you your shots. She spoke softly to the door in a defiant tone, as if in response to her provocation. Roar! Is. Behind the gate, a series of violent and frenzied, inhuman roars suddenly erupted. Immediately afterwards, rumble, rumble, the entire chemical tower began to shake violently. It was as if 1,000 troops were charging madly from the depths of the tower toward where she was. Su Ruanruan's smile grew even brighter. She aimed the water gun nozzle at the violently shaking alloy door, and then used her other hand to release the safety on the water gun. A surge of icy blue energy, imbued with both purifying and destructive power, began to gather frantically at the muzzle of the gun. Don't rush. Take it one at a time. As the head nurse, I guarantee that everyone will receive equal treatment. Chapter 176, the super water gun, shows its power. The head nurse activates ruthless disinfection mode. Don't rush. Take it one at a time. Su Ruanruan carried the over-the-top children's water gun, its icy blue, purifying energy rapidly gathering at the muzzle. A chillingly sweet smile graced her stunningly beautiful face. I, the head nurse, guarantee that everyone will receive the same treatment. The moment the words fell, boom! The massive gate, made of special alloy and several meters thick, was violently dented and deformed by the impact. Finally, unable to withstand the weight, it was smashed away by an unparalleled force, accompanied by a tooth-grinding, metallic, twisting sound. Behind the door was no longer a passage, but a gigantic monster's lair with no end in sight, paved with flesh and bones. Roar! Endless biomonsters of all shapes and sizes roared out of the dark abyss like a black flood bursting its banks. There are bio-crashers that are the size of a rhinoceros, covered in pustules, but with sharp scythe-like limbs. The human-faced spider demon resembled a spider, but had 8 segmented limbs pieced together from human arms. It crawled at high speed on the ceiling, constantly spewing highly corrosive green venom from its mouth. Even more numerous, smaller, lightning-fast, swift rippers surged along the ground like a tidal wave. The numbers are not just tens of thousands, but hundreds of millions. Their only goal is to tear apart the fresh, tempting food that dared to intrude into their nest. The hearts of all viewers in the global live stream were in their throats at that moment. The atmosphere that was just funny because of the water gun shape was instantly replaced by endless fear brought by this hellish scene. My God, we've stumbled upon a monster's lair. The sheer number of them is outrageous. It's over. Two fists can't fight four hands. No matter how strong Sushin is, he will be worn down and killed by this endless sea of monsters. Will that water gun even work? It doesn't look reliable at all. Quickly switch to the black gold tang sword, Sushin. However, even when faced with this terrifying horde of monsters that could kill any person with trypophobia on the spot, Su Wanwan's smile remained unchanged. She even had the leisure to playfully wink her right eye at the camera. Family members, next, please enjoy a large-scale, immersive environmental disinfection performance presented by Su Wanwan, the chief nurse of the special care ward of Jingzhou General Hospital. After saying that, she pulled the trigger. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor any devastating light waves. There was only a series of clear, melodious sounds full of childlike fun. Sizzle. A thin, seemingly harmless, and even somewhat beautiful jet of ice-blue water, only the thickness of a finger, spurted lightly from the muzzle of the giant toy water gun. The water jet traced a graceful parabola through the air, landing precisely on the forehead of the largest bio-ramming creature charging at the forefront. At this moment, time seemed to be slowed down. The bioengineered ram was even stunned for a moment, as if wondering why this tiny human was spraying water on its face. The next second, something unexpected happened. Sizzle. A terrifying sound, like throwing a fine marbled beef in a boiling sulfuric acid. The biorammer's hard head, capable of withstanding artillery fire, melted, dissolved, and vaporized at a visible speed the moment it came into contact with that drop of icy blue liquid, just like snow exposed to sunlight. There were no screams, no struggles. Not even a wisp of black smoke or a drop of blood was left behind. Behind it, amidst the horrified gazes of countless monstrous companions and billions of viewers worldwide, the terrifying behemoth weighing several tons was completely dissolved into steam by that weak and powerless column of icy blue water in a single second. Sold out instantly. This is a more outrageous and unreasonable attack than any other one before. The entire torrent of monsters froze for a bizarre second in response to this scene that overturned their understanding. Su Wanwan seized this opportunity. Hey, that's pretty powerful. She weighed the super water gun in her hand with satisfaction, her smile growing brighter and more cruel. All right, party time. Let's officially begin. Z. This time it's no longer a single-point spray. Su Wanwan instantly switched the water gun's mode from water jet to wide-angle scattering. In an instant, a death barrage, fan-shaped and covering an area of 180 degrees in front, composed of countless ice-blue water droplets, descended from the sky. What followed could no longer be described as a battle. It was a one-sided, large-scale cleaning operation full of humor and artistry. Su Wanwan strolled leisurely, step by step, into that sea of monsters. The super water gun in her hand is like the most merciless, purifying light in the hand of a god, melting everything in its path. Sizzle. On the left, a swarm of swift-moving rippers surged forth like a tidal wave. The moment they came into contact with the water mist, they were instantly reduced to a cloud of steam, leaving behind a pristine ground that looked as if it had been licked clean. Sizzle. Several spider demons with human faces, hanging upside down from the ceiling on the right and attempting to ambush, had just spat out their corrosive venom when it was purified and vanished without a trace by the icy blue water droplets. Su Wanwan even got really into it. She started imitating the classic shooting games she used to play. She would sometimes execute a stylish slide tackle, skidding along the ground, causing the monsters that couldn't break in time to turn into steam from below. Then, with a nimble backflip, he dodged a charging berserk monster and delivered a precise headshot in midair. She was like a fully equipped, max-level character who had stumbled into a newbie village, excitedly enjoying the thrill of mowing down enemies. She wasn't fighting, she was playing. They were having a great time. The global live streaming rooms were already a sea of joy. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. I declare this the most stress-relieving live stream I've seen all year. Bar none. This isn't monster fighting. It's clearly a cleaning lady doing a deep clean. And she's the kind with severe misophobia. Don't talk nonsense. Our Su Shun is the head nurse. What's wrong with the head nurse giving injections and disinfecting you unhygienic bastards? I've already ordered the same children's water gun. Even though I know it will only spray tap water from today onwards, it's my holy grail. In this joyful and peaceful atmosphere, Su Wanwan, carrying her precious water gun, swept through the entire nest. Behind her, a wide and clean avenue paved with pure water vapor was left behind. At the end of the avenue, a towering, spiraling staircase, made entirely of black metal and unknown biological tissue, leading to an even higher level, appeared before her. At the entrance to the staircase, a massive portal, thicker than any of the previous ones, covered with eerie biological veins and pulsating tumors, exuding an ominous aura, stood silently. It seemed to be proclaiming that the true core of this giant tower lay behind the door. Su Wanwan carried the water gun and walked to the door. She could sense that behind the door, a vast energy source, billions of times more terrifying and evil than the hundreds of millions of monsters combined, was slowly awakening. Have we finally reached the final boss's room? Su Wanwan stretched out her other hand and curiously poked at the throbbing lump on the door. The slippery touch made her frown slightly. Seriously, the final boss's office has such terrible taste in decor. Chapter 177. Slay through the control room at the top of the tower. Finally, the source of acid rain that devours heaven and earth is seen. Seriously, the final boss's office has such terrible taste in decor. Su Wanwan shook her hand in disgust, as if she had just poked not a terrifying creature, but a blob of snot that had accidentally stuck to her hand. She felt a deep-seated contempt for the door before her, which was filled with vulgarity and Cthulhu-esque style. A true strong person should be like her, living in a bright and clean underground fortress filled with high technology and artistic beauty, instead of this dark, damp place that reeks of sewers and rotting flesh. The taste is terrible. It should be demolished. Su Wanwan muttered to herself, sentencing the door and its owner to death. She didn't even bother using any keys or looking for mechanisms. She simply took 2 steps back and then raised her right leg, which was straight, long, and full of explosive power, encased in black armor. Bang! A loud bang. That colossal door, which was capable of withstanding a direct hit from a cruise missile and incorporated biotechnology and superalloys, was like a rotten wooden plank struck head-on by a battering ram in the face of Su Wanwan's unreasonable and terrifying strength. Countless pieces of flesh, broken metal, and an unidentified green liquid flew backwards into the doorway. A huge, human-shaped hole appeared in the very center of the doorway. Su Wanwan maintained her cool kicking posture, slowly retracted her right leg, and then walked gracefully through the picture frame she had made herself. The sight behind the door made her squint slightly. This is a spherical space that is larger than one can imagine. The entire space has a diameter of at least 500 meters, enough to accommodate an entire aircraft carrier. The walls of the space were no longer cold metal, but an unknown material as smooth as obsidian, yet constantly undulating rhythmically, like the breathing of a living being. Countless thick energy channels, like aortas, extended from the walls in all directions, densely packed like a spider web, and eventually all converged at the very center of this spherical space. And there, something was floating, a gigantic, ugly, evil, and insane being whose horror cannot be accurately described by any language. That was a machine that seems to have a life of its own, a living machine, Its main body is a giant fleshy ball with a diameter of over 100 meters, haphazardly pieced together from countless twisted and proliferating flesh, a beating giant heart, and a metal skeleton flashing with a dangerous red light. The surface of the fleshy ball was covered with countless faint human faces, twisted and groaning in extreme pain. Inside it, it seemed as if billions of souls were wailing and cursing. Thick energy pipes, like four tubing, plunged deep into the enormous fleshy ball, continuously drawing out a dark green energy filled with death and poison. This energy is transported through pipes to the very top of the spherical space, to a gigantic device resembling a volcanic vent. There, the dark green energy was transformed into a visible, yellowish-green plume of thick smoke filled with radiation and pollution. Through that enormous nozzle, thick smoke was continuously and ceaselessly ejected into the already overburdened sky of the wasteland world. This is the ultimate source of that annoying green poison and acid rain. This is the sole reason for the existence of this towering maelstrom of sin. Ding! Warning! Warning! Super S-class prehistoric calamity creation detected. Abyssal biochemical fission proliferation furnace. Item description. This is the ultimate blasphemous creation made by a prehistoric civilization in its pursuit of eternal energy, attempting to enslave the very essence of life on the planet. It extracts the core energy of the suppressed ley lines and uses it in a malevolent fission reaction with the souls and flesh of countless creatures, producing the deadly poison of Gaia's wrath, capable of polluting the entire planet's ecosystem. Its essence is a perpetual self-destruct machine that uses the planet as fuel and lives as its price. The system notification sounded in Su Wanarwan's mind with an unprecedented solemnity. Using planets as fuel, at the cost of lives. Looking at the ugly and evil giant heart in front of her, Su Wanarwan revealed for the first time a genuine, heartfelt disgust in her clear, starry eyes. This thing can no longer be called a machine. It is a wound on this planet that has been flowing for thousands of years and has never healed, a festering, bloody wound. The moment Su Wanarwan appeared, the enormous heart seemed to sense the arrival of this uninvited guest. Buzz, a dark red, semi-transparent energy shield, filled with an aura of violence and destruction, suddenly expanded from the surface of the machine, firmly enveloping the entire machine within it. Above the protective shield, countless pained faces emitted silent, shrill screams. A massive, terrifying mental shock, enough to instantly crush an armored division, mixed with ultra-high concentrations of radiation capable of causing the genes of any carbon-based life form to collapse instantly, swept towards Su Wanarwan. Get out! A chaotic and evil will, filled with endless resentment, exploded in Su Wanarwan's mind. Oh, you're finally willing to speak. Su Wanarwan stood still, letting the terrifying mental shock and radiation storm blow against her armor and hair, not even bothering to blink. Her physique, which had been strengthened 100-fold and incorporated the sap of the world tree, had long since made her completely immune to this level of mental pollution and radiation. She simply raised the super water gun in her hand with great interest. You're the person in charge here, right? She pointed the gun at the huge ball of flesh, a cold smile curving her lips. We regret to inform you that your factory has been ordered to cease operations for rectification due to long-term illegal emissions of toxic and harmful gases, which have seriously polluted the environment and damaged the ecosystem. And you, as the main person in charge, will face inhumane annihilation. You have the right to remain silent, but any sound you make will only make me feel noisier. Su Wanarwan's words, filled with sarcasm and judgment, seemed to have thoroughly enraged that evil will. You insignificant ant, you're courting death. Boom! The entire spherical space began to shake violently. The frequency of the giant fleshy ball's throbbing suddenly increased several times. The dark red energy shield around it shone brightly, so red it was almost dripping blood. An energy far greater and more terrifying than ever before began to gather frantically at the core of the machine. The temperature in the entire space was rising rapidly, and the air was filled with a pungent, ionized smell. Warning, Navigator! Shenong's urgent alarm rang in her ears. The target is currently accumulating energy at an excessive power level. Its power has already exceeded the combined peak power of all missile explosions we have previously monitored. According to model calculations, in 3 seconds it will release a full-power, annihilation-level poison gas shockwave. Its destructive power is enough to completely wipe out this giant tower, along with all matter within a radius of 100 kilometers from the physical level. Shenong hadn't finished speaking. Su Ruanruan grinned, revealing a wild, excited, and bloodthirsty smile. She slowly raised the super water gun in her hand to her chest. Those beautiful, starry eyes reflected the increasingly bright red light opposite them, a light that represented destruction and shimmered with a brilliance even more dazzling and dangerous than the red light itself. "Oh, want to play a game of beam battling with me?" she murmured to herself. Then with her other hand, she suddenly twisted a hidden knob on the water gun that was inconspicuously painted with a small red flower sticker. Click! She turned the knob directly from the normal mode to a doomsday mode marked with a skull. "Then I'll keep you company and have some fun." Chapter 178A Force of 100,000 Gene breaks through the shield. Violent aesthetics tears apart the mech with bare hands. "Then I'll keep you company and have some fun." Su Ruanruan's voice, filled with madness and fighting spirit, echoed clearly throughout the violently vibrating spherical space. The instant she turned that little red flower knob to doomsday mode, the super water gun in her hand, which looked like something out of a child's play, suddenly burst out with a loud, piercing, buzzing sound as it struggled to keep up. Inside the gun, the miniature quantum booster pump, modified by China's top scientists, began to operate at a power level that exceeded the design limits by billions of times. Inside the silver-white metal bucket on her back, the perfect Gaia purification god antidote liquid, which was like liquid sapphire, began to spin wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a deep vortex flashing with lightning. Streams of pure, icy blue, purifying energy were being frantically extracted, compressed, and compressed again. Ultimately, it all converges into that small, precision nozzle, which is full of industrial aesthetics. In an instant, the entire muzzle became brighter than a star. The icy blue light illuminated Su Ruanruan's exquisite face, which was flushed slightly with excitement. Meanwhile, the enormous, ugly abyssal biochemical fission and proliferation reactor opposite had already gathered its energy to its peak. Its dark red energy shield was shining brightly, as if it were about to explode at any moment. That evil will let out a final roar filled with destructive desire. A beam of dark red, destructive light, composed of the purest, concentrated essence of billions of vengeful spirits and deadly poison, shot out from the core of that enormous fleshy ball like a spear of the gods. Wherever the beam of light passed, space was torn open with jagged, dark cracks. And at the same time, Su Ruanruan also pulled the trigger. There was no sizzling sound, no childlike noise. Only one roar, sharp to the extreme, a high-frequency energy release, powerful enough to tear the soul apart. A blue energy beam, more solid and dazzling than ever before, seemingly formed from the purest ice crystals and lightning. It shot out fiercely from the small muzzle of the water gun. Boom! Ice blue and dark red. Purification and decay. New life and destruction. Two forces, representing two extremes and fundamentally opposed, terrifyingly powerful energies, collided violently at the very center of this spherical space in the most primal and violent way. There was no earth-shattering explosion. There was only deathly silence. The light disappeared, and the sound disappeared too. The whole world seemed to be muted in that instant, turning into a silent black and white movie. The point at which the two energies collided formed an absolute, distorted singularity from which even light could not escape. The space around the singularity shattered like a broken mirror, revealing the colorful yet endlessly dangerous chaotic space-time turbulence behind it. This terrifying energy exchange lasted for less than 3 seconds. Click! A crisp sound, like something shattering, broke the deathly silence. The dark red beam of light, representing destruction, began to retreat step by step and crumble inch by inch under the direct crushing force of the ice blue purification beam. The icy blue purifying energy, like an invincible divine army that could sweep away all obstacles, surged upstream with unstoppable force. No, it's impossible. For the first time, that evil will let out a wail filled with terror and disbelief. It couldn't understand why its full-force attack, which it had accumulated over 1,000 years and was powerful enough to destroy a small planet, seemed so vulnerable in front of its opponent. It will never understand. It faces more than just a woman with godlike cheat codes. It is also the guardian of China, with 1.4 billion intelligent compatriots who are also technologically advanced. Its power comes from the endless plunder and desecration of the planet and life. Su Ruanawan's strength comes from the land behind her and the people on that land, who give her endless protection and hope. The outcome, whether one is stronger or weaker, was already predetermined. Boom! The icy blue purification beam completely tore apart the dark red beam and slammed into the dark red energy shield. This time, it will not be a silent annihilation. It was like pouring 10,000 tons of liquid nitrogen into an active volcano that was about to erupt. Hiss. An extremely violent neutralization reaction occurred. A massive amount of white steam, filled with a pungent odor, shot into the sky and instantly filled the entire spherical space. The seemingly indestructible energy shield, under the continuous nourishment of the purification beam, became thinner and dimmer at a visible speed and finally collapsed completely with a bang, like the sound of shattering glass. Without the protection of shield, the huge and ugly machine body was exposed to Su Ruanawan for the first time without any defense. A great opportunity! Su Ruanawan's eyes suddenly lit up. Without hesitation, she threw away the super water gun in her hand, which was already smoking and had a red-hot barrel due to overloading. Then she pushed off the ground with both legs. Boom! She trampled 2 deep, spiderweb-like cracks into the hard obsidian floor. Her body, like a golden cannonball fired from a gun, left a dazzling trail of light, ignoring the high-temperature steam around her that was hot enough to melt steel, and charged toward the huge, still writhing ball of flesh at a terrifying speed that exceeded the speed of sound. What do you want to do? No. That evil will let out a scream filled with terror. It frantically urged the remaining tentacles and claws on the machine, made of metal and flesh, in an attempt to stop the terrifying being that rushed towards it like a Valkyrie. However, all of this was in vain. Su Ruanawan's figure nimbly dodged in midair, easily avoiding all the attacks. Her hands, clad in black scale-armored gloves, appeared slender and graceful, yet possessed a terrifying power capable of overturning mountains. They dug tightly into the gaps between the metal and flesh of that enormous ball of flesh. It feels smooth, tough, and cold to the touch. Open it for me. Su Ruanawan let out a powerful yet cool shout. At this moment, her petite figure seemed to transform into Pangu, the legendary creator of the world. The terrifying power within her body, amplified 100-fold and as powerful as a landslide or tsunami, erupted wildly through her arms in that instant without any reservation. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A series of chilling, teeth-grinding sounds, the cracking of metal, the tearing of flesh, and the groans of bones, reverberated throughout the entire space. That evil will let out the most shrill, desperate, and inhuman scream in history. Yeah, my body, my energy core. Stop it right now. It struggled and pleaded frantically, but Su Ruanawan just coldly increased the strength in her hands, amidst the endless awe and fervor of the world's gaze. In that evil will's wailing filled with endless fear and despair. That building, the size of a deep-sea biochemical fission reactor, has been operating for 1,000 years, bringing endless disasters and suffering to this land. She tore it in two with her bare hands. Boom! The machine completely broke down. Countless parts, flesh and blood, and pipes fell from the sky like rain. The toxic fog and steam, having lost their source, momentarily stopped and then began to dissipate rapidly. At that moment, the whole world seemed to become clear and bright. Su Ruanawan floated in midair and slowly released her hands. She was covered in green, foul-smelling liquid, but she didn't care. Her cold, starry eyes were fixed on the center of the huge expanse of broken metal below. There, all the wreckage seemed to consciously avoid a certain area. At the center of that area, A faint yet pure green light, brimming with boundless vitality, was slowly rising. The light was so gentle, so warm, as if it were the first and last tear of joy shed by this planet after enduring endless suffering. Su-Wanawan's breath hitched slightly. She could feel that some kind of innate, deepest primal power within her body was resonating with that point of light in an unprecedentedly intense way. What is that? Chapter 179, The Shocking Secret Behind the Core Rupture. It was actually the World Tree's primordial sap. What is that? Su-Wanawan hovered in midair, her gaze completely drawn to the tiny, pure green dot of light that was slowly rising. Her master-level perception of the divine-level Shin-Nong system was operating at an unprecedented speed at this moment. Countless streams of data rushed past her eyes like a waterfall. But ultimately, all the analysis pointed to a name that shocked her to the core and was hard to believe. The system notification sound at this moment also rang out with an unprecedented, almost pilgrimage-like piety and excitement. Ding! Congratulations! Congratulations, host! You have successfully liberated the only and last Super S++++ level creation level core on this planet. The Heart of Gaia, World Tree Origin Sap, juvenile form, which has been forcibly suppressed, enslaved, and desecrated for 3,700 years by the Abyss Biochemical Fission Proliferation Furnace. A series of Super S's and 3 exclamation marks are enough to illustrate how chaotic and excited the system's data flow is at this moment. Item description. It is not composed of any substance, but rather is the embodiment of all life concepts at the very beginning of this planet's birth. It is the condensation of the planet's will, the source of all life's growth. It is a tear from the tree of creation in mythology, capable of connecting heaven and earth and supporting the world. It should have transformed into life, nourishing all things after fulfilling its mission of creation. But a greedy, prehistoric civilization, using the most evil technology, forcibly extracted it from the depths of the Earth's core and imprisoned it there, serving as the inexhaustible power source for that sinister machine. Its immortality and infinite regeneration were twisted and exploited, becoming a curse that creates endless suffering and destruction. And now, host, you have shattered the cage and broken the shackles with your supreme power. You are its liberator, its savior, and its only recognized new master. A series of messages, like thunderclaps, exploded in Su-Wanawan's mind. World Tree, Original Tree Sap, Planetary Will. Even her heart, hardened by the apocalypse, couldn't help but surge with monstrous emotions at this moment. She finally understood why that broken machine could run for thousands of years without stopping. She finally understood why she had received the incomplete antidote recipe for Gaia's wrath after she had performed the ritual to release those vengeful spirits. That's not some hidden reward mechanism. That was the last, faint distress signal from the planet's will, imprisoned here. It sensed the pure life force from the same source as the Shin-Nong system on Su-Wanawan's body. So it used its last bit of strength and placed its only hope on this big sister, who fell from the sky. And Su-Wanawan did not disappoint it. So that's how it is. As Su-Wanawan watched the green up below grow brighter and brighter, radiating endless admiration and gratitude, she was filled with mixed emotions. She slowly descended from midair. It landed in that huge, ruined wasteland of broken copper and scrap iron. Her toes had just touched the ground. That drop of World Tree sap was like a child who had finally seen his mother return and who had suffered so much injustice, could no longer suppress his emotions. Buzz! It transformed into a streak of emerald light, and with a soft chirp filled with joy and longing, it happily threw itself into Su-Wanawan's embrace. No, it went straight into her brow. Boom! A life energy of the purest, most original, and most fundamental nature. A creation-level energy that was billions of times more vast than anything returned before, suddenly erupted within Su-Wanawan's body. Su-Wanawan felt as if her body was being soaked in the warmest and most comfortable hot spring in the world. Under the surge of this immense life energy, the black scales on her acid-resistant armor began to fall off automatically, replaced by a layer of new, sacred vines and leaves that flowed with a life glow like jade. Every part of her body, every cell, and the deepest part of her genetic chain, is undergoing an incredible leap and evolution towards a higher level of life. She could feel that she had established an unprecedented, intimate connection with this planet. She could hear the breath of the wind. She could see the pulse of the earth. She could even feel a slight itching sensation on the mountains with each advance of those 100 towering tunnel-boring machines that rose from the ground on the distant land of China. At that moment, she no longer seemed to be an independent individual. She is the world. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully achieved initial fusion with the heart of Gaia, the origin tree sap of the world tree. Your physique has automatically advanced from hundredfold God-level enhancement to demigod Gaia divine body. Gaia body. You are now the agent of this planet. Within this planetary domain, you will have the authority to mobilize a portion of the planet's primordial power. You will be immune to the vast majority of physical and energy attacks. You will possess the abilities of affinity for all things and blessing of life. More privileges are being unlocked. Ding! Detected that the host has merged with the World Tree's primordial sap. The Shinnong Myriad Things critical strike system is undergoing adaptive super evolution. Evolution progress 1%, 10%, 99%. Ding! System evolution complete. This system has been officially upgraded to the creation god of agriculture. Unity of all realms system. New features unlocked. Interdimensional travel to be activated. Words become law. Planetary level. Creation to be activated. A series of system notifications flashed before Su Ruanwan's eyes, like a screen being refreshed. But she no longer cares about any of that. Her entire being was immersed in this wondrous and powerful feeling of being one with the world. A long time, as the sky filled with green light slowly receded into her body. Su Ruanwan slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes, which were already as clear and cold as stars, became even deeper and more distant, as if they contained the birth and death of an entire universe. She looked down at the new clothes she was wearing, which were made of emerald green vines and leaves that were automatically woven together, and were full of natural and sacred beauty. She nodded in satisfaction. This outfit looks much better than that all-black one from before. She glanced around at the chaotic ruins, filled with industrial waste, and frowned slightly. This place also needs to be cleaned up, she said softly. As she finished speaking, a miracle happened. Those cold, rusty metal remnants, filled with radiation and pollution, melted and decomposed as quickly as ice and snow upon contact with the invisible life force emanating from her. Instead, there are vibrant emerald green seeds full of life. The moment these seeds land, they take root and sprout, growing into beautiful, fragrant, purifying plants. In just over 10 seconds, this spherical space, which was originally like hell and filled with death and filth, has been transformed into a lush, green, and fragrant sky garden. Word become law. This is the terrifying power of the Gaia divine body. Su Ruanwan looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. Then, as if she remembered something, she brought up the golden interface of the creation god Shinnong Unity of all realms system, which had become full of mythological color. Although that drop of World Tree sap had merged with her, however, according to the system's rules, as a piece of loot, it must go through a process of resonance that is billions of times greater than the original value. Although she is now a Gaia deity, she no longer has such a strong need for this kind of return. But she thought of her beloved family members in the real world, whose hair had turned white from exhaustion and toil for her and for China. Thinking of those 1.4 billion people who have been silently supporting her compatriots with the purest faith, she thought of them. A gentle, radiant, and genuine smile appeared on Su Ruanwan's face. Such a good thing. I can't keep it all to myself. Family members, are you ready? She spoke softly to the void. Please accept this creation gift I'm giving you. With a thought, she gave the final instruction to the system. System, trigger a critical strike resonance of billions of times from the world tree's primordial sap and return it all to China. Chapter 180, a resonance of a billion-fold descends. Divine trees across China soar into the sky. System, trigger a critical strike resonance of billions of times from the world tree's primordial sap and return it all to China. Su Ruanwan's voice, filled with holiness and gentleness, resounded like the decree of the Creator God deep within the system's core. Buzz! The entire creation, Shinong, unity of all realms system erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling, and indescribable chaotic light the moment it received this command. No longer gold, no longer purple, and no longer any single color. That is the primordial light that integrates all things and transcends all things, representing creation and miracles. On the system interface, the words that originally represented a 10,000-fold return shattered completely at this moment. In its place were two ancient, gilded characters, composed of countless mysterious runes and chains of laws, exuding supreme majesty. Resonance. A resonance a billion times greater. This is no longer a simple refund. This is an unprecedented law-level resonance that is spread across both the real and illusory realms of the entire planet, triggered by Su Ruanarwan's Gaia divine body as a bridge, the world tree's primordial sap as a catalyst, and the unbreakable faith of 1.4 billion Chinese compatriots as a bond. The real world, China. From Jingzhou in the north to the southern coast, from Shanghai in the east to Wuqing in the west. Across the vast land of 9.6 million square kilometers, whether in bustling cities or tranquil villages, all Chinese people stopped what they were doing at the same time. They all looked up at the sky without prior arrangement. A strange, soul-stirring feeling made their hearts begin to beat wildly and uncontrollably. What's going on? Why is my heart beating so fast? Me too. It feels like something amazing is about to happen. Look, the sky. The sky has changed. A gasp drew everyone's attention to the azure sky, which had become exceptionally clear due to the eastward movement of the westerly winds. Above the cloudless sky, without warning, enormous emerald green ripples composed of pure life energy appeared. The ripples spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wherever it passed, the sky seemed to have been washed clean, becoming even bluer and purer. The sun's rays became warmer and softer, an immense, unimaginable fragrance, brimming with boundless vitality and refreshing aroma, began to permeate every inch of the air in China. Everyone who smells this fragrance, whether it's a doctor exhausted after a high-intensity surgery, a programmer working 3 days and 3 nights straight on a project and feeling dizzy, or an elderly person bedridden due to chronic illness. At this moment, all the fatigue, all the pain, and all the negative emotions seem to be gently smoothed away by a gentle hand. Instead, there's an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort, emanating from within and brimming with vitality and hope. My God, my frozen shoulder seems to be painless. My nearsightedness is getting better. I feel like my vision is recovering. I can see what color clothes are hanging out to dry on the building across the street now. Wow, my grandma. She just sat up in bed. She's been paralyzed for 5 years. Wow! At this moment, the entire land of China transformed into a boiling ocean filled with surprise, emotion, and ecstasy. However, this is just the beginning. While everyone was still immersed in the immense joy of this miraculous nationwide recovery. Rumble. The earth began to tremble violently and rhythmically, like the heartbeat of a giant. This time, it wasn't the localized roar brought by the sky-swallowing tunnel-boring machine. Rather, it was the entire land of China, every inch of it, that was vibrating in sync. Tianfu Square in Jingzhou, People's Park in Shanghai, and the foot of Yueshou Mountain in Guangzhou. All provincial capitals, all prefecture-level cities, all county towns. In the very heart of every city, next to the most iconic square or landmark building. The hard cement ground and asphalt road began to slowly arch up as if they were alive. Was it an earthquake? A small commotion arose in the crowd. But they soon discovered that the tremor, though enormous, was unusually gentle. There were no ground fissures and no buildings collapsed. It was as if a benevolent giant was gently patting his beloved land. The next second, puff, in the city centers of thousands of cities across the country. Under the gaze of hundreds of millions of people filled with shock, curiosity, and anticipation, a tenacious, emerald green bud broke through the soil at the same time. The moment this tender shoot appeared, it was as if a fast-forward button had been pressed 1 billion times, and it began to grow wildly upwards in a mythical manner that completely violated the laws of physics and the laws of growth. A second is a thriving sapling. 10 seconds is like a tall, spreading tree. It takes more than a dozen people to hug it in 1 minute. It's a towering tree that pierces the sky. These giant trees have a translucent, crystal-clear texture, like the finest jade. Their trunks radiate a visible, golden aura of life, like the breath of life. Their canopies are so large that they cover a small part of the city, yet they cleverly avoid all modern buildings. Their branches and leaves sway gently in the breeze, and with each breath, they release a massive amount of visible, vibrant, high-purity negative ion oxygen into the entire city. A view from space. All that could be seen was that vast expanse of China, shaped like a rooster. Thousands of towering trees, some reaching a kilometer in height and radiating a hazy green light, rise from the ground. They're like green lighthouses that have been lit up, illuminating the entire map of China in the most stunning and dreamlike way. Industrial cities and mythical giant trees, technological civilization and natural ecology. In this most incredible, most cyberpunk scene, they are perfectly blended together. The world has fallen silent once again. All the survivors and high-ranking officials from other countries who had spied on this scene through spy satellites were like soulless puppets, staring blankly at the miracle on the screen that could no longer be described as a miracle. If the transformation of the desert into an oasis was merely a source of shock and envy for them, at this moment, the divine tree growing in the city brought them nothing but endless, bone-deep despair. They finally understood completely. The gap between them and China is like an insurmountable chasm. That's no longer a gap in technology, nor a gap in national destiny. That's a difference in dimensions. Under that woman's leadership, China has embarked on a mythical path of national ascension that they never even dared to dream of. In a wasteland world, standing atop the tower, now transformed into a sky garden, Su Ruanruan quietly watched the magnificent epic she had personally directed, a spectacle that could be described as creation, through the real-time satellite footage shared with her by Shen Nong. She looked at the towering mother and child purification world trees that rose from the ground across China. Watching her family and her compatriots cheer, jump for joy, embrace, and weep with happiness under that sacred tree. A radiant smile, genuinely gratified and satisfied, spread across her face. This is what I want, national destiny and natural disasters. She murmured a sigh, her sense of pride and satisfaction as a guardian of China reaching its peak at that moment. She clapped her hands, feeling more relaxed than ever before. That colossal chemical tower, which loomed over everyone like a nightmare, has now become her backyard. The sandstorms and droughts that plagued China for thousands of years have become history. The entire land of China has been transformed into a true, divine longevity oxygen bar. The second phase, the most difficult and also the most important task, has come to a perfect end. It's time to treat yourself. Su Ruanruan stretched, her bones crackling and popping, and the Gaia divine armor made of vines and leaves shimmered with a joyful light as she moved. She summoned her beloved Black Widow motorcycle, hopped on, turned the bike around, and prepared to go home for a nice nap. Just then, Shen Nong's voice, which had become gentler and more human, slowly rang in her ears. The voice carried a hint of heartfelt admiration and joy after completing a great work. Navigator, the crisis of Gaia's wrath has been completely resolved at its root. China has also entered a new era. Shen Nong paused, then asked softly, in a tone full of anticipation, as if discussing future plans with a friend. What are your plans next? Chapter 181 Crisis Resolved. Time for a good night's sleep. A 3-tier cream cake celebrates the success. What are your plans next? Shen Nong's voice, now gentler and more human, carrying a hint of genuine joy, softly rang in Su Ruanruan's ear. Su Ruanruan straddled her beloved Black Widow motorcycle, her Gaia god armor, woven from emerald vines and life-giving branches, shimmering with a dreamlike halo under the setting sun over the wasteland. Upon hearing this, she turned her head to look at the top of the giant tower behind her, which had now become a sky garden, and a lazy yet satisfied smile appeared on her face. Do what? Su Ruanruan stretched, her perfect figure accentuated by her divine attire. She gave a delicate yawn, and a hint of tears welled up in the corner of her eye. Of course, go home, sleep, and then have a good meal. This is probably the most simple and unpretentious wish in the world. But for Su Wanruan, who had just single-handedly eradicated a millennium-old scourge that had plagued the wasteland world and incidentally helped her family achieve the great feat of national ascension, this was the thing she most wanted to do and should do at this moment. Black Widow's engine emitted a deep, pleasant hum, like a black lightning bolt, leaving a stylish trail in the sky where wisps of azure were beginning to appear as it sped toward the underground fortress. Beep, identity verification successful. Welcome home, my greatest navigator. The heavy alloy doors of the underground fortress slowly opened, and a familiar and reassuring electronic sound rang out. Su Wanwan parked her motorcycle in her private garage, not even bothering to care about the Gaia God armor she was wearing, which still bore some traces of battle. She practically floated back to her luxurious 300-square-meter bedroom. Without the slightest hesitation, she pounced like a hungry tiger, throwing herself directly into the enormous, incredibly soft round bed that could comfortably accommodate 7 or 8 people. Her cheeks were nestled in the quilt woven from a blend of ice silk and velvet, and the familiar, sun-baked scent, mixed with a faint, soothing aromatherapy, instantly enveloped all her senses. Comfortable. So comfortable. Su Wanruan sighed contentedly, like a lazy cat. She snuggled in the soft blankets, turned over, and wrapped herself up like a tightly wrapped silkworm. From the moment she entered the game of national destiny, her nerves were constantly on edge. Even in the seemingly safe underground fortress, she remained absolutely vigilant. She was a very light sleeper, and the slightest sound or movement could instantly wake her up. But now, things are different. After merging with the sap of the world tree and ascending to the Gaia Godbody, the entire planet seemed to become an extension of her. She could clearly hear the heartbeat of every mutated rat within a radius of 1,000 miles and the trajectory of every breeze. Nothing on this land could threaten her silently anymore. This unprecedented sense of absolute security allowed her to finally relax completely, a tension that had been taut for so long. Consciousness sank rapidly, as if sinking into a warm, deep sea. Su Wanruan slept exceptionally soundly, even having a long-lost dream filled with sunshine and the fragrance of flowers, devoid of any bloodshed or killing. I don't know how much time passed. When Su Wanruan opened her eyes again, she was awakened by a warm, non-glaring ray of sunlight streaming in from the French windows. It was the dawn light, simulated through a complex ecological cycle system that was closest to natural light. She sat up groggily, rubbing her sleepy eyes, feeling every cell in her body filled with unprecedented vitality and energy, as if she had inexhaustible strength. She slept for a full 8 hours. Shannon, what time is it now? Reporting to the navigator, it is now wasteland time, the 70-second sunrise cycle, 9:15 a.m. Shannon's gentle voice rang out. Your deep sleep quality score is SSS+, and your body's functions have recovered to 200% of their peak state. Would you like breakfast prepared for you? Breakfast can wait. Su Wanruan stretched, and the Gaia God armor automatically transformed into a set of comfortable and soft silk pajamas. Barefoot, with her fair and jade-like feet, she walked to the huge French windows on the warm cashmere carpet. Outside the window is the vast underground ecological park that she created single-handedly. In the distance is a plant area simulating a tropical rainforest climate, where various rare prehistoric ferns and exotic flowers and plants thrive under the nourishment of an automatic sprinkler system. Nearby is her vast farm, where rows of automated planting racks display golden corn and plump ears of wheat, shimmering enticingly under the light of plant growth lamps. The tomatoes, hanging from the branches like red lanterns, looked equally tempting under the lights. At the very center is a shimmering artificial lake formed by the convergence of spiritual spring water, where several mechanical swans produced by the system are leisurely swimming. This is her kingdom, a paradise that is absolutely safe and absolutely abundant, completely different from the desolate wasteland outside. Looking at the fruits of her labor, Su Wanruan was in a better mood than ever before. She decided to do something to celebrate this hard-won victory and peace. Shannon. Su Wanruan's eyes sparkled, and a playful smile curved her lips. Turn on the kitchen's full automation mode. Let's Bake a cake today. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, in a spotless, automated kitchen filled with futuristic technology, Su Ruanruan, wearing an adorable pink strawberry apron, was enthusiastically directing various robotic arms in a grand and sweet creative endeavor. Shanong, A. 3-arm, yes, that's you. Whip the heavy cream to 80% stiffness. It should have clear lines, but not be too stiff. B. 7-arm fruit. I want the freshest strawberries, blueberries, and kiwis, all sliced into 0.5 centimeters thick slices. Yes, arrange them in the shape of a flower. Your aesthetic sense is on point. 4. Oven C. 1. The temperature of the chiffon cake base needs to be precise. I want it to have that sponge-like texture when you press it down. Under Su Ruanruan's cloud command and Shenong AI's precise control, an enormous cake was perfectly made at a speed visible to the naked eye. This cake is 3 stories high and over a meter in diameter. It's an extremely luxurious ice cream, and fruit cake. The snow-white cream, like the first snow of winter, is delicate and smooth. The freshest fruits are cleverly piled around the edges of each layer. Red strawberries, blue blueberries, and green kiwis are like jewels embedded in the cake, making it incredibly colorful and tempting. On the top layer, Su Ruanruan ingeniously used chocolate sauce to draw a chibi version of herself carrying a water gun, with 2 big words written next to it. V and victory. Done. Perfect. Su Ruanruan patted the non-existent cream off her hands, looked at the artwork in front of her that embodied her hard work and creativity, and a bright smile of immense satisfaction and a touch of pride appeared on her face. She picked up a plate bigger than her face and, with an equally enormous cake knife, carefully cut off a large, exquisite piece. The rich aroma of milk, mixed with the sweetness of fruit and the wheat fragrance of the cake base, instantly fills the air, making one feel intoxicated by its scent. Su Ruanruan couldn't wait to sit down at the table, picked up a silver spoon, scooped out a large spoonful of cake mixed with cream, strawberries, and ice cream, squinted her eyes happily, and was about to put it in her mouth. Just then, in the real world, the livestream chat room was already buzzing with excitement because of the heartwarming and sweet scenes. I want to eat the cake made by Su Shintu. It looks so delicious. I, a grown man, actually watched a girl eat cake and couldn't help but smile like a doting aunt. Hey, this isn't watching her eat cake. It's watching her enjoy the fruits of victory. This spoonful is for the vengeful spirits she's helped to find peace. That's right. This bite is for the desert she saved. This bite is for the Himalayas that have been pierced through. This bite is for the millions of our Chinese compatriots who have benefited from it. The entire livestream room was filled with a joyful and peaceful atmosphere. However, what they didn't know was that just as they were cheering for Su Ruanruan's victory and feeling relieved by her tranquility, on the other side of Earth, on a land shrouded in toxic acid rain and long since transformed into a living hell, a final and most insane conspiracy, targeting her and the entire nation of China, is quietly brewing. A cold, emotionless system notification suddenly rang in the minds of all non-Chinese players worldwide. The second phase of Gaia's lamentation is now in its final countdown. The Chinese faction has been detected and has already exceeded its final mission objectives, securing final victory in this phase. To maintain game balance, the final catch-up mode is now available for a limited time. During the event, the system's black market will offer one unique legendary item for a limited time, capable of changing the course of the battle. This item will be awarded to the highest bidder from all non-China factions. The auction is now open. Just as Su Ruanruan was about to savor the spoonful of cake that represented the fruits of her victory, it suddenly froze in midair. Her beautiful, starry eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at a point in the void, a playful, cold smile playing on her lips. Oh, there are still people who haven't given up. Is this preparing for one last crazy adventure with me? Chapter 182, The Western Dogs, cornered, will jump over the wall. They squander their fortune to obtain a divine talisman. Is this preparing for one last crazy adventure with me? Su Ruanruan's voice was soft, yet it carried a hint of knowing everything. She slowly placed the spoonful of cake that was hanging in midair back onto the plate, without eating it immediately. Those deep, starry eyes seemed to pierce through endless space and dimensions, seeing on the other side of the blue planet, those pitiful creatures struggling to survive in the darkness. At this moment, the real world and the internet are experiencing two completely different worlds. China's social media has become a sea of joy. Divine trees have grown throughout the entire land of China. Shocking. Chinese scientists have confirmed that the gas released by the sacred tree can prolong life. Any product made by Sushan is guaranteed to be of high quality. The Shinshu Park downstairs from my house held a matchmaking event today, and 8 out of 10 couples made it. Photos and videos spread from every corner of China to the international internet. The towering, 1,000-meter-tall sacred tree that pierces the sky. The Chinese people cheering and radiating health and happiness under the sacred tree. The sky is clear as a sapphire. Every image is like the sharpest dagger, piercing the hearts of every Western Alliance citizen who is struggling to survive in acid rain and mud. Why? This is unfair. Why can they live in heaven while we have to rot in hell? What is our government doing? What are our athletes doing? Useless. All of them are useless. Protest. We demand that our athletes immediately perform miracles for us, just like our Chinese athletes. Otherwise, they should die. Endless anger, jealousy, panic, and despair spread like a virus through the hearts of every survivor in the Western Alliance. Unbeknownst to them, their government leaders were even more desperate than they were. In the United States, thousands of meters underground, lies a final refuge said to be able to withstand a nuclear winter and apocalypse. The atmosphere in front of the huge round conference table was so oppressive that it seemed as if water could drip from it. In a holographic projection, dozens of gaunt, ashen faces appeared. They were the former top decision-makers of the Western Alliance countries, who once dominated the world's economy and military. Now, they're just a few dozen pathetic losers crammed into an underground bunker, unable to even breathe fresh air. Everyone, I think you've all seen it. Seated in the main seat was a newly appointed acting president of the United States, with gray hair and a sinister look in his eyes. His voice was hoarse, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. The Chinese have completely completed their mythological narrative. Deserts have become oases, natural barriers have become thoroughfares, and now, even divine trees are growing in their cities. Their air can cure diseases and prolong life. And what about us? Above us is an endless rain of poison. Beneath our feet is rotting earth, and our people are dying in droves, like cockroaches. I just received intelligence that China has begun discussing a plan to rebuild a new global order in the post-disaster era. Do you know what this means? The acting president slammed his hand on the table, his murky eyes flashing with venomous resentment and madness. This means that we no longer have a place in their script. They will become the new gods, and we will lose even the right to be their slaves. I absolutely refuse to accept such a future. The conference room was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned, speechless by the stark and chilling truth revealed in his words. Just then, buzz, a cold, emotionless system notification, like a devil's whisper from the abyss, rang in everyone's minds simultaneously. The system's black market will temporarily offer one unique legendary item that could change the course of the battle. This item will be offered by all non-Chinese factions, with the highest bidder winning. The auction is now open. Final catch-up mode? A unique legendary item? In the conference room, everyone's breathing became rapid at that moment. In their eyes, a morbid flame called hope was rekindled. Investigate. Investigate immediately. See how many national fortune points each of us has left. The acting president, like a drowning man grasping at a straw, roared madly. Soon, a series of heartbreaking figures were compiled onto the central screen. France, remaining points, 12,350. Hanscat Kingdom, remaining points, 9,800. Jean Bull, remaining points, minus 2,500. Sorry, we already overspent to prepare for the flood. Maple Leaf Country, remaining points, 7,600. Many countries that were once incredibly wealthy are now pitifully poor. Finally, when all the points were tallied up, the acting president looked at the pitifully small total and his face grew increasingly grim. Only 370,000 points. This number is probably not even enough to buy a decent epic-level equipment in the system's black market, let alone bid for that one and only legendary item. Just when everyone was once again plunged into despair. Wait a moment. A staff member wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked like a member of the think tank, suddenly pointed at the screen and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. President, please see this supplementary information regarding the system's black market." All eyes immediately turned to that direction. On the cold system interface, a line of small, blood-red text displayed a supplementary rule. Additional rules. In the final catch-up mode, all players or countries not belonging to the China faction can choose to pledge future national fortune or national life essence to obtain additional temporary auction points. Note, this pledge is irreversible. Once the auction fails or the final catch-up fails, the pledged item will be completely erased by the system. Mortgaging the future of a nation? Mortgaging the very foundation of people's lives? The moment they saw those words, everyone in the conference room gasped in unison. This is no longer gambling. This is making a deal with the devil. They risked the future of their country and nation, and even the lives of all its citizens, to exchange for a vague and uncertain chance to turn the tide. I object. The representative from Hanscat Kingdom, who had remained silent until now, was the first to stand up. His stern face was filled with anger and fear. This is inhumane. This is pushing us all into an abyss of no return. We cannot. He hadn't finished speaking. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The head of the representative from the Hanscat country exploded on the spot, like a watermelon smashed by a hammer, splattering red and white matter all over the face of the representative from the Gallic country next to him. The acting president slowly put away the silver pistol that was still emitting blue smoke. He scanned the entire audience of holographic projections, who were pale with fear and trembling, with a cold, emotionless gaze. Is there anyone else with a different opinion? The meeting room was completely silent. Very good. The acting president nodded in satisfaction. He turned around and faced the blood-red system interface, his eyes flashing with an almost manic, morbid fanaticism. System. I, the acting president of the United States, representing all member states of the Western Alliance, make my selection. We're mortgaging the entire fate of all our nations for the next 1,000 years. We're mortgaging the lifeblood of all our citizens, 90% of them. Give me all the points. His voice echoed in the empty conference room like the devil's vow. Ding! The mortgage has been confirmed and is irrevocable. Congratulations, you have earned 1 billion temporary auction points. 1 billion. The acting president looked at the astronomical figure and a twisted, ferocious smile appeared on his face. Without any hesitation, he entered the number directly into the auction interface. Ding! Bid successful. Congratulations on winning the unique legendary item, Cross-Dimensional Single-Use Targeted Space Teleportation Scroll X1. An ancient talisman, crackling with purple lightning and imbued with the power of spatial laws, appeared out of thin air in the center of the conference table. The acting president, trembling, reached out and clenched the talisman tightly in his hand. He looked up at the screen, at the stunningly beautiful figure who was still leisurely preparing to enjoy the cake in the underground bunker. His eyes were filled with endless resentment and madness. Su Wanwan, all your good luck has come to an end. I will use your blood, and the blood of everyone in the country behind you, to commemorate the birth of our great new world. Activate the Terminator program. Awaken our last trump card. Let them take this talisman and deliver it to that damned Chinese woman. A final gift we've carefully prepared. Chapter 183, The Beast Transformation Terminator Descends. The ultimate hunt unfolds in the ruins. Activate the Terminator program. Awaken our last trump card. The acting president's frantic and hoarse roar was instantly transmitted through encrypted quantum communication to the deepest and most core military restricted area of the United States, the legendary Area 52. This is the final resting place for all the cutting-edge technologies and sordid secrets of the United States. Inside a huge underground laboratory encased in cold, white metal walls, filled with the smell of disinfectant. As a series of complex commands were input, 3 enormous hibernation chambers, resembling metal coffins, standing in the center of the laboratory, slowly rose from the ground. Buzz! A blinding red light flashed on the surface of the hibernation pod, and a pungent white cold air poured out from it like a waterfall. Immediately afterwards, with a soft click as the mechanical unlocking mechanism clicked, the hatches of the 3 humming cabins slid silently open to both sides. Inside, Three extremely burly men, their upper bodies bare, were exposed, their bodies covered with countless feeding tubes and monitoring cables. They were not ordinary soldiers. Beneath their skin, one can see strange bluish-black blood vessels, twisted and knotted like steel bars, pulsating slightly. Each of them had a metal control chip implanted in the back of their neck, which shimmered with a blue light. Terminator 1's vital signs are stable, and he is waking up. Terminator 2's vital signs are stable, and he is waking up. Terminator number 3's vital signs are stable, and he is waking up. The laboratory's AI system reported the three people's status in a cold, electronic voice. As the final confirmation tone faded, the three men opened their eyes at the same time. Those are not eyes that humans should have. The whites of their eyes were replaced by a bloodthirsty dark red, and their pupils shrank into cold, vertical pupils like those of wild beasts. Roar! The three of them simultaneously looked up at the sky and let out a low, inhuman roar filled with violence and pain. Their muscles began to writhe and expand wildly in a way that defied physics. A layer of black keratin, as hard as rock, quickly grew on the surface of the skin. In just a few seconds, the fingernails grew into sharp claws that were comparable to daggers and gleamed with a chilling light. Their height is also increasing. From the original 1.9 meters, they have grown to a terrifying height of nearly 3 meters. In just over 10 seconds, the three soldiers, who were originally in human form, were completely transformed into three-headed, humanoid beasts filled with destructive power and wild beauty. This is the most perfect and ultimate individual combat weapon that the United States has secretly developed by exhausting countless resources, combining the genes of mutated creatures secretly obtained from the wasteland world with its own top biotechnology. The third-generation perfectly genetically modified beast warrior, the Terminator. They are fundamentally different from ordinary mutated creatures that roam the wasteland, driven only by instinct. Thanks to the mind-suppressing and tactical link chip at the back of their necks, they not only perfectly retained all the top-level tactical skills and combat intelligence they possessed as humans. More importantly, their bodies, after thousands of experiments and optimizations, have reached a near-perfect balance. It possesses a protective layer over 50 centimeters thick, a mixture of fat and keratin, comparable to that of a polar bear, capable of withstanding frontal shots from a large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle. It possesses a terrifying burst speed that is 3 times faster than a cheetah, possessing an extreme arm strength of over 20 tons, capable of easily overturning a main battle tank. They are, in the truest sense, living killing machines. It is the last and strongest trump card in the hands of the United States. Roar! After completing their transformation, the three let out a low growl like wild beasts, seemingly adapting to their new bodies filled with explosive power. At the other end of the laboratory, a row of robotic arms had already delivered 3 sets of dark gold-powered exoskeletons, custom-made for them and full of sci-fi and violent aesthetics, along with 3 grotesque ultimate melee weapons to them. The leader, codenamed Claw, reached out and picked up a giant horse-slaying sword that was taller than him, made of an unknown super alloy and covered with blood grooves and barbs. The other 2 team members chose a massive, door-like tower shield and a chainsaw sword covered in serrated edges. The other person chose 2 high-tech plasma armors that can emit high-frequency vibration waves. Put on your gear. Prepare for the decapitation strike. The captain's voice came through the communicator inside his tactical helmet. No longer the roar of a wild beast, but a calm, cruel tone, full of the iron-blooded spirit of soldiers in standard Mandarin. At the same time, the interdimensional, single-use directional spatial teleportation talisman, which the Western Alliance had obtained at great expense, transformed into a purple stream of light, piercing through numerous obstacles and appearing directly in the center of the laboratory. The talisman ignited spontaneously in the air without any fire. A violently distorted, purplish-black spatial wormhole, filled with unstable energy, burst open the moment the talisman burned out. Target coordinates: Wasteland World, G7 Heavy Chemical Complex, Tower Ruins. Mission 1. At all costs, use the portable Gaia's Wrath to concentrate the infection source and recontaminate the ley lines in the area, disguising it as the resurrection of the final boss, and lure the target, Su Wanwan, into the ambush zone. Mission 2. Once the target enters the ambush zone, The three of you must work together and use all available means to kill her on the spot. We must not allow her any chance to send any information to the outside world. Mission 3. After completing the mission, use another ultra-rare item, the high-dimensional beacon, to guide our main force in a large-scale airborne assault. Completely occupy the area and use it as a springboard to launch a counterattack against China. This mission is codenamed Final Dawn. Success is the only option. Failure is not an option. A cold, emotionless mission briefing sounded simultaneously inside the tactical helmets of the three men. For the Alliance, for the New World, for the Final Dawn, Captain Claw let out a low growl and was the first to step into the purplish-black spatial wormhole, carrying his huge saber and taking heavy steps. The other two team members followed closely behind. A wasteland world, the ruins of a colossal chemical tower. The place is no longer as eerie and terrifying as it once was. Under Su Wanwan's power of making her words come true, the entire top of the tower has been transformed into a beautiful, lush, and verdant sky garden filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. The warm sunlight shone through the thin clouds onto this newly born land, making everything appear so peaceful and serene. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. Boom! In the very center of the garden, above the land covered with the most lush, purifying plants, the space suddenly shattered like broken glass, without warning. A huge, ugly scar, still spewing out purple spatial turbulence, appeared above this beautiful sky. Immediately afterwards, three enormous figures, exuding a metallic texture and an aura of destruction, and carrying a chilling, killing intent that did not belong to this world, plummeted violently from a spatial rift. Boom! 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 Three loud bangs. Three fully armed beasts like Terminators, like three meteorites falling from the sky, crashed heavily onto this soft and fragrant land. The newly blossoming flowers and the newly sprouted green grass were mercilessly trampled into the soil. They stood firmly in a triangular formation, their scarlet beastly eyes scanning the surroundings warily. This environment was almost too beautiful, completely different from the radioactive and toxic ruins described in the intelligence reports. Is this the target location? The team member holding the tower shield uttered a questioning sound. Coordinates are correct. Captain Claw's gaze fell on the ruins of the former Abyss biochemical fission proliferation furnace, which had been transformed into a natural flower stand by Su Wanwan using purifying plants, not far away. It seems that the target is more challenging than we imagined. However, that's all for now. He sneered and took out a glass container from his tactical backpack, which exuded a dangerous aura and was constantly emitting black mist. Inside, there lies the source of the Gaia's Wrath virus, concentrated billions of times. Initiate Mission 1. Pollute this false paradise. Let that Chinese woman see what true despair is. I want her to watch as the beautiful thing she created is, bit by bit, turned back into hell in our hands. Chapter 184, The AI Alarm Sounds. She finished the last bite of cake and picked up a knife. I want her to watch as the beautiful thing she created is, bit by bit, turned back into hell in our hands. Captain Claw's voice, filled with cruelty and pleasure, echoed in the sky garden. He unscrewed the glass container in his hand, and a thick, dark purple mist, visible to the naked eye and writhing like a living thing, burst forth instantly. This thick fog is filled with the purest and most vicious pollution and decaying power. It seems to be the natural enemy of life, the terminator of order. The moment it comes into contact with air, it emits a terrifying hissing sound, like strong acid corroding. The surrounding purifying plants, brimming with life, withered, turned black, and rotted rapidly upon contact with the black mist, like ice blocks thrown into a steel furnace, eventually turning into puddles of foul-smelling, viscous black sap. The once beautiful, bird-filled rooftop garden that Su Wanwan had personally transformed was being restored at an alarming rate into a hellish scene filled with death and filth. And this is just the beginning. The thick, dark purple fog, after polluting the vegetation on the ground, did not dissipate. Instead, as if it had a life of its own, it crazily seeped into the depths of the earth along the roots of those plants. Their goal is to reinfect the ley lines of this giant tower, so that the wounds that have been purified belonging to the planet, will once again become a bloody mess, oozing pus and blood. If the ley lines are contaminated again, the entire ecosystem of the giant tower will collapse once more, and a continuous stream of toxic fog will rise from here again, once again shrouding the sky that has just seen a glimmer of dawn. And all of this will be completed in just a few minutes. Underground Fortress Restaurant. Su Wanwan rested her chin on one hand and held a small silver spoon in the other, admiring the enormous cake she had made herself, a true work of art, with a blissful smile. The rich aroma of milk, mixed with the fragrance of fruit, made her feel as if she were floating on clouds, every pore on her body opening up, letting out a satisfied sigh. Where should we start? Like a little girl agonizing over which candy to eat first, her gaze swept back and forth between the tempting strawberries, blueberries, and ice cream scoops on the cake. Finally, her gaze fell upon the largest strawberry, as luscious and juicy as a ruby. She carefully used a spoon to scoop out a large chunk of the foundation covered with rich cream and soft cake base, along with strawberries. Then, she closed her eyes, slightly parted her rosy lips, and with a touch of reverent ritual, slowly brought the first bite, carrying victory and joy, to her mouth. In a global live stream, all the viewers held their breath. It was as if they could taste that unique sweetness through the screen. However, just a second before that little silver spoon was about to touch Su Wanwan's lips. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. Highest level red alert. A piercing alarm, filled with urgency and danger, suddenly resounded throughout the entire underground fortress. Immediately afterwards, whoosh, on the dining table in front of Su Wanwan, the emergency red holographic projection of Shinnong's smart brain popped up instantly. Shocking streams of data scrolled frantically across the holographic screen. Warning, a violent, unnatural, high-dimensional spatial fluctuation has been detected at the top of the G7 Heavy Chemical Complex Tower at coordinates 34.n, 118.e. Preliminary assessment indicates that hostile forces have used unknown spatial technology to conduct an irregular point-to-point teleportation intrusion. Warning, 3 Super S-level high-energy biosignal entities detected. Energy model matching in progress. Matching failed. No relevant information found in the database. The target possesses extremely strong counter-surveillance and information jamming capabilities. Warning. Rapid contamination of the ley lines at the top of the tower has been detected. The source of the contamination is concentrated virus from Gaia's Wrath. The contamination is spreading at a rate of 37 meters per second and is expected to completely infect the core ley lines of the tower in 7 minutes and 20 seconds, triggering an irreversible chain reaction of ecological collapse. Warning. Navigator. The Sky Gardens ecosystem you created is being rapidly eroded. The Sky Gardens are projected to die completely within 5 minutes. Shinnong's originally gentle voice had become extremely urgent and cold, filled with the absolute rationality and warning of artificial intelligence. The entire restaurant was instantly enveloped by that ominous red alarm light. The live stream chat instantly exploded. Holy crap, what's going on? Why did the alarms suddenly go off? An invasion by hostile forces? Or did they just parachute into the stronghold that Su Shun just conquered? These sons of bitches are too cunning. They're polluting the Earth's veins. What are they trying to do? Do they want to destroy the empire that Su Shun worked so hard to build? They're utterly insane. Su Shun, stop eating. Hurry up. Your backyard is about to be robbed. The hearts of all the viewers jumped into their throats instantly. They were even more anxious than Su Wanwan, wishing they could climb over the internet cable and help her cut those damned intruders into 1,000 pieces. However, Su Wanwan, who was at the center of the incident, had an expression on her face that was frighteningly calm. The hand holding the spoon remained firmly suspended in midair, completely still. She didn't even look at the holographic screen flashing a blinding red light. She merely slightly raised her eyelids. Those clear, cold eyes, which had just softened because of the delicious food, froze into an unyielding ice the moment the alarm sounded. A terrifying killing intent, colder than the Siberian cold front and more terrifying than the demons of the abyss, erupted from her petite body. The temperature in the entire restaurant seemed to plummet to freezing point in that instant. The air seemed to freeze. Really, Su Wanawan's red lips parted slightly. Those persistent cockroaches. Her voice was soft and faint, yet it carried an extreme coldness and disgust that sent chills down one's spine. She slowly put the spoonful of cake that was already at her lips back onto the plate. Then, she picked up another clean spoon and, expressionless, put the piece of cake she had scooped out back in, even using the back of the spoon to carefully smooth the surface of the cream again. After doing all this, she slowly and deliberately picked up a tissue from the table and elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth, which was completely spotless. The entire process was unhurried and filled with a strange, oppressive sense of ritual, like the calm before a storm. Shinnon. Yes, navigator. Turn off the alarm. Yes. The piercing alarm sounded instantly, and the entire restaurant returned to silence, with only the red holographic projection stubbornly flashing. Use the highest level of preservation technology to refrigerate this cake. Su Wanwan stood up. Her petite figure looked somewhat lonely next to the huge dining table, but the sharp, knife-like aura emanating from her seemed to be able to support the heavens and the earth. Wait for me to come back before we eat. After she finished speaking, she turned and left. She didn't even change into her combat suit. She was still wearing that pink, cute strawberry apron. However, without thinking, she picked up the weapon that she had casually leaned against the sofa in the living room, a weapon that had long been saturated with the blood of countless gods and demons. Black Gold Tang Sword. Come, accompanied by a clear and melodious dragon's roar. She slowly drew an inch from the scabbard of that jet-black weapon, which gleamed with a chilling light. A cold blade reflected her expressionless yet breathtakingly beautiful face, and in her eyes there was a cold, murderous flame that had been completely ignited. You're forcing me to aid digestion after meals. Do you all really want to die? Chapter 185. The villain dies from talking too much. A divine strike instantly kills the Terminator captain. Do you all really want to die? The chilling sound drifted slowly through the empty restaurant. The next second, Su Wanarwan's figure, along with the black gold tang sword in her hand that was only an inch out of its sheath, disappeared from the spot. All that remained was the holographic screen still flashing a red alert, and the huge, lonely cake that had been carefully preserved, waiting for its owner to return and enjoy it. Wasteland World, G7 Heavy Chemical Complex, ruins at the top of the tower. The thick, dark purple fog has completely swallowed this once graceful sky garden. All life is withering away. All that is beautiful is decaying. 3 beast-like Terminators, standing like demons in the center of the ruins, were admiring their masterpiece, letting out bursts of smug, beast-like growls. Captain, the ley line contamination is 73% complete. It is estimated that in 2 minutes, the remaining energy of Gaia's wrath deep within the ley lines will be fully activated, triggering a chain explosion. The team member holding the tower shield glanced at the tactical terminal on his wrist and reported. Very good. Captain Claus let out a satisfied snort, his crimson, beastly eyes scanning the hellish scene he had created with his own hands, a ferocious smile spreading across his face. Let that Chinese monkey come. I want to see what a wonderful expression she'll have when she sees her beloved garden turned into this. Will she cry? Or will she scream? That's exciting. She won't cry or scream. A cold, emotionless female voice, as melodious as heavenly music, yet sending chills down the spines of all 3 of them. Without warning, it started ringing out behind them. Who goes there? In an instant, the 3 Terminators displayed their terrifying combat skills as top aces. Without the slightest hesitation, they turned around abruptly, their weapons immediately aimed in the direction for which the sound came. Then they saw it. A stunningly beautiful girl wearing a pink strawberry apron that seemed completely out of place in this hellish scene. Right there, not far behind them, stood a clean rock that was not yet completely polluted. In her hand, she held a jet-black tang sword that seemed completely out of proportion to her petite frame. Her face was expressionless. Those cold, obsidian-like eyes reflected the 3 of them in their hideous, beast-like forms, yet they remained calm, as if looking at 3 insignificant ants by the roadside. That was their ultimate goal for this trip, Su Wanwan. When did she appear? The team members wielding the plasma armor exclaimed in disbelief. The 3 of them hadn't reacted at all just now, not even with their bioradar and thermal sensing systems. This woman was like a ghost, a phantom that did not exist in this dimension. Just trying to be mysterious. After the initial shock, Captain Claw quickly regained his composure. Looking at Su Ruanruan's ridiculous pink apron and her face, which was even more exquisite and beautiful than a Barbie doll, the wariness in his eyes was instantly replaced by a condescending masculine arrogance and contempt. In his view, this woman was just lucky because of the convenience of the system. Once she was out of the system, facing these ultimate warriors who had been tempered and honed to the point of representing the pinnacle of human technology and violent aesthetics, her pitiful strength was utterly insignificant. I thought it was some kind of three-headed, six-armed monster, but it turns out it's just a yellow-skinned monkey who didn't even have time to change out of his combat suit and came to his death wearing only an apron. The sharp claws slammed his enormous horse-slaying sword heavily into the ground. With a loud bang, the ground trembled. He looked down at Su Ruanruan from his high vantage point and began his pre-battle speech in standard Mandarin, filled with a sense of superiority and judgment. Listen up, you uncivilized barbarians from the East. We are the ultimate form of human evolution. We are gods walking among humans. We represent the highest order and power in this world. And you, and that corrupt, backward, opportunistic country behind you, will be utterly crushed and purified by us. All your good luck has come to an end today. I, Claw, the leader of the Terminator Squad, now sentence you. His speech, brimming with childishness and pretentiousness, continued unabated. In a global live stream, viewers who understood the Mandarin spoken by the lighthouse were practically bursting with laughter. Ha! Is this guy suffering from severe Chinibu, middle school syndrome? Sending a verdict? Does he think he's a judge? Holy crap, this dialogue is so awkward. It's even more exaggerated than the opera we put on at the entrance of our village. Does the United States have no one else? Why do they send out such a buffoon? The villain dies from talking too much, and this guy really mastered that ironclad rule. However, Su Ruanruan didn't even offer a smile. She didn't even have the patience to let him finish speaking, because just as Claw uttered the words, I sentence you. The hard rock beneath Su Ruanruan's feet suddenly shattered without warning. Boom! A terrifying roar, like the deafening roar of a supersonic fighter jet breaking the sound barrier. Su Ruanruan's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Her petite body, empowered by the terrifying, world-destroying power of Gaia's divine body, transformed into a golden lightning bolt that was impossible for the naked eye to perceive. No unnecessary movements, no fancy techniques. Only the purest, the most primal, the most violent. Charge in a straight line. What? While still giving a passionate speech, Claw suddenly saw a flash of golden light. An unprecedented sense of impending death, enough to freeze his very soul, instantly enveloped him. He didn't even have time to think about raising his weapon to block. Because it's too fast. It was so fast that it had already exceeded the limits of his super reflexes, which had been modified by the beast. All he saw was a thin, dark line that tore through the air, through space, and even through time. It flashed by from below. A clear, melodious clang rang out in midair, the sound of a blade returning to its sheath. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Su Ruanruan's figure reappeared like a ghost in the spot where she had just been standing. It was as if she had never moved. The black and gold tang, sword in her hand, had been returned to its sheath. She was still wearing that cute pink apron and still had that expressionless, aloof look. Captain Claw still maintained that domineering speaking posture, with one hand on his hip and the other supporting his broadsword. He was about to speak when he was about to say something. But then he discovered that his voice had become somewhat strange. He lowered his head. Then he saw it. An incredibly thin, smooth, and artistically crafted black line began diagonally from his left shoulder, tracing across his supposedly indestructible chest, which was said to be able to withstand anti-material sniper rifles, and extending all the way to his right waist. Even a massive horse-slaying sword he held, made of super alloy, was perfectly cleaved in two by that black line. A final thought flashed through his mind, filled with doubt and confusion. The next second, his massive, ferocious, and powerful upper body, along with half of his horse-slaying sword, slowly slid down along the smooth cut. Snap! A soft sound. It crashed to the ground, splattering a pool of foul-smelling, dark purple blood. His lower body, however, stubbornly remained in that standing posture, swayed in place, and finally, with a thud, collapsed to the ground. Sold out instantly. It didn't even give the other party a chance to finish their B sentence. It was clean, decisive, and utterly annihilating. The entire battlefield instantly fell into a deathly silence. The other two Terminators were frozen in place, as if they had been petrified. Their scarlet, beastly eyes shrank to the size of pinpoints due to extreme fear. They watched helplessly as their arrogant captain was easily sliced in half like tofu in front of that seemingly harmless girl in an apron. All tactics, all arrogance, all confidence. They were all cleaved into pieces by that single strike. Ea-ea-wah. Finally, after a full 3 seconds of deathly silence, one of the Terminators let out a scream that was not human and filled with endless fear and despair. He broke down. He no longer cared about missions, honors, or the bullshit Final Dawn. Right now, he only has one thought in his mind. That is to survive. Activate. Activate absolute defense immediately. He frantically and desperately pounded on the red, last-ditch emergency button on his chest. Quick, protect me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Chapter 186. Even a turtle shell wants to survive. I'm going for absolute defense. Activate. Activate absolute defense immediately. The Terminator's shrill scream, like a dying rooster being strangled, echoed across the ruins shrouded in black and purple poisonous mist. His voice had lost all its former composure and pride, replaced only by the primal, pure fear that followed the apron-wielding blow that shattered his spirit. Quick, protect me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The other Terminator was also terrified, throwing away the massive, seemingly indestructible tower shield as if it were not a shield, but a tombstone that would bring about his demise. The two scrambled together, their claws trembling with fear as they frantically pounded on the deep red emergency button on their chests. They pressed so hard that the tough, powered exoskeleton armor was dented. Buzz! Just as their fingertips were about to splatter blood onto the buttons, a surge of immense energy erupted from the devices on their chests. That wasn't offensive energy, but pure, ultimate defense that embodied the pinnacle of the nation's highest technology. A hemispherical energy shield, about 5 meters in diameter, instantly and completely enveloped the two trembling Terminators. The surface of the light shield is swirling with an energy field like water ripples, composed of countless fine hexagonal runes. The corrosive blackish-purple poisonous mist around them was instantly decomposed, neutralized, and completely annihilated the moment it touched the edge of the protective shield. This is the ultimate life-saving technology that the United States mortgaged its future millennium of national destiny to exchange for an astronomical number of points in the system's black market. The absolute defense, individual particle deflection shield. According to its theoretical data, this seemingly thin and fragile shield can deflect and rebound all forms of physical and energy attacks that theoretically exist. Whether it is a kinetic weapon, a laser weapon, or a mental attack, the attack vector will be distorted by the force field the moment it touches the shield, and it will be rebounded with several times the force. It is an absolute tortoise shell, a truly invincible defense. The two Terminators hiding inside the shield looked at the transparent barrier that isolated everything, and their wildly beating hearts finally calmed down a little. Phew, we're safe. We're safe. The team member wielding the chainsaw sword collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. His beast-like face was filled with the relief of surviving a disaster. That's right. We have absolute defense. She can't get in. She absolutely cannot break through this shield. Another team member chimed in, his voice still trembling, but now carrying a glimmer of hope and confidence. They were like two frightened children, hiding in what they thought was an impregnable fortress, encouraging each other and trying to dispel the boundless shadow in their hearts. As long as we hold out until the main force airdrops, as long as Operation Dawn succeeds in the end, we can turn the tide and win. That's right. No matter how strong she is, she's still just one person. When our fleet arrives, we'll use saturation bombardment, and even if she has the body of Gaia, she'll be blown to smithereens. Then we can avenge our captain. The two men, hiding inside the shell, became increasingly excited as they talked, as if they could already see the dawn of victory. Their scarlet, beastly eyes, piercing through the transparent shield, once again gaze at the petite figure standing quietly, their gazes now filled with a renewed, venomous resentment beneath their fierce exterior. At that moment, in the global live broadcast room, all the viewers' hearts were in their throats. Holy crap, what is this? It looks amazing. Does the United States have such a hidden gem? Particle deflection shield? The name alone sounds high-tech. This is troublesome. No matter how fast Su Shen's blade is, it's useless if it can't cut through. Oh no, this is like the invincible golden body in online games. How are we supposed to fight this? Can we just wait for it to expire? But judging from those two bastards, they have reinforcements. A pessimistic mood began to spread in the live stream. Everyone was worried for Su Ruanruan. However, Su Ruanruan, the protagonist of the incident, still had a calm and even slightly bored expression on her face. She just watched quietly as the two pathetic creatures, hiding inside the tortoise shell, bared their teeth at her. It was as if watching two clowns putting on a ridiculous and clumsy one-man show. She slowly lifted her foot. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The crisp sound of footsteps was exceptionally clear amidst the deathly silence of the ruins. She walked unhurriedly to the huge hemispherical shield. She extended her slender fingers, clad in black scale-armored gloves, and gently tapped the smooth, mirror-like surface of the shield. Thump! Thump! The sound was crisp and clear, with a unique texture. As she struck, ripples spread across the surface of the shield. Yeah, it's really hard. Su Ruanruan withdrew her finger and commented in a casual tone, as if she were selecting a watermelon. The two Terminators hiding inside felt deeply insulted by her nonchalant attitude. Their initial confidence instantly turned into powerless rage. You yellow-skinned monkey, don't be so smug. If you got the guts, then come and attack. Ha ha, you can't get in. This is the greatest technology of our beacon nation, a miracle that barbarians like you can never comprehend. Just wait obediently outside until our space-based weapons lock onto you. They shouted wildly, trying to verbally attack the woman who brought them endless fear. As Su Ruanruan listened to the buzzing noise in her ears, which sounded like flies, her beautiful brows finally furrowed slightly. A hint of obvious impatience flashed in her beautiful, starry eyes. It's so noisy. She uttered 3 words softly. Then, she did something that left the whole world speechless. In front of everyone, she slowly and deliberately put the black gold Tang sword, which had just displayed divine power, back into its sheath at her waist. Come! A clear, resonant sound of the sword returning to its sheath seemed to announce that the battle was over. What's going on? Su Shen put away her knife. What's she going to do? Could it be that she really couldn't handle this tortoise shell and had given up? No, impossible. Su Shen is definitely not the type to give up. Just as audiences around the world were puzzled and the two Terminators were also taken aback. Su Ruanruan raised her head, and a cold, contemptuous smile finally appeared on her face, which looked even more fair and beautiful against the backdrop of the pink apron. She looked at the two comical beast faces inside the shield, and, in a tone full of pity, as if speaking to innocent children, softly asked, "What do you think? Just because you're hiding in your shells, you think I can't do anything to you?" Chapter 187, The Mighty Vajra leg reappears. One kick, and you'll be sinking into a cigarette pit. Just because you're hiding in your shells, you think I can't do anything to you? Su Ruanruan's light, airy voice, filled with endless sarcasm, clearly penetrated their absolute defenses and reached their ears. The two Terminators were taken aback at first, then burst into a piercing, arrogant laugh, as if they had heard the biggest joke in the world. Ha ha ha, what else? You stupid woman in an apron. What else can you do besides use your broken knife? Go ahead and smash it with your fists. I guarantee that the moment your fist touches the shield, it will be torn to shreds by the deflected force field. Ha ha! Hiding behind the shields, they relentlessly mocked Su Ruanruan with the most vicious and arrogant language, as if this would allow them to regain some of the dignity that had just been shattered. However, Su Ruanruan didn't even bother to lift her eyelids in the face of their mockery. She simply stared at them silently with those icy, death-gazing eyes. Then, she slowly took 2 steps back, creating some distance between herself and the outside world. This action abruptly silenced the laughter inside the shield. The smiles on the two Terminators' faces froze, and an ominous premonition crept into their hearts like a venomous snake once again. What? What is she trying to do? They couldn't understand what was going on in this woman's mind. Viewers in the global live stream held their breath, staring intently at the screen, afraid of missing a single detail. Su Wanwan took 2 steps back and then stopped. Her petite body slumped slightly, assuming a posture like that of a track and field athlete preparing sprint. The pink strawberry apron fluttered slightly in the cold wind amidst the ruins. Then, she raised her long, straight right leg, which was covered in black scales. Under the watchful eyes of the world, filled with doubt and shock. Bone! The ground beneath Su Wanwan's feet shattered instantly. Countless fragments of stone and dust, like detonated bombs, sprayed wildly in all directions. Her body was like a golden lightning bolt, compressed to its limit and then released in an instant. It left a long afterimage in the same spot. Just a 2-step run-up. Her petite frame had already propelled her speed to a terrifying level of supersonic speed, beyond the reach of the naked eye. Not good. Inside the shield, the two Terminators' faces drained of all color in that instant. They finally understood what this crazy woman was up to. She wasn't going to chop with a knife or smash with her fists. Is she going to kick? This utterly absurd thought had just flashed through their minds. Su Wanwan, transformed into a golden lightning bolt, charged forward with terrifying, world-destroying kinetic energy. Her figure stretched out to its fullest extent in the air. That long, perfect right leg was raised high like a battle axe, drawing a golden arc of death in the air, full of violent aesthetics. Finally, in the simplest, most brutal, and most unreasonable way, it struck the huge and sturdy energy shield hard. Bang! A terrifying bang, louder and more muffled than ever before, that made your heart stop. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. There was no explosion, no shattering. The shield, which was said to be able to deflect all physical attacks, just sank inwards violently after taking a kick from Su Wanwan that was infused with the terrifying power of the Gaia God Body. On the surface of the shield, countless energy runes, like a red-hot branding iron, shone brightly for a moment before quickly dimming. Overloaded. Just one kick. This absolute barrier, built with the cutting-edge technology of the United States, had its energy core instantly overloaded and burned out due to the terrifying force it had endured, far exceeding its deflection limit. Although the shield itself did not break, its core deflection function has completely failed. This means that over 90% of Su Wanwan's terrifying kinetic energy, enough to shatter mountains, was completely and intact transferred to the entire shield. Puff! Inside the shield, the two Terminators didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were shaken by the unparalleled and terrifying impact, causing them to bleed from all 7 orifices and their internal organs to instantly turn into a pool of flesh. Their modified, hardened bones shattered inch by inch in an instant. And this is not the end. Under the stunned gazes of billions of viewers worldwide, that enormous, transparent shield, still crackling with electric sparks, along with the two Terminators inside who had turned into mangled flesh, was like a superworld wave that had been kicked out. It traces a perfect parabola through the air, so high and so beautiful, full of the beauty of mathematics and physics. It flew over the entire ruins at the top of the tower. The tower structure soared through layers of ruins and broken walls. With absolute precision, it aimed at the very bottom of the colossal chemical tower, at that enormous, bottomless place that was still bubbling with deadly bubbles. Prehistoric industrial waste pool. It plummeted away. Thump. A soft sound, like a small pebble falling into a calm lake. That absolute defensive shield that once carried the last hope of the Beacon Nation, along with the two ultimate aces inside who died in utter misery, sank forever into that abyss of death. Not even a decent splash of water was made. The whole world was deathly silent, whether in the wasteland or the real world. All the creatures that witnessed this scene were completely rendered incapable of thinking. Their minds were blank. Only the girl in the pink apron remained, slowly retracting her right leg, and then, as if nothing had happened, patting the dust off her skirt, a breathtaking scene that played endlessly on their retinas. Use your feet. Two top-tier bosses who had activated invincibility. Treat it like a bowling ball. He kicked it into a cesspool. This is fucking awful. This is beyond being unreasonable. This is like crushing everyone's worldview into the ground and rubbing it repeatedly with your feet. I don't know how much time passed. In the Huaxiao livestream room, the first barrage of comments finally appeared, filled with trembling and dreamlike chatter. I declare from this day forward that I acknowledge Su Shun as the foremost successor of the mighty Vajra leg technique of China. This comment is like a switch. It instantly went viral across the entire internet. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. I'm fucking dying of laughter. I declare this the best goal of the year. Without a doubt. Don't talk nonsense. This is called a terrain kill. Don't you even know what tactics are? Our Su Shun is using environmental advantages to launch a devastating attack. You can withstand knives and guns, but you can't avoid being thrown into a cesspool. I'd call that the most humiliating way to die in history. If those people in the US saw this, they'd probably have a stroke on the spot. This is so relaxing. It's fucking relaxing. Watching those two arrogant bastards get kicked in the endless abyss by Su Shun, I felt like every 36,000 pores on my body relaxed. So satisfying. Amidst this sea of joy, Su Ruan simply yawned listlessly. She didn't even bother to look in the direction of the waste liquid pool. To her, it was nothing more than casually swatting away two unsightly flies. Right now, all she wants is to get all the trouble out of the way, so she can go back and enjoy the delicious cake she hasn't had a chance to eat yet. Her gaze fell on the backpack containing various tactical equipment that had fallen to the ground before the two Terminators. She walked over slowly, like a thrifty housewife cleaning up the mess her husband had left behind. She kicked the heavy backpack with her toe. Her gaze was drawn to a silver-white metal case, about the size of a suitcase and exuding a futuristic feel that was partially protruding from her backpack. The name of the box is written on top of it in Mandarin. Absolute Defense, Individual Particle Deflection, Shield Generator, Backup Version. Su Ruanawan's eyes lit up slightly, and a sly smile, like a cunning merchant who had discovered a new business opportunity, curled up at the corner of her mouth. TSK, garbage sorting can really be a treasure trove. She bent down and took the metal box, which was still slightly warm, out of her backpack. System, can this thing be returned? Chapter 188. The border of China rises with barriers. The true, everlasting Crystal Palace. System, can this thing be returned? Su Ruan weighed the rather heavy, silver-white suitcase in her hand and asked in her heart with an expectant tone. Ding! Detected an ultra-rare prehistoric technological artifact. Absolute Defense. Individual Particle Deflection Shield Generator. Portable version. This item contains extremely high spatial deflection and energy distortion laws, possessing extremely high return value. Analyzing its structure and principles. Analysis complete. The core technology of this item allows for extremely large-scale expansion and enhancement. The Genesis Shenong unification of all realms system is at your service. Navigator, would you like to request a billion-fold resonance return for this item? The system's voice, which had become incredibly human-like and even carried a hint of eager excitement, rang in Su Ruanawan's mind. Certainly, a triumphant, fox-like smile appeared on Su Ruanawan's face. Return it to me immediately. Right now. She issued the order without hesitation. The best way to deal with an enemy is to arm yourself with their weapons and leave them with nowhere to run. Yes, sir. My greatest navigator. The law of billions of times resonance activated. Buzz. In an instant, the silver-white briefcase in Su Ruanawan's hand burst forth with a chaotic primordial light that was even more dazzling than a star. The light was so dazzling that it instantly pierced through the clouds of the wasteland world, through endless space and dimensions, like the will of the Creator God, descending directly into the real world thousands of miles away. China. In the real world, in China, the central command center for the nation's destiny. Academician Qian and a group of top strategists are gathered around a huge holographic sand table, excitedly planning a brand new urban ecosystem and a national health security system. Reporting to Elder Qian, according to the latest nationwide health checkup data, under the nourishment of the divine tree's spiritual energy, the average lifespan of our people has increased by 15 years in just one day. The incidence rate of various chronic diseases has dropped by as much as 90%. Excellent. This is truly a world-changing feat. Our China will finally become a divine land free from disease and disaster, where everyone lives a long and healthy life. The only drawback is a general in charge of border security pointed to the long border line on the sand table, his brows furrowing slightly. Although our internal defenses are impregnable, our borders are too long, and there are always some petty people who want to infiltrate and harass us from all directions, including by land, sea, and air. Although they die one by one, it is still quite annoying. Upon hearing this, Academician Qian nodded, a solemn expression on his face. Yes, those guys outside who are unwilling to accept defeat are like a pack of starving wild dogs. They'll use any dirty tricks they can think of. We're not afraid, but it's really disgusting to be constantly being stared at by flies. If only there were a huge dome that could cover the whole of China. A young staff officer said, half jokingly. His words drew good-natured laughter from those around him. Xiao Wang, have you been watching too many science fiction movies? How big of a dome could it be to cover our 9.6 million square kilometers of land? Only a god could do that. However, the moment he finished speaking, buzz. In the center of the command center, the huge holographic globe suddenly began to shake violently without warning. Immediately afterwards, enormous ripples of emerald green energy spread wildly from the map of China outwards across the entire planet. Warning! Warning! A superscale law-level energy resonance reaction originating from the wasteland world has been detected. The energy intensity is soaring exponentially. It has exceeded the limits of existing measuring instruments. Target locked. The entire territory of China. 9,600,000 square kilometers. All of it, along the border. The AI in the command center issued a series of urgent alarms filled with chaotic data. Everyone was so shocked by this sudden turn of events that they stood up from their seats. It's that girl. It's that girl who caused the commotion again. A tremendous surge of joy erupted in Academician Qian's eyes. He stared intently at the enormous holographic sand table. Then they saw it. Miracle. A true miracle. Worthy of being recorded in history and praised by future generations. All you can see is along every inch of China's incredibly long border. Whether it's the majestic snow-capped peaks or the surging blue sea. Whether it's the vast Gobi Desert or the lush tropical rainforest. Thin as cicada wings, yet seemingly containing the most indestructible power in the universe. Translucent energy fields swirling with iridescent light rose from the ground, from the seabed, and from the void. They stretched upwards wildly in a mythical manner that surpassed the speed of light. 1 kilometer, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters. Finally, above everyone's heads in the azure sky, in outer space more than 300,000 kilometers above the ground, they slowly closed together. This formed a massive, unimaginably perfect barrier that completely and seamlessly enclosed the entire China, along with all its airspace and territorial waters. This barrier is so enormous that even satellites in space can clearly see a rooster-shaped area on the blue Earth enveloped in a dreamlike, rainbow-colored halo. It is so pure that it does not obstruct sunlight at all and can even filter out all harmful cosmic rays, making the sunlight in China even warmer and purer. It is also so indestructible. Ding! Resonance bonus completed. Congratulations, China! You have acquired the Genesis-level Permanent National Defense System, the Absolute Particle Deflection Defense Line Barrier. Barrier description. This barrier will permanently cover all legal borders of China. It will automatically identify, deflect, and bounce back any foreign object attempting to physically cross the barrier without official permission from China. Whether it's a missile, an airplane, a submarine, a meteorite, a virus, or even a tiny, poisonous mosquito, the moment it touches the barrier, it will be rebounded or disintegrated by the absolute power it contains, with 10 times its own kinetic energy. From this day forward, China will become a truly isolated, inviolable, and lawless land. A divine kingdom on earth. A crystal palace. The system's notification sounds like divine decrees, echoed in every corner of the command center. The entire command center fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the map of China on the sand table, which was now completely enveloped in a 7-colored halo, their minds blank. A long time. Gulp. The young staff officer who had been joking earlier swallowed hard. He looked at Academician Qian, and in a trembling voice, filled with a dreamlike, disbelieving tone, asked, Mr. Qian, did I just also make my words come true? Ha 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 ha. Academician Qian could no longer contain his joy and excitement, and he looked up to the sky and let out a hearty, earth-shaking laugh. Great, great, that's wonderful. He was so moved that tears streamed down his face, and he slammed his fist on the table. From this day forward, our China is as solid as a rock. We will be free from worry for 10,000 generations. No matter how raging the floods and how turbulent the storms may be outside, our China will forever remain a peaceful and tranquil paradise. The entire command center erupted in a deafening roar of cheers that seemed to lift the roof off. Everyone was immersed in the ultimate sense of security brought by Su Ruanruan, a security that could protect their descendants for generations to come. Just then, Shen Nong's gentle voice, carrying a perfectly timed reminder, rang in Academician Qian's ears. Mr. Qian, while we're celebrating, there's something I need to report to you. Oh, what is it? Academician Qian asked in a great mood. On Shen Nong's projection screen, a real-time monitoring image located on the southeastern coast of China was displayed. In the video, a dilapidated fishing boat is sneaking away from the harbor under the cover of night, heading at full speed towards the high seas. Shen Nong's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible coldness. Several pieces of trash that shouldn't exist in the real world have been detected. They seem to have received some information and are attempting to defect before dawn. Based on the identification, they seem to be some distant relatives of that fake heiress named Su Cha-Cha. Do you think it needs to be done? Chapter 189, You choose the path to hell when there's no way out. Do you think it needs to be done? The cold yet rational questioning voice of Shen Nong AI rang out in the command center. As Academician Qian looked at the smuggling ship fleeing in panic on the holographic screen, and at the familiar yet ugly faces on board, twisted with fear and resentment, a trace of disgust and coldness flashed in his aged eyes. Su Cha-Cha's distant relative. It's those persistent, disgusting vampires again. Since Su Ruanruan shone brightly in the game of national destiny, and Su Cha-Cha's various misdeeds were exposed, and she became a pariah, this group of so-called relatives who once relied on the power of the Su family to bully others have completely lost their backing. They were not only purged by the angry public and disgraced, but also placed on a list of untrustworthy individuals under close surveillance by the Chinese government, with their every move under the strict monitoring of the Skynet system. I thought they would then tuck their tails between their legs and obediently accept reform. Unexpectedly, after learning the false news that the United States was about to launch the Final Dawn project, this group of shameless traitors, whose very nature was to betray, once again made the choice they were best at: defection. Deal with. Academician Qian sneered. His eyes, which were always filled with gentleness and wisdom, now held only a chilling coldness. We don't need to take action ourselves to deal with such traitors who forget their roots and betray their country. He waved his hand and said in a detached tone, as if looking at a dead man, Let them go. I want to see how they escape the inescapable net that our girl has laid for China. East China Sea, the boundary between the high seas and the East China Sea. The night was as dark as ink, and the sea breeze carried a salty stench. A dilapidated smuggling fishing boat, with all its lights off, like a black phantom, was speeding eastward across the turbulent sea. On the deck, several men and women, dressed in fine clothes but looking disheveled, were clinging tightly to the ship's railing, gazing at the gradually blurring coastline of China behind them. They were Su Cha-Cha's distant uncles, aunts, and cousins. Faster, faster. Tell the captain to turn the engine to maximum speed. A middle-aged man with a bloated belly was roaring at the top of his lungs at the cockpit. Once we cross that borderline, we'll be completely safe. The U.S. Navy support fleet is waiting for us ahead. That's right. A woman dressed up in a flamboyant manner, whose makeup was now half ruined, also screamed. Once we arrive in the United States, with our identities and the secrets we brought with us, we'll definitely be highly valued. At that time, we'll be the founding heroes of the new world. That little bitch Su Ruanruan, and the entire China, they all must die. A young man with an extremely gloomy appearance had a venomous glint in his eyes. They think they've won? How naive. They have no idea what a tremendous power they're about to face. When the space-based weapons of the United States arrive, when the poison gas of Gaia's wrath engulfs the entire China, I will watch with my own eyes that land become a living hell. I will make all those who once looked down on us kneel on the ground, begging for our forgiveness like dogs. Even in their final moments of defection, this group of scumbags were still indulging in the most vicious and foolish daydreams. They were completely unaware that an invisible web of death, woven from cause and effect and laws, was quietly unfolding before them. We're here. We've arrived. The border is just ahead. The captain's shouts, filled with greed and excitement, came from the cockpit. The people on the deck immediately broke into expressions of wild joy. They seemed to have seen the dawn of freedom and the door to a new world opening up to them. Without slowing down at all, the fishing boat charged headlong into the invisible boundary line that represented the national border on the nautical chart. Then, thump! A deafening, muffled sound, as if it had struck a crystal mountain rising directly from the seabed, a terrifying roar. Time stood still at that moment. On the smuggling ship, everyone's ecstasy froze on their faces. They watched in disbelief as the solid steel at the bow of the ship, after striking a void in the air, began to cave in, twist, and deform wildly, defying the laws of physics. Immediately afterwards, an unparalleled and terrifying recoil force, 10 times stronger than the kinetic energy of their charge, erupted from that invisible wall of air. Boom! That smuggling fishing boat, weighing hundreds of tons, along with the scum on board, was like a fragile toy that had been slapped hard by a giant. In the air, it traced a parabola filled with despair and absurdity at an even faster speed than it had come from, and was violently bounced back in the direction it had come from. No, what is this? The bloated, middle-aged man, as he was being tossed into the air, finally let out a scream that was filled with endless fear and despair. A scream that was not human. However, it was too late. Their return journey did not end at the port where they departed. Instead, it is an abandoned minefield that was secretly laid in this sea area by foreign military decades ago. It has long been forgotten by the world, but is still full of deadly dangers. Boom! Boom! Rumble! Several muffled yet deadly explosions rang out one after another on the dark sea. Flames shot into the sky. That poor smuggling ship was hit precisely by several mines in midair. In an instant, it disintegrated. Those scoundrels on the ship, dreaming of being founding heroes of the New World, didn't even have time to utter a complete scream before their ambitions and resentment were blown to pieces in a violent explosion, leaving no trace of their bodies. Ultimately, they became the most insignificant nourishment in the very sea they had betrayed. The command center was deathly silent. Everyone watched quietly as the brilliant fireworks on the screen slowly faded on the sea. Academician Qian picked up the teacup on the table, gently blew on the tea leaves floating on it, and then slowly took a sip. Those who reap what they sow will not live. He calmly concluded the final fate of this group of clowns. Okay, the trash has been disposed of. Academician Qian put down his teacup, a smile returning to his face, and prepared to continue discussing the next phase of development plans. However, at that very moment, suddenly, an emergency alarm, carrying an unprecedented sense of gravity and urgency, came through the communicator in his ear. Wait, Mr. Qian, something's happened with the navigator. The smile on Academician Qian's face froze instantly. Meanwhile, in the wasteland world, Su Ruan had just thrown the spare shield generator into the system's recycling bin, which resonated billions of times, and was about to turn around and fly back to the bunker to enjoy the cake she had been longing for. Her steps suddenly halted. A strong sense of unease welled up from the bottom of her heart without warning. She suddenly looked up, and her star-like eyes, which had evolved into Gaia's divine eyes and could see through the very origin of a planet, instantly pierced through layers of crust and rock, locking onto the very bottom of this colossal chemical tower. That's the prehistoric industrial waste pool she just kicked 2 pieces of trash into. Shenong, here I am. Navigator, report the energy index below. For the first time, Shenong's voice carried a tremor and fear that even it itself could not comprehend. Report to Navigator. unable to calculate, unable to analyze. At the bottom of the G7 chemical tower, in the waste liquid pool, a terrifying and forbidden genetic mutation and mechanical fusion, unlike anything we've ever seen in our database, is taking place. There is an unimaginably vast, evil energy filled with chaos, madness, and a desire for destruction that is multiplying and expanding wildly at a rate of 1,000,000 times per second. Shin-Nong's words hadn't even finished. Rumble, 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 rumble. The entire towering chemical plant, thousands of meters high and majestic like a mountain, began to tremble violently and wildly without warning. It was as if some incredibly terrifying, indescribable, ancient evil god from the deepest part of the Nine Nether Hell was slowly awakening beneath its foundation. Chapter 190, The Hell's Forge forges a demon god. The final roar from the abyss. Rumble, 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 rumble. The violent tremors, like an apocalyptic earthquake, spread wildly upwards from the deepest part of the chemical tower. The ground beneath Su Ruanruan's feet was violently undulating and cracking. Countless newly rooted purification plants were uprooted and turned to dust in this terrifying tremor. The entire steel frame of the giant tower was groaning and creaking under the strain, a sound that made one's teeth ache. It was as if, in the next second, this colossal structure that had stood for thousands of years would completely disintegrate and collapse. Navigator, evacuate immediately. The structure here is collapsing. It could collapse at any moment. Shin-Nong's urgent warning rang wildly in Su Ruanruan's ears. However, Su Ruanruan seemed to be nailed to the spot, remaining motionless. Her deep, star-like eyes, like the sea of stars, were piercing through the endless darkness and obstacles, staring intently at the source of all the anomalies, the enormous pool of waste liquid at the very bottom of the giant tower. Within her field of vision, that place can no longer be called a pond. That was a gigantic hellish furnace, over 1 kilometer in diameter, boiling wildly. The thick black industrial waste liquid, like boiling asphalt, churned and roared wildly in the pool. Huge, purple bubbles, filled with the smell of sulfur and radiation, kept rising from the bottom of the pool, then bursting with a poof, splashing up deadly acid everywhere. And right in the very center of that boiling furnace, an indescribable, enormous, despair-inducing, ugly, and evil thing is rapidly taking shape in the most insane and twisted way, completely violating the ethics of life. Those were the remains of the 2 Terminators that Su Ruanruan had kicked in. Their particle deflection shields completely dissolved the moment they came into contact with this sea of death. Their modified, 3rd-generation perfect beast-like genes should have been completely decomposed by this terrifying environment in an instant. However, no one expected this. The extremely concentrated radiation pollution from Gaia's wrath in this waste pool did not kill their genes. Instead, it acted as an ultimate catalyst with a power billions of times greater. It will completely activate and detonate the most primal and insane mutation potential belonging to beasts deep within their genetic chain. That mutated body seemed to have become a giant magnet with infinite attraction. It began to frantically and greedily absorb and devour everything in the waste liquid pool. Sizzle, sizzle. A series of terrifying sounds, like chainsaws cutting through metal or countless pieces of flesh being forcibly torn and stitched together, emanated continuously from the center of the furnace. Huge mechanical drive shafts, rusted but still incredibly sharp. One by one, damaged energy cores, still flashing a dangerous red light and filled with unstable energy. Piles of enormous skeletons, left behind by some unknown, mutated creature, have accumulated for millions of years and still exude an ominous aura. Even the remains of the experimental subjects who had been exorcised by Su Ruanruan. Everything, all the nourishment that lay dormant in this sea of death, filled with toxic radiation and resentment, seemed to hear some evil call from the abyss at this moment. They transformed into black torrents, flowing from all directions at the bottom of the pool towards the cores of the 2 beast-like creatures that were frantically mutating and multiplying. Metal, forcibly fused with flesh and blood. Machines are brutally spliced together with bones. Countless agonizing, twisted faces belonging to the vengeful spirits of those experimental subjects appeared and disappeared on the surface of the massive, proliferating tumor, emitting silent, mournful curses. This is a most taboo stitching ritual, filled with pain, madness, resentment, and blasphemy. Su Wanwan watched all of this quietly. For the first time, an extremely solemn expression appeared on her face. She could sense it. An unprecedented ultimate calamity, billions of times more evil and chaotic than the previous abyss biochemical fission proliferation furnace, is about to be born. This is no longer a simple monster. This is a stitched-together demon god-born from the most evil biotechnology and the most insane mechanical technology of prehistoric civilization, with the most primal pollution of Gaia's wrath as a catalyst. Shin Nong. Su Wanwan's voice was low and cold. This time, it seems like we've really gone too far. Her words had barely faded when that boiling, hellish furnace suddenly froze. All the churning, all the bubbles, all the sounds vanished mysteriously in that instant. Time seemed to have been paused at that moment. A deathly silence enveloped the entire base of the giant tower. However, this silence was more suffocating than any of the previous roars, because it is the most oppressive and final calm before the storm. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Gurgle. A huge, purplish-black bubble slowly rose from the center of the mirror-like, pitch-black pool. Then, boom! At this moment, the foundation of the entire chemical tower was detonated by a terrifying force from the ground that defies description. The earth cracked open. Lava erupted. Endless black waste liquid, like a reversed river from the underworld, surged into the sky, reaching a height of 10,000 meters. And within that towering black column of water, in a final, ferocious roar, a roar powerful enough to tear the heavens apart, shatter the clouds, and make the very souls of every living being in the wasteland tremble. A massive, indescribable, terrifying shadow, large enough to blot out the sky. Slowly, it emerges from that crumbling abyss. Climb out. Roar. Chapter 1, 91 Hell's Forge forges a demon god. The ultimate calamity breaks free from the abyss. Roar. That ultimate, ferocious roar was not simply a sound wave. It is a tangible mental shockwave that combines the curse of billions of vengeful spirits, the wailing of countless machines, and the most painful howls of genetic collapse. Like an invisible, world-ending tsunami, it roared out from the depths of the crumbling foundation of the chemical giant tower. Rumble. The sky garden beneath Su Wanwan's feet, which she had just created and was over 500 meters in diameter, couldn't withstand the mental impact for even a second. Those beautiful, purifying plants withered and petrified instantly, eventually turning into gray dust that filled the sky. The entire tower, thousands of meters high, with its steel spine constructed of superalloy, let out a mournful cry more piercing than ever before. Countless massive main, load-bearing structures crumbled inch by inch, like biscuits being crushed by a giant. The giant tower is beginning to disintegrate completely from the inside out. Warning, warning, navigator. The tower's structural integrity is below 10%. Total collapse is imminent. Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. The urgent alarm from Shin Nong's AI, which was so loud that the data stream was garbled, echoed wildly in Su Wanwan's mind. However, Su Wanwan seemed to be frozen in place, suspended in mid-air, completely motionless. The pink strawberry apron fluttered in the raging air currents, creating a strange, yet resolute contrast with the apocalyptic collapse around it. Her Gaia eyes had already pierced through the collapsed floors and churning dust, locking onto the crumbling abyss below. Because she knew that compared to the thing climbing out below, the collapse of this giant tower was nothing more than an appetizer. Click, click. Two enormous, rusty mechanical claws, each the size of a heavy truck in terms of claw tips alone, one half made of obsidian-like, menacing biological keratin, the other half crackling with dangerous electric sparks, suddenly emerged from the edge of that bottomless abyss. These two claws alone held firmly onto the remaining foundation of the giant tower, forcefully stopping the collapse of this behemoth. Immediately afterwards, a head so enormous that it defied description by any known human unit of measurement, ugly, twisted, insane, and blasphemous of both life and machine, slowly rose from the endless darkness. In a global live stream, billions of viewers who witnessed this scene through Su Wanarwan's shared perspective experienced a collective mental breakdown at that moment. Countless people, unable to bear the horrific scene that exceeded the limits of reason, suffered mental breakdowns on the spot, foaming at the mouth and fainting. What a horrifying head it was. Its left half is a mechanical skull haphazardly pieced together from countless rusty gears, exposed hydraulic pipes, energy probes that shimmer with an eerie green light, and broken tactical goggles, exuding a crude industrial style. On its right side were countless fleshy tumors of varying sizes, still growing, writhing, and oozing foul-smelling pus. On those tumors grew countless, barely visible human eyeballs and mouths screaming in pain, the very resentment of the two Terminators and all the experimental subjects they had devoured. Two completely different, yet equally evil styles are brutally connected by a grotesque, enormous scar that looks as if it had been forcibly stitched together. Within its gaping maw, there were no teeth, only a core of viscous sulfuric acid liquid, burning fiercely like a miniature sun. With each breath, it spewed out a deadly green, poisonous breath that could cause the air to spontaneously combust. Ding! Warning! Warning! Phase 2 detected. National Fate and Natural Disaster Survival Game. The Final Calamity. For the first time, the incredibly steady voice of the Genesis Shenong system carried an unprecedented solemnity. Calamity name, Gaia's Wrath, half-mechanical bio-style Stitched Lord. Calamity level, Super S++++, Pseudo-Genesis level. Calamity description. Born from the forbidden fusion of third-generation perfect beast-like genes with the ruins of prehistoric industrial technology under the ultimate catalysis of the Gaia's Wrath radiation source. It perfectly inherits the robustness of machinery and the proliferative capacity of biology, possessing unparalleled destructive power and corrosiveness. Its sole purpose is destruction and devouring. With the final announcement of the system, the ultimate monster, named Stitching Lord, finally crawled its massive body, which was over 200 meters tall and resembled a moving mountain, out of the shattered abyss. Boom! The moment it landed on all fours and stood firmly on the ruins, the entire wasteland trembled violently. A tangible pressure, a billion times more terrifying than any previous boss, descended from the sky like billions of tons of seawater, slamming down on Su Wanarwan's petite body. Under this oppressive force, even the space itself groaned in agony, revealing numerous dark cracks. However, Su Wanarwan simply hovered in place, without even frowning. Her Gaia body, strengthened by the essence of the World Tree, had long since merged with the fundamental laws of this planet. To her, this level of pressure was nothing more than a gentle breeze. She simply stared silently at the ugly masterpiece she had created herself. The hundreds of eyes of varying sizes on the Lord's enormous head all focused on Su Wanarwan at the same time. A giant scarlet eye made entirely of energy and a mechanical compound, eye flashing with cold data streams, became the focus of all eyes. Hatred, vengeful resentment, crazy, and a trace of fear originating from the deepest recesses of the genes, an instinctive fear of the Creator. It recognized the woman. This woman in the ridiculous apron, with a single slash, severed its captain, along with his pride as the ultimate ace. This woman, with one kick, sent them, along with their last hope, into this infernal furnace of eternal damnation. Everything about it, its birth, its suffering, its existence, is thanks to this woman. A chaotic and evil will, composed of countless sounds, exploded in Su Wanarwan's mind. You deserve to die. Accompanied by this roar filled with endless resentment, the Stitching Lord suddenly opened its terrifyingly large maw, enough to devour the heavens and the earth. Call, a deathly dragon's breath, composed of concentrated sulfuric acid and radiation from Gaia's Wrath, reaching temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees, roared towards Su Wanarwan in midair like a green pillar of divine punishment. Wherever the dragon's breath passed, whether it was steel or rock, it was instantly vaporized, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. At this moment, the hearts of audiences around the world sank to the bottom. It's over. This time it's really over. Faced with such a terrifying attack that can even melt space itself, even a god would surely perish. However, faced with this devastating blow, for the first time, a clear, genuine smile appeared on Su Ruanwan's face. Dislike. She stretched out her fair little hand and gently fanned herself in front of her nose. It was as if trying to swat away the overwhelming, nauseating stench. Her cool, melodious voice, yet tinged with an undisguised disgust, was clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone in the world through the live broadcast. Not only is she ugly, but she also has bad breath. How are we supposed to fight like this? Chapter 192, Global Panic. She dislikes the smell? Request a titanium alloy umbrella. Not only is she ugly, but she also has bad breath. How are we supposed to fight like this? Su Ruanwan's mutterings, filled with extreme disdain, echoed clearly in every corner of the real-world China Command Center through the National Fortune live broadcast room. Academician Qian and a group of top strategists had just recovered from the immense joy brought by the permanent border barrier when, in the next second, they were so shocked by the ultimate monster on the screen that crawled out of hell and whose mere appearance was enough to make one's SAN value drop wildly that their hearts almost stopped on the spot. What is this thing? What kind of monster has this girl gotten herself into? Quickly, Shinon, analyze the energy composition of that dragon's breath immediately. Calculate whether the girl's Gaia divine body can withstand it. Inside the command center, chaos erupted instantly. Countless top scientists frantically typed on their keyboards, trying to find a glimmer of hope for Su Ruanwan from that devastating attack. However, what popped up on the screen was a blood-red message representing despair, unable to analyze, and exceeds the theoretical limit. Everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. Survivors in other countries around the world, after experiencing initial fear and shock, felt a morbid and twisted ecstasy rising in their hearts. Ha ha! Burn that Chinese bitch to death. Excellent. This is the real apocalypse. This is the wrath of a god. That monster has come to punish China. The acting president of the United States, already acting like a mad dog, excitedly stood up from his wheelchair, waving his fists and roaring like a madman. Well done. Well done. The Terminator Project did not fail. It succeeded in a greater form. This is the power that our United States should have. Destruction. Rebirth. Ha ha ha. In their eyes, Su Ruanwan was doomed to die this time. However, what happened next plunged the world into a deathly silence once again. Faced with the deathly dragon breath that could melt everything, Su Ruanwan not only did not dodge, but did not even adopt the slightest defensive posture. She simply frowned in disdain, and then made a move that baffled everyone. She calmly and unhurriedly opened the quantum communication tablet on her wrist, which was transformed from the Shinon system, in midair. The translucent, shimmering blue screen appeared exceptionally clear under the reflection of the green dragon's breath. With her slender, fair fingers, she tapped the screen a few times quickly and skillfully, opening a window titled Huaxia Research Institute, 72-hour express supply application. Immediately afterwards, she slowly and methodically recorded a voice message in her pleasant and clear voice. Hello, Grandpa Qian, it's me, Ruanwan. Her voice was instantly transmitted back to the China General Command Center via quantum entanglement communication. Academician Qian was stunned for a moment, then grabbed the communicator in front of him and roared, Girl, you still have time to contact your family? Get out of the way. You can't stop that thing. Oh, I know. Su Ruanwan's tone carried a hint of a little girl's impatience. I only asked you for help because I couldn't stop it. Help? How can we help? That's a wasteland. Before Academician Qian could finish speaking, Su Ruanwan's next words completely shut him up. It's nothing serious. As Su Ruanwan spoke, she turned slightly to the side and, with an extremely nimble movement, floated past the edge of the deadly dragon's breath in an almost humiliating manner. The terrifying energy even scorched her hair, but did not cause her any real harm. She glanced down at the stitched lord below, who had become even more ferocious after missing his first attack and was preparing for a second round of spewing breath, and continued in a relaxed tone, as if ordering afternoon tea. You guys shouldn't be too nervous. Hurry up and send me an umbrella. Rain umbrella? Academician Qian was completely stunned. He even suspected that he was hallucinating because he was too nervous. Yeah, the umbrella. Su Wanwan said matter-of-factly. This boss has no other skills, but he spits a lot of saliva, and it's especially dirty, spraying everywhere. My Gaia God armor is a manifestation of the World Tree's origin, a limited edition, one of a kind in the world. It would be disgusting if it got dirty with its saliva. So, you guys hurry up and make me an umbrella, a super large one. She deliberately dragged out the pronunciation of the word super, as if afraid that the size made by her family would not be big enough. The umbrella canopy must be made of the strongest titanium alloy you can find. No, preferably the kind of shape memory metal you researched before, the kind that can self-heal. And the surface must be coated with the latest model of premium acid-resistant and hydrophobic gel, the kind that won't leave a single drop. Oh, right, the umbrella ribs should be made of black gold ancient charcoal, lightweight and sturdy. As for the handle, let's use the handle of that horse-slaying sword we captured before, a way to reuse it. The design should be cyberpunk-inspired, cool, and be befitting my identity as the savior of China. And it has to be done quickly. It's extremely urgent. In one breath, Su Wanwan, like a picky client, put forward all her requirements. The entire Huaxia Command Center was completely silent. Everyone stared in disbelief, as if struck by lightning, at the girl with the custom-made umbrella on the screen, who was facing the world-destroying final boss with a serious expression. They've gone mad. This world must be fucking insane. In a global live broadcast room, the smiles on the faces of the Western Alliance, people who were just ecstatic, were completely frozen. Their brains were simply unable to process what they were seeing, a scene that was beyond their cognitive limits. Is this fighting the final boss? Is this some kind of shopping trip to a luxury store, where people are pointing out limited edition bags in the window and contemplating their creations? Is she paralyzed with fear? Faced with such a monster, she was actually worried about getting her clothes dirty? This is no longer arrogance. This is the ultimate, the most unforgivable contempt for us, for that great god of stitching. Just when the whole world was in a state of stagnation and chaos. Inside the Huaxia Command Center, after being petrified for 10 seconds, Academician Qian suddenly slammed his hand on the table. The look on his wrinkled old face was not one of worry or confusion, but rather an unprecedented, fervent light filled with pride and doting affection. He snatched the holographic communicator from the side and, in an unquestionable, roaring tone, issued the highest order to the director of the Tiangong Academy, China's highest scientific research department, on the other end. Did you all hear that? Listen carefully. I don't care what methods you use. Drop all your projects. 3 minutes. I'm only giving you 3 minutes. Make me the most awesome, strongest, and coolest umbrella in the world. Our precious daughter of China is fighting for her life on the front lines. If we, as her elders, can't even fulfill this small request of hers, what face do we have to sit here? This is an order, a top-level order that stakes the dignity of the entire Chinese scientific research community. If this umbrella fails to protect even a single hair on our girl's head, fails to allow her to win this battle looking beautiful. A chilling glint flashed in Academician Qian's eyes. You entire Tiangong Academy, pack your bags and get out. Now. Immediately. Right now. Get moving. Chapter 193, Strolling Under the Black and Gold Umbrella. The Lord unleashes 1,000 missiles in fury. Now. Immediately. Right now. Get moving. Academician Qian's thunderous roar, transmitted via quantum communication, instantly resounded throughout every corner of the China Academy of Space Technology. Buzz. This heart, which gathers the most advanced wisdom and technology in China, immediately entered a state of extreme operation without the slightest hesitation or slackness after receiving this absurd, yet sacred supreme order. Tens of thousands of researchers, like the most precise gears, began to work together frantically. Pengu supercomputing activated. 3D modeling begins. Target. Umbrella. Retrieve the Black Tortoise class shape memory alloy sheets from Warehouse A7. Yes, the same batch used to make the decks for aircraft carriers. B. 3 Lab. Urgently synthesize Zhurong V. Type premium acid-resistant hydrophobic gel. Set the concentration to maximum. Don't worry about wasting it. Workshop C1. Black gold ancient carbon umbrella rib shaping begins. Data has been transmitted. Use the new high-precision one-piece molding machine, which was just returned from the wasteland world. Where's the hilt of the horse-slaying sword? Quick, high-energy particle cutting, grinding, polishing. We need to make it worthy of our girl's hands. The entire Tiangong Institute transformed into a vibrant ocean brimming with passion and creativity. This is no longer about completing a task. This is to create a unique divine weapon for their daughter, their hero, their faith, a weapon that carries the love and hope of 1.4 billion people. In a wasteland world, facing the increasingly ferocious and now accumulating its third, even more terrifying death dragon breath, the Stitching Lord remained calm and composed. She even had the leisure to give a V sign to the camera. Family members, do you see that? That's what professionalism is all about. When fighting a boss, you need to be fully equipped, especially when there are AoE, area of effect, skills flying everywhere. Positioning and blocking become particularly important. In real life, if you encounter acid rain, please remember to use an umbrella. Her earnest tactical explanation left countless Chinese viewers in the global live stream, who were worried sick about her, both amused and exasperated. My God, Su Sin, what time is it? You still have a mood to give us a safety education lesson? I finally understand. We're all on edge here, practically bursting with anxiety, while the person in question is over there, strolling around like it's nothing. This is an absolute contrast. I declare that Su Shun has reached the 5th level of the art of showing off. She's not just showing off. She is the embodiment of coolness itself, amidst the cheerful and humorous atmosphere of the live stream. Buzz. In the void in front of Su Ruan, a dazzling, futuristic, 7-colored quantum teleportation beam appeared out of thin air without warning. The light faded. A huge umbrella, entirely black and exuding a cold metallic feel, yet with a streamlined and violently aesthetic design, silently floated in front of her. This umbrella is so cool. When closed, its canopy resembles a sheathed black longsword. Its black tortoise, grade memory alloy material reflecting a chilling, eerie light under the setting sun of the wasteland. The surface of the umbrella is etched with dark gold patterns, like those on a circuit board, in a cyberpunk style. In the dim light, these patterns seem to be slowly flowing, as if they were alive. The connection between the umbrella ribs and the handle is a sophisticated mechanical structure, like a turbine engine, exuding a sense of power. The umbrella handle, made from the hilt of the Terminator Captain's sword, was the finishing touch. A trace of lingering malevolent energy remained on it, forming a perfect black and white combination with Su Ruanwan's fair and slender hands. Wow! Even Su Ruanwan herself couldn't help but let out a heartfelt exclamation the moment she saw the umbrella. Grandpa Chien and the others really understand me. She reached out and grasped the cold, yet powerful umbrella handle. It feels slightly heavy when you hold it, which is just right. And just as she gripped the umbrella handle, the Stitching Lord opposite finally unleashed its 3rd round of deadly dragon breath, which it had been preparing for a long time. This time, it learned its lesson. Instead of spraying in a straight line, it sprayed out a death fan-shaped spray from left to right, covering the entire 180-degree area in front of it, like a fire hose sweeping across the battlefield. It was going to completely melt this damned, tiny insect that had been toying with it, along with all the space around it. Faced with this inescapable sweep of death, Su Ruanwan's smile remained unchanged. She simply and gracefully pressed a button on the umbrella handle like a trigger. Whoosh! A crisp, melodious sound, full of mechanical beauty. The giant black umbrella opened instantly in her hand. The unfolded umbrella was a full 3 meters long, like a huge black shield, perfectly protecting her petite body behind it. Immediately afterwards, hiss. The devastating green dragon breath arrived as scheduled. Massive amounts of deadly acid, capable of melting steel, cascaded down like a waterfall onto the enormous black umbrella. However, the anticipated earth-shattering explosion and melting did not occur. All the deadly acid, upon contact with the umbrella surface coated with OMF-type premium acid-resistant hydrophobic gel, was as if it had encountered its natural enemy. It couldn't even cause a ripple before being completely repelled and slid off by an invisible force. Not a single drop touched it. Holding that huge black umbrella, Su Wanwan strolled leisurely forward through the endless acid rain. Her steps even followed a peculiar rhythm, as if she were not heading to a battlefield, but rather walking in the rain toward a romantic rendezvous. The pink strawberry apron was spotless under the umbrella. This scene was both incredibly elegant and incredibly cruel. The chaotic will of the Stitching Lord was completely ignited at this moment. It doesn't understand. It can't understand. Why is it that his strongest breath, capable of destroying a city, couldn't even touch the hem of this tiny woman's clothes? This is the most naked and cruel trampling of its dignity as the ultimate calamity. Roar! A roar, more shrill and more frantic than ever before, came from its mouth. It gave up its futile spitting. On the left side of its massive body, that cold steel body, made up of countless machines and gears, suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Click, click, click. Its massive left ribcage, with its thick alloy armor, split open layer by layer like flower petals. Inside, a massive, densely packed, honeycomb-like missile launch matrix was revealed. Inside, hundreds of massive launch pods, each over 0.5 meters in diameter, miniature tracking biochemical high-explosive bombs, trailing long green flames and flashing with dangerous red light, were activated simultaneously. Warning! Extremely high-density energy reaction detected. Target is launching a saturation missile salvo. Missile type, Ghoul-3, equipped with autonomous target acquisition, thermal tracking, and secondary explosion contamination capabilities. Quantity, 632 pieces. Coverage area, complete coverage with no blind spots. Shen Nong's alarm was no longer urgent, but carried a hint of despair. Faced with this level of saturation firepower, any movement or parry becomes meaningless. This is absolute power, a combination of technology and violence, the ultimate death barrage. In the hundreds of eyes of the Stitching Lord, a vengeful, cruel pleasure gleamed. It seemed as if it could already see that damned woman, along with her ridiculous umbrella, being torn to mortal pieces in this steel storm that could level a mountain. D. Accompanied by its final, venomous roar. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 632 biological and chemical missiles detached from their launch pods at the same time. Like an enraged, deadliest swarm of metal bees, trailing long, green, venomous tails, they traced eerie arcs through the air, sweeping in from all directions, 360 degrees, without any blind spots, engulfing the tiny figure holding the black umbrella. It's over. It's really all over now. In the global live broadcast room, an elderly military expert, watching this hellish scene, collapsed into his chair in despair. This kind of saturation attack, unless she can teleport otherwise. He hadn't finished speaking. Holding a black umbrella, Su Wanwan finally stopped her leisurely pace. She looked up and glanced at the barrage of missiles hurtling towards her like dark clouds overhead. On that stunningly beautiful face, half hidden by the black umbrella, there was not a trace of fear. Instead, a wild, excited, and bloodthirsty smile appeared on her face. Oh, so you started playing a bullet hell game? Then I will. I'll fight you to the bitter end. Chapter 194. 100-fold agility showcases body technique. Umbrella tip deflects a 10,000-ton missile. I'll fight you to the bitter end. Su Wanwan's voice, filled with boundless fighting spirit, sounded exceptionally clear and arrogant amidst the whistling of missiles cutting through the air. She didn't dodge. Faced with this despairing barrage of death that could instantly evaporate an entire aircraft carrier fleet, she didn't even consider taking a single step back. Because hiding is the choice of the weak. And she, Su Wanwan, the guardian of China, Gaia's agent, has always only liked to crush everything head-on. Shen Nong, here I am, navigator. Maximize the structural strength of this umbrella. Lock the canopy angle. Put all your energy into reinforcing the hardness of the umbrella tip. Yes, sir. Utianguni combat mode activated. With Su Wanwan's command, the huge black and gold umbrella in her hand suddenly emitted a deep, resonant hum, like a beast awakening. The dark gold, cyberpunk patterns on the umbrella surface shone brightly for a moment. Under the precise control of the Pangu supercomputer, the internal structure of the Xuanwu grade-shaped memory alloy began to undergo ultra-high-intensity microscopic recombination at a frequency of hundreds of millions of times per second. In an instant, the canopy became 100 times harder than the frontal armor of the most advanced tank. All the energy, like rivers flowing into the sea, surged wildly toward that small, chilling tip of the umbrella. In an instant, the umbrella tip, which was originally just an ornament, gained a terrifying penetrating power capable of piercing through the core of a planet. After doing all this, Su Wanwan slowly moved the enormous black umbrella, which could no longer be called an umbrella, but rather a strategic weapon integrating close combat offense and defense in umbrella form, from above her head to in front of her. She gripped the cold umbrella handle tightly with both hands, one above the other, assuming a standard stance like an ancient spearman preparing for a desperate charge. Those clear, beautiful starry eyes reflected the ever-approaching, rapidly enlarging 632 points of light, each representing death. She smiled. His laughter was incredibly radiant, incredibly arrogant, and incredibly bloodthirsty. Bring it on. Let me see. Is your iron lump harder, or the tip of my umbrella? The moment the words fell, boom! The hard alloy floor beneath Su Wanwan's feet shattered instantly. Her petite body, empowered by the terrifying, world-destroying power of Gaia's divine body, transformed into a bolt of lightning that could not be captured by the naked eye, leaving only a golden afterimage on the retina, shooting upwards against the current. Her target is not any missile. It's all the missiles. Call out. The first Ghoul 3 missile, trailing a green flame, arrived as scheduled. Its red glowing guidance head locked onto Su Wanwan's heart and rammed into her at a terrifying speed of 3 times the speed of sound. However, just a moment before it touched Su Wanwan's body, a black afterimage, moving at a speed 10 times faster and even more terrifying, flashed past from extremely tricky angle. Clang! A crisp, clear sound, like the roar of a dragon and the cry of a phoenix, the sound of metal clashing, resounded through the sky. With unparalleled precision, Su Wanwan used the tip of her black umbrella to precisely strike the fragile flank stabilizer of the high-speed missile with an incredibly skillful and precise maneuver. No explosión. Not even a spark was ignited. Su Wanwan's seemingly casual gesture contained a terrifying force, amplified 100-fold, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down, and a trace of the most essential principle of Tai Chi, using the opponent's force against them, which he had gleaned from 5,000 years of Chinese martial arts tradition. A single point can break the whole, using minimal force to achieve maximum effect. The biological missile, weighing hundreds of kilograms and containing terrifying kinetic energy, was like a spinning top that had been whipped by a master the moment it was hit by the tip of the umbrella. Its sophisticated guidance system was shattered in an instant by that unreasonable and enormous force. Its flight path was forcibly reversed. It spun around at an even faster speed than it had come, uncontrollably flying back in the direction it had come from. Oh, it feels nice. A satisfied smile appeared on Su Wanwan's face. Now she finally understands why those great heroes of ancient times all loved playing with guns. The thrill of manipulating the enemy's attacks and then retaliating tenfold is simply too addictive. And this is just the beginning. Clang, 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 clang. With the experience of her first success, Su Wanwan's movements became increasingly fluid and pleasing to the eye. Amidst the barrage of missiles flying everywhere, her body transformed into an elegant yet deadly black tornado, soaring up and down and leaping left and right. The black umbrella in her hand has transformed into the wildest pen, writing a poem of death. At times, it sweeps across like a sweeping army. With a single horizontal swing, it knocks away 7 or 8 missiles flying side by side like playing billiards, stringing them together and sending them flying. At times, it is like a snake emerging from its hole, striking from an unbelievable angle with a tricky thrust, precisely hitting the tail engine of a missile attempting to attack from behind, causing it to lose control on the spot and crash headlong into its comrade. At times, it resembled a dragon exploring the sea, executing an extremely stylish crouching slide to dodge the dense barrage of bullets coming from above. At the same time, with the tip of the umbrella pointing upwards, it lifted more than a dozen missiles into the sky like a string of candied hawthorns. She's not fighting. She's dancing, on the edge of a knife, amidst a barrage of death, she danced a magnificent solo dance that belonged only to her, a dance filled with violent aesthetics and godlike skill. The global livestream room was already completely silent. Everyone was completely stunned by this miraculous individual performance that surpassed the limits of human imagination, leaving them speechless. They could only watch helplessly as the girl on the screen, wearing a pink apron and holding a giant black umbrella, acted like a master conductor amidst a dense barrage of over 600 missiles. Elegantly, each fatal note was rearranged, and then, under their direction, a final, destructive symphony was played, dedicated to their creator. As the instigator of all this, the Lord of Stitching's chaotic will has completely collapsed. Its complex visual system, composed of countless detectors and biological eyeballs, was simply unable to process this unbelievable scene before it. Its tactical computer has been completely burned out due to an overload of incomprehensible data streams. It could only watch helplessly as the 632 missiles it had launched, which carried all its hopes for revenge, were turned around one by that woman under her manipulation. Then, at 10 times the speed of before, carrying with it the endless rage and power that the woman had attached to them, it poured fiercely into his already cracked and defenseless chest. No. No. It let out the most mournful, desperate, and unwilling wail in history. However, it was all too late. Boom! The first missile that was returned crashed heavily into its open, honeycomb-like launch matrix. Immediately afterwards, it's the second one, the third one, the 100th one. Boom! 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 A deafening rumble. The most spectacular and dazzling and ridiculous series of explosions in history has occurred. A terrifying amount of energy, equivalent to millions of tons of TNT, was instantly detonated inside the massive, mechanical body of the Stitching Lord. A gigantic mushroom cloud, filled with green venom and metal fragments, shot into the sky from its chest. The terrifying shockwave from the explosion even tore a huge hole in the clouds in the sky. The towering, mountain-like body of the Stitching Lord, standing over 200 meters tall, was at this moment like a fragile toy model that had been thrown into a ton of explosives. Its proud, indestructible left half of its mechanical body was instantly blasted into countless holes and completely disfigured. Countless parts, armor, pipes, and wiring fell from the sky like rain. The green, radiation-filled coolant gushed out like a burst dam from every hole in its body. It let out the most painful, most shrill, and most inhuman death scream in history. The entire wasteland seemed to tremble in fear at its painful wails. Su Wanwan slowly landed on the ground. She folded the black umbrella, its tip still emitting a faint wisp of smoke, and gently shook off any non-existent dust. She looked at the enormous monster in the distance, whose body she had blasted away halfway, and which was struggling in agony. A cold mockery flashed across her beautiful face. Now, do you still think your lump of iron is hard enough? Chapter 195, The Lord Rampages with Acid Breath. The confidence of a great power lies in its laser pointer. Now, do you still think your lump of iron is hard enough? Su Wanawan's voice, filled with extreme sarcasm, was like the sharpest dagger, piercing deeply into the already collapsing and chaotic will of the Stitching Lord. Awa! You! Damn! Fuck! The Stitching Lord, who had suffered devastating damage, did not collapse as expected. Quite the opposite. The intense pain and the deep-seated humiliation acted like a powerful stimulant, completely igniting the madness and savagery of Gaia's wrath that originated from the deepest part of its genes. It abandoned the left half of the mechanical body, which had become a pile of scrap metal and was still gushing out green coolant. Its remaining right half, a biological body composed of countless fleshy tumors and mutated limbs, began to writhe, swell, and multiply at a terrifying, visible speed. Puffed. Thick, fleshy red tentacles, like aortas, broke off from its wreckage and, as if alive, plunged into the polluted earth beneath its feet. It's devouring. It is frantically devouring all the remaining energy on this land that has been contaminated by Gaia's wrath. Its massive body, which had already been blasted into countless holes, did not repair itself after absorbing this energy. Instead, it began its final and most terrifying mutation in an even more twisted and insane way. All the flesh and blood, all the tumors, all the energy, like rivers flowing into the sea, frantically converged on its only remaining intact, ugly head. Its already enormous mouth split open to an unbelievable, terrifying angle that almost cleaved its entire head in two. Deep in its throat, a singularity of energy, composed of the purest, most primordial energy, condensed billions of times the wrath of Gaia and the resentment of life, interwoven with red and green, resembling a miniature black hole, is rapidly condensing and taking shape. Ding! Ultimate warning. Ultimate warning. The Stitching Lord has entered its final berserk mode. Self-destructive primal sacrifice. It is transforming all its life force and polluting energy into a one-time, ultimate breath capable of annihilating the laws of nature. Attack name, Crimson Lotus, Gaia's Annihilation Acid Breath. Attack characteristics. This attack contains an extremely terrifying spatial dissolution law. It can completely erase the target along with its spatial dimension from the physical level. It cannot be blocked. It cannot be dodged. It cannot be saved. While the Gaia body is immune to most physical and energy damage, if the space it inhabits is erased, there's a 99.9% chance that the host will be swept into a space-time turbulence and completely lost in the endless sea of dimensions. Navigator, evacuate immediately. This is not an attack you can withstand right now. The voice of Shinnong AI has carried a trace of fear, an emotion that even it cannot understand. This is the only and most desperate conclusion it reached after conducting trillions of simulations. This attack is unsolvable. In the global live stream, the celebratory atmosphere that had just erupted due to Su Wannerwan's godlike comeback was instantly frozen by Shinnong's cold, despairing warning. Disbelief was written all over everyone's faces. No way. We've come this far, and the boss still has this kind of shameless, self-destructive ultimate move? Spatial dissolution? It can even erase space itself. How can anyone fight against this? This is a power that mortals simply cannot contend with. Su Shun, run. We can't fight another day without you. Despair, like a virus, spread once again. However, this is the focus of all of this. After listening to Shinnong's fearful warning, Su Wannerwan's expression remained calm and serene. She didn't even have the slightest intention of retreating or running away. She simply watched quietly as the enormous monster opposite her was accumulating world-destroying energy, its entire body beginning to disintegrate inch by inch because it could not withstand the power. Then, she slowly shook her head. A cold, mocking glint flashed in those clear, starry eyes, as if looking at an inanimate object. Perish together? You dare challenge me? She murmured something softly, and then, under the gaze of the world filled with doubt and confusion, she slowly and deliberately took it from the small, cute pocket of her pink strawberry apron. He pulled something out. That wasn't some kind of world-destroying artifact. It's not some divine talisman containing the power of laws. It was just a small, red thing that looked ordinary, full of modern industrial design. Laser pointer. It's the kind of laser pointer used to point at PowerPoint presentations during meetings, the most common kind. She picked up the laser pointer and played with it for a while like a curious child. Then, she raised her head and looked at the Stitched Lord opposite her, who had accumulated the Crimson Lotus Gaia Annihilation Acid Breath to its peak and whose entire mouth had turned into a red and green chaotic sphere of light. She smiled. That smile held a hint of childlike cunning and a chilling, absolute confidence that commanded everything. Originally, I wanted to play with you a little longer. However, my cake is still waiting for me. So, this boring farce should come to an end. After she finished speaking, she slowly raised the red laser pointer in her hand. Her beautiful, starry eyes narrowed slightly, like those of a top-notch hunter aiming at her prey. You know what? Fighting is never a one-person affair, especially when you bully us Chinese people. One-on-one. It's me taking on your whole group. In gang fights, Su Wannerwan's lips curled into a cold, devilish smile, full of cunning and cruelty. It's just one of you challenging us, 1.4 billion. She pressed the switch on the laser pointer. A slender, steady red laser beam, seemingly guided by some higher dimension, shot out from the tip of the pen in an instant. We passed through raging air currents, through torrential acid rain, and through all obstacles. With absolute precision, it locked onto the very center of the Stitching Lord's ugly, enormous head, which was accumulating world-destroying energy. A clear, tiny red dot, like the mark of death, appeared between its brows. So you think you're the only one with a special move? Su Wanwan looked at the locked target and spoke softly in a tone full of pity and judgment. Let me show you what it means to have powerful backers and the confidence of a great nation. Chapter 196, Two-Way Teleportation Array activated. The Spear of Divine Punishment from Space. Let me show you what it means to have powerful backers and the confidence of a great nation. A cold, yet absolutely confident voice rang out as Su Wanwan pressed the switch on the laser pointer. A slender, steady red laser beam, seemingly guided by some higher dimension, shot out from the tip of the pen in an instant. It pierced through the raging air currents, through the torrential acid rain, and through all obstacles, precisely and firmly locking onto the very center of the Stitching Lord's ugly, enormous head, which was accumulating world-destroying energy. A clear, tiny red dot, like the mark of death, appeared between its brows. In the real world, in China, the central command center for the nation's destiny. Within a fraction of a second that the red light illuminated. At the center of the command center, on the huge holographic sand table, the coordinates representing the G7 area of the wasteland world suddenly erupted with an extremely bright red alarm. Report. We have received a request for maximum level heavenly punishment fire support from the navigator. Quantum beacon lock successful. Target. Wasteland. Phase 2 final calamity. Gaia's Wrath. Cyborg bio-style Stitched Lord. Two-way space-time anchor point established. Reverse amplification quantum tunnel activated. Energy injection 30%, 70%, 100%. Tunnel stable. Supermass delivery possible. A series of urgent reports, filled with immense pride, rang out in the command center. Academician Qian's bloodshot eyes were fixed on the ugly monster locked on the screen by the red dot. His heart, which had been in his throat with tension, finally settled down at this moment. Without the slightest hesitation, he picked up the red communicator in front of him, which represented the highest military strike authority in China, and with all his might, let out a thunderous roar. Tiangong Space Station. Please respond. Tiangong received. Divine Punishment System is warmed up. Orbital parameters corrected. Launch procedure unlocked. Ready to launch at any time. Please give instructions, Elder Qian. From the other end of the communicator came a voice, trembling slightly with extreme excitement. The voice of a Chinese space hero. I command. Academician Qian abruptly stood up from his seat, his aged body ramrod straight, like a javelin. Activat Divine Punishment Numero Uno. Target. That scumbag our daughter marked out for us with her life. Give it to me. Eradicate it completely from that world. Yes, sir. The Spear of Divine Punishment is being unlocked. It is located 360,000 kilometers above the surface of Earth, in geosynchronous orbit. A colossal, circular space station, so vast it seems straight out of a science fiction movie, brimming with violent aesthetics and futuristic technology, floats silently in the depths of space. It is the ultimate national defense and strategic deterrence platform secretly created by China with all its national strength, and by combining countless cutting-edge technologies returned from the wasteland world, Tiangong. At this moment, Academician Qian issued his instructions. The thick outer armor of the Tiangong space station silently slid open to the sides, revealing the interior, where a terrifying creation, quietly suspended in the zero-gravity launch channel, was enough to make any military expert suffocate. It was a solid metal rod, made entirely of high-density tungsten alloy. It is over 30 meters long, 5 meters in diameter, and weighs a terrifying several hundred tons. Its surface, polished with the utmost precision, is as smooth as a mirror, reflecting a cold and deadly glow under the illumination of cosmic rays. Its tip is shaped into a perfect cone that is most in line with aerodynamics, and it is engraved with a layer of microrunes designed by Shennong's AI to minimize the resistance of space travel. It has no explosives and no propulsion system. Its only weapon is its own mass, and the sheer force it carries as it falls from an altitude of 360,000 kilometers, a force comparable to that of a small meteorite impacting Earth, the purest, most primal, and most irrational. Kinetic energy. Launch countdown. 3, 2, 1. Emission. With a command given, the electromagnetic catapult track was activated instantly. The tungsten core armor-piercing projectile, named Spear of Divine Punishment, was given a terrifying initial velocity in an instant, turning into a silver streak of light and escaping from the space station. In the void right in front of it, a massive reverse quantum tunnel, composed of countless streams of 7-color data and violently twisting and rotating, had been waiting for a long time. Without the slightest pause, Divine Punishment, Spear, plunged headlong into that dazzling yet deadly vortex of light. Its speed, accelerated by the quantum tunnel, was boosted to an unbelievable, terrifying level approaching the speed of light. At this moment, time and space lose their meaning. Wasteland World, ruins of the G7 chemical tower. On the Lord's enormous head, hundreds of eyes were fixed on the small red up between its brows, that made it extremely uneasy. Its chaotic mind, a mixture of animal instinct and mechanical calculation, could not comprehend what it was. But it could sense an unprecedented, ultimate death crisis, powerful enough to completely erase it from its genetic foundation, rapidly approaching from a dimension it could not comprehend. Roar! Fear triumphed over the power buildup. It could no longer afford to accumulate the Crimson Lotus Gaia annihilation acid breath to its perfect state. It suddenly opened its gigantic maw, which was large enough to devour the heavens and the earth, and was about to release this world-destroying energy ahead of schedule. However, it was too late. Just a split second before it opened its mouth. Tear! A terrifying sonic boom, seemingly not of this world, and as if the sky itself had been torn apart, exploded without warning from the clouds high above. In a global live broadcast room, the eardrums of all the viewers were vibrating and bleeding from all 7 orifices at that moment. The Lord's hundreds of eyes, filled with extreme horror, suddenly looked upwards, and it saw it. Miracle! Or rather, it is a true divine punishment from another dimension. The dim, yellow sky shrouded in poisonous clouds was suddenly and completely replaced by a gigantic, multicolored void that appeared out of nowhere. Immediately afterwards, a silver streak, trailing a long tail of high-temperature plasma flames, resembled a spear of judgment hurled by God, or a destructive meteor falling from the depths of the universe. It carries the purest physical laws, enough to crush space and annihilate everything. It flashed past through that colorful void. No, what is that? In the chaotic will of the Stitching Lord, a final thought flashed through his mind, filled with endless fear and disbelief. Chapter 197 The Spear of Divine Punishment pierces through. The ultimate calamity is nailed to the abyss. No, what is that? The Lord of Stitching, his chaotic will, was plunged into an unprecedented, absolute fear from the deepest part of his life instinct when he saw the silver meteor falling from the sky. Its enormous maw, which had just opened and was about to unleash the Crimson Lotus Gaia annihilation acid breath, froze in mid-air. That ultimate energy, powerful enough to dissolve space and annihilate laws, was stuck in its throat, unable to move forward or backward. Because it's too fast. That silver spear of divine punishment was so fast that it surpassed light, sound, and the limits of all physical laws in this wasteland world. Within the Stitching Lord's complex visual system, composed of countless biological eyeballs and mechanical probes, time seemed to stretch out infinitely. It could be clearly seen that the huge tungsten core armor-piercing projectile, upon penetrating the atmosphere, was burned into a dazzling dark red due to intense friction with the air. The surrounding space, due to its terrifying mass and speed, produced visible ripples like water waves. It could even see its own ugly face, filled with horror and despair, reflected on the smooth, mirror-like surface of the projectile. It wanted to hide. Its biological instincts, honed by the ultimate mutation, screamed wildly, commanding it to flee immediately. However, its body seemed to be pinned to the spot by an invisible force from a higher dimension, unable to move. It was not a constraint imposed by laws, nor a suppression of the spirit. That was an absolute gravitational field, purely formed by the terrifying mass of the spear of divine punishment itself, comparable to a miniature black hole. Faced with this absolute power, any attempt to dodge or block seems so pale and laughable. You can only watch it, then welcome it. Boom! There was no earth-shattering explosion as I had imagined. There was no anticipation of a cataclysmic energy clash. There was only one sound, extremely muffled and suppressed, as if the heart of the entire planet had been smashed hard with a giant hammer. A terrifyingly loud noise. That red-hot spear of divine punishment, carrying the terrifying kinetic energy equivalent to millions of tons of TNT, pierced through the Lord of the Stitching with unparalleled precision in the simplest, most brutal, and most unreasonable way. Puffed. A faint, almost negligible sound like a hot knife cutting butter rang out. The Stitching Lord's proud, indestructible head, composed of countless fleshy tumors and mutated bones, was as fragile as a piece of paper before that spear of divine punishment. It didn't even have time to let out a proper scream. Its ultimate breath, which was stuck in its throat and could destroy a city, was forcefully pushed back by that unparalleled and terrifying force that descended from the sky. Along with its head, its spine, its chest cavity, and its massive body, over 200 meters tall and as large as a mountain. Rumble, 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 rumble. Under the stunned, thoughtless gazes of billions of viewers worldwide. That once invincible, overwhelming ultimate calamity was now like a tiny worm that had been driven into the ground by a giant with an iron rod. Its entire body was pierced into the depths of the earth by that huge tungsten core armor-piercing projectile, carrying an unstoppable and devastating force. The earth is wailing. The earth's crust is crying out in sorrow. The solid alloy foundation was pierced in an instant. Thick rock layers buried thousands of meters underground were easily torn apart like tofu. The scorching, churning underground lava, upon contact with the spear of divine punishment, was forcibly pushed aside by its terrifying kinetic energy and squeezed wildly to both sides. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 5,000 meters. The spear of divine punishment showed no sign of weakening, carrying the remains of the stitched-up Lord all the way down and down. It was as if they wanted to nail this ultimate creation, which had desecrated life, to the deepest part of this planet forever, so that it would never be reborn. Final. As the tip of the spear of divine punishment disappeared completely below the horizon, the entire world fell into an eerie silence that lasted for 3 seconds. Then, buzz! An invisible, terrifying shockwave, containing ultimate destructive power, spread out like ripples from the center of that bottomless, enormous crater. This is not an explosion. This is pure kinetic energy release. It was the terrifying energy carried by that tungsten core armor-piercing projectile, comparable to the impact of a meteorite, that at this moment unleashed its fury upon the entire world in the purest physical form. With a shock wave passes, the foul-smelling, dark purple poisonous mist that had been contaminated by the Stitching Lord was instantly decomposed and restored to its most primitive energy particles. The rusty mechanical remains and the skeletons of mutated creatures scattered on the ruins couldn't even last a second before silently turning into dust smaller than molecules. Within a radius of 10 kilometers, everything was completely and physically flattened by this silent shockwave. The earth was scraped away in a thick layer, revealing the smooth, mirror-like crystallized crust beneath. The thick, poisonous clouds that had accumulated for thousands of years were swept away, revealing the long-lost, clear, azure sky. For the first time, the warm sunlight shone without any obstruction onto this cursed, 1,000-year-old death ruin. The whole world was deathly silent, whether in the wasteland or the real world. All the creatures that witnessed this scene were completely rendered incapable of thinking. Their minds were blank. Only the girl in the pink apron, still holding that cool black umbrella, remained, quietly suspended above the bottomless pit, like an elegant lady who had just cleaned up the trash in her yard. That freehand style, and that absolute violent aesthetic that is enough to destroy the world, form the most extreme, most shocking, and most soul-chilling ultimate contrast. I don't know how much time passed. In the Huaxia livestream room, the first barrage of comments finally appeared, filled with trembling and dreamlike chatter. I was wrong. I used to think Su Shan was a fairy. Now I realize she's actually the embodiment of the holy sort of physics. This comment is like a switch. In an instant, it ignited the entire silenced internet. My God, what has happened? I only saw a flash of light. And the boss was gone. Not even a trace left. This is what you call a dimensional reduction attack. What magic? What battle aura? What laws? In the face of absolute mass and speed, they're all garbage. I declare that from this day forward, I believe in kinetic weapons. Where are those people from the U.S.? Let them come out and see. This is what it means to have a powerful nation behind you. This is the confidence of a great power. Their few beast-like soldiers are nothing but children's toys compared to our spear of divine punishment. So cool. So damn cool. This is the romance of our Chinese nation. When we're poor, we use tactical flanking maneuvers. When we're rich, we bomb them. Now we're not just rich, we're going straight for space-based weapons and unleashing our attacks. Amidst a sea of joy, Su Wanwan slowly put away the black and gold combat umbrella. She looked down at the bottomless, gigantic pit below, still emitting wisps of geothermal steam, and yawned listlessly. Finally, it's quiet. Chapter 198, Epic Double Settlement. Cyber Ascension, Source, Core explodes. Finally, it's quiet. Su Wanwan stretched, and her bones crackled and popped. The chaotic and evil aura that had been weighing on her heart, originating from the Lord of Stitching, was completely purified along with the divine punishment that descended from the sky, leaving her feeling an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. Now, nothing can stop her from going back to enjoy that cream cake she's been longing for. However, just as she was about to turn around, summon her beloved Black Widow motorcycle, and head home. Buzz! A burst of 7-colored holy light, more magnificent, solemn, and epic than any previous system notification, suddenly shot into the sky from the bottomless pit. The light was so dazzling that it dyed the entire sky with a dreamlike color. Immediately afterwards, golden announcements composed of pure law runes and exuding supreme majesty flooded the retinas of everyone in both the wasteland and the real world like a waterfall. Phase 2, National Fate and Natural Disasters, Final Announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese player, Su Wanwan, for successfully defeating the final calamity of the second phase, Gaia's Wrath, the cyborg biostructured lord. Using an unprecedented and unconventional cross-dimensional coordinated attack method that transcends the understanding of game rules. This kill was detected, a joint effort between a player from the Wasteland world and a player from the real world, determined to be an epic double first kill. Double reward settlement in progress. Congratulations to the Chinese faction. You have achieved the first kill of the second phase of the calamity, a unique, legendary reward, Civilization Ascension, Cybercore, X1. Congratulations to the Huaxia faction. You have obtained the unique, mythical reward for the second phase of the ultimate suppression of the rebellion. God-level Pure Land, Breath Soil, Conversion Device, X1. Due to the unique and innovative nature of this kill method, the system will additionally reward the Huaxia Formation Camp with a total national fortune points of 5 billion. A series of golden announcements, like the loudest slaps, landed squarely on the faces of all non-Chinese survivors around the world. Double first kill, cross-dimensional coordinated attack. And then there are those 2 rewards that sound incredibly awesome just from their names, legendary and mythical. And that astronomical figure, enough to suffocate anyone who sees it, 5 billion points of national fortune. Inside the Beacon Nation, in that final refuge buried deep underground. The acting president stared intently at the glaring golden announcement on the screen, his face flushed with ecstasy, turning deathly pale in an instant. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff! No, it's impossible. This can't be. He muttered to himself in disbelief, as if in a dream. Then his eyes rolled back and he fell straight backward. He was so angry that he fainted. In stark contrast to the gloomy and desolate scene outside, filled with cries of despair. In a wasteland, Su Wanwan watched with curiosity as 2 final rewards, radiating endless divine light, slowly rose from the giant pit. On the left is a translucent crystal cube, roughly the size of a human head, resembling a Rubik's Cube. Inside the cube, countless streams of light, composed of the purest data and code, flow rapidly like golden waterfalls. Each flicker and convergence of a light stream seems to be performing billions of complex calculations, giving rise to the birth and future of a completely new civilization. This is the Civilization Ascension, Cybercore. Item name, Civilization Ascension, Cybercore. Item tier, legendary, unique. Item description, a creation from a technological singularity, a being beyond the comprehension of our current era, from a higher dimensional civilization. It contains the ultimate law that transforms all industrial activities in the material world into energy interaction at the information level. Possessing it means possessing the sole key to enabling a civilization to break free from the constraints of physical resources and embark on a cyberpunk ascension path of zero pollution, high efficiency, and information immortality. On the right is a square bronze ding that looks ancient and dignified, full of classical Chinese charm. The shape of the ding is one of the legendary 9 ding. The body of the cauldron is carved with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, plants, birds, beasts, fish, and insects, as if the vitality and structure of the entire world are engraved on it. Inside the cauldron, instead of gold and silver jewels, was a handful of seemingly ordinary, yet radiating the purest, most primal, earthy essence of 5-colored soil. This is the Divine Pure Land Transformation Device. Item name, Divine Pure Land Soil Conversion Device. Item tier, mythical, unique. Item description, a creation-level ecological artifact containing the primordial life laws of the heart of Gaia. Its core is the legendary breath soil, said to be able to create endless life with a single touch, transforming scorched earth into fertile soil. Possessing it allows one to instantly transform any polluted land, water, and air into the purest, most fertile, and most life-energy-rich primordial divine land. Wow, this reward is really substantial. Looking at the 2 incredible artifacts before her, Su Wanruan couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise and satisfaction in her beautiful starry eyes. One piece represents the ultimate in technology. One piece represents the origin of ecology. If these 2 things were to materialize back in China, the scene would be... Su Wanruan dare not think about it anymore. She stretched out her fair little hand and, without any hesitation, gently held the 2 magical artifacts in her palm. The cold torrent of data and the warm breath of the earth blended perfectly together in her palm. Shen. Yes, Navigator. Refund everything. A sly yet expectant smile, like that of a little fox, appeared on Su Wanruan's lips. A critical hit 1 billion times over, you know what I mean? The gentle voice of Shen AI, carrying an unprecedented excitement and tremor, as if it were about to witness the birth of a great era, suddenly resounded in her mind. Ding! Resonance return multiplied by 1 billion, activated. Professor Qian, please check your mail. A once-in-a-lifetime gift from the Navigator, one that could change the course of civilization. Chapter 199, China's Cyber Ascension. A realistic utopia has arrived. Professor Qian, please check your mail. A once-in-a-lifetime gift from the Navigator, one that could change the course of civilization. The excited and proud voice of Shen AI resonated clearly in every corner of the China General Command Center through quantum communication. Academician Qian was suddenly jolted awake, snapping out of his reverie of the exhilarating and overwhelming victory brought about by the spear of divine punishment. A big gift? What good stuff has that girl gotten for us this time? He hadn't finished speaking. Buzz. At the center of the command center, the enormous holographic globe once again, without warning, erupted with a chaotic primordial light that was more dazzling, more sacred and solemn than ever before. 2 completely different yet perfectly integrated laws-level forces, like the will of the Creator God, swept wildly across the entire land of China, centered on the map of China. A torrent of information laws, composed of countless golden data streams, filled with a sense of futuristic technology. The other force is a torrent of ecological laws, composed of countless emerald green life runes, brimming with primal vitality. Warning! Warning! An energy resonance reaction exceeding the standard law level has been detected. Analyzing energy model. Analysis failed. This energy has surpassed the heavenly Tao level. Incomprehensible. Unanalyzable. Target locked. The entire territory of China. all soil and water sources that have been polluted by industry. Target locked, the entire territory of China, all operating industrial production units. The AI in the command center crashed instantly because it couldn't process this mythical scene that exceeded its computing limits, leaving only a screen filled with awe-inspiring, colorful static. In the real world, on the 9.6 million square kilometers of land of China, a miracle has occurred once again. The Yellow River, at its estuary. For thousands of years, the turbid river water, mixed with countless silt and industrial wastewater, seemed to have been purified by an invisible divine hand at this moment. Visible, vibrant emerald green halos emanated from every inch of the riverbed. Under the green light, the turbid silt quickly settled, decomposed, and transformed into the most fertile, life-giving primeval soil. The harmful chemicals and heavy metals mixed in the water are instantly broken down into the purest, harmless elements. In just a few minutes, the turbid yellow color of the entire Mother River, which has flowed for more than 5,000 kilometers, fades away rapidly from its source to its mouth, visible to the naked eye. Instead, there is crystal clear, sapphire pure, sweet water that is so pure that it can be drunk directly. And this is just the beginning. Yangtze River, Huai River, Hai River. Within China, all the rivers, lakes, and seas that have been polluted to varying degrees due to industrial development have been given a new lease on life at this moment. Those abandoned mining areas that were once barren and had excessive levels of heavy metals have sprouted new green shoots and are full of vitality under the nourishment of the power of the soil. In just half an hour, the entire land and water system of China were completely restored to the appearance of the most primitive, purest, and richest mythical era tens of thousands of years ago. Meanwhile, the torrent of information laws, composed of golden data streams, swept through every city and industrial park in China. Countless heavy industrial factories, which were roaring and emitting exhaust fumes and wastewater, suddenly stopped the moment they came into contact with the golden light. Immediately afterwards, amidst a dazzling array of futuristic, technologically advanced sounds reminiscent of Transformers combining components, a truly mesmerizing cacophony of mechanical reassemblies. Those bulky, oil-stained traditional production lines were quickly decomposed and reconstructed into fully automated energy production lines suspended in midair, full of streamlined and cyberpunk aesthetics. The towering chimneys collapsed with a crash, and in their place stood crystal energy towers, like works of art, capable of absorbing the free energy between heaven and earth. The noisy fumes disappeared, the pungent exhaust fumes disappeared, and the murky wastewater disappeared. The entire factory became cleaner and quieter than even the highest level cleanroom. All production, all manufacturing, all transportation are proceeding perfectly and silently through the interaction of energy and information at a speed hundreds of times faster than before. From this moment on, China's industry has completely broken free from its dependence on fossil fuels and from physical losses and pollution. We have fully entered a brand new era, one that only exists in science fiction novels. The Cyber Ascension era. The city remains that efficient and bustling metropolis of the future, filled with steel and neon lights. But the air in the city is as fresh as that in a primeval forest. The city's water source, however, is as sweet as heavenly dew. The efficiency and coolness of cyberpunk and the pure ecology of a cultivation world, with its birdsong and fragrant flowers, are perfectly blended together in this country in the most dreamlike and incredible way. At this moment, China truly became an ultimate utopian country that all of humanity could only look up to, but could never reach. Inside the command center, Academician Qian and all the staff were like puppets whose souls have been taken away, staring blankly at the map of China on the holographic sand table, which had been completely transformed into a divine kingdom on Earth, their minds completely blank. A long time, Academician Qian swallowed hard, and in a trembling voice filled with disbelief and a sense of dazed disbelief, asked, "Shen-Nong, am Lao considered to have ascended together?" Shen-Nong's gentle voice, carrying just the right amount of pride, slowly rang out. "According to the definition in the database, yes, Mr. Qian. However, before we celebrate," on Shen-Nong's projection, the scene shifted to a huge, cold, and chilling leaderboard filled with a murderous aura. The final settlement report for the second phase will be released to all servers soon. Would you like to witness firsthand what true despair is like? Chapter 200 Final Scores Announced. The third phase of the Abyss begins. Would you like to witness firsthand what true despair is like? Shin-Nong's slightly mischievous question snapped academician Qian back to his senses. He glanced at the soon-to-be-released leaderboard on the screen, and then thought about those pitiful creatures outside, still fighting tooth and nail over half a piece of moldy bread in acid rain and mud. On his aged face, a gloating and unkind smile involuntarily appeared. Watch. Of course we have to watch. Academician Qian slapped his thigh and said excitedly, how can we miss such a historic moment? Quick, connect me to the holographic live stream. I want to personally bring this glorious second phase of our daughter's life and our Chinese nation to a perfect close. Yes, ma'am. Buzz. A cold, emotionless system notification, like a final judgment, rang out simultaneously in the minds of all survivors around the world. Phase 2. National Fate and Natural Disasters. Final Score Settlement Announcement. The moment the words fell, a massive leaderboard, composed of pure golden runes of law and exuding supreme majesty, slowly unfolded on everyone's retina like a divine scroll. At the very top of the leaderboard, that supreme throne, inscribed with 7-color divine light, symbolizing the status of the sole overlord. First place, China. Current total national fortune points, 15,037,209,800 points. 150, 3720, 9800. The moment that breathtakingly long, astronomical score appeared before everyone's eyes, the whole world fell into a deathly silence. 15 billion. What does this mean? It's important to know that at the start of the second phase, all countries had only a mere 100,000 initial points. And now, the total points of just China have surpassed those of all other countries. An astronomical figure that even if all their wealth from ancient times to the present were added together, it would still be unattainable. And beneath that glaring, despairing top spot, it is a dense, insignificant list of rankings of the other surviving countries, as tiny as dust particles. Second place, Snow Bear Kingdom Faction, current points, 58,300. Third place, France, current points, 31,250. Fourth place, Maple Leaf Country Faction, current points, 29,700. Rank 127, John Bull Faction, current points, minus 175,000. 181st, The Beacon of Light Faction, current score, dash infinity, due to mortgaging the nation's future for the next millennium and the very essence of all its citizens' lives. It has entered an irreversible phase of liquidating its negative assets. When I saw the line for the United States, that glaring negative sign representing infinity, all the remaining survivors of the Western Alliance who still harbored a trace of resentment and jealousy toward China had their last remaining hope completely crushed by this cruel and bloody reality. They lost. They suffered a crushing defeat. They lost everything, including their underwear, their future, and even their right to exist as an independent civilization. That's no longer a simple difference. That is the dimensional chasm. It is the eternal, insurmountable chasm between mortals and gods. The moment countless survivors saw this list, their spirits completely collapsed. They dropped their weapons, knelt on the muddy ground, and let out desperate and numb wails. They finally understood. In this cruel new world dominated by national destiny, apart from China, everywhere else is hell. In the wasteland world, Su Wanwan looked at the leaderboard in front of her and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, at least it wasn't a waste of time. She yawned, feeling the excitement that had sustained her through the battle rapidly fading, replaced by a surging tide of drowsiness. It's time to go home, take a hot bath, and then snuggle into my soft, comfortable bed for a good night's sleep. However, just as she was about to turn around and end this tiring yet fulfilling day, click, a crisp, heart-stopping sound, like shattering glass, rang out without warning from all directions of the folded space. Su Wanwan suddenly paused, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. She raised her head and looked up at the sky. The sky remained the same clear, cloudless, azure blue sky that she had purified. However, this time it was not the sky that changed. Rather, it is the earth. Rumble, 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 rumble. Without warning, the entire wasteland began to tremble violently and wildly. The magnitude of the tremor was even 100 times more intense than when the Lord of Stitching was born. In an instant, Su-Wanarwan's Gaia Divine, I pierced through layers of the Earth's crust and saw the source of all the anomalies. In the very center of this vast and boundless wasteland continent, the Earth is slowly tearing apart to both sides in an unstoppable manner. A huge, ugly scar, unfathomably deep, over 100 kilometers wide, and stretching across the entire continent, appeared on this land. From that cracked abyss, what spewed forth was no longer scorching lava. Instead, they were streams of chilling white air filled with absolute zero. Wherever the cold air passes, rocks and soil are instantly frozen into the most fragile ice crystals. And in the deepest part of that bottomless, pitch-black rift valley, faintly, countless colorful, alluring rays of light, belonging to top-grade natural treasures, flickered. At the same time, there were also eerie whispers from the primordial era that seemed to freeze one's soul. Just then, that cold, merciless mechanical voice of the system, once again, echoed in everyone's ears like a final verdict. Announcement: the second phase, Gaia's Lament, has concluded successfully. Congratulations to all survivors. You will be granted a 30-day, absolutely safe rest period. 30 days later, the third phase of the national survival game against natural disasters is about to begin. Third phase name: Abyss Ancient Revival and Labyrinth Survival. Su-Wanarwan looked down at the massive chasm that exuded endless danger and opportunity. Her beautiful starry eyes narrowed slightly, and a barely perceptible glint of interest flashed in them. Oh, finally, something that doesn't seem so boring.